As the god of thunder reveled in his might, no one could wield their own Mjolnir. Yet he quietly placed a sword from the stone beside him. During the battle in New York, while others struggled to clear the various minions, he had already taken to the skies in his Gundam, unleashing unparalleled fury. What consequences might arise for a self-proclaimed player who traverses into the Marvel Universe, equipped with a player's interface and abilities, as he gradually ascends in power? Chapter 1 Player, Transmigrator. It is said that a lack of thought at the beginning will lead to a headache from viewing. Checkpoint. As he gazed at the Golden Gate Bridge soaring across the television screen, the young man with black hair expressed his bewilderment. My name is Xiao. I am 25 years old, of unremarkable appearance, neither handsome nor ugly, commonly referred to as an average face, and I am a gamer. Or perhaps, I am a transmigrator. I have been stranded in this world for 2.5 years. Currently, I have become a bounty hunter, though I also take on mercenary work. Indeed, I accept commissions or bounties from others, completing them for a fee. As for why I am engaged in this line of work, it is not by choice, I assure you. And wasn't this supposed to be the Marvel Universe? What on earth is Magneto doing here? Didn't the copyright get sold? Ah, wait. The X-Men are also Marvel, merely lacking copyright. Well, that's a relief. Relief, my foot. The purple sweet potato essence would weep. Never mind. After this chaos, they should settle down. It doesn't concern me much. Oh, since there are mutants, should I seek out the mischievous one for some fun? Jua. To understand why I find myself here, we must return to the events 2.5 years ago. I was initially enjoying myself, watching videos and munching on snacks, when I stumbled upon a particular clip. Do you wish to experience virtual reality gaming? Do you desire to travel to different worlds? Our company has developed a groundbreaking product of virtual reality gaming pod using cutting-edge technology alongside the most intelligent AI. Unlike outdated VR products, our gaming pod employs brainwave linkage technology, coupled with the high intelligence of AI for interaction and scene construction, allowing you to be completely immersed and experience the real world. We are now recruiting volunteers to experience our product and provide us with genuine feedback. Click the link below the video to submit your application. After watching the video, Xiao forgot all about his snack. Is it true? Has technology advanced to such a degree that a gaming pod exists? Though astonished, his hand acted with sincerity, promptly clicking on the link within the video. His phone was redirected to a website named Tsunami, and after filling out a series of personal details, terms, and liability agreements, a notification popped up indicating that his application had been approved, stating the gaming pod would be delivered the following day. He was advised to prepare 2 square meters for installation. Is it really that simple? Did my application just go through without any verification? Could this be a scam? But they aren't asking for any money. Whatever, it seems like a lucky break. After voicing his thoughts, Xiao resumed scrolling through short videos. He's so fair, so large, so many lovely ladies. Slurp. And thus, a day slipped by. Early the next morning, there came a knock at the door. Who is it? So early. As Xiao grumbled while rising to open the door, he was met by 2 workers clad in uniforms. Beside them lay a large box. Hello, is there something you need? Xiao inquired, scratching his head while eyeing the box. Hello, are you Mr. Xia? One of the workers asked, while the other added, we are from Tsunami. Yes, that's me, Tsunami. Xiao replied, silently wondering who they were. Greetings, Mr. Xia. We are here to deliver the gaming pod and assist with installation. However, we first need to verify your identity. May I please see your identification? The first worker continued. Oh, sure, just a moment, let me grab it. Xiao responded, turning to retrieve his ID. After confirming his identification, the worker asked, where would you like it placed? Let's put it in the bedroom, follow me. Xiao said, leading the way. Just over there. He pointed to an empty corner of the bedroom. Very well, please wait a moment. One of the workers replied as he began to unpack and install various components of the gaming pod. Observing from the side, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Xiao. He couldn't believe it was real. The gaming pod was indeed before him. How incredible. Oh. After an hour, the workers finally completed the installation. Mr. Xia, it is ready. To use it, simply lie down and press the start button beside you. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You've worked hard. Please have some water and take a break. Xiao expressed his gratitude, offering the drinks he had prepared. After sipping the drinks, the workers said to Xiao, now, we need you to sign a receipt and a liability waiver for participating in the test. Sure. Xiao took the documents and began to sign. After finishing, he asked, is there anything else? Upon confirming the contract, the 2 men stated there was nothing further and took their leave, unaware that one of them had left his unfinished drink uncapped on the cabinet beside the gaming pod. Once Xiaoho bid farewell to the two men, he eagerly rushed towards the gaming pod, lying down and immediately pressing the start switch. A screen emerged from above, perfectly positioned for clear viewing, while an electronic synthesized voice resonated in his ears. Welcome to the Tsunami Company's virtual reality gaming pod. Please select the world you wish to experience. Currently available are the Marvel Universe, Gundam World, Cultivation World, and Horror World. Please make your selection. Aside from the Horror World, I wish to explore the other three. Such a dilemma, never mind. One at a time, adults never make choices. He'll take them all. I choose the Marvel Universe. Simultaneously, he planned for the other worlds to await his arrival after his adventures in Marvel, particularly the Gundam world, where he would surely shout, Xiaoho Di, Diao Mao, engage. Then he would venture into the cultivation world, equipping a flying sword and soaring alongside the sun, seeking a beautiful fox spirit to compare with the lovely ladies from the videos. As he pondered these whimsical thoughts, growing impatient with the delay, the scenery before him began to blur, accompanied by a series of prompt tones. World construction complete. Linking initiated. Please do not disconnect. Link successful. Game commencing. Xiaoho's vision darkened, as if he had fallen into slumber. At that moment, a tabby cat's head appeared at the doorway, curiously surveying the room. It slowly entered, circled around the gaming pod, and then jumped onto the cabinet, gazing intently at Xiaoho, who lay within the pod. However, gradually, his gaze was drawn to the beverage bottle beside him. Chapter 2. The Cat's Reality. Observing the beverage bottle perched on the edge of the cabinet, the tabby cat silently extended its mischievous little paw. Most cat owners have likely encountered this, regardless of the bottles, jars, or trinkets on tables or cabinets. If a cat is nearby, especially if it's particularly curious, then those items are practically doomed. Just like the beverage bottle now, which had appeared in a location it should not occupy. With a gentle push from its paw, the bottle slowly inched toward the edge of the cabinet. With a loud crash, the liquid erupted forth, splattering everywhere, and some of it even landed on the shoddy power outlet purchased by Xiao. The liquid began to seep into the outlet, and with a soft pop, a wisp of smoke began to rise. Suddenly, an alarm blared from the gaming pod, signaling a power failure, initiating emergency protocols, and contacting staff for urgent maintenance, before plunging back into silence. Meanwhile, Xiaoho, inside the gaming pod, remained completely unresponsive as sparks began to flicker from the outlet. The mischievous tabby cat responsible for the chaos had already scampered outside, ready to enjoy the unfolding drama. As Xiaoho's vision faded to black, he found himself in a dilapidated alleyway. His first reaction upon opening his eyes was a bewildered, "Where am I?" Then it struck him. He had just been using the gaming pod, and he began to survey himself. A white t-shirt paired with sports pants and a pair of sneakers, standard novice attire. Yet, at the periphery of his vision, the familiar gaming interface materialized. Not bad, quite a strong cyber vibe, just like a first-person game. He then slapped his forehead. Wait a minute, I was playing a game. How foolish of me. Xiaoho began to examine his surroundings. A mundane alleyway, particularly dirty and disheveled, reminiscent of places that have nearly vanished from the domestic landscape, truly a stark contrast to the polished beauty of America. He attempted to summon the game panel, initially flailing his hands and tapping aimlessly, but to no avail. He then shouted, "Panel, where's my game panel? System? Dad, damn it." But still nothing worked. Frustrated, he thought, this broken game doesn't even have a game panel, what's the point of playing? Suddenly, an information box appeared before him. Name, Xiaoho Di Diaomao. Strength, 3 normal person, 5. Agility, 2 normal person, 5. Intelligence, 4 normal person, 5. Initial assets, 100 energy points. Abilities, none. Current main quest, none. Current side quests, none. Xiaoho, his face dark with disbelief, exclaimed, "Am I weaker than a level 5 novice? And I won't even mention strength and agility. What's with this intelligence of 4? Cooperating normal people have an intelligence of 5. Am I some sort of fool? And seriously, this name? It's just a self-indulgence from before. How did it become my name? System, come out. We need to have a serious talk." After a moment of impotent fury without any response, Xiaoho could only mutter to himself, "No wonder they need testers. This is a half-baked product, a brainless version, not intelligent at all. And why is my intelligence only 4? Forget it. I won't get mad at a fool. But the environment is quite realistic, the texture, the temperature, the smell." As he spoke, he began to explore the area, touching everything until he stumbled upon a pile of unidentifiable objects, the smell of which caused him to retch. Though he only expelled a small amount of water, Xiaohou felt an inexplicable joy. This game even allows for vomiting. Does that mean I can? As he spoke, he moved his hand to his waistband. After some attempts, he stood there in nothing but a pair of white boxers, gazing up at the sky. Ugh, I thought this game was completely realistic. It won't let me remove my pants. What do I do if I need to pee or poop? As he thought this, he walked over to a corner and, contemplating his need to relieve himself, a stream of liquid suddenly appeared, splashing against the wall. Xiaohou could only resort to a classic expression to convey his current feelings. So, is this a superpower? While others can strike from afar, I can pee from a distance. Speaking of which, if I can't take them off, can I damage them? If not, are these pants even more impressive than Hulk's? His can stretch, but I should be able to relieve myself anywhere, right? No, it should be anywhere and anytime. After wandering around the vicinity, he finally unearthed a small, chipped knife from a pile of trash. Xiaohou took the knife and plunged it into his pants. With a scream, blood began to seep from the wound. Ouch, that hurts. Is this a 100 pain experience? This game is insane. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. While he lamented and howled, he swiftly called for the panel in his mind, thinking to himself that in games, pain perception should be adjustable. After all, that's how novels typically set it up. This game shouldn't be so cruel. After rummaging through the panel, he finally found the pain adjustment settings tucked away in a corner, but the lowest he could set it was 30. Determined to lower it even a little, Xiaohou immediately adjusted it to the minimum. Ah, much better. Now it feels like I've just received a vaccination. But I can't set it to 0, or 1. It's still such a subpar game. However, with no main quest or side quests, what am I supposed to do? Free exploration? A sandbox game? As Xiaohou contemplated his next move, he didn't even glance at his discarded clothes and pants, stepping out of the alley in nothing but his boxers, still with a knife protruding from them, ready to explore the outside world. Outside the alley lay a somewhat run-down street, with only a few solitary pedestrians lingering nearby. The passers-by regarded the peculiar Xiaohou, especially the knife sticking out of his leg, and promptly chose to steer clear. Clearly, they didn't want to attract trouble. He looked just like someone who had been robbed, and it was best to keep their distance. Meanwhile, Xiaohou pondered the odd behavior of the game's NPCs. Shouldn't they merely follow their programmed routines? Why did these ones seem to possess intelligence? And what was with the looks they gave him? Why did they seem to carry a mixture of pity and avoidance? Did I somehow develop a halo? He didn't consider his current appearance or the blood gushing from his wounded leg. Simultaneously, in Xiaohou's bedroom, thick black smoke began to seep out, forcing the tabby cat to retreat to the living room. Surrounding residents noticed the situation and promptly called the fire department. Yet, amidst the black smoke, flames erupted within the bedroom, while Xiaohou, lying in the gaming pod, remained utterly motionless, as if the smoke and heat surrounding him were non-existent. Chapter 3. Is there no turning back? Flames leapt fiercely to the top of the velvet curtains, engulfing the entire ceiling in swirling black smoke. The wooden wardrobe crackled incessantly. The screen within the gaming pod shattered with a resounding explosion, and sparks danced amidst arcs of blue and purple electricity. The pod itself warped under the heat, releasing a noxious burnt odor from its specialized materials. Suddenly, the machine, ensconced in the flames, emitted a piercing screech, reminiscent of an electrical device in distress. Inside the pod, Xiaohou remained utterly unresponsive, even as the flames began to scorch his body, releasing the scent of roasting flesh. The entire room resembled a searing iron skillet, with flames darting wildly between the cracks of the floor, while the flickering flames in midair twisted and writhed as if possessed. After considerable effort from the fire brigade, the flames were eventually extinguished, but Xiaohou had been reduced to a pile of indistinguishable remnants. Xiaohou, listen to me, thank you. Because of you, the seasons are warm. Meanwhile, the other Xiaohou was leisurely wandering the streets, observing the myriad of graffiti and the aged neighborhoods around him. He marveled at the impressive construction of a scene. To his astonishment, he found himself able to comprehend the various English advertisements and signs surrounding him. Wow, I, who can only say hello and thank you in English, suddenly understand it after playing a game. He pondered the expressions of those around him. Why did they look at him as if he were a clown? He began to scrutinize himself, wondering if something was amiss. Upon realizing he was clad only in a pair of boxers, it suddenly dawned on him. Oh, it's because I'm not wearing any clothes. But surely, wearing whatever while gaming is quite normal, isn't it? What is so strange about that? Are these people so perceptive? They even react to my attire? With that thought, he rushed to seize a passing individual, a black man, who wore a perplexed expression. Xiaohou inquired, hello, Could you please tell me where I am? The man stared at Xiaoho, bewildered, especially as he spoke incomprehensible words. His hand instinctively reached for the back of his waist, and he retorted, "What are you saying? Yellow-skinned monkey. Let go of your hand. Don't you understand my words? And you dare insult me?" Xiaoho, feeling his temper flare at being insulted while merely playing a game, exclaimed, "What the heck?" and swung a punch. Although the man had not understood the earlier words, the final exclamation and the approaching fist made it clear that Xiaoho was not a welcome presence. He swiftly drew a handgun from his waist and, executing a swift American draw, knocked Xiaoho to the ground before spitting on the ground beside him. "Hey, yellow-skinned monkey, I don't know what you're saying, but you've picked the wrong fight, understand? Goodbye." With that, he turned and walked away. Watching the departing figure, Xiaoho was struck by a sudden red health bar appearing above his head. He felt utterly speechless. If only he had known sooner. He would have realized he was dealing with an adversary. Is this what it feels like to be shot? The pain of being hit by a bullet at 30 intensity is truly excruciating. But is this truly America? Indeed, it seems like a gunfight each and every day. Speaking of the game, one would assume that death would lead to resurrection, right? Is there a possibility of being expelled from the game upon death? Why am I not dead yet? Shouldn't I have already perished? Xiaoho began to summon the game panel within his mind. And soon an information window appeared before him. Name: Xiaoho Diaomao. Current status: severely injured. Bleeding out. Various attribute information will not be displayed unless there are significant changes to avoid unnecessary verbosity. Without this panel, one might mistake this for reality. The sensation of being immobilized and awaiting demise feels remarkably genuine. I suppose I have now experienced a taste of true death. I must admit, this game is astonishing. However, it lacks the ephemeral nature of life, which warrants a critique. As Xiaoho continued his musings, his life approached its conclusion, his body beginning to dissolve into shimmering light, slowly dissipating, evoking a dreamlike quality. The narrative concludes here. What ist? As the twinkling lights gradually coalesced, Xiaoho found himself once more in that dilapidated alley. Slowly, he opened his eyes, beholding the familiar surroundings and the attire adorning him. Is this the game's spawn point? Have I been granted a new starter outfit? By the way, why has the sky brightened? Just moments ago, it was clearly afternoon, and I could even glimpse the evening glow. Gazing at the newly risen sun, one might feel a sense of unreality if not for the recent brush with death. This game seems rather unfriendly. It was he who first insulted me, and yet he had the audacity to draw his weapon without adhering to any code of honor. Is he merely preying on me, the novice, because I lack equipment? Once I level up and acquire gear, I shall teach him a lesson about humility. He must learn that picking cotton is his ultimate fate. With that thought, he began to wander the vicinity, searching for something to defend himself with. However, after a thorough search, he found nothing but the starter outfit he had previously discarded. Staring at the garments in his hands, Xiaoho found himself at a loss for words. Does this game not permit the refreshing of items upon death? Or is it not a single-player game, with other players present? At the very least, they could have returned my tattered blade. After another round of tumultuous contemplation, Xiaoho finally confirmed a disheartening fact. This game indeed lacks any mechanism for item refreshment. Surrounding him were only scraps and refuse, devoid of anything useful. Aside from an additional starter outfit, should I die a few more times? Perhaps I could sell the clothes for my first earnings? No, that would be too agonizing. Unless it is a swift demise, the torment would be prolonged. Better to avoid death if possible. Yet, there are neither beginner quests nor guidance. How am I to proceed? Should I emulate a Grand Theft Auto? If no directions are provided, at least a village chief in the starter village should issue some quests. Where is Phil Coulson? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Xiaoho suddenly recalled that he had dived straight into the game after finishing with the gaming pod that morning. It seemed he had forgotten to feed his cat. Instantly, he decided to log off, tend his feline companion, grab a bite to eat, and perhaps contemplate the situation or consult customer service regarding the game's mechanics. Having resolved to act, he began to mentally summon the interface and search for the option to exit the game. However, after scrutinizing every corner, he found nothing. To his dismay, the only accessible features were the game store and the lottery entrance, alongside a personal attributes panel and an inventory. Yet, the elusive exit option remained completely absent, causing a surge of panic within him. No way. Is it truly possible that a game could lack an exit option? How am I supposed to leave? Hey, system. I wish to exit the game. Execute command. Log me out. Customer service. Is there anyone available? Your game is malfunctioning. Please let me out. Xiaohou felt on the verge of a breakdown. It was merely a game, yet here he was, trapped within it. Was this a prelude to a scenario reminiscent of Sword Art Online? Yet, at least Kaiba Akihiko had the decency to inform players of the exit conditions. Here, he was unceremoniously tossed into the game with no guidance. His desire for exploration within the game evaporated, and he slumped against a wall in a daze. Chapter 4 thus. The side quest unfolds unbeknownst to him. Time slipped away until it reached midday. Sunlight filtered through the cracks above, cascading down upon Xiaohou in the corner. Why? Why is there no exit option? I need to return and feed my cat. What if my poor pet grows thin from hunger? Considering that both the game and the gaming pod were merely for testing purposes, they should logically possess some form of monitoring functionality. If something were amiss, surely someone would come to assist him. Yes, that's it. Testing equipment must consistently assess data. Perhaps like the novels he had read. Time within the game differed from the real world. After a period, the game company would surely recognize the anomaly and rectify it. I cannot lose my composure. I must shift my focus. Someone will come to rescue me. He reassured himself. Indeed, I can take this opportunity to thoroughly experience and explore the game mechanics. After this self-affirmation, Xiaohou regained a semblance of motivation and rose to head toward the alleyway. Yet, how was one supposed to navigate this game? He had chosen the Marvel Universe, so he must be in America, but he had no idea where exactly. The dilapidated streets and vintage cars suggested a rather early timeline. Was this the cinematic universe or the comic universe? As he spoke to himself, he stepped back onto the desolate streets, where few people wandered, each hurrying along with purpose. The only distinction was that no one regarded him with peculiar looks. However, no one approached him either. So, how was one to play this game? He felt utterly at a loss. Moreover, these individuals did not bear any health bars above their heads. Was it only in a state of hostility that such indicators would appear? Xiaohou, gripping his head in exasperation, mused aloud. Never mind, I shall first wander about, familiarizing myself with the surrounding environment. With that, he chose a random direction and strode forth. Though uncertain of the game's mechanics, he marveled at the impressive modeling, akin to embarking on a journey abroad without the expense. Humming a tune and surveying his surroundings, Xiaohou truly resembled a tourist meandering aimlessly, exploring every nook and cranny with unabashed curiosity, displaying a rather naive demeanor. However, after a brief while a rumble from his stomach interrupted his reverie. What on earth? Is there a hunger system in play? And I genuinely feel hungry. Was it not customary for games to substitute hunger with a hunger meter? Or perhaps, in this virtual realm, realism was paramount? Yet, I possess no provisions. I had yet to properly investigate the system's marketplace I glimpsed earlier. Reopening the panel, he found himself inundated with a plethora of images on the marketplace interface, rendering the path ahead almost indistinguishable. He promptly closed the marketplace and sought refuge in a corner by the roadside. Upon reopening the marketplace, a multitude of images once again flooded his vision. Upon closer inspection, they were an array of diverse goods, from edibles to an assortment of firearms and tools. The items were predominantly those typically found in games. The first image displayed a plump, steaming bun, wafting with vapor that suggested it would be delectable. Examining the description and price, he noted, white bun, a standard white bun that merely satisfies hunger. Price, 1 energy point. 1 energy point? That must be my in-game currency. How ostentatious. I believe I initially possessed 100 energy points. But how does one accumulate more? Never mind. I shall conserve my resources. What if I find myself in dire need later, only to discover that acquiring more is exceedingly challenging? With that thought, he purchased one. Yet, upon inspecting his hands, they were empty. Checking his assets revealed only 99 points remaining. What? Where's my bun? The currency was deducted, yet no item was received? How outrageous! Suddenly recalling something, he hastily opened his inventory. In the first slot lay an icon of a bun, patiently awaiting his attention. So, items purchased are directly sent to the inventory? Indeed, that is quite logical. Isn't it customary in games for bought items to appear in one's inventory? Xiaohou silently selected the bun, and in an instant, a steaming bun materialized in his hand, the warmth radiating pleasantly against his palm. Quite satisfactory. A cold bun would have ruined the ambience. He commenced nibbling on his bun while continuing to browse the game marketplace. Although he had previously glimpsed numerous items, the sheer variety remained astonishing. What on earth is sold in this place? Aside from the inexpensive food items, a mere ordinary knife is priced at 50 energy points? Is this knife crafted from gold? A 1911 surprisingly fetches a price of 300 energy. Why not seize the opportunity? No, you are indeed trying to take it from me, right? Xiaoho began to viciously gnaw at the steamed bun, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge against it, channeling all his frustrations regarding the game's store into the bun. Bun, so it's my fault. However, upon glimpsing the subsequent items, Xiaoho's demeanor shifted dramatically. The nanobio suit is priced at 300,000. The Star Wars-inspired lightsaber at 500,000. The individual combat mech at 700,000. The Mark III at 800,000. Ebony and Ivory at 2 million. The Ancestral Gundam at 5 million. The Sword of Victory's Oath at 10 million. The Black Hole Gun at 50 million. The Superman template at 100 million. And the Pango Axe at 99,999. If I were to acquire all these, could I not dominate the Marvel Universe? Xiaoho's saliva nearly dripped to the floor, but a glance at the prices, followed by a look at his solitary 99, instantly jolted him back to reality. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted nearby. "Hello, may I trouble you for a moment? I just saw that a steamed bun appear in your hand. How did you accomplish that? Could you perform it again?" A young Caucasian man gazed at Xiaoho and his bun with palpable curiosity. Simultaneously, a prompt suddenly appeared in Xiaoho's view. Side quest triggered. Perform the act of conjuring a steamed bun. Completion rewards: 50 energy points and a chance for a random lottery. Do you accept the quest? A side quest. Indeed, tasks are triggered by such occurrences. Hello, can you hear me? Sir, I am simply too curious about how you did that. If it's too much trouble, never mind. The young man spoke again, and seeing Xiaoho lost in thought, he prepared to take his leave. Wait, no, I was merely pondering. Xiaoho quickly grasped the departing youth's arm. This was a chance for free rewards. How could he let him slip away? You want to see me conjure a bun, right? Just wait, I will perform for you shortly. He accepted the quest and promptly purchased another bun, which he produced in his hand. The young man, witnessing the reappearance of the bun, became increasingly excited. Hey, are you a magician? This doesn't seem like a trick. By the way, what was that you said? A spell? Can you teach me? I can pay for lessons. At the moment he produced the bun, the task was marked as complete. Xiaoho, however, realized the dilemma. Although he could understand and read English, he could not speak it. What came out his mouth was solely in Chinese, which these foreigners might not comprehend. So, the language system is indeed a trap, able to hear and read, but not to speak. Observing Xiaoho's sudden silence, the young man sensed that this Asian individual likely did not speak English and found him rather peculiar. If it isn't feasible, then so be it. However, may I procure the steamed bun from your possession to study it upon my return? Well, if you do not oppose, I shall take that as consent. Here is the payment. After hastily uttering a flurry of words, I snatched the bun from Xiaoho's hands and placed $20 in his palm before sprinting away. Gazing at the money in his grasp, Xiaoho quietly mused. Have you granted me the opportunity to respond? Moreover, I haven't even mentioned selling it. Speaking of which, is this not akin to an introductory guide, offering benefits? Furthermore, will I only await others to approach me for subsequent tasks? Or can I attempt to initiate them myself? Regardless, let me first claim my reward. Speaking of random draws, why does it feel somewhat dubious? Observing the newly acquired 50 energy, combined with the remaining 98 energy after purchasing 2 buns, my personal assets have reached 148. Although it is still a modest sum, at least I have an income, do I not? Additionally, with $20 at hand, I need not purchase food from a marketplace when hunger strikes next. Subsequently, I accessed the lottery interface, which presented a stark contrast to the marketplace, featuring only 2 icons reminiscent of a slot machine, one marked for random draws and the other for specified draws. A random draw costs 300 energy per attempt, allowing access to all items available in the marketplace. In contrast, a specified draw requires 1,000 energy per attempt but permits selection of categories, such as functional consumables, skills and bloodlines, weapons and armor, vehicles and special items. Noticing that I had 1 attempt available for the random draw, Xiaoho promptly clicked on it. You may wonder why I did not hesitate. Such indecision would be a disservice to the illustrious African sorcerer. The slot machine's display began to whirl at a dizzying pace, rendering the content indecipherable. With a resounding chime, the screen abruptly halted, devoid of the gradual deceleration typical of other games that heighten suspense. Its simplicity was striking, eschewing all pretense, leaving Xiahou momentarily speechless. Yet, upon witnessing the display, he was rendered utterly speechless with excitement. The screen revealed a knife intertwined with a revolver. The knife, composed of black, red, and silver hues, was colossal, featuring intricate designs where the blade met the hilt, and 3 prominently displayed red metal accents emanating a blinding crimson glow, with the entire blade wreathed in a faint flame. The revolver, boasting 2 barrels, was adorned with thorny engravings, with a blue rose coalescing at its center, enveloped in a gentle azure aura. Is this truly happening? Is it possible to draw such items? The Crimson Queen and the Azure Rose. Each of these weapons, if purchased separately in the marketplace, would exceed 400,000. Xiahou could hardly fathom that he had drawn them directly. Have I become the epitome of fortune? Why did I not experience such luck in other games? Ouch! With that thought, he slapped himself to confirm that he was not in a dream. Upon confirming the receipt, 2 weapons were added to the inventory. The Crimson Queen. The Crimson Queen is a great sword belonging to Nero, appearing in Devil May Cry 4 and Devil May Cry 5. This is a custom version of the Great Sword, personally modified by Nero. Although it employs technology similar to that of the Knights of the Order swords, it boasts a unique structure that significantly enhances its performance. The system it possesses renders the sword immensely powerful, thus only Nero can wield it with proficiency, earning it the reputation of being the finest equipment a warrior should possess. Mode. By activating the energy injection system through the grips mechanism, the latent potential of the Crimson Queen is awakened, greatly augmenting the power of the next attack. Modified with a furnace system for infinite energy, albeit requiring time to charge. The slots contain a maximum of 3 levels of power, indicated by 3 red metal segments along the blade that display the charging status. Azure Rose, a ranged weapon meticulously designed by Nero, modified from the Smith Wesson 500 revolver, also belonging to the Devil May Cry series. It features 6 chambers instead of the 500's 5. Additionally, it is endowed with infinite ammunition. However, after firing 6 shots, a reloading action is necessary, during which the bullets will automatically replenish. For special ammunition, manual replacement is required, and it is not infinite. The gun has enhanced targeting capabilities, with a pair of cylinders on each barrel to reduce recoil and muzzle jump. A distinct additional barrel allows for dual firing. The chamber's ejection position has been modified so that when firing with the left hand, it ejects from the right side rather than the usual left. The firearm features a molded wooden grip and a complex blue rose pattern intricately carved on the left side. Special energy can be infused into the gun, amplifying its power significantly. This charging has 3 levels, represented by different colors: blue for level 1, purple for level 2, and red for level 3. Even without special energy infusion, it can inflict unique damage on dark creatures. After perusing the descriptions of the 2 weapons, Xiahou felt a surge of excitement, as if he had transformed into the legendary warrior Guan Yu. Guan Yu, no need for thanks. Now, all he needed was a trench coat to dye his hair white and don a pair of high-quality demon hand gloves to truly embody Nero. Just as he prepared to take a closer look at these formidable entities, a sound of footsteps approached, and a woman walked past him, casting a fleeting glance before silently departing. Chapter 6. Are the warriors truly worthless? Gazing at the woman who had abruptly passed by, Xiahou felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, yet the memory eluded him. She seemed so familiar, but where had he seen her? Never mind. The allure of her equipment was far more enticing. However, this game appeared unusually realistic. It would be best to find a secluded spot to examine the items further. With that thought, he began searching for a hidden alley. But where had he just come from? He recalled that he was not directionally challenged. Oh well, any place would suffice. Once again, wandering aimlessly, Xiahou finally stumbled upon a deserted alleyway, eagerly darting inside. As he prepared to retrieve the Crimson Empress, a sudden prompt appeared on the interface. Special item, would you like to bind it before extraction? Staring at the message, Xiahou found himself at a loss. Could binding even be an option? Y&T the previous bun required it. Just then, another notification flashed before him. Consumption rates differ from ordinary items. Only special or advanced items can be bound. To his astonishment, the game interface had indeed responded to him, igniting a surge of excitement. It replied to me, "Am I connected online? Hurry, send me back. I want to exit the game. Hello, are you there? Don't ignore me. Damn, is this another freeze or a network failure? Send me back." Observing the unresponsive interface, Xiaoho was left utterly speechless, choking back his frustration. Why must he be disregarded at such critical moments? After a moment of silence, he quietly opened his inventory and selected to bind both pieces of equipment. A new prompt emerged, binding special equipment. The item will automatically return to your inventory after moving 100 meters away from the player. Upon reading this message, Xiaoho lost the desire to continue the conversation, realizing he would likely receive no further replies. With a flicker of thought, he felt a sudden weight in his hands, and with a resounding thud, the Crimson Empress thudded to the ground. Gazing at his empty palms and the massive sword at his feet, a torrent of emotions surged within him. Unable to even lift the weapon, he felt he was bringing shame upon all players. After crouching down and straining to raise the sword as hilt slightly, he was forced to relinquish it back to the earth. This weapon must weigh over 100 kilograms. I can't even lift it. What use is it to me? Looking at the glaring stats on his player panel, with a strength of 3 and an ordinary human benchmark of 5, Xiaoho finally recognized the reality of his weakness. Even if gifted a legendary weapon, he wouldn't be able to wield it. Much like those fabled items made of adamantium, vibranium, or hammers infused with the essence of stars. Even if they landed in his hands, he would be powerless to use them. At that moment, he reminisced about the tetanus blade from earlier. Though it was somewhat worn, it had special effects. Most importantly, he could actually use it. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at the Crimson Empress on the ground and silently commanded it to be retracted. Instantly, the sword vanished from sight. He then turned his attention to the Azure Rose. Surely, this wouldn't be too heavy? It's just a handgun. It can't be that burdensome. He crouched down, ensuring that if it was too heavy, it wouldn't break upon falling. With another thought, a handgun materialized in his hand, though it still felt a bit heavy. Wow, this handgun must weigh at least 10 pounds. It was indeed unlike an ordinary toy gun. The weight, the texture, and the intricate design were all strikingly impressive. Holding the Azure Rose, which emitted a faint blue glow, Xiaoho felt a renewed sense of capability. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon in hand, the heart of a killer awakens. Armed with such a splendid firearm, how could he not test its potential? He began to search for something in the alley to serve as a target, and soon discovered a metal paint bucket. After moving it to the corner of the wall, he stood a few meters away, gripping his gun and aiming. With over a decade of experience in various shooting games, hitting a stationary target was merely a trivial task. Accompanied by a resounding bang, the recoil of the gun sent Xiaoho tumbling to the ground, leaving him sprawled there, questioning his very existence. Did I just get hit by a car? My hand hurts so much. This is like a level 30 pain. Could it be broken? Struggling to rise, he approached the spot where he had placed the paint bucket, only to find that it had been reduced to a mere base, swaying precariously. While the upper half had vanished completely, simultaneously, a large gash appeared in the wall, beams of light streaming through, accompanied by gasps and discussions from across the way. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoho turned and dashed out of the alley. Once back on the bustling street, he was still astonished by the power of the Azure Rose, especially considering it had not been loaded with special ammunition or infused with energy. He could only imagine how formidable it would be under such conditions. Particularly thrilling was the fact that energy infusion had 3 distinct stages, a thought that sent a thrill through him. Yet, his trembling hands and the waves of pain reminded him of a harsh reality. He could barely manage to use it, let alone wield it as casually as Nero did. By the way, how should I level up? There are no minor foes for me to battle. Surely they don't expect me to kill people, right? No way. These individuals seem so real. I would feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. As dusk began to settle, Xiaoho found himself wandering aimlessly on the street. Oh dear, I almost forgot. If I can't return, where'll I stay? I seem to lack any form of identification. And will $20 even suffice for a hotel? Though I can understand English, I cannot speak it, making communication utterly impossible. The future appears bleak. I wonder if the system shop offers something to resolve this. I should take a look. After rummaging through the system shop, particularly after expanding the search to include language-related items, he finally stumbled upon something incredibly useful, a beginner language module. which, upon use, would allow him to familiarize himself with the mainstream languages of the current world for the price of 135 energy points. This item is certainly valuable, but purchasing it would leave me with a mere pittance. Nevertheless, being able to communicate would enable me to earn energy points more effectively, so I bought it. A chip materialized in his backpack, and although he intended to examine it, the moment he selected it, it was immediately utilized. It felt as if it belonged in a realm beyond reality. Suddenly, a plethora of knowledge surged into Xiaoho's mind, including various pronunciations and more. The influx of information left him feeling dizzy. It took several minutes for him to regain his composure. Though he had expressed this sentiment numerous times, he felt compelled to reiterate, is it truly necessary for this game to be so realistic? I genuinely feel as if I can speak many languages now. Uncertain of whether the memories still linger after my departure, I wonder if I could immediately embark on a translation endeavor, or perhaps peruse the study materials without the need for subtitles. A smirk began to curl at the corners of Xiaoho's mouth, his expression taking on a rather lecherous demeanor. However, with the communication resolved, I ponder where I shall spend the night. As I spoke, I began to search for nearby accommodations, but as night fell, the streets grew increasingly deserted. After another round of searching, I found not even a bench on the street, nor a single homeless soul in sight. Is America truly in such a commendable state? Has even the signage vanished? Or is it simply because the most reliable have yet to take office? At that moment, my attention was suddenly captured by the entrance of a nearby subway station. I recalled that in America, it was popular to lay one's bedroll in subway stations. Since I was already there, why not indulge in the experience? Chapter 7. So it was you. After passing through a rather lax security check, Xiaoho entered the subway station. Following a brief search, he stumbled upon a hidden gem, a secluded corner devoid of passers-by, with several cardboard boxes stacked haphazardly, seemingly prepared for someone to lay down a bedroll. Excellent. It appears I have truly become fortunate in this game. Aside from the initial encounter with the small-time thug, everything has gone smoothly since. But what does it feel like to sleep within the game? Is it merely a blink of the eye before it's morning? Or was there no function for sleep at all? Since realizing I could not return, Xiaoho found himself speaking to himself more frequently, perhaps as a means of alleviating the unease within. Once the makeshift bed was laid out, Xiaoho reclined and browsed them all. At least this would divert his attention from wandering thoughts. Yet, the subtle pain in his hands reminded him that this might indeed be a tangible world. Time passed, and suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the distance, accompanied by the wailing of an infant. Xiaoho groggily opened his eyes, perplexed by the commotion. In the dead of night, was there no respite? Peering out to assess the situation, he beheld 4 ruffians encircling a woman, tossing an infant among themselves, while their heads glowed ominously with health bars, marking them as adversaries. A side quest delivered right to my doorstep. With that thought, he drew his azure rose and charged forth, hands raised with his firearm aimed at the group, shouting, "Release that child. And the woman too. Come at me." One of the thugs, sporting a handlebar mustache, grinned wickedly. Another one, "Looks like we'll have a fine feast tonight." He revealed his jagged teeth, while his accomplices knocked the woman to the ground. The other 2 disregarded Xiaoho's command and pulled aside the blanket wrapped around the infant. "Hey, don't think your sharp teeth make you formidable. Can't you see the gun in my hand?" Xiaoho retorted, shaking the revolver for emphasis. However, this scene seems oddly familiar. Gazing at the pointed teeth, a sudden epiphany struck me. A vampire. That is why it feels so familiar. Wait, combined with Marvel. It must be Blade. At that moment, the vampire holding the infant realized that the baby in his hands was merely a model, with the word dummy inscribed upon its chest. Simultaneously, he unleashed a cloud of mist, instantly covering his face and emitting a horrified scream, while also bellowing garlic. Others turned to look, and Xiaoho felt an unsettling familiarity with the scene unfolding before him. As he glanced at the woman on the ground, a name suddenly surfaced in his mind. Abigail, the woman who wielded a bow like Hawkeye. So it's you. Meanwhile, Abigail, still feigning unconsciousness on the ground, appeared utterly bewildered. Who is he? Who is Hawkeye? What is happening? Just as she was lost in thought, 4 vampires charged towards her. After a gunshot rang out, the blonde vampire closest to her was engulfed in flames and reduced to ashes. This jolted her back to reality, and she swiftly kicked the mustachioed vampire, sending him staggering back. Following that, A silver knife sprang from her shoe, and she swiftly dispatched him, causing him to dissolve into dust. The remaining two, sensing the shift in the situation, turned to flee but were intercepted by Abigail, who seized the one trailing behind. After delivering a series of punches, she revealed a concealed sword from her sleeve and swiftly ended the confrontation. Just as she prepared to pursue the next one, the gunfire sounded again, and the last vampire, who had reached the elevator, was likewise turned to dust. Abigail then turned her gaze to Xiaoho, who lay on the ground. "Who are you? How do you know me?" After some writhing on the ground, Xiaoho finally regained his composure and looked up at Abigail, who was intently studying him. "My name is Xiaoho, and I'm a player. I've seen you in films before. By the way, what about that bow-like laser sword of yours? May I see it?" As he spoke, he pondered the logic of a Marvel universe, where Blade would fit perfectly. "And I'm telling you I'm a player. Can you comprehend that? How foolish. Player? What are you talking about? Don't toy with me," Abigail retorted, pulling out the bow-like laser sword from behind her and positioning it over Xiaoho's neck. "Quickly, tell me how you know me, and how do you know about this weapon? No tricks. I truly am a player. I'm not deceiving you. I saw you in a movie, and I know your archery skills are exceptional." Xiaoho, feeling the blade against his neck, was unperturbed, for he knew death would not be the end. Why fear it? Meanwhile, Abigail was increasingly puzzled. "Player? What does that mean? Is it some sort of club? And a movie? Why would there be a film about me? When did my information leak, and how was it made into a movie?" Seizing Xiaoho, she pressed him against the wall and demanded, "What else do you know?" At this moment, Xiaoho received a notification for a side quest. Triggering the side quest, Abigail's Dilemma, required him to answer Abigail's inquiries regarding her past. The rewards for this task included 1,000 energy points and 1 designated lottery draw. Without hesitation, Xiaoho accepted the quest and began to respond. "I know your name is Abigail Whistler, the illegitimate daughter of Whistler, the mentor of Blade. You lead the human hunting squad, Night Stalkers, and you are proficient in archery and advanced weaponry. Alongside your teammate, Hannibal King, your collective purpose is to assist Blade in combating vampires. However, I seem to have forgotten most details about the others, as this is a film from 2 decades ago. I was once infatuated with Marvel movies. After watching Deadpool 2, I discovered through the elderly Blade character that this series is also part of the Marvel universe, prompting me to catch up on the storyline. Regrettably, the plot was rather lackluster, aside from you, akin to Hawkeye with your bow, and your recently mentioned light bow with half the sun's temperature, as well as the vampire progenitor you are destined to confront. I hardly retained any significant details. Oh, and Hannibal King. He is portrayed by the same actor as the chatty character, Weasel. Thus, I remember him. Yet, I recall that after you dispatched the vampire in the subway, it seemed your father perished. What did you say? Abigail immediately became agitated. How did my father die? Tell me. It appears he died while assisting Blade. Blown up by a bomb during an information purge, Xiaoho replied. Upon finishing this statement, he sensed the palpable aura of fury and tension emanating from Abigail, rendering him momentarily speechless. When did this happen? I don't know. The film didn't specify, but it might have been tonight. The scene of his death follows yours. And it also occurs at night. No, I must go save him. Abigail seized Xiaoho and began to rush toward the subway exit. At this moment, Xiaoho received a notification confirming the completion of the task. Chapter 8. Is this world truly a game? Do you wish to claim your reward for completing the task? Xiaoho silently affirmed in his mind, yet he felt utterly devoid of the desire to participate in the lottery or expend energy points. This was solely due to the woman driving the car, whom he regarded as significant, Abigail. Her urgency and the sorrow reflected in her eyes were unmistakable. Moreover, Xiaoho began to question whether the character generated could truly exhibit such personification. Setting aside the modeling aspects, could human emotions genuinely be rendered to such a degree through mere data that they appeared indistinguishable from reality? His internal doubts about his inability to exit the game intensified. Was he truly playing a game? Why did it feel as though the person beside him was a living being rather than a mere collection of data? Could he truly return? As the silence enveloped the car, time gradually passed. The outline of the docks emerged in his view, accompanied by the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions. As they drew nearer, with only about a kilometer remaining, the tension in the air grew palpable. A resounding explosion echoed, accompanied by a flash of conflict, leaving the entire dock in ruins. Stop, we have arrived too late. Xiaohou remarked as the vehicle gradually came to a halt by the roadside. Abigail gazed from a distance, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Xiaohou observed the scene from afar. Kneeling on the ground was the capture blade, alongside the woman who wept quietly. His doubts about whether this world was merely a game intensified. Everything felt so achingly real, more impactful than his previous brush with death. Perhaps we should depart from here. Otherwise, they will be upon us soon. Xiaohou suggested to Abigail with a semblance of ease. He was uncertain if such words were appropriate. After all, he was just an ordinary person from a peaceful and tranquil world, particularly under the protective embrace of Huagua over its citizens. The experiences he faced were profoundly etched in his memory, starkly contrasting with the earlier incident when he had directly shot and killed 2 vampires. The current vista, with the vampires disintegrating into ashes, only deepened his sense of detachment, feeling as though he were merely playing a game, acknowledging its realism without a profound emotional connection. Yet, the subsequent events led him to question whether he had erred in treating the inhabitants of this world as mere characters, especially after revealing future plotlines that forced Abigail to witness her father's demise. Abigail did not respond to Xiaohou. She silently started the car and drove along the path they had come, advancing toward the city not far away. Xiaohou remained uncertain about what to do next. Should he offer comfort to someone he felt was a stranger? It felt peculiar, yet the thought of not comforting her felt equally wrong. Was his upbringing in the compulsory education and traditional values of Huagua influencing him too deeply, evoking a sense of compassion? Was this truly a game? Could a game be crafted so realistically? No, that was incorrect. This was indeed a game. He still needed to return home. His cat had yet to be fed. Moreover, he had family and friends and no aversion to life. So how could he possibly be transported to another world? Who among the virtuous would traverse realms, especially one where game frames were visible, alongside resurrection upon death, personal panels, game shops, and inventory? It certainly resembled a game. Perhaps it was merely more authentic, a tad more intelligent. He would simply need to be cautious in future gameplay. Yes, that was the conclusion. He would henceforth be a player of the lawful good faction, abandoning the reckless ways of Grand Theft Auto. As long as no one provoked him, he would disregard them, treating it all as an overseas trip. Should someone incite him, he would transform into a fierce persona and declare, "I do not consume beef." By the way, since this was the Marvel Universe, should he consider becoming a superhero? Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the stillness of the car, prompting Abigail to glance at Xiaohou. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes, as if he were questioning why he suddenly struck himself. There's a mosquito. I was swatting a mosquito. Yes, indeed, he was swatting a mosquito. As Xiaohou spoke, his confidence began to wane, primarily due to Abigail's gaze shifting from bewilderment to one of incredulity. Had he just been scorned by someone? Never mind, at least he had reacted swiftly, giving himself a slap to regain clarity. What was he thinking, aspiring to be a superhero? Did he not realize that all superheroes were fools? They were constantly manipulated in the name of justice, unable to act too excessively. Otherwise, they would face an avalanche of condemnation. Only a fool would dream of being a superhero. Was he a fool? No, he was not. He aspired to be the freest man upon the seas. He wished to become the Pirate King. He, Xiahou Jiaomao, would undoubtedly ascend to the title of Pirate King. At that moment, his intelligence score of 4 on the character panel gleamed, seemingly mocking the sudden self-indulgence of a fool. Meanwhile, Abigail, seated in the driver's seat, cast a sidelong glance at Xiahou in the passenger's seat, firmly concluding that he was indeed a fool, or perhaps a madman, who merely possessed some fragments of knowledge. After coming to terms with this realization, Xiahou ceased to dwell on it. Regarding the spoilers, he would decide based on his mood, as long as it did not affect him adversely. He then perused his personal panel, suddenly discovering that he had leveled up. His level had risen from 1 to 2, accompanied by the addition of a new line of information, 5 attribute points available for allocation. This revelation further solidified his conviction that he was indeed engaged in a game. If one could level up and allocate points, who would dare assert that this was not a game? The likely reason for his level up was the 2 vampires he had slain, but why was there no experience bar? What a dreadful game this was. Speaking of attribute points, how should he allocate them? Let us see. I shall add 1 point to intelligence to make myself more like a normal person. With 4 points remaining, let me ponder. Enough hesitation leads to defeat. I shall allocate them all to strength. Don't ask me why, for I wish to wield a great sword. My Crimson Queen has been lying in my bag for far too long. Upon completing the allocation, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, bringing a delightful sensation that even alleviated the pain in his hands from earlier. He clenched his fist, feeling as though he could now strike down the previous version of himself with a single blow. Next, he began to browse the marketplace, searching for items within the price range of 1,000. After perusing, he found nothing but food and ordinary items, such as various basic firearms, and not a single skill in sight. Never mind. Purchasing items seemed unreliable. Luck draws were the true path to fortune. Let us see, in a designated draw. I shall not consider consumables. Weapons and equipment need not be contemplated either, for the Crimson Queen and Azure Rose suffice for now. Skills and bloodlines, however, seemed promising. Vehicles and special categories were understandable, but what constituted special? Perhaps it would be worth a try? No, the most cost-effective option now is skills and bloodlines. Once I have wealth, I shall surely draw several times. For now, drawing skills and bloodlines is the most prudent choice. After careful consideration, I promptly selected my skills and lineage. Following a series of unremarkable rotations, the screen froze on a skill description. Underwater breathing, a warlock skill in World of Warcraft. It permits one to breathe underwater for up to 10 minutes. Xiahou gazed at this skill, succumbing to silence once more, his mind teetering on whether to voice his exasperation. Yet, the outcome was already determined. Even if he were to lament, it would be futile. Silently, he chose to accept it, and a blue card materialized in his inventory. Attempting to extract it again, he found it akin to the previous language module chip, which was immediately utilized. In tandem, a fragment of memory surfaced, encompassing a spell. Reciting it would enable him to breathe underwater. Alas, its duration was limited to 10 minutes, accompanied by a 30-minute cooldown. Truly absurd. Just as he hesitated about drawing again, the vehicle gradually came to a halt outside a factory. Chapter 9. The Nightwalker Squad, Get Out. We have arrived, Abigail declared, already opening the car door and stepping out. All right, Xiahou complied, alighting from the vehicle and following her into the factory. Primarily, he observed her demeanor. Her father had just passed away, which explained her current timidity. This was a matter of respect. Given that you claim to have watched our movie, you ought to know where this is, right? Abigail continued walking ahead without turning back, but her inquiry was already transmitted. Yes, it's the base of your Nightwalker squad. I heard it was wiped out, leaving only 3 survivors. Xiahou replied casually. Abigail immediately grew frantic, spinning around to seize his neck. What did you say? How'd they die? Her urgency was palpable. Having just lost her father, now hearing of her comrade's demise was unbearable. Could you please let go? Even if this is scripted, I might retaliate. Don't think I can be easily trifled with just because of your grief. Upon hearing this, Abigail reluctantly released him but continued to glare, insisting, speak quickly. Why the rush? You just asked a question, and at least you could issue a task. Now, you don't even provide a task, so I'm disinclined to respond. Xiahou retorted, turning his head away to avoid her gaze. Abigail, feeling the urge to grab him again, perceived that Xiahou's mental state was indeed questionable. When had she ever issued him a task? What will it take for you to speak? She adjusted her tone, inquiring. Beg me. A heartfelt request. Mind you, I want to accept insincerity. Xiahou's expression conveyed that he would remain silent unless his terms were met. Is that all? How dare you shout at me? If I don't discipline your arrogance, how could I continue to hold my head high? Abigail's anger flared, while she could overlook the request. The notion of needing to plead sincerely was unacceptable. With that, she revealed a hidden dart, positioning it against Xiahou's neck. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? It appears there is a misunderstanding regarding who holds authority here. Speak your mind. Regardless of my current displeasure, I shall not divulge anything to you. Even if you have just lost your father, it remains unchanged. Unless you initiate a quest. Xiahou asserted his indifference, declaring that as a mere player, he would not be intimidated unless there was a tangible benefit involved. Abigail, however, fell silent once more, having never encountered anyone quite like him. She resolved to approach the situation from a different angle. How does one issue a quest? I am unaware. Did you not just issue 1 moment ago? Are you now inquiring of me? Xiahou continued to respond with unabashed confidence. What did I ever assign you a quest? Abigail's confusion deepened. Just a moment ago at the subway station, when you posed your inquiries to me, Xiaohou replied with unwavering conviction. Abigail had no choice but to follow his lead. Posing the question, I am currently asking you a question, are we not? If you require it, consider this a quest. Please tell me how they met their demise. Xiaohou glanced at the quest panel, having received no notification. Could it be that a single individual may only issue one quest? He resolved to test once more. This does not count. I have yet to receive a quest notification. Perhaps you should attempt it again? Abigail's skepticism intensified. She was increasingly convinced that this man was toying with her, and the evidence was quite compelling. Suppressing her rising frustration, she spoke. I require your assistance in completing a task. Tell me how our Night Stalker team perished, and you may name your reward. Xiaohou gazed at the still inactive quest panel, coming to a conclusion. It must be that one can only issue a single quest, or that upon issuing a quest, one enters a cooldown period before another can be triggered. Yet, he was reluctant to divulge information without compensation, even if she had just lost her father. Primarily, with so many members in the Night Stalker team, could another person not simply relay the information? After all, it would eventually come to light. Thus, he could profit further. Indeed, he considered himself quite clever. No, you must have another person issue the quest. I am unable to accept the one you are proposing, Xiaohou declared, gesturing towards the factory's interior. Abigail felt her mounting fury becoming increasingly difficult to contain. This lunatic was undoubtedly mocking her, yet she desperately sought the truth. Suppressing her anger, she gritted her teeth and said, "Follow me." She then turned and continued deeper into the factory, though her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her tumultuous emotions. Xiaohou trailed behind, surveying the factory, and soon spotted a young girl perched on a platform, keeping watch. By the way, do you often bring a little girl along in this line of work? Are you not concerned she may grow up misguided? I recall she witnessed her mother's death firsthand. Abigail halted momentarily, her back turned as she retorted, "Silence, and keep up." After a winding detour, they finally arrived at a storeroom. Ascending a staircase, they entered a hall where 4 individuals were seated, 3 men and 1 woman. The man, resembling a lanky version of a mischievous sprite, approached Abigail upon noticing her and stated, "I regret to inform you that I bear ill tidings. Your father has passed away, and Blade has been captured." Abigail swiftly interjected, "Hannibal, I am already aware of this, but we have another pressing matter to attend to." She turned to Xiaohou and introduced him to the others. "This is Xiaohou, whom I encountered outside. He claims to be a player and possesses knowledge about many of our affairs. I now require your assistance to assign him a task, to reveal to us how the Night Stalker team met their demise and when this occurred." The 4 individuals exchanged incredulous glances, yet Hannibal was the first to respond. "Hey, brother, you say you're a player? Does that mean we are all characters within a game? Moreover, you seem to be familiar with the storyline. Could you enlighten us? By the way, this is a task. What compensation do you seek?" At that moment, Xiaohou's task panel simultaneously displayed a prompt. Side quest activated. Hannibal's inquiry task details. Please respond to Hannibal's question. Task reward: 300 energy points, 1 random draw. Upon seeing the task, Xiaohou mused, "Indeed, it is feasible. A mere change of person can initiate a quest." And he promptly accepted it. Well, let me contemplate how I should respond. To the first question, I indeed am a player. To the second, you all must be characters in the game, or how else could I engage in play? It's merely that you exhibit a greater level of intelligence. As for the third inquiry, I am acquainted with the storyline, albeit through films. However, you mirror the characters from the movie precisely, and the events that have transpired align as well. Yet many details have escaped my memory, primarily because I did not pay close attention at the time, and it has been quite a while since I viewed that film. The plot was rather cliché, rendering it less intriguing. As for the fourth question, my recollection is not exceedingly detailed, but it seems that you and Abigail ventured to rescue Blade, subsequently bringing him back. Then, there was the plan to eliminate the vampires, followed by various escapades to confront them. On one occasion, while Abigail and Blade were searching for a blood bank, they were ambushed by the progenitor of the vampires, resulting in the demise of this gentleman and the rather rotund fellow here, he remarked, gesturing towards the 2. Instantly, their expressions darkened, and the stout one protested. "I am not merely stout. I am simply robust. Let us not digress," Xiaohou replied, continuing, "Furthermore, this blonde lady was brutally slain before her daughter's eyes. The imagery was utterly harrowing," he added, pointing towards the blonde woman. "Are you referring to me?" she inquired, realizing the implication of his words. Indeed, Xiaohou retorted. By the way, how could you conduct research with your eyes so clouded? I found that rather perplexing. Sam Field, upon hearing of his own demise, found himself devoid of the inclination to respond to his inquiries. Xiaohou, noticing her silence, continued to divulge spoilers. And you, my mischievous counterpart. It was upon seeing the trailer for Deadpool 3 that I began my search for Blade. You and her daughter were captured, he said, gesturing toward Sam Field. Upon hearing this, Sam Field, triggered by the keywords, immediately inquired, what happened to my daughter afterward? I'm just getting to that, Xiaohou replied. Later, Abigail and Blade returned. Witnessing your demise, they transformed their grief into determination, training vigorously to seek vengeance. The blonde lady, unbeknownst to when she transmitted the video, sought out vampires for retribution with the aid of a newly emerged man wielding the successfully developed Morningstar. I must admit, while watching this series, I found myself perplexed. Much of the plot seemed utterly nonsensical. The blonde lady was aware of the impending danger, so why did she not relocate the base? Sam Field, wearing a bewildered expression, responded, I have no idea. All right, let us continue with the story. You rescued the mischievous one and her daughter, annihilating the horde of vampires with the Morningstar. It seems the progenitor eventually experienced a change of heart, and Blade departed alone. That is about all I remember from the plot, Xiaohou concluded. After confirming the task was complete, he began to search for water, while the members of the Nightwalker team fell into a collective contemplation. By the way, you needn't reward me. I've already received my due. Where's your water? All this talk has left me parched, Xiaohou added. Primarily because he hadn't found any water. Upon hearing this, the little chubby one stood up and replied, I'll get you some, just a moment. Thanks. Little chubby one, you're not chubby at all. Xiaohou responded. I'm Hages, not little chubby, came the voice from a short distance away. Hannibal seemed to recover the quickest among the group. You say you've already received your reward? How did that happen? What was it? Did we not give you anything? Of course, it's because the task was completed. I claimed it directly, or were you planning to give me another? Xiaohou responded cheekily. Hannibal instantly fell silent, pondering. This really does seem quite plausible. His expression, filled with confusion and existential doubt, mirrored that of a real person, which was quite amusing. At that moment, Hages returned, bearing several bottles of mineral water, distributing one to each person. After receiving the water, Xiaohou inquired, by the way, is there anything to eat? I believe I only had a meal around noon. Hages replied, we have some leftover pizza from dinner. Would that suffice? After downing a bottle of water, Xiaohou responded, no problem, as long as there's food. I'll go get it for you, Hages said, stepping out once more. Meanwhile, the others emerged from their contemplation, exchanging glances among themselves. Abigail was the first to pose a question. Let us set aside our matters for now. You mentioned you're a gamer. What is your quest? Xiaohou glanced at her, then turned his gaze toward the direction where the little chubby one had gone to fetch the pizza, clearly disinterested in addressing her. Hannibal, noticing this, stepped forward, placing an arm around Xiaohou's shoulders, and said, Hey, buddy, we primarily can't believe it, all right? This is hardly friendly to us. Can you imagine being a character in a comic or a movie? It is simply absurd. Upon hearing the soundless remarks from Hannibal, Xiaohou was certain that this was undoubtedly the counterpart of the mischievous little brat. Xiaohou raised an eyebrow at Hannibal and said, all right, in consideration of your agreeable demeanor, I shall divulge. I have no main quest. I have just begun playing this game and met my demise right away. It was only later, upon encountering Abigail and the vampire, that I recalled the storyline of Blade. Wait, you mentioned that you died once? That was Abigail's voice. Xiaohou glanced at her and replied, Indeed, is it so unusual to die? By the way, the people here are quite unfriendly. I merely approached to ask for directions, and they cursed at me right off the bat, lacking any sense of chivalry, drawing their weapons without hesitation. My first blood was taken from me inexplicably. If I find him, I shall make him experience the might of my azure rose. I am not referring to you. Noticing that the expression of the nearby little black had darkened further, Xiaohou hastily added, Can you resurrect after dying? Azure rose? What is that? Hannibal inquired with curiosity. Of course, one can resurrect after death. Otherwise, how would one play a game with just one life? Ding ding. That isn't it's splendid. It's Nero's exclusive weapon, the kind that is fearsome and comes with infinite bullets. Suddenly, a handgun appeared in Xiaohou's hand, and he proudly struck various poses while brandishing it. The crowd was first stunned by the notion of resurrection, then awestruck by his sudden conjuration of a handgun, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Sam Field, I can't see it. With a loud slap and an exclamation of pain, everyone turned to the source of the sound. There stood Little Black, covering his face, glaring furiously at Hannibal. Why did you hit me? He demanded. I wanted to see if I was dreaming. Then why not hit yourself? I fear the pain. Hannibal retorted cheekily. Little Black was instantly inclined to pounce on him. Hannibal quickly redirected the conversation. Hey, brother, how did you accomplish that? And it's called Azure Rose, right? It's truly beautiful. Does infinite bullets mean it can fire freely without needing to reload? Xiaoho instantly beamed. You have an eye for detail. That name symbolizes miracles and hope. It also signifies the love between Nero and Jalea. No matter how you shoot, it will never run out of bullets. Hannibal continued to play along, symbolizing miracles and hope. I can grasp that. But what does it mean to signify the love between Nero and Jalea? And who are they? With Hannibal so eager to engage, Xiaoho felt compelled to explain. Nero is a descendant of demons, while Jalea is human and a member of the Demon Sword Order, existing solely to eradicate demons. Thus, they can never be together, representing an impossible love. I want to elaborate further, lest I inflate my word count. Hannibal sighed. All right, but to think there are demons. At that moment, Hyges approached, carrying the warm pizza, which had unfortunately cooled down. I took the liberty of heating it up for you, he said. Thank you. You are truly considerate, my friend. Xiaoho replied, taking a slice while expressing his gratitude. Suddenly, Abigail interjected. So, when you plan on going back? Xiaoho, realizing she was addressing him, responded with confusion. Going back. Where to? Did you not mention that you were a player? From what I know, in most games, one can simply exit when they no longer wish to play, right? In an instant, Xiaoho felt the pizza in his hand lose its appeal, and his tone grew somber. Do you believe me when I say I'm trapped in this game? The group exchanged glances, taken aback by this revelation. Reminiscent of the moment they discovered their roles as characters within a game and a film. Abigail continued to inquire, what are your plans moving forward? Xiaoho hesitated before responding uncertainly. I don't know. Perhaps just eating, sleeping, and playing games? Perceiving his confusion, Abigail reflected on her own existence, realizing that even as a cinematic character, she was indeed a living being, and her companions were not mere figments of imagination. Perhaps he needed a bit of assistance. Extending her hand toward Xiaoho, she invited, since you are unsure of what to do, why not temporarily join us? Once you figure out your path or manage to return, you can always depart. Besides, as a player, wouldn't you lose the thrill of the game if you don't engage in battles with monsters? Xiaoho gazed at her outstretched hand and her words, feeling an overwhelming warmth envelop him. Was he truly being cared for? In a daze, he reached out and clasped her smaller hand, replying, Thank you. I will join. The others welcomed his decision with enthusiasm. Just as Xiaoho accepted Abigail's invitation, a notification abruptly appeared in his visual interface. Chapter 11. Preparing for rescue. Seeing this prompt, Xiaoho felt a wave of frustration. Was another task being assigned? Upon selection, a message popped up, detected that the player has obtained a residence point. Would you like to modify your respawn location? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoho chose yes. This way, even if he were to perish, he could respawn right here, which seemed rather appealing. Previously moved by the warmth of camaraderie, he was abruptly thrust back into reality. Indeed, this was a game world, and he felt relieved. Abigail observed as Xiaoho held onto her hand, lost in thought, reminiscent of the moment he had comforted her. Despite the annoyance that followed, Hannibal couldn't resist teasing. Hey Xia, are you planning to make a move on our leader right after joining? But be careful. She can be quite fierce. Xiaoho was jolted back to reality by his words, quickly releasing her hand and beginning to refute. How could that be? I just received a system prompt indicating I can bind this location as my respawn point. The gathered crowd was once again captivated by his words, and Hannibal directly inquired, Can you truly be resurrected? What does death feel like? Xiaoho's expression darkened instantly, realizing that he had not been believed. I have already stated that I am a player. Is it so strange to be resurrected? As for the feeling of death, I cannot say for certain. I just remember darkness before waking up alive again. If one does not die immediately, it still hurts immensely. Hannibal's excitement only grew. Oh, how cool. Could you perhaps demonstrate it? Why on earth would I want to perform that? Are you an idiot? As I said, it will hurt a lot. And have you all considered how to rescue Blade? I recall many vampire minions around, and it seems the vampires are keen on eliminating him. If you do not act, he will surely perish. As Xiaoho rebutted, he casually mentioned Blade's current predicament. Abigail immediately became agitated. Why didn't you say so sooner? Xiaoho replied, you didn't ask earlier. The crowd responded, with Xiaohe saying, I'll drive. Let us hurry and set off. Abigail pulled Hannibal along and asked Xiaoho, are you coming with us? Xiaoho's interface displayed a new mission alert, triggered side quest. Rescue the Blade Warrior mission objective. Ensure that the Blade Warrior and the Nightwalker team members remain alive. Mission reward. 1,000 energy points, designated draw attempts. 1. Could there be any hesitation? They must charge forward. As Xiaoho accepted the mission, he dashed after Xiaohe, leaving behind only a remark. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The onlookers were taken aback, and Hannibal couldn't help but comment. What's this about? Is he going to save his wife? Why is he so agitated? Abigail replied, somewhat dazed. Perhaps he has received another mission. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting this way. Samuel Field, meanwhile, rummaged through his belongings and handed over a device, stating, this is a suppressive serum. It should help Blade control his thirst for blood. I developed it recently. After taking the device, Hannibal turned to Abigail. We should hurry and catch up. Stay alert. Don't let anyone ambush us. When they stepped outside, Xiaoho and Xiaohe were already seated in the vehicle, waiting for them. Xiaoho exclaimed, why are you dawdling? At this rate, we'll only be collecting his corpse. Get in the car. As they drove, Hannibal couldn't restrain his curiosity any longer and asked Xiaoho, you keep referring to me as the counterpart of a certain little brat. Who exactly is he? Oh, you're talking about him? He.S. a rascal, known for his sharp tongue and penchant for causing trouble. He even flirted with the goddess of death. He enjoys wandering through the multiverse and occasionally engages with the audience. In short, he is quite remarkable, Xiaoho casually remarked. The three passengers in the vehicle found themselves momentarily bewildered, their minds racing. They silently screamed. Do you realize what you're saying? Flirting with a goddess, wandering through the multiverse. Though they were not scientists, they were certainly familiar with the grand concept of the multiverse. The existence of a multiverse remains a mere conjecture in this world. Yet some have already begun to wander about casually. Abigail hesitantly inquired, is there truly a multiverse? Upon glancing at her, Xiaoho felt a surge of joy. He had managed to leave her utterly astounded. The exhilaration akin to playing a game or pretending in front of others washed over him. Of course it exists, though my world may be oblivious to it. The Marvel Universe is structured this way. There are countless cinematic universes, comic universes, and fan universes, thousands in total. Moreover, new concepts are continually being added. I wonder what criteria you are using to define your universe. Abigail and her companions were left even more bewildered, and the vehicle fell into an eerie silence. Observing the stunned silence of the three, Xiaoho chuckled softly before opening the game panel. He still had 1,300 energy and one random draw available, which he intended to utilize before engaging in combat. He navigated to the lottery interface, selected the random draw, and initiated it. Amidst a dazzling display of rolling graphics, the screen abruptly froze. A packet of spicy strips gradually materialized on the slot machine's display, inscribed with the words, pickled pepper stinky dried tofu. At that moment, Xiaoho's expression darkened, reminiscent of the time when On My OG had just been released. He recalled watching others casually draw single items while he drifted further down the path of misfortune, particularly obtaining the African Great On My OG achievement, which came with a mocking avatar frame, taunted him relentlessly. Moonlit black, it signified that even the moon would be tainted by darkness. The three in the vehicle were jolted from their stupor by the sudden drop in atmosphere, casting bewildered glances at Xiaoho. They pondered, what is happening now? We have yet to recover, and Xiaoho seems to be in a funk again. Hannibal patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Why the sudden gloom? Xiaoho looked up at him and slowly replied, I feel once more the dread of being a misfortunate one. Would you care for some spicy strips? Hannibal, puzzled, asked, what are spicy strips? Are they delicious? Xiaoho revealed the packet of stinky tofu, elevating it as he proclaimed, this. It costs 300 energy, a delicacy from Huagua. As he spoke, he tore open the packaging, releasing a wave of piquant aroma into the vehicle. After taking a piece for himself, he offered one to Hannibal. Hannibal accepted, taking a piece, and without hesitation, began to chew, subsequently passing it to Abigail. After just a couple of bites, a burst of spiciness, coupled with a hint of sweetness and an array of spices, exploded in their mouths. The flavor was utterly irresistible. Abigail watched the two relish their treat and, enchanted by the aroma, took a piece to try. She too was instantly captivated by the taste. The driver, a young man named Heisey, noticed their enjoyment and exclaimed in frustration, "This is sheer discrimination. Why don't you share with me?" Hearing this, Abigail had no choice but to hand him a piece. Upon receiving the morsel, Xiaohei promptly tossed it into his mouth and began to chew heartily. He exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! This is simply delectable. Do grant me another piece." However, in the back seat, Hannibal and Abigail had already consumed the remaining portions. Hannibal handed the empty wrapper to Xiaohei, teasingly remarking, "My friend, you are too slow, it is all gone." Xiaohei, feeling a sense of betrayal, retorted, "You cannot treat me this way. I am still driving. I deserve more of those delightful snacks." As he spoke, he cast a glance at Xiaohou, who, along with the others, turned their attention toward him. Xiaohou, exuding an air of exasperation, said, "Do not look at me like that. I too am out of stock, and it cost me 300 energy points to procure them." Hannibal inquired directly, "What is energy value? Do you have any left? Draw some more. If not, I can offer you cash." He then pulled out a stack of dollars from his pocket. Without turning his head, Xiaohou replied, "Energy value is my currency within the game. I do not possess much, as I need it to enhance my abilities." After hearing this, the three fell into a contemplative silence, the atmosphere within the vehicle growing quiet once more. Xiaohou then opened the game store to peruse the items available for purchase. Chapter 12. Reinforcement and Arrival. Glancing at his energy points, which stood at 1308, he surveyed the vast array of products. It would be prudent to set a budget, perhaps capping it at 1300 to see what options were available. Instantly, a multitude of items vanished from view, and after a thorough search, Xiaohou discovered two items that were particularly beneficial for him at this juncture. 1. Basic combat skills, 1250 energy points. This allows one to instantly learn various fundamental combat techniques, including the use of a variety of weapons. 2. Basic enhancement potion, 1250 energy points. This potion can slightly augment one's attributes, amplifying them to 2-3 times that of an average person. These two items were the most suitable for his current needs. After considerable contemplation, Xiaohou resolved to purchase the basic combat skills. As an ordinary individual devoid of any combat prowess, possessing a robust physique would be of little use. He was not the Hulk after all. If he had such capabilities, he wouldn't be so troubled. Starting a venture often entails a gradual process of refinement. If only he had a wind, forest, moon, and shadow to assist him, he could swiftly transform everything and become a true patriot. He had seen items such as the Flame Dragon Emperor armor and various rule-based artifacts in store, particularly those related to the ancient bloodlines and items. Imagine acquiring the Panga bloodline and wielding the Pangu axe. He could cleave through anything in his path. Lost in thought, he unconsciously drooled. The other three watched him in silence, exchanging various glances. Could he be unhinged? Just moments ago, he appeared despondent, and now he seemed to revel in a state of ecstasy, salivating. Yet, they tactfully chose not to disturb him and instead began to inspect their own equipment. After Xiaohou clicked to purchase, a chip appeared in his backpack. Without hesitation, he used it. Instantly, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into his mind, leaving him dazed and disoriented, with a trickle of blood running from his nose. Abigail, who had been quietly observing him, immediately sensed something was amiss. She reached out to gently pat his face, her voice laced with concern. "Xiaohou, what is wrong? Why are you suddenly bleeding from your nose?" Still in a haze, Xiaohou did not respond. Growing increasingly anxious without an answer, Abigail leaned in closer to scrutinize his condition, calling out persistently, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Can you hear me?" Hannibal and Little Black turned their heads simultaneously to assess the situation. Little Black pulled the car to the side of the road and leaned in to assist with the examination. After about a minute, Xiaohou finally emerged from the overwhelming influx of information. However, upon seeing the three of them surrounding him, he wore a perplexed expression. He pushed Little Black away, asking, "What are you all doing? Why are you surrounding me? And Little Black, why are you touching me? I'm not into that." With a bemused expression, Little Black turned back to the front and resumed driving. Abigail, undeterred, pressed on. "What just happened? Why did you suddenly start bleeding?" I called you, but you didn't respond. Xiahou touched his nose, feeling the dampness, and upon inspection, he saw blood on his fingers. Realizing they had been concerned for him, he wiped the blood on his sleeve and reassured them, "It's nothing. I just purchased something." The influx of information was a bit much. It was a natural bodily reaction. Abigail handed him a tissue while asking, "Use this. Purchase something? What do you mean?" After accepting it, Xiahou crumpled the tissue into 2 balls and stuffed them into his nostrils, replying in a muffled voice, "I just bought something, items from the game store." "Forget it. You wouldn't understand." The others contemplated shoving a gun in his mouth to demand clarity, questioning how he could assume they wouldn't understand without explaining. Hannibal, with a curious glint in his eye, pressed further. "What did you buy? Can you share? I'm really curious. Please tell me." Xiahou had no intention of concealing the truth, so he candidly replied, "I bought a basic combat skill. I didn't know how to fight before, you know? But now I feel incredibly powerful. I could do everything." He then pulled out a blue rose, intending to practice a gun flourish based on the memories he had just received. However, with a loud clang, the revolver slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor, creating an awkward silence within the car. Xiahou huckled nervously. "I swear, I used sleepet." "Do you believe me?" The trio exchanged glances. Xiahou thought to himself, "They only provided me with the skills and knowledge. Do I really have to practice on my own? How unreliable is this?" I was planning to show off. Feeling utterly embarrassed, Hannibal grasped the handgun in his hand and deftly shifted the conversation. "Dykes, how much longer until we arrive?" The dark-skinned Dykes replied, "We shall be there shortly. Preparations can commence. We will enter through the underground garage. Once inside, how long will it take for you to emerge?" Abigail pondered for a moment before responding. "The duration remains uncertain. After you escort us in, wait by the roadside for our return. Adapt as needed." At this juncture, Xiahou began to voice his grievances. "By the way, why aren't you using walkie-talkies or headsets for communication? What year is it, anyway?" The trio fell silent, pondering the absurdity of their situation. Abigail awkwardly admitted, "It didn't occur to us before. We'll equip ourselves next time." "It is 2004, what of it?" Xiahou, sensing the group's discomfort, surmised that this was surely a flaw in the script. He then replied, "Primarily, I'm still unclear about the timeline. I needed to inquire to ascertain it." Abigail, perplexed, queried, "Timeline? What do you mean?" Xiahou responded, "Didn't I mention? This is a game. Moreover, it resides within the Marvel Universe. Blade is merely a fragment of it. If I do not confirm the timeline, how shall I know what transpires next? Why do you all look at me like that?" "Haven T, I said this before?" The trio retorted in unison, "You Haven T. Very well, we shall discuss it later. By the way, have we arrived?" Xiahou said, gesturing toward the imposing building ahead. The three suppressed their lingering curiosities as Dykes slowly maneuvered the vehicle into the underground garage. After halting at a stairwell, he informed them, "I will await you by the street outside. Once you emerge, I shall come directly to assist you." With that, he drove away. Abigail continued, "I will first infiltrate the surveillance room. Hannibal, you go to rescue Blade. Xiahou will accompany me. Once we finish our sabotage, we will seek you out." Hannibal merely acknowledged with a simple okay before departing. Just as Xiahou was about to comment, Abigail swiftly pulled him away in another direction. Chapter 13. Death revisited. After being led for a considerable distance by Abigail, Xiahou could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Have you all been here before? Do you know where Blade is being held? Isn't there any need for investigation?" Abigail cast him a glance and replied in a hushed tone, "We have previously conducted our inquiries here, and the interrogation rooms are limited. We can find it directly. Speak not a word, avoid drawing attention, and simply follow my lead." Reluctantly, Xiahou complied, muttering under his breath, "All right, you all are impressive. Is this sufficient?" After navigating a lengthy circuit, they arrived at the entrance of a room. Abigail signaled Xiahou to be silent and cautiously turned the doorknob. Inside the room was the surveillance area, where two Caucasian men were intently focused on a multitude of screens before them. The monitors displayed various significant corridors and rooms, and one in particular showed Blade bound to an interrogation chair, surrounded by a group of individuals. Abigail stealthily approached, swiftly incapacitating two individuals with a knife in each hand. She then commenced to dismantle the mainframe, glancing back at Xiahou, urging him, "Hurry, lend a hand." As Xiahou moved forward, he retorted, "Why should I help? Can't you manage on your own? Am I merely here to spectate?" Nevertheless, he began to smash the machinery alongside her. After wreaking havoc upon the devices, Abigail led him towards the interrogation room where Blade was confined. Meanwhile, Hannibal had stealthily arrived at the entrance of the interrogation room. After quietly subduing the guard at the door, he slipped into the observation room. The vampire inside did not turn around but stated, "Aren't you prohibited from entering?" Hannibal remained silent, advancing with a swift strike that sent the vampire crashing into the one-way glass. As the glass shattered, the vampire disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into thin air. Hannibal then followed suit, confronting the 4 vampires inside with a taunt, "Good evening, ladies." Upon seeing him, Danica Tauros, the vampire leader and Hannibal's former lover, seethed with rage. "How dare you show your face before me?" Hannibal, ignoring her, Hannibal effortlessly reduced another vampire to ashes and administered a suppressive serum in a Blade's mouth. Exclaiming, "Hey, Blade, awaken. You've been saved." He then launched an attack on a vampire to his right, only to have his assault thwarted by the interrogation table, while Danica prepared to ambush him from behind. Reacting swiftly, he fired 2 shots, forcing her to retreat. At that moment, the most robust vampire lunged forward, pinning him against the wall, causing his firearm to clatter to the floor. The vampire who had previously blocked Hannibal's attack, seeing him cornered, prepared to strike. However, as he passed by Blade, who had regained a measure of strength, Blade kicked him to the ground. With the serum's effects taking hold, Blade began to regain his power, shattering the shackles that bound him. Recognizing the perilous situation, Danica hastily slipped out through the window of the observation room. The vampire who had been knocked down by Blade, witnessing his leader's escape, felt compelled to follow suit, leaving behind the oblivious robust vampire. This vampire was still gripping Hannibal's neck, pressing him against the wall, a mocking smile adorning his face, as if responding to Hannibal's earlier address to the ladies. Proclaiming, "Look who's the lady now." Completely unaware that Blade had fully recovered and was now fixated upon him, the robust vampire grinned, revealing metallic teeth, poised to exact vengeance upon the scornful adversary. Yet, before he could react, Blade delivered a powerful punch, causing the vampire to turn in shock. "What? It's Blade." Scanning his surroundings, he realized he was utterly alone. Blade, undeterred by the vampire's daze, executed a spinning kick that sent him hurtling through the air, crashing through the wall of the interrogation room and landing in the corridor. The robust vampire, upon realizing his predicament, exclaimed, "I can't believe I'm out here. Time to flee." The Blade paid him no mind. After a fleeting glance at Hannibal, confirming his well-being, he allowed him to depart before turning towards his array of equipment. Hannibal, undeterred, exited the surveillance room, intent on pursuing the fleeing Danica. However, after scanning the vicinity in vain and with the alarm blaring relentlessly, he found himself compelled to return and regroup with Blade and Abigail. At this juncture, Xiao had accompanied Abigail to the floor of the interrogation room, which was now in utter disarray, filled with the cacophony of gunfire. Abigail charged in, delivering a flurry of punches that swiftly incapacitated several assailants. Observing the chaos, Xiao felt his adrenaline surge. He seized a passerby and, aiming for his head, struck with a fist. A soft thud echoed, and he sensed a swelling in his hand. The bewildered assailant pondered, "Is this fool serious? With such a large helmet?" He leads with a punch. Undeterred by the ineffective strike, Xiao aimed a kick at the man's chest, sending him sprawling. Noticing the man attempting to rise, Xiao followed up with several more kicks, his mind racing with thoughts on the simplest methods to render an opponent unconscious. Employing one such technique from his thoughts, Xiao delivered a decisive kick to the back of the assailant's neck, causing him to collapse instantly. Internally, he lamented the game's mechanics, questioning why one couldn't simply master skills with a single button press rather than relying on practice. Meanwhile, Blade and his companions had dispatched a multitude of foes, and upon spotting Abigail and Xiao, Hannibal called out, "Whistler," to alert them of his position. Blade froze momentarily. That was the name of his adoptive father and mentor, prompting him to turn and face them. Abigail, upon their arrival, urged, "Follow me. We cannot waste time here," and promptly turned to leave. Yet Xiao halted her, recalling that the vampires had seemingly retrieved weapons and were preparing to ambush them. "Aren't there more coming? Shouldn't we find another route?" he suggested. Abigail replied with determination, "This is the only exit. There are no alternatives. Move quickly." Xiahou felt a chill of apprehension, but had no choice but to follow suit. Drawing forth his azure rose while cautioning the others, "You'd best be ready with your weapons. They will not show mercy any longer." The others complied, arming themselves, while Hannibal tossed a handgun to Blade. However, Blade remained fixated on Xiahou's revolver. Sensing Blade's gaze fixed upon his weapon, Xiahou discreetly concealed it behind him, asserting, "Don't think that just because you're watching, I'll hand it over. Not a chance." As they approached a corner of the corridor, they encountered a throng of adversaries on the right, poised to fire, while a horde of vampires erupted from the left, immediately unleashing a barrage of gunfire without a hint of hesitation. The crowd had no choice but to retreat, yet the humans and vampires engaged in fierce combat. Xiahou observed the blood bars appearing above both parties and pondered whether this hostility had only just been established. Resolving to act without restraint, he pointed his gun towards the vampires and executed a swift American-style draw. The two vampires struck by his shots were instantly reduced to ashes, beginning to dissipate. Witnessing this scene, his allies intensified their gunfire. After witnessing the revolver's formidable power, Dao Feng yearned for one, particularly considering that the meager firearm he possessed was utterly ineffective. He then recalled that his knife had been confiscated and had yet to be retrieved. Glancing around, he leapt onto the ventilation shaft and made his escape. Hannibal, observing Dao Feng's departure, lost his composure and shouted, "Hey, we are here to rescue you, and you just walk away?" Receiving no response, he gestured amicably while muttering a curse under his breath. Xiahou noticed the vampires beginning to flee and called out, "Run towards the vampires. I will cover you." "Then what about you?" Abigail inquired. "Fear not. My gun has infinite ammunition, and I can suppress fire on my own. Even if I perish, I will resurrect. I am a player," Xiahou declared as he leaned out to shoot. After expelling 6 bullets, he casually flicked the gun to eject the magazine before continuing to fire. The bullets from the azure rose rivaled that of a Barrett, causing the enemies to hesitate. 3 of them, struck by his shots, lost half their bodies in an instant. Hannibal swiftly pulled Abigail along, reaching the end of the corridor, where he shouted to Xiahou, "Hurry over. We will cover you." Upon hearing the call, Xiahou began to retreat while shooting, but in his backward movement, he stumbled over a fallen submachine gun, losing his footing. The firepower from Hannibal and the others paled in comparison to his. Noticing a decline in their firepower, especially with the cessation of Xiahou's formidable weapon, they dared to peek out and resumed shooting, hitting the fallen Xiahou with 5 or 6 bullets. Abigail instinctively wanted to rush out and pull him to safety, but Hannibal restrained her. Xiahou, surveying the bullet holes in his body, contemplated whether he was destined to die once more. Seeing Abigail trying to come closer, he urged, "You all must go. I will revive." After uttering these words, he lay on the ground, continuing to fire, though his grip on the gun weakened, feeling as though he could hardly hold it anymore. Tears streamed uncontrollably from Abigail's eyes. Hannibal grasped her hand and led her away, whispering, "Do not waste his kindness, and believe that he may truly come back to life." Once they had departed, Xiahou on the ground lost his last vestige of strength, his form once again dissolving into specks of light. Those who witnessed it questioned their own sanity, while vampires left behind piles of ashes upon their demise. Xiahou vanished without a trace, even the blood that flowed from him dissipating into luminous points. Chapter 14. I am back. Hannibal grasped Abigail's hand as they burst forth from the building, only to find themselves encircled outside, with guns trained on the entrance. Suddenly, Blade crashed through the glass, descending from the heavens and landing with the flair of a superhero. The assailants were momentarily stunned, forgetting to shout or fire their weapons. Blade declared, "I'm off to retrieve my sword." Yet, his words elicited no response from the duo. At that moment, Black sped towards them in a vehicle, urging, "Don't just stand there. Get in the car." The 3 quickly opened the doors and jumped inside. Noticing that only 3 had entered, Black inquired, "Where's Xiahou?" Hannibal replied, "We must leave. Drive now." Without further ado, Black pressed the accelerator, launching the car out from the flower bed. The pursuers, unable to react in time, could only watch as they receded into the distance. Don't ask why no one fired a shot. Can I attribute it to narrative necessity? Or perhaps they were simply dumbfounded. However, one individual was determined to prevent their escape. A robust vampire took it upon himself to chase after them, closing the distance rapidly. Black exclaimed, "Someone is gaining on us." Upon hearing this, Abigail glanced back, swiftly drawing her bow and releasing an arrow that struck the vampire squarely in the eye, causing him to collapse to the ground. The trio, taken aback by her ferocity, fell into a heavy silence as they returned to their base. Upon their arrival, Abigail immediately approached the station Hages, asking, "Where is Xiaoho? Has he returned?" Hages, bewildered, replied, "Wasn't he with you? I thought you all left together." A chill ran through Abigail's heart at this revelation. In a fit of anger, she turned and slapped Blade, leaving him bewildered. Blade thought to himself, "Who am I? Where am I? Why was I struck?" Abigail accused him, "This is all your fault. Why did you leave on your own? You have already caused my father's death. We went to rescue you, and now you've led to Xiaoho's demise." Blade was further perplexed, prompting Hannibal to explain, "This is Abigail Whistler, the daughter of Whistler. Xiaoho stayed behind to cover our retreat and was shot multiple times while ensuring our safety." A solemn silence enveloped the group, and Blade felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Murmuring, "I'm truly sorry." Yet Abigail was unwilling to accept his apology, her voice rising in agitation. "I don't need it." And she stormed away. Hannibal interjected, "Let her have some time. She has lost both her father and a friend in a single day." The atmosphere turned heavy, and the group dispersed to attend to their own affairs or to rest, for dawn was approaching, and they had endured a long night. Hages turned to Blade, saying, "Would you like me to arrange a place for you to stay? They're just feeling a bit down." Blade, feeling equally troubled, asked, "Is there a quieter spot? I believe I, too, need some solitude for a while." "Hi, Jeezy, you can go to the rooftop platform. It is usually quite deserted." Thanking Dalphone, he made his way towards the staircase. Time quietly flowed by, delicately tracing the night's veil, and finally, the eastern horizon began to blush with a pearly white, gradually illuminating the sky. Daybreak had arrived. The group reconvened in the hall, engaging in mutual introductions while elucidating the current situation and the need to confront the vampire progenitor. Due to the presence of Xiaoho and Hualaisi, Dalphone refrained from further harsh words. Just as the group commenced deliberating on their subsequent plans, a myriad of scintillating lights coalesced in the center of the hall, forming a human figure. After a final blinding flash, Xiaoho manifested in their midst. The crowd gazed in astonishment, and upon recognizing Xiaoho, Abigail rushed forward to embrace him. As Xiaoho opened his eyes, he was met with Abigail's enthusiastic embrace and remarked, "Hey, beautiful, why are you hugging me? Have you developed feelings for me?" "Alas, that is impossible. I do not engage in romantic relationships. Besides, I prefer gentleness. Your intensity is not suited for me." Abigail snapped back to reality and promptly delivered a swift kick to him, retorting, "I do not like you, so do not flatter yourself. I merely did not expect your resurrection. I'm just too exhilarated." Hannibal then interjected, "Xiaoho, how did you manage this? It's incredible. If I possessed such abilities, I could single-handedly eradicate all vampires. I would exhaust them to oblivion. This is truly remarkable." Amidst the scene, only Sam Field appeared bewildered. Although she had heard Xiaoho's voice, she could not comprehend what had transpired and inquired, "So what happened? Did Xiaoho really come back to life? How did he accomplish that?" Hannibal replied, "It's a pity you cannot see." A multitude of lights coalesced, and then Xiaoho simply appeared, just like an angel from the Bible. While I do not believe in a canine deity, this is utterly astonishing. Do you understand? Listening to this, Sam Field fell into contemplation. This revelation was even more astonishing than discovering her imminent demise or realizing she was a character in a film. Although Xiaoho had mentioned his ability to revive yesterday, hearing it and experiencing it were vastly different sensations. Xiaoho then spoke, "By the way, what are you all doing here? Why is everyone gathered?" Abigail responded, "We are strategizing on how to deal with the vampires and their progenitor. By the way, don't you know the storyline? Do you have any worthwhile suggestions?" Xiaoho replied, "I don't have any particularly brilliant ideas. Just eliminate them all. Aside from the vampire progenitor, I believe his name is Drake, correct?" Hannibal confirmed, "Yes, that is him." Xiaoho continued, "I recall he is not afraid of sunlight, and as long as he has a single drop of blood left, he can resurrect. Ultimately, you managed to defeat him using the Morning Star potion derived from his blood. But it was during your attempt to procure his blood that you revealed your whereabouts and were ambushed." Hannibal inquired, "So how do we locate him?" Xiaoho replied, "I believe it was through torturing his underlings that you found him. The plot is rather absurd. It's akin to how you all failed to communicate with walkie-talkies." The group fell into a silence once more, particularly Abigail and Hages. One was a leader, the other an expert in weaponry. It was astonishing that they had not contemplated this issue. Abigail spoke up, "All right, understood. Since we have successfully accomplished this before, we can attempt it again. But this time we must exercise greater caution to ensure our base remains undiscovered. Furthermore, let us refrain from mentioning the walkie-talkies again." Xiahou interjected, Fine. I get it. No more talk about it. Additionally, I personally suggest relocating non-combat personnel to a different location. This way, even if we are exposed, their safety would not be compromised. Abigail replied, "I will take that into consideration." Meanwhile, Blade remained utterly bewildered, first witnessing the dead rise before him, and then encountering a series of subsequent revelations. Was this a prophecy? How could one possess such knowledge? Moreover, the ability to resurrect was even more outrageous than his own half-vampiric existence. As the others ceased to dwell on him and began contemplating their own matters, Xiahou quietly accessed his panel. A notification indicating the completion of a task was flashing. Chapter 15. Reinforcement. Upon claiming the rewards for rescuing the warrior blade, his energy value surged back to 1058, along with a new allotment of designated lottery attempts. Xiahou felt an odd sense of acceptance regarding the possibility of dying again, considering there was no punishment for it. However, it seemed that each time he perished, there was a period he must endure before resurrection, as it was not instantaneous. Judging by the sunlight streaming in through the window, it appeared he revived each morning. While everyone else's time flowed normally, this necessitated caution. He must avoid sudden demise that would lead to an immediate failure of the task, which would be quite unfortunate. Additionally, the disparity in rewards was rather striking, varying greatly from high to low. Particularly, the first time he only received an energy reward of 50, although that instance was seemingly the easiest. Yet, the subsequent two rewards were not particularly challenging either, merely requiring a few spoken words to accomplish. Was this due to alterations or revelations in the storyline? It felt rather troublesome, but never mind. What does one need to think about in a game? One could simply charge forward. Lottery, a new day, a new life. I feel rejuvenated. Once more, he opened the designated lottery page, directly opting for skills and bloodlines. Convinced that there was no way he could draw something undesirable, the slot machine's graphics spun wildly, eventually revealing an image of a phone accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a ghost. Xiahou glanced at the description below. Spirit phone, you can call the deceased, but each person may only make one call, lasting up to 2 hours, and no one else can hear it. No phone bill required. Skill cooldown. 10 days. Xiahou was once again rendered speechless. What purpose could this serve? Was it to convey messages to the dead? Could he not receive something genuinely useful? After claiming the reward, he gazed at his 1058 energy points, hesitating on whether to draw once more. Twice now, I have drawn skills of no value. Perhaps it is time for a truly useful ability to manifest. Hesitation signifies defeat. A true man never wavers. Draw. It is imperative to draw. Once more, I clicked on the skill in Bloodline Lottery, and the slot machine whirled wildly. This time, a vial of crimson potion appeared. Xiahou felt a surge of excitement. Upon viewing the image, it seemed to be either a strengthening elixir or a serum. Indeed, I am a fortunate soul. However, upon reading the description, my spirits plummeted. Primary strengthening elixir. Enhances various attributes by a small margin, reaching up to 23 times that of an average individual. Is this not the very strengthening potion I had previously neglected to purchase? So, after 2 failed attempts, I have merely gained a paltry sum of 250? Developer, where art thou? I assure you, I will not harm you. Who are you cursing? The others present, observing Xiahou's exaggerated expressions, began to whisper amongst themselves. Hages inquired, "What is happening to him?" Hannibal replied, "It's nothing. He was like this yesterday. He'll be fine shortly." Little Black remarked, "Could he truly be unwell?" Abigail queried, "What are you all discussing?" Field chimed in, "What are you talking about?" Within his mind, Blade pondered, "Are these people deranged? Will collaboration with them lead to my downfall?" Zoe observed discreetly. After venting his frustrations internally, Xiahou adjusted his mindset and claimed his reward. After all, the previous 2 draws were complimentary. There was no reason to be upset. By my own expenditure, I have still profited 250. This is infuriating. He then chose to use the potion, and a small test tube materialized in his hand, sealed with a wooden cork. Clearly, it was intended for him to consume directly. Without hesitation, Xiao uncorked it and poured the contents into his mouth, offering a review. It tastes like watermelon, delightful. A positive rating. The others, noticing the sudden appearance of a test tube in his hand, were not particularly curious, merely wondering about the nature of his drink. Blade, I am curious. Do not disregard me. Hannibal directly inquired. Xiao, what are you drinking? I would like one as well. Xiao waved the empty test tube in his hand. It's a strengthening elixir. This was the only one, and I have consumed it. Hannibal rushed to Xiao's side, grasping him and asking, a strengthening elixir? Is it akin to that of Captain America? Xiao casually replied, it likely isn't as potent. It merely enhances to 23 times that of an ordinary person. Captain America's formula is said to represent the pinnacle of human potential. Yet he can lift helicopters. It's quite absurd, and he can certainly contend evenly with anyone. The group responded in unison. Field interjected. May I analyze it? There is only one vial left. Is that permissible? As Xiao approached Field, he handed her the test tube. She accepted it, saying, of course, I will analyze its components and see if it can be replicated. With that, she was assisted by Zoe as they made their way to her laboratory. Xiao, meanwhile, felt waves of warmth surging through his body as if he were about to ignite. Others began to notice the waves of heat emanating from him, and his skin flushed a vivid red, resembling a cooked lobster. Concerned, Abigail gazed at Xiao and inquired, Xiao, are you all right? You seem a bit off. Xiao, feeling particularly unwell and exceedingly thirsty, seized a bottle of water from the table and began to drink. Upon finishing, he still felt parched and asked, is there any more water? I feel incredibly thirsty. Without hesitation, Abigail handed him her own bottle, saying, here, drink this. I'll fetch you a few more. With that, she dashed out to retrieve additional water. Xiao, without any hesitation, accepted the bottle and began to drink. Just as he finished, Abigail returned, cradling 5 or 6 bottles of water, which she promptly placed on the table before him. Xiao continued to drink until, after consuming 3 more bottles, he finally felt a bit more comfortable, and the heat within him began to dissipate. I feel much better now. I'm brimming with energy, Xiao exclaimed, glancing at his arms, which remained slender and unchanged, still measuring at 178 centimeters. He then jested, it seems I don't have the same luck as Captain America. Why can he transform into a muscular powerhouse and even grow taller? The group, bemused, realized that worrying about this fool was unwarranted. Xiao then opened his personal panel to review his information. Name, Xiao Jiaomao Strength. 18, average person. 5, agility. 12, average person. 5, intelligence. 15, average person. 5, wealth. 58, energy points abilities. Basic combat skills equipped. Scarlet Queen. Azure Rose items. None skills. Underwater breathing. Allows for free breathing underwater for 10 minutes after incantation. Cooldown. Half an hour. Spirit Phone. Enables communication with the deceased, but can only be used once per person, lasting up to 2 hours, with others unable to hear. No cost incurred. Cooldown. 10 days. Bloodline. Basic enhancement serum. Note. Can only be used once per grade. Current main quest. None current side quest. None gazing at his newly updated panel. Xiao's confidence in this game surged. However, he pondered the meaning of these attributes. Was he truly only given the minimum? Watch me surprise everyone. Chapter 16. The first duel with Blade. Experiencing the newfound strength in his body, Xiao was eager to find someone to test his skills. Spotting Blade striking a pose, he called out, Blade, would you like to spar with me? It's the perfect opportunity to gauge how much stronger I've become. Blade glanced at Xiao's eager expression and, intrigued to assess his strength, readily agreed. Sure, where shall we fight? You can battle at the basketball court. It's spacious enough. Follow me, Abigail replied, leading the way toward the court. As Blade and Xiao nodded in unison and proceeded forward, the others, sensing the excitement, immediately rose to follow suit. Hyges quietly inquired of Little Black, Dax, who do you think will emerge victorious? Little Black replied, I am uncertain, but should be Blade. Xiao appears rather unreliable. Hannibal then approached, suggesting, shall we place a wager? I'd bet on Blade, $100. Little Black and Little Fatty disregarded him entirely, continuing to trail the others ahead. Hannibal, feeling slighted, protested, hey, are you certain you do not wish to wager? What if Xiao wins? Yet he was met with 2 middle fingers, which did not deter him. He stepped forward to embrace the two and continued, "Come now, brothers, you must understand. Xiahou is quite remarkable. Blade may not necessarily best him." In unison, both responded, "If you believe in Xiahou so much, why not bet on him instead?" "We are not fools," Little Black added, nudging him with an elbow. Seeing his attempts to persuade them futile, Hannibal relented. Upon reaching the basketball court, Blade and Xiahou took their positions, locked in a mutual gaze. "How shall we proceed? Shall we use weapons?" Blade asked, unsheathing his knife with a flourish. Xiahou, incensed, retorted as if to assert his own prowess, conjuring forth the Crimson Queen from his backpack. The moment the blade was in his grasp, it felt heavy, yet he managed to hold it aloft, pondering that perhaps his strength of 18 points was insufficient to wield such a weapon single-handedly. He gripped it with both hands. The onlookers, having grown accustomed to Xiahou's sudden appearances of weaponry, much like the revolver before, were nonetheless captivated by the striking beauty of the Crimson Queen. Blade, glancing between the two blades, suddenly questioned his prior decision to retrieve his own. Hannibal, unable to contain his fascination, approached to caress the blade's surface, inquiring, "Xiahou, this knife is truly exquisite. May I have a turn?" Recalling the initial thrill he felt upon acquiring the Crimson Queen, Xiahou responded, "Of course. You are my dearest brother." He then handed the knife to Hannibal. Hannibal nearly fumbled the knife, but managed to stabilize it, examining it closely. "It is indeed beautiful, though it feels a tad heavy. By the way, does it have a name, much like your azure rose?" Xiahou, observing Hannibal's successful grip, felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Yet, upon hearing the compliments, he could not help but feel elated. After all, who does not relish showcasing their treasures, especially in the company of good friends? It certainly has a name. The Crimson Queen. It is hailed as the finest equipment that a warrior should possess. Both it and the Azure Rose are exclusive weapons of Nero, utilized to vanquish numerous formidable demons. But now it belongs to me, Xiahou declared, subsequently producing the Azure Rose and striking various poses with it. Blade, watching their display, could not help but feel a sense of discontent. Particularly those two weapons, he was exceedingly eager to possess them. He interjected abruptly, interrupting the incantations of the two. "Are you going to continue or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Xiahou hastily sheathed his firearm and brandished his blade towards Daofeng, exclaiming, "Of course I'll fight. Although I may not necessarily prevail against you, I still wish to give it a try." Hannibal, observing that both were poised for combat, quickly retreated to the side of others, his visage alight with anticipation. As Daofeng noticed Xiahou was ready, he charged forward with his sword, executing a sweeping strike. Xiahou promptly raised his weapon in defense. Yet the tremendous force transmitted through the blade compelled him to stagger back several paces before halting. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his palm, prompting an inward lament. "Must it be so exaggerated? I possess 3 times the strength of an ordinary person, yet I am still pushed back this far." Daofeng felt bewildered, thinking, "Is he truly this weak? I merely delivered a casual blow, exerting no more than a third of my strength." Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought and pressed forward, restraining a portion of his power to continue his assault. Xiahou found it increasingly arduous to withstand the onslaught, benefiting only from the enhancements to his attributes and the rapid application of knowledge in his mind. Were it not for the significant boost to his strength and reflexes, he might not have been able to endure for so long. However, with a light clang, the Scarlet Queen was ultimately sent flying. Daofeng's blade was now poised at Xiahou's throat, and Xiahou's hands trembled incessantly. "You have lost, and your combat experience is woefully inadequate. Your strength is merely a slight improvement over that of an ordinary person, and aside from your satisfactory reflexes, you are utterly lacking." Daofeng sheathed his sword behind him, beginning to assess Xiahou's performance. Upon hearing the critique, Xiahou recognized the truth in Daofeng's words. As an ordinary individual, without the enhancements and upgrades to his physical capabilities or combat techniques, he would scarcely be able to defend himself. Yet, he possessed technique without experience. If he could not internalize those skills, he would be unable to progress further. "Could you teach me? I was merely an ordinary person before, but I yearn to grow stronger," Xiahou earnestly implored Daofeng. Daofeng replied nonchalantly, "I do not have ample time to instruct you, especially with the need to confront Drake and those vampires. It would be prudent for you to practice independently first, and then engage in practical combat with me each day to glean experience. Is that true? I will diligently practice. Thank you. Xiaohou expressed his gratitude without hesitation. Daofeng merely nodded, refraining from further commentary. At that moment, Abigail approached Xiaohou, observing his still trembling hands, and inquired, "Do you need a rest for a while?" Xiaohou did not object and responded, "Could you arrange for me a place to stay?" Abigail placed a supportive hand on his shoulder, saying, "Allow me to escort you." Yet, Xiaohou suddenly interjected, "By the way, why are you so concerned about me? Could it be that you genuinely have feelings for me?" Abigail's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "How could that be? I am merely concerned for a comrade." Hannibal stood nearby, cheerfully rallying others, who responded with smiles. Xiaohou, adopting a serious tone, retorted, "You better be sincere. It is impossible for us. You see, I'm a player, and you are. We have no outcome." Abigail's expression shifted abruptly, her mood darkening, yet she stubbornly declared, "I know, and I do not like you. We have only just met." Xiaohou's demeanor transformed, a hint of mischief in his voice as he inquired, "Do you know what our greatest obstacle is?" Abigail instinctively asked, "What?" "I possess a protective feature. My pants simply cannot be removed," Xiaohou proclaimed, as he proceeded to shed his long pants, leaving only a shirt and white boxers. Standing with hands on his hips, he boasted, "I am a man you cannot attain." Ha! Ha ha ha! Chapter 17. Daily Life and Training. As Abigail observed Xiaohou, who was laughing heartily, any remnants of affection vanished without a trace. It was evident she had been blind to harbor any fondness for this fool. Hannibal approached Xiaohou, scrutinizing his shorts, and asked, "You claim your pants cannot be removed? Is that true?" Xiaohou replied proudly, "Of course. Even more impressive than Hulk's pants. Mine are indestructible." Intrigued, Hannibal began to tug at them, but despite his efforts, the shorts remained firmly in place, seemingly fused to him. Curiously, Hannibal queried, "How do you use the restroom? Or do you not need to?" "Of course I need to use the restroom, and it's quite remarkable. Would you like a demonstration?" "I certainly have a little brother." "It's merely a game protection mechanism," Xiaohou replied, wrapping an arm around Hannibal, eager to show him how he manages restroom needs. The two chatted as they departed the basketball court, leaving others silently watching their exit. Blade looked at Abigail, words caught in his throat. Abigail quickly shielded her face with her hands, exclaiming, "It's only those two." Yet, as soon as she spoke, Little Black and Little Fat chased after them, calling out, "Wait for us. We want to see two." "Slow down." Only three remained on the scene. Blade and Abigail fell into silence. Field remarked, "I cannot see anything. I want to see two." The fourth person present, Zoe, beside her mother, lamented, "So I have no role to play." "Oh, your skill of remote urination is simply marvelous. By the way, have you ever been with a woman? You know, I'm quite curious about that. Why should I tell you? If you don't, I want to be able to sleep. Come on, I'll even share my past experiences with vampires in exchange. I have no interest in knowing. Why not ask Little Fat and the others? By the way, did you truly have an encounter with a vampire? They're not like you. I am much more curious about you. Do share a bit. Let's exchange." As a flurry of voices echoed into the hall, Hannibal and the four others entered. The three seated in the hall wore expressions of discontent, while the keen-eyed Blade scrutinized Abigail intently. Frustrated by Blade's penetrating gaze, Abigail exclaimed loudly, "Please, let's not discuss this topic any further. And you, Summer, did you not request that I take you to your room?" Summer could only respond, "Well then, let us proceed." He also winked at Hannibal, indicating that they would continue their conversation later. After escorting Summer to his room, Abigail could not resist inquiring, "Are you truly unable to remove your trousers entirely?" "Of course not. Our nation prohibits adult games. Thus it is impossible," Summer replied, gazing at her. "All right, then you should rest for a while. I will check on Blade and the others," Abigail said, her face filled with disappointment as she exited and closed the door behind her. Summer then reclined on the bed, lost in thought. He was well aware of Abigail's interest in him, yet he regarded it merely as a game. He had no desire to engage in a romantic relationship within such confines, especially as he wished to return home. Although he recognized the game as sophistication, he did not wish to hurt her, especially since her affection might stem from her recent loss and his presence as a source of support. It was best to sever her hopes while the hour was still early. That aside, this game was exceedingly demanding. During his recent skirmish with Blade, he had been thoroughly dominated. The techniques swirling in his mind always seemed to come too late, as if they did not belong to him at all. He finally understood why soldiers and athletes, in reality, train rigorously every day. Strength is indeed forged through practice. Otherwise, even the finest physique cannot secure victory. Why must one train even in a game? Why could it not be akin to the narratives in light novels, where rewards are granted for mere attendance? Allowing one to conquer effortlessly? The sensation of effortlessly swatting away ants would be delightful. Nevertheless, he resolved to treat it as an opportunity to acquire new skills. If he honed his abilities within the game, perhaps they would serve him well upon his return to reality. With that thought, he decided to take a nap, planning to practice swordsmanship afterward. As his eyes slowly closed, Summer gradually drifted into slumber. In his dream, he piloted a strike freedom, soaring above New York, effortlessly cutting down the Chitauri, who wailed for mercy. He charged into a spatial portal, launching a barrage of missiles at the ships within. Just as he prepared to obliterate their flagship, he abruptly awoke, rubbing his dizzy head and surveying his surroundings. Ah, strange room. As his thoughts began to coalesce, he realized this was his quarters in the Nightwalker squad. He had hoped that awakening would deliver him back home. This wretched game. Opening the door, he ventured into the hall, only to find it empty. After a brief exploration, he discovered Little Black and Little Fatty engaged in a game of basketball on the court. Xiahou approached and inquired, "Where are the others? Why are only the two of you here?" Little Fat replied, "Daofeng, Abigail, and Hannibal have gone out together to gather intelligence on those serving the vampires. Field is studying the virus and your serum." Little Black asked, "Have you rested enough? Would you like to join us for a game?" Xiahou responded, "Never mind, I won't play. I wish to train a bit. Are there any other venues available?" Little Fat pointed towards the staircase and replied, "Aside from here, there's only the rooftop and the open space outside. There is no one nearby, so you can practice wherever you like. For the rooftop, just head up the stairs." Xiahou smiled in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Little Fat. You all continue playing. I'll go train." Little Fat chuckled back, "No need to thank me. By the way, do you need us to accompany you? Practicing with someone else can accelerate your improvement." He patted Little Black beside him, who seemed to express, "Did you ask me? Just speak for me." Xiahou waved his hand as he walked toward the staircase, saying, "Not for now. I want to focus on honing the techniques in my mind first. I'll seek your assistance another day." "All right then, just be careful not to injure yourself." I know. Little Fat, your comments make me question your inclinations." Xiahou teased. Little Fat turned crimson and shouted, "I like women, definitely not men." Little Black quietly distanced himself from Little Fat. Little Fat, now agitated, exclaimed, "Dax, what do you mean? We've known each other for so long. Do you doubt me too?" Little Black awkwardly scratched his nose and began to change the subject. "No. Let us continue playing basketball." "No, I don't want to play anymore. You can play by yourself. I'm going back to research new weapons. Goodbye." Little Fat huffed angrily and turned to leave. Xiahou chose not to go to the rooftop, primarily because the power of his weapons was too great. He feared causing damage to the building. Instead, he ventured outside to a dock by the sea, retrieved 2 weapons, and began to contemplate. What should I practice first? After a moment's thought, he stowed away the Crimson Queen, as it was still too unwieldy for him to handle. He decided to practice with the gun instead. Next, he gathered numerous bottles and various small scraps of debris, arranging them on the pier's pillars. He raised the revolver, aimed casually, and emptied the magazine. Examining his targets, he realized, great, not a single hit. Embarrassed, he scratched his head and muttered, "That is not how it goes in the movies, right? Don't they just raise their hands and shoot without issue? Why is it so off for me? I should at least hit one." After resetting his aim, he fired again. With a bang, a bottle shattered into pieces. He shot again, and another bottle met the same fate. With each gunshot, all his arranged targets were obliterated. Xiahou stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems I'm quite accurate. I just need to reduce the time spent aiming. More practice is essential. Time flows quietly, and before one realizes it, night has gently descended. The Blade and his companions have returned to the base, catching sight of Xiahou, who is diligently practicing his marksmanship. Chapter 18. A new side quest. After an afternoon of relentless practice, Xiahou has achieved the remarkable feat of hitting a stationary target with perfect precision. His enhanced agility and sharpened intellect have played a significant role in this accomplishment. He feels that by focusing intently on a singular objective, his concentration peaks, consequently elevating his accuracy. With each session, the techniques of pistol shooting have gradually embedded themselves within his mind. Many movements and skills now come naturally, As soon as a thought arises, his hands instinctively respond, a stark contrast to the clumsiness he exhibited in the morning. Upon noticing the return of the blade and his two companions, he holsters his firearm and approaches them, exclaiming, "You've returned. Did you glean any valuable insights? Indeed, we have discovered an individual by the name of Dr. Vance. We aim to gather further information before seeking him out tomorrow. Your shooting has improved remarkably. Would you care to join us?" Hannibal replies with a smile, extending an invitation to Xiao. Just as Xiao prepares to accept, a prompt appears on his interface. Triggered side quest. Capture Dr. Vance. Quest details. Accompany Hannibal and others in capturing Dr. Vance without any casualties. Quest rewards. 300 energy points, 1 random draw opportunity. Upon noticing the activation of a quest, Xiao's hesitation evaporates, and he promptly responds, "Absolutely. I will join you tomorrow. I recall you encountered Drake there as well. I shall accompany you," hoping to eliminate him in the process. The mention of potentially facing Drake causes a palpable shift in the expressions of the trio. The Blade immediately inquires, "Are you certain?" "Indeed, especially since Hannibal seems to have sustained injuries at his hands. My memory is quite vivid. Drake's seemingly invincible abilities are utterly infuriating. Though a vampire, your strength is akin to that of Captain America, and aside from his superior healing, he possesses no extraordinary powers." "How pathetic," Xiao confirms, interspersing his words with a hint of disdain directed at the Blade, oblivious to his earlier defeat. The Blade disregards Xiao's jibe and begins to contemplate strategies to confront Drake. Abigail and Hannibal also initiate plans regarding whether to bring additional equipment. Particularly Hannibal, upon hearing of his potential injuries, ponders whether to don extra layers of body armor and protective gear. Observing their concerns, Xiao reassures them. There is no need for excessive worry. I believe the narrative suggests that the Blade can hold his own against him. While it may seem somewhat implausible, it should be manageable. Worst case, I will provide rear support. Though the trio remains uneasy despite Xiao's comforting words, they nod in agreement, realizing they must proceed cautiously. Together, the four return to the depths of the base. After the meal, the group began to deliberate on their battle strategy for the impending encounter with Drake. Abigail was the first to speak. "Field, how is the development of the Morning Star progressing?" "It is nearly complete," Field replied, "but it may not be effective against Drake. It would be prudent to wait until you acquire his blood. Only then can I conduct targeted research to ensure absolute certainty." Abigail nodded in agreement, stating, "Then it is best we refrain from using it tomorrow until the final product is ready. Otherwise, it may alert Drake." She then turned her gaze towards Xiao, asking, "Do you know of any weaknesses he possesses?" "None that I am aware of," Xiao replied. "As long as his immortality remains intact, he cannot be killed. However, he does seem to pay some attention to Blade. In fact, he could have countered, but chose to hold back." As Xiao spoke, he cast a peculiar glance at Blade. The others followed suit, with Hannibal raising an eyebrow and making a noise of intrigue. Blade, noticing Xiao's mocking demeanor, felt an urge to silence him with his blade. Although he had gleaned Xiao's peculiarities from others, his personality was utterly incompatible. Blade had a penchant for flair and style, yet Xiao continually undermined that. Seeing Blade remain silent, Abigail intervened to ease the tension. "All right then, Xiao will accompany us tomorrow. Everyone, be cautious. Let us ensure our equipment is thoroughly checked, and otherwise, let us attend to our own matters." The group acknowledged her words and dispersed, while Xiao made his way to the rooftop, intending to practice his hand-to-hand combat techniques, refining the various moves stored in his memory. With his heightened intelligence, he felt no need for sleep, believing he could dedicate extra time to training in pursuit of greater strength. Blade, originally intending to enjoy the breeze on the rooftop, chose not to disturb Xiao's training and turned to find another location. Time flowed gently, transitioning from the tranquil depths of night to the dawn of a new day. After reviewing their equipment once more in the hall, Xiao and his companions prepared to depart for Dr. Vance's office building, which they had located the previous evening. "Xiao, I didn't T-check. I merely observed them doing so." As the four settled into the vehicle, Hannibal engaged Xiao in conversation while driving. "By the way, what was your world like?" Xiao pondered for a moment before responding. "There were no extraordinary powers or vampires. Everyone led ordinary lives, and my country was particularly safe, unlike here, where one might encounter gunfire at any moment, though the United States is somewhat similar." At that moment, Abigail chimed in, "You must find this place quite unsettling." Xiahou hesitated briefly before answering, "It's manageable." It was initially like playing a game, but suddenly being trapped within it is somewhat difficult to accept. Have you ever considered that perhaps our world is not merely a game? Abigail pondered softly. How can that be possible? This is undoubtedly a game, exclaimed Xiahou with fervor. Hannibal quickly interjected to ease the tension. Calm down. Xiahou, she merely suggested a possibility. Who truly knows, right? Abigail soon realized she may have overstepped and offered an apology. I'm sorry. I was just contemplating that what we are experiencing could be a genuine reality. No other implications intended. Xiahou acknowledged his earlier excitement. But the thought that he might not be in a game implied he could be trapped in an alternate reality, making it unlikely for him to return home. This notion was intolerable to him. Moreover, who would want to traverse realms only to be restricted from wearing pants? It felt as though he had been metaphorically castrated. He couldn't even perform manual labor, let alone pursue romantic interests. Death seemed a more favorable option. Was he supposed to rely on his charm for a platonic relationship? Yet, he realized that others, aware of their fictional origins, remained composed. His own reaction made him feel somewhat foolish. He then apologized. I'm truly sorry. I got carried away. I have family in my original world, and the mere thought of not being able to return stirs my emotions. I apologize. Don't worry. I have my own issues. Abigail quickly replied, secretly relieved. Meanwhile, Blade silently observed the unfolding drama, content to remain a passive spectator. Chapter 19. Acquiring the blood of the ancestor once both were calmed. Hannibal shifted the conversation. Xiahou, is that foul-smelling delicacy truly gone? I can't seem to forget that flavor after tasting it just once. The last one was a prize from a lottery, so I'm uncertain. But let me check, Xiahou replied, recalling that the marketplace offered food, and he assumed there would be something available. He promptly opened the marketplace and searched for spicy snacks, greeted by a plethora of images showcasing thousands of varieties. Xiahou swallowed hard at the sight. He had only sampled a few among the many types of spicy snacks. The prices varied widely, ranging from 2 energy points per pack for the last foul delicacy to 30 energy points for a pack that could purchase a full nanobiological suit or other formidable gear. Just as he was about to express his discontent, he read the descriptions. Crafted from grains and herbs rich in spiritual energy. Consuming them could enhance one's cultivation or gaming level, instantly quelling his desire to complain. Gazing at his balance, he purchased 4 packs priced at 2 energy points each. Handing one to each companion, he remarked, indeed, they exist, but they require energy for purchase. 1 per person, that is all we have. The trio expressed their gratitude upon receiving their packs. However, Hannibal simply tucked his away and said to Xiahou, could you spare me a bit of your share? I'm driving, and it's inconvenient. Upon observing the insipid expression on his face, Xiahou immediately discerned his intentions. Not a chance. I shall not feed a man. That is utterly repugnant. Here, take mine. I harbor no fondness for such fare, Dao Feng declared, extending his own bag toward Hannibal. Hannibal, overjoyed, accepted it with one hand, expressing his gratitude while not neglecting to flash Xiahou a triumphant grin. Yet, he refrained from excess. After taking 2 pieces into his hand, he returned the bag to Dao Feng, reminding him, you should try some. It is quite delectable. Dao Feng did not object and took a piece to savor, then turned to Hannibal, saying, I regret giving you that earlier. It truly is delicious. The atmosphere within the vehicle brightened, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. As they arrived outside a grand edifice, the group readied themselves, with Dao Feng leading the charge into the building. Hey, you cannot enter. As they passed through security, a guard intercepted them. Hannibal promptly retaliated with a flurry of punches and kicks, incapacitating the guard. Xiahou, watching with keen interest, could not resist making a quip. Why not just knock him out? Don't you think that would look impressive? Hannibal replied, striking a pose. Abigail, ahead of them, admonished the two to cease their antics and hasten their pace. As she spoke, she and Dao Feng had already subdued several other guards, making their way up the stairs. Xiahou and the others hurried to catch up, with Xiahou adding a further jab. Look at them. While you were posing, they took down 4 or 5. To which Hannibal retorted defiantly, but they didn't display any health bars. Why should I engage? Xiahou insisted, this isn't on me. Thus the group pressed on, fighting their way to Vance's office door, where Dao Feng delivered a vigorous kick, flinging it open. Inside stood a middle-aged Caucasian man with brown hair, adorned with necklaces crafted from what appeared to be animal bones. Upon their entrance, he greeted them with a smile. "Hello. How may I assist you?" Xiahou, noticing the glaring health bar above the man's head and the foot protruding from behind the desk, recalled vivid details from memory. He grasped Hannibal, who was about to advance, and exclaimed, "He is not Vance. He is Drake." Drawing a revolver, he unleashed a barrage of 6 shots. But Drake deftly evaded them and kicked the desk toward the quartet. They scattered to avoid the oncoming projectile, but Drake seized the opportunity to lunge forward, grasping Xiahou by the neck. After knocking the revolver from his hand, he dragged him to the window, taking cover behind him. Drake inquired, "How did you recognize me?" Unfazed, Xiahou quipped back, "You revealed your health bar, and that man on the floor gave away your identity. Do you think us blind?" Drake pondered, "What on earth is a health bar?" Subsequently, one could only surmise that Vance, lying on the ground, had revealed himself, and thus they no longer paid heed to Xiahou. Continuing to grip his neck, they concealed themselves behind him and addressed Daofeng. "You are the infamous hunter who instills terror, are you not? I find you rather intriguing." Upon hearing this, aside from Daofeng himself, the other 3 turned their gazes towards him, with Xiahou directly articulating, "See, I told you he is interested in you." A collective silence enveloped the group, including Drake, as Abigail and Hannibal exchanged glances between the two. Drake pondered, "Is this truly what I meant?" Meanwhile, Daofeng contemplated whether to eliminate them both to affirm his innocence. Unbeknownst to them, Xiahou's revolver, which had fallen to the ground, had mysteriously vanished. Xiahou then directed one hand towards Drake's waist while signaling the 3 opposite him, followed by the resounding crack of a gunshot. The azure rose reappeared in Xiahou's hand, and Drake was forcefully propelled through the window, soaring outside. Witnessing Drake being flung out, Daofeng wasted no time in leaping after him. Xiahou, rubbing his neck as he stood, remarked, "Automatic retrieval. Surprised, aren't you?" Abigail and Hannibal simultaneously gave a thumbs up. Xiahou then approached Vance, sprawled on the ground, kicked him lightly, and remarked to the 2, "He's still breathing, but it seems he's nearing his end." The 2 rushed over to inspect Vance. Hannibal lifted his head, patted his face, and inquired, "Where is their headquarters? Tell us, and we shall avenge you." In his dying breaths, Vance leaned towards Hannibal and whispered in address. Before succumbing completely, Xiahou received a notification indicating the completion of the mission and, glancing at the displayed task status, mused, "Is this really considered completion? I thought it was a failure." Upon confirming Vance's death, Abigail approached the ground by the window, retrieving a container to collect the spilled blood. Only after gathering all the surrounding blood did she say to the 2, "The task is accomplished. Let's return." Daofeng declared he would make his own way back. Xiahou and the others did not hesitate further and accompanied Abigail back to the Night Stalker team's base. Upon arriving with the newly acquired 300 energy and an opportunity for a random draw, Xiahou resolved to take a thorough bath before the draw, not due to any superstition, but simply because he felt excessively unclean. Chapter 20. The heart of the Dragon Slayer. The 3 returned to the base with Drake's blood, with Xiahou eagerly rushing to his room. Abigail and Hannibal paid little mind to him, as Xiahou's peculiar behaviors were all too familiar. Holding the blood, the 2 sought out Field, who was in the laboratory painting with his daughter. Abigail addressed Field, saying, "Field, we have returned with Drake's blood. Would you care to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Field comforted Zoe and, using her cane, approached them. Abigail quickly stepped forward to support her and handed over the container filled with blood. After receiving the container, Field opened it and took a whiff, remarking, "This should suffice. Please summon Heggies. I require his assistance for further analysis." "I'll go fetch him. You all wait here for a moment," Hannibal stated as he exited the room. After taking a shower, Xiahou felt rejuvenated and immediately opened the lottery interface. Observing that the number of random draws displayed was 1, he clasped his hands in prayer and confirmed the draw. The slot machine's visuals began to whirl in a frenzy, and, as the images settled, a hand grasping a heart appeared at the center, radiating a blue glow. Dragon Slayer's heart, special bloodline upon use. It confers magical attributes and gradually enhances physical capabilities. I cannot atone for this. Rather, perhaps it is I who have burdened him with an inescapable fate. Even so, I still owe him a life to dedicate. Xiahou pondered as he read the item description. This sensation felt oddly familiar. However, having received 2 excellent items from the random draw already. Perhaps he should solely pursue this option in the future. After claiming the item, he gazed at the heart in his inventory, contemplating how to utilize it. Surely, it wouldn't entail replacing his own heart? Yet, considering the benefits of acquiring magical attributes and gradual physical enhancement, he steeled his resolve and opted to use it. After all, it was merely his in-game avatar. What harm could it possibly entail? Upon making that decision, Xiaoho felt a sharp pain in his chest, accompanied by an intense, persistent ache on the right side. The pain feedback of 30 did little to alleviate the sensation. Instead, it intensified, spreading throughout his body until darkness engulfed him, and he collapsed, losing consciousness. Hannibal, upon seeing Xiaoho return, had intended to engage him in conversation to discern if anything was amiss. However, after knocking for some time without a response, he forcefully opened the door. Inside, he found Xiaoho lying face down in shorts, causing his heart to race. He rushed over to check for signs of life, and upon confirming that Xiaoho was still breathing, he went to summon Field. The others, noticing the commotion, followed suit into Xiaoho's room. Following a thorough examination, Field addressed the group, stating, "There appears to be no significant issue. He is merely unconscious and will awaken shortly." "But what do you mean by merely?" Abigail inquired urgently. "I believe I heard the sound of 2 heartbeats," Field hesitantly replied. This revelation indicated that Xiaoho possessed 2 hearts. Upon hearing this, the others collectively sighed in relief, having feared a grave situation, only to discover it was merely a matter of 2 hearts. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Since there is nothing more to discuss, everyone may return to their own affairs, Abigail instructed those present. Upon hearing her words, the crowd dispersed. Hyges took Field to continue their study on the Morning Star, while Xiao He dragged Hannibal off to play basketball, leaving Abigail behind. After exiting, Hannibal whispered to Xiao He, "I believe our leader has a certain interest in Xiaoho. Just look, he remains inside." Xiao He replied quietly, "As long as we are aware, we can simply observe from the sidelines. By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" Hannibal swiftly changed the topic. As the others departed, Abigail stood transfixed, gazing at Xiaoho, who lay on the bed, a flicker of pain occasionally crossing his features. She pondered, how could she possibly have developed feelings for someone who was not conventionally handsome? Unconsciously, her hand brushed away the beads of sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, Xiaoho found himself ensnared in a peculiar dream, wherein countless individuals beseeched a solitary figure for assistance. No matter the request, this figure endeavored to fulfill their desires. Gradually, their demands grew increasingly outrageous, culminating in a request for the figure to sacrifice their own life. True to their nature, the figure acquiesced, meeting their wishes through their own demise, ultimately perishing alone upon a desolate mountain. In the dream, Xiaoho watched this figure and shouted, "Do not heed them any longer. Live for yourself. They are not worth your sacrifice." Yet, his pleas went unanswered. The dreamscape began to fade, replaced by an ethereal silhouette before him. The figure spoke slowly, "To live for oneself, you say?" with a hint of skepticism in their tone. "But why live at all? My existence only brings tragedy to others." The silhouette continued. Xiaoho countered firmly, then changed that. "Do not be bound by the opinions of others. They merely use lofty demands to exploit you for their own gain. Then live on my behalf," the figure implored. "All my skills have been intertwined with my essence. Carry my heart and live for me. Remember my name, Ziegfei." As Ziegfei's final words echoed, he dissipated from Xiaoho's sight. With a sudden shout, Xiaoho bolted upright from the bed, startling Abigail, who was vigilantly watching over him. Upon seeing the tears streaming down his face, she rushed to embrace him. "What is the matter? Who is Ziegfei?" She gently wiped the tears from his cheeks, looking into Abigail's concerned eyes. Xiaoho felt the powerful rhythm of his heart on the right side of his chest, distinctly more vigorous than that on the left. A person who lived solely for others. So extraordinarily kind. He entrusted me with his heart and strength. As he spoke, he caressed his right chest, feeling the heartbeat grow even stronger. Abigail, noticing his hand resting there, recalled Field's earlier mention of 2 hearts and asked, "Is this why you fainted?" "Indeed. I even glimpsed a fragment of his life within my dreams, a knight of noble character." Xiangho mused, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. "It is precisely because heroes are revered that I find myself lacking the qualities to be one. Instead, I shall live once more in a different manner alongside Siegfried, even if it is within the confines of a game. As I recollect my presence in this virtual realm, I gaze at Abigail, who is embracing me. My dear, though I'm grateful for your consolation, how long must you hold me in your embrace? I had previously stated that we are not suited for one another. Xiangho jested, teasing her lightly. Upon hearing his words, Abigail felt a pang in her heart. This marked the second time he had explicitly rejected her. Reflecting on this, she retorted, I merely felt pity for your sorrowful tears. What are you thinking? With that, she turned on her heel and fled the room. Chapter 21. The sudden surge of attributes and mana. Observing Abigail's departure, Xiangho sat upon the bed and let out a slow sigh. He then began to assess his attribute panel. Strength, 48 agility, 42 intellect, 35 mana, 1250, tenfold of the composite value. Assets, 350 energy, bloodline, primary enhanced serum, note, usable only once per level, Heart of the Dragon Slayer, special bloodline. Gazing at the remarkable surge in his attributes, he noted the gradual enhancement of his physical values, which had increased substantially upon his arrival. The effects of this gradual enhancement are truly astonishing. I wonder just how much I can ultimately improve. Moreover, I have gained an additional mana attribute. The memory of who Siegfried is also resurfaced. He is a character from Fate Grand Order and has appeared in the corresponding anime, a quintessential saint, often referred to as a human wish machine. Now that I possess mana, does that mean I can utilize the charging attribute of the Azure Rose? I must experiment with this shortly. Furthermore, with my strength having increased so significantly, surely I can wield the Scarlet Queen with ease. Contemplating this, Xiangho grasped the Scarlet Queen in his hand, wielding it effortlessly with a single hand, feeling no strain whatsoever. It appears I have truly grown stronger. Fear not, Siegfried, for I shall live well in your stead within this gaming realm. I will no longer allow others to manipulate me under various pretenses. I shall pursue only that which I desire, even if it means rejecting any quests unless the payment is substantial. As he surveyed the remaining 350 energy points, Xiangho hesitated, contemplating whether to draw once more from the lottery, for it felt as though his luck had returned. Lazy fish, you are overthinking it. It merely seems that you are too weak, and they have forcefully granted you a cheat. However, recalling his previous experiences after drawing the Scarlet Queen and the Azure Rose, he resolutely decided against it. No, I cannot entertain such thoughts. I was cursed. Xiahou chose to follow his heart, not out of fear. However, having wealth without purpose was an eyesore. No, I must acquire something, anything, even if it serves no real purpose. As he pondered, he noticed the novice attire he was still wearing. He recalled others around him, clad in specialized combat gear or various uniforms. Though he was reluctant to don tight-fitting clothes, he decided it was high time to acquire a stylish trench coat. Utility aside, it should simply be fashionable. Resolute, he began to search the marketplace. Yet, the special effects garments required thousands of energy points, while he could only afford those without any extraordinary attributes. Considering he already possessed 2 exclusive pieces from Nero, he resolved to complete the set, promptly purchasing Dante's Devil May Cry ensemble. Do not inquire why. The reason was simply that Dante looked far more impressive. Once he adorned himself in the freshly acquired garments, he transformed entirely. An aura of striking charisma enveloped him. The attire featured a sword sheath on the back for easy weapon access, complemented by a holster at his waist for his firearm. Equipping the Scarlet Queen and Azure Rose, Xiahou dashed to the bathroom mirror, eager to admire his new visage. Before him stood a figure with raven hair and dark eyes, though not conventionally handsome. His gaze was vibrant and brimming with confidence. The crimson leather trench coat showcased a substantial sword hilt protruding from behind, while the black inner lining accentuated his well-defined, though not overly muscular, physique. His lower half was clad in black leather trousers, with a formidable revolver nestled in the holster at his waist, paired with rugged leather combat boots. The overall impression exuded a rebellious and untamed spirit. However, upon glancing at his balance, which had plummeted to 30, he couldn't help but gasp. Such expensive garments. The entire ensemble had cost him 320 energy points, but he could always earn more later. After admiring himself for a moment longer, Xiahou prepared to venture out and showcase his new appearance, while testing the extent of his newfound strength. After all, in this Marvel realm, extraordinary powers were commonplace, ranging from several tons to hundreds of tons. Without proper testing, he lacked a concrete standard. Upon entering the hall, he found only Hannibal and Blade, who had just returned, engaged in discussion about Blade's encounter while pursuing Drake. Hannibal gasped at Xiaoho's transformed appearance, wondering if he had become a different person. How could a mere change of clothes alter one's aura so significantly, amplifying his allure and imparting an intriguing quality? Blade, a master of style transformations, contemplated procuring a red ensemble for himself next. Wow, Xiaoho, where did you get that outfit? You look incredible. Weren't you struggling with the Scarlet Queen before? How is it that you can wield it so effortlessly now? It looks astonishing. I must get an outfit like that. It will surely attract the ladies, Hannibal remarked, circling Xiaoho to scrutinize his appearance, already plotting to commission a similar ensemble for himself. Upon hearing the words of praise and witnessing the envious glances exchanged between the two, Xiaoho felt that the expenditure of over 300 energy points was indeed worthwhile. It was evident that indulging in such a facade brought immediate delight, and he reveled in it continuously. With a boastful tone, he exclaimed, "Isn't it dashing? I think so too. Moreover, I have recently undergone a fortification. I was about to inquire if you possess a device for testing strength here. I wish to ascertain my current power level." Hannibal, astonished and somewhat envious at Xiaoho's declaration of newfound strength, responded, "You have grown stronger again? Haven't we only known each other for a little over 2 days? You've already improved twice. Truly, you are a marvel. Or is it that all players are so extraordinary?" Beside them, Blade also regarded Xiaoho with a look of awe, yet chose to remain silent. "Upon my return, I drew another prize, acquiring the heart of a dragon-slaying hero. After utilizing it, I found myself empowered. However, I remain uncertain as to the extent of my enhancement. Thus, I wish to test it. Is there a place for such assessments here?" Xiaoho reiterated his inquiry. "Indeed, there is. Follow me," Hannibal responded. "But the heart of a dragon-slaying hero? Is that the reason you had 2 heartbeats during your examination? So, do you now possess 2 hearts? How incredibly cool." As Hannibal led Xiaoho towards the testing area, he sought to gather more information. Blade, upon hearing about the testing, silently decided to follow the two, eager to witness the unfolding events. Chapter 22. Testing. The trio arrived at the equipment room where Xiaoping was stationed. On the way, Xiaoho had recounted the tale of the heart and Siegfried. Upon entering, they found Abigail engaged in discussions with Xiaoping regarding improvements to her equipment. Upon noticing the trio, particularly Xiaoho's markedly refreshed appearance, Abigail and Xiaoping inquired about their origins, prompting Xiaoho to recount his story once more. After hearing the details, Xiaoping led everyone into a testing cubicle equipped with various apparatuses. Approaching a device resembling a punching bag, Xiaoping said to Xiaoho, "This apparatus can measure your punching speed and force. Give it a try." Xiaoho stepped forward, took a deep breath, and unleashed a powerful punch, which echoed with a resounding thud. Xiaoping hurried to the adjacent instrument to check the data, revealing a force of 1,200 kilograms and a punching speed of 35. That is equivalent to a small caliber weapon. Moreover, your explosive power has reached 1,200 kilograms, which is 5 times that of a professional boxer. It's hard to believe that a human can generate such force. Xiaoping exclaimed in astonishment. Observing this, Blade approached the device, prepared to take his turn. As he struck, the sound produced was twice as loud as Xiaoho's. After reviewing the instrument's readings, Xiaoping remarked, "Blade, you surpass Xiaoho. Your explosive power is measured at 2,800 kilograms, 12 times that of a boxer." Blade nodded in satisfaction, having exerted only 80% of his strength in that strike. Little Fatty subsequently led them to a treadmill and spoke, "This machine can measure your running speed. Who would like to go first?" Without hesitation, Xiaoho stepped forward, thinking to himself that he must be the first. Otherwise, if Daofeng finished his run first, it would adversely affect his own mindset. As Xiaoho continuously ran and accelerated on the treadmill, the displayed speed increased, ultimately stabilizing at 55 meters per second. Xiaoho breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing it. That was quite impressive, exceeding his previous speed by more than tenfold. Daofeng then approached for his turn, and the final speed displayed was an astonishing 130 meters per second, leaving the onlookers in awe, internally marveling at their extraordinary capabilities. After testing various attributes, such as reflexes and weightlifting, Little Fatty concluded that Daofeng's physical metrics reached an astounding 2,530 times that of an average person. while Xiaoho stood at 910 times. Xiaoho felt reassured and gained a clearer understanding of his personal capabilities. I would like to test the power of my Azure Rose and Scarlet Queen. Do you have any suitable instruments? Xiaoho inquired of Little Fatty. Hearing this, Little Fatty responded urgently. That won't do. I can only measure these standard items here. However, I do have special steel, with pieces as thick as 10 centimeters. You may take them outside to test. He was apprehensive about Xiaoho testing weapons inside, fearing for his precious equipment, as many instruments were quite costly. Reluctantly, Xiaoho gathered pieces of the special steel from the corner, stacking them together and carrying them outside. Remarkably, the several hundred pounds of material felt no heavier than a bottle of mineral water to him. Upon reaching the open area, he placed each type of steel at different positions and secured them. Stepping back 10 meters, he drew the Azure Rose and aimed at the first 10-centimeter thick steel plate. Firing a shot. Upon inspection, the plate bore a massive dent, but remained unbroken. Its power was comparable to that of a large-caliber sniper rifle. Returning to his original position, Xiaoho slowly infused the newfound magical energy into the revolver. As the gun began to emanate a faint blue glow, he aimed at the same 10-centimeter thick steel plate once more. Although the sound was unchanged, the bullet that flew forth shimmered with a blue luminescence, carving a brilliant azure trail through the air. With a thunderous roar, the steel plate was pierced, leaving a gaping hole over 10 centimeters wide at its center, and the ground behind it was left with a deep crater. The others stood in stunned silence, gazing at the revolver in Xiaoho's hand, their minds racing with disbelief. Are you telling me that this is a handgun? Whose handgun possesses such tremendous power? It's akin to that of an artillery piece. Dao Feng, unable to contain his excitement, realized he had become enamored with the weapon at first sight, and now desired it even more fervently. What to do? With a firm grip, he suppressed the urge to seize and directly inquired, "How did you achieve that? Is it your own ability or that of the handgun?" Xiaoho was equally astonished. While he understood that one could channel magical energy, he had not anticipated such a significant amplification of power. It must be a combination of both. This firearm was specifically engineered to combat demons. Thus, it can harness magical energy to enhance its potency. Aside from standard shots, it can elevate its power across 3 tiers, each yielding distinct effects. What you witnessed earlier was merely the lowest tier, but it does consume a fair amount of magical energy. My total reserves allow for only 6 shots before I am depleted. As he spoke, Xiaoho glanced at his remaining magical energy, which stood at 1,050 points. Upon hearing this, the onlookers acknowledged their understanding. A magical weapon designed for slaying demons? Given its immense power, they could accept it. However, Xiaoho once again raised the Azure Rose, aiming it at a 30-centimeter thick steel plate, eager to test whether his magical energy sufficed to unleash a second-tier potency. As the magical energy gradually flowed into the firearm, it emitted a radiant blue glow once more. Yet, Xiaoho did not cease. He continued to channel energy, causing the weapon to tremble uncontrollably. The luminescence enveloping it deepened, transforming into a misty violet hue. Without hesitation, Xiaoho took aim and fired. The bullet traced a violet arc through the air, and upon striking the steel plate, it erupted into a ball of violet flames. The fire did not dissipate quickly. It consumed the entire slab until it was rendered to nothingness, only to vanish in a cascade of starlit embers. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd, though still somewhat astonished, no longer exhibited the same level of incredulity as before. Otherwise, they would have been labeled as overly dramatic. They marveled at the extraordinary power, and Dao Feng's desire grew stronger. With genuine sincerity, he gazed at Xiaoho and asked, "Is this firearm for sale? Or under what other conditions? Name it, and if I possess it, it is yours." Upon hearing this, Xiaoho thought to himself, "Ah, how envious he must be. He desires it, yet I am already bound to it." Nevertheless, he feigned difficulty and replied, "This weapon is bound to me. It would be ineffective in anyone else's hands. It would automatically return to me, and you lack magical energy, correct? Without it, you cannot utilize its special attacks." Dao Feng, upon hearing this, could only acquiesce to his explanation while pondering. Surely he is not trying to deceive me. Perhaps I could sell him next time and obtain the equipment? Yet, recalling that Xiaoho could resurrect, he suppressed this thought, as his true nature could never allow him to betray a comrade. Observing his dwindling magical energy, Now at a mere 50 points, Xiaoho sheathed the azure rose. He then drew the Crimson Queen, activating a mechanism on the hilt, causing the blade to tremble while emitting a faint red glow. After approximately 3 seconds, a section of the red metal along the blade illuminated, prompting Xiaoho to charge toward the distant steel plate. With a swift horizontal slash, the 20-centimeter thick steel plate parted effortlessly, akin to a hot knife through butter. Cleaving into 2 sections, its edges continuing to melt as droplets of red molten iron cascaded down its surface. However, as Xiaoho prepared to channel energy for a second strike, the trembling of the blade intensified, rendering him unable to maintain his grip on the hilt. The Crimson Queen fell directly to the ground, and due to the intense heat of the blade, it melted a portion of the earth upon contact. Observing the fallen Crimson Queen, Xiaoho realized that activating its second phase was not an option at present. Others approached to inquire about Xiaoho's well-being. Upon seeing him shake his head in affirmation of his safety, they chose not to pursue the matter further. Dao Feng stepped forward, intent on retrieving the Crimson Queen. The moment he grasped the hilt, a searing heat surged into his palm, prompting him to hastily release his grip. Upon inspecting his hand, he noticed a burn that was gradually healing. "Why is it so hot?" Dao Feng questioned. Xiaoho, upon hearing this, also reached for the hilt, but only felt a gentle warmth. With a puzzled look at Dao Feng, he remarked, "It's not hot at all, just a bit warm." After a long pause, Hannibal stepped forward, eager to touch the Crimson Queen himself, recalling that he had previously felt nothing. Chapter 23. Once again entrapped in a dream. The morning star completes. Hannibal's hand made contact with the hilt of the Crimson Queen, and he too felt no burning sensation. He turned to Dao Feng with a teasing grin. "I touched it without issue. It seems it doesn't favor you. Perhaps it prefers someone more dashing." He then playfully patted himself and Xiaoho. Little Fatty and Abigail, unable to quell their curiosity, approached to touch the Crimson Rose, but nothing occurred. They simultaneously cast a glance at Dao Feng, their expressions seemingly asking, "Hey, are you pulling our leg?" Dao Feng, bewildered by their stares, wondered, "What do you mean?" He reached out once more to grasp the hilt, and a wisp of smoke wafted forth. After withdrawing his hand, he noted that the burn had worsened slightly. Ignoring his injured palm, he felt frustrated, pondering why he alone could not touch it. Xiaoho observed Dao Feng's hand and contemplated for a moment before uncertainly suggesting, "Could it be because Dao Feng is half vampire? This weapon is designed to combat demons, and vampires are also creatures of darkness. So perhaps it refuses to let him touch it?" The others found this reasoning plausible and looked at Dao Feng with pity. In that moment, Dao Feng's inner thoughts were, "What are you all staring at? What's wrong with being half vampire? Are you envious? A bunch of novices. I don't even care about this wretched blade." Abigail then shifted the topic. "Shall we head back for a meal? It's about that time." She gestured towards the setting sun. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." "Xiaoho, let me tell you," when Dao Feng chased after Drake, Hannibal hastily interjected, pulling Xiaoho along as he made his way toward the base building, not forgetting to share Dao Feng's unfortunate predicament with his newly acquainted friend. Dao Feng and the others followed closely behind, listening to Hannibal's recounting as they progressed toward the building. After dinner, back in his room, Xiaoho observed his magic power restored to full capacity and calculated the time. It took an hour to regain 50 points, indicating that a full recovery would require a day. He wondered if higher attributes in the future would allow for a quicker restoration. "Now I must conserve my resources, or else a few shots will deplete my magic entirely. Speaking of which, there is nothing pressing at the moment. What shall I do?" Xiaoho pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The year is 2004, and it seems that touchscreen smartphones have yet to make their debut, as Hannibal and his companions are still using Nokia phones. If only I could watch some videos of lovely ladies, but alas, it is impossible. Never mind. I shall simply retire to sleep. With that, Xiaoho lay down on the bed. However, in an instant, he sprang back up. "Damn it, I forgot to stow my blades." After securing both weapons in his backpack, he reclined once more onto the bed. Ah, how delightful. Indeed, lying down like a lazy fish is the most pleasurable state. The renowned philosopher Descartes once proclaimed that reclining is the optimal way of living. He spoke with utmost truth. With that, he closed his eyes, and within moments, the gentle sound of breathing emerged, indicating he had entered the realm of slumber. Lazy fish. I utterly disdain those of you who fall asleep the moment your head hits the pillow. Do you not realize I suffer from severe insomnia? I can only manage 4 to 5 hours of sleep a day, and I hold you in profound contempt. As Xiaoho drifted into dreams once more, he found himself in a grassy meadow where Siegfried stood calmly, as if he had been waiting for a long time. You have arrived? I have. Then let us begin. Wait. Begin what? And shouldn't you be saying that I should not be here? Commence your training. I promise to impart all my skills to you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho replied, I thought you had already bestowed your abilities upon me. Is there more? He then inquired, Am I dreaming? Siegfried answered with unwavering calmness, Indeed. Then what you teach me is of no use. Who remembers anything from a dream? Even if I do, it cannot be applied in reality, can it? You will remember. As long as you learn, your body will naturally respond. Siegfried replied, maintaining his tranquil demeanor. Xiaoho was at a loss for words. Is it truly so idealistic? Very well. Let us begin. Without further ado, Siegfried conjured 2 great swords from his magical energy and handed one to Xiaoho. Taking the sword, Xiaoho assumed a combat stance. Thus, the two commenced their duel, with Siegfried correcting Xiaoho's various shortcomings, such as his grip on the sword and techniques for exerting force. The first light of dawn quietly lifted the curtain of night, as rosy hues spread across the horizon like delicate ink on paper. Dewdrops trembled on the tips of leaves, welcoming this gently awakening world. Xiaoho rubbed his tired eyes, and after a moment of respite, his thoughts began to clarify. He recalled everything from his dream, the myriad techniques he had acquired, and he felt as though they were at his disposal. The Crimson Queen appeared in his hand, and he began to experiment with the knowledge gleaned from his dream. After a series of trials, Xiaoho confirmed Siegfried's assertion. He had indeed mastered the skills. Though he had not learned much, with a few more sessions, he could undoubtedly evolve into a master swordsman akin to Siegfried, who was, after all, a heroic spirit of great renown. As a knock resonated, a voice from outside called out, Xiaoho, are you awake? Field has already prepared the morning star, and everyone is in the hall waiting for you. Xiaoho promptly replied, I'm awake. I'll be right there. Just give me a moment. He then rose to open the door and, upon seeing the waiting Xiaopeng, declared, All right, let us go. Xiaopeng noticed the remnants of sleep in the corners of Xiaoho's eyes and inquired, Aren't you going to freshen up first? You still have sleep in your eyes. Xiaoho dismissively replied, It's nothing. Don't sweat the small stuff. I can wash up later, especially since I'm not going out right now. Xiaopeng chose not to press further, mentally labeling him as untidy. He pondered how Abigail could possibly be attracted to such a person. Could it be that this disarray drew women's attention? Perhaps he should give it a try. Upon entering the hall, the members of the Nightwalker team and Blade were already seated in their respective places, with 2 objects resembling bullet casings placed on the central table. Xiaoho, glancing at the items, remarked, You all are here so early? By the way, is this the Morning Star? It seems rather ordinary. Field, visibly irked, retorted, What do you know? The virus contained within can spread through the air. Just one can annihilate an entire building of vampires. Moreover, I've integrated Drake's genes. If it hits him, it is guaranteed to kill him. We've already tested it with his blood, and it is absolutely effective, but it must explode within his body. Xiaoho then turned to Blade and continued questioning Field, but will it work on Blade? Field hesitated before responding. I'm not sure. Time is short, and I haven't tested it with Blade's blood or genes. Blade interjected suddenly, It's fine. Even if it works, it's not a big deal. If it can kill Drake and his ilk, then I would be the last vampire. I should be eradicated as well, ensuring that there are no more vampires in this world. The others turned to Blade, regarding his perspective with admiration. Chapter 24. Dispute. Although Xiaoho was reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere, he couldn't contain his urge to comment. So, have you never considered fleeing right after using it? Or do you so-called heroes only think about sacrificing yourselves to inspire those who survive? It's akin to Tony Stark. Despite having numerous people who could snap their fingers in his place, he insisted on doing it himself, ultimately leaving behind Pepper and his daughter, as well as Spider-Man. Though he moved many and saved the world, there would be no more Iron Man afterwards. Hannibal suddenly interjected, Wait, are you referring to Tony Stark when you mentioned Tony? I remember him as quite the playboy. How did he become Iron Man? Xiaoho, exasperated, replied, Does that even matter? Besides, that's in the future. It's only 2004 now. He doesn't become Iron Man until he is kidnapped in 08, and he has nearly 20 years until he snaps his fingers. Are we now discussing Blade? Hannibal chuckled awkwardly yet came to Blade's defense, stating, I believe Blade is justified, even if it may seem unfair to him. If I were in his position, I would make the same choice. Someone must take action, after all. Upon hearing this, Blade's regard for Hannibal heightened instantaneously. Despite his somewhat abrasive demeanor, he surprisingly aligned with Blade's preferences, prompting a softer gaze in his direction. Xiahou, however, found himself at a loss for words and directly countered. This is not merely a matter of whether to act, but rather whether such action is truly necessary. When superior alternatives exist, one need not indulge in acts of personal heroism. Isn't it true that your Night Stalker team was formed to eradicate vampires? Moreover, I have joined your ranks. Could I not simply distract Drake while you wield the Morning Star? Blade could then seize the opportunity to retreat from the Morning Star's influence and return to cleanse the battlefield. Why must one always contemplate self-sacrifice? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Field interjected hastily, Xiahou, hold on. I merely expressed uncertainty about whether the Morning Star would affect Blade. I did not confirm it would harm him. Xiahou inhaled deeply, then turned to Blade, addressing the group. My focus is solely on Blade. His words conveyed disdain and pity for you all, suggesting that without him, you would be incapable of achieving anything. He presents himself as the epitome of nobility while dismissing the valiant efforts of you ordinary individuals who are willing to risk your lives. Self-sacrifice is only the loftiest choice when no other options remain. Yet, when solutions are available, opting for such a path reveals a lack of trust in us. This is a manifestation of arrogance and self-importance. In my world, the warriors and government who protect us ordinary people prioritize unity and collaboration. In moments that require sacrifice, they never waver. Therefore, I urge you to reflect carefully, Blade. You are not irreplaceable. At least, in the Marvel Universe I know. You belong to the weaker echelon of heroes. Though many have yet to emerge, in a few years, superheroes will proliferate like an explosion. After Xiahou's declaration, he disregarded the others present, casting a lingering glance at Blade before exiting the room. Once Xiahou departed, the remaining individuals pondered the weight of his words. Hannibal then addressed Blade, saying, Xiahou is correct. We may be mere mortals, yet our goals are aligned. Moreover, I wish to convey that you ought to place greater faith in us. Whether you acknowledge it or not, we are teammates now. Upon hearing Hannibal's affirmation, Blade began to introspect, questioning whether he had indeed erred. However, he had always operated solo and had encountered betrayal on numerous occasions. Particularly the betrayal from his own biological mother had rendered him wary of trusting others. Perhaps, he mused, he was indeed mistaken. As he fell into contemplation, the others refrained from further discussion, choosing instead to depart and grant him the solitude necessary for reflection. After Xiahou left, he ascended to the rooftop terrace, gazing out at the tumultuous sea, his emotions rising and falling in tandem with the waves. He pondered how the reality mirrored that of the cinematic world, where both films and societal teachings predominantly extolled the virtue of individual heroism among the common folk, while the affluent and powerful engaged in all manner of nefarious dealings. Prior to entering this game, he had been exposed to numerous reports and videos regarding the United States instigating tariff wars, shifting the burden of its internal issues onto other nations. The audacity to proclaim its own righteousness was indeed laughable. Moreover, he found himself particularly irked by the attitude displayed earlier. Here he was, merely a gamer, yet he was confronted with a display of faux compassion. As Xiahou continued to gaze at the sea, lost in thought, he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he discovered Abigail standing behind him, holding 2 bottles of wine. After handing one to Xiahou, she uncorked her own and took a sip before inquiring, What troubles you? Why the sudden outburst of anger? Xiahou, also opening his bottle and taking a sip, finding it far less palatable than the fine spirits of his homeland, responded, I merely disapprove of his demeanor. Clearly, you face a far greater threat than he does, yet he behaves as if he alone is the protagonist. Abigail, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. There's no need to be upset. Your reaction seems rather excessive. After a moment of contemplation, Xiahou placed his hand over his chest, reflecting. Perhaps I was influenced by the dream I had earlier. Abigail, gazing into his eyes, inquired, Are you referring to the owner of that heart? I recall you mentioning he was named Siegfried, correct? Would you share his tale with me? Xiahou turned his gaze towards Abigail. then silently averted his head as he began to recount Siegfried's past. After a considerable duration of storytelling, he took a sip of water and remarked to Abigail, "So, do you believe these so-called heroes are merely fools? Even after death, becoming spirits, they appear not for themselves, but to fulfill the wishes of others, only to die once more?" Abigail, moved by the tale, felt a pang of discomfort, yet answered his query. "However, it is precisely for this reason that they are immortalized in song, is it not? Just as you are. Do you not grieve for his experiences?" "No, I simply cannot comprehend him, nor will I become him. Even within this game, I will at most strive to avoid inflicting harm upon others." Xiao hastily clarified his stance, adding, "If I am to be a hero, I shall not be one bound by the will of others. Instead, let us become heroes driven by passion." Abigail gazed at the sea, her voice gentle as she replied, "That sounds delightful." After a moment of contemplation shared between the two, Abigail playfully nudged Xiao. "It is time for us to depart. Perhaps after vanquishing the vampires, we can gather everyone for a delightful experience of sea fishing." Upon hearing this, Xiao concurred. Simultaneously, a prompt for a side quest appeared on his task panel. Chapter 25. Individual Dreams Trigger Side Quest. Eliminate the Vampire Clan of New Orleans. Quest details. Exterminate all vampires in New Orleans and the vampire progenitor Drake. Quest rewards: 2,000 energy points, 3 random lottery chances, 1 designated lottery chance. Observing the newly generated side quest, Xiao accepted it and turned to Abigail, declaring, "Let's go forth. This time, we shall annihilate them. Then I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a master angler." Subsequently, the two summoned the others from the base to the hall. Once everyone had assembled, Blade spoke first. "I apologize for my previous words. I meant no disrespect. I merely felt it was my duty. If you cannot accept this, I can confront them alone." However, before he could finish, Abigail surged forward, delivering a forceful punch that abruptly silenced his unspoken words. "What did you say? Do not presume to be the sole authority, Blade. Are we not all here to confront the vampires? Even in your absence, we would pursue this. How can you justify your words in light of my father?" Abigail exclaimed passionately, her emotions flaring as she confronted Blade. The others glared at Blade in shared indignation, yet he remained silent, standing there in contemplation. Unlike the others, Xiao spoke up. "Perhaps your intentions are rooted in a desire to protect these individuals, but please respect their choices. This is not solely your burden to bear. You need not play the tragic lone hero." As Xiao recounted Siegfried's tale to Abigail, he grasped a deeper significance, one distinct from his homeland. Though he may not fully endorse their ideals, there exists a profound meaning in their struggle, does there not? After all, in the face of tragedy, people yearn for a hero to emerge and illuminate their path. Extending his right hand towards a solitary blade, Xiao formed a fist and placed it slightly before him. "You may be formidable, but we shall not hinder your progress. This time, we are a team, and you are no longer alone. Let us confront the battles ahead together. Trust us with your back, and then we shall eradicate them. Afterwards, we can return, enjoy a beer, and discuss our future plans." He maintained a serious expression, awaiting Blade's response. As Blade gazed at the outstretched fist, he felt a long-forgotten thrill. Slowly, he raised his right hand, gently resting it atop Xiao's fist. Abigail witnessed this scene and gently placed her hand atop the others. Hannibal followed suit, accompanied by Little Black, Little Fat, Zoe, and Field, whom she supported. As the leader of the Night Walkers, Abigail boldly proclaimed, "Night Walkers, let's set forth, annihilate them," and raised their joined hands high. In unison, the others echoed, "Annihilate them." Together, they brought their hands down with conviction, their hearts now united toward a singular purpose. Upon arriving at Little Fat's equipment room to prepare their necessary gear, Field spoke up, "By the way, I forgot to mention, I have located the vampire's lair. After some investigation, it turns out to be a pharmaceutical company. However, the address differs from the one we received earlier." Hearing this, Xiao interjected, "That must merely be a decoy. I recall it being a blood bank. I believe the address we previously obtained is the true lair, and we can deal with this pharmaceutical company later. Moreover, I suggest that while we launch our attack, Field and Little Fat should relocate to another site to prevent them from raiding our base." The group voiced no dissent, clearly in agreement with Xiao's assessment. After equipping themselves with ample specialized silver bullets and various targeted gear, Abigail handed a morning star to Xiao, stating, "You are the strongest among us, second only to Blade. If I miss my shot, let it be you who delivers the final blow. Xiahou accepted it, responding, leave it to me. I will do my utmost to hold Drake back. Blade, once you see us wielding the Morning Star, retreat a bit. Will you? Blade offered no reply, merely nodding imperceptibly. Xiahou, Abigail, Hannibal, and Blade boarded the same vehicle, while the others took another, both cars departing their base in tandem. Upon reaching an intersection, Little Black, who was driving, called out to Xiahou and the others, good luck. Stay safe. Abigail replied, you all be careful too. Head to another safe house and await our news. The two vehicles then steered off in different directions, gradually fading from view. The setting sun began to soften its brilliance, resembling a gentle, glowing red lantern suspended at the horizon where the city met the sky. Inside the vehicle, Hannibal turned to Blade and inquired, have you ever considered what you would do after vanquishing all the vampires? After a moment of contemplation, Blade replied, I haven't thought about it. Perhaps I might become a priest? Hannibal immediately scoffed, really? A priest? Are you planning to teach the children who come to pray how to slay vampires? In the back seat, Xiahou gave a thumbs up to Hannibal's sharp retort. Seeing Xiahou's approval, Hannibal promptly redirected, and what about you, Xiahou? What are your plans for the future? Xiahou, upon hearing Hannibal's inquiry, began to contemplate his future plans. To be candid, he had never truly given this matter serious consideration. Firstly, this is merely a game, yet there exists no central narrative. It resembles a sandbox game, and it appears there is little of substance for him to engage in. Speaking of which, it has been several days, and still, there has been no sign of activity. Has no one noticed his peculiar predicament? After a moment of reflection, Xiahou tentatively responded, perhaps I shall travel about, waiting for various superheroes to appear so I may get to know them. In time, I might even embark on a journey through the cosmos. Hannibal, unsatisfied with this answer and eager to assist Abigail, pressed further, have you never considered finding a girlfriend or something of the sort? Xiahou quickly dismissed the notion. Absolutely not. One must not indulge in such frivolities. What purpose would it serve? I would rather roam freely, unencumbered. Abigail's expression darkened once more. It seemed her prospects were indeed bleak. Xiahou then turned to Hannibal and inquired, what about you, Hannibal? Have you contemplated your future? Me? I aspire to be an actor. What do you think of Green Lantern? I believe my demeanor is particularly suited to portray him. Hannibal replied nonchalantly, you'd best be cautious. Should Deadpool learn of this, he would surely seek your demise. Xiahou responded in a tone meant to reassure. The vehicle jolted suddenly, prompting Hannibal to ask nervously, why? I have done nothing to offend him. He recalled Xiahou mentioning earlier that Deadpool was a formidable character capable of traversing the multiverse at will. Xiahou chuckled. Whom can we blame? He harbors a deep disdain for the actor who once portrayed Green Lantern, continually claiming he would breach the fourth wall to eliminate him. Hannibal queried, is it of any use to reconsider my stance now? It is futile. Prepare for your fate. Xiahou jested before turning to Abigail. And you, Abigail, have you pondered your future? Both Blade and Hannibal directed their attention towards her, eager to learn of her aspirations. With the three of them awaiting her response, Abigail contemplated for a moment before stating, I believe I shall become an archery coach. At least that is something I excel at. The three expressed their agreement, and the conversation continued with jovial banter. Hannibal then remarked, gentlemen, we are nearing our destination. Prepare for battle. At this moment, their vehicle had arrived near the headquarters of the vampires. Chapter 26. The Battle at the Vampire Headquarters, Part 1. The Vampire Headquarters, an edifice of 13 stories, was designed with elements reminiscent of medieval castles. The vehicle halted at the roadside outside the building, and Xiahou observed the individuals bustling within. Were it not for the glaring health bars hovering above their heads, one might easily mistake it for an ordinary office building. Through days of careful observation, Xiahou had come to understand the mechanics behind perceiving others' health bars. Only when others harbor malice towards oneself and a clear adversarial relationship has been established does a blood bar manifest above their heads. Vampires, however, possess an inherent hostility towards all humanity. Thus, even though it is not directed at Xiahou personally, he is still able to perceive the blood bar. Xiahou, lamenting his newfound role as a vampire detector, remarked to the trio, it appears that this building is teeming with vampires. At least everyone I have encountered thus far is one. Upon hearing this, Blade inspected his handgun and throwing darts, declaring, Then let us not hold back. We shall eliminate them all. Hannibal and Abigail, after meticulously checking their equipment, echoed in unison, "Let us proceed." The four stood shoulder to shoulder, their strides resolute as they advanced towards the building. Sunlight bathed them, casting long shadows behind them. As they entered the lobby, their presence caught the attention of two vigilant vampires stationed as guards. The duo exchanged wary glances before stepping forward, ready to inquire about the intentions of these uninvited guests. However, before they could utter a word, a flash of cold light cut through the air, followed by the dull thud of gunfire. Bang! Bang! The shots rang out almost simultaneously, as if triggered by a single finger. The two vampires barely had time to emit a sound of surprise before the unexpected bullet struck, instantly reducing them to ash that scattered in the air. Witnessing this, the three behind Blade exhibited no hesitation. They synchronized their movements, weapons glimmering with lethal intent, and struck at the remaining vampires, who were still reeling from shock. In an instant, the lobby erupted into a maelstrom of fire and gunfire, a dazzling display of chaos and carnage. Bullets whistled through the air, carving deadly trajectories, while flames surged forth like a furious dragon, engulfing the vampires within. This sudden skirmish plunged the entire lobby into a realm of disorder and slaughter. However, it was not long before every vampire in the lobby was vanquished. Leaving no impact on the quartet, they proceeded directly to the elevator, preparing to ascend to the top floor. The vampires on the upper levels had heard the gunfire from the first floor and, witnessing the elevator rising, hastened to relay the news to the higher floors. Upon receiving this information, Danica turned to Drake, who stood at the window, gazing down at the street below, and said, "We are under attack. It must be Blade and his crew, and they are currently ascending in the elevator." Drake, upon hearing this, approached a nearby cabinet and retrieved his weapon from the rack, a single-handed sword reminiscent of a Tonto. He also donned a one-handed arm guard on his left arm. "Let us go and greet our daywalker," Drake proclaimed as he led the way towards the elevator. Danica quickly followed with his subordinates, secretly reveling in the thought that Blade would surely meet his demise for so recklessly delivering himself into their hands. Meanwhile, within the elevator, Xiahou, visibly exasperated, turned to his companions and remarked, "By the way, is it truly wise for us to enter the elevator so brazenly? Surely, we want to be met with a barrage of gunfire upon the doors opening." Blade remained silent, yet his expression conveyed a resolute indifference. Hannibal and Abigail gestured towards Blade's silhouette, suggesting that they should inquire of him. "Very well. You are indeed formidable. I, however, am unfazed. After all, I shall rise again." As Xiahou spoke, he took a step forward, positioning himself alongside Blade to shield the two from behind. With a soft chime, the elevator arrived at the 13th floor, the doors gradually parting. Contrary to Xiahou's expectations, there were not dozens of guns trained upon them. Although many eyes were upon them, no one drew a weapon immediately. The leader, Drake, upon spotting Blade, proclaimed, "Blade, I told you, the next time we meet, my blade shall meet yours. Let us see who the true deity is. Are you prepared to meet your end?" Blade merely raised his middle finger and retorted, "I was born ready. Damn it." Xiahou silently scoffed, thinking to himself, "I should have anticipated this. Are these individuals mentally deficient? Or is it merely a narrative requirement to exchange bravado before engaging in a blatant brawl?" Hannibal discreetly placed his hand on his lower back, grasping a UV grenade hanging there. As Blade and Drake charged at one another, he disengaged the safety and tossed it forth. Danica, witnessing Hannibal's unscrupulous maneuver, cursed loudly. "Hannibal, you scoundrel!" as she dove behind a nearby cabinet, in a flash of violet brilliance, save for a few vampires who managed to find cover. The rest met their demise in a conflagration, reduced to mere ashes. Blade and Drake paid no heed to the carnage. Both, being fearlessly sunlit vampires, were engrossed in their clash. Yet, Blade intentionally maneuvered Drake away to another location. Xiahou observed the duo drifting further apart and remarked to Hannibal, "Well executed. Let's first deal with these ordinary vampires before aiding Blade." An arrow suddenly whizzed past him, striking a vampire poised to ambush, accompanied by Abigail's warning, "Focus, Xiahou." Xiahou and Hannibal ceased their conversation and resumed their assault on the exposed vampires. However, as they commenced their battle, more vampires from other floors began to converge upon the 13th floor. After dispatching another vampire, Xiahou declared, I shall block the stairwell. You two handle things here. They merely responded, "Go ahead," and continued to evade the gunfire from the vampires while retaliating. The 13th floor lay in ruin, a testament to their fierce combat. Xiahou reached the stairwell, relentlessly emptying his magazine into the throngs of approaching vampires. Faced with these ordinary vampires, he found no need to employ the charging mode of the Azure Rose. A single shot to a vital point was sufficient to eliminate each foe. Yet, the vampires, despite occasionally appearing foolish, were not truly so. Armed with handguns and various submachine guns, they unleashed a relentless barrage upon Xiahou. The intensity of their firepower compelled Xiahou to refrain from exposing himself, while internally he lamented. This was far removed from the cinematic portrayals he had witnessed. In films, did they not typically depict mindless, close-quarter combatants? The sporadic gunfire was merely a theatrical display of marksmanship. Why then did these individuals possess such formidable firepower? As Xiahou hesitated to reveal himself again, the vampires surged forward like a swarm. Chapter 27. The Battle at the Vampire Headquarters, Part 2. With the vampires momentarily ceasing their gunfire, Xiahou extended the Azure Rose from its concealment in the corner. With 6 consecutive gunshots, 6 vampires were once again reduced to ashes. Observing this, the vampires were taken aback. He dared to retaliate. They resumed their fierce assault. Yet their shots only marred the walls with bullet holes and debris. Xiahou had already retracted his weapon, secretly reveling in his success. Firing a shot and retreating was exhilarating. As the gunfire diminished, he contemplated a second ambush. However, just as he extended his weapon, he was startled by a continuous volley of shots, prompting him to hastily withdraw his handgun. It became evident that the vampires had adapted. A portion remained poised, aiming at the corner of the staircase, while others continued their advance. Realizing he could no longer maintain long-range suppression, Xiahou silently sheathed the Azure Rose at his waist, and in its stead, the Scarlet Queen appeared in his grasp. Internally, he resolved, if long-range combat was not an option, then close quarters it would be. It was the perfect opportunity to test the sword techniques he had learned from Siegfried. Thus, he positioned himself at the corner of the hallway, awaiting the vampire's approach. Time ticked by, and with each passing second, his heart raced in tandem. At last, he discerned the faint sound of footsteps around the corner. He immediately sharpened his focus, attentively listening to the direction and rhythm of the sounds, calculating the enemy's position. Just as he immersed himself in concentration, the first vampire darted around the corner with astonishing speed, like a bolt of lightning. Yet, Xiahou was prepared. His reflexes matched the vampire's swiftness. In an instant, a massive sword appeared at the vampire's throat. This blade, razor-sharp, effortlessly severed the first vampire's head, sparks flying in the aftermath. Without losing momentum, the sword continued its arc, mercilessly reaping the lives of the next 2 vampires like the scythe of death. In the blink of an eye, 3 vampires had been reduced to ashes, and without hesitation, Xiahou surged forward. Although his strength was waning, he adeptly maneuvered the sword into a diagonal upward thrust. This unexpected maneuver caught the advancing vampires off guard, and they were swiftly struck by his sudden onslaught. The great sword ruthlessly cleaved through their bodies once more, reducing them to ashes that wafted into the air. Xiahou inwardly mused on the merits of vampires. When slain by their countering weapon, they would instantly combust into ash, thereby avoiding the gruesome spectacle of blood that could induce nausea. At that moment, the firearms wielded by the vampires had become useless, as their lines of fire were entirely obstructed by their comrades. Even if a stray bullet were to be discharged, Xiahou would deftly employ the nearby vampires as shields, effortlessly deflecting the projectiles. As the number of slain vampires grew, Xiahou began to comprehend why characters in Marvel so favored hand-to-hand combat. Sometimes, firearms are not as effective as one might expect. In close quarters, each punch landed with palpable impact, and the efficacy of various melee weapons was markedly superior. Within less than a minute, he had already dispatched over 100 vampires. Had he relied on the Azure Rose, achieving such efficiency would have been arduous, as its rate of fire imposed significant constraints. The vampires continued to surge forward, and although Xiahou's physical enhancements could not sustain him like Captain America for an entire day, he was more than capable of fighting for several hours without issue. Meanwhile, Hannibal and Abigail found themselves dispersed by the vampires. Although Xiahou had halted the advance up the stairs, The elevator continued to deliver an endless stream of foes. Hannibal regretted not having brought a few grenades to obliterate the elevator. Armed solely with weapons designed for combating vampires, he possessed no high-powered explosives. Abigail, wielding a sleeve sword in one hand and an ultraviolet blade in the other, engaged in close combat with the vampires. Feeling the mounting pressure and sensing that her defenses might soon falter. In the distance, Danica observed the fray while urging her subordinates to continue their assault, taunting Hannibal. "Hannibal, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Here I stand, come and slay me." In response, Hannibal found the time to gesture rudely at her, retorting, "Danica, once I finish off your minions, I shall personally come up and extract every one of your teeth. Then I will stuff a UV grenade into your mouth, allowing you to experience a sensation unlike any other." After speaking, he shattered a glass orb upon the ground. Instantly, the surrounding vampires erupted into fits of coughing, flames emanating from their mouths and cracks appearing near their lips. The glass orb Hannibal had thrown contained a powder of silver. While it could not directly annihilate the vampires inhaling it, it significantly impaired their abilities. Upon witnessing this, Danica quickly covered her mouth and nose, retreating a short distance before exclaiming, "Is this the extent of your cunning?" To which Hannibal replied, "This is not mere trickery, it is strategy. And do you not also benefit from your numerical superiority?" He then produced 2 more glass orbs, hurling them towards the gathering of vampires near Abigail, alleviating some of her pressure, as they simultaneously commenced their advance toward Xiaoho, preparing to liberate him as well. The overwhelming presence of vampires necessitated a strategy of capturing the leader to subdue the rest. Meanwhile, Daofeng and Drake found themselves engaged in a fervent duel before an enormous floor-to-ceiling window, exchanging blows while conversing as if they were long-lost friends reuniting for an intellectual spar. In stark contrast to the fierce battles surrounding them, their combat bore an air of camaraderie. As Drake swung his blade, he inquired of Daofeng, "Why do you insist on opposing us to protect humanity? Are you not a vampire yourself?" "They are merely sustenance." In response, while parrying his strikes, Daofeng retorted, "I'm also human. It is humanity that nurtured me, and they're not mere food. You, in your selfishness, have perpetuated their suffering, much like a self-proclaimed deity." With that, he intensified his onslaught, wielding a long sword forged from a unique silver alloy, inflicting numerous wounds upon Drake. Yet, in mere moments, they healed as if untouched. "You cannot kill me. I am immortal. You can still join me." Drake continued his attempts to sway Daofeng. However, Daofeng dismissed him with disdain, persisting in his relentless attack while internally fretting over the delay of Xiaoho and the others in bringing Morningstar. Drake's immortality proved exceedingly vexing, rendering him nearly invulnerable. Chapter 28. The Battle at the Vampire Headquarters, Finale. After assisting Abigail in alleviating her burdens, Hannibal made his way to the stairwell. With a cacophony of battle and anguished cries echoed within, he breathed a sigh of relief. Despite Xiaoho's ability to resurrect post-mortem, his combat prowess was crucial at this moment. Peering into the stairwell, he beheld Xiaoho wielding the Crimson Queen with lethal grace. His movements, once awkward during their confrontation, now emanated an ineffable beauty. Each swing seemed instinctual, seamlessly transitioning between slashes, thrusts, and jabs. The vampires he faced appeared as mere mortals stumbling into a battlefield reminiscent of a grand epic, swiftly dispatched by Xiaoho's unrestrained prowess. The ashes of the fallen added an exquisite visual to the carnage. "Xiaoho, did you miss me? I have come to assist," Hannibal declared, producing a UV grenade and tossing it into the central void of the stairwell. The grenade erupted in brilliant light, incinerating any vampire it touched, reducing them to dust. Upon hearing Hannibal's voice, Xiaoho witnessed a beam of light sweep through, engulfing the nearby vampires in flames. Turning to look up at Hannibal, he asked, "What brings you here? Have you dealt with the vampires above? Just give me a moment. I will eradicate them all." Yet internally he shouted, "Don't steal my experience points." In the course of this recent battle, Xiaoho had already slain over 300 vampires, causing his long stagnant level to surge to 12. An impressive rise of 10 levels. Hannibal observed as he prepared to charge into the throng of vampires that had just surged forth. He quickly interjected, "Hey, wait a moment. This is not the time to engage with these minions. Abigail and I can scarcely hold on. Their numbers are overwhelming, and we cannot vanquish them all." You must assist Blade in eliminating Drake first, and then return to deal with these vampire lackeys. And do not forget about Morningstar. Upon hearing this, Xiahou contemplated the situation and concurred. Once Drake was dispatched, the remaining adversaries would be unable to escape. He turned and began ascending, reaching Hannibal's side, and inquired, "But if I do not impede them, they will be a nuisance as they surge forward. Can you manage?" Hannibal produced 2 glass orbs, flashing a confident smile at him. "That is precisely why I have prepared plenty of these." With that, he hurled the orbs, which arced gracefully through the air before shattering at 2 different corners of the staircase. A cloud of dust instantly enveloped the area, causing the vampires to recoil in agony, spewing flames as they dared not enter the shrouded space. Quite effective, isn't it? At the very least, it will buy us enough time. Hannibal turned to Xiahou, revealing a broad grin, his expression brimming with pride, as if imploring him to praise his ingenuity. Xiahou acknowledged Hannibal's contribution with a thumbs up, replying, "Very impressive. But why did you not use this earlier?" "Primarily because I did not bring many. They're best utilized in critical moments. Now let us not squander any more time." As Hannibal explained, he led Xiahou toward the battleground. Upon arriving at the lobby by the elevator where the previous skirmish had occurred, they found Abigail once again besieged by a horde of vampires. The 2 men drew their weapons, aiding her in breaking free from the encirclement. Once reunited, Hannibal gestured in a specific direction and said, "Blade and his team have gone that way. Abigail and I will continue to hold off these minions. You must assist Blade and swiftly deal with Drake." Xiao nodded to both of them. "Understood. Leave it to me. I shall rely on you here, and I will hasten." With that, he charged toward Blade's direction, dispatching the obstructing vampires effortlessly. Those at a distance fell to his gunfire, while those nearby were swiftly reduced to ash by his blade, none capable of halting his advance. Hannibal watched with a sense of wonder and remarked to Abigail, "It is hard to believe that just a few days ago he was a mere weakling, albeit with some peculiar abilities." Abigail nodded in agreement, then playfully retorted, "When I first encountered him, he fired twice and was left wincing in pain from the recoil for quite some time. Although he did not mention it, I could tell. We ordinary humans stand no chance against these non-human entities." After their exchange, a shadow of melancholy crossed their faces. It would not be long before they might find themselves as mere burdens. Xiao had not traveled far when he encountered the burly vampire from earlier, flanked by 3 of his vampire minions, blocking his path. With a sinister grin, the vampire taunted Xiahou, "You shall not pass here. Come, let us feast upon him." 3 dogs lunged forward, their mouths grotesquely split open, resembling a fearsome predator, blossoming like a flower as they charged at Xiahou, accompanied by a robust vampire. Yet, with a mere flick of his sword, 3 streaks of sword light surged forth, reducing both man and beasts to mere ashes. To my astonishment, were they truly so feeble? I had anticipated a formidable challenge. Xiahou scoffed, resuming his advance inward in search of Daofeng and Drake. At last, he arrived at a grand hall adorned with expansive windows, where he beheld the 2 engaged in a fervent duel. It appeared that I had arrived at an inopportune moment, observing their spirited clash. I felt as though I had intruded upon an intimate encounter. As Xiahou entered the hall, both combatants paused after a fierce exchange, turning their attention to the newcomer. Upon recognizing Xiahou, Daofeng inquired, "Have you resolved the situation outside?" Xiahou approached his side, casting a wary glance at Drake across the way, and replied, "Not yet. There are too many vampires. They insisted I come to assist you with him first." Upon hearing Xiahou's response, Daofeng remained silent, lifting his blade once more to launch another assault on Drake. Xiahou mirrored his actions, simultaneously activating the Crimson Empress mode. After several more exchanges between Daofeng and Drake, the Crimson Empress had completed its charging. Seizing the opportunity, Daofeng struck with a fiery blade, aiming at Drake's lower back from an unexpected angle. Drake, realizing he needed to evade, found it too late, nearly cleaved in 2. The severed area ignited with crimson flames, hindering the healing of his wound. Observing this, Daofeng swiftly delivered another blow, severing Drake's right hand, and followed up with a spinning kick that sent him crashing into a wine cabinet, shattering it to pieces, which then concealed Drake's form. Xiahou, rendered speechless, turned to Daofeng and asked, "Why did you kick him? You should have continued striking him down, shred him to pieces." "Is that too much to ask?" Daofeng sheepishly scratched the back of his head, replying in a hushed tone, I couldn't help myself. It just happened in the heat of the moment. While the two conversed, Drake began to rise from the debris, his severed hand mysteriously restored. And the flames at his waist gradually extinguished, allowing his wound to heal slowly. He gazed at the Crimson Empress in Xiaoho's grasp and inquired, "Why can your sword harm me when I am supposed to be immortal?" As he spoke, his injury fully mended. Xiaoho, observing Drake's complete recovery, sighed inwardly, contemplating how he could have defeated him had he reached the second or third stage. He then mockingly retorted, "Are you truly that dim? Why would I divulge such information? But since you asked, I shall show you mercy. This sword is forged to slay demons. A weakling vampire like you is but a triviality." Drake, incensed by Xiaoho's derision, seethed with rage. "Do you hear what you're saying? I a weakling?" In an instant, he was consumed by rage, his physique beginning to swell dramatically. From his back unfurled a pair of bat-like wings, and his visage transformed, no longer resembling that of a human. He discarded his one-handed sword, his hands morphing into lethal claws, ultimately becoming a towering, nearly 3-meter-tall bat-like monstrosity. Dao Feng gazed at the transformed Drake, turning to Xiaoho with an expression of disdain, as if to say, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Clearly, this creature would be formidable to face. Xiaoho, equally speechless, lamented the fragility of mental fortitude. He then addressed Dao Feng, "You go first and provide me with cover. I shall unleash my ultimate power." He drew forth the Azure Rose, commencing the infusion of magical energy into the firearm. Upon witnessing Xiaoho produce his pistol, Dao Feng hesitated not a moment, charging towards the monstrous Drake with his blade in hand. However, the transformed Drake's strength had surged tremendously, overpowering Dao Feng with ease. Amidst the clash, Drake bellowed at Xiaoho, "Insect, come join the fray." At that moment, the Azure Rose began to emit a faint purple glow. Once the hue stabilized, Xiaoho shouted to Dao Feng, "Step back." Upon hearing Xiaoho's urgent call, Dao Feng executed a roll, retreating a considerable distance. The purple bullet from the Azure Rose struck Drake squarely in the chest. In an instant, purple flames engulfed him, igniting a fierce conflagration accompanied by agonizing wails. Dao Feng, witnessing Drake ablaze, yearned to deliver a finishing blow, yet Xiaoho seized him, preventing his advance. "That fire is contagious. Do not approach," Xiaoho cautioned. However, as the flames on Drake began to dwindle, both Xiaoho and Dao Feng's expressions turned grim. Xiaoho retrieved the Morning Star and instructed Dao Feng, "You need to vacate for a moment. I am about to utilize the Morning Star." Dao Feng regarded Xiaoho with a profound gaze before silently nodding, crashing through a window and leaping outside. Once Dao Feng had departed, Xiaoho wasted no time, thrusting the Morning Star into Drake's body while simultaneously activating the detonation mechanism. Venom surged within Drake, causing him to expand like a balloon. Upon reaching nearly 5 meters, he erupted with a deafening boom, transforming into a torrential rain of blood, while fine particles began to disperse throughout the building. Rather than dripping down, the blood congealed, ultimately reforming into a humanoid shape, lying on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise again. Drake turned his gaze to Xiaoho, speaking slowly, "You have triumphed. Human, tell me your name and grant me a swift end." Upon hearing Drake's query, Xiaoho drew forth the Crimson Queen, approaching him deliberately. "Though it feels peculiar, remember this. I'm Xiaoho." With that, he cleaved through Drake's neck. This time, there was no healing. Instead, his body ignited, and after uttering his final words, he crumbled into a pile of ashes. "Rest assured, I shall remember you." On the other side, Hannibal and Abigail were covered in numerous wounds, blood ceaselessly flowing from their bodies. Surrounding them were dozens of vampires. Yet they refrained from launching another assault. Danica stood behind the vampires, addressing Hannibal. "Hannibal King, what can you do now? You have already failed. I shall take great pleasure in torturing you. I will not allow you to die so easily." However, Hannibal noticed the distant vampires clutching their necks as their bodies began to ignite. He realized that Xiaoho must have activated the Morning Star, and he retorted to Danica, "Danica, you rejoiced too soon. You should have killed us just now. At least that would allow me to accompany you to the grave, rather than standing there proclaiming your victory. Now, it is we who have triumphed." As his words faded, the surrounding vampires were enveloped by the dust of the Morning Star. Danica clutched her neck, letting out a final scream before her body was gradually consumed by flames. As the dust continued to spread, The vampires within the entire building dissipated in waves. Standing on a distant rooftop, Blade watched the building until the last vampire, attempting to flee, turned to ashes upon reaching the street. A profound feeling surged within him. He sensed that the burdens he bore could finally be relinquished. The prolonged battle with the vampires had left him utterly exhausted, yet also filled him with immense satisfaction and a sense of accomplishment. Upon hearing the distant sound of sirens, he called Hannibal to inform him that the police were arriving and it was time to depart. Chapter 29. Reinforcement and Lottery. After the four reunited, they arrived at the safe house where little Fatty and his companions were anxiously awaiting news. Upon seeing the four return safely, their worries evaporated. Little Fatty, with excitement gleaming in his eyes, inquired, "So, how did it go? Were you successful? Did you eliminate them?" Hannibal replied with a broad smile, "Of course. You should have seen the scene. I tell you, those vampires fell like insects sprayed with insecticide. Wherever the spray went, they perished. I personally dispatched at least 100 vampires. Do you see these wounds? They're my badge of honor." The others, hearing his boastful recounting, exchanged knowing smiles. Their greatest wish of vanquishing the vampires had been nearly fulfilled, and listening to their battle experiences only deepened their satisfaction. Blade, observing the jubilant group, felt a warmth akin to home. At least they were now a family. After escorting Hannibal and Abigail for treatment, they each departed to rest, preparing to address the subsequent matters the following day. Upon returning to his room, Xiahou began to assess the gains from this encounter. He was astonished to find that the vampires he had eradicated using the Morning Star counted towards his own achievements. After claiming the rewards for his tasks, his personal panel underwent another transformation. Name: Xiahou Jiaomao level. 26 available free attribute points, 120 strength, 48 agility, 42 intelligence, 35 magic value, 1250 assets, 2030 energy value. Random lottery chances, 3 designated lottery chances, 1 beholding the gleaming level of 26 and the surplus of 120 free attribute points. He realized that upon allocation, he could augment his strength by at least threefold, not to mention the 2,000 energy points and the 4 lottery opportunities. He was poised to experience a significant boost. The Morning Star had undoubtedly slain at least a couple of thousand vampires. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to have ascended 14 levels. It is worth noting that he had only advanced 10 levels after eliminating over 300 vampires while blocking the staircase, and the ascent becomes increasingly arduous with higher levels. He began to strategize the utilization of these rewards. After a moment of contemplation, he first allocated his agility and intelligence to 50 points each. Subsequently, he directed the remaining 97 points entirely into strength, elevating it to an impressive 145 points. Do not inquire why he chose such an exorbitant strength. Simply put, he aspires to obliterate all with sheer power. With a sudden surge in strength, he felt capable of effortlessly delivering a fatal blow to a bull. Indeed, he could kill one. His strength was nearing 8 tons, though it still paled in comparison to the 25 tons of the little spider. Nevertheless, most other superheroes fell short in comparison. Gazing at the 4 lottery opportunities, Xiao hesitated on whether to draw immediately. He then retreated to the bathroom to take a shower. Once prepared, he offered his respects to the various deities and accessed the random lottery interface. As the slot machine display came to a halt, a picture of a red scarf emerged. The description read, "An ordinary scarf, perhaps it can enhance your charm? What is this nonsense? Don't toy with me," he exclaimed, casting a scornful glance at the utterly useless scarf before proceeding to click for another draw. The slot machine screen whirled once more before coming to rest, revealing a dried salted fish, its hollow eyes seemingly narrating the injustice of its fate. The description stated, "Skin equipment, which allows you to transform the appearance of sword-type weapons into that of a salted fish." Contemplating this seemingly useful new equipment, Xiahou found himself at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or disappointment. However, at the very least, it served a purpose. As the final random lottery image materialized, it unveiled an enormous steamer, within which a giant shumai filled the entire space, steaming as if proclaiming its freshly crafted essence. The description read, "Cosmic Big Shumai, filled with various parts of a whole pig, leg meat, tenderloin, pig stomach, etc., wrapped in a thin skin and steamed, offering a rich taste." The animation emphasized the fusion of flavors, symbolizing the pinnacle of Chinese dim sum. Xiahou gazed at the description, murmuring, "Is this Chinese master chef? Growing cuisine? This seems quite delightful, perhaps suitable for a celebratory feast." After completing the random draws, Xiahou proceeded to unveil the designated lottery. He currently lacks neither skills nor equipment. Thus, he wishes to experiment with vehicles and special items to see what he might draw. As the screen momentarily freezes, a metallic bamboo dragonfly materializes, accompanied by a device resembling a suction cup beneath it. The sight ignites a nostalgic memory from his childhood, recalling the dreams of possessing a bamboo dragonfly, soaring freely through the skies. It appears that his dream is on the verge of realization. He then examines the item description to confirm if it is indeed what he envisions. Bamboo dragonfly. Simply wear it on your head and control its flight through thought. The maximum flight speed is 80 kilometers per hour, with a continuous flight duration of 8 hours and a maximum flight distance of 640 kilometers, capable of carrying a weight of up to 50 kilograms. Upon reading the description, he is met with both good news and bad news. The good news is that this is indeed the bamboo dragonfly of his dreams. The bad news, however, is that the maximum weight capacity is a mere 50 kilograms. What use is this contraption? The weight of an average adult exceeds 50 kilograms. Have I been given a downgraded version? His blood pressure surges as he realizes that at 180 centimeters tall and weighing 70 kilograms, he cannot utilize this item at all. Gazing at his remaining 2,000 energy points, he begins to hesitate on whether to continue drawing. Perhaps he should save it for another time. Today seems to be an ill-fated day. Best to hold on to it. This wretched lottery system. After such a lengthy endeavor, a good night's sleep is in order. With that, he collapses onto his bed, gradually drifting into slumber, where Siegfried reappears once more. By the afternoon of the following day, the others gradually gathered in the hall of the new stronghold, and a disheveled Summer entered, clutching his untamed hair. Inside the hall, discussions were underway regarding the blood bank they had previously discovered. Hannibal, wrapped in bandages, alongside Abigail, also took part in the conversation. Upon seeing Summer enter, greetings were exchanged among the group. Hannibal pointed to the empty seat beside him and exclaimed, "Summer, you've finally awakened. Come sit with us. We are deliberating on how to handle that vampire's blood bank." As Summer made his way over, Abigail interjected, "Most of the vampires and their higher-ups have already been eradicated. Once we cleanse their blood bank, the city of New Orleans will no longer harbor vampires. As for the ordinary people who idolize them, without the vampires, they will not stir any trouble." Chapter 30. Annihilation of the blood bank. Upon hearing Abigail's explanation and noting the bandaged appearances of both her and Hannibal, Summer took a seat and declared, "Since there is only one blood bank remaining, let Blade and I handle it. You all should take this opportunity to rest, right, Blade?" Blade, gazing at the last title bestowed upon him, appeared puzzled and asked, "Are you addressing me?" Summer nodded affirmatively, continuing in a teasing tone, "Do you not find that title particularly fitting for you? Every time, whether in a brawl or making an entrance, we strike various poses, do we not? Moreover, this creates a sense of intimacy among us, does it not?" Blade instantly revealed the fangs in his mouth, resembling an angry dog, conveying a message of "Believe it or not, I could lunge at you and end you." Upon hearing Xiahou's description, Hannibal wore an expression of agreement and inquired, "Xiahou, if this is indeed a display of closeness, what do you think I should be called? How about Bond? I believe it aligns perfectly with my demeanor." Xiahou shook his head. No. What about the king of flirtation? I initially considered calling you Little Rascal, but that clearly doesn't suit you. At least you still uphold a semblance of decorum." Hannibal, upon hearing this, expressed his discontent and retorted, "I hardly think that's a fitting title, do you? Besides, I'm merely trying to lighten the mood. And frankly, you're not much better off than I am. That title is more befitting of you." Xiahou waggled his finger. "I have names that suit me better. How about Dude or Handsome? I quite like both, so feel free to call me whichever you prefer." As Xiahou pronounced the two terms in Chinese, the crowd was left puzzled, their expressions reflecting confusion and curiosity. Little Black, beside them, wore a literal questioning expression, noticing the bewilderment on their faces. Xiahou lost his playful spirit. Indeed, conversing with a group of foreigners, especially those unfamiliar with internet slang, lacked the charm of chatting with online acquaintances or gaming friends. He then straightened his expression and addressed everyone. "All right, enough jesting. You all should rest well. Leave the forthcoming tasks to Blade and me. When we return, let us celebrate together with a feast to commemorate our triumph over these vampires. Blade also stood up, nodding towards the crowd, and stated, Xiahou speaks wisely. Thank you for your previous efforts. The conclusion is in our hands now. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their anticipation, eagerly awaiting their good news. However, Abigail displayed a hint of concern for the departing duo. Hannibal patted her shoulder and reassured, enough now, don't linger. Heavy, already gone far. There is nothing more to glean from this, and Xiahou may not be suitable for you. He will likely maintain a deliberate distance, so do not overthink it. Abigail nodded in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Upon reaching the parking area, Xiahou turned to Blade and said, You drive. Blade immediately countered, Why shouldn't it be you? Because I cannot drive a car with the steering wheel on the right. Besides, I don't know the way. Xiahou explained while picking his nose. Blade then opened the driver's door and took a seat, while Xiahou hurriedly climbed into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. As Blade drove, he felt a wave of frustration. When had he ever driven for someone else? He was usually a passenger, after all, and unconsciously pressed the accelerator with fervor. Xiahou, seated beside him, began to chant, There are countless roads, but safety comes first. Driving recklessly brings tears to loved ones. The expression on Daofeng's face darkened, and the speed of the vehicle increased further, leaving a trail of curses from other drivers in their wake. Upon arriving at the blood bank's address, they found a multitude of ordinary people bustling about, transporting large boxes. This area resembled an industrial park, composed of numerous large warehouses. Standing at the entrance, Xiahou scanned the crowd within, failing to spot anyone with a bloodied headband. He turned to Daofeng and remarked, These must be regular folks. Let's venture inside and search. As they proceeded deeper, the security guards, sensing the formidable demeanor of the pair, refrained from intervening and allowed them entry. At each warehouse door, Xiahou scrutinized the interiors, and after finding no vampires or anything unusual, he led Daofeng to the next location. They searched through 7 or 8 warehouses without uncovering any clues. Finally, they arrived at the last warehouse, where a police car was parked at the entrance. Though it was unoccupied, likely having entered the premises. Seeing the vehicle, both men became alert and approached the tightly shut warehouse door. To their surprise, unlike the other warehouses, this door was secured with a fingerprint lock. Exchanging glances, they realized something was amiss, confirming their suspicions that they were indeed in the right place. Xiahou approached the door and pushed with all his might, yet it remained immovable. Doubting his own strength, he pushed again, but the result was the same. How could his nearly 8-ton strength be ineffective? He drew the Crimson Queen and activated its mode, easily mastering the second gear. With a swift upward strike, the connection of the door was severed, revealing a clear view of various shells within. With another forceful push, the door swung open, and he turned to Daofeng with a grin, saying, What do you think? Is this blade not magnificent? I feel as though you could not best me now. Daofeng maintained his cool demeanor, offering no reply, yet silently thought, This fellow must be cheating. He has grown significantly stronger in just a few days. I demand a blood test. Inside the door lay a series of metal racks, each laden with large sealed bags, all containing human beings, connected by a few conduits. One of these conduits was continuously flowing with blood. The sight filled both men with anger, although Xiahou had seen similar scenes in movies. Experiencing it in reality stirred a profound sense of sorrow within him. Observing the staff inside, who were busy organizing various documents and supplies, he noted that only a small fraction were vampires, while the majority were human. Yet, their cruelty towards their own kind surpassed that of the vampires. Reminiscent of the scam factories in northern Myanmar he had seen in videos, where the circumstances were nearly comparable. Noticing Xiahou's impassioned demeanor, Daofeng suggested, Shall I handle this? It seems you have yet to truly take a life, haven't you? Yet, Xiahou shook his head. Aside from the blood bags on the shelves, the others bore health bars above their heads, leaving him no room for hesitation. However, when he pulled the trigger and struck the first target, the splattering blood and shattered flesh elicited a wave of nausea within him. He pondered, indeed, this was vastly different from slaying vampires. Why render a game so disturbingly realistic? Is it permissible to engage in such grand displays domestically? I wonder if the notorious tainted milk powder has been curtailed, transforming into a battle for oil? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Dao Feng drew his handgun and commenced a massacre against the now alert humans and vampires. Indeed, it was a massacre. These beings possessed no capacity to resist. Observing Dao Feng's frenzied slaughter, Xiahou steadied himself, silently repeating, "This is merely a game, merely a game. They are but minor adversaries." He too began to unleash a relentless barrage with the Azure Rose. Once the magazine was emptied, a swift flick allowed the spent cartridge to eject and be replaced, enabling him to continue firing. After approximately a quarter of an hour of their relentless onslaught, the warehouse was devoid of both humans and vampires, leaving only a sea of corpses. Standing at the entrance, Xiahou inhaled deeply before once again raising the Azure Rose. This time, however, the weapon began to radiate light. As the hue deepened, a stream of purple luminescence cascaded through the rows of shelves, ultimately detonating against the far wall, igniting it in flames. The shelves it traversed ignited in violet flames, which rapidly spread throughout the entire structure. The warehouse was soon engulfed in a conflagration of purple fire, reducing everything to ash. Only then did the two turn to depart. Dao Feng, glancing at the silent Xiahou, offered words of solace. "They're no longer human. What you have done is just, and you have granted them release." Xiahou merely nodded, yet felt no elation. He pondered how, despite having completed a level in this game, he felt neither joy nor pride. The two then drove back to the safe house, with Dao Feng refraining from disturbing Xiahou during the journey, believing that solitude might serve as the best form of support. Chapter 31. Feast Farewell. Ngui, upon returning to the safe house, Xiahou had fully adjusted his mindset, greeting the awaiting group with a cheerful smile. He announced, "The blood bank and all its occupants have been completely eradicated. Let's celebrate with a feast. I have luminous dishes to share." The group erupted in cheers upon hearing this. After tidying the hall and adorning it with the collected ribbons and balloons, the 8 gathered around a central table, which stood empty, yet they gazed at Xiahou with eager anticipation. Hannibal, unable to contain his excitement, urged, "Xiahou, hurry and present your radiant dishes. I can hardly wait." Xiahou had no intention of keeping anyone in suspense. With a swift gesture, a colossal steamer, occupying the entire tabletop and even extending beyond it, materialized. This steamer boasted an impressive surface area of 44 square units, its lid firmly in place. As Xiahou lifted the lid, a dazzling brilliance erupted forth, accompanied by an alluring aroma that began to permeate the hall, causing those present to unconsciously swallow in anticipation. As the radiance subsided, within the steamer lay a massive, crystal-like dumpling resembling a work of art, its exterior glistening with a translucent sheen, revealing intricate patterns of soft pink within. The onlookers, captivated by this culinary masterpiece, found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. They yearned to dive in with their hands, yet hesitated, fearing the destruction of such perfection. Observing their expressions of wonder, Xiahou felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. While he too was not without his own hunger, at least he had mentally prepared himself. "What are you all staring at? This is the legendary creation of the esteemed chef, Xiao Dongjia, a one-of-a-kind delicacy in this world. To enjoy it, simply slice a piece of the outer skin, wrap it around the filling, and savor it." As he spoke, Xiahou produced a small knife, deftly cutting a square from the crystal skin. He wrapped a portion of the filling and placed it directly into his mouth, emitting a sound of pure delight. Witnessing this, the others eagerly followed suit, their impatience leading them to slice off pieces and indulge, filling the hall with a chorus of appreciative moans. If anyone were to overhear from outside, they might presume a lavish feast was underway. Xiahou, noticing the frenzy, could not help but interject. "Do not limit yourselves to just one spot. This entire dumpling encases a whole pig. Each different section offers a unique flavor." Upon hearing this, the crowd, abandoning their seats, stood to explore various sections, their exclamations of astonishment echoing throughout the hall. "Oh, truly, every bite presents a different sensation. And I swear I can see a pig dancing in my mind. Yes, I see it too, and it's winking at me. Oh, how extraordinary. Though I am blind, visions flood my mind. This is simply marvelous. Mother, taste this piece. It's even more delicious here. Thank you, my darling. Is this truly Chinese cuisine? It's astonishingly good. What have I been eating before this? I can no longer tolerate burgers and pizza. J'adore Chinese cuisine. I must immigrate to China. I cannot fathom a future without it." As Xiaoho listened to the chorus of admiration and praise for his homeland, he felt an immense swell of pride. Though this was all within a game, it did not diminish the fact that it was a tribute to his country. Perhaps this could be considered a form of promoting his nation, even while playing. As the gathering continued to feast, remarkably, the enormous dumpling was consumed entirely by the 8 of them. Watching as everyone reclined in their chairs with full bellies, Xiaoho felt a genuine sense of joy. After a brief respite, Xiao He and Xiao Pang brought over several cases of beer, and the group began to engage in discussions about their future plans while enjoying their drinks. Once most had shared their thoughts, Xiaoho spoke up, "I intend to leave tomorrow." Everyone turned their gaze towards him, and Abigail, with palpable urgency, inquired, "Why the rush? Aren't you going to stay with us a few more days? We had also agreed to go sea fishing together last time." After casting a glance in her direction, Xiaoho explained to the group, "I'm uncertain when I'll return. I wish to explore this world. If time permits, I will seek you all out again. Let us save the fishing for next time. We can go together then and discuss whether we have achieved our dreams." Hearing this, the group could only offer their blessings, agreeing to convene for an extended reunion in the future. As they continued to drink, the effects of alcohol began to take hold, with Field already having taken his daughter back to their room for rest. Only 6 remained, persistently drinking, with Xiao He and Xiao Pang embracing one another, chuckling foolishly. Knife Edge and Hannibal were engaged in a contest of drinking prowess. Though it was evident that Hannibal was nearing his limit, Abigail settled beside Xiaoho and whispered, "Are you leaving so soon to avoid me?" Xiaoho nearly spat out his drink and quickly countered, "Not at all. Sister, why would I leave just to evade you? I genuinely wish to explore. Although superheroes have yet to emerge in this era, I have never been to America. I must witness the local customs." He continued, "I've spent the past few days with you all battling vampires, and now I yearn to see the sights." Upon hearing Xiaoho's response, Abigail felt a wave of relief wash over her. "How long do you plan to be gone? Perhaps I could accompany you." Xiaoho swiftly declined, "That one tea be necessary. I'm unsure of my duration. Furthermore, I have no specific destination in mind, just wandering wherever the path may lead. Your company would not be fitting. And aren't you aspiring to be an archery coach? I believe you should pursue your dreams rather than meandering alongside me." He waved his hand dismissively to reject her offer of companionship. Seeing Xiaoho's resolute demeanor, Abigail relented and softly said, "You must return to us. Don't forget your friends." Xiao nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I'll return after my explorations." Time passed quietly, and before long, it was noon the following day. Xiaoho had prepared for his departure. Standing at the door of the safe house beside a Kawasaki 10, a gift from Hannibal. At that moment, Abigail approached him, handing over a Nokia phone, saying, "It seems you don't have a phone yet? This is for you. It contains all our numbers, so you can reach us at any time." Little Fatty also presented a wallet, saying, "Xiaoho, I have prepared some cash for you, along with a bank card loaded with $100,000. If you run out, remember to call me, and I shall transfer more." Xiaoho accepted it with a smile, bidding farewell to everyone. "Understood. Thank you all. I will return to find you soon. Let us not act as if we will never see each other again." Blade silently stepped forward to embrace him and said, "If you encounter any trouble, remember to seek my assistance." Xiao nodded, "Rest assured, if I can avoid trouble, that will suffice." After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao mounted his motorcycle and rode off into the distance. However, not long after, a portal emitting sparks appeared before him, catching him off guard and transporting him to a training ground. After a mysterious wave of energy, his motorcycle was abruptly halted, and a bald monk clad in a robe stood not far away, smiling at him. Xiao blurted out, "Damn, Gu-Yi." Chapter 32. The traditional tea invitation. A vein throbbed on Gu-Yi's temple. It had been years since she had encountered someone who greeted her in such a manner. Was this how one demonstrated courtesy? Nonetheless, she maintained her composure, gesturing with her hand, and in an instant, they found themselves in a tea room, seated comfortably. As a cup of tea was presented before him, Xiaoho finally regained his senses. Gazing at the tea, he pondered whether he had been invited for tea by Gu-Yi in accordance with tradition. But wait, he was in a game. Was it even possible to be invited for tea here? Remarkable. Observing Xiaoho's momentary distraction, Gu-Yi furrowed her brow once more and sighed lightly. It was futile. The person before her was indestructible, and even if she cast him into another dimension, he could simply take his own life or be killed, only to return to this world, leaving her at a loss for words, unable even to seal him away. She cleared her throat softly to draw Xiaoho's focus back. Upon hearing her, Xiaoho turned to Gu Yi, ready to inquire about the purpose of her visit, but before he could utter a word, she began to speak. "Greetings, Xiaoho. I am Gu Yi, as you know." Xiaoho nodded, about to respond, but Gu Yi interrupted him again. "I know what you are going to ask. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to invite you to stay at Kamartaj for a period." Before Xiaoho could reply, Gu Yi continued, "You are wondering how long. I presume, tentatively, let us say 2.5 years. Xiaoho interjected, "You need not elaborate. I understand why such a duration, correct? This time is primarily for you to acclimate to this world and better master your abilities." No. This is not house arrest. It is merely to train you. Do you wish to learn magic? That is also possible, but it depends on talent. Although you possess magical energy, it does not necessarily mean you are suited for the magic of our world. No, I cannot read minds. I simply know what you are inclined to ask. Within Xiaoho's heart, he mused, "You claim you cannot read minds. Truly, this tale of time travel does not deceive me. Yet, I find it hard to believe you are unaware of the essence of thought. You are indeed exceptional." Xiaoho contemplated. "Does this mean I am now able to converse?" Gu Yi, with a benevolent expression, replied, "Indeed, if there is something you wish to express, do so." After clearing his mind, Xiaoho exclaimed by the heavens, "You still insist you lack the ability to read thoughts. Your prowess far surpasses that depicted in films. Given your extraordinary abilities, can you not allow me to exit this game?" Gu Yi maintained her smile, responding, "Alas, that is not possible. As you can see, I am merely one among many." Xiaoho, rendered speechless, then queried, "Is this truly solely for my training? It wouldn't be a veiled form of confinement, would it? And is it impossible for me to learn your magic?" Gu Yi replied, "Indeed, it is not possible. I cannot say for certain. At least from what I foresee. You have not acquired such skills. However, all is subject to change, is it not?" After taking a sip of tea, she inwardly thought, "How I long to eliminate him. Were it not for the fear of darkness creeping in, I would have ended him by now. I yearn to clock out." Upon hearing this somewhat dismissive response, Xiaoho found himself at a loss and asked, "What then can I train in here? If I cannot learn magic, what purpose do I serve?" Gu Yi responded nonchalantly, "It is well known that the sorcerers of Kamartaj are primarily melee mages. Thus, you understand." Afterward, she playfully winked at Xiaoho. Unable to restrain himself, Xiaoho internally scoffed. "You are an ancient woman of centuries, yet you still attempt to charm me?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, he recalled her ability to read thoughts. Gu Yi, maintaining a composed demeanor, sipped her tea before inquiring, "Do you have any other questions?" Instinctively, Xiaoho asked, "Do you know Gabriel?" Gu Yi struggled to contain her amusement, and with a wave of her hand, Xiaoho found himself back in the training arena, where her voice echoed in his ears. "The remaining Caecilius will inform you, and he shall be responsible for your training during your time here." Caecilius, who had been waiting in the arena, approached Xiaoho and introduced himself. "I am Caecilius, the esteemed disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer. Allow me to escort you to your quarters." At this moment, Caecilius had not yet succumbed to the manipulations of Dormammu. His eyes were free of the heavy makeup that would later characterize him, and he appeared to be around 30 years of age, lacking the brooding demeanor he would exhibit in Doctor Strange. Xiaoho regarded him and could not help but remark, "Are you aware that your name is quite renowned? 8 million warriors know of you. Furthermore, I must tell you, associating with Dormammu leads to no future. I am aware that Caecilius, wielding dual daggers, is hailed as the fourth apostle. Perhaps you should abandon magic and pursue dual wielding instead. It is far more formidable." Caecilius, with a perplexed expression, stared at Xiaoho and replied, "I am unaware of this, and how could I possibly align myself with Dormammu? However, I shall consider your suggestion regarding dual daggers. Are they truly that impressive?" Xiaoho gave a thumbs up, declaring, "Absolutely. They are incredibly powerful. Just don't be tempted by the little ones. Otherwise, you'll find yourself in the sewers." Caecilius replied with utmost seriousness, "Rest assured, I have no fondness for children." Xiaoho inquired again, "By the way, do you consume human flesh? I mean no offense. I am simply curious." Caecilius's expression darkened, and his voice rose slightly. "I do not eat human flesh." His exclamation drew the attention of passing mages, who cast curious glances at the newcomer conversing with the elder brother. Xiaoho, aware that his question was inappropriate, couldn't help but be amused by Cassius's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Hannibal Lecter. This was not the Hannibal of yore. After guiding Xiahou to his quarters, Cassius instructed him to assemble at the training ground the following morning before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Xiahou shouted, "What about my little note? Why isn't this proceeding according to protocol?" Cassius paid him no mind. He had no idea what the little note was. Should he conjure one? Chapter 33. Duel with Modu. With Cassius's departure, Xiahou began to search the approximately 67 square meter room. But aside from a bed, a desk, and a chair, there is only an empty bookshelf devoid of any books. Xiahou lamented, "This is unfair. Why did Strange have books upon his arrival, while I have none? Ancient One, this is blatant favoritism." Suddenly, he heard the voice of the Ancient One. "I am not showing bias. It is simply that this time is not conducive to your needs. Even if I provided you with books, you would have no use for them." Xiahou was taken aback and retorted, "Are you spying on me? Must you eavesdrop?" The Ancient One's voice responded once more, "It is not my intention to eavesdrop. It is merely a natural response when you utter my name. Therefore, refrain from invoking my name in your curses. Even thinking of it will not suffice." Xiahou sighed. Life was becoming increasingly unbearable. Once the Ancient One fell silent, he pulled out the phone Abigail had given him, intending to call them to express his grievances. However, upon discovering there was no signal, he was rendered speechless once more. He could endure the lack of hardware, but to be without signal was utterly outrageous. Xiahou cursed, "Ancient One, come out. What nonsense is this about no signal? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall confront you." His voice echoed across much of Kamartaj, startling the mages who overheard. They marveled at the audacity of this newcomer who dared to call upon the supreme mage by name so brazenly. If he survived, they certainly wished to become acquainted with him. The Ancient One's voice returned, "This is the Himalayas. If you have the capability, go ahead and install a signal tower. Furthermore, I am entering seclusion. Do not disturb me unless it is of utmost importance." After that, regardless of Xiahou's continued calls, the Ancient One did not reappear. In the mystical realm of Kamartaj, a formidable individual known as Xiahou had become the subject of whispers, with rumors circulating about an illicit connection between him and the Ancient One, speculating whether he was her son or lover. Yet, those who dared to propagate such tales mysteriously vanished from Kamartaj, instilling a palpable fear that silenced further discussion on matter. Faced with this eerie silence, Xiahou resigned himself to sleep, longing to converse once more with Siegfried in his dreams. At the break of dawn, a resounding bell jolted Xiahou from his slumber. Peering outside at the dimly lit sky, he wrapped himself tighter in his blankets, pondering who among the good souls could possibly rise so early. However, recalling Uncle Ba's directive to join the training grounds in the morning, he reluctantly extricated himself from the warmth of his bed. Upon emerging, he sensed a newfound vitality coursing through his body, though he had done nothing to warrant such a change. Curious, he checked his status panel and was astonished to find his strength at 160, agility at 63, and intelligence at 60. It dawned on him that he had inexplicably gained over 30 attribute points. As he read the description behind the Heart of the Dragon Slayer, which indicated a gradual enhancement of his physical attributes, he contemplated whether this was truly a slow process. If so, what would rapid enhancement entail? Not dwelling further on the matter, he made his way directly to the training grounds via the path he had taken the previous day. Upon arrival, he found the training grounds teeming with over 40 mages. At the forefront stood Cassilius, who, upon noticing Xiahou's presence, gestured for him to approach. Cassilius then introduced Xiahou to the assembled mages, stating, "This is Xiahou, who will be studying with us at Kamartaj for 2.5 years. Personally brought here by the Supreme Sorcerer. Please extend your greetings." The mages nodded in acknowledgement, and hushed conversations ensued. After clapping his hands to regain their attention, Cassilius instructed Xiahou to stand beside Calmard, declaring, "Let us commence our morning sparring session." As Xiahou took his place beside Calmard, he was promptly led to the periphery of the training area, clearing the central space for the duel. Two mages stepped into the arena, exchanged polite bows, and summoned their magical weapons, initiating their combat. The clash of their weapons ignited a shower of sparks, and Xiahou watched in awe, mentally noting that indeed, within the Marvel universe, apart from the Ancient One and Strange, most mages were adept in close combat. Moreover, Strange appeared to be rather lackadaisical, rarely unleashing extensive spells, while the Ancient One had succumbed to the dangers of overly extravagant effects. In a tranquil chamber, sipping tea, the Ancient One unexpectedly sneezed. After closing her eyes to assess the disturbance, she sighed, lamenting her desire to cast him off the planet. Perhaps it was time to summon Strange earlier than planned? Standing beside Xiaoho was the solemn figure of the black mage Modu, who exuded an air of seriousness that instantly quelled any inclination to engage in conversation. Xiaoho's initial curiosity waned upon observing Modu's demeanor. His aversion to individuals of that descent was compounded by Modu's unappealing personality, leading him to decide against further interaction. As the remaining participants took their turns, only Xiaoho, Modu, and Casillas were left on the stage. After casting a glance at Xiaoho, Modu stepped into the center of the arena and issued a challenge to Casillas. Xiaoho, taken aback, thought, "I haven't even expressed disdain for you yet, and you choose to dismiss me first?" He boldly declared, "Allow me to engage in combat with Mage Modu. I am eager to experience the mage's combat style." With that, he strode confidently to face Modu, mimicking the previous mage's gestures, bowing respectfully before brandishing the Crimson Empress. The weapon's emergence sent a palpable demonic aura rippling through the assembly of mages present. Modu, clearly displeased, remarked, "Why are you wielding a demon's weapon?" Upon hearing Modu's accusatory inquiry, Xiaoho's mood soured. "What I choose to wield is none of your concern. The Ancient One does not question me. Were you to do so?" Modu's already dark visage deepened further, seemingly absorbing the surrounding light. However, Xiaoho's argument held merit, compelling Modu to return the bow while drawing forth his magic staff. As Modu infused his staff with arcane energy, it transformed into a 3-section staff, connected by shimmering magic and emitting faint sparks. Unyielding, Xiaoho activated the Crimson Empress mode, flames enveloping the blade. Upon completing the initial stage, he launched an attack with a swift flying swallow strike aimed at Modu, who hastily raised his staff to defend. The clash of their weapons ignited a spectacular display of flames and magical sparks. Yet, it was evident that Xiaoho's strength surpassed Modu's by a considerable margin. Even with the enhancement of his magic, Modu could not withstand the onslaught for long and was sent staggering back several meters, his staff now bearing a noticeable dent. Seeing this, Xiaoho taunted, "Modu the mage, it seems you are not as formidable as you portray." Modu, incensed by the jibe, silently channeled more magical energy into his weapon and swung at Xiaoho once more. The staff, empowered by his magic, extended significantly, catching Xiaoho off guard as he raised his blade to block, yet he was still pushed back over 3 meters. Modu then remarked, "You are not so impressive either." Xiaoho, perplexed, wondered aloud, "Why does your staff possess such remarkable length?" Undeterred, he charged forward, wielding his blade with one hand while discreetly summoning the Azure Rose with the other, infusing it with magical energy. As Xiaoho re-engaged, Modu, without hesitation, advanced with his staff, and after a series of exchanges, Xiaoho aimed the Azure Rose directly at Modu, exclaiming, "Look out!" Modu was startled by the sudden emergence of a gun in Xiaoho's hand and hastily conjured a magical shield in front of him. However, the long-planned shot was far beyond what Modu's hastily formed magical barrier could withstand. The shield held for but a fleeting moment before shattering. The bullet, propelled by its residual force, struck Modu squarely in the chest, sending him flying. He soared out of the training arena and tumbled several times upon landing, rising to his feet only to spit out a mouthful of blood. Although protected by magical energy, he had not been pierced by the bullet. Yet, the impact was entirely absorbed by his body, leaving him to feel as if all his internal organs were groaning in agony. Modu exclaimed, "This is a breach of martial ethics. How could you resort to using a gun?" Xiaoho retorted, "You never specified that firearms were off limits. Besides, there are no rules stating that only one type of weapon can be used, right?" Faced with Xiaoho's words, Modu had no choice but to swallow his indignation and strode angrily to the other side of the arena, refusing to stand alongside someone he deemed unethical. The uncorrupted Casillas, still concerned for his junior, approached Modu to assess his injuries. He then turned to Xiaoho, admonishing, "In future battles, please exercise restraint and refrain from intentionally harming other mages." Xiaoho waved dismissively, replying, "All right, got it. Is there anything else? If not, I'm off to have tea with Gui." Cassius was momentarily left speechless, uttering only, "That's all." Xiahou then shouted to the surroundings, Gui, are you not listening? I want to open the portal." The assembled mages were left astonished by his audacity. Chapter 34. Gui. I wished to eliminate him, although Gui was reluctant to engage with Xiahou. He ultimately felt compelled to open a portal to silence his loud demands. The mages present were taken aback when a genuine portal appeared before Xiahou, their expressions reflecting a mixture of shock and curiosity regarding his identity. Gui's esteemed reputation, built over centuries, was unparalleled. Never had anyone been so brazen. With the apparent indulgence of Gui in this matter, Xiahou, unfazed by the astonished gazes of the mages, stepped confidently into the portal. Upon arriving at the tea table, he took no time to sit down and gulped down the prepared tea without hesitation. Observing Xiahou's demeanor, Gui sighed in exasperation and remarked, "Knowing my identity, why are you not the least bit afraid? Aren't you concerned I might cast you into another dimension?" Xiahou smacked his lips, pondering that the tea hardly lived up to the grand tales he had read in fanfiction. With a nonchalant expression, he replied, "You know what you are? I'm just a player. What is there to fear? Besides, aren't you supposed to be able to read minds? Why not continue?" Within the depths of her mind, Gui pondered, "What do I truly know? It is not merely due to the glimpses of the future or your past behaviors. You have consistently referred to yourself as a player, deeming the inhabitants of our world as mere pawns. How could I possess any insight? Previously, I merely sought to intimidate you." Xiahou, gazing at Gui, remained silent, oblivious to the intricate thoughts swirling within her. After noticing his cup of tea replenished once more, he felt compelled to speak. "You are well aware of my understanding of you. After you summoned me here yesterday and refrained from taking any action against me, while exhibiting remarkable leniency, I discerned that either you require my assistance or harbor ulterior motives. Therefore, Master Gui, might you enlighten me as to the reason behind this?" Upon finishing his statement, he fixed his gaze intently upon Gui's eyes, contemplating, "Am I not exuding an impressive aura?" Look, even Gui appears somewhat taken aback. Gui, under Xiahou's unwavering stare, felt a twinge of embarrassment and responded, "I harbor no ulterior motives toward you, nor do I require your assistance. My leniency and indulgence stem solely from finding you agreeable. You possess a unique quality." Yet, she reflected inwardly, "Alas, my primary concern is your propensity for reckless behavior, especially in light of the current tensions between mutants and ordinary individuals. Your abilities are quite extraordinary and could easily render you a target for capture and ensuing experimentation, leading to your eventual corruption." In the timelines she had observed, over 80% had been obliterated by Xiahou. The inexplicable powers and artifacts he wielded were formidable enough to withstand even eternity. Moreover, you must recognize that the present times offer little in the way of amusement. It would be wiser for you to diligently hone your skills, enhancing your self-defense capabilities, rather than recklessly courting danger. Gui continued her admonishment of Xiahou. Xiahou, though sensing a hint of truth in her words, could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Nevertheless, he ventured, "So, are you suggesting that I should inherit the title of Supreme Sorcerer?" Gui, intrigued, inquired, "How did you connect your fate with that of becoming a Supreme Sorcerer?" After taking a sip of tea to steady her nerves, she added, "I would indeed like to see you inherit this title. However, to become a Supreme Sorcerer, you must first master the art of magic." Xiahou, displeased by this assertion, retorted, "Who says it must be magic? Aren't you all considered melee sorcerers? And did not Gandalf, with but a flicker of illumination, exhibit great martial prowess? Did he not ascend to the status of a white wizard, renowned for his dual-wielding combat skills?" Gui countered, "However, our sorcerers here must possess magical abilities. While they may engage in close combat more frequently, they still require the means to confine their adversaries, such as through mirror dimensions, thus facilitating a more amicable exchange of martial skills. A certain supreme sorcerer endeavored to salvage the reputation of Kamartaj. Upon hearing Gui's explanation, Xiahou found it quite reasonable, shedding light on why the sorcerers in the Marvel Universe, despite their mastery of magic, preferred melee combat. The Sorcerer Supreme did not shy away from engaging in battle, but rather preferred to vie for the front lines alongside the warriors. He then inquired, "Why precisely 2.5 years?" Do you harbor some grievances against our dear chicken brother? Xiao, have you revealed your true nature? Gu Yi found herself at a loss for words, which was precisely why she was reluctant to delve into the thoughts of Xiaoho. It was perplexing how the atmosphere had shifted so dramatically since their previous encounter at Kamartaj, which had seemed rather ordinary. The reason behind Xiaoho's drastic transformation stemmed from Gu Yi's provocations. Since he had the ability to read minds, she decided to abandon her reservations and embrace her true self, having previously been overly cautious. In the Marvel Universe, apart from the unparalleled entities, Gu Yi ranked among the foremost. And it was only Dormammu who dared to orchestrate mischief on Earth without a veil of secrecy. Given that Gu Yi had no intentions of harming herself, and as a gamer, she felt no fear, she resolved to unleash her true nature. Gu Yi was particularly eager to distance herself from Xiaoho, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she might inadvertently harm him. This is inconsequential. You shall understand in due time, Gu Yi remarked. Xiaoho, upon hearing her response, muttered. Thus, the Riddler should vacate Gotham. He then posed a question that piqued his curiosity. Tell me, Gu Yi, with so many rebellious disciples under your tutelage, are you truly oblivious to their antics? Or do you simply choose to remain indifferent, claiming it is all for the sake of training Strange? Are you merely seeking to shirk responsibility? No, I am unaware, and it is not my place to know. Such matters are meant for Strange to concern himself with. Gu Yi replied with utmost seriousness. However, neither of the two was convinced by her words. You must be aware of Strange's misadventures, then. Why not choose Tony instead? I believe he is more reliable than Strange. Xiaoho continued to express his curiosity. Gu Yi, now growing somewhat impatient, retorted, have you considered what you have been incessantly asking? Is this truly my concern? I believe you ought not to be so curious. Everything is predestined. Even if one attempts to alter fate, time will gradually revert to its intended course. As an ancient Eastern adage suggests, the small can be altered, but the great cannot. Certain pivotal moments in time are immutable. Much like the fact that the title of Sorcerer Supreme can only be inherited by Strange. Xiaoho discerned Gu Yi's rising impatience, realizing they had conversed extensively that day, and opted to continue their discussion another time. After sipping his tea once more, he stood to take his leave, saying, Gu, could you prepare some fine tea for me next time? This tea is rather unpalatable and possesses no extraordinary qualities. By the way, may I visit the library to peruse some magical tomes? Gu Yi promptly replied, certainly, you may simply seek out Caecilius, and he will escort you. Observing Gu Yi's eagerness to bid him farewell, Xiao decisively made his way to the door. As he exited, he turned back to Gu Yi and declared, I shall return tomorrow for tea. Do remember to prepare something better. In the realm of Kamartaj, the enigmatic Gu Yi had become a distant memory for Xiaoho, who felt a compelling urge to venture out that evening. Contemplating his surroundings, he recalled that Mephisto seemed to be stirring trouble lately. Perhaps it would be prudent to confront him and alleviate some of his pent-up frustration. Chapter 35. The Art of Teleportation After Departing from Gu Yi's Abode. Xiaoho began to wander through the enchanting streets of Kamartaj. Upon his arrival the previous day, he had been swiftly summoned for tea, leaving him with little opportunity to explore. As he marveled at the myriad of structures adorned with Chinese elements, a wave of joy washed over him, reminiscent of his homeland. Huaxia, the occasional passing sorcerers, many of whom bore familiar Asian features, greeted him warmly, enhancing his sense of being in a historical retreat. Kamartaj resembled a quaint village, and it did not take long for him to complete his exploration. He soon found himself back at the training grounds, where Caecilius was instructing a group of apprentice sorcerers in the intricate art of drawing portals. Eager to join, Xiaoho rushed to his side and exclaimed, I wish to learn this. Teach me, master. Caecilius glanced at him with a hint of exasperation and gestured toward a nearby table, which was laden with a dozen mystical rings. If you wish to learn, take one for yourself and stand among them. And please, refer to me as master rather than coach. With a beaming smile, Xiaoho picked up a ring and eagerly placed it on his finger. Understood, Uncle Ba, he replied. Caecilius, now thoroughly bemused, retorted, I'm not your Uncle Ba. Noted Uncle Ba. How do I use this? Xiaoho queried as he positioned himself in the center of the apprentices, mimicking their movements to draw circles, yet eliciting no response whatsoever. Without correcting Xiaoho's address, Caecilius commenced his instruction to activate a portal. One must rely on the magical artifact, the ring, and guide the energy through the circular motions. Clearly visualize the destination in your mind, imagining it as if it were within arm's reach. The more vivid the details, the quicker the portal will manifest. However, be cautious. The stability of the portal hinges on your perception of the multidimensional energy flow. Therefore, do not step through the portal until it is stable. Otherwise, you risk being severed in twain by the fabric of space. While losing a limb may be survivable, a severed body is beyond salvation. Listening intently to Caecilius's explanation, Xiaohou endeavored to visualize the base of the Nightwalker squad in his mind, channeling his innate magical energy into the ring, and began to draw circles slowly. An hour slipped by, yet Xiaohou found himself still drawing circles without a hint of success. Meanwhile, the most adept apprentice had already conjured a small portal, revealing glimpses of the other side, while others around him were creating sparks of energy. Xiaohou's mind raced with frustration. Is it truly necessary? I possess inherent magical power, yet I find myself outperformed by those relying on borrowed energy. Each time he attempted to infuse his magic into the ring, it felt as though the ring rejected him, casting his magic back as if it disapproved of his essence. Despite his relentless imagination and repeated attempts to draw circles, there remained no response whatsoever. After half an hour of futile effort, Xiaohou's patience had reached its limit. He hurriedly approached the table to select another ring, convinced that the previous one was defective. Otherwise, how could it yield no reaction? After adorning himself with a new ring, Xiaohou continued his endeavor to inscribe circles. It still felt incapable of channeling any magical energy. After trying 3 more rings, he surrendered, deeming the endeavor toxic. Approaching Caecilius, Xiaohou, filled with frustration, inquired, "Uncle Ba, why is it that this wretched item cannot absorb my magic?" Caecilius stared at him in bewilderment, equally perplexed by the notion that a mystical ring could fail to absorb or communicate magical energy. It was well known that these rings were originally crafted by the Ancient One to facilitate sorcerers in opening portals more effortlessly. After placing a reassuring hand on Xiaohou's shoulder and sensing the magical fluctuations within him, Caecilius remained puzzled. Although the energy was somewhat diminished, it was indeed present. Such an outcome was unexpected. After instructing the apprentices to continue their practice, he took Xiaohou to seek the counsel of the Ancient One. Upon their arrival, the Ancient One regarded the 2 visitors with curiosity, as she was not perpetually utilizing the time stone to foresee the future. After preparing tea for them, she inquired, "Xiaohou, were you not headed to the library? What brings you and Caecilius to seek me?" After Xiaohou fervently explained their predicament, the Ancient One grasped their purpose. She elaborated, "It is not a flaw in the ring. Rather, a sorcerer's cultivation relies on absorbing various energies. However, the human body is too fragile to withstand direct energy absorption, which could lead to its collapse. Since the inception of the Supreme Sorcerer Agamotto, few have achieved notable mastery. The first Supreme Sorcerer united the sources of light magic, Ashit, and order magic, Hogarth, to form the Trinity of Ishani, enabling us to borrow magical energy for our training, thus allowing the sorcerers of Kamartaj to wield magic more effortlessly. As for you, while you possess the innate ability to generate magic within yourself, you lack the necessary status to communicate with the fabric of this world. Consequently, many spells from Kamartaj can only be harnessed once you fully comprehend their principles. However, from what I understand, this may pose a challenge for you." Upon hearing this, Xiaohou and Caecilius comprehended the underlying reason. In simpler terms, the sorcerers here were akin to fast food, readily accessible for consumption without delving into deeper meanings, with knowledge to be acquired later. In contrast, Xiaohou had to secure his ticket before boarding the train. Suddenly, Xiaohou realized that the Ancient One's last remark seemed to belittle him. "Ancient One, indeed, I was disparaging you." However, before Xiaohou could retort, the Ancient One, anticipating his response, promptly dismissed them, stating, "You now understand the reason, so you may take your leave. Xiaohou, you have your own path to follow. Do not become entangled in unnecessary worries." Caecilius harbored a deep respect for Ancient One. Upon hearing her dismiss someone, he bowed before her and promptly began to escort Xiaohou out. The unwilling Xiaohou interjected, "Wait. Uncle Ba, I need to have a serious discussion with this bald-headed fool. What does it mean that it's somewhat difficult for me?" Hearing Xiaohou's words, Caecilius quickened his pace. fearing that Ancient One might take offense and eliminate him on the spot, splattering himself with blood in the process. Meanwhile, Xiahou continued to berate Ancient One, completely oblivious to Cassius' good intentions. Upon reaching a secluded area, Cassius turned to Xiahou with a grave expression and stated, "I do not concern myself with the nature of your relationship with the teacher. However, you must at least show her the respect she deserves." Upon hearing Cassius' words and observing his serious demeanor, Xiahou realized he had indeed gone too far. Yet, the moment Ancient One had read his mind upon their first meeting had infuriated him, and he merely wished to retaliate for his own satisfaction. Moreover, as a mere gamer, respecting someone of her stature felt exceedingly challenging. At best, he could treat her with equal regard, provided she wasn't displaying her health bar. However, Cassius, in his current state, seemed rather amiable. Should he perhaps reconsider his opinion of him? With that thought in mind, he resolved to disregard Ancient One's arrangements and statements entirely. He was determined to test whether he could genuinely alter the course of the game. If not, he would abandon this troublesome game altogether and opt for a more carefree approach. Chapter 36. The purpose of the spirit phone. Xiahou observed the still serious Cassius and remarked, "Uncle Ba, you needn't be so grave. This is merely my way of interacting with Ancient One. I respect her, all right? She is not that hairy-headed male version of Ancient One." As Xiahou resumed his nonsensical chatter, Cassius felt a tinge of exasperation. He found it challenging to communicate with such a capricious individual, yet he still wished to influence him positively, for Ancient One held him in high regard. Not waiting for Cassius to respond, Xiahou continued, "Moreover, I know why you came to study magic. It's to resurrect your loved ones. Isn't it?" Upon hearing Xiahou reveal his deepest secret, Cassius was instantly taken aback. Xiahou, seeing Cassius' astonished expression, felt his suspicions confirmed, and the phone ability he had previously obtained now seemed to hold potential. "Uncle Ba, don't be so shocked. I am aware of many things in this world. The resurrection magic of Camartage is utterly unreliable. You should forget about it. Aligning with Dormammu is even more absurd. He will only deceive you. Furthermore, I possess a unique ability to make a single call to the deceased. While you won't hear the responses, I can help convey messages. Would you like to give it a try?" Initially, upon hearing that Camartage's resurrection magic was untrustworthy, Cassius had been skeptical, especially regarding the idea of seeking Dormammu's aid, which had never crossed his mind. However, the subsequent revelation that he could communicate with the deceased caused his heart to race with exhilaration. With a tinge of trepidation, he inquired, "Is it truly possible to converse with those who have passed away?" Xiao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but only I will be privy to the content of the conversation. You shall not hear it. Nevertheless, I can serve as your conduit." Upon receiving Xiaohu's reassuring response, Cassius felt a flush of excitement color his cheeks. He hastily grasped Xiaohu's arm, asking, "What must I do? Is there anything I need to prepare?" Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiahou recognized that this was far more credible than the ramblings of fortune tellers and shamans. Simultaneously, he received a notification for a side quest: assist Cassius in contacting his wife, with a reward of 3,000 energy points and 10 chances for a random draw. After accepting the quest, Xiahou patted Cassius on the shoulder and suggested, "No preparations are necessary. Let us proceed to my room. It is quieter there." Upon hearing this, Cassius promptly opened a portal to his room, seizing Xiaohu's arm as they stepped through together. Xiahou, unperturbed, inquired about the name before retrieving his phone and activating the spirit communication feature. As the green screen on the phone displayed that the call was being connected, 3 brief beeps rang out, and a young woman's voice emerged from the other end. "Hello, who are you? What do you want?" "Greetings. I'm a friend of Cassius. He wishes to speak with you. Please hold for a moment." After conveying this, Xiahou turned to Cassius and asked, "The call has connected. What would you like to discuss?" Observing Xiaohu's calm demeanor contrasted with the phone indicating an active call, Cassius pondered briefly before stating, "Please ask her how she is faring on the other side." Xiahou regarded him with a hint of incredulity, recognizing his lack of conversational finesse, yet relayed the message. "He wishes to know if you are doing well over there. I cannot say whether it is good or not. I only know that my consciousness halted at the moment of my death. It was only upon receiving your call that I regained awareness," the woman replied. Xiahou turned back to relay her words. She expressed uncertainty. Her consciousness ceased upon her demise, only to awaken with this phone call. Uncle Ba's expression faltered, bewildered by her ambiguous response. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoho explained, "It seems that after her death, she did not descend to the underworld. As you know, your world appears devoid of heaven, so her soul must have been directly claimed by the goddess of death, resulting in her stasis." Upon hearing Xiaoho's interpretation, Uncle Ba's demeanor relaxed significantly. At least his wife had not been condemned to hell to suffer at the hands of demons. Xiaoho continued, "Is there anything else you wish to convey or inquire? The conversation is time-limited, you know. We have already spent several minutes." Prompted by this, Uncle Ba began to express to his wife the depths of his sorrow since her passing, detailing his journey to Kamar Taj to study magic, among other things. As time approached the final moments of the call, Xiaoho listened to the voice on the other end. "You are Xiaoho, right? Thank you for relaying our conversation for so long. Time is nearly up, isn't it? I can feel my consciousness beginning to fade. Please convey to Cassius that he need not worry about us any longer, nor should he dwell on resurrecting us. He has already done enough. Let him live his life well, and if possible, help him find someone to share his remaining time with. By the way, is he still safeguarding the Earth? Please tell him that I am proud of him and encourage him to continue protecting our planet. Lastly, tell him I love him and that he should take care of himself." Xiaoho promptly relayed the message to Uncle Ba, who was already in tears, clutching his robe in a tight fist. The call was disconnected after his wife finished her last words. As Xiaoho gazed at the in-call screen, he felt a sense of accomplishment and turned to Uncle Ba, saying, "The time has come. Do not be sorrowful. Would you like me to join you for a drink?" Uncle Ba, looking at the already disconnected phone, wiped his tears and stood up, bowing deeply to Xiaoho. "Thank you, Xiaoho. Thank you for allowing me to communicate with my wife once more. Should you ever need my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask, no matter the request. I shall certainly help you." Unable to resist a playful jest, Xiaoho replied, "Then let us incite a rebellion. Let us overthrow Ancient One from the position of Sorcerer Supreme. And henceforth, we shall jointly govern Kamar Taj." Uncle Ba responded with surprise, "Are you serious?" Xiaoho patted his shoulder, "Of course not. Only a fool would want to be Sorcerer Supreme. Come now, if you wish to thank me, treat me to a drink. I crave authentic Maodai, the kind that ensures one does not return sober." Upon hearing this, Uncle Ba opened a portal, leading to the Marvel Universe's Hong Kong. He turned to Xiaoho and said, "Let us go. We shall not return until we are intoxicated." Xiaoho, thrilled at the prospect of leaving Kamar Taj for an adventure, eagerly followed him through the portal. The two found a hotel, ordered a feast along with several bottles of Maodai, and began to converse. Xiaoho looked at Uncle Ba and inquired, "Having spoken with your wife, do you feel any better?" Uncle Ba replied sincerely, "Much better, thank you. I will honor my wife's wishes and do my utmost to protect this world." With a mischievous grin, Xiaoho continued, "Is it merely about safeguarding this world? Did she not urge you to seek someone else? Do you not desire that?" Uncle Ba's face flushed, and he responded, "No more searching. No one can compare to her. I only wish to protect this world. Nothing else matters." Xiaoho's playful demeanor faded as he looked earnestly at Uncle Ba. "Promise me, do not be swayed by Dormammu." He thought to himself that if Cassius were to be swayed, he would choose to disconnect the call entirely. Uncle Ba, seeing Xiaoho's earnest expression, responded resolutely, "Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will never align myself with Dormammu." Upon hearing this, Xiaoho's face once again blossomed with a smile as he engaged in lively banter with Uncle Ba, and when the dishes and drinks arrived, they further challenged each other's drinking capacities. Meanwhile, in Kamar Taj, the Ancient One withdrew her probing gaze and let out a deep sigh, pondering that the future had indeed shifted. It seemed necessary to reconfigure Dr. Strange's training regimen. Although her words carried a tone of disdain, a smile graced her lips. Somewhere in the cosmos, a shadow observing a planet ravaged by a plague echoed a woman's voice. "How intriguing it is that someone can commune with the spirits of our realm. Should we pay him a visit?" Chapter 37. The lottery in conversation. As dawn broke, Kamar Taj resembled an amber gem sprouting from the peaks of the Himalayas. The crimson-hued structures within the frost-kissed basin, encircled by snow-capped mountains, shimmered softly, while the copper bells hanging from the eaves trembled in the gentle light, producing a mournful sound akin to the wind whispering through a bone flute. Xiaoho, lying in bed, was roused by the chime of the bells. He pressed a hand to his aching head and surveyed his surroundings. As memories began to resurface, he recalled that he and Uncle Ba had indulged in drinks until the witching hour, with vague recollections of Modu and Wang also making an appearance. He had consumed nearly a dozen bottles of Mao Tai, feeling unsatisfied, and had proceeded to down several beers before succumbing to oblivion. How he managed to return home was a mystery to him, though he vaguely remembered having another quarrel with Modu. His physical constitution seemed rather lacking. It was evident he needed to train further. After lying in bed for a while longer, he ventured to the communal bathroom for a thorough cleansing. Upon emerging, he felt rejuvenated. Subsequently, he accessed his personal information, recalling that he had yet to utilize the rewards from the task he completed yesterday. To his astonishment, his energy value had risen to 5030, and he had also received 10 opportunities for random draws. He silently marveled at the bountiful rewards from this task. He then opened the lottery interface, intending to use all his draw attempts at once. However, this time, the random draw interface presented a notable alteration, introducing an option for a 10-draw sequence. Although it lacked the guarantees or bonuses found in other games, it was certainly preferable to pressing the button repeatedly. He decisively selected the 10 draws, eager to uncover the variety of items he might obtain. The slot machine's display transformed from 1 to 10, with various symbols swirling frantically above. As the images came to a halt, 10 distinct icons were revealed. Yet, 8 of these were mundane consumables, devoid of any significant value. Only 2 items stood out. One was a cardboard box, and the other was a golden totem adorned with pixelated designs. Cardboard box, from the Metal Gear series. This box allows one to conceal and disguise themselves, and at times can even lure enemies, making it one of the most humorous and practical tools in the series. Undying Totem. From Minecraft, when a player holding this totem receives a fatal blow, it consumes itself to save the player's life. Gazing at the 2 newly acquired items, though seemingly of little use, a flicker of hope lingered in his mind. What if they held some significance? Such was the solace that Xiahou offered himself. As for the remaining energy points, he resolved to conserve them for future needs. After completing the draw, he shook his head to dispel the remnants of his inebriation from the previous night and exited the room. Having indulged excessively in drink, he found himself devoid of any appetite and decided to seek out Gu Yi for a cup of tea, a habit he had come to find quite addictive. As he passed by the training arena, he noted that the assistant instructor had changed to Modu. Modu merely cast a glance at Xiahou, refraining from further comment, and continued observing the trainees. Xiahou chose not to engage him and walked directly toward Gu Yi's courtyard. Upon entering the tea room, he found Gu Yi, as usual, seated with her cup of tea, but this time a steaming cup of green tea sat opposite her, clearly prepared in anticipation of his arrival. Without hesitation, Xiahou took his seat and raised the cup to his lips, feeling the throbbing pain in his head alleviate somewhat. Gu Yi, observing Xiahou's familiar demeanor, chuckled and shook her head, remarking, "Your prejudice against Modu is quite pronounced. He merely possesses some extreme views." Xiahou, taken aback, thought to himself in bewilderment, "Who am I? Where am I? What is happening?" Noticing his expression, Gu Yi, without needing to read his thoughts, discerned that he had evidently forgotten the events of the previous evening. She began to explain, "Yesterday, after you disrupted Kaisalia's future trajectory, you all went out for drinks. During the course of your revelry, he summoned Modu and Wong as well. As the night progressed, Modu expressed his dissatisfaction, asserting that you ought to show me greater respect. In response, you declared Modu to be an ungrateful wretch and predicted his eventual betrayal of Kamartaj, which he had no grounds to contest." As she spoke, Gu Yi produced her folding fan and waved it gently. Xiahou, still in a daze, replied, "Did I actually say that? It seems I've forgotten." Gu Yi, tapping the table with her fan, continued, "I understand that you often adopt a lofty and irreverent attitude, believing you possess insight into the workings of our world, using such knowledge to elevate yourself. However, knowing too much about the future is not always beneficial. It can lead to a more chaotic outcome." Seeing Xiahou poised to refute her, Gu Yi continued, "Do not rush to contradict me. You are aware that I can see the future, yes? I have witnessed a future where your constant revelations of a narrative have thrown the world into disarray, resulting in the destruction of countless timelines. Even though you are exceptional, you must also realize that this world is not merely a game. Every individual here is real, and deriving enjoyment from this reality is inappropriate, for at your core, you are kind-hearted, are you not?" Upon hearing Gu Yi's words, Xiahou lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation, reflecting on whether he truly embodied such traits. Previously, I had developed a mindset of refraining from intentionally causing harm to the inhabitants of this world due to my experiences with Abigail. When did I undergo this transformation? Perhaps it was after acquiring powers that transcend those of ordinary mortals that my heart began to shift. As Ancient One observed the reflective Xiaoho, she lifted a teacup from the table, savoring its contents, her fan fluttering joyfully in her hand. This dialogue had unfolded over 1,000 times through the time stone, yielding satisfactory answers on all but a few occasions. After deep contemplation, Xiaoho addressed Ancient One, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer. I admit I have been somewhat carried away. Yet there are certain things I may still confide in special individuals, purely to avoid regrets. However, I shall henceforth respect the lives within this world. As long as they do not provoke me first, I shall refrain from harming them. After all, my education instilled a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should they choose to offend me, I will respond in kind." When he uttered this last statement, his expression was grave, as if to convey to the one before him that this was his steadfast boundary. Ancient One merely smiled and nodded. "You are correct. I do not require you to alter your essence. I merely hope you will inflict less destruction upon this world. Moreover, I wish to convey that as long as you do not act against ordinary individuals, even if conflicts arise with certain politicians or nations thereafter, I shall not interfere with your decisions." Upon hearing the latter part of Ancient One's words, Xiaoho understood that she must have perceived something significant. After all, Marvel's epicenter lies in America, and everyone is aware of the nature of its upper echelons. He patted his chest and assured Ancient One, "Rest assured. Furthermore, if I witness ordinary people in peril, I will assist whenever possible. As for other matters, it will simply depend on who is more formidable." He then resumed his previous demeanor and remarked, "By the way, Master Ancient One, it feels rather awkward to address you in such a manner. Perhaps I shall call you Gabriel from now on?" Ancient One promptly tapped his head with her fan and replied, "In this world, there are neither angels nor deities. If we were to attribute such a title, it would belong to the great Ashtet, for he once created angels. Yet he took them all away." Xiaoho rubbed the spot where he had been struck and quipped, "Then I shall call you Old Dung. By the way, where did you send my ghostly flames?" Ancient One remained silent, prompting Xiaoho to continue. "As for Mordo, I admit I harbor some prejudices against black individuals, and upon entering this game world, my first blood was indeed claimed by a black man." At this point, he clenched his teeth, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to seek revenge on that individual. "You are aware of what Mordo did afterwards. Uncle Ben could be said to have been manipulated by Dormammu, but what of Mordo? He belongs squarely in the realm of the ungrateful. However, since you have spoken, as long as he refrains from provoking me, I shall equally ignore him. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing Xiaoho's response, Gu Yi's smile spread across her face. "This is indeed the most favorable outcome. If you're unoccupied, feel free to explore. As long as you do not obliterate Kamartaj, you are free to wander at your leisure." Xiaoho retorted, "Why would I wish to destroy this place? Furthermore, do you truly harbor no ulterior motives towards me? I cannot shake the feeling that you are scheming against me." Yet, this time, Gu Yi offered no reply, instead creating a portal beneath his feet, causing him to plunge through. Chapter 38. Journey to the Library. Gu Yi, you are once again disregarding the principles of martial ethics, exclaimed Xiaoho, his voice laced with ire, as he landed before Uncle Ba. Uncle Ba gazed at Xiaoho with a look of bemusement. Upon hearing his earlier outburst, he understood that Xiaoho had once again provoked the Supreme Sorcerer. "Xiaoho, how have you managed to upset the teacher once more? You ought to show her some respect." Xiaoho, visibly displeased, retorted, "Can you blame me? We were enjoying a pleasant tea session. I merely inquired if she had any designs upon me, and she cast me out." He added, "When she passes in a few years, I shall host a grand banquet here for 3 days and nights to celebrate." No sooner had he spoken than a diminutive portal materialized above him, and a hand emerged, delivering a resounding slap to his forehead, sending him crashing to the ground before retracting. Simultaneously, Gu Yi's voice echoed, "Did I not inform you? I can hear you speaking ill of me. Cease your daily disparagement behind my back." Lying on the ground, Xiaoho defiantly raised 2 fingers in a gesture of discontent. Uncle Ba, witnessing the scene with trepidation, realized that merely uttering such words had resulted in a reprimand. It was clear that the teacher held him in high regard. Once Gu Yi had turned her attention elsewhere, Uncle Ba hastily assisted Xiaoho to his feet and murmured, I told you to show respect to the teacher. Did you not learn your lesson? Rubbing the bump on his head, Xiaoho scoffed, respect? What a farce. If I were not at a disadvantage, I would gladly engage her in a proper sparring session to demonstrate the terror of the fourth calamity. Uncle Ba, observing Xiaoho's unwavering conviction in his own righteousness, refrained from further admonition and simply asked, the teacher has merely instructed me to keep an eye on you. What do you intend to do here? You cannot possibly learn magic. Xiaoho, incensed, retorted, who claims I cannot learn magic? I shall prove them wrong. Take me to the library. I shall seek knowledge myself. If I cannot learn, I shall not emerge. With that, he seized Uncle Ba and set off. You're heading in the wrong direction. It's the other way, Uncle Ba murmured. Why didn't you mention that sooner? I'm unfamiliar with this place. Xiaoho replied. Upon arriving at the library, they were greeted not by Wang, but by an elderly Asian man with a white beard and hair. After engaging in a brief discussion with him, Uncle Ba turned to Xiaoho and said, This is Mage Levi, who has been the guardian of the library for over 30 years. Xiaoho, you should show him some respect. Xiaoho nodded, performing a courteous gesture towards the mage before saying, Greetings, Mage Levi. I am Xiaoho, here to peruse some magical tomes. I apologize for the intrusion. Mage Levi responded with a smile. Feel free to browse. If you encounter anything perplexing, do not hesitate to ask me. However, some arcane texts are sealed and cannot be accessed. Xiaoho, upon hearing this, replied, No worries. I am well aware of my limitations and do not delve into such esoteric works. Uncle Ba stood by in astonishment, wondering if this was indeed the same Xiaoho who had dared to challenge the supreme mage upon his arrival. Could he have been possessed? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mage Levi, Xiaoho was about to explore the shelf for any comprehensible books when he noticed Uncle Ba still watching him. So Ba, are you still here? Why are you staring at me? I intend to read now. I have no time to entertain you. So Ba zet anzai. I shall take my leave, and turned away, exiting the library. The library was divided into 2 levels, and deep within the first floor lay a closed stone door adorned with intricate magical runes that emanated a faint glow. Xiaoho, stroking his chin while gazing at the door, mused that it must be the place housing the Eye of Adamok. However, it seemed that Ancient One had been wearing it lately, suggesting that the chamber was likely empty. After casually browsing a nearby bookshelf, he retrieved a captivating tome titled The Manual of Astral Projection. Yet, upon opening it, he found it filled with elaborate descriptions of astral projection experiences, categorizing human existence into physical, etheric, astral, translated as starlight in the continent, mental, and spiritual bodies. Astral projection referred to the phenomenon of departing from the physical form during sleep or through training. After perusing the entire book, Xiaoho declared, What is all this? A struggling student like me cannot comprehend such complexities. Returning the book to its place, he selected another volume, The Key of Solomon. He had heard of this book, but had never read it, and he eagerly began to explore its contents. It was an exposition on various magical circles. Yet the intricacies of those circles proved too profound for him. Xiaoho lamented, I am unworthy of studying such advanced concepts, and promptly returned it to the shelf. After flipping through over a dozen more books, including the Book of Cagliostro and a copy of the Vishani, he finally surrendered. He began to vent his frustrations, exclaiming, What is all this nonsense? Concepts of spatial awareness and multidimensional insights, and they even touch upon the construction of multidimensional imagery. Surely, only renowned scientists or scholars could grasp such knowledge. Here I am, just a mere college dropout, utterly baffled by these intricate ideas. Observing Xiaoho's animated complaints, Mage Levi approached him and inquired, What seems to be the trouble, Xiaoho? Is there something you find difficult to understand? Share it with me. Perhaps I can assist in clarifying it. Xiaoho's face flushed, and his voice dwindled to a mere whisper, reminiscent of a struggling student called upon by the teacher. With a timid tone, he confessed, I cannot comprehend anything. Is there still hope for me? Louis pondered internally, questioning how he had managed to infiltrate this realm. Nevertheless, steeling himself, he inquired, Is it the written words that elude your understanding? Xiaoho's voice diminished further. I can grasp the words, yet the content within baffles me. Louis thought to himself, I should not have meddled by asking. And how can you recognize the words yet fail to comprehend their meanings? These tomes employ no less than 10 different scripts. Should Xiaoho have discerned his thoughts, he would have proudly declared, "I am extraordinary." Louis found himself at a loss for words, letting out a resigned sigh before shaking his head and returning to his own seat. As Xiahou watched Louis retreat, his heart cried out in desperation, "Wait, are you truly ignoring me?" He glanced around at the myriad of books, defying fate. He flipped through over 10 volumes once more. He came to a disheartening realization. His intellect was indeed insufficient to pursue the path of a mage, and he resolved to accept his fate. Upon exiting the library, Xiahou kept his gaze fixed on the mage Louis, hoping for a glimmer of salvation in the form of a magical tome suited for him. Yet, as he reached the threshold, the venerable mage did not dare to meet his gaze, instead bowing his head lower, as if there were intricate details within the magical text that required his utmost attention. To alleviate the palpable awkwardness between them, Xiahou quietly exited the library doors. Gazing up at the star-studded night sky, he realized he had spent an entire day within those walls. After exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, he looked once more at the vast expanse of stars and internally shouted, "If I cannot learn, then so be it. I shall simply purchase the experiences of others from the marketplace. Then I will return to dazzle you all. If all else fails, I shall dedicate myself to becoming a warrior. I do not envy you in the slightest." With that, he made his way toward the dining hall, his stomach growling with hunger. Chapter 39. The swift passage of 2.5 years and the lottery. Despite the scarcity of meat, the meal was truly delightful. And it was Chinese cuisine, a commendable experience. After savoring his feast, Xiahou returned to his quarters. Following a brief, cleansing ritual, he settled onto his bed, allowing his mind to wander. After a spell of daydreaming, he began to lament, "This place is so dull. I long to scroll through short videos, play games, and read novels." His gaze fell upon the prompt regarding the binding of a new resurrection point, which had been persistent since his arrival. After much contemplation, he ultimately confirmed the binding. This location should be considered one of the safest on Earth. Who would dare to cause trouble here while Ancient One was still alive? Thus, even if he perished outside, he would not have to worry about someone camping at the resurrection point to claim his corpse. However, he would soon come to regret this decision profoundly. In the ensuing days, Xiahou became well acquainted with most of the mages in the vicinity, engaging in daily sparring and lively conversations. However, the Ancient One forbade him from venturing beyond the confines of Camartage. After a month, he found himself seated alone on a rock, gazing vacantly at the distant Himalayas, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Suddenly, Uncle Bob appeared beside him, offering a bottle of beer before settling down nearby. "Why have you come here to daydream again?" he inquired. Xiahou, in a daze, took a sip of the beer and lamented, "Uncle Ba, I deeply regret this. It's akin to a form of imprisonment. I cannot go anywhere. There are no recreational activities. Do you have any idea how I've spent this past month?" Uncle Ba, at a loss for words, merely patted his shoulder, saying, "Take your time. You will grow accustomed to it. The mages here endure this too, as studying and researching magic requires a tranquil environment." Xiahou, in a state of despair, retorted, "But I simply cannot grasp it. This feels just like being in prison." Uncle Ba, recognizing the validity of his distress, could only offer another reassuring pat on the shoulder before departing, leaving behind another bottle of beer. As he watched Uncle Ba's retreating figure, Xiahou once again turned his gaze to the mighty mountains, lost in contemplation. He realized he needed to find something to occupy his mind, otherwise, he would surely go mad. To his disbelief, there was not a single entertainment item available for purchase in the game shop. Could it be that one could not engage in games within a game? After a period of deep reflection, an idea struck him. Previously, he had passively accepted side quests, never considering the possibility of actively triggering them. He felt compelled to give it a try. Over the course of the next month, he sought out various mages in Camartage to initiate quests, yet his success rate was dismally low, unless a genuine request was made. The game's quest system would not acknowledge it. Unfortunately, the mages of Camartage had little to desire beyond matters of magic, a domain in which Xiahou was utterly clueless. Ultimately, it was only by offering to impart the martial skills he had learned from Ziegler that he managed to attract a handful of mages eager to learn from him, thus triggering some quests. By the end of the month, he had amassed 2,000 energy points and 7 random draws. However, as another month passed, the basic content was thoroughly mastered by those mages, making it increasingly difficult to trigger further quests. He was left to ponder alternative methods. Though he had attempted to seek out the Ancient One, he was consistently dismissed. Eventually, the Ancient One, thoroughly exasperated by his persistence, relocated to New York for an extended stay, leaving Xiahou feeling despondent. In his frustration, he began wreaking havoc and playing pranks around Kamartaj, much to the dismay of the mages, who ultimately pleaded with him to cease his antics. Curiously, this chaos even triggered a side quest reward, which was utterly absurd. Thus, a year slipped by, leaving him with a remaining year and a half before his departure from his place. After guiding him for half a year, the dream figure of Siegfried no longer appeared in his dreams, indicating that Xiahou had fully mastered all his skills and had become a seasoned warrior. The Dragon Slayer's heart within him continued to enhance his abilities for a year, but had now reached its limit, ceasing to further strengthen his physique. His current attributes stood at a formidable 560 strength, 310 agility, 245 intelligence, and 150 mana. If one were to calculate his level, he would need to ascend nearly 200 levels to accumulate such a plethora of free attribute points. The mages of Kamartaj, provided they do not resort to trickery, would find it impossible to defeat him should they confine him within a mirrored space, particularly since he had also learned Siegfried's skill, the Celestial Demon's Descent, albeit using his mana to forcibly execute it, which diminished its potency significantly. Nonetheless, he was now capable of utilizing his mana to imbue his weapon with sword energy, eliminating his previous reliance on the Azure Rose for ranged attacks. During a confrontation with Uncle Ba, who was unable to overpower him, Uncle Ba confined him within a mirrored space. After half an hour of boredom, Xiahou opted for self-termination. Uncle Ba, observing from the shadows in astonishment, contemplated sacrificing himself in apology, but was halted by Ancient One. He will not perish. He shall return the next day. There is no need for such alarm. Ancient One assured the assembled mages, who witnessed Xiahou's body dissolve into a shower of light. However, when Xiahou reappeared the following day, unscathed, the mages of Kamartaj were instantly filled with both awe and disdain, awestruck by the sheer absurdity of his ability, yet disapproving of his actions over the past year. Xiahou realized he could expedite the passage of time through this method. After completing the mage's side quests each day, he chose to self-terminate. Observing his daily demise, the mages refrained from issuing further task requests. Yet, Xiahou, undeterred by the lack of assignments, opted to torment the mages anew, either disrupting their studies or wreaking havoc upon their homes, leaving them with no choice but to plead for mercy once more. Thus 2.5 years slowly elapsed, and Xiahou finally awaited the day of his departure. At that moment, he was in his room, reviewing his achievements over the past 2.5 years. While his level and attributes remained unchanged, his accumulated energy reached a staggering 300,000, with 45 chances for random draws and 10 for specified draws. The limited number of draws was due to the fact that later tasks only offered energy point rewards. He had diligently amassed this energy over 2.5 years. Before his departure tomorrow, he resolved to utilize it all. First, he expended 500 energy points to accumulate 50 random draw chances, resulting in 5 sets of 10 draws, yielding the following items. First draw, Remy's Aid, restores 30 health over 10 seconds, capable of dispelling all abnormal states. Quantity, 1 Heavenly Healing Potion, restores 100 health. Quantity, 1 second time. Portal Gun, capable of launching 2 distinct colors of portals, blue and orange. Upon entering either portal, players will instantaneously emerge from the other, disregarding spatial distance. The colors of the 2 portals must differ, and only 1 portal of each color may exist. Revival Coin. Once utilized, it can resurrect an individual who has died within the last 30 minutes. Quantity, 1/3 time. Shattered Piece of the Round Table, a fragment of the table used by the Knights of the Round Table, perhaps possessing other purposes. Sacred Blessing Elixir. Upon consumption, it enables resurrection at the same location within 30 minutes after death. Quantity, 1/4 time. Heavenly Healing Potion, restores 100 health points. Quantity, 3/5 time. Arcane Quantum Bomb. This can coalesce a highly destructive magical nuclear bomb through the use of arcane energy. The potency and range of the explosion depend on the amount of magic employed, with a minimum requirement of 300 mana and no upper limit. Extended Yellow Floral Shirt. Wearing this grants an increase of 1 point to luck. Gazing at the newly drawn array of items, Xiahou felt an unperturbed calm within. Save for the arcane quantum bomb, he intended to conduct a test explosion at Kamartaj upon his departure the following day, as an expression of his inner discontent. Having been confined for 2.5 years, especially after he began to utilize death as a means to expedite time, he had yet to succumb to madness. It can only be said that his mental state was remarkably resilient. After completing the random draws, he resolved against further pulls, having acquired an ample array of items today. It felt as though additional attempts would lead to disappointment, so he decided to proceed with caution. Should any esteemed readers inquire about the rationale behind this setup, I can only explain that I primarily intended to avoid excessive exposition in this narrative, as it would impede the pacing. Moreover, it serves as a direct means to enhance the protagonist. Otherwise, I would struggle to determine how to fill the narrative void. The timeline of Marvel films spans vast epochs, often decades, and skipping ahead would be less than ideal. It is more sensible to seamlessly integrate and bolster the protagonist in this manner. Furthermore, the character constructs within Marvel are exceedingly formidable. Without a deliberate enhancement of the protagonist, he would merely be relegated to a background role. I hope for your understanding. Future content may reasonably incorporate elements from various television narratives, such as Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., but will not be exaggerated to the point of disrupting the storyline. Chapter 40. Farewell and Departure. After stowing away the acquired items into his backpack, Xiahou reclined on his bed, preparing to embrace slumber. This marked the first time in over a year that he would sleep. Previously, he had traversed each day by means of self-inflicted demise. It was not until noon the following day, when the glaring sunlight cascaded upon his visage, that Xiahou gradually opened his eyes, his mind clearing. He abruptly realized that perpetually substituting death for sleep would inevitably impact his psyche. The longer this persisted, the more his emotions would dull, ultimately leading to a complete loss of feeling. However, the numerous encounters with death have liberated him from the fear of it. He no longer trembles at the thought of mortality, and his endurance for pain has significantly strengthened. With a pain level of 30, he has learned to disregard most discomfort. After completing his cleansing ritual, Xiahou once again entered Gu Yi's tea room. At this moment, Gu Yi was not evading him as before, just as during their initial meeting. She had prepared 2 cups of tea and patiently awaited his arrival. Old Deng, you have finally returned. Do you have any idea how I have spent these past 2.5 years? Xiahou inquired, his face contorted with anger as he pointed at Gu Yi. Gu Yi gestured for Xiahou to take a seat and indicated the tea, encouraging him to drink first. Reluctantly, Xiahou complied, sitting down and taking a sip of the tea. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through him as the tea traveled down, soothing the taut nerves in his mind. After finishing the tea, Xiahou felt his mental state restored to that of when he first entered the game, and the experiences of the past 2.5 years seemed to fade away like a distant film, no longer exerting a significant impact on him. Gazing at the empty teacup, he remarked, "Old Deng, it turns out you possess such fine tea. Why didn't you offer it to me before? Do you look down on me?" Gu Yi, playfully twirling her fan, replied, "This tea is not meant for excessive consumption, and it reveals its true potential only at specific moments. Does it not?" Xiahou, however, disagreed, responding, "That is not right. Besides, you ought to explain why you've kept me in the dark for so long, and why not give me 10 or 8 pounds of this tea? Today, I might just blow up your Kamartaj." Gu Yi's previously calm demeanor suddenly stiffened. Indeed, this was a rather unfortunate child. Xiahou continued, "I hadn't thought about it before. But why don't you learn from Strange and extract my soul, allowing me to experience your multiverse and enhance my magical aptitude? It is because you lack a soul, or rather, your soul and body are one. They cannot be separated. When you die and resurrect, it is merely the reunification of your soul, or in your terms, the recondensation of your data, is it not? Player Xiahou? Regardless, I am indifferent. What kind of good person plays a game only to be imprisoned? I refuse to accept this. I demand compensation." Initially taken aback, Xiahou soon adopted a defiant stance. Gu Yi suggested, "How about this? In the future, Kamartaj can serve as your resurrection point, and should you require assistance, you may reach out to me or other mages. Does that suffice?" Upon hearing Gu Yi's response, Xiahou, though still somewhat dissatisfied, found it an acceptable arrangement, as it meant he had a powerful ally. Should any adversary dare to offend him, they would have to reckon with Gu Yi. The thought alone brought him immense satisfaction. After contemplating, he asked, "So how am I supposed to contact you? I can't exactly shout at the sky like that fool Thor, can I?" With a head full of dark thoughts, Gu Yi contemplated the foolishness of Thor, realizing that such actions were indeed rather silly. However, the individual before her did not appear particularly wise either, as he proceeded to produce a jade pendant and handed it to Xiaohou. Once infused with magical energy, this pendant would allow direct communication with me. But I must insist that you do not disturb me without cause. Upon receiving it, Xiaohou's face lit up with joy. He had acquired a formidable ally. He then presented a vial of the heavenly elixir he had obtained the previous day to Gu Yi, stating, "I shall not take advantage of you. This potion can fully restore your health and magical energy, allowing you ample time to converse with Dormammu." Gu Yi accepted it without hesitation. She had foreseen its utility while gazing into the future. Xiaohou expressed his desire to take his leave, eagerly anticipating his adventures ahead. But he first wished to bid farewell to Uncle Ba and Wang, as they were the ones with whom he had forged the strongest bonds over the past 2 years. Upon finding them training in the martial arts arena, Xiaohou approached them directly, addressing them. "Uncle Ba, Wang, I am departing, and I wish to bestow upon you a parting gift." He handed each of them a vial of the heavenly elixir, reiterating its purpose. After a moment's consideration, he also gifted his sole vial of the holy resurrection potion to Uncle Ba, explaining, "This is a resurrection potion. While it is ineffective for the deceased, if you encounter mortal peril, consuming it will allow you to come back to life within 30 minutes of death. Coupled with the heavenly elixir, you will possess 3 lives. Are you not delighted?" Wang, initially buoyed by excitement, felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing that Cassius had received an additional miraculous potion, realizing that prior acquaintances often received preferential treatment. Nevertheless, Uncle Ba certainly merited Xiaohou's generosity. Ever since he had resolved his inner turmoil, he had transformed entirely, always ready to answer the inquiries of mages and taking on the role of instructor. Now, apart from Gu Yi, he held the highest esteem within Kamar Taj. Soba, looking somewhat conflicted, queried, "Is this not too precious? Perhaps you should keep it for yourself." Xiaohou promptly declined, saying, "Not at all. There will be more in the future. And I am of little consequence. As you well know, I can be resurrected. My demise would hold little weight." Uncle Ba, upon hearing this, ceased his objections and sincerely expressed his gratitude, with Wang quickly following suit. Meanwhile, the other mages training in the vicinity displayed expressions of envy, particularly Modu, who exhibited a hint of jealousy. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaohou prepared to depart, but he intended to leave a significant treasure for Gu Yi. He summoned all the magical energy within him, invoking his newly acquired skill, Quantum Bomb. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal bomb descended from above, embedding itself at the center of the martial arts arena. The surrounding mages gasped in shock. Was he really planning to obliterate Kamar Taj as he departed? The very fabric of space shattered instantaneously, and everyone was drawn into a mirrored realm, while the bomb was relocated to a far-off position. As a mushroom cloud ascended, a shock wave surged towards the crowd, only to dissipate into a gentle breeze upon nearing. "So, is this your way of celebrating with fireworks, Xiaohou?" The figure of Ancient One gradually materialized at the center. Observing the immense power, many mages discreetly wiped the cold sweat from their brows, gazing gratefully at the supreme mage, while inwardly cursing the madness of Xiaohou. Xiaohou whistled, exclaiming, "Such power! Truly sufficient to level New York." Ancient One sighed, allowing him this moment of venting. Subsequently, she opened a portal, placing Xiaohou's Kawasaki beside it. "Let us go. No more trouble. And remember, do not divulge too much about the future to others. The repercussions could be significant." Xiaohou rushed to his beloved motorcycle, joyfully inspecting it from all angles. It remained unchanged, though he wondered where Ancient One had previously stowed it. After ensuring everything was in order, he turned to Ancient One and said, "Old Deng, I'm off. I'll be sure to chat with you soon. Farewell." With that, he dashed through the portal, leaving behind the bewildered mages and a somewhat exasperated Ancient One, while Mordo's expression darkened further. Chapter 41. Contacting Old Friends. What a scene. Emerging from the portal, Xiaohou found himself at a crossroads that felt both familiar and foreign. After a thorough examination, He confirmed this was indeed where Ancient One had previously taken him. He retrieved his phone, checking the signal. Full bars. Eagerly, he dialed Hannibal's number. After a few beeps, the call connected, and Hannibal's familiar voice resonated on the other end. Hello, is this Xiaoho? Xiaoho quickly replied, yes, it's me. I'm finally back. Where are you? Once Hannibal confirmed it was indeed Xiaoho, he responded with enthusiasm. We're currently in England, where werewolves and vampires have appeared. We came here to handle the situation, thinking we might finally retire. Xiaoho, puzzled by Hannibal's response, inquired, do you need my help? I was just released. I wanted to meet up with you. No need. We can manage, though they are rather peculiar, but they're still quite easy to deal with. You mentioned you just got released? What transpired? We had trouble contacting you and thought you had returned. Abigail was quite heartbroken for a long while. Xiaoho explained, well then, let us not dwell on it. Shortly after we parted ways, I was captured by the Supreme Mage, that old Deng, and held in Camartage until now. It's all rather tearful. I live a life of a reclusive monk without a hint of entertainment. I completely lost the joy of gaming. The Supreme Mage? A sorcerer? Why did she imprison you? Did you offend her? Not at all. She merely stated that it was best for me to remain inside, without providing further explanation. Thus, these riddles are most detested. Is she? Could it be a woman? Where are you now? I am near the previous base, dealing with a woman who has lived for several centuries. Oh dear. As soon as Xiaoho finished speaking, a sudden fan struck him on the head. He immediately became furious and exclaimed, Gu-ee, you old hag, eavesdropping on my conversation again. It's so far from Camartage. Why do you care? Of course. The entire Earth is under my watch. And did I not say not to call my name? I have a sense for it. Xiaoho raised his middle finger to the air and spoke into the phone. Ah? She hit me again. It feels like her menopause has been delayed. On the other end, Hannibal wore a look of incredulity, as if to say, are you foolish? You just called her a woman of several centuries. Of course, she would discipline you. Nevertheless, that Gu-ee seems quite formidable. Xiaoho, receiving no reply, inquired into the phone. Hello, are you still there? Did you hang up? Hannibal quickly cleared his mind and responded, no. I was merely taken aback by the commotion on your end. Is that Gu-ee, the supreme sorcerer, truly powerful? Xiaoho replied, she's decent. She is arguably the strongest on Earth right now, comparable to Odin, but I sense she is slightly more powerful. At that moment, Gu-ee, who was eavesdropping, smiled. The strongest on Earth? And Odin? Is he not the god king from Norse mythology that I am familiar with? Yes. What of it? What of it? He is the god king. Do you know him? Xiaoho replied, somewhat speechless. I should know him, but he likely does not know me. By the way, are you with others? Well, yes. We are together. Would you like to chat with them? Forget it, we'll talk when we meet. By the way, do you truly not need assistance? I have become extraordinarily powerful. Xiaoho still asked with some concern. No need. We can handle it. What are your plans? Will you continue your journey? Yes. Since you all are fine, I shall resume my travels. Let us leave it at that for now, and talk again next time. Goodbye. All right then. Stay safe. Goodbye. After ending the call with Xiaoho, Hannibal addressed the other members of the Nightwalker team surrounding him. You all heard. Xiaoho is still in this world. He has merely been taken away by the Supreme Sorcerer, and he has already resumed his journey. Everyone need not worry about him. Let us finish our tasks here swiftly, and then we shall seek him out. Upon hearing this, the others were invigorated and continued their work, though Abigail wore a trace of melancholy on her face. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Xiaoho rode his bike towards the city. Observing the dramatically transformed cityscape, he was filled with astonishment, noticing that some people on the streets were already using touchscreen phones. Though still somewhat antiquated and primarily operated by buttons, the leap felt substantial. After wandering around for a while, he still had not encountered that fellow. He was still contemplating revenge on him. Having not encountered him, it was best to let him be. The primary reason was that he had no desire to linger in one place for too long. He yearned to roam freely. After departing from the city, he ventured eastward, accelerating on his Kawasaki 10 to nearly 300 kilometers per hour, surpassing countless vehicles along the way. Engaging in reckless driving carries risks. It is not advisable to emulate. Observing the increasingly desolate landscape, Xiaoho could not help but reflect. Indeed, beyond the major cities in America, much of the region remains largely undeveloped, merely a fade of glamour. As dusk settled, he found a roadside motel to rest. After indulging in a meal of American fast food at the diner, he returned to his room, where he began watching television. However, the programs consisted of tedious sitcoms until he stumbled upon a news channel that captivated his attention. The screen displayed a colossal bridge soaring through the sky, with reports indicating it was footage from San Francisco, accompanied by terms like mutants. Was this the X-Men? A scene from their iconic moments? Could it be a fusion of the Marvel Universe and the X-Men? How absurd. It would surely leave the purple potato essence in tears. The X-Men were all endowed with extraordinary abilities. After a moment of incredulous banter, Xiaoho reluctantly accepted this premise, recognizing from the bridge's portrayal that it resembled a diminished cinematic universe. Otherwise, the characters would have already halted Earth's rotation. He then contemplated whether he should seek them out for some amusement, as there were many individuals he wished to witness in person, such as Wolverine, Deadpool, Blink, and North Star. Especially Mystique. What a dream! However, according to the storyline, she seemed to have reverted to being an ordinary human, so perhaps it was best to let that thought go. After a brief period of hesitation, Xiaoho ultimately chose to go with the flow. Who knew what troubles might ensue from a visit? He had only just extricated himself from Ancient One and was not keen on attracting any further complications. Moreover, after their recent upheaval, it appeared they had reached a temporary truce with the American government. Perhaps there would be opportunities to visit later. After flipping through several channels and finding nothing of interest, Xiaoho opted for bed, planning to continue his aimless wandering the following day. Chapter 42. Does he want to kill me? The withered grass along the roadside resembled forgotten strings of a forgotten instrument, playing a desolate song unheard by anyone. The cracked earth, like a scar winding across the land, stretched towards the horizon. Wearing a long yellow floral shirt and beach shorts, Xiaoho mounted his motorcycle once more. Today, he chose not to speed, but to relish the scenery along the route. The vibrant yellow shirt and his flip-flops contrasted starkly with the motorcycle, attracting curious glances from passing drivers. Though it seemed peculiar, a sense of inexplicable relaxation washed over him, prompting thoughts of donning such attire again in the future. Ah, the liberating air. Even wandering felt delightful. As he marveled at the vastness of the horizon, Xiaoho unconsciously began to sing. Initially, he believed that today could be spent leisurely, but upon discovering a quaint country road, he felt an irresistible urge to explore it, having no particular destination in mind. As he veered off the main road, the surrounding scenery began to improve dramatically, adorned with an abundance of trees, yet the number of passing vehicles dwindled significantly. However, Xiaoho paid little heed to this and continued his journey. As time passed, the midday sun blazed fiercely, elevating the ambient temperature considerably. This sensation of heat was in stark contrast to the perennial chill of Kamatiji. It was utterly delightful. I detest snow-capped mountains, Xiaoho mused, glancing at the fuel gauge, which indicated that only half of the petrol remained. He thought to himself that it would be prudent to seek out a gas station soon, lest he find himself stranded. How had he forgotten to pack extra fuel in his backpack yesterday? He recalled his previous discovery in Kamatiji. His backpack could accommodate real-world items, each occupying merely one slot. Yet it boasted 99 pages with each page containing 100 slots, alleviating any concerns about storage. He soon dismissed his worries, reasoning that if he ran out of fuel, he could simply walk or run. Given his current physical condition, he wouldn't be slowed down much and could better appreciate the scenery. After traveling another 100 kilometers, his motorcycle came to a halt due to lack of fuel. Xiaoho surveyed his surroundings, but found no signs of habitation or structures. So he stored his bike and began to walk forward, humming a cheerful tune. As the sky darkened and the sun withdrew its last rays, Xiaoho had traversed over 100 kilometers without encountering any buildings or even a single passing vehicle. He could no longer contain his grievances and muttered to himself, "Next time, I must ensure I have ample fuel. How could I have overlooked this? And what kind of desolate place is this? It's been ages without seeing another soul." After several more hours of fruitless wandering, he was preparing to set up camp by the roadside for the night when headlights suddenly appeared in the distance. A large truck was speeding towards him, but amidst the commotion, he heard a woman's voice crying out for help. The sound was faint and obscured by the distance and the reflection of the lights, making it difficult to see clearly. However, as the vehicle drew closer, he finally discerned that a blonde woman was bound in the truck as cargo area. Her cries for help growing louder. "Oh God, save me. Please help me." The driver had evidently spotted Xiaoho as well, careening directly towards him. clearly intent on silencing him. A red health bar appeared above the driver's head. As Xiaoho observed the approaching truck and the ominous health bar, he thought to himself, "Indeed, this is a land of freedom. How reckless! Am I to be silenced?" In the fleeting moment before the truck collided with him, he swiftly dodged to the side, grasping the railing at the front of the vehicle and somersaulting into the passenger side door. He then greeted the driver with a casual, "Hi, how are you? Would it be too much trouble for you to give me a ride? My car has run out of fuel." The driver, startled by the sudden appearance of Xiaoho at his window, quickly drew a pistol and fired a shot directly at him. Xiaoho merely swayed his body slightly, evading the hail of steel pellets while complaining, "If you're not willing to help, that's fine. No need to get angry. I wasn't planning on doing anything to you anyway. After all, I promised that old dang I wouldn't harm ordinary people. But since you've taken the first shot, don't blame me." The driver, intent on firing another round, hesitated as he noticed a uniquely shaped revolver suddenly aimed at him by Xiaoho. A chill ran down his spine as he realized his fate was sealed. With a gunshot, half of his body was obliterated, causing the truck to lose control and sway erratically. Xiaoho cursed under his breath, "Damn it. I forgot he was driving. Now it's all bloody. How am I supposed to stop the truck? I don't want to dirty my clothes." After a brief moment of hesitation, he leaped to the connection point of the truck's cabin, yanked the bound woman into his arms, and jumped down, landing steadily on the roadside. The woman finally reacted, letting out a piercing scream. Xiaoho's expression darkened, and he controlled his strength, delivering a swift slap while saying, "Stop screaming. Didn't I just save you? What else with all the noise?" In the distance, the out-of-control truck tipped over and came to a halt, its wheels still spinning on one side. The woman, seemingly jolted back to reality by Xiaoho's slap, quickly ceased her cries and began fervently thanking him. "Oh God. Thank you. Thank you for saving me." Xiaoho replied, somewhat incredulously, "My saving you has nothing to do with God. Besides, what did you do to offend him?" The blonde woman hastily recounted her ordeal and implored Xiaoho to accompany her in search of her companions. Xiaoho, however, received a notification for a side quest to assist Elisa in finding her friends, offering a reward of 100 energy points and one chance for a random draw. He eyed the meager reward with reluctance, as he was more inclined to roam freely without attracting trouble. Just as he was about to decline, Elisa, sensing his hesitation, quickly added, "Please, I can pay you. How about $10,000? You only need to help me find my companions." Hearing this, Xiaoho hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Although the quest reward was paltry, the promise of payment was enticing. Even if the funds given to him by the chubby guy were exhausted, he would still have an income. He responded, "All right, but if you dare to breach our agreement, I assure you, I'm far more formidable than that driver." Upon hearing Xiaoho's consent, Elisa promptly reassured him, "Rest assured, I will definitely uphold my end of the bargain. Please provide me with your car number, and I assure you that I will send the payment as soon as I return to the city." As Xiaoho handed over his bank card to the stout fellow, he inquired, "By the way, where shall we seek your companions? Do you recall their phone numbers? Can't you simply call them to come and fetch you?" Elisa, using her own blood, inscribed the number on her clothing before responding to Xiaoho, "I remember. However, I do not possess a phone. Do you have one?" Xiaoho retrieved his mobile device and handed it to her, urging, "Hurry and make the call. I wish to find a place to rest." Elisa promptly dialed her boyfriend's number, and after a brief exchange, she returned the phone to Xiaoho. After standing by the roadside for over an hour, a yellow vehicle gradually approached and halted before them. Elisa's boyfriend alighted and embraced her, accompanied by another woman. After an exchange of warm greetings, the man approached Xiaoho and expressed his gratitude. Upon the reunion of the trio, Xiaoho received a notification indicating the completion of his task, yet his gaze was drawn to the vehicle that had arrived. He remarked, "No need for thanks. Just ensure the transfer of funds. Could you share a bit of your fuel with me? Also, what is the route to the nearest town? Do you have a map?" The man readily agreed, handing Xiaoho a map while inquiring, "We can share our fuel. Where is your vehicle?" Xiaoho effortlessly produced his motorcycle from his backpack, leaving the three astonished, yet hesitant to question further. They opened their fuel tanks and filled his tank to capacity. Xiaoho then mounted his bike and addressed them. "I shall take my leave now. You may handle the rest. Farewell." He then sped off toward the nearest city marked on the map, gradually fading from their sight. As they watched Xiaoho's retreating figure, the trio began to discuss the particulars of the recent events. Just before dawn, several police cars arrived, conducting an investigation of the scene before taking statements from the three. Chapter 43. The first encounter with the malevolent knight after traveling over 100 kilometers. Xiahou finally spotted the outline of a small town in the distance, and he hastily accelerated towards it. This quaint settlement was modest in size, with a permanent population of just over 1,000, and it boasted only one inn. Upon entering, Xiahou found the proprietor fast asleep on the sofa. With no other option, he frantically pressed the service bell at the counter. The persistent ringing startled the owner awake, and upon noticing Xiahou, he promptly approached to greet him. "Good day, sir. Are you here to check in?" "Indeed. What else would I be here for? By the way, do you serve meals?" "I am rather famished," Xiahou replied, exasperated. The proprietor, with an apologetic expression, responded, "Allow me to assist you with your check-in first. It's 20 per night, and for food, you'll have to rely on the vending machine. I apologize. Our location is somewhat remote, hence the absence of 24-hour convenience stores and fast food establishments." After hearing this, Xiahou reluctantly agreed. He purchased a collection of snacks from a vending machine before following the proprietor to his room. The room was modest in size, but reasonably clean, suitable enough for a brief slumber. After indulging in his snacks and refreshing himself, he reclined on the bed and drifted into a dream-filled slumber. It was not until nearly noon the following day that Xiahou emerged from his room. Upon concluding his exchange with the proprietor, he mounted his bicycle and began to explore the quaint little town. The town was indeed quite small, akin to a larger rural area in Huagua, with only a handful of shops. After discovering a steakhouse that looked promising, he parked his bike and ventured inside to peruse the menu for delectable options. However, after reviewing the selections, he found only a few offerings: steaks, pasta, and hearty soups. He ordered a random assortment while contemplating his future. At present, it seemed he could not exit the game. If he could, he would have returned home long ago after nearly 3 years. Moreover, he needed to contemplate what he would do next. This game resembled a tangible world where every action demanded expenditure. He needed to devise a means of earning money. Resorting to theft was out of the question. While he could dismiss the notion of engaging with gangsters or nefarious individuals, he felt a sense of moral reluctance towards robbing ordinary people. Additionally, with a plethora of dangers in this world, what if there were forces capable of erasing him entirely without the possibility of resurrection? For instance, the 5 deities and the life court. Currently, it appeared to be a cinematic universe, yet mutants had emerged, leaving the potential for other surprises uncertain. Furthermore, the mutants frequently engaged in time-altering escapades. The risks of adopting the role of a villain were substantial. Perhaps playing the anti-hero would be a more prudent choice, albeit still fraught with complications. Yesterday, he had earned $10,000. Perhaps he should consider becoming a mercenary or a bounty hunter. That seemed like a promising venture. He could eventually purchase a house, establishing an office on the first floor and residing on the second. In his musings, he exclaimed, "Yes, that's the plan. I'll start an office and simultaneously take on side quests. I'll be earning money. I'm a genius. I shall call it the #1 player." At this moment, his ordered dishes were delivered by the waiter, and he eagerly began to eat. Accustomed to Chinese cuisine, he found Western food less satisfying, thus opting to indulge a bit more. After finishing his meal, with little else to explore, he headed directly to the town's gas station. While filling up his tank, he purchased 10 large round barrels for reserves, placing them in his backpack under the astonished gaze of the gas station staff, who stood agape as he departed. He continued cycling for 2 days, gradually feeling a sense of monotony. Traveling alone was tolerable for a short duration, but over time, the solitude became palpable. Gazing upon the distant silhouette of a sprawling city, Xiahou arrived at the epicenter of Marvel, New York, a city marked by countless monumental events and calamities. The dazzling lights and vibrant atmosphere starkly contrasted with the towns he had encountered in the preceding days. Here, at last, was a true city. The other small towns felt as though they belonged to a bygone era. As he lamented, he suddenly caught sight of a distant flame racing towards him, leaving behind a slender trail of fire. Xiahou murmured with a hint of apprehension, "Could that be the Ghost Rider?" As the entity drew closer, Xiahou confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed the Ghost Rider. The distinctive skeletal frame and the hellish motorcycle, engulfed in roaring flames, were unmistakable. The searing heat ignited everything in its path, setting alight even the smallest creatures and debris along the way, as hellfire blazed upon the ground it traversed. As it passed Xiahou, it turned to scrutinize him, seemingly assessing whether he bore any taint of sin. Yet, all it sensed from him was an aura of emptiness. Without further ado, it sped onward. Xiahou, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly turned around to follow. Who could have anticipated encountering the Ghost Rider in such a place? The first time he had seen the film, he had been utterly captivated by the motorcycle. Though the plot was lackluster, the sheer coolness was undeniable. Xiahou excitedly mused to himself. It seems this might be his first transformation. How regrettable it would be not to ask for an autograph and perhaps gain some experience. However, the Ghost Rider was remarkably swift, unburdened by concerns of fuel consumption. Xiahou had refueled twice already, were it not for the trail of flames on the ground. You have surely lost track. After another refueling, Xiahou pondered, should I acquire a better vehicle? Otherwise, I'll have to refuel every short distance, which is rather embarrassing. With the sun rising, Xiahou finally caught up to Johnny, who lay on the ground, beginning his transformation back into a human in a cemetery. An elderly white man with white hair emerged from the church within the graveyard, approaching Johnny to assist him to his feet. Xiahou parked his motorcycle and hurried over to the two, exclaiming, "Greetings, Ghost Riders. I'm Xiahou. May I take a photo with you?" As he spoke, he spent 1,000 energy points in the game store to purchase a camera with infinite storage, which he held in his hands. Initially, the aged Ghost Rider perceived Xiahou as merely a curious bystander drawn to Johnny. However, upon hearing Xiahou declare their identity, he became instantly wary. With a guarded expression, he questioned, "Who are you? What is your purpose in seeking us? I do not believe I recognize you." Xiahou was about to respond, but recalled the instructions given to him by Ancient One, prompting him to alter his reply. "Didn't I mention? I am Xiahou, and I approached merely to take a photograph. I know who you are, and I harbor no ill intentions. I am certainly not associated with Mephisto." Observing his seemingly genuine demeanor and the wealth of knowledge he possessed, Carter Slade reluctantly lowered his guard, if only slightly. With his chin pointed at Johnny, he remarked, "Let's first address his predicament before discussing other matters." He then assisted Johnny into the church, with Xiahou following closely behind. Chapter 44, Ancient One. Let's deal with the old together. Upon entering the church, Xiahou began to survey his surroundings, as it was his inaugural visit to such a place, filling him with a sense of curiosity. Seeing Xiahou enter the church unscathed and without adverse reactions brought a measure of relief to Sheree, who promptly laid Johnny down on a cot in a secluded area and placed a considerable amount of water beside him. After ensuring Johnny was settled, he approached Xiahou and stated, "Now we can have a proper discussion. Reveal your true intentions. Spare me the jest." Xiahou returned his gaze to the original Ghost Rider before him and replied, "Did I not mention it? I merely spotted Johnny on my way and intended to catch up for a photograph. Your presence makes it even better. When you both transform, can I not join in for a picture?" Sheree, however, expressed his skepticism, insisting, "Your ability to enter here indicates you are neither a demon nor easily influenced. What is your true origin? If you do not clarify, I fear I cannot accommodate your request." After contemplating Shirai's demeanor, Xiahou declared, "I am merely a gamer. And are you acquainted with the Supreme Sorcerer? I am Raprat G, and I aspire to become a bounty hunter. I believe Johnny would consider hiring me." "What? You know the Supreme Sorcerer? How can that be? Such a figure should be beyond the acquaintance of someone like you." Sheree initially reacted with astonishment, only to follow with a dismissive rebuttal. Xiahou, perturbed by this, retorted, "What do you mean by someone like me? Old man, do you dare to challenge me? I could easily dispatch you. Show me your health bar, if you have the courage. Even if the Ancient One herself were to arrive, she could not save you." With that, he brandished a cerulean rose, pressing it against Shirai's head. As Sheree observed the revolver that had seemingly materialized in Xiahou's hand, he recalled the moment he had stowed his vehicle, recognizing the connection to the spatial magic of Camartage. His expression shifted to one of apology as he said, "My apologies. It was my oversight. Since you know of me, you must also be aware of my deeds. I became a bit overly cautious. Forgive me. You wished for a photograph, did you not? What pose would you prefer?" Witnessing the old man's rapid change in demeanor, Xiahou felt disinclined to engage him in combat. "No need for that now. I do not wish to take a photo with you at this moment. Perhaps we shall reconsider once you transform. Is it not true that you can only change once?" Hearing Xiahou's remark about his singular transformation, Sheree became even more convinced of his identity. For someone proficient in spatial and temporal magic could indeed be a disciple of the Ancient One. This was the kind of being that even Mephisto would dare to approach only with a mere avatar, cautiously plodding on Earth. With an ingratiating tone, he then inquired, "Shall I procure something for you to eat? I suspect you have yet to partake of breakfast, have you not?" Xiahou regarded the old man, whose demeanor had shifted so dramatically, with a look of utter bewilderment. Had he been possessed? Yet, that did not seem to be the case. However, he still said, "Just give me something to eat, that's all." "Thank you, old man." Shirley hurriedly replied, Of course. Just wait a moment." He thought to himself, as long as he could cling to the thigh of the supreme mage, what did he have to fear from Mephisto? Would he dare to seek trouble with him? Xiahou, observing Shirley step outside to prepare food, took out the jade pendant bestowed by Gu Yi and began to infuse it with magical energy. After a few moments, Gu Yi's voice filled his ears. "Haven't you just left a few days ago? What do you want?" Her tone was laced with impatience. Upon hearing this, Xiahou felt a surge of irritation. "What is this tone, old dang? I distinctly contacted you because I discovered that Mephisto is up to something. Do you believe I could just join forces with old Mo to deal with you? Enough with the useless chatter. This is Johnny's affair, and I shouldn't interfere." Xiahou, in a fit of urgency, pleaded, "Come on, let us plot against old Mo together. I remember it's quite troublesome for demons to create a doppelganger. At the critical moment, I'll summon you, and you can come over and eliminate his doppelganger. He would lose one, wouldn't he? That would certainly reduce his mischief in the future." Gu Yi pondered for a moment, finding some merit in his reasoning, and indeed, she was eager to unleash her frustrations. She agreed, saying, "All right, just infuse the pendant with magical energy when the time comes, and I will come. Otherwise, if I keep an eye on you, he won't dare to show up." Hearing Gu Yi's consent, Xiahou beamed with joy, although he held no personal grudge against old Mo. Watching Gu Yi enact her vengeance was an opportunity not to be missed. An entertaining spectacle indeed. "All right, old dang, you must come." Gu Yi, however, did not respond, clearly having severed the connection. So aloof. Yet soon, there would be a delightful performance to behold. He let out a villainous chuckle. Meanwhile, Shirley, who had already procured some food, listened to their conversation from outside. Though he could only hear Xiahou's words, it did not hinder his understanding of the situation. He approached Xiahou with some bread and similar fare, saying, "This is all that is left. Feel free to eat." Xiahou accepted the food without hesitation, diving into it while engaging in casual conversation. As noon approached, Johnny finally awoke. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt as though the moisture in his body had evaporated, leaving him parched. Spotting water by the bedside, he gulped it down cup after cup. Feeling somewhat revitalized, he began to survey his surroundings. The room was adorned with various ecclesiastical illustrations and books. Exiting the room, he entered the main hall of the church, filled with rows of prayer chairs, yet devoid of any people. Upon stepping out of the church, he noticed Shirley approaching him slowly, wielding an iron pickaxe. Recognizing him as the one who had taken him in, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Shirley elucidated the circumstances to him, initially met with skepticism. As he contemplated departing from this peculiar old man, it was only when the elder mentioned the contract that he was compelled to accept the truth. Under the shade of a grand tree, Xiahou observed their conversation drawing to a close and approached Johnny, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Hello, Xiaoxi. May I join you in Zhongying? Your transformation is incredibly impressive. Might I borrow your motorcycle for a ride?" Johnny regarded this unfamiliar face from Huaxia with a puzzled expression. "Do I know you?" Xiahou feigned sadness, responding, "Have you truly forgotten? We only met last night. I was quite envious of your dazzling skeletal appearance and your skeletal motorcycle, which is why I pursued you throughout the night." Johnny thought to himself, "Is this guy a creep? Who chases a flaming skeleton around in the middle of the night?" Xiahou continued to tempt him. "Moreover, I am a bounty hunter. If you compensate me handsomely, I can assist you in confronting the witch heart demon and Mephisto." His tone was laced with allure, and Johnny began to contemplate the feasibility of this proposition, albeit with some skepticism regarding Xiahou's seemingly vacation-ready attire. At that moment, Xiahou made an offer that was impossible to refuse. "I can also help you protect your ex-girlfriend. It seems that the witch heart demon is planning to trouble her soon." Chapter 45. 4 million for hire, initially reluctant to engage. Johnny's concern for his beloved's safety overshadowed his hesitations. His current state was far too unstable, posing a threat to those around him. The individual before him appeared to possess substantial knowledge and was fervently promoting himself, suggesting he had some merit. Johnny inquired, "How much do you require?" Seeing that Johnny was intrigued, Xiaohou flashed a sly smile, saying, "That depends on what you are willing to offer. I shall be assisting you in confronting 2 demons and safeguarding your ex-girlfriend." After a moment of contemplation, Johnny replied, "I can only offer you 4 million. That is all my savings, but you must ensure Roxanne's safety." Upon his declaration, Xiaohou promptly received a task prompt. Triggering side quest. Assist Johnny Blaze quest content. Safeguard Roxanne Simpson and aid Johnny Blaze in defeating or eliminating the Witch Heart Demon and the Avatar of Mephisto. Quest rewards: 10,000 energy points, 20 random draw opportunities. Upon witnessing such generous rewards, which rivaled his previous earnings over the past month or two, Johnny realized he had just acquired enough cash to secure a home. After accepting the task, Xiaohou assured Johnny, "All right, I'll take on this mission. You can rest assured. I won't require a deposit this time. I trust your character. Just remember to transfer the payment to me once it's completed." Johnny nodded and then asked, "What plans do you have?" Xiaohou harbored no intention of altering the storyline, instead waiting patiently for the Witch Heart Demon and Old Emo to come to him. Yet, he realized it was essential to instill some confidence in his new employer. Thus, he declared, "There's no need for a plan. Simply return to your ex-girlfriend. I will ensure her protection while you entice the Witch Heart Demon." At this point, he patted Johnny's shoulder and continued, "He will seek you out. After all, you're his father's foremost enforcer. If he intends to stir trouble, he must first eliminate you." Xiaohou then paused, casting a glance at the onlooker, Shirley, and remarked, "Old man, hand me your sacred Gonsachi contract. It's of no use to you anyway. It might as well be used for fishing." Shirley hesitated for a moment before shattering the shovel, retrieving the concealed contract, and passing it to Xiaohou, stating, "You may keep it. Do you require my assistance?" Upon receiving the contract, Xiaohou promptly stowed it in his game backpack, ensuring that no one could access it as long as he kept it hidden. He replied to Shirley, "There's nothing you can assist with. You lack the capacity to continue fighting, do you not? However, if you wish to accompany us to observe the spectacle, that is certainly permissible." Shirley, unoffended by Xiaohou's words, acknowledged his own diminished capacity for battle. Having just overheard the conversation between Xiaohou and Gu Yi, he was quite eager to witness the unfolding events. "You shall go. I've lingered here for decades. It's time I ventured out. Who knows if I'll have another opportunity." Johnny, somewhat bewildered, inquired about the nature of their transaction and the contract they had just discussed. Xiaohou, noticing Johnny's confusion, roused him from his reverie, saying, "Hey, wake up. Stop daydreaming. We're off to find your ex-girlfriend." As the trio prepared to set forth, a dilemma arose. Shirley possessed only one horse, and during the day, he could not transform, making it impossible for him to keep pace with the other two. Observing this, Xiaohou, clearly intent on having Shirley resolve the issue himself, stated bluntly, "Why are you staring at me? Don't think I'll carry you. I refuse to let a man sit behind me, especially an elderly one. Let Johnny take you." "What do you mean, Johnny? You don't wish to carry him." "But does that mean I do?" Though inwardly reluctant, Johnny, unwilling to waste time, acquiesced and allowed Shirley to mount behind him. The three of them then galloped towards the city. During the journey, Shirley, seated behind Johnny, seized the opportunity to impart a wealth of experience and caution him about the nuances of transformation. Meanwhile, Xiaohou pondered whether to eliminate the Witch Heart Demon directly or adhere to the original plot, allowing him to absorb souls before dealing the final blow. Yet, he was uncertain if he possessed the strength to confront him now. The film had revealed too little about their comparative powers, leaving him without a standard for assessment. Although he could charge recklessly into battle, the potential for defeat loomed large, and the subsequent resurrection would incur a time lag, jeopardizing crucial plot points. It would be wiser to proceed with caution, observe the situation, and then decide. The trio spent a full 4 hours returning to the city. Throughout the journey, Johnny did not refuel even once, while Xiaohou repeatedly filled up 3 times. It seems that his motorcycle, even during the day, was in a modified state. Xiaohou yearned to acquire a better vehicle or steed, planning to procure one come nightfall. Meanwhile, many individuals in the city remained captivated by the scene of the road damaged by Johnny the previous day, with numerous people arriving from afar upon hearing the news. Despite the city officials' attempts to maintain order and prevent the crowd from approaching, Their efforts proved largely ineffective. At that moment, Roxanne, Johnny's ex-girlfriend, was engaged in filming a news report in front of the camera. Upon their arrival nearby, Johnny immediately spotted Roxanne and hurried over to greet her. However, Roxanne, who had been stood up yet again the previous day, offered him no kindness, ignoring all his words. Growing increasingly impatient with his persistent attempts, she retorted, "I no longer wish to hear your explanations. Moreover, I plan to leave here tomorrow. Please do not pursue me any further." Hearing this, Johnny felt a pang of distress and turned to Xiaoho, silently pleading for assistance in explaining the situation. Responding to Johnny's glance, Xiaoho stepped forward to Roxanne and declared, "Hello. Beautiful. You are absolutely right. He is nothing but a scoundrel. I support you. Let him fend for himself." Johnny wore an expression of disbelief, as if questioning Xiaoho's loyalty. Yet, before he could protest further, Roxanne boarded the nearby news van and instructed the cameraman to depart. Shirley patted Johnny on the shoulder and said, "All right, stop staring. She has already gone far away, and keeping her distance from you is actually a good thing. Besides, Xiaoho has already followed her. There's no need to worry." Johnny glanced around, realizing Xiaoho had indeed vanished. He was just about to complain about Xiaoho's earlier comments when, inside the news van, Roxanne was staring in disbelief at Xiaoho sitting beside her and asked, "Who are you, and when did you get on?" It turned out that Xiaoho had stealthily concealed his own vehicle and had slipped into the van from the other side when Roxanne boarded. With a broad smile, he introduced himself. "Hello, Roxanne. I am Xiaoho, hired by Johnny to protect you. He spent $4 million on it. TSK. Although he is a scoundrel, he does care for you. Moreover, he hasn't been fooling around with other women." Roxanne gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "What? $4 million? Why would he spend so much money to have you protect me? Has he gotten into some trouble? Is someone out to harm me?" Xiaoho pointed toward the eavesdropping cameraman in front and suggested, "It would be best to discuss this privately. You wouldn't want to involve our eavesdropping friend, would you? It could be life-threatening." After hearing this, Roxanne fell silent. Suppressing her curiosity, she addressed the cameraman, "Please take us back to the hotel, and then you can clock out." The cameraman, somewhat concerned, asked, "Are you sure you don't need me to stay with you?" "We have yet to ascertain his identity." Upon hearing this, Roxanne glanced at the seemingly innocuous Xiaoho seated beside her, struggling to fathom why his assistance warranted a sum of $4 million. Nevertheless, she inquired, "Mr. Xiaoho, how can you substantiate the truth of your claims?" Xiaoho retrieved his phone, promptly contacted Johnny, elucidated the situation, and handed the device to Roxanne. Upon accepting the call, Johnny's voice resonated. "Roxanne, I understand you may not wish to speak to me at the moment, but Xiaoho is indeed the one I hired to protect you. And I assure you, my actions yesterday were unintentional." Realizing that this individual was indeed sent by Johnny, Roxanne abruptly severed the call without waiting for further explanation. Turning to the cameraman, she declared, "All right, it has been confirmed. Please take us back to the hotel." Chapter 46. Has the wind demon's shot disappeared? Upon arriving at the hotel, Roxanne led Xiaoho to the room she had reserved. They settled in the living room, sitting across from one another. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Now, can you disclose the reason why Johnny employed you to protect me?" Xiaoho, however, picked up the nearby landline and called the front desk to order dinner before responding. "Well, how shall I put it? Johnny entered into a pact with a demon, and the demon's son has secretly ventured into the mortal realm, intending to cause trouble. Fearing that the demon's offspring might harm you, Johnny hired me." Roxanne, overwhelmed with excitement, rose to her feet and questioned, "Is this truly the case? How can that be? Are demons genuinely real? Wouldn't that put Johnny in danger? I must go find him." She moved toward the door, but Xiaoho grasped her arm, exasperatedly explaining, "Calm down. What do you intend to accomplish by seeking him out? And what's so strange about demons? He is perfectly safe, I assure you. Soon, we shall witness the spectacle here. You can visit him tomorrow." Reluctantly, Roxanne returned to her seat. Just then, a knock echoed from the entrance. Approaching the door, she discovered that her dinner had arrived. Xiaoho wheeled in the dining cart, arranged the plates, and remarked to Roxanne, "Stop overthinking it. Let's eat. Soon, you will see Johnny in action." However, Roxanne had lost her appetite and retorted, "In action? What do you mean?" Xiaoho nonchalantly forked some pasta into his mouth, replying between bites, "Don't worry about it. Just eat. You'll find out soon enough." Internally, he mused on the addictive nature of leaving statements unfinished. It was no wonder so many relished being enigmas. Watching Xiaoho, who who appeared resolute in withholding answers. Roxanne sank into her seat, sipping her coffee absent-mindedly, her mind racing with doubts about whether this man was deceiving her. Dinner unfolded amidst this peculiar atmosphere. Xiaoho, cradling a cup of coffee, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the cityscape, pondering, why has it not begun yet? Why is it so slow? Roxanne stepped aside, gazing apprehensively at the street outside. Is what you just said true? Will Johnny really be safe? A hint of a smile graced Xiaoho's lips as he replied, Indeed, he is in no danger. But tell me, do you fancy skeletons? The kind that breathes fire? Confused, Roxanne inquired, what skeleton? What do you mean? Xiaoho pointed below, where a sudden burst of flames erupted along the street. Is that not what you were concerned about? Johnny is currently being pursued by a skeleton that is hunting demons. Roxanne followed Xiaoho's gaze and beheld a blazing fireball streaking through the air like a meteor, leaving behind a long, fiery trail on the ground, reminiscent of a roaring fire dragon. The fireball surged toward a nearby skyscraper, as if it were destined for that towering edifice. As the fireball approached the building, it did not slow down. Instead, it ascended the glass FAAD with astonishing speed, resembling a flaming rocket. The glass melted in the wake of the fireball, which effortlessly continued its ascent, ultimately crashing onto the rooftop like a burning comet. In astonishment, she pointed at the fireball and asked, Are you saying that is Johnny? Xiaoho, engrossed in capturing the moment with his camera, answered without turning around, Yes. ISNT magnificent. I adore his motorcycle, but alas, I lack hellfire to control its transformation. Upon hearing Xiaoho's affirmative response, Roxanne pivoted and dashed toward the door. Xiaoho, abandoning his photography, hurriedly called out, Where are you going? You can't be serious about going there. Can you? ISNT it more entertaining to watch from here? Roxanne, her excitement palpable, shot him a glare as she replied, No, I must find Johnny. This is far too dangerous. With that, she rushed toward the elevator, leaving Xiaoho to sigh in resignation, muttering under his breath, Women are truly troublesome. Nevertheless, he quickly followed her, saying, All right, I'll accompany you. Were it not for this mission, I would hardly bother. Once downstairs, Roxanne was poised to hail a taxi when Xiaoho's voice rang out beside her. Get in. Hurry. Roxanne glanced at Xiaoho, who was mounted on a motorcycle. Her curiosity piqued about its origin, yet she climbed aboard. Xiaoho, noticing her settled position, cautioned, Hold on tight. No hugging me. I certainly don't wish to be chased by a skeleton. Roxanne, initially reaching out, retracted her hand and clutched the seat beneath her, striving to secure herself. Satisfied that she was stable, Xiaoho accelerated, causing Roxanne to nearly be thrown off, compelling her to grip even tighter. Internally, she berated Xiaoho, thinking, This man is dangerous. Fortunately, the distance was short, and soon they arrived beneath the skyscraper where Johnny was now engaged in combat with the Wind Demon. The Wind Demon melded seamlessly with the surrounding air, becoming as transparent and ethereal as a specter, rendering his presence nearly imperceptible. Johnny's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the Wind Demon gradually fade from view. The chains in his grasp whipped through the air, desperately attempting to ensnare the elusive figure, yet each strike proved utterly futile. The chains lashed out like whips against the Wind Demon, passing through him as though he were a mere figment of the imagination, eliciting no response whatsoever. The Wind Demon, like a phantom, remained impervious to physical attacks. He began to mock Johnny. Is this all the power you possess, Wraith Knight? You cannot harm me like this. Prepare to meet your demise. Observing this scene, Roxanne hastily grasped Xiaoho's arm, pleading, You must have a way, right? Please help him. I beg you. Xiaoho thought to himself, Does he truly need my assistance? While the Wind Demon is indeed quite formidable, the Wraith Knight is from the Marvel Universe. Nevertheless, he drew forth his Azure Rose, commencing the charging process, eager to test his own mettle against this malevolent entity. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoho began to channel his magical energy into the Azure Rose, a torrent of 3,000 units surging forth like a raging river, causing the weapon to emanate a brilliant crimson glow. As the magical energy continued to accumulate, a faint red halo began to form around the barrel of the Azure Rose, flickering and spreading like flames, enveloping the entire weapon in its brilliance. At last, under Xiaoho's full exertion, the Azure Rose reached its third stage of charging. With a resounding hum, the gun trembled violently, unleashing a bolt of red light that shot forth like a lightning strike from its muzzle. This incandescent beam resembled a blazing meteor, cleaving through the void with unfathomable might, hurtling directly toward the wind demon suspended in the air. Upon witnessing this, the wind demon's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the terrifying force contained within the crimson light, an energy potent enough to obliterate him entirely. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. The red beam struck him with unerring precision. In an instant, the wind demon's form appeared to be crushed by an invisible hand, contorting and twisting from within. His bones cracked audibly, muscles were brutally torn apart, and blood gushed forth. A terrified scream erupted from his lips, a sound steeped in despair and fear, as if it were the final cry of his existence. Simultaneously, the space surrounding him began to warp and twist under the influence of an overwhelming force. The distortion intensified, ultimately coalescing into a massive vortex that ensnared the wind demon within its grasp. As the space continued to contract, the wind demon's body shrank further, until it condensed into a singular point, culminating in a blinding flash of light, before vanishing entirely from existence. Johnny had just completed the enchantment of the chains when a sudden attack from the wind demon eradicated him, leaving Johnny with an unsettling feeling of uncertainty. The onlookers surrounding Xiaohou, along with those who had already gathered, simultaneously turned their gaze towards him. They quietly drew their handguns, aiming at him. While the leading sheriff spoke, "Although I am unaware of your actions, I implore you to lower your weapon, sir." Roxanne, equally astonished, could hardly believe that this seemingly harmless individual possessed such formidable power. It seemed Johnny's considerable expenditure was indeed justified. Hearing the command, Xiaohou merely twirled his gun and brought the barrel to his lips, blowing softly before inquiring, "Are you referring to me?" The sheriff reiterated, "Yes, sir. Please lower your firearm. Do not engage in any perilous actions." Xiaohou, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue in discontent, reflecting on how they had remained silent when he had just dispatched the demon. Nevertheless, he nonchalantly returned the azure rose to his backpack and remarked, all right, I have put it away. What now?" Before the sheriff could respond, a heavy thud resonated through the air, accompanied by a shockwave that caused those nearby to stagger. It was Johnny, crashing down from above on his motorcycle, the ground beneath him shattering under the impact. Witnessing the fallen skeleton, the onlookers quickly redirected their weapons towards him, issuing various warnings. Xiaohou was left speechless. Should he commend their bravery or lament the scarcity of superpowered individuals? Did they truly think they could threaten the Spirit Rider with mere handguns? However, recalling the chaos caused by mutants, which primarily revolved around military conflicts and their kind, he felt a sense of relief, knowing that only when Tony's Iron Man appeared would ordinary citizens be more frequently caught in the crossfire. As Johnny approached his ex-girlfriend, he completely disregarded their warnings and made his way towards Roxanne. The onlookers did not restrain him. Seeing him ignore them entirely, they activated their special skills, unleashing a barrage of bullets that rained down upon him like a tempest. Roxanne gasped in alarm, shouting, "No, do not fire." Johnny, inexplicably transformed into a target, felt his irritation rising as he prepared to retaliate. Noticing that Johnny remained unharmed and was about to counterattack, Roxanne quickly shook her head and implored, "Stop." Indeed, Johnny did retract the chains he had intended to hurl, yet they continued to fire incessantly. Frustrated, Johnny's previously subdued anger flared once more as he waved his hand towards them, conjuring a wall of fire that surged forth, the intense heat forcing them to retreat. Aware that this was not the opportune moment for conversation, Johnny turned, mounted his motorcycle, and barreled through several obstructing police cars, departing in a blaze, leaving only a trail of flames in his wake. Xiaohou then patted Roxanne on the shoulder, advising, "We should take our leave. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in trouble. I have no desire to entangle myself with the authorities here." Roxanne swiftly climbed into the vehicle, and as Xiaohou pressed the accelerator, they sped through the path created by Johnny's collision. By the time the officers attempted to intercept them, they had already distanced themselves. A few officers, prepared to pursue once more, were halted by their captain, who declared, "Enough. There's no need to chase any further. Let us first attend to the scene. I shall report this to the higher-ups." With that, he produced his phone and engaged in a lengthy conversation with someone on the other end. Meanwhile, Xiao transported Roxanne to Johnny's workshop. Johnny had reverted to his original form and was engaged in discussion with Shirley. Upon seeing the two enter, he immediately embraced his former girlfriend, and the pair shared an unexpected kiss, much to the chagrin of Xiaoho and Shirley, who felt inundated with their affection. Xiaoho clapped his hands, interrupting them. "All right, enough of that. Stop frolicking like two seals. We have more pressing matters at hand." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, the couple separated, with Johnny, a tinge of irritation in his voice, asking, "What other matters?" He thought to himself, "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall make you experience the might of the Eye of Judgment." Xiaoho looked toward an empty space and remarked, "For instance, what of our companion, the malevolent spirit? Mr. Wu Xinma, are you not inclined to reveal yourself?" The figure of Wu Xinma gradually materialized, casting his gaze upon Xiaoho and posing his own inquiry. "How did you detect my presence?" Even these two malevolent knights failed to sense me. Xiaoho refrained from answering directly and instead posed another question. "I am curious. You must realize that you would be unable to overpower us alone. Even if your intention was to capture Johnny's woman as leverage, would it not be more prudent to do so when she is alone or unguarded?" Wu Xinma responded, "I can see that you possess some skill, but these two cannot harm me. I, however, can withstand your attacks and directly eliminate that woman. Therefore, I propose a transaction. If you surrender the sacred Fan Gansak contract, I shall cease to trouble you. Otherwise, I will eliminate everyone around you. You cannot protect them indefinitely." Upon hearing this, Johnny became furious, preparing to charge at him, only to be restrained by Xiaoho. Xiaoho explained, "Calm down. He speaks the truth. Currently, you cannot harm him. He lacks a soul, rendering your Eye of Judgment ineffective, and he is the son of old Mo. Your hellfire would have no effect on him." Wu Xinma interjected, "Indeed. So, what is your response?" Xiaoho, momentarily grasping the contract, retracted it, stating, "The contract rests in my possession, but unless I choose otherwise, you shall never acquire it. However, I am willing to make an agreement. Tomorrow night, at the ruins of Sacred Fan Gansak, we shall engage in a direct confrontation. Should you prevail, it shall be yours. Yet, you must not harm anyone on our side. Do you agree?" Upon reflection, Wu Xinma nodded and inquired, "Shall we require a signed contract?" Xiaoho firmly declined, stating, "There is no need for a contract. I have no desire to enter into an agreement with a demon. Besides, we already have two fools who have signed, Johnny and Shrui. No thanks. They serve as a fine example. In any case, should you dare to breach it, you will certainly receive nothing in return. You are not that foolish." Upon hearing this, the witch heart demon began to slowly fade away, leaving a lingering remark in the air. "Tomorrow night, I shall await you in the village of St. Vengasa." Once it was confirmed that the witch heart demon had departed, Johnny immediately posed his questions to Xiaoho. "Why would you consider such a pact? Can't we simply join forces to defeat him?" Xiaoho offered a dismissive response. "Enough, enough. Do not pry. I have my own plans. Just follow my instructions and worry not. With such concerns, you would be better off spending time with your ex-girlfriend." He gestured towards Roxanne, who stood by, anxiously observing them. Johnny set his questions aside and took Roxanne by the hand, leading her to his room. Shrui, watching Johnny depart, shook his head, internally lamenting the inadequacies of the current generation of Hell Knights. He then addressed Xiaoho. "I have no objections. Should you require anything, simply ask." Observing Shrui's morbid demeanor, Xiaoho had little for him to do and replied, "You are not needed. However, you may choose either to join in the spectating or to protect Roxanne." Shrui quickly responded, "I choose to spectate. That implies I will be watching the battle, correct?" Xiaoho nodded, then reclined on a nearby sofa, preparing to utilize the designated lottery in hopes of acquiring a more useful vehicle. The motorcycle was fine for casual rides, but in a real crisis, it was utterly inadequate. He proceeded to open the designated lottery panel, glancing at the 10 long-standing opportunities available for selection. "I might as well use them all. Surely, I could draw a high-end vehicle," he mused. If he managed to secure one, it would be an instant takeoff. The designated lottery machine transformed to mirror the random lottery, now featuring a 10-draw option, suggesting the conditions must be met to unlock it. Xiaoho, without hesitation, initiated the 10 draws. As the images settled, he was momentarily blinded by the contents of the first 6, a regular bicycle, a scooter, a certain brand electric bike, the Werewolf's Fong 2, a pair of skis, and the COVID-19 pathogen one. Xiao's mind raced with exasperation. What are these absurd items? Can it be any more of a scam? This was all despite him wearing a shirt that supposedly enhanced his luck. He continued to examine the subsequent items. 10-hand auto, a second-hand auto that had changed hands 10 times. Lucky amulet, a pink heart-shaped necklace that grants an additional 10 points of luck. And a modified Pero 20, powered by an enhanced magical system, capable of reaching speeds of up to 500 with infinite energy. Upon reaching this point, Xiao's heart finally eased somewhat, not to mention the modified Pero 20, which had temporarily satisfied his needs. Even that necklace, which augmented his luck by 10 points, was already a tremendous value. One must ponder whether this item falls into a special category, for it seems not to be classified as equipment. However, upon gazing at the content of the final image, Xiao was overwhelmed with excitement. It turned out that the greatest prize awaited him at the end. Chapter 48. The Ultra-Miniature Flawless Holy Grail. The image depicted a golden chalice, filled with an unknown liquid that radiated a sparkling luminescence. Special Category Item. Ultra-Miniature Flawless Holy Grail Function. 1. Can be assimilated into the body, amplifying the owner's magical power tenfold. 2. Grants a singular opportunity to summon the corporeal form of a heroic spirit, requiring a holy relic for activation. Note, due to its minuscule size, it cannot serve as a vessel for the Holy Grail War, nor can it fulfill wishes or facilitate contact with the root. After perusing the details of the last item, Xiao leapt from the sofa to the ground in exhilaration. This was the legendary golden artifact. Though it was a product devoid of any particular classification, it possessed two extraordinary abilities. The tenfold amplification of magical power was already remarkable, especially as one progressed further into the game. Yet, the second point was paramount: to possess one's own heroic spirit. From the moment he first encountered it, Xiao was utterly captivated, particularly by the adorable king with the distinctive hair. Who would he aspire to be a culinary king? Although subsequent games and anime introduced numerous heroic spirits, his king would forever remain supreme. He then recalled having drawn the fragment of a conference table earlier, despite the 1 in 13 odds. This was evidently a far superior chance compared to that of certain other manufacturers. Moreover, he had just drawn a necklace that added 10 to his luck. With this thought, Xiao hurriedly collected everything into his backpack and immediately donned the necklace around his neck, giving it a gentle pat. He then retrieved the Holy Grail, uncertain of how to utilize it, as he merely held it in hand. Hesitantly, he placed it against his chest, cautious not to spill the liquid within. Upon contact with his body, the chalice gradually assimilated as if it were an ethereal substance. Sure Ray had been clandestinely observing Xiao from the shadows. He did not comprehend Xiao's actions until he witnessed the golden chalice being drawn forth. Internally he mused, what wealth! He then watched as Xiao integrated the chalice into his being. As the Holy Grail fully melded with his body, Xiao felt a surge of magical power boiling within him, expanding dramatically until it reached 10 times its original capacity, at which point the expansion ceased. He glanced at the panel, which displayed his magical value exceeding 11,000. Though his physical form remained unchanged, his skills became readily available for use, save for the unrestricted quantum explosive. However, with merely an increase in magical power, how would he summon a heroic spirit? Was there no manual to elucidate the process? After thoroughly inspecting all items and personal panel information, he still found no introduction related to summoning heroic spirits. Xiao began to grumble internally, wondering if this was yet another frustrating setback. Suddenly, he recalled that in the anime and games he had previously encountered, summoning heroic spirits typically required the drawing of a magic circle and the recitation of incantations. Although the games had simplified this process, the anime had depicted it in detail. Squatting down, he prepared to draw the magic circle, only to realize he had completely forgotten the intricate details. What was the incantation again? He vaguely remembered something about overflowing, but that was all. Xiao silently screamed in frustration. Is this really happening? Wasn't it said that an increase in intelligence would enhance memory as well? How is it that with over 200 intelligence, I feel no improvement in my recollection? Moreover, as time passes, many memories are fading even further. However, he soon thought of a solution. He still had access to the game store. Surely, there would be items for sale related to this. He quickly opened the game store and began searching for everything pertaining to summoning. To his surprise, he found exactly what he needed: In addition to various relics and attire associated with heroic spirits, even noble phantasms were available for purchase. Particularly enticing were the small and large Holy Grails. Buying one would allow him to initiate the Holy Grail War in the Marvel Universe. Yet, upon seeing the string of zeros following the price tags, he abandoned this thought. A small Holy Grail was priced at an astonishing 100 million. He could have purchased a super template instead. Even ordinary attire cost hundreds of thousands. Far beyond his financial means, he still needed to earn energy points. However, recalling that he had only earned 300,000 over the past 2 years made the prospect of working hard seem even less appealing. After searching for a while, he finally found what he needed. Detailed explanation of heroic spirit summoning incantations and magic circles. 15 million energy points. Xiaohou could barely contain his frustration. The prices in this store were exorbitant. He regretted not having studied these items more thoroughly beforehand. Nevertheless, he steeled himself and made the purchase. Following the information about the magic circle in his mind, Xiaohou moved all the items in Johnny's workshop aside. Although Ray didn't understand his intentions, he assisted in rearranging the items. However, his curiosity got the better of him, and he asked Xiaohou while moving things around, "What are you planning to do?" Xiaohou, holding various repair tools, replied dismissively, "Just clearing a space to draw a magic circle." Noticing Xiaohou's reluctance to elaborate, Ray suppressed his curiosity for the moment, knowing he would find out soon enough. Once sufficient space was cleared, Xiaohou took out the Crimson Queen, sliced open his palm, and began to draw the magic circle on the ground with his blood. After completing the circle, he double-checked several times, fearful of making a mistake. Once he confirmed that everything was correct, he placed a shard of the round table in the center of the magic circle and stepped back to the edge. He began to recite the summoning incantation. "You who dwell beneath my command, I entrust you with my will. Arise, and let the guardians of justice manifest." As he intoned the incantation, a radiant glow began to emanate from the magic circle, accompanied by flickers of electricity. Upon uttering the final phrase, a sound akin to a heavy object striking the ground resonated, stirring a dense cloud of dust that gradually dissipated to reveal a figure clad in silver armor, adorned with crimson runes, and topped with a helmet embellished with horn-like decorations. In that moment, she appeared somewhat dazed, pondering whether she had indeed been summoned once more. Had she not relinquished her dreams? How could she be called forth again? Xiaohou, upon recognizing the spirit he had summoned, felt a pang of disappointment. This was not his king. He remained oblivious to the command seal that had manifested on the back of his right hand. Yet soon, elation washed over him. Although she was not his king, Mordred was still a commendable presence. At the very least, she bore the same visage. Even if she too was perplexed by the complexities of the human heart, only the mature version of his king could comprehend the intricacies of human emotions. At that moment, Mordred had removed her helmet and addressed Xiaohou, proclaiming, "I am Mordred, the sole legitimate heir of King Arthur Pendragon. Tell me, are you mine?" Hearing that familiar introduction, Xiaohou couldn't help but retort, "Mordred, could you not come up with a different opening line?" A massive sword suddenly materialized at his throat, and Mordred's voice followed. "What? Do you take issue with me?" Xiaohou quickly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, "Of course not. I was merely jesting. I harbor no grievances against you." After sensing Xiaohou's aura, Mordred wrinkled her nose in disdain. "Tish, yet another essence akin to that of Siegfried. Pray tell, what is the matter with you? Did you extract the heart of that little brat Siegfried and implant it within yourself?" Xiaohou's expression darkened, yet it appeared that she was likely a version of Mordred who had participated in the Third Holy Grail War. He simply wondered if she had been involved in the subsequent singularities. He then recounted the tale of how he had acquired a heart, to which Mordred inquired, "Since there is no Holy Grail War, what is your purpose in summoning me? Without a compelling reason, I shall assuredly slay you and return to the throne of heroes." However, Xiaohou did not answer her query, but instead posed a counter-question. "After the Lions' War, did you partake in any other battles?" Mordred expressed her discontent, swinging her great sword to carve a deep trench into the ground and wall. "I was the one to inquire first. You ought to respond before I do. Nevertheless, I have not participated in any other wars since then. Now, it is your turn to speak." Upon hearing her reply, Xiaohou discerned her current state. She was Mordred who had let go of her obsession with her father. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "I seek a companion. I summoned you using a small holy grail, and you surely have no pressing matters at hand, do you? Would you care to join me in exploring this world filled with wonders? There are many formidable beings here, demons, deities, and various villains endowed with extraordinary powers. There are no temporal constraints, allowing one to pursue their desires freely. Moreover, I am impervious to death. Even should you slay me, it would be in vain, for I shall resurrect the following day. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow and inquired, will one truly perish? I suppose one must test it to ascertain. However, do you mean to suggest that I accompany you in conquering this world? Xiao vehemently shook his head, stating, no, only a fool seeks to conquer the world. My true aim is to engage with formidable beings unlike ourselves, to occasionally aid the ordinary, and to savor diverse experiences of life. As he spoke, Xiao mused, this is not mere deception for a child. I am an ordinary individual, while she is one who has relentlessly pursued others. Is this not an opportunity to experience life in its myriad forms? Chapter 49. Xiao Mo sets forth upon hearing Xiao's explanation. Xiao Mo pondered the notion of diverse lives. Furthermore, with the presence of deities and other powerful beings, solitude seemed a distant concern. Very well, I shall temporarily acknowledge you, my master. However, should your words prove false, I shall not hesitate to strike you down. I swear it by my father's name. Xiao Mo replied, her pride evident. Xiao, upon hearing this, promptly extended his right hand and reassured her, rest assured. Moreover, you need not call me master, simply refer to me as Xiao. This place is no longer the world of Tsukihime. Let's not dwell on trivialities. As Xiao Mo gazed at the outstretched hand, she relinquished her armor and clasped his hand in return. Shure, observing the two, wore an expression of incredulity, internally lamenting. So, the son of Arthur has transformed into a daughter, and possesses formidable strength. Are we certain this world is sound? Xiao Mo began to assess her surroundings and soon spotted the holy relic that summoned her, a fragment of a round table. She approached it, gently caressing the intricate patterns upon its surface, reflecting, it is the same method once more. The same object has summoned me again. Yet I remain the forsaken knight. Upon witnessing Xiao Mo pick up the shard, her mood began to darken. Xiao, after a moment's contemplation, discerned the cause of her melancholy. Though not the ideal monarch, Xiao Mo was still commendable, certainly superior to those brutish counterparts. He approached her side and remarked, you were merely deceived. Those events belong to the past. Consider this as a new life and live for yourself. Xiao Mo tucked the shard away and turned to him, stating, I do not require your consolation. Furthermore, you ought to inform me of my tasks henceforth. Xiao scratched his head and replied, tomorrow, I have arranged to duel a demon. Simultaneously, I intend to collaborate with the mages of this realm to vanquish a manifestation of a hellish overlord. As for you, would you care to join me to witness the spectacle? Xiao Mo, with a hint of disdain, retorted, you dare ally with those treacherous mages? However, I am not interested in merely spectating. Leave tomorrow's demon to me. While speaking, she clenched her fist, revealing her enthusiasm for combat, her favorite endeavor. Xiao did not refuse. He readily agreed, saying, then I shall leave it to you. I will take on the role of an observer and photographer. Let's rest for today. At that moment, Shirley approached, stating, allow me to escort you to your rooms. Johnny has already acquainted me with this place, so I'm aware of which rooms are unoccupied. Does Lady Mordred prefer to stay alone? However, young Mo directly seized his collar, lifting him with no regard for age. Who are you calling lady, old man? Do you need me to escort you somewhere? Xiao quickly grasped her hand, interjecting, enough, Mo. Do not quibble with a frail old man. Let us get some rest. I have not had proper sleep for 2 days. After releasing Shirley, Mo added, old man. Consider yourself fortunate this time, but remember not to call me lady again. Shirley nodded repeatedly, pondering how they were all such ill-mannered individuals. If it were not for his inability to fight, he would certainly have exchanged a few blows with them. After assigning the rooms, Shirley departed. Originally, Mo intended to share a room with Xiao, but after his firm objections, they ended up in separate quarters. Lying on his bed, Xiao began to organize his discoveries and soon noticed an additional attribute panel on his interface. Name, Mordred. The attributes here were changed to match the protagonist, class, heroic spirit, gender, female height, 154 centimeters weight, 42 kilograms strength, 1280 agility, 700 intelligence, 650 magic, 26300 noble phantasm, hidden unchased helmet. Radiant King S sword. Upon full release, it becomes a rebellion against my magnificent father. Explanations and abilities were provided. Her life is bound to the player. Should the player perish, she will vanish as well. The player must use a command seal to summon her again. The player possesses 3 command seals, which can forcibly compel the heroic spirit. These seals reset daily at dawn. As the first light of dawn broke, Mo kicked open Xiaoho's door. She seized the still drowsy Xiaoho and shook him in her grasp. Wake up, Xiaoho. It is already the second day. Let us seek out demons to battle. Xiaoho, bewildered, questioned. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening? Mo, noticing that Xiaoho remained in a daze, grew dissatisfied. As my master, how can you still be so lazy? With that, she hurled him against the wall, creating a dent in the surface. Xiaoho was instantly jolted awake and turned to Mo, retorting, Hey, must you wake someone in such a manner? Moreover, isn't it still quite early? What exactly do you intend to do? Mo, disregarding his words, simply mocked. This is because you rise too late. Time cannot be squandered. If it were in the past, suddenly, Mo halted, realizing that this was no longer the original world. Xiaoho, observing her demeanor, recognized that she was yet to acclimate, and thus sought to divert the conversation. Well, since we are already up, shall we indulge in a bite to eat? I recall you have a fondness for carbonated beverages, do you not? Are you well informed about my preferences? Mo inquired curiously, casting a puzzled glance at Xiaoho, momentarily forgetting her earlier curiosity from the previous day. Xiaoho, having adjusted his attire, replied, Indeed. Moreover, as comrades, I shall share all my secrets with you. However, let us first venture out for a meal and converse as we dine. Mo nodded, finding this agreeable. The two departed, seeking a fast food establishment where they ordered an array of hamburgers, fries, and cola, engaging in lively conversation as they ate. Upon their return to Johnny's workspace, Mo had gained a comprehensive understanding of Xiaoho's circumstances. As the duo entered, Johnny and the others rose to greet them, and Xiaoho introduced Mo. This is Mordred, my new companion. Are you all prepared? Let us set forth. The three nodded eagerly, but upon noticing Roxanne's intention to accompany them, Xiaoho quickly interjected, Roxanne, it would be safer for you to remain here. Johnny concurred, yet Roxanne expressed her discontent, particularly upon seeing Mordred's readiness to join them. Pointing at Mo, she directly questioned, why is she allowed to go? Mo, regarding the seemingly ordinary Roxanne with disdain, retorted, she is merely an unremarkable woman. Pay her no mind. Roxanne's ire was ignited, questioning the implication behind Mo's words, especially given the latter's appearance. Standing at a mere 154 centimeters, Mo appeared diminutive compared to the group, towering over her by 2 heads. As Roxanne prepared to persist in her confrontation, Mo turned to Xiaoho, asking Xiaoho, may I eliminate her? As she spoke, she conjured her formidable sword, a palpable aura of menace directed at Roxanne. Roxanne's expression instantly cleared. I apologize. I was indeed rude just now. Xiaoho and Johnny swiftly intervened, with Johnny blocking Roxanne's path and offering an apologetic smile. Xiao gently pulled Mo aside, saying, Enough, Mo. She is our mission target. We must protect her. Let us disregard this matter and follow me. I have something splendid to show you. Upon hearing her master speak, Mo quelled her irritation, inquiring, What is this splendid thing? Xiaoho led her outside, proclaiming, You shall see in due time. I assure you, you will adore it. As the two exited, Johnny quickly sought to placate Roxanne, assuring her that they would return after resolving the matter with the witch's heart demon. Once they were free, he and Shure stepped outside, where Xiaoho and Mo awaited them in a striking red supercar. As they approached Johnny's motorcycle, Xiaoho's voice echoed back to them. Johnny, shall we have another race? Let us see who can reach the village of San Vengasa first. Johnny smiled with confidence, especially upon noticing that little Mo was behind the wheel. What shall the stakes be? The loser must unconditionally assist the winner with a favor. How's that sound? Agreed. With a shout from Xiaoho, the motorcycle and sports car surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing away from the city. Unbeknownst to them, they were already being monitored by surveillance equipment. Chapter 50. Little Mo's initial battle. Once they left the city, the two vehicles accelerated wildly, instantly surpassing 300 kilometers/h and continuing to gain speed. Little Mo's expression transformed. She relished the exhilarating sensation of speed, and the competitive nature of the race further fueled her enthusiasm. As the speedometer hit 400, Johnny's acceleration began to falter. His motorcycle had previously been modified with Hellfire, but it was daytime, and he could not enchant it. Meanwhile, Little Mo continued to accelerate, taunting, "Is that all you can manage? Push it a little harder." Xiaoho observed the elated Little Mo and couldn't help but reflect on her youthful exuberance. Such simple joys could bring her immense happiness. He also took a moment to praise her. "That's it. Little Mo, you're fantastic. Keep pulling away from them." After hearing Xiaoho's commendation, Little Mo proudly replied, "Don't worry. They'll never catch up to us." Xiaoho continued to encourage her. "Exactly. Little Mo's skills are top-notch. This car is impressive. Isn't it? I absolutely adore its color. Just leave the driving to me in the future." Little Mo expressed her satisfaction with the vehicle, casually stroking the dashboard. Johnny, desperately pursuing from behind, chased after them as the two cars raced along the road like bolts of lightning. Not far behind them in the sky, a stealth aircraft quietly trailed their movements. A woman with fiery red hair and an alluring figure turned to a balding white man beside her and inquired, "Coulson, shall we continue following them like this? Should we make contact?" "No, Natasha," he replied. "Let us observe from a distance for now, assess their threat level. Besides, we have two unknown entities in the mix. Let us await confirmation of their identities from headquarters." "Understood, Commander. As you wish." Xiaoho and the others did not arrive at the location of San Vengasa village until darkness had settled. It was a desolate land, completely forgotten, surrounded only by withered trees, with one side obscured by swamp. After circling around, they finally discovered a narrow path that could barely be traversed, thanks to their modified Pero 20. Otherwise, they would not have gained access at all. Upon reaching San Vengasa village, Xiaoho stowed the vehicle into his backpack, and Johnny and the others halted their cars and approached. "You've won. What do you need me to do?" Xiaoho pondered for a moment and realized that he currently had no requests for assistance. He then said, "At present, there is nothing you can help with. Should the need arise, I will reach out to you." Johnny readily acquiesced. "Certainly. I shall await your call when the time comes." Xiao Mo, having observed her surroundings for a while, inquired, "Where is the demon you mentioned? I can hardly contain my eagerness to engage in battle." Xiaoho, somewhat perplexed, thought that the witching demon should have arrived by now. Why had it not made an appearance? However, he did not dwell on it too long. Instead, he took out the extra provisions he had purchased that morning and distributed them among the group, stating, "Since they have yet to arrive, let us first address our evening meal. Xiao Mo, here is your cola." After receiving it, Xiao Mo took a hearty sip before beginning to devour her hamburger. Johnny and Shirley internally grumbled, "You really came prepared. And why is there no cola for us? Are we being treated differently?" Xiao replied, "Of course. Who could refuse to indulge Xiao Mo, who bears a resemblance to our king? It is a pity she did not inherit the king's appetite. Perhaps that is why the king does not acknowledge her. Do not misunderstand. Xiao merely views Xiao Mo as a sister to nurture, making her akin to a secondary protagonist." After finishing their dinner, Xiao Mo began to feel bored, idly kicking small stones nearby while complaining to Xiaoho. "So, are we being stood up? Is that demon ever going to show up?" Before Xiaoho could respond, the voice of the witching demon echoed nearby. "It seems you all arrived quite early. I had expected to be the first." Two figures gradually emerged from the marsh, revealing the witching demon and the water demon. Upon seeing them, Xiaoho remarked, "You two have arrived too late. We have been waiting for quite some time. I thought you were too afraid to come." The witching demon revealed a sinister smile. "How could that be? After all, you have brought me the contract I require." Xiao Mo, unable to contain her impatience, interjected, "Why all this talk? Let us just fight. I shall go first. Await my victory, Xiaoho." With that, she donned her armor and brandished her great sword, charging toward the witching demon and her companion. Xiaoho chuckled helplessly. Indeed, Xiao Mo was more suited for the berserker role. Nevertheless, he called out loudly, "Witching demon, should you defeat Xiao Mo, the contract shall be yours." Upon hearing this, the witching demon signaled to the water demon beside her to take the lead. The water demon swiftly conjured a sphere of water and, without hesitation, hurled it toward the advancing Xiao Mo. As the water sphere approached, Xiao Mo showed no intention of evading it. On the contrary, she faced it head-on, embodying the ferocity of a wild beast, unafraid of the impending attack. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Mo collided with the water sphere, which burst upon impact, sending splashes everywhere and enveloping the area in mist. Astonishingly, Xiao Mo emerged unscathed from the veil of water, her speed undiminished, akin to a shooting star, as she charged straight toward the water demon. The water demon evidently did not anticipate the swift counterattack from Xiao Mo. Upon seeing her suddenly appear before him, he was taken aback. In a hurried attempt to transform into water and evade her assault, it was already too late. Xiao Mo gripped a colossal sword imbued with formidable magical power, swinging it with tremendous force towards the water demon. The sword carved a brilliant arc through the air, striking the water demon with unerring precision. In an instant, the water demon's body was cleaved in two by the sword. The intense magical energy surged forth like a torrent, obliterating the water demon's form and tearing it asunder. Any notion the water demon had of reconstituting itself vanished under the onslaught of such overwhelming power. Ultimately, the water demon met a pitiful demise, its body gradually disintegrating into a mere puddle, as if it had never existed at all. The expressions of the four onlookers varied. Xiao remained composed, while Johnny and Shirley exhibited mild astonishment. Only the witch's heart demon displayed a grim countenance, as he had brought along 3 minions. Yet they had proven utterly ineffective, meeting their end so easily. Xiao Mo regarded the dissipating water demon with disdain. Was this truly a demon? It was far too weak, even inferior to the puppets summoned by the mages during her participation in the Third War. She then turned her attention to the witch's heart demon, who was considerably stronger than the water demon, possessing attributes comparable to some third-rate heroic spirits. He was able to defend against her attacks in various ways, and when evasion was impossible, he would suddenly vanish, reappearing from another location. Is this all you can do? Just run away? Show me your true demonic prowess. Let me see how formidable you truly are. The witch's heart demon, however, lamented internally, what kind of monstrosity is this? The magical power on that great sword is no trifling matter. It can genuinely inflict harm upon me, unlike the hellfire and judgment eye of the infernal knights. Chapter 51. Rebellion against my grandiose father Xiao Mo. Noticing that the witch's heart demon was still evading her attacks and had no intention of engaging her directly, could no longer contain herself. The appearance of her radiant king's sword began to transform, the blade unfurling like a lotus blossom. Xiao realized she was preparing to unleash her ultimate move and became anxious. If she defeated the witch's heart demon so easily, how could they lure Mephisto? He called out urgently, Xiao Mo, wait. Please pause for a moment. Xiao Mo turned to him, her face filled with anger, but her movements halted nonetheless. Xiao offered her a calming expression and produced the holy contract of Gansak, tossing it to the witch's heart demon. Upon receiving the contract, the witch's heart demon wore a perplexed expression, wondering why it was suddenly bestowed upon him. Was there a catch? Fear not. There are no issues whatsoever. However, once you utilize the contract, you must engage in a proper battle with Xiao Mo. Otherwise, she will become quite displeased. Upon hearing the words of Xiao, the witch heart demon was enveloped in a profound disdain and contempt for these mortals. He regarded them as nothing more than ignorant and arrogant fools, utterly incapable of fathoming the extent of his impending power once he absorbed the vengeful spirits present. Without a trace of hesitation, the witch heart demon resolutely activated the pact. In an instant, an overwhelming tide of countless vengeful spirits surged towards him, as if intent on engulfing him entirely. These spirits frantically penetrated his being, merging with his very soul. As the spirits continued to flood in, a thick shroud of black mist began to emanate from his form, enveloping him like ink, obscuring him from view. The mist deepened, ultimately concealing his entire figure. When the last vengeful spirit was devoured, the witch heart demon suddenly trembled violently. Gradually, the black mist dissipated, revealing his true visage. At that moment, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His face was adorned with menacing fangs, sharp teeth glimmering ominously, instilling dread in those who beheld him. His eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, emanating an insatiable thirst for blood and violence. The witch-heart demon opened his mouth and let out a thunderous roar. "I am the Lord of Demons. With our multitude, you wretched humans shall await your demise." His voice reverberated through the air, laced with a chilling essence capable of piercing one's very soul. It was evident that the witch-heart demon considered the vengeful spirits absorbed into his being as an extension of himself, significantly amplifying his power and inflating his confidence. Xiao turned to Xiaoma and proclaimed, "Xiaoma, it is time. He is now ready for a proper duel with you." Xiaoma gazed at the witch-heart demon, whose aura had swelled immensely, and let out a joyous laugh. "Ha! Finally resembling a true demon. Let me, Mordred Pendragon, son of King Arthur, engage you in battle." Meanwhile, Johnny, who had been indulging in gossip with Shure, was taken aback upon hearing Xiaoma's full name, particularly the title of King Arthur's son. His jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Fortunate for him, he had not transformed, or it would have surely fallen. Observing the calm demeanor of Shure and Xiaoho, it was apparent they had long been aware of this fact. Irritated, he nudged Shure and queried, "You knew all along? Why didn't you tell me?" Shure turned to him. "I assumed you recognized it when you heard her name this morning." Johnny exclaimed, "How could I possibly know?" Xiaoma and the Lord of Demons clashed in the air like two meteors, sparks flying and radiance illuminating the surroundings. The Lord of Demons underwent a remarkable transformation, his hands morphing into claws of a demon, sharp and glimmering menacingly, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. Witnessing this, Xiaoma felt a surge of exhilaration rather than fear. Her fighting spirit ignited. The blade in her hand collided with the demon's claws, producing a resounding metallic clang, sending sparks flying. As the demon's claws surprisingly held their ground against her sword, Xiao Mo gazed intently at the myriad of demons before her, sensing their escalating power. The claws of the demons sliced through the air, conjuring fierce winds that seemed to rend the very atmosphere. A subtle smile graced Xiao Mo's lips. Rather than feeling fear in the face of such a formidable adversary, a surge of exhilaration welled within her. The blade in her hand traced an elegant arc in the air, imbued with a sharp, cutting energy as it lunged toward the multitude of demons. The demon, noticing her intent, swiftly swiped its claws in an attempt to intercept the strike. Yet, Xiao Mo's sword sliced through the air with unrelenting force, effortlessly breaching the demon's defenses and aiming directly for its chest. The demon recoiled sharply, narrowly evading the lethal thrust, though the residual energy still grazed its torso, leaving a deep gash. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mo pressed her advantage, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the demon like a tempest. Despite the demon's newfound strength, it gradually found itself struggling against a relentless onslaught. The two combatants exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, their fierce battle wreaking havoc upon the ruins surrounding them, carving deep scars into the earth as if cleaved by a giant's axe. However, the vengeful spirits not only augmented the demon's power, but also enhanced its regenerative capabilities. No matter how severe the wounds Xiao Mo inflicted, the demon always seemed to recover instantaneously. Once more, Xiao Mo activated her treasured artifact, a surge of crimson energy erupting from the blade and soaring skyward, her voice resonating in tandem. "If your regeneration is so formidable, then brace yourself for my next move. In rebellion against my majestic father." With a sweeping motion of her hands, the red energy obliterated everything in its path, extending for thousands of meters. As the beam faded, a massive pit remained, its width increasing as it stretched for an astonishing 56 kilometers, while the demon had vanished completely. Xiaoho observed the scene with a sense of awe, acknowledging that the reality before him surpassed even that depicted in animation. The visual impact was strikingly different from anything they had previously encountered. Johnny and Shire expressed their astonishment, pondering the strength of Arthur's offspring and questioning whether the legendary heroes were equally formidable. In the distance, Black Widow and Filson, peering through binoculars, wore expressions of disbelief. Could this truly be Earth? The combat prowess displayed by Xiao Mo far exceeded anyone they had faced before, even surpassing the elite among mutants. The directives issued by their superior to contain such beings seemed utterly unattainable. Meanwhile, the demon re-emerged from the depths of the pit, its aura significantly diminished, one side of its form missing, and it was no longer able to recover instantaneously as before. A faint flow of red magic coursed through the wound, impeding its healing process. Upon witnessing that the witch heart demon had not yet met his demise, Xiao Mo raised her sword, preparing to strike once more, but was halted by Xiaoho's intervention. "Cease your actions, Xiao Mo. Let Johnny handle him." He conveyed a glance that signaled her to adhere to their plan. Xiao Mo sheathed her weapon, her disinterest in vanquished foes evident. It was merely a habit to deliver a finishing blow, and this suited her just fine. Chapter 52. Old Mo. You have deceived me. Johnny transformed into a skeleton, seizing the witch heart demon, who mocked, "You intend to have Johnny execute me? His abilities are ineffective against me. How foolish." Johnny, momentarily taken aback, recalled that it had been asserted that his powers were of no use against the demon. Xiaoho retorted mockingly, "That was in the past, but have you not created a vulnerability for yourself? Witch heart demon, or should I say, 10,000 demons? You now possess a soul." Realizing the course of action required, Johnny addressed the witch heart demon. "Fix your gaze upon my eyes." The eye of judgment activated in an instant, binding the malevolent deeds of the resentful spirits within the demon to him. A roar of defiance erupted from the witch heart demon. No, his soul was consumed by the flames of judgment, leaving behind but an empty shell. With the demise of the witch heart demon, Mephisto, sensing that Johnny had fulfilled his task, appeared on the scene instantaneously. He declared to Johnny, "Well done. You have fulfilled the contract. Now I must reclaim your power." However, Xiaoho interjected, "Old Mo, spare us these trivial theatrics. I am aware that you merely intend to toy with Johnny." Hearing Xiaoho's words, Mephisto turned to regard him. "Who are you? I do not recall having seen you before. Yet, are you perhaps inclined to sign a contract with me? You could obtain all that your heart desires." Xiaoho had already infused magical energy into his jade pendant upon Mephisto's arrival, merely seeking to draw his attention. "Enough. Old Mo, cease this charade. You do not even know who I am, yet you speak of everything? Would you care to glance behind you and see who has arrived?" Upon hearing this, Mephisto turned to look. There stood a bald woman clad in a yellow monk's robe, smiling at him. A jolt of surprise coursed through Mephisto. How had this bald figure arrived? He had thought himself well concealed. It must be that Asian man. You have deceived me." As Mephisto cast a menacing glance in his direction, Xiaoho continued to taunt. "Do you still wish to sign a contract with me? Yet it seems you are in quite the predicament." Xiao Mo positioned herself beside Xiaoho, observing the two newcomers, and unsheathed her great sword once more, inquiring, "May I engage them in combat? They appear formidable." Xiaoho raised a hand to halt her. "Enough, Xiao Mo. Let us first observe the spectacle. These two may prove challenging. We shall wait until we are stronger." Observing the somewhat reluctant Xiao Mo, Xiaoho produced a bottle of joy-inducing beverage and handed it over, saying, "Sometimes it is not necessary for us to take the stage ourselves. Occasionally, it is quite delightful to watch from the sidelines." After sheathed her weapon, Xiao Mo accepted the drink, uncapped it, and consumed half the bottle before responding, "All right, I shall heed your advice this time. But next encounter with an adversary must be entrusted to me." Xiaoho hastily painted a vivid picture for Xiao Mo. "Do not worry. Soon enough, a rotund green figure and a plump yellow one will present themselves for you to engage, and they will be quite the durable opponents." Xiao Mo nodded, and then turned her gaze back to the two adversaries locked in confrontation. At that moment, Mephisto felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability. He doubted even his true form could best Doctor Strange, let alone this incarnation. "Doctor Strange, may I take my leave or return to hell? Can we pretend this encounter never transpired?" Doctor Strange, toying with his folding fan, replied, "What do you think? Since you have come, you might as well stay." Mephisto, growing increasingly frustrated, retorted, "Is there truly no room for negotiation? I can assure you that I will not cause any disturbances on Earth for the next decade." However, the surrounding space began to fracture and distort. Xiaoho quickly led the group to position themselves behind Doctor Strange. Observing the warped surroundings, Xiao Mo inquired, "Is this an inherent barrier?" Xiaoho contemplated briefly before responding, "It is somewhat similar, yet it differs from the inherent barriers in your world. This might be classified as a different realm, or perhaps a mirrored space. The sorcerers of Kamartaj typically utilize this place to confront foes, effectively ensnaring them without inflicting harm on reality." Nodding in understanding, Xiao Mo contemplated ways to breach this confinement. Dr. Strange's hands danced gracefully, like fluttering butterflies, weaving through the air with each motion causing subtle shifts in the surrounding space, as if manipulated by her power. As her movements accelerated, the distortion of space intensified, ultimately coalescing into a formidable force, akin to a surging tide, rushing towards Mephisto. Faced with this overwhelming power, Mephisto did not resign himself to fate. He muttered incantations in a series of demonic tongues, which seemed imbued with an arcane potency, igniting flames and molten lava around him. This inferno swiftly enveloped him, forming an impenetrable barrier. Nevertheless, Dr. Strange's assault did not cease. Her magical prowess flowed ceaselessly, clashing and compressing against Mephisto's flames and lava. Amidst this fierce confrontation, the surrounding soil and structures were caught in the turmoil, contorted and shattered. Just as Mephisto struggled to withstand this onslaught, a subtle smile began to grace the corners of Dr. Strange's mouth, hinting at an unspoken triumph. Originally, she had long since prepared a more formidable spell, and now was the most opportune moment to unleash it. With a sudden flourish of her hands, a radiant beam of light burst forth from her fingertips, slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. This brilliant luminescence surged towards Mephisto at an astonishing velocity, shattering the space around it as if it were mere glass. Resonating with a crisp sound, Mephisto had no time to react before the light struck him. His body, akin to fragile glass, erupted instantly into countless shards, scattering in all directions. In the final moment of his existence, Mephisto let out a furious roar. "I shall return, Ancient One." This echoing voice lingered in the air, as though it were his final curse upon her. Having confirmed the complete annihilation of Mephisto's avatar, the Ancient One waved her hand, and the distorted surroundings swiftly reverted to their original state, as if everything that had transpired was merely a fleeting dream. Xiao exclaimed, "Indeed, in the movies, Old Dong, your brief appearance was not without reason. The budget is ablaze." Little Mo acknowledged the sheer power of this sorceress in her heart. Unlike Merlin, that trivial mage, this one was truly formidable. Johnny and Shrey were utterly astounded, with Shrey still reeling from the fact that this supreme sorceress had safeguarded the earth for centuries. Johnny inquired, "Who is this newcomer? Why has no one informed me? If I were to seek her mentorship, would she accept me?" "Well, it seems Mephisto will not be appearing again for the next few years. I have utterly obliterated the soul of this avatar, which will inevitably affect his true form. Furthermore, other lords in hell are eager to expand their territories. I shall take my leave now, and remember, do not speak ill of me." With that, the Ancient One opened a portal and departed. Xiao promptly called out, "Old Dong, could you open a portal for me as well? The drive back is far too long." "Old Dong, don't pretend you can't hear me. Damn it, you bald-headed fiend." Little Mo, observing his continued shouting, gave him a light slap. "All right, enough of that. What shall we do next?" Xiao turned to Little Mo and suggested, "I don't know. Perhaps we should wander about for a while. Let you become acquainted with this world." Little Mo nodded, clearly delighted at the prospect of exploring. Johnny and Shrey approached, with Johnny stating, "Since you wish to travel, we shall not intrude. I will transfer the payment to your account. Thank you for this." Xiao smiled, responding, "No worries, you've already paid. And you can always recommend us to your friends. As long as the compensation is sufficient, we could even blow up the White House." Johnny nodded appreciatively. Xiao also collected the reward for completing the task, preparing to utilize it in the future. Subsequently, he gathered the three for a few photographs, intending to display them when establishing a bounty office. The parties then parted ways, each embarking on their distinct journeys. As Shirley prepares for his formal retirement, Johnny intends to rekindle a romance with his ex-girlfriend, while Xiao and Xiao Mo plan to continue their travels. Chapter 53. Undermining the Shield Bureau, Part 1. "Sir, what should we do now?" The director instructed that you should first seek an opportunity to engage with the two, while I will handle matters with Johnny. "Understood, sir." The winding coastal road, resembling a black satin ribbon, clings to the cliffs. To the left, emerald waves froth against the shore, while to the right, scattered red-roofed cottages to the precipice. In the distance, the silhouette of a city emerges on the horizon. Xiao and Xiao Mo are traversing the coastal road, having parted ways with Johnny a week ago. "Xiao, why must we go to New York?" "Xiao Montak in Kviat." It is the epicenter of chaos in this world. Living there would be quite lively. Besides, it's by the sea. If we were a bit more money, we could buy a stretch of beach. And you could frolic in the water every day. Very well, as long as there are formidable opponents for me to contend with, Mortar declared, extending his hand out the window to savor the ocean breeze. Observing this scene from the passenger seat, Xiao mused that Xiao Mo, having released her inner obsessions, was gradually revealing a childlike nature. In these past few days, he felt as though he were traveling with a willful younger sister, significantly alleviating his own sense of solitude, especially at night when the connection of magic allowed him to glimpse more of Xiao Mo's past. He had entirely embraced her as his sister, wishing for her to lead a life of her own. Should I consider sending her to school? Her psychological age and appearance seemed perfectly suited for high school. He contemplated. I might consider it. Xiao Mo suddenly turned to him. I sense you are contemplating something undesirable. Xiao quickly refuted, no, that is merely your misconception. Upon arriving at a service area, they entered a restaurant together to address their lunch. Watching Xiao Mo devour fast food with delight, Xiao couldn't help but remark, Xiao Mo, don't you find this food rather greasy? I feel nauseous just looking at burgers and fries. He stirred a fry in the ketchup as he spoke. Not at all. I find it delicious. Moreover, high-calorie foods better satisfy the demands of intense battles. Xiao Mo replied, unabashedly taking a piece of fried chicken from Xiao's plate. Honestly, you are quite unpicky when it comes to food. Of course, one must not take any meal for granted. That is my father's principle. Then eat a bit more. Perhaps your father dismissed you because you lacked a royal appetite. Xiao jested, pushing the burger towards her. However, Xiao Mo paused her meal, fixating her gaze on Xiao. How do you know that? Is it truly so? Xiao suddenly felt he had misspoken and hurriedly sought to amend his words. No, please don't take it seriously. It is merely my personal conjecture, not all the case. I was simply attempting to make a jest. Next time, do refrain from such humor. Otherwise, I shall certainly take drastic measures against you. Xiao hastily nodded in assurance. Understood, I will not do it again. Yet inwardly he mused. You have inherited all of Artoria's traits, yet you have overlooked her appetite and her adorable hair tuft. Meanwhile, Xiao Mo joyfully continued to devour the food before her, while Xiao intermittently offered her napkins or drinks. At a nearby table, a casually dressed Natasha, adorned with oversized sunglasses, scrutinized the two, finding them to be quite an odd pairing, yet somehow exuding a familial warmth. After the two finished their meal, Natasha approached, ready to engage. Greetings, I am Natalie. May I trouble you for a moment? After a quarrel with my boyfriend, he left alone, and I would like to inquire if you are also heading to New York. Could I possibly catch a ride with you? As she spoke, she feigned a sorrowful expression, casting a pleading glance towards them. Xiao, recognizing the familiar woman and name, suddenly envisioned someone, Natasha Romanoff or the Black Widow. Observing Xiao lost in thought without responding, Xiao Mo prepared to decline. However, Xiao interjected unexpectedly, enough of the charade. I know who you are, Natasha. Or should I call you Black Widow? Did that rascal send you? Natasha's expression momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure, feigning confusion as she replied, what are you talking about? I am Natalie. I do not know anyone by the name of Natasha or that rascal. Who are they? Xiao dismissed her act with disdain. Cease your pretense, Natasha Romanoff. You are the Black Widow cultivated by the Red Room, and have likely been recruited by SHIELD by now. Realizing that Xiao genuinely recognized her, Natasha began to speculate on how he acquired such knowledge. Could there be a traitor within SHIELD? Yet there were few who knew her true identity. She then decided to probe further. Very well, Mr. Xiao. It seems you are quite aware of my background. Could you elaborate? Also, you two appear suddenly, lacking identification or any known history. Might you formally introduce yourselves? At Natasha's remark, Xiao was struck with realization. Indeed, he and Xiao Mo had no identities in this world. They had been wandering, residing in lodgings, which was acceptable for the time being. However, with aspirations of purchasing a home and establishing a bounty agency, lacking identity would pose a significant obstacle. He then turned his attention back to the female agent, sensing an opportunity to leverage her skills. Perhaps he could recruit her as an invaluable asset, akin to Tony S. Pepperpotts. She seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge and a plethora of academic credentials. Envisioning her assisting him in vetting tasks and managing the agency, He mused that he would only need to focus on his work. Now, he pondered on how to proceed with the recruitment. Ah yes, the Red Room and her sister. Natasha, are you carrying any recording devices or communicating with anyone else at the moment? If you have brought it, please turn it off completely. There is something I wish for only you to know. Natasha feigned ignorance, asking, what do you mean? I don't have those things. Feel free to say whatever you wish. Xiaoho, without needing to guess, was aware that perhaps every black egg was eavesdropping. However, he did not want that particular egg to know. Is that so? Even regarding Yelena and other matters of discretion, do you wish for others to be informed? Upon hearing this, Natasha began to rummage through her belongings, producing 3 or 4 pieces of listening equipment. After shutting them all off, she stated, speak. What do you know? What do you require? Little Imo sat obediently to the side. Xiaoho cleared his throat and began, I need your assistance in obtaining 2 forms of identification, and then you will work for me. I shall divulge secrets about S-H-I-E-L-D and help you rescue Yelena and dismantle the Red Room. What do you think? Natasha responded, not much. I can do that myself. Xiaoho continued, really? I beg to differ. And do you truly believe S-H-I-E-L-D is as they claim? That they exist to safeguard world peace? Have you heard of Hydra? Natasha's expression shifted dramatically as she incredulously asked, are you suggesting that S-H-I-E-L-D has issues? That Hydra is within? Indeed, he replied. You think joining S-H-I-E-L-D will absolve your sins. But most within are Hydra affiliates. The remainder are only pursuing American interests, not the world's. A group that claims to protect the globe, yet drains the lifeblood of the world to empower Hydra and America. Do you not find that absurd? Natasha fixed her serious gaze on Xiaoho, questioning, how can I ascertain the truth of your words? We have only just met. Chapter 54. Undermining S-H-I-E-L-D. Part 2. You may verify it yourself, though I do not recommend you do so at present. Frankly, I harbor no fondness for your director. He perpetually parades virtue, claiming to protect the world, while engaging in various forms of moral coercion, all the while focused solely on benefiting America. Moreover, you may be unaware that he has been harboring a group of extraterrestrials on Earth, those infamous shape-shifting aliens, one of the most notorious races in the universe. Having been nearly exterminated, they began masquerading as the weak, garnering sympathy from that egg-headed Nick and that square-jawed captain, thereby integrating a threatening race into Earth. Upon hearing this, Natasha was on the verge of questioning her worldview. The previous mutants, skeletons, and demons were already ludicrous enough. How could aliens and Hydra members emerge now? Xiaoho, however, paid her little mind. Although he had promised the Ancient One, he was now prepared to recruit a little brother, someone from his own ranks who would know more. Do you know why the Egghead ascended to the director's position so quickly? The Skrulls certainly played a significant role, although I harbor a disdain for American politicians. My aversion extends even further to those green-skinned extraterrestrials. Within the entire S-H-I-E-L-D organization, the only individual I hold in any regard is you, for your intentions are purely motivated by a desire for redemption. Hawkeye is also somewhat commendable. At least as a friend, he proves to be quite amiable. Lastly, there's Coulson, who, if nothing else, is simply a good-natured man. The rest, however, do not merit my admiration, particularly the one I refer to as the pretentious scoundrel, a quintessential hypocrite and politician who incessantly proclaims his commitment to safeguarding the world, while most threats originate from his own machinations. Ancient One has safeguarded the Earth for centuries without resorting to such duplicity. As for the Hydra division, lingering there serves little purpose. It would be far wiser to align yourself with me. Though Natasha remains skeptical, a flicker of doubt begins to simmer within her, primarily due to the revelations presented by Xiaoho. Should they prove true, she yearns to escape her current confinement. Observing Natasha's expression soften, Xiaoho resolves to stoke the flames of persuasion further. And what of your sister, Yelena? She is still enduring torment within the Red Room. I can assist you in rescuing her, allowing for your reunion. She has longed for you. Moreover, do you not wish to dismantle the Red Room? It continues to spawn individuals like yourself. Suddenly, Mordred interjects, Xiaoho, you sound like a demon, akin to those two we encountered earlier, though you are far more eloquent. Xiaoho retorts, Children should not be angered. Upon hearing that her sister yearns for her, Natasha's internal scales tipped decisively in favor of Xiaoho. If you can aid me in rescuing my sister and obliterating the Red Room, I will follow you, but I absolutely refuse to partake in any malevolent deeds. Not even under duress. Triggering a side quest. Salvation and Destruction quest objective. Rescue Natasha's sister Yelena and annihilate the headquarters of the Red Room. Quest reward: 30,000 energy points and 10 designated lottery draws. After accepting the quest, Xiaoho reassures Natasha, "Rest assured, I am no villain. I sought you out because you willingly presented yourself." Natasha retorts, "So this is my fault?" Xiaoho then introduces himself formally. "Since you have confirmed your allegiance, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiaoho, a gamer, and your ally henceforth." Mordred steps forward, declaring, "I am Mordred Pendragon, the rightful heir of King Arthur Pendragon. I am now the guardian knight of Master Xiaoho." Observing Natasha's peculiar gaze directed at him, Xiaoho hastens to clarify, "Do not misunderstand. Mordred is indeed the son of the king, the one from legend. She has merely been summoned by me." Leaning closer to Natasha, he whispers, "Mordred's temperament is rather peculiar. She despises being referred to as a woman and does not appreciate being perceived as a man. In due time, you'll come to understand." However, Mordred's voice carries over. "Xiaoho, what are you saying? Do you think I cannot hear you?" A sudden punch struck his chest, sending Xiaoho flying through the air. With a resounding thud, he crashed through the wall and landed on the ground outside, creating a sizable crater. Natasha gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, while discreetly recalling Xiaoho's earlier words. This girl certainly had a fierce edge. She reflected on the brilliant crimson glow from earlier and the subsequent images she had witnessed during the investigation. Realizing that she needed to exercise caution in the future and refrain from speaking impulsively. Little Mo, noticing the gazes directed at her, let out a huff before stepping outside. Natasha hurried to follow, not forgetting to take the eavesdropping device from the table, as she still needed to inform Clint. After all, he was the one who had rescued her. Little Mo approached the edge of the pit and called out to Xiaoho, who was feigning unconsciousness. "Stop pretending. Get up." Hearing the voice, Xiaoho squinted and, upon realizing Little Mo's unfriendly demeanor, contemplated maintaining a charade for a moment longer. However, the increasingly hostile looks made him feel uneasy. He stood up, brushing off his chest and back, and regarded the two before him. "Let South leave this place for now." The trio then stared at the vehicle that could only accommodate 2 people, falling into silence for a moment. "Why don't you ride the bike?" Xiaoho suggested, pulling out the Kawasaki from earlier. Natasha reluctantly nodded and replied, "All right, but we need to separate for a bit. I'll help you resolve your identity issues, while I also have some matters to discuss with Clint." "Very well. I trust you will be able to find us. However, there are certain things I hope you won't disclose to your director. Furthermore, most of SHIELD is comprised of Hydra operatives. Aside from Hawkeye and Coulson, it's best not to trust anyone else. If Nick doesn't T-release you, just let me know. I can erase SHIELD from the map." After Xiaoho finished speaking, he and Little Mo drove off toward New York. Natasha reopened the eavesdropping and communication devices. And just as the connection was established, the voice of Egg appeared in her ear. "Agent Romanoff, why did you just cut off communication? What exactly did you discuss?" "Director, I believe we need to have a serious conversation, including Clint. Just the 3 of us in a discreet location." "Understood. I will send you the address." In a narrow underground room, the 3 sat facing each other. "Can we now discuss the events that transpired?" "One moment." Natasha retrieved the device and scanned the entire basement, confirming that there were no eavesdropping or recording devices present. She then spoke, "I've already made contact with the target. He revealed their identities to me, and I believe that the information is authentic. He also mentioned certain internal matters regarding SHIELD. I can only tell you that he stated that a significant portion of SHIELD consists of Hydra operatives." As she spoke, she suddenly inquired, "Are you familiar with the Strucker people?" Nick's pupils instantly constricted, yet he remained silent, fixating on Natasha, who had already solidified her convictions. "I wish to resign from SHIELD. Chapter 55, Resignation. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Romanoff?" Nick Fury's expression was one of disbelief. Clint, too, regarded her with curiosity. "I am quite certain, but I still hope you can assist us in preparing my identification. Consider it a form of compensation for the past year of my service. And I have additional information to share with you. After a moment of contemplation, Nick replied, "Very well, I agree. What is it you wish to reveal?" Natasha's demeanor turned solemn as she said, "Be wary of the Strucker individuals. He initially instructed me not to disclose this, but I feel it is imperative to alert you. When they assume the identity of others, do they not acquire fleeting memories of the individuals they emulate? Don't tell me you have never transformed them into agents within the organization. Given that the majority of our personnel are Hydra, it is inconceivable they remain oblivious. Thus, there exists only one possibility. They have deliberately concealed this from you. I trust you still stand with humanity, Director." Damn it, Nick cursed, a wave of doubt washing over him. If this were true, their current situation could be perilous. Clint, too, wore a grave expression, despite just learning of these matters. He trusted Natasha, confident she would not deceive him or Nick in such critical circumstances. Nick turned to Natasha and inquired, "Are you truly unwilling to stay? You understand that if your claims hold merit, we will require your assistance." "No. The only way I can aid you is by sharing everything I know. I must go rescue my sister. Clint, we never destroyed the Red Room. I need to complete what remains unfinished." Natasha's expression was resolute, though her eyes betrayed a hint of anguish. Nick felt it inappropriate to press her further. He had not yet become the hardened leader he would be years later. Having only recently assumed command, I will arrange your identification and hope you achieve your goals. Should any further information arise, I trust you will relay it to me. I will assess the situation as it develops. Thank you for your support during this time. With that, Natasha exited the basement. "What shall we do, Director?" Clint inquired, looking at Nick. After contemplating for a moment, Nick responded, "Let us feign ignorance while we conduct a discreet investigation, ensuring we identify specific individuals without alarming them." Clint nodded. Understood. Yet, he harbored concerns for Natasha's impending actions. Natasha arrived at the location where Summer and the others were. At that moment, they were in an arcade, engrossed in video games, each wielding a toy gun, shooting at the various monsters displayed on the screen. They continued to exchange banter, teasing each other about their weaknesses. Natasha observed the two individuals engaged in playful antics and pondered whether, if Yelena had remained by her side, she too would have shared in their merriment. A moment of folly from Xiaoho led to the screen before them flashing the words, "You have already perished," accompanied by a countdown for revival. 8, 7, 6. Xiaoho, this is all your fault. You pitiful master. Little Mo expressed her dissatisfaction toward Xiaoho, who continued to apologize profusely. Natasha interjected at an opportune moment, stating, "The arrangements have been finalized. We should receive the documents by tomorrow. Furthermore, do you have a concrete plan regarding the rescue of my sister and the destruction of the Red House?" Xiaoho turned to her and replied, "Understood. But does rescuing your sister require a specific strategy? We simply need to locate them and charge in." Then he hesitated. "No, they're under control. We will need an antidote. Let me think. In the original storyline, it was your adoptive mother who developed the antidote. However, it seems unnecessary to complicate matters." Natasha felt a wave of doubt wash over her as she questioned whether placing her trust in this individual was indeed a mistake. Xiaoho pondered for a moment, utterly at a loss, realizing he had not drawn any items like the world sphere that could eliminate negative states. Should he attempt another draw? He seemed to have only 20 attempts remaining. Forget it, I'll just spend some energy points to draw, he thought, noting he still had nearly 160,000 credits saved up. Without selecting a specific location, he initiated the draws right there. He specified a 10-fold draw for functional consumables, minor recovery potions, restores 10 health and mana. Quantity, 5 revival coins, can revive individuals who have been dead for less than 30 minutes. Quantity, 2 world sphere, shattering it will eliminate all abnormal states within a 1-kilometer radius. Quantity, 2 one-time heroic spirit summoning card, can summon a heroic spirit to fight for you for 30 minutes, disappearing after the time elapses. Quantity, 1 having drawn precisely what he desired in a single 10-fold attempt, Xiaoho's perception of luck became significantly clearer. If it reached 100, would he not receive whatever he wished for? It seemed he ought to draw more special items in the future. Subsequently, he produced a world sphere. Its exterior resembled that of an ordinary globe. Its interior emitted a gentle white light akin to a bulb, and the material resembled glass. Both Natasha and little Mo regarded him with bemusement as he suddenly unveiled a globe. Were they not in the midst of strategizing? What was the purpose of this globe? Observing their expressions, Xiaoho quickly explained, "This is a game item. Once shattered, it can eliminate all abnormal states within a kilometer, resolving their mental or potion control directly." Natasha hurriedly approached, caressing the luminous globe as if it were her most treasured possession. Yet, Xiaoho stowed it away, casting a displeased glance at Natasha and clarifying, "I placed it in my backpack. It is the safest option. I only have two. If I break one, there will be one less." Natasha chose not to press the matter further. "All right, let's prepare to set off once we obtain our identification. For now, let's indulge in some delightful play. Shout Mo. Gulme. I challenge you to a duel game. Let us see who is truly superior." As Xiaoho concluded, he extended an invitation to Xiao Mo. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo followed him to the arcade machine, not forgetting taunt, "Ha, you stand no chance against me. Prepare yourself, Xiaoho." Natasha, meanwhile, yearned to depart swiftly in order to rescue her sister. Yet, observing the playful banter between the two, her heart gradually found some solace. She mused that once her sister was saved, she would bring her along for some fun. But then she thought, no, she shouldn't take her to such places. Instead, they should visit an amusement park where she could dress her sister up like a little princess, radiantly beautiful, as she envisioned the blissful life after rescuing Yelena. A smile effortlessly graced her lips. Xiao Mo discreetly inquired of Xiaoho, "Has she caught your infectious spirit?" Xiaoho, appearing rather displeased, retorted, "Why must it be attributed to me? Isn't it her own issue? But isn't it true that you adore such a blissfully naive person?" Xiao Mo mimicked Xiaoho's vacant, cheerful expression as she spoke. Xiaoho pondered, could it truly be my fault? And how has Xiao Mo transformed so quickly? Yet this version of Xiao Mo is quite charming in its own right. Thus, time seamlessly flowed into the next day. Natasha was awakened by an insistent doorbell. Upon opening the door, she encountered Clint standing there with a folder. "Little Natasha, have you truly thought this through? There is still time. I believe I have made my decision. Just as Xiaoho and I discussed, most of my actions upon joining would be for the sake of this nation, rather than the supposed protection of the world." Natasha replied, taking the folder and inspecting its contents as she continued, "I'm immensely grateful for your previous rescue, but I cannot forget the girl I harmed. Although I have long deceived myself into thinking it was a necessary sacrifice, her memory haunts me. Perhaps SHIELD is not the right place for me. Do remain vigilant. Nick has concealed far too much, and you must prioritize your safety. Aren't you preparing for marriage?" As she finished examining the folder, which contained arrangements for immigration and various life experiences, it was evident that Nick had invested considerable thought into it. Clint, feeling a sense of uncertainty, resolved to continue supporting Nick. With Natasha's departure, he would certainly require his assistance, now more than ever. "I understand, little Natasha. I shall exercise caution, and the director does not intend to launch a widespread investigation. Rather, he plans to handle matters discreetly and gradually." Natasha waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, I have resigned. It is best that you refrain from discussing these matters with me. However, I hope that you will remember me when you are in need of assistance." Upon hearing this, Clinton felt a surge of emotion within. "I understand. Are you in need of my support to destroy the Red House? You know I could provide remote assistance." "No, we already have a plan," came the reply, accompanied by an inward scoff. "If recklessness counts as a plan, very well, I shall take my leave now. Take care, and feel free to reach out should you require anything." With that, Clint turned and exited the hotel. Natasha waited until Clint was out of sight before she approached the room occupied by Xiaoho and the others, beginning to knock on the door. As she tapped, the door swung open to reveal Xiao Mo, clad in her iconic red attire, wielding a large sword, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Clearly, she had risen early and engaged in her training. Natasha expressed her astonishment. "Xiao Mo, you are already awake? I assumed you were still sleeping." Xiao Mo, slightly displeased, retorted, "As a knight of the Round Table and the daughter of the king, early morning training is a necessity. I'm not like Xiaoho, who lingers in bed each day. I apologize, I was unaware. However, our credentials have been arranged. Would you like to take a look?" "No need. Such matters can be managed by you or Xiaoho. Is there anything else? Shouldn't we be departing to rescue my sister? I long to see her." As Xiao Mo regarded the eager woman before her, she couldn't help but sigh internally, wishing her own father would show such concern for her. Alas, she had never received his approval. Subsequently, Xiao Mo led Natasha to Xiaoho's room, and after knocking twice without receiving a response, she delivered a decisive kick that shattered the door. Approaching the bed, she sees the startled Xiaoho, who had been awakened by the noise, and exclaimed, "Xiaoho, no more sleeping. It is time to embark on the rescue." Xiaoho, finally roused by Xiao Mo's close-range roar, gazed out at the freshly risen sun, exclaiming in resignation, "It's not even a workday. Why rise so early?" Yet, Xiao Mo was unfazed. Grasping him firmly, she proceeded toward Natasha, waiting outside. "Let's go. Where should we head first? You guide the way." Natasha, taken aback by the question posed to her by Xiao Mo, was left bewildered. "Are you asking me? But I do not know. I have no idea where the base of the Red House is. Each time I entered or exited, I was administered a tranquilizer. I assumed you were aware." Hearing this, Xiao Mo turned to look at Xiaoho, who was internally lamenting. "So, none of you know, yet you are so eager to drag me along? Do you not find it humiliating to be carried by someone shorter than you?" However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, standing up instead and signaling for Xiao Mo to release him. "To be honest, I am unsure of the location," he admitted, adjusting his clothing. The expressions on Xiao Mo and Natasha's faces began to take on a decidedly menacing tone. As Xiaoho beheld the two individuals, he promptly clarified, "But I know. Who knows? Let me ask first." He then initiated contact with Gu Yi through the jade pendant. At that moment, Gu Yi was reflecting on the fleeting days of tranquility when he suddenly sensed the pendant emitting persistent vibrations. What does this fellow want now? Is he plotting something again? Nonetheless, he activated the portal and proceeded forward. Upon encountering the three individuals gazing at him, Gu Yi directly inquired, "Speak. What do you need me for?" Xiaoho, surprised by Gu Yi's personal arrival, curiously asked, "Old Deng, why did you come directly? Is everything fine with Kamartaj?" Gu Yi, slightly irked, retorted, "Enough with the trivialities. Get to the point." Without hesitation, Xiaoho pressed on, "Old Deng, you must know the location of the Red Room, right? Please tell me. Or perhaps open a portal to take us there?" Gu Yi furrowed his brows and glanced at Natasha before responding, "Have I not warned you against excessively disrupting the timeline? This matter pertains to her, and it should not occur for another 9 years." Xiaoho, unfazed, replied, "Enough with the details. If trouble arises, I will handle it. And this is not a significant event. She is already allied with me, so she is one of my own. Now speak." Gu Yi, somewhat displeased, countered, "Are you certain? You must understand that altering events can trigger severe chain reactions." Xiao nodded firmly. "I am certain. If complications ensue, I will address them. Moreover, the Time Variance Authority should have been under Loki's control by now, correct?" Gu Yi scrutinized him for a moment before ultimately opening a portal. "I hope you are truly prepared to bear the consequences. The passage leads to it, and should you contact me again regarding such matters, I will cast you into the Hell Dimension to converse with Mephisto." With that, Gu Yi vanished, leaving only the portal behind. Xiaoho, triumphant, turned to Xiao Mo and Natasha, declaring, "All right, it's settled. The Red Room base lies beyond this portal." Xiao Mo donned her armor, while Natasha, perplexed, asked, "Who was that just now? And what did she mean by timeline? What is this Time Variance Authority you mentioned?" "That was Gu Yi, the Sorcerer Supreme who has guarded Earth for centuries. As for the rest, we'll discuss it after we rescue your sister." As Xiaoho spoke, he equipped the Scarlet Witch and the Blue Rose, changing out of his yellow shirt into the previous red coat. "By the way, Xiao Mo, when we encounter women, try to incapacitate them and gather them together. They're all under control. As for the others, eliminate them all." Xiao Mo displayed a slight, bloodthirsty smile, responding, "All right, leave it to me. Natasha, your role is to rescue and observe. You need not concern yourself with anything else." "Am I being dismissed?" Natasha replied, yet acquiesced. "Understood." The trio stepped through the portal, which dissipated into sparks after confirming their passage. Chapter 57. The Red House, Part 1. The Red House, a floating base suspended in the clouds high above Russia, embodies the aesthetic of Soviet industrial design, supported by turbine engines and concealed within the cloud layers, featuring a multi-tiered, circular structure. In a secluded corner, 3 individuals observe the entire base. Natasha gazes upon this familiar place and remarks, "The base is immense. Brute force alone may not suffice to rescue everyone." Xiao contemplates for a moment and suggests, then I and Xiao Mo will draw their fire, attempting to gather all the widows together. You can seize the opportunity to infiltrate and capture that fellow. What's his name? And resolve the matter at once. After considering the plan, Natasha agrees with Xiao's proposal. Xiao spends 2,000 energy points from the marketplace to purchase a breathing mask, which he hands to Natasha. I recall they control you through some pheromones. This mask will filter the air, ensuring your safety, he explains. Natasha accepts it and promptly places it over her face, assessing its efficacy. No issues here, she declares. Xiao turns to Xiao Mo and instructs, let us commence, Xiao Mo. Just be careful not to harm those women. Unable to contain herself any longer at Xiao's command, Xiao Mo charges towards the entrance of the building. The metallic door, resistant to high atmospheric pressure, is effortlessly shattered by her strike, triggering a cacophony of alarm throughout the base. A throng of guards begins to converge towards Xiao Mo and Xiao. Meanwhile, in an office, Dreykov receives reports as the screen before him displays live footage. A figure clad in full armor wields an ornate great sword, ruthlessly dispatching the approaching guards, while bullets fired at him ricochet harmlessly off his armor. Each swing of his sword unleashes lethal waves of energy, dismembering foes before they can even approach. Another individual, armed with a great sword and a pistol, collaborates with the armored figure, continuously slaughtering the guards within the base. Although this person does not charge recklessly like the armored warrior, they strike from various cunning angles, unleashing powerful bullets that pierce through the guard's bulletproof vest with ease. Their close combat prowess is equally astounding. Each strike leaves marks on the surrounding walls after dispatching a target. Dreykov watches in horror, bewildered by the ferocity of these two warriors. Who are these formidable individuals? I have no recollection of provoking them, he exclaims. Deploy all Black Widows immediately. Equip them with high-powered weapons and leave no survivors. Annihilate them without mercy. His secretary promptly relays the orders. The Black Widows in training, upon receiving the command, make their way to the armory, arming themselves with grenade launchers, heavy machine guns, and other weapons before heading to the battlefield. Natasha navigates cautiously, weaving through the rapidly moving guards and Black Widows within the base. Searching for the command center, Xiao Mo, finding the battle against these ordinary individuals tedious, turns to Xiao and states, these people are so weak, they hardly warrant our effort. Moreover, their weaponry possesses no significant power. After Xiao felled another approaching guard, he remarked, this is not your era, hence the lack of potency. Nevertheless, there are still numerous weapons that could potentially harm you, so exercise caution. Xiao Mo scoffed and continued her assault on the incoming guards. However, after she swung her sword once more, a sudden sound of air being sliced apart reached her ears. Simultaneously, Xiao's voice echoed, Xiao Mo, beware behind you. Turning around, she beheld a grenade trailing a long tail of flames, hurtling towards her. With a swift upward motion, she cleaved the grenade in two. Yet, the severed piece still detonated, engulfing her in flames and smoke, prompting Xiao to rush towards her position. The smoke was abruptly dispersed by a surge of magical energy, revealing Xiao Mo unscathed, who exclaimed, now, this is getting interesting. She then charged towards the source of the attack. The widow who had launched the assault initially believed she had eliminated a target, only to find that this armored figure had emerged unscathed from the grenade's direct hit. Hastily preparing to unleash a second attack, she was met with Xiao Mo's instantaneous appearance before her. Recognizing her as a woman, Xiao Mo delivered a punch that rendered her unconscious, all while tempering her strength. Mindful of Xiao's command to spare their lives, barely parting from this foe, several more grenades came hurtling her way. This time, she unleashed a wave of sword energy, shattering the projectiles before they could approach. However, the sound of gunfire soon followed, as armor-piercing rounds struck her armor, pushing her back several steps. In the distance, several widows were aiming sniper rifles at her. Initially inclined to counter with a single sword strike, she recalled Xiao's directive and opted instead to block with her sword while swiftly maneuvering forward. Previously, her combat style had been playful, but as the widows began employing more formidable weaponry, she resolved to take the matter more seriously. Her form blurred through the passage, leaving behind multiple afterimages as the widows' attacks swiftly lost their efficacy. Once she closed the distance, she incapacitated them all. Observing that Xiao Mo had sustained no injuries and had downed numerous widows, Xiao began to eliminate the other guards that were closing in. However, the corridor was rapidly becoming unrecognizable from their destruction. Meanwhile, Natasha had finally located Dracov's position. Sensing the shift in circumstances, he was preparing to flee. Yet upon stepping outside, he found himself cornered. Natasha swiftly dispatched several of his guards, leveling her weapon at his head, and declared, "Dracov, I have come to exact my revenge. Return my sister to me, and I shall grant you a swift end." Dracov, however, chuckled and replied, "You cannot harm me. You have all been implanted with my pheromones, rendering you incapable of attacking me." In defiance, Natasha redirected her aim to his thigh and fired, shattering one of his legs. Simultaneously mocking, he said, "Are you blind? Haven't you noticed what I am carrying?" At that moment, Dracov finally observed that Natasha's face was obscured by a transparent mask. "Then go ahead and kill me. I will never divulge anything. Furthermore, my heart is linked to the self-destruction protocol of this base. Once my heartbeat ceases, you shall all perish alongside me," Dracov declared, gesturing emphatically towards his heart. Natasha found herself somewhat at a loss, yet the voice of Xiao resonated through her earpiece. "Just knock him out first, then check his computer for information. Don't let concern cloud your judgment." Upon hearing this, Natasha swiftly struck Dracov unconscious with the butt of her gun. She then approached the computer, only to find it locked, requiring both a fingerprint and retinal scan for access. After subduing the incapacitated Dracov once more, she managed to unlock the computer. Natasha began her search for valuable information. Eureka! She discovered the locations where the young girls, who had yet to formally become widows, were being held, including Yelena. Without delay, she dragged Dracov towards that location. Chapter 58, The Red Room, Part 2. Natasha led Dracov to the holding area, which resembled a prison filled with small rooms, each door made of solid tempered glass. Each chamber contained a solitary girl, ranging in age from 6 or 7 to 18, with their numbers reaching 70 or 80. Natasha hurriedly manipulated the control panel on the wall, unlocking all the cell doors and liberating the girls. As the main door swung open, the girls cautiously stepped out, each movement delicate, akin to a group of startled kittens. "Yelena, Yelena, where are you? I have come to rescue you," Natasha called out loudly, scanning the throng for her sister. A girl with short golden hair, clad in tactical armor and standing approximately 165 centimeters tall, emerged from the crowd and approached Natasha. Her eyes brimmed with tears, which she valiantly fought to hold back. Suddenly, the girl unleashed a punch to Natasha's abdomen, sending her tumbling to the ground. Yet Natasha bore no resentment. Instead, she softly uttered, "I'm so sorry, Yelena, for arriving so late to save you. Forgive me." Tears flowed freely from her eyes. Upon hearing her sister's apology, Yelena could no longer contain herself and threw herself into Natasha's embrace. Clutching her tightly, she gently pounded her small fists against Natasha's chest while softly sobbing. "I thought you had all abandoned me, especially after you defected. I never received any news from you." Natasha wrapped her arms around her in return, stroking her back and hair, offering comfort. "It's all right. I have come to take you away. We shall never be apart again." Meanwhile, Xiao and Xiao Mo had successfully neutralized all the operable personnel within the base, gathering the widows in a large hall. After Xiao Mo removed the battle armor, he clapped his hands and addressed Xiao, inquiring about their next course of action. "Shall we directly release their control?" Xiao shook his head in disapproval. "Let us wait for a moment. I will inquire about Natasha's situation." He then pressed the communication button on his earpiece and asked, "Natasha, what is the situation on your end? Have you located your sister? We have resolved matters here, yet we have not found your sibling." "I have found my sister, but the numbers here are overwhelming. I will bring them over first," Natasha replied, instructing the older children to look after the younger ones as they made their way to Xiao's location. As the two groups converged, Xiao produced the Great World Instrument and smashed it onto the ground. A gentle white light enveloped all present, and the more than 100 fainted widows on the ground began to awaken, their eyes now devoid of numbness, each revealing their own vibrant spirit. Recognizing the three standing at the center as their saviors, they felt a resurgence of hope. Dracov, who had been dragged along by Natasha, also regained consciousness. Yet, upon seeing the throng surrounding him, He realized his fate was sealed. You have won. Grant me a swift end, he implored. Natasha glanced at him, then turned her attention to the widows, stating, It is up to you to deal with him. She then approached Xiaoho with Yelena and asked, How shall we accommodate them? We cannot simply leave them to fend for themselves. Xiaoho looked at her as if she were daft. I only promised to help you rescue people and dismantle the Red Room. How to accommodate them? Why would you think to ask me? I have no idea. Natasha thought to herself. I knew he was unreliable. Why did I even think to consult him? She then turned to Xiao Mo, who was busily fiddling with various firearms, seeming even less dependable. How had she ever thought he could dismantle the Arthurian dynasty? The widows, having dealt with Dracov, now fixed their gazes upon Natasha. With no other option, she directly posed the question, Have you considered what you wish to do next? If there are things you want to pursue or lives you wish to lead, we will support you. Upon hearing Natasha's words, the widows began to chatter excitedly, filling the hall with a lively atmosphere akin to a bustling marketplace. Eventually, they divided into 3 groups. One aimed to pursue their passions. Another sought a more ordinary life while caring for the younger widows, and the last group planned to rescue more widows who had been dispatched elsewhere. After listening, Natasha looked at Xiaoho, indicating it was time for him to decide. With no way to evade their gaze, Xiaoho stepped forward and said, First, let us organize the assets of the Red Room, and then you may allocate them as you wish. Decide for yourselves what you want to pursue. Those wishing to rescue other widows can seek out Natasha's adoptive mother. She could develop an antidote. If any issues arise, contact Natasha directly. If she cannot resolve it, I shall intervene. That is how it shall be. Natasha had no choice but to return to the control room with a few others, organizing the remnants of the Red House, while the rest began to collect useful items. However, Xiao gazed at the unfinished side quest, pondering whether the mission could only be deemed complete upon the destruction of the base. He shared his conjecture with Xiao Mo, who confidently asserted her expertise in dismantling such establishments. Xiao offered, I can show you a grand treasure. Xiao Mo eagerly accepted, her anticipation evident. Upon learning of their intentions to obliterate the base, Natasha expressed her confusion. Why the sudden desire to tear this place down? I intended to leave it as a logistics base for them. Xiaoho, with persuasive eloquence, responded, This place is unsuitable. I will take you to seize a better one in the future. Besides, where would they procure the funds to maintain such a vast aerial base? After contemplating his reasoning, Natasha found merit in his words and eventually concurred. Once all supplies had been transferred to the helicopter within the base, everyone boarded the aircraft and departed. Xiaoho stood at the open hatch, snapping his fingers. A quantum bomb, costing him 5,000 mana, was deployed within the base, with a colossal mushroom cloud ascending. The entire aerial stronghold of the Red House was reduced to mere dust. Those on the plane, especially the widows, watched this spectacle, feeling a closure to their animosity towards the place. Simultaneously, Xiaoho received the notification of mission completion. After bidding farewell to the widows who sought a mundane life and had their own aspirations, Natasha led the remaining individuals to find her foster mother. She reminisced with her sister Yelena and their mother, sharing stories of their past. Meanwhile, Xiaoho and Xiao Mo established a nearby campsite, hosting an outdoor party for the widows. As Xiaoho grilled, he observed Xiao Mo, surrounded by the widows, receiving their praises and inquiries about martial skills, her face illuminated with genuine joy. Xiaoho felt a wave of happiness. It seemed Xiao Mo had grown fond of them and had truly let go of her past. As the food neared completion, he called out, Xiao Mo, ladies, it's time to feast. Hearing his voice, Xiao Mo hurried over, her eagerness to eat reminiscent of her similarity to Artoria. The next day arrived, and Natasha, accompanied by her foster mother and sister, approached them. I have spoken with my mother. She will continue to rescue other widows. Once this goal is achieved, she will arrange their lives as circumstances allow, Natasha said, holding Yelena's hand. Now it's time for me to fulfill my promise. What do you plan to do next? You should tell me now, along with the details of my work. Chapter 59. Return to New York and daily life. Xiaoho scratched his head in confusion and asked, Did I not inform you? Natasha replied, You did not. Xiaoho began to articulate his thoughts. I'm contemplating the establishment of a bounty agency to undertake various tasks. However, I have no desire to engage with politicians. As for you, I would require your assistance in managing various chores, such as tax matters and the operations of the office. What do you think? It should be quite manageable, wouldn't you agree? You may even bring your sister along to keep company with Xiao Mo. Upon hearing this, Natasha understood Xiao's intentions, which were akin to recruiting her to serve as a steward, and the added condition of bringing her sister pleased her immensely. Very well, I accept. But do you have a suitable location in mind? Additionally, what is our budget? Xiao handed Natasha the card given to him by the portly man, stating, "It should be over 4 million. I am not entirely certain, as I earned it from completing 2 prior commissions. I entrust the management of this to you. As for the location, let us choose New York. There are more opportunities there, and we may even encounter extraterrestrial foes. In any case, you shall scout for a venue." Natasha exclaimed, "I feel as though I have fallen into the trap of a shrewd employer. Is it too late to flee?" After further discussion, the pair bid farewell to the widows. Yelena, feeling reluctant, lingered in her foster mother's embrace for a moment before she, Natasha, and Xiao made their way to the airport. Boarding a flight to New York. Yelena is now approximately 17 years old, while Natasha is around 22. On the plane, Xiao Mo sat beside Yelena, while Xiao occupied the seat next to Natasha. Observing the jovial interaction between the two girls, both Xiao and Natasha exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing their budding camaraderie. Both possessed a rebellious and untamed spirit, which fostered a natural affinity in their conversations. Xiao Mo, despite her time in the Heroic Spirit Hall, was not much older than Yelena, perhaps even slightly younger. Suddenly, Xiao turned to Natasha and inquired, "What are your thoughts on sending them to school together?" Natasha pondered for a moment before replying, "I believe that could be a viable option. However, it would be prudent to consult them first, lest they end up bullying others." Xiao, recalling Xiao Mo's formidable prowess, conceded, "Indeed, it is essential to seek their opinions. But let us first enjoy a few days in New York." Natasha nodded in agreement, expressing her desire to explore the city with Yelena and experience the amusement park. Observing the two girls engrossed in conversation, Xiao concurred with Natasha's suggestion. On the following day after their arrival in New York, Xiao and Natasha took Xiao Mo and Yelena to the amusement park. The park was alive with the sounds of laughter and the vibrant interplay of colorful lights and cheerful music, creating an atmosphere of joy. Upon entering the amusement park, Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed towards a distant roller coaster. "Xiao Mo, look at that roller coaster. Let us go and try it." Xiao Mo curled her lip in feigned disdain, retorting, "Humph, such childish amusements do not interest me in the least." Nevertheless, her gaze still conveyed a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Although she had acquired a great deal of contemporary knowledge during the third battle, she had never truly experienced it. Natasha and Yelena exchanged a knowing smile, and Natasha gently remarked, "All right, little Mo, it's perfectly fine to unwind occasionally. Let's give it a try. You might just find it enjoyable." Yelena chimed in, "Indeed, little Mo, let's go together. More people make for a livelier atmosphere." Persuaded by her friends, little Mo finally relented, and the four of them made their way toward the roller coaster. As they stood in line, Xiao entertained everyone with jokes, eliciting peals of laughter. Little Mo feigned indifference, yet a subtle smile crept onto her lips. At last, it was their turn. The four of them boarded the roller coaster and secured their safety belts. As the ride began its ascent, Xiao exuberantly shouted, "We're taking off." Little Mo, with a dismissive expression, muttered, "How childish. What is there to fear in such a thing?" The roller coaster rapidly accelerated, surging up the steep incline before plummeting downwards. The wind howled past their ears, and the sensation of weightlessness quickened their heartbeats. Xiao and Yelena could not suppress their screams, which were filled with joy and exhilaration, while Natasha and little Mo remained relatively composed, their faces radiant with happiness. When the roller coaster finally came to a halt, the four of them disembarked, still yearning for more. Xiao patted little Mo on the shoulder and laughed. "So, little Mo, how was it? Quite thrilling, wouldn't you say?" Little Mo replied nonchalantly, "It was passable, though better than I had anticipated." Next, they indulged in the carousel and bumper cars, every attraction echoing with laughter and merriment. On the carousel, Xiao and Yelena pretended to race horses, drawing curious glances from those around them. Lunchtime arrived, and the quartet settled in at a restaurant within the amusement park, ordering a sumptuous feast. As Xiao indulged heartily, he teased little Mo, "You seem to be enjoying yourself today, little Mo. Have you fallen in love with this place yet?" Little Mo shot him a glare, but a smile betrayed her amusement. After their meal, They ventured into the haunted house. Xiaoho feigned terror, occasionally shrieking dramatically, yet none of the four were affected. Little Mo frequently turned back to mock him. Xiaoho, please refrain from such childish antics. It's quite embarrassing. Xiaoho sighed. We're here to have fun. Lighten up. They subsequently engaged in rides, such as the freefall tower and bumper cars. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the four friends reluctantly departed the amusement park. On the journey back to the hotel, they reminisced about the day's adventures. Xiaoho mused, although many attractions seem less thrilling now that our physical attributes have enhanced, this experience has nonetheless captured the essence of an amusement park within the game. Yelena, however, voiced a different sentiment. Today was utterly delightful. I hope we have such opportunities in the future. She truly cherishes this moment, especially with her sister and Xiao Mo by her side. Natasha smiled and remarked, as long as we are together, every day will be filled with joy. Xiao Mo nodded in agreement. Although her feelings were somewhat akin to Xiaoho's, she adored this atmosphere, a sensation she had never experienced in her past life. In this moment, brimming with laughter and warmth, they seemed to forget all their troubles and sorrows, leaving only their profound camaraderie and cherished memories. Upon returning to the hotel, Natasha began searching for suitable locations on her computer, preparing to fulfill the task Xiaoho had entrusted her with. However, after reviewing numerous options, she found herself uncertain. The properties in prime locations were exorbitantly priced, and purchasing them would exceed her budget. Conversely, the more chaotic areas were rife with disorder and poor safety. She could only compile a list of potential properties, intending to consult Xiaoho the following day for his decision on where to proceed. Chapter 60. Property acquisition. The next day at noon, they arrived at a modest 3-story building in downtown Manhattan for an on-site evaluation. Observing the structure, which spanned over 100 square meters, Xiaoho expressed his satisfaction. However, when the agent quoted a full price of $8 million for purchase and an annual rental of $500,000, his interest waned instantly. Natasha, I believe this is somewhat unsuitable for us, especially since we primarily operate as bounty hunters. Surely, you understand we might need to venture into more chaotic areas. Xiaoho delicately conveyed his disinterest in the property. It was not his fault. Who could have anticipated Natasha would seek such an expensive location? If they were to reside here, he would have to scour Hell's Kitchen for benevolent souls willing to sponsor them. The thought of Hell's Kitchen sparked a light in Xiaoho's eyes, and he quickly inquired of the agent, do you have properties in Hell's Kitchen or nearby? I believe that would suit me better. The agent, initially displaying a hint of disdain, instantly transformed his expression into one of eagerness. Yes, sir. I happen to know someone looking to sell a storefront. The building has 4 floors, each with 200 square meters. The ground floor is a street-facing shop, and the upper 3 floors can be utilized for residential or office purposes. Moreover, it is quite affordable at only $3 million, though the owner is not considering renting, only selling. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho promptly replied, perfect, take us to see it. If all is well, we shall proceed with that. The group of 5 climbed into the agent's vehicle and set off towards Hell's Kitchen. After a half-hour journey, they arrived at the building. It was located on a commercial street, just a few minutes' walk from Hell's Kitchen, with a glimpse of the Empire State Building's rooftop visible in the distance. The surrounding amenities were well developed, and after a brief inspection, Xiaoho felt quite content. Upon entering the building, they found the 1st and 2nd floors were renovated for a clothing business, while the 3rd and 4th floors were intended for their own residence. The host was a kind-hearted middle-aged woman. Upon noticing the agent ushering 4 individuals inside, she promptly approached to greet them, suggesting a familiarity with the agent. The agent, seeing the middle-aged woman approach, eagerly exclaimed, Aunt, I have brought clients to view the property. If it suits them, they're prepared to purchase it. Hearing this, the woman's warmth intensified as she guided everyone to the lounge area. After serving each person a cup of coffee, she spoke. I believe my nephew has introduced the property to you, but I must clarify a few matters. Given that Hell's Kitchen is nearby, there are times when this area may be affected. A hint of trepidation crossed her face as she continued. If this concerns you, it might be prudent to explore other options. My nephew can assist you with further viewings, as this location is not particularly safe. She gazed sincerely at Xiaoho and the others as she concluded her warning. The agent, appearing somewhat anxious, interjected, Aunt, haven't you always wanted to sell this place and move elsewhere? The middle-aged woman retorted, however, I do not wish for anyone to take over this property without understanding its circumstances. With a disapproving glance at the agent, she reaffirmed her position. Xiahou, who had already found the property appealing, felt an increase in goodwill towards the woman after her words, realizing there are indeed many good people in the world. He surveyed the interior and declared, "No need for that. I really like this place. It's 5 million, correct? I'll buy it." Both the middle-aged woman and the agent beamed, but the next moment, she cautioned, "Sir, are you certain? It can be quite chaotic here at times. There are too many gangs in Hell's Kitchen." Xiahou waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. I prefer a bit of chaos. And if you're considering relocating, I recommend New Orleans. Don't linger in New York. In a few years, this city will become a hotspot for turmoil." The woman, taken aback, inquired, "Is that true?" "How do you know?" Xiahou casually replied, "Don't concern yourself with that. It's merely a suggestion born from your kindness." Reluctantly, she ceased her questioning, her mind now swirling with thoughts of whether to move to New Orleans. After finalizing the contract, Xiahou intended to take Xiao Mo and Natasha out for a few days of leisure before returning to address renovation matters, allowing the middle-aged woman time to relocate her belongings. Just as he was about to exit, he turned back to her and said, "Additionally, I plan to establish a bounty agency. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. I'll offer you a 50% discount. Whether it's dealing with gang retribution, hiring bodyguards, or facing supernatural occurrences or alien attacks. You can reach out to me directly." With that, he exited in pursuit of Natasha and the others. The middle-aged woman and her nephew stood frozen in place, pondering the broad scope of this business. The first two were understandable, but what of the latter two? After catching up with the trio, Natasha inquired, "What are you up to?" "Nothing much," was the response. "I was just thinking about promoting the business. Aren't we supposed to open a bounty office? I thought it prudent to activate some hidden users in advance, just in case they have needs." Natasha, upon hearing this, did not press further. Instead, she said, "I plan to take Yelena shopping for some clothes. Would you like to join us?" Xiahou shook his head in refusal, then turned to Xiao Mo and asked Xiao Mo, "Do you want to accompany them? You could use some new clothes." Xiao Mo, with a look of disdain, replied, "I'm not going. I don't need to buy clothes. I can materialize them directly. I want to go for a drive. Bring out my car." Without hesitation, Xiahou retrieved the Pero 20 from his backpack and placed it on the roadside, disregarding the astonished glances from passersby. Once inside the car, Xiao Mo asked Xiahou, "Are you coming along?" Xiahou shook his head, replying, "I think I'll wander around Hell's Kitchen and perhaps find a place to print some business cards. Otherwise, promoting our business will be quite the challenge." Yelena, brimming with excitement, attempted to climb into the passenger seat, but was met with Natasha's indifferent restraint. She pouted, "I want to go for a drive. I don't want to buy clothes." Natasha firmly countered, "No. We agreed yesterday that after viewing the house, we would go shopping. I want to make you look beautiful." Xiao Mo looked on, laughing triumphantly, "Haha, be a good girl and accompany your sister to buy clothes. Don't forget to get a princess dress." Xiahou observed the scene, feeling a pang of sympathy for the poor child. It seemed she was in for quite the ordeal. Perhaps it was too soon to rescue her. Otherwise, under the circumstances depicted in films, how could she be so easily subdued? After a moment of laughter, Xiao Mo sped off in the car, while Xiahou headed toward Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 61. Mark and Tony as Xiahou strolled through the streets of Hell's Kitchen. He found the area was not as he had envisioned. The streets were relatively clean, with a variety of pedestrians, although there seemed to be a higher concentration of street dwellers than in other locales. It didn't appear particularly chaotic. Was it possible that the main characters had yet to make their entrance, leaving only minor ruffians behind? Musing to himself, he ventured further inward. However, he walked for quite some time without spotting a copy shop or anything of the sort. Finally, he came across a familiar sign, Nelson and Murdoch Law Firm. The name behind the sign struck a chord of familiarity. Connecting it with Marvel and Hell's Kitchen, and considering the law office, he suddenly realized it must be Daredevil's firm. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he hesitated, contemplating whether to enter and make an acquaintance. This place seemed ideally suited for picking up tasks. He subsequently entered the corridor of the law firm, following the directions until he arrived at a small cubicle on the second floor, marked by a modest sign outside. Upon entering, he found two individuals seated at the desk. One was a young man with golden short hair, clad in a tailored suit, standing approximately 5 feet 7 inches tall. The other, adorned with sunglasses and sporting meticulously styled black short hair, was dressed in a black suit and towered around 6 feet tall. The young lawyer with golden hair, upon noticing a visitor, presumed it to be a business inquiry and promptly rose with a beaming smile to greet him. "Good day, sir. I am Virginia Nelson. How may I assist you with your legal matters?" His voice exuded warmth and approachability. Xiaoho reciprocated with a smile. "Greetings, I am Xiaoho. I do not require assistance, but I do have a question for you." Virginia, undeterred by the nature of the visit, responded amiably. "Of course, Mr. Xiaoho, feel free to ask any question. I shall provide an answer if I can." "It is this," Xiaoho began. "I recently purchased a property nearby, intending to establish a bounty office. However, I have searched in vain for a place to print business cards. I happened to notice your firm and thought to inquire." As he spoke, he also assessed the figure of the man beside him, the night demon. Virginia observed Xiaoho's fixation on Mark and introduced him. "This is Mark Murdoch, my partner and also a lawyer." Mark, upon hearing his name, offered a friendly nod to Xiaoho. Virginia continued, "Mr. Xiaoho, you must have recently arrived in America. Am I correct?" "No offense intended. I merely inferred your heritage, as you appear to be of Chinese descent." Xiao gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, you possess keen insight. You discern my background as a Chinese rather than assuming I hail from a well-off country or one that enjoys fermented cabbage." Virginia chuckled. "I meant no offense. It is simply that individuals from those countries often exhibit distinct traits. One tends to be rather lewd, while the other is excessively reserved around us, making them easy to differentiate." Xiao nodded appreciatively. Virginia continued, "Here, to print business cards, you would typically need to approach specialized companies or inquire at office supply stores. Alternatively, I know someone who could assist you in placing an order directly." Considering this, Xiaoho replied, "Then I would appreciate it if you could help me place the order. What would be the cost? I can settle it now." Virginia quickly interjected, "No need for payment up front. They will deliver directly to you, and you can settle the bill upon receipt. I just finalized the purchase of the property today, and the previous owner will be moving out over the next few days. I also plan to undertake some renovations. Could I have the delivery sent here first? I am willing to provide additional compensation for your assistance," Xiaoho added, somewhat shyly. Virginia responded with a smile, "There is no need for additional compensation. How many cards do you intend to order? Also, what name have you chosen for your bounty office? Have you registered it yet?" Xiaoho paused, taken aback. "Is registration required for such matters?" Upon observing the situation, Fuji quickly discerned that there was a lack of preparation. He inquired, "It appears you have yet to register. Would you like assistance?" In his mind, Xiaoho pondered that Natasha would likely manage it. Perhaps he should allow her to handle it first and address any issues later. After all, as a former S.H.I.L.D. agent, it was unlikely she would struggle with such matters. Having resolved his thoughts, he declined Fuji's offer, saying, "No need for that just yet. My friend should know how to proceed. I was merely contemplating printing my business cards while strolling about. Nevertheless, I appreciate your offer. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I can offer you a 20% discount. I take on all sorts of business, provided it does not involve ordinary individuals. However, I am open to matters such as dismantling criminal organizations and dealing with ninjas." Xiaoho once again promoted his services. Meanwhile, Mark suddenly became alert, fixating intently on Xiaoho's direction. "Mark, who says the blind cannot focus on a person?" He began to sense Xiaoho's heartbeat and movements. After exchanging contact information with Fuji, Xiaoho departed the office, continuing his leisurely exploration. Inside the office, Mark remarked to Fuji, "That individual seems suspicious. How would he know about ninjas? I feel as though he is here to probe us." Fuji, somewhat uncertain, replied, "I sense no malice from him. Perhaps you are overthinking it, Mark." However, Mark remained skeptical. "Regardless of whether I am overthinking, let's investigate further." As Xiaoho strolled down the street, he was blissfully unaware that his words had sparked a misunderstanding between them. Even if he had known, he would not have been concerned. After all this time, he had yet to encounter any robberies or brawls. This hardly resembled Hell's Kitchen. Gazing at the mundane street, he began to question whether he had mistakenly come to the wrong place. After wandering for a while longer, he grew weary of the monotony. "Forget it. I shall return to the hotel. There is nothing of interest here." On another note, Xiao Mo was speeding along the streets, eventually reaching the coastal highway. Breathing in the salty ocean breeze, she felt exhilarated. She relished the sensation of cruising, especially along the coast. Just then, an Audi R8 suddenly sped past her. She could tolerate that, and promptly accelerated in pursuit. Inside the R8, Tony Stark was engaged in conversation with a model, boasting animatedly about himself. However, the unknown vehicle that had just overtaken him began to catch up from behind. As the car matched his speed, the young woman driving turned her head to glance at him before surging ahead. Tony remarked, "Is this young girl attempting to race the illustrious Tony Stark?" The model beside him egged him on. "Tony, catch up. If you win, I'll introduce you to my best friend." Upon hearing this, Tony immediately pressed the accelerator. Pursuing the ahead Xiao Imo, noticing Tony in her rearview mirror, Xiao Imo scoffed and pressed down harder on the gas pedal. The modified Pero 20's engine roared like a tiger, propelling its speed to new heights. Tony had pushed his vehicle to its maximum velocity, yet the crimson sports car ahead effortlessly left him in its wake. As he watched the car vanish from sight, he slammed his hands against the steering wheel in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, how can she be so fast?" "Jarvis, investigate that car and the girl driving it." The model, witnessing Tony's defeat, quickly attempted to console him, saying, "It's all right, Tony. I can still introduce you to my friend." However, Tony shook his head, responding, "No need. You should head back now. I need to make significant improvements to my car today." Chapter 62. Establishing the player contract. Natasha brought Yelena to Times Square, where they wandered from one clothing store to another. Whenever they encountered a beautiful outfit, Natasha urged Yelena to try it on, purchasing everything that looked appealing. Astonishingly, they tried on hundreds of outfits throughout the afternoon. Natasha also remembered to buy several red items for little Mo, having observed that she particularly favored that color. She even picked up a few shirts, as little Mo often wore the same strapless top paired with a jacket, constantly roaming around and sharing the joy with others. Once everyone gathered again at the hotel, Natasha presented little Mo with the clothes she had prepared. Upon seeing the collection of red garments, little Mo beamed with delight, though she playfully remarked, "Humph, these clothes are hardly convenient. There's really no need to buy them." Her hands, however, were already reaching for the items. The three onlookers smiled, finding her tsundere personality endearing at times. Yelena then pulled little Mo aside, incessantly complaining about the alleged persecution from her sister, to which little Mo responded with laughter, provoking a playful scuffle between them. At that moment, Xiao suddenly recounted his conversation with Fuji to Natasha. After providing a thorough account, Natasha inquired, "Have you decided on a name for your bounty agency?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao declared, "Let us call it Player's Oath. It symbolizes the spirit of the player's contract, reflecting the binding relationship between the commission and its execution in bounty tasks. As a player, once a task is assigned to me, no matter what it entails, I will undertake it with unwavering commitment, even if it leads to my demise." As he spoke, a resolute light shone in his eyes. This was his final concession. After more than 2 years, he had come to terms with reality. Since returning was not an option, he resolved to live fully as a player in this world. Upon hearing Xiao's declaration, little Mo responded earnestly, "Rest assured, I will fulfill my responsibilities as well. I will give my all to accomplish any directives issued." Hearing this, Xiao mischievously suggested, "How about you and Yelena attend school together?" In an instant, a blur passed by, and Xiao found himself crashing against the wall, slowly sliding down as he rubbed his shoulder. Little Mo stood in the spot where he had just been, clearly having sent him flying. "I retract my previous statement. You remain as unreliable as ever, Xiao." After Xiao Mo spoke, she ignored Xiao and resumed her conversation with Yelena. Natasha appeared dejected, realizing that it was unlikely for Xiao Mo to attend school, as she pondered whether her own Yelena would follow suit. Observing the two girls animatedly discussing their plans for tomorrow's outing, her uneasy premonition intensified. Gazing at Xiao, who lay on the ground feigning death, she resolved to postpone any discussion and instead focus on establishing the bounty office. Meanwhile, Tony had returned to his seaside villa, where J.A.R.S. was briefing him on the intelligence gathered. The girl in question was named Mordred Pendragon, who had first emerged approximately 2 weeks prior. Though much of the information surrounding her was obscured, she had then inexplicably appeared in Germany and returned to New York just days ago. Tony mused, "Wait a moment. That name rings a bell. This name is tied to British legend, known as the son of King Arthur, recorded as a rebellious knight who ultimately brought an end to Arthur's saga. Indeed, but what connection does this have?" As he spoke, His fingers drummed against the table in contemplation. I also uncover a video that may prove useful, J.A.R. Vice remarked, promptly playing a clip that depicted Xiahou suddenly producing a vehicle. Tony exclaimed, "Oh, is this magic? No. Could it be some form of spatial technology?" J.A.R.V.I.S. Who is he? His name is Xiahou, and like Mordred, he appeared quite suddenly, albeit earlier. Mordred has been in his company, along with two women who subsequently emerged, both of whom have documented lives. J.A.R.V.I.S. then relayed all the collected information to Tony. "All right, let us leave it at that for now. Just keep a close watch on them and report anything significant directly to me." Tony instructed before heading to the parking lot to begin modifying his vehicle, determined to redeem himself. The following morning, Natasha set out early to handle various paperwork and register the office. Xiahou took Xiao Mo and Yelena around New York's landmarks, embracing the opportunity to explore since they were already there. 2 days passed, and the property owner contacted Xiahou, informing him that they could either move in or commence renovations. The four reconvened at the 4-story building. After much deliberation, they designated the first floor as the office's workspace, requiring only a proper renovation with adequate space and display stands. As for what to showcase on those stands, certainly figurines, models, and perhaps photographs from completed missions. The remaining area would serve as a relaxation zone, complete with a bar and shelves. The second floor was transformed into a training room, while the third floor was divided into 56 rooms designated as guest accommodations. The fourth floor comprised 4 rooms, each perfectly suited for individual occupancy. Subsequently, arrangements were made to contact a renovation company to commence the interior work. After an entire month, the office was finally deemed complete, exuding a fresh and rejuvenated ambience. A grand, vibrant sign adorned the entrance, with the name elegantly crafted from illuminated tubing. Displayed in 2 distinct rows, one larger, proclaiming Player's Oath, and a smaller one stating Bounty Agency. The entrance's walls and doors were replaced with expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, allowing passers-by to glimpse the interior. One of the glass panels featured a large poster detailing the various services offered, asserting that all commissions were welcome with negotiable prices, but concluded with a note, "No entry for Nick and his dog." Natasha, upon seeing this, expressed her bewilderment, uncertain how Nick had managed to provoke such a stipulation. The first floor's decor leaned towards a cyberpunk aesthetic, prominently displaying the words Player's Oath on the reception wall. The specifics of the upper 3 floors need not be elaborated upon. With everything in place, they awaited the grand opening the following day. Xiahou had arranged a lavish banquet from Chinatown to celebrate in the main hall. He also extended invitations to his newly acquainted friends, Virgil and Mark. After the meal, as the two departed, they assured him they would certainly return to show their support the next day. Chapter 63. The grand opening the following day arrived, and Xiahou rose early, hanging a massive banner at the entrance that read, "Grand Opening Celebration. All commissions at a 20% discount today." He had also procured a balloon arch and set up a self-serve dessert table in the hall. However, despite the multitude of onlookers, none were willing to step inside. They merely glanced at the informational poster. Xiahou, who had anticipated a bustling crowd, found himself in a rather awkward situation. By midday, Virgil and Mark appeared with 2 bottles of red wine adorned with heartfelt messages. Upon seeing them, Xiahou eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Virgil, Mark, do you realize that you are the only 2 to step into my establishment today?" Just as they were about to respond, a voice interrupted from behind. "Is that so? Then I must be the 3rd. You ought to feel honored. The illustrious American billionaire, Tony Stark, has come to show his support." With that, he placed a bottle of wine on the nearby table, adding, "A gift for the opening, though I'm not here specifically for you." Xiahou regarded Tony with a bemused expression, pondering how this unexpected visitor had arrived, especially with a gift, an occurrence quite surreal for a man who had yet to embrace his destiny as Iron Man. Was he still dreaming? Yet, Tony paid Xiahou little heed and instead approached Mordred Pendragon, who was engrossed in a gaming console alongside Yelena. "Hello, you're Mordred Pendragon, correct? I am Tony Stark. Do you recall that you once drove and defeated me?" Tony remarked, lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. The spirited Xiao Mo, engrossed in her game, paid no heed to his words. It was only after Yelena pressed the pause button that she turned to face Tony. "Yes, what do you want? Speak quickly, and do not disturb my game. I have no interest in getting to know you," she retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Tony. Her thoughts racing. Who is this fool? Tony, taken aback by her gaze, mused to himself that despite her diminutive stature, she exuded quite a formidable presence. He quickly replied, I have modified my car, and I intend to challenge you to another race. Shout Mo flatly rejected him. No way. Don't bother me. With that, she turned back to Yelena to continue their game. Tony stood awkwardly, contemplating how unappealing this little girl was. He had devoted an entire month to completely revamping his car, eagerly anticipating a chance to reclaim his glory. For this, he had even interrupted his time with cover models. To be so summarily dismissed was utterly disheartening. Xiao, having grasped the situation, realized that Xiao Mo must have defeated Tony at some point, prompting his visit. He approached Tony and said, Tony, enough. Stop pestering Xiao Mo. We have no desire to know you at this moment. When you come to understand the meaning of life, you may return to us. At that time, I would be quite willing to be your friend. However, as it stands, we have no interest in your acquaintance. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Pepper is your true love. Now, please take your leave. With that, Xiaoho gestured towards the door. Tony stood there, stunned by Xiaoho's words. What did he mean by understanding the meaning of life before seeking friendship? And was Pepper truly his love? What could this possibly imply? Ultimately, he departed, his mind swirling with confusion. It was not until he was nearly back at his seaside villa that he recalled being called Big Turd by that individual. Upon arriving home, he summoned J.A.R.V.I.S., conduct a thorough investigation into those individuals. Utilize any means necessary, even hacking databases, but ensure you uncover their information. Understood? Fergie and Mark had quietly observed the entire exchange, and Mark's curiosity regarding Xiaoho's identity only deepened. After sending Tony away, Xiaoho began to entertain the two. Thank you for coming to support me. I previously mentioned a commission discount of 20, but now I shall extend it to 50. As long as you approach me, anything can be arranged, even blowing up the White House, Xiaoho declared, continually offering them sweets. Fergie accepted a treat, saying, Thank you, but we have no intention of blowing up the White House. Wouldn't that make us terrorists? He thought Xiaoho was merely jesting. Yet Xiaoho replied earnestly, I speak the truth. Do you not find the White House rather bothersome? With just a word, I could have it destroyed. Natasha hurriedly stepped forward to interrupt, exclaiming, Enough! Do not jest with them. She was well aware that Xiaoho was indeed capable of such deeds. Much like the time he had detonated the Red House, his uncanny ability to conjure explosives from thin air sent a shiver down her spine. I am not joking. What I need now is for someone to commission me. Xiaoho insisted, casting furtive glances at Fuji, as if to urge him to issue the request. Fuji chuckled awkwardly, replying, I think it best not to. I hold no particular disdain for that place. Mark sensed that Xiaoho was speaking earnestly, especially as he spoke with a rapid heartbeat, a telltale sign of excitement. Upon witnessing their refusals, Xiaoho felt a tinge of disappointment, resigning himself to formally guide them through the office's grand hall. Within the hall, the display stands housed only a few scattered items, remnants from previous draws, such as minor healing potions, an undead totem, Remy S. assistants, and a world instrument. He had thoughtfully labeled each item with its purpose and origin. Fuji scrutinized the descriptions and inquired, Are these all genuine, or merely props? Mark, unable to see, could only vaguely sense their shapes. Thus he remained silent and attentive. Xiaoho nonchalantly replied, Of course they are real. They simply hold no value for me, so I've placed them here for exhibition. It's nothing significant. He then proceeded to show them photographs he had taken. This one was snapped during my battle with the Spirit Knight against the Witch S-Heart Demon. And here's a picture of Little M.O. in combat. This canyon was carved by Little M.O., and this was captured when I obliterated the Red House from my aerial base. As Xiaoho continued his enthusiastic narration, Fuji's jaw dropped further in disbelief. You cannot be serious. You're telling me that the canyon was carved by that girl playing games? That seems a tad exaggerated. And what about that nuclear explosion? Such a colossal mushroom cloud. An aerial base? Are you certain you're not pulling my leg? Mark felt a pang of hurt, lamenting his blindness. Couldn't they spare a thought for him? At that moment, a young man entered the room. He timidly asked, Do you truly accept any kind of mission here, including dismantling gangs? After speaking, he cast a nervous glance around the room. Resembling a wounded creature, cautious yet imbued with sorrow and hatred, mingled with a flicker of hope, akin to a formidable CO in the making. Chapter 64. Art is the star of Piata. Upon hearing this, Xiahou perked up, hastily setting aside the photographs and striding towards the young man, appraising him from head to toe. Once assured that the visitor posed no threat, he smiled and replied, "Certainly. We accept all kinds of missions here, and dismantling gangs is certainly within our purview. However, you must first disclose which gang you refer to and what they have done, so I can consider whether to accept your task." The young man, upon witnessing Xiahou's prompt response, experienced a fleeting moment of surprise, which soon faded into despondency as he murmured, "My name is Kevin, but I lack the funds to compensate you adequately. Currently, I possess only $30,000. If that is insufficient, may I settle the balance later?" Hearing this, Xiahou replied, "Please elucidate your situation before I make a decision." Without hesitation, Kevin began to explain, "It is the Blood Wolf Gang. They not only dominate the drug trade in our area, but also frequently engage in kidnapping, extortion, and even murder. My family was merely passing by when they inadvertently stumbled upon a drug deal and were subsequently slain. I have long harbored a desire for vengeance, yet I know I lack the capability to act. Today, I fortuitously came across your office's introduction." At this juncture, Kevin's voice quivered, and he fought back tears, looking up at Xiahou with hopeful eyes. Xiahou's interface revealed a side quest prompt. Quest triggered. Assist Kevin in dismantling the Blood Wolf Gang. Quest details. Annihilate the Blood Wolf Gang and ensure the elimination of over 50% of its members. The leader and high-ranking officials must be killed. Quest rewards. 1,000 energy points, 2 random draw opportunities. Xiahou regarded the quest rewards and felt they were somewhat meager. Yet he acknowledged that small gains accumulate over time. Furthermore, it was the inaugural business transaction, one he could not refuse. He patted Kevin on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. Since you have sought us out, I shall help you avenge this wrong. As our first client, I shall charge you only $10,000. Merely to forge a friendship. Your future referrals will suffice." Kevin nodded vigorously, producing a crumpled map from his pocket, which meticulously marked several strongholds of the Blood Wolf Gang, along with potential hideouts. "I sketched this myself. It may not be entirely accurate, but the general locations should be correct. They have at least 50 men, armed with firearms and some heavy weaponry." Xiahou accepted the map and studied it closely. Addressing the engrossed MO, he remarked, "It appears our grand opening celebration is about to transform into a real combat exercise. MO, will you join us?" Upon hearing this, MO immediately set aside his game controller, rising with enthusiasm. "Of course. I've nearly forgotten how to fight. This is a perfect opportunity to shake off the rust." Yelena also stood, excitement gleaming in her eyes. "I shall join as well. I want to witness firsthand how those villains are dealt with." However, Xiahou firmly declined. "No, you and Natasha are tasked with guarding the shop. MO and I will handle this alone." Upon hearing this, Natasha swiftly quelled Yelena's inclination to protest further, asking, "Are you certain we won't be of assistance?" Xiahou shook his head. "It's unnecessary. You two should remain here in case any clients arrive. You can also take notes or attend to them. That is the purpose of your presence." He then turned to Virgil and Mark. "As for you, Virgil and Mark, I want to be entertaining you today. You may continue your activities here for a while. MO and I will resolve this swiftly." Virgil, uncertain, inquired, "Are you truly going to undertake this mission? Wouldn't it be unwise?" Xiahou chuckled heartily, patting his chest. "Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about. Just a trivial matter." With that, he turned to Kevin and said, "You stay here and await our good news." Kevin nodded gratefully, tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you, truly thank you. I bow to you." Xiahou quickly supported him, smiling. "No need for that. You commissioned a task, and I accepted it. Merely a mutual benefit. Now let us set off." Xiao Montak. The two made their way outside and climbed into the sleek red sports car. They visited 3 strongholds of the Blood Wolf Gang in succession, each merely guarded by 2 or 3 individuals, whom they swiftly dispatched, setting the strongholds ablaze in the process. Upon arriving at the 4th stronghold, they finally encountered some resistance. Inside, a group of Blood Wolf members was reveling in drink and gambling, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Xiahou sneered, swiftly dispatching several guards, while Xiao Mo wielded her sword, gliding through the adversaries like a specter, each swing claiming a life. After swiftly eliminating the lesser foes, Xiao turned his attention to a small leader, who lay on the ground with his leg shattered. He began the interrogation. Now, tell me, where are your boss and the others? Why are there only a handful of you here? The small leader hurriedly pleaded for mercy. They're at the headquarters. A shipment arrived yesterday, and the boss recalled everyone. I remained here because this is one of our key strongholds. Xiao aimed his gun at the leader's second-in-command and pressed on. Where is your headquarters? Speak, and I shall spare your brother. The small leader quickly replied. I'll tell you, just let me go. His eyes were filled with a desperate longing to survive. Xiao merely shifted the gun's muzzle to his head. I only promise to spare your brother, not you. Do you not know that I am implacable towards gambling and drugs? With that, he pulled the trigger, sending the small leader on his way. After incinerating the location, the duo hastily proceeded to the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters. They arrived at the gang's lair, an antiquated manor set amidst gardens and lawns, sprawling over approximately 23 kilometers, with several armed thugs patrolling incessantly. Xiao found a concealed spot to wait, while Xiao Mo transformed into her ethereal form, silently infiltrating the interior. Xiao instructed her to ascertain whether there were any ordinary people inside. After a while, Xiao Mo appeared beside Xiao. I've surveyed the area. There are no ordinary civilians. But the numbers differ from what Kevin mentioned. There are at least 100 individuals. Should we charge indirectly? Xiao grinned mischievously. Xiao Mo, since there are no ordinary people, why bother eliminating them one by one? Xiao Mo raised her radiant sword, inquiring, should I unleash my noble phantasm? A hint of excitement danced in her eyes. It had been a while since she had wielded it. Xiao quickly interjected. No, Xiao Mo, your noble phantasm's power is too great. It is not suitable. We must avoid harming innocents, so allow me to take the lead. Upon uttering those words, he expended 2,000 units of magical energy to summon a quantum bomb, which he hurled towards the very center of the manor. The instant the bomb struck the ground, the members of the Blood Wolf gang within the estate were utterly taken aback. After all, what kind of ruffian gang, merely dealing in flour, would resort to such drastic measures? The radiation symbol and the bomb's ominous shape evoked immediate thoughts of a nuclear device. A deafening explosion ensued, accompanied by the emergence of a small mushroom cloud, with the shock wave expanding until it reached the outermost perimeter of the manor before it began to dissipate. Xiao gazed at the mushroom cloud and remarked to Xiao Mo, behold, the power is perfectly calibrated. Art is the embodiment of the Paidas star. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of SHIELD, Nick Fury received a report from his subordinate regarding a minor nuclear explosion in Hell's Kitchen. His already dark expression deepened further as he bellowed at the agent delivering the news. Damn it. Who is responsible for this? I want a complete report in 30 minutes. Chapter 65. Nick's warning. Although Xiao Mo found the fireworks display rather enjoyable, she couldn't help but retort, the power is merely average. My artifact is far superior. Allow me to take the reins next time. Xiao, brimming with pride, replied, I can adjust the power. This is merely the weakest version. Given the chance, I shall demonstrate its full might. Please, I have no desire to witness that. I can control the power as well, simply by adjusting the output of my magical energy. Xiao Mo asserted, brandishing her great sword. Xiao glanced at the sky, noting that it was nearly afternoon. All right, you're stronger, I concede. Let us head back. We've been out for several hours now, and it's almost time for dinner. Upon hearing that they were returning for a meal, Xiao Mo ceased her banter with Xiao and promptly took the driver's seat, while he hurriedly entered the vehicle. Inside, he also collected the rewards for their mission. Meanwhile, Fury received another report from his subordinate. Director, the explosion occurred at the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters in Hell's Kitchen. The blast only destroyed the manor and the gang members. Several of their strongholds have been obliterated. Rubbing his temples, Nick inquired, do we know who was responsible? Was there any evidence found at the scene? The agent handed him several photos and replied, the prime suspect appear to be these two individuals, Xiao and Mordred. Their presence has been noted at various locations near the site. Upon recognizing the familiar faces, Nick's headache intensified. All right, you may leave for now. After the agent departed, Nick dialed Natasha's number. At that moment, Natasha was unaware of the unfolding chaos, merely engaged in casual conversation with a few patrons at the shop when she suddenly received Nick's communication. She quickly moved to a secluded area to answer. This is Natasha. I'm not sure what you need me for, Fury. Nick's voice boomed through the line. What do you mean, what do I need? Are you aware of what your new employer has just done? He detonated a small nuclear device in New York. Are you all attempting to provoke a world war? Natasha, are they not trying to eradicate a small gang? How could they resort to using a nuclear device? I am not here to debate this with you. They indeed employed a weapon akin to a miniature nuclear bomb. This time, I will help you contain it, but I do not wish for a recurrence. Do you understand? And remember, you owe me one. After Nick concluded the call, he looked at the various information reports on the table regarding Xiaoho and Little Mo. Xiaoho first emerged 2.5 years ago, disappearing after vanquishing the vampires of New Orleans alongside Blade, only to reappear a month ago. Mordred, suspected of being the legendary Rebel Knight? Alas, what has become of this world? Nick sighed, still pondering Natasha's earlier revelation, which had indeed been confirmed. Most of the personnel within S.H.L.D. were Hydra operatives, and the Strucker family was undeniably problematic. He contemplated the pager that Corolla had given him, torn between the decision to use it or not. Tony had also received a report from J.A.R.V.I.S., but at that moment he chose to disregard it, dismissing it as a mere conflict between ordinary gangs. His primary concern remained the enigmatic statement Xiaoho had made to him, which he had yet to fully comprehend. Upon entering the office, Xiaoho and Little Mo were immediately confronted by Natasha. Did you use a nuclear device in New York? Little Mo, upon hearing this, pointed at Xiaoho and scurried to the side, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. Xiaoho, brimming with pride, responded, "It was not a nuclear bomb, but something quite similar. Do you remember the type of bomb I used last time? I even deliberately reduced its power a bit." His expression seemed to say, "Look how considerate I am. Shouldn't I receive some praise?" Natasha recalled the mushroom cloud from earlier and slapped her forehead in exasperation, exclaiming, "Promise me, do not use such dangerous devices in the city again. Do you understand? Nick has already spoken to me." Hearing this, Xiaoho became displeased. "What? Did that egg threaten you? Should I blow up their headquarters directly?" Natasha, infuriated, raised her voice. "Blow up what? He did not threaten me. He merely mentioned that this time he would contain it, and advised us to be more cautious in the future. In the future, you are also forbidden from using such perilous devices in the city. Otherwise, I will resign." The others, including Fergie, fully grasped the situation, and Kevin was particularly moved. Had they truly resorted to using a miniature nuclear bomb in their quest for vengeance? Xiaoho, observing Natasha's fury, decided to endure this time. Knowing better than to contend with an irate woman, it would only lead to trouble. He conceded, "All right, I understand. I will be more careful in the future." Little Mo imitated his previous tone, declaring, "Art is Peeta's star." Xiaoho's expression darkened. Little Mo was clearly being a bad influence. As Kevin saw their conversation conclude, he hurriedly approached Xiaoho, inquiring, "Have you eradicated the Bloodwolf gang?" His eyes held a hint of disbelief as he asked. Xiaoho patted his shoulder and replied, "Young brother, the mission is accomplished. They were all reduced to ashes by me. How do you feel about that? Don't forget the commission fee of 10,000. Kevin, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears as he clutched Xiaoho's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. Surely, 10,000 is insufficient, right? I can offer you 30,000 instead, and I will compensate you further in the future." Xiaoho, shaking off his hand, replied sternly, "Kevin, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, simply adhere to our agreed payment. It would also be preferable if you could refer some business my way." With tears streaming down his face, Kevin replied, "I understand. Thank you." He then took the cash he had acquired when Xiaoho and Xiao Mo went out, handed 10,000 to Natasha, and bowed deeply to everyone as he departed. After Kevin left, Mark pulled Xiaoho aside. "Why did you kill them instead of gathering evidence and handing it over to the police?" Xiaoho looked at Mark and retorted, "Why wouldn't I kill them? Please, I'm not a superhero. Daredevil. I do not bind myself with ridiculous principles of not killing." Mark frowned. "You certainly know me. Who exactly are you?" Xiaoho had initially intended to give him a pointed look, but then realized that showing a blind person a map of expressions would be futile. He spoke directly. "I am a player, and I fulfill every task I deem worthy, just as I've done with this player's oath business. So, Daredevil, do you need my assistance in dealing with Hand and his associates? I can offer you a special discount." "No, and I do not appreciate your methods." I hope you refrain from committing any further misdeeds, or I will be compelled to apprehend you. I will keep a watchful eye on you." After Mark finished speaking, he called for Fergie and left. Before departing, Fergie added, "We are leaving now, but I will come back to visit you all when I have time." Xiaoho and the others responded warmly, welcoming him. Once outside, Fergie looked at the silent Mark and asked, "Brother, what is wrong? Why has your attitude towards Xiaoho suddenly soured?" Although he hadn't heard the specifics of their conversation, he sensed a shift in Mark's demeanor. Mark, responding to Fergie's inquiry, explained, "I simply disapprove of his casual slaughter of others. Those criminals ought to face justice." Upon hearing this, Fergie understood the reason and wrapped his arm around Mark's shoulder. "All right, Mark, let it go. Although his methods may be questionable, the results are satisfactory, aren't they? It's merely a difference in approach. Besides, those victims might prefer someone like him." After Mark heard this, he chose not to pursue the conversation further. Chapter 66. Is it not 2007? After Mark and Fergie departed, Xiaoho and his team decided to go out and indulge in a hearty feast to celebrate the successful completion of their first contract on opening day. However, in the following days, they received no better commissions, only trivial tasks like finding lost cats and dogs. Xiaoho lamented, "Who would take on such tasks? He is not a mere novice who needs to enhance his task volume by undertaking trivial assignments. Such tasks, yielding only a few dozen or 100 energy points, devoid of any lottery opportunities, are beneath his contempt." It was not until several days later that he received another assignment to dismantle a criminal organization, which he and Xiao Mo promptly accepted without hesitation, setting out to confront this gang. As 2 months passed languidly, nearly every notorious gang within Hell's Kitchen had been obliterated by the duo. Xiaoho and Xiao Mo garnered several monikers among the underworld. Xiaoho was dubbed the Oath Player, an English code name that struck fear in the hearts of his enemies in the New York underground, who would exclaim in terror, "Beware!" P.S. back. Mo Delay was known as the Crimson Judgment, and when her scarlet lightning cleaved the night sky, witnesses would tremble and whisper, "It's the Red Flash. Run!" Both expressed satisfaction with their newfound titles, with Xiaoho accruing 12,000 energy points and 18 chances for random draws. As for why no one came to seek them out, it was simply because Nick had barred the way. On a day when Xiaoho, consumed by boredom to the brink of despair, sat in the lounge area of the hall, watching a tedious talk show on television, he nearly dozed off. He contemplated whether to partake in a few more lottery draws, but decided against it, realizing that he had no current needs. He would rather wait until a time when they might be necessary, for his current abilities sufficed. However, unexpectedly, a person walked in whom he had never anticipated. A tall woman with a head of golden hair, clad in a tailored suit, entered, her brow etched with fatigue and concern. Upon entering, she approached Natasha at the front desk and inquired, "Do you accept commissions for locating and rescuing individuals?" Natasha, upon observing the visitor and the nature of her question, hesitated before asking, "Are you looking for Tony Stark? I need to consult with my boss about that." She then approached Xiaoho, who was lounging on the sofa, pretending to be a sloth. "Xiaoho, there's a task. Would you consider taking it? It pertains to Tony Stark." There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice, given that Xiaoho had previously shown little fondness for him. Upon hearing Natasha's inquiry, Xiaoho replied, "What is the deal with that scoundrel?" Both Natasha and Pepper Potts, who had accompanied her, felt a twinge of awkwardness, one for the boss's unreliability, and the other for the unflattering nickname that rendered the name hard to bear. After a brief cough to clear her throat, Natasha explained, "He went missing in Afghanistan a month ago, and this Miss Pepper Potts wishes to enlist your help in finding him." Xiaoho immediately sat upright and asked, "What date is it now?" Despite her confusion, Natasha responded, "It's May 2nd, 2007. "Why do you ask?" Xiaoho retorted, "What do you mean, why? How could you ask that? The timeline is all wrong. He should have been captured in 2008. What has happened to the timeline? I don't recall deliberately altering anything." He then remembered the warning from Ancient One about how even minor alterations could trigger severe chain reactions. The consequence of the events has indeed been hastened, hasn't it? Upon hearing his words, Pepper Potts quickly inquired, "Sir, do you know something? Please tell me. I shall reward you handsomely." Xiaoho, somewhat troubled, replied, "I am not entirely certain, but your request is to locate and rescue Tony, correct?" Pepper nodded in affirmation. "Yes. I hope you can assist me in finding and rescuing Tony. I can offer you 100 million as a commission." A side quest was triggered. Save Soldier Tony. Quest details. Locate and rescue Tony Stark, ensuring his survival. Quest rewards. 10,000 energy points and 10 designated lottery draws. Observing the newly appeared quest, Xiaoho chose to accept it, then stated, "Very well, Pepper. I shall undertake this mission, though it may require some time." Pepper readily agreed. "All right. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Xiaoho pondered for a moment before saying, "Just arrange a flight to Afghanistan for me." "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." With that, she stepped aside to make a phone call. Natasha seized the opportunity to approach Xiaoho, asking, "Do you know something?" Xiaoho shared what he knew regarding the circumstances surrounding Tony, while cautioning her not to speak carelessly. Previously, due to a pact with Ancient One, he had refrained from divulging too much to Natasha, but, unexpectedly, trouble had arisen. At that moment, Pepper returned, saying, "The plane is ready, Mr. Xiaoho. When can you depart?" "I just need to call Xiao Mo back, and then we can go," Xiaoho replied, dialing Xiao Mo's number. Xiao Mo was driving around New York, surveying her territory. Upon receiving Xiaoho's call, she began to head back. After contacting Xiao Mo, Xiaoho turned to Natasha, stating, "This mission will be undertaken by Xiao Mo and me. You shall remain here to manage the shop and look after Yelena." Speaking of Yelena, she had been forcibly sent to school by Natasha, disregarding her wishes. As for Xiao Mo's absence, it could be attributed to the fact that after Xiaoho had been revived by her once, he had not mentioned it again. Moreover, during that incident, he had also communicated with Uncle Ben and Wong, introducing them to his current residence, inviting them to visit him, and exchanging phone numbers. Indeed, after departing from Kamartaj, Ancient One had directly connected him to the internet. He had even blocked her door for 3 days, incessantly knocking in a manner reminiscent of Aunt May. To clarify why he did not seek Ancient One's assistance, it was because she had ceased to help Xiaoho in locating individuals after their last encounter. Returning to the matter at hand, upon hearing Xiaoho's arrangements, Natasha questioned, "Are you truly certain you do not require my company? You know I am quite adept at intelligence gathering." Xiaoho shook his head. "No need, Xiao Mo, and I will manage. It will be swifter that way." In her heart, she contemplated that during their previous movie outing, Natasha had merely yearned for her family and sought to protect them. Now that she had arrived here, it sufficed for her to spend quality time with her sister. Natasha reluctantly chose to accept this. "Very well, but do keep in touch if anything arises." "You know I have my sources." Xiaoho scoffed. "You aren't referring to that unreliable Nick, are you?" "Don't count on him. He's utterly untrustworthy. By the way, you haven't been in contact with him, have you?" Natasha responded with an awkward smile. "No, I just occasionally chat with Clinton. Just as long as you're happy. Now, come on, little Pepper. Mo has arrived," Xiaoho said, glancing at the red sports car parked at the entrance. Chapter 67. Saving Soldier Tony, Part 1. On a private plane bound for Afghanistan, the cabin was occupied solely by Xiaoho and Mo. As Mo gazed out at the fleeting clouds, she suddenly spoke. "Xiaoho, you never seemed particularly fond of Tony, did you?" "Not exactly unfond," he replied. "I can only say I dislike the version of him that remains unchanged, yet I find myself envious." He took a sip of the red wine in his hand, still not quite enjoying the flavor, and continued, "You've been in this world for several months. You must have gathered some insights by now. Tony is merely a wealthy playboy and arms dealer. However, after this ordeal, he will transform into a revered hero, enduring until the moment of his demise. Perhaps he does not possess the fairness and selflessness of your father, but he radiates the brilliance of humanity. Just like his first reactor, as noted by Little Pepper, Tony harbors a warm heart." After a brief pause, Xiaoho continued, "Neither of us belongs to this world. I have previously introduced myself to you. Yet, in my former world, the Marvel heroes, I would say he is the one I respect the most, especially in his final moments. At least he feels more authentic than those who are merely virtuous and grandiose." Mo suddenly inquired, "Do you know what happened after my father?" Xiaoho hesitated for a moment before responding. There are many divergent endings for her, much like the parallel universes of this world. Each universe harbors different conclusions for her. However, the most renowned ending is undoubtedly when she fell in battle against you, driven by her unwillingness to accept defeat, and thus drew the Holy Lance. Speaking of which, I previously acquired a one-time heroic summoning card, capable of conjuring any heroic spirit for 30 minutes. Should I summon her, so that you may have a proper conversation?" Mo's wine glass shattered in her grip, reflecting her tumultuous emotions. After discarding the shards into the trash bin, she replied, "No, I believe I am not yet prepared. Although I have moved on, I remain uncertain about how to confront her." Xiaohou retracted the card he had taken out, saying, "Very well, once you are ready. Feel free to inform me, and I shall reserve it for you." Xiao Mo poured herself another glass of red wine, sipping it while gazing out the window. Inwardly, Xiaohou contemplated that perhaps he could no longer remain idle. It was time to seek out more endeavors. If he could summon Wu Wang to accompany Xiao Mo, she would surely be delighted, wouldn't she? Furthermore, although Gu Yi had advised against revealing the plot, he never mentioned the alteration of the ending. Shouldn't he endeavor to amend the original tragedy of this world? Moreover, it seemed he was trapped in a game, but rather had traversed into another realm. However, while others experienced such transitions with impressive systems and advantageous abilities, his was merely a frustratingly incomplete game system, devoid of any intelligence. The most exasperating aspect was the presence of a color prevention feature. What kind of good person, upon crossing over, needs to contend with such a hindrance? It rendered the prospect of finding a girlfriend virtually impossible. Nevertheless, the experiences within this realm were undeniably real. As long as he continued to fulfill tasks and grow stronger, he would eventually return home or eliminate this wretched color prevention feature. By the way, could this be the plot of some novel or film? If so, he would certainly emulate the cunning protagonist and seek to eliminate the author. What absurd setting is this? Not even being able to coexist with gambling and drugs. And now they've prohibited all desires. Once he finds that author, he must unleash a thunderous retribution upon him. Time passed, and several hours later, the aircraft arrived at AUS military base in Afghanistan. As Xiaohou and Xiao Mo disembarked, they were approached by a black officer. The officer introduced himself, stating, "I am Colonel James Roddy, a friend of Tony. While I am not privy to your specific details, I trust that Pepper has brought you here at considerable expense, and I hope you will locate Tony." He continued, "However, within my capacity, I can only provide you with a vehicle and a limited amount of equipment. Beyond that, we have no further information." After sharing this, Roddy prepared to lead them to the gear. Xiaohou regarded the officer with a neutral impression, neither good nor bad. At the very least, he appeared slightly more favorable than Modu, yet not by much. Nevertheless, from Roddy's perspective, his actions were perhaps befitting of his position. As a soldier of the United States, he was dedicated to safeguarding his country. This, however, did not preclude Xiaohou from maintaining a somewhat distant demeanor. Xiaohou intervened, addressing Roddy, who was about to escort them to procure weapons. "Very well, Colonel James Roddy, we do not require equipment. Please take us directly to the vehicle." "If you are certain," Roddy replied, then turned to lead them in another direction. Soon, they arrived before a row of military Humvees. Roddy gestured towards them, stating, "You may choose any vehicle you wish. Just ensure it is returned afterward." After selecting one at random, Xiaohou remarked, "We shall take this one. Is there anything else?" Roddy discerned that Xiaohou and his companion seemed disinclined to engage in extensive conversation. After bidding them farewell, he intended to continue searching with his team, harboring a degree of mistrust towards the duo. "That's all, wishing you success." "Indeed, we shall succeed." The two then drove away from the base. As Xiaomon navigated the vehicle, she inquired of Xiaohou, "Where shall we search for that elusive target?" Xiaohou reflected momentarily before responding, "I am uncertain. But we might first venture to the nearby city to seek out those terrorists. Perhaps they can provide us with some information." Nodding in agreement, Xiaomon followed the map and steered towards the neighboring town. Meanwhile, Xiaohou fervently ruminated on the unfolding narrative, lamenting the peculiar phenomenon where, unlike others whose intellect enhances their recollection, his own memories seemed to fade. This was decidedly unscientific. Having spent nearly 3 years in this world, he had forgotten many details, retaining only a vague understanding of events. Furthermore, following the incident at the Red House, Gu Yi had grown increasingly reticent, offering no responses to his inquiries, truly an antiquated and obstinate figure. Xiaomon, on the other hand, gazed at the yellow sands and exposed rocks surrounding them, sights she had seldom encountered before. For someone who relished joyrides and wandering, this scenery brought her considerable delight. Nevertheless, after 3 days of fruitless searching through 4 or 5 towns without a trace of the terrorists, the monotony of the environment began to wear on both of them. It was not until the 4th day that they finally stumbled upon a small band of terrorists engaged in a robbery in a quaint town. Chapter 68. The Rescue of Soldier Tony, Part 2. When they were still a distance from the town, Xiaoho instructed Xiaoma to halt the car. Let us approach stealthily. After securing the vehicle, they swiftly made their way forward. In truth, their speed now surpassed that of driving. Yet, who would choose to traverse on foot for a lengthy journey? They reached a concealed vantage point within the town, observing the terrorists as they perpetrated their crimes and captured individuals. Xiaoho restrained Xiaoma, who was poised to launch an attack. He whispered, "Hold off for now. Let's quietly follow them and see if we can locate their headquarters." As for why they did not intervene to save those below, it must be said that time had somewhat altered Xiaoho's perspective. Perhaps he still felt sympathy for ordinary people, yet for the sake of his mission, he occasionally cast aside superfluous compassion. Moreover, the individuals below did not evoke the same emotional response in him as those of a different complexion. Some might argue that this stance could be deemed racial discrimination, and truth be told, it was. Just as he harbored a disinclination towards individuals of African descent, he maintained a neutral attitude towards others. This was a mindset shaped by his experiences in New York over the past few months. In a nation that fervently champions freedom and political correctness, it is indeed ironic that it is rife with discrimination against other races, is it not? Particularly, the discrimination against mutants portrayed in the news has reached an exaggerated level. He simply cannot comprehend how ordinary individuals could harbor disdain for those who are undeniably superior to themselves. Is it jealousy, or perhaps some other motivation? Thus, aside from the countries where life treats him well, he holds no affection for the United States. If it were China, such a situation might never arise. Instead, a more rational arrangement for these individuals would be established. Moreover, within the Marvel Universe, the portrayal of China is often inadvertently distorted. To say nothing of the fact that most actors embodying Chinese characters are adorned with grotesque makeup, making the intent glaringly apparent. Xinyu, I do not intend to say this deliberately, but in my recent search for various films and information, every time I encounter a Chinese character, it evokes a particularly unpleasant reaction. The most notorious example being the character played by Zhou in Iron Man 3, among many others. Even the Easter egg in Captain America, Civil War, is uniquely Chinese and filmed separately. One can easily search for it to see. Nonetheless, Marvel's narrative has indeed been quite remarkable, as long as one overlooks the politically correct content. Returning to the main storyline, after the terrorists had departed, Xiao and Xiao Mo stealthily followed them. Upon arriving at a valley filled with Stark technology, Xiaoho realized they had arrived at the right place. He said to Xiao Mo, transform into your spirit form and ascertain Stark's current condition. Be cautious not to alert them. Once you gather the necessary information, we will decide our next course of action. Following his instructions, Xiao Mo transformed into her spirit form and vanished from sight, while Xiaoho continued to observe the distribution of the terrorists below. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Xiao Mo reappeared beside him. Xiaoho swiftly inquired, "What did you find? What is the situation?" Xiao Mo pointed to one of the numerous caves, saying, "In that cave he is locked behind a large door, accompanied by a bald old man, seemingly crafting something." Upon hearing this, Xiaoho contemplated briefly and decided to investigate further. Furthermore, the cardboard box he had previously acquired was now ready to be utilized. Cardboard box, Metal Gear series. Hiding within the cardboard box allows for camouflage and concealment, and at times, it can even lure enemies, serving as one of the most humorous and practical tools in the series. Xiaoho stealthily approached the cave, resorting to the box whenever evasion was impossible. Patrolling individuals would simply overlook him, a marvelous gaming prop. However, upon reaching the iron door, he found himself blocked from entry. Without resorting to violent means or additional tools, they were utterly unable to gain access. Not wishing to alert the enemies, he opted to observe the situation from a corner. Xiao Mo, having transformed into her spirit form, leaned against the wall and regarded the furtive Xiaoho, unable to suppress her criticism. "Why are you sneaking around like this? You could just eliminate them all." Xiaoho whispered in response, "I am merely trying to ascertain how the plot unfolds. This is a pivotal moment for Tony. He needs In-sun to convey the most significant message to him, much like with Spider-Man." The two guards stationed at the entrance seemed to have heard a voice and approached their position to investigate. "Guard, did someone just speak?" "Guard, it must be your imagination. There is only a cardboard box here, nothing else." "Guard, you're right. Perhaps it's just auditory hallucinations from staying here too long." The two then returned to their posts, resuming their watch. Xiaoho let out a sigh of relief, as he had feared being discovered. They did not wait long before a bald man, accompanied by several subordinates, rushed in, opened the door, and began interrogating Tony. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoho and Xiao Mo slipped inside as well. In a bid to save In-san, Tony expressed his need for assistance. But the bald man granted only a day's time before departing. After the bald man left, In-san remarked to Tony, "You acted too impulsively. A single day is hardly sufficient. We have only completed the framework. The armor is still not ready." Tony replied, "I cannot stand by and watch you be killed. I simply cannot. You saved my life, In-san." In-san looked at Tony, whose face was flushed with excitement, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Tony. However, I believe we must hasten our pace." Xiao and Mo leaned in and whispered to Xiaoho, "Shall we not intervene?" Xiaoho shook his head, indicating that it was not yet time, and took out a camera to capture several photographs. After seeing his refusal, Xiao and Mo did not press further, instead beginning to explore the surroundings. Notably, upon seeing the bright reactor embedded in Tony's chest, she approached to examine it closely, pondering if it was merely a light bulb installed there. Primarily, Xiaoho had not elaborated on it, so she could not identify what it truly was. After taking the photographs, Xiaoho thought to himself that Tony's storyline had been accelerated. Had he not arrived, it seemed this world as Iron Man would have ceased to exist. He had not influenced Tony's fate. Being kidnapped ahead of time was one thing, but now even their escape timing was being hastened. Meanwhile, Tony and In-san were busy modifying the armor. Due to the expedited timeline, they could no longer craft the protective gear. The completed framework would grant him immense strength. Tony decided to forge a massive shield, intending for both to hide behind it as they slowly broke free. Just as they finished creating the shield, the leader sensed something amiss and instructed the guards to investigate. The sudden crisis left both men at a loss, as they were merely ordinary scientists, wholly unprepared for such an unexpected situation. Tony, however, reacted more swiftly. He seized a small missile from the workbench and launched it directly at the two guards. The guards, seeing the incoming missile, simultaneously raised their weapons and fired at Tony and In-san. Chapter 69. The Rescue of Soldier Tony, Part 3. In-san witnessed two guards firing their weapons. Without hesitation, he pushed Tony aside, only to be struck by multiple bullets and collapse to the ground. Meanwhile, the small missile fired by Tony's sword passed the two guards, bursting through the door and detonating in the corridor. As the guards exhaled in relief, they redirected their weapons towards the dazed Tony. However, a massive sword suddenly appeared, severing the heads of both men, blood gushing forth from the clean cuts like a fountain. Tony, momentarily ignoring the unexpected savior, rushed to In-san's side, gazing at the man who was on the brink of death. He asked, "Why did you save me?" In-san replied weakly, "My family has long since perished. I'm on my way to meet them. Do not squander your life. Your abilities should be used to save, not to destroy." Tony looked at In-san, who, after uttering his final words, closed his eyes in defeat. In that moment, Tony finally comprehended the meaning behind Xiaoho's earlier words and recognized his own responsibility. His inventions were meant to protect others, not to inflict harm. Xiaoho's voice resonated. "Tony Stark, I believe you have clarified your own heart, have you not?" Tony surveyed the guards at the entrance and the lifeless bodies on the ground, asserting, "Yes, I understand. But who are you, and why are you here?" Xiaoho smiled, revealing an ancient coin in his hand. Pinching it between his fingers, he said to Tony, "We merely accepted a commission to save you, but that is of little consequence. What you need to contemplate now is whether you wish to revive Mr. In-san, who has already departed." Tony, filled with excitement, stood up and inquired, "Can you truly bring him back? What do you require? I will offer you anything I possess." Xiaoho, observing the newly triggered side quest, grinned wider. Side quest. Save In-san quest objective. Revive the deceased In-san quest reward. 50,000 energy points. 30 random draws. Xiaoho promptly chose to accept the quest, initially considering it a mere trial. But to his astonishment, it was indeed successful. "All I ask is for you to provide me with a few sets of the Mark series armor as collectibles when you develop them in the future." How does that sound? Quite a bargain, isn't it? After speaking, Xiaoho tossed the coin playfully. Without hesitation, Tony agreed. "All right, I accept, as long as you can revive In-san." A flicker of doubt lingered in his heart, yet as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he was unwilling to relinquish it. especially for just a few suits of armor. He had no inkling of the losses he would incur from this agreement in the future. Very well, the pact is sealed. Rise, my beloved. With that, Xiaoho flicked the coin towards Insen. The coin rolled through the air, and upon making contact with Insen's body, it erupted in a blinding flash of white light. As the radiance converged, Insen's body became unscathed. His closed eyelids began to tremble slightly before finally opening. Upon gazing at Tony and Xiaoho before him, he inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Tony, have you perished as well? And who is this gentleman? Is he here to guide our souls?" Tony, witnessing Insen's miraculous revival, was overwhelmed with emotion and embraced him fervently. At that moment, his previous fastidiousness was forgotten, replaced solely by the elation of a friend's resurrection. Xiaoho too received a notification of task completion. Although a revival coin had been expended, its impact was negligible. After a brief embrace, Tony released In-sun and exclaimed, "Welcome back, In-sun, and thank you. This marks the first occasion Stark has expressed gratitude to another." He then turned to Xiaoho, adding, "I will fulfill my promise to you, and thank you as well." Before Xiaoho could respond, the voice of Xiao Mo interjected, "They're almost here. Have you finished your conversation?" The trio immediately turned their attention to the corridor, where the sounds of chaotic footsteps and curses resounded. Xiaoho sighed. "It seems our idle chatter must be postponed. Xiao Mo, please handle them." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo donned her battle armor, her helmet transmitting her reply, "Understood. You may simply enjoy the show." Tony and In-sun stood in astonishment, pondering, what is this? Nanotechnology? Or magic? Xiao Mo had already dashed out, with various screams and gunfire echoing in her wake. Tony approached the skeletal frame of Mark I, preparing to assist. However, Xiaoho intercepted him, stating, "Enough of your contraptions. Xiao Mo can manage this alone." Tony remained unconvinced, asserting, "She is merely a girl. We ought to assist her, not leave her to fight alone, no matter how impressive her armor may be." Xiaoho quickly covered his mouth, whispering, "Do not speak carelessly. Lives are at stake. Remember, never refer to Xiao Mo as a girl or a woman, nor should she be treated as a man. Otherwise, being merely beaten is the least of your worries. Death is a distinct possibility. I have been struck by her several times and have even been killed once." As he spoke, Xiaoho kept glancing to ensure that Xiao Mo was out of earshot. Once freed from Xiaoho's grasp, Tony retorted, "Do not hold me like that. I am unaccustomed to such contact with strangers, except for women. Is she truly that terrifying?" He had initially intended to ask if she had genuinely killed him, but considering In-sen's revival, he refrained from posing the question. Xiaoho gestured towards the outside, saying, "You will find out for yourself." Xiao Mo should be nearly finished by now. As the trio stepped into the corridor, they were met with a gruesome sight of severed limbs and various corpses, and the sound of gunfire had ceased. Upon emerging from a cave, they beheld Xiao Mo cleaving a fleeing SUV in half with a single stroke of her sword. Tony and In-sun involuntarily swallowed hard. Inwardly, he had labeled the woman as someone to be avoided. Tony felt a profound sense of trepidation for having previously dared to approach her, requesting another race. He realized that he should consider himself fortunate to have left that encounter unscathed. Observing the expressions of the two, Xiaoho remarked, "Now you understand fear, do you?" However, Xiao Mo is generally amicable. Just refrain from provoking her. The two nodded vigorously, not out of fear, but rather from a newfound understanding. After Xiao Mo dealt with the last of the adversaries, she removed her armor and returned to Xiaoho's side, saying, "Xiaoho, I've rescued the people and taken care of these minions. Shouldn't we head back? This place is rather dull." Yet, Tony interjected, "Wait, I still need to destroy the weapons here. Otherwise, if someone else obtains them, they could use them to harm others." Upon hearing this, In-sen's face broke into a smile. It seemed Tony had indeed changed. Xiaoho was about to suggest that it wasn't necessary to go through such trouble, as he could handle it with a single explosive device. However, Xiao Mo spoke up first. "Are we going to destroy everything here? Let me take care of it. I haven't gone all out in a while." Reluctantly, Xiaoho acquiesced to her request, realizing that she had been holding back for far too long, having only faced ordinary opponents lately, which prevented her from unleashing her full potential. Once the four arrived outside the canyon, Tony inquired, "What are your plans?" Xiaoho glanced at Xiao Mo, who was once again brandishing her weapon, and replied, "Just watch Xiao Mo perform. Try not to drop your jaws in astonishment. Tony and In-sun turned their attention to Xiao Mo, who stood poised with a grand sword. Chapter 70. The Rescue of Soldier Tony. End. Xiao Mo gazed into the depths of the canyon, channeling her magic into the radiant king's sword in her hand. As the sword unfurled, a brilliant red light shot skyward, and a surge of force emanated from beneath her feet, radiating outward. Tony and In-sun stood in awe, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Tony muttered, "This is impossible. How is she doing this?" Meanwhile, In-sun fervently prayed. As the scene reminded him of the deity he worshipped. When the infusion of magic reached its zenith, Xiao Mo swung down towards the canyon, exclaiming, "In defiance of my glorious father." The landscape before them was engulfed in a crimson glow, and an even more powerful shockwave knocked them to the ground, with fine particles of sand striking their faces. As the light dissipated, the canyon was replaced by a far deeper chasm. Not only were the weapons obliterated, but all traces of prior activity had vanished completely. After unleashing this tremendous blow, Xiao Mo seemed to have released her pent-up frustrations, her mood considerably lighter. Tony had previously been quite pleased with the iron suit he designed, but witnessing the scene before him, he instantly felt the need for further enhancements. Noticing that Xiao Mo had finished venting her energy, Xiao produced a Humvee and addressed the trio. "Since we have resolved matters here, let us depart. I am in a hurry to return and submit my task. This dreadful place is nothing but sand." Xiao Mo promptly took the driver's seat, while Xiao settled into the passenger side, and Tony and In-sun obediently occupied the back seat. After enduring the silence for quite some time, Tony could no longer restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Are you mutants, sorcerers, or perhaps extraterrestrials?" Xiao, upon hearing the question, couldn't resist teasing him. It was rare to encounter such an earnest Tony Stark. "We are mutants. What? Do you wish to dissect and study us?" As he spoke, a hint of mischief flickered across his face. Tony waved his hands fervently, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not. I am not one of those deranged politicians or scientists. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I'm merely curious. So, your abilities consist of emitting beam attacks and possessing spatial manipulation?" Clearly, he had mistaken Xiao Mo's battle armor and Xiao's earlier display as the extent of their powers. Xiao's expression darkened further as he retorted, "So, you wish to know all this, or do you intend to study us?" He then began to twirl a blue rose, resembling a gun flower, in his hand. At that moment, Tony genuinely felt a bit apprehensive. Was that truly what Xiao meant? Observing Tony's reaction, Xiao ceased his jesting and clarified, "Enough of the foolery. We are none of the three you mentioned. I am a gamer who has traversed into this world, and Xiao Mo is the spirit I summoned." Traversed? A gamer? Is it the same as I know it? Tony's expression reflected disbelief. In-sun, on the other hand, was astonished to learn that Xiao Mo was a spirit. Being a person of faith, he was more attuned to such matters, and now his gaze towards Xiao Mo carried a hint of reverence. Indeed, surprising, isn't it? However, you may also find yourself traversing into other parallel worlds in the future, so do not dwell on it too much. By the way, would you care for cheeseburger? It's a mere $1,000,000 each. As Xiao spoke, 2 burgers materialized in his hands. Tony, who had intended to continue questioning, was instantly distracted by the sight of his beloved cheeseburgers and exclaimed, "Deal. I'll take both. I'll transfer the money to you once we return." He snatched the 2 burgers from Xiao's hands, sharing one with In-sun beside him. Observing Tony's actions, Xiao was convinced that he had indeed changed. Moreover, since In-sun had been revived, he no longer bore the guilt that characterized his portrayal in the films. Xiao then produced 4 cups of soda, first offering one to Xiao Mo, who was driving, before handing one each to Tony and In-sun, adding, "This one is on the house," as a complimentary gift for purchasing the burgers. Tony rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "Who sells a burger for $1,000,000? After taking a sip, he couldn't help but continue his line of questioning. "Since we're not discussing your identity as a player, is this Mordred Pendragon the one I am familiar with?" Xiao glanced at him once more. "Have you conducted an investigation on us?" Yet, Tony maintained his composure as he replied, "Of course. Your previous remarks have left a lasting impression on me." Xiao paid little heed and began to address his inquiries. Indeed, the character Xiao Mo is the one from history. However, he belongs not to your realm, but to another. In-sun, listening to their exchange, contemplated that he might as well transfer to a theological school in the future. Upon hearing this, Tony nodded, finding some understanding in the exaggerated prowess of Xiao Mo, albeit still feeling it lacked scientific basis. Noticing Tony's silence, Xiao suddenly inquired, "Do you recall what I previously mentioned?" Tony, puffed with pride, replied, "Are you suggesting that you are prepared to become my friend? You should feel honored. You can tell others that you are quite good friends with Tony Stark." Xiao refuted, "No, what I meant was that Pepper is your true love." This statement left Tony momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp its significance. Xiao continued, "It seems you still do not comprehend. Though I promised Ancient One, I wish to forewarn you about your future." Tony interjected, "What do you mean? The future? How do you know?" Xiao gestured for silence before elaborating. "As I mentioned earlier, I'm a gamer who has resided in this world for several years. Initially, I believed it to be a virtual realm, only to later discover its authenticity, a realization that took considerable time. Furthermore, the events you have experienced closely mirror the plot lines I have previously encountered in films, hence I am aware of your predetermined future. I find the ultimate fates of some of you rather unsatisfactory, which compels me to seek alterations, although Ancient One is not particularly inclined to assist." Upon hearing this, Tony could not refrain from interrupting again. "So, my future is bleak? Or is something amiss with Pepper?" Xiao pondered the general storyline before responding. "Pepper is relatively fine, but you, alas, have perished, leaving her and your daughter behind. Moreover, prior to my arrival, I glimpsed some trailers indicating that the Stark Tower you later constructed has been seized by the government. I intend to alter your fate, starting with uniting you and Pepper sooner." Tony, eager for clarification, exclaimed, "Are you saying that I married Pepper and had a daughter?" Xiao retorted, "Are you not focusing on the crux of the matter? This is about your marriage and daughter. It is about your demise." Tony, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, inquired, "When did I die? What transpired?" Xiao indicated his reluctance to divulge further details, expressing his frustration with a tone of indignation. Chapter 71. The return. Observing Xiao's refusal to respond and his gaze directed out the window, Tony found himself at a loss. Fortunately, In-sun discerned his discomfort and stepped in to alleviate the tension. "Sir, may I inquire what my original fate was?" Xiao, harboring a fondness for this character akin to his own, replied, "Have you not experienced it once already? You were merely resurrected by me this time. However, you have contributed to the world by adding a responsible Iron Man, while subtracting an arrogant and selfish arms dealer." In-sun sighed upon hearing this. "So, my fate was destined to end before? Yet, perhaps it is for the best." Tony, gazing at In-sun, responded, "I'm truly grateful to you, In-senior. You have illuminated my path forward, and I was unaware of the tragic loss of your family. I sincerely apologize. If you would be willing, could I invite you to assist me? Together, we could transform this world." However, In-sun declined, saying, "I am sorry, Tony. I have other endeavors to pursue. This country requires my attention." Tony's expression fell, a shadow of disappointment crossing his face. Xiao interjected, "Perhaps you could establish a charitable organization, allowing In-sun to manage it, thereby providing some recompense for the past." Both men found this notion appealing and consented. Tony continued, "Rest assured, In-sun, I shall commence preparations for this organization as soon as I return, and I will dismantle Stark's weapons division." Xiao reminded him, "You still need to deal with your uncle. That bald man has been supplying arms to terrorists, and your abduction was orchestrated by him." Tony, filled with disbelief, asked, "Is that true? How could it be? He has always cared for me." Xiao scoffed, "Do not be naive. He merely sees you as a golden goose. Furthermore, I advise against involving Pepper in gathering evidence. The timeline has shifted, and she may not be so fortunate to survive this time." Tony fell into contemplation, torn between a familial bond and the words of someone who claims to know his future. He was uncertain whom to trust. Xiao observed his turmoil, aware that Tony might still harbor doubts about him, and chose not to elaborate further. The vehicle fell silent. Lilimo chimed in, "So, I have no chance to make an appearance?" Upon arriving at Rhodey's base, they found him just returning, seemingly drawn by the commotion created by Little Mo. Upon seeing Tony, he joyfully embraced him and exclaimed, "Promise me, no more joyrides in your Hummer." Tony pointed to the very Hummer they had just occupied, saying, "Actually, it is quite splendid." After a brief conversation, the plane prepared to return Tony to New York. In-sun expressed his intention to depart first, wishing to revisit his homeland. Tony turned to Rhodey, saying, I hope you can arrange for my savior to be escorted safely. Rhodey replied with a smile, certainly. I will ensure proper arrangements are made. After bidding farewell to In-san, they boarded a military transport plane bound for New York. On board, Tony intended to continue his conversation with Xiaoho, but Xiaoho remained silent, prompting Tony to abandon the effort. Upon arriving in New York, Pepper had been waiting at the airport the moment she spotted Tony. She rushed to embrace him. The two exchanged whispers, and Tony, influenced by Xiaoho's earlier words, treated Pepper with newfound tenderness. Xiaoho also received an enhancement upon completing his mission. After claiming his reward, he jested with Xiao Mo. So, why do people here love to hug upon meeting? Xiao Mo, you've never hugged me. Come on, give your brother a hug. In response, Xiao Mo delivered a swift kick, sending Xiaoho soaring through the crowd and landing heavily over 30 meters away, sliding an additional 4 or 5 meters before coming to a stop. As the onlookers gazed in astonishment, Xiao Mo merely snorted disdainfully before striding toward Xiaoho, pulling him toward the airport exit. Xiaoho's voice echoed back. Don't forget to pay the balance, little chilly. The atmosphere fell into a hush, prompting Rod to remark, that girl is truly violent, yet she possesses remarkable strength. To kick someone that far, has she been injected with super serum as well? However, no one could provide a response, and only Tony, who knew the truth, hesitated to comment, admitting he did not share Xiaoho's robust physique. If that kick had landed on him, he would have been in search of his mother. While Tony hosted a press conference, Xiaoho and Xiao Mo had already returned to their office. Natasha, enjoying her afternoon tea, inquired upon their arrival, Did you complete the mission? After reclining on the sofa, Xiaoho replied, Indeed, we did, and we sold 2 hamburgers for $1 million each. Be sure to keep an eye on it. Don't let them shortchange you. After pouring each of them a glass of soda, Natasha asked, Did you encounter any difficulties during the mission? Xiao Montak interjected. No real troubles, just spent more time locating them, and they were rather weak. Natasha gazed at Xiao Mo with affection, saying, That's only because you're too strong, making them seem weak. As they grew closer, Natasha began to treat Xiao Mo and Xiaoho as her own siblings, and their interactions resembled that of a family. Primarily, Xiaoho and Xiao Mo were quite deceptive in appearance, both seeming to be under 20 years of age, and their occasional childishness allowed them to bond with Yelena. The three often squabbled over video games, while Natasha played the role of a caretaker for the 4 of them. After sipping his soda, Xiaoho asked, Have there been any new commission requests lately? With a sigh, Natasha replied, None at all. Hell's Kitchen is nearly devoid of gangs. You must remember, most of them are gone thanks to you. If it weren't for Nick's assistance, you'd have been sought after long ago. Xiaoho shrugged. I consider it a public service. Besides, don't you think the peace has improved? Those ruffians are best dealt with in death. That's why I dislike America. My homeland still has gangs. Even the petty thugs know how to be polite. Natasha countered, Exactly. So why not consider visiting the dragon country of this world? After a sigh, Xiaoho remarked, That can only be deemed a similar flower. I've been there before, and while many aspects resemble each other, it is still distinct. However, there always lingers a sense of contamination that renders me uncomfortable. Hence, it is indeed preferable to be here. At least it is lively. Natasha glanced at the time and remarked, All right, as long as you're happy, I shall go fetch Yelena. Xiao Mo followed her closely and said, I will accompany you. Let us surprise her. Natasha nodded, took the car keys, and together with Xiao Mo, they departed. Summer looked at the two exiting and thought that since Iron Man had already made his appearance, the subsequent time would likely arrive soon, and he should also seize an opportunity to draw a prize. Otherwise, he might fall behind in the version updates. Currently, he was not considered magical, merely comparable to Little Spider. Chapter 72. Time for another draw. This chapter primarily revolves around the lottery. Feel free to skip if it does not interest you. Summer dashed off to take a shower and donned his entire lucky ensemble. After offering prayers to all the deities, he rubbed his hands together and commenced a new round of draws. In the first round of random 10 draws, excluding the useless ordinary items, he acquired 3 portions of golden fried rice, 2 small healing potions, and 1 anesthetic watch from Conan. Surveying the results of the first round, he thought to himself, No worries, just a warm-up. The good stuff lies ahead. In the second round of random 10 draws, he obtained 1 golden open-mouthed smile, 1 spherical crispy rice, and 3 heavenly beans. No problem, A guaranteed item has appeared. Heavenly beans, indeed, life-saving in critical moments, although not particularly useful for me. I can give one each to Natasha and Yelena, keeping one for myself. In the third round of random 10 draws, he received 1 arbitrary manipulation device, 1 panda Mapo tofu, and 1 phoenix crystal. The arbitrary manipulation device enables anything to fly in the air once equipped, operated via a joystick, with speed influenced by the equipped items. Summer exclaimed joyfully to himself, "What a haul! With this, I can wield a great sword and become a sword immortal." Splendid. But why are there so many dishes from Little Chef? Having finished his lament, he proceeded to the fourth round of random 10 draws, which yielded 1 eternal spirit blade, 1 rotating dragon pot, and 1 lifelong notes of Little Chef. Summer mused, "I merely made a quip, and now you've replaced dishes with cooking utensils and recipes? What use is that? I am not planning to become a chef." However, a sudden thought struck him. Xiao Mo had always sought the acknowledgement of the king, and the quickest way to attain such recognition, he chuckled sinisterly. In the fifth round of random 10 draws, 1 ecological sphere and 1 47 fire unicorn. The ecological sphere encompasses a cosmic ecosystem of 1,000 square kilometers, capable of housing over 1 million inhabitants. The 47 fire unicorn is a stylish weapon with special effects. Albeit lacking unique attributes, it simply needs to be impressive. Summer pondered, with this round, have I gained or lost? It seems rather unhelpful. In the sixth round of random 10 draws, 1 arbitrary door, 1 solar-powered skateboard, and 1 wind-blown attire. The portal. One can reach any desired location simply by thinking of it while crossing the threshold, although destinations more than 10 light years away remain inaccessible. Solar-powered skateboard. This is akin to Conan's skateboard. The fiery cloak. Intelligence 12, it slightly enhances attack and movement speed, while increasing jump height. Xiaoho was absorbed in examining the newly drawn item description when he suddenly received a notification, detecting that the player possessed equipment that augmented fundamental attributes and transformative costumes, thus unlocking the equipment and costume panels. Has the interface evolved once more? He pondered, reflecting on whether his Crimson Queen and Azure Rose could be classified as weaponry. "Never mind, I shall test it out," he declared, silently invoking the equipment panel. The equipment and costume panels bore a resemblance to the previous ones, and upon trial, only the newly acquired fiery cloak could be equipped. It appeared that only attribute-enhancing gear could be donned. Yet one could choose to display or conceal their equipment without affecting its efficacy. The costume panel permitted the previous dried fish to be equipped. As for its effect, the Crimson Queen transformed into an enormous dried fish, while the Azure Rose, though smaller, retained the same tactile sensation, as if shrouded in a projection. Contentedly, Xiao gazed at the 2 dried fish in his hands. Splendid. This is the weapon a player ought to wield. Although, the absence of an expanded equipment panel is rather disappointing, he mused. Moreover, there's now a portal. No longer will I be confined to a single location. What tremendous gain. He proceeded to conduct 1 final 10-fold random draw. Tracking glasses quantity 1. Resurrection coin quantity 1, basic rapid healing quantity 1. The tracking glasses, capable of linking to signal devices, providing real-time location tracking. Basic rapid healing, a lineage ability that enables rapid healing of non-lethal injuries. Though severed limbs cannot be regenerated, note, not genetic. Upon witnessing the final acquisition, Xiaoho jested, "Have all of Conan's gear been collected? Yet, I still lack the shoes and the tailored suit, though they would serve little purpose for me." Nevertheless, the rapid healing capability was quite commendable. No longer would he be prone to frequent demise, as minor injuries could be disregarded. He contemplated seeking even more potent items to inflict exasperation upon his adversaries. With 1 random draw remaining, he decided to retain it for later, pondering whether to draw equipment first or continue grinding for vehicles and special items. Xiaoho found himself in a state of indecision. Perhaps I should attempt a round of equipment? I don't believe I've drawn any thus far. After resolving his thoughts, he initiated a designated 10-fold draw for weaponry, and after filtering out the useless gear, he acquired iron-plated boots quantity 1 and the golden sword of victory. Iron-plated boots, armor, 25, movement speed, 45, reduces incoming attack damage by 10. The golden sword of victory, the sword of kings, the sword in the stone, can only be wielded by one of royal lineage. Upon confirming the draw results, Xiao eagerly retrieved this weapon, preparing to admire it thoroughly. As soon as the sword embedded in the stone made its appearance, it emitted a force that repelled his hand, plunging directly into the floor. Xiao gazed at the sword, perplexed, and remarked, "What is happening? Am I not allowed to take it?" Undeterred, he placed his hand upon the hilt once more. Yet regardless of his efforts, he was unable to budge it even slightly. Frustrated by his inability to extract the sword, Xiao exclaimed, "This wretched game. Does it truly need to be so realistic? I cannot even wield that which I have drawn out. This is absurd. I am destined to become the king of games. Who dares claim I lack the qualities of a ruler? Muti Yugi, friend, care to engage in a card duel with me?" After several more attempts, Xiao resolved to abandon his efforts, muttering, "This game is trash. I have no interest in it." However, the equipment system seemed somewhat enticing. The ordinary gear was merely a collection of mundane swords and bulletproof vests, and even pulling a golden legend proved futile. Perhaps it was best to try once more with vehicles and special items, as they seemed to offer greater potential. Thus, he decided to allocate his final 10 draws towards vehicles and special items, discarding the ordinary ones, and received 1 indoor fishing pond, 1 pair of Superman glasses, and 1 mysterious tablet. The indoor fishing pond, capable of connecting to any fishable body of water, allowing one to fish indoors. The Superman glasses, when worn, they render one unrecognizable. The tablet, a mysterious artifact left by an alien civilization, possessing dangerous properties that could trigger human mutation and mental control. Xiao sighed. "It seems my luck has run out today. However, this tablet feels oddly familiar. Where have I seen it before?" Just then, Natasha and Xiao Mo returned with Yelena. Upon entering, Xiao Mo's gaze fixated on the sword embedded in the floor. Chapter 73. The excited Xiao Mo. Natasha, noticing the golden sword lodged in the ground, inquired, "Boss, we merely stepped out for a moment. What does it signify that you have a sword planted in the floor?" Upon seeing the trio return, Xiao suppressed his earlier musings, explaining, "This sword is the golden sword of victory. The legendary sword in the stone. I drew it in a lottery, yet it refuses to grant me usage and has embedded itself into the floor." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a pang of realization. He had forgotten that Xiao Mo had always wished to pull this sword in place of Artoria. Observing Xiao Mo's continued fixation on the sword, it seemed she had yet to move past her feelings. However, perhaps this moment could serve to liberate her from her emotional shackles. Natasha and Yelena were aware of Xiao Mo's situation and, upon hearing Xiao's explanation, exchanged glances, preparing to offer her comfort should the need arise. Xiao approached Xiao Mo and said, "Xiao Mo, have you not always desired to take your father's place? Would you like to give it a try?" Xiao Mo looked at him, uncertain, and asked, "Can I really do it?" Xiao offered her an encouraging gaze, asserting, regardless of the outcome, "You should at least attempt it." Natasha and Yelena encouraged, "Indeed, little Mo, give it a try, even if it's not in your original world." Little Mo nodded and slowly approached the sword in the stone, gazing at the fabled sword that had brought her father a life of tragedy. She gradually extended her hand toward the hilt, pondering whether if she could pull it free, she might take her father's place and relieve him of his burdens. As she exerted her strength, the sword remained immovable. She sensed its rejection, as if it did not wish to be claimed by her. Undeterred, little Mo summoned her armor, her internal magic surging forth, and she strained to lift the sword with all her might. The torrent of her magic sent various items in the shop crashing against the walls. Xiao quickly positioned himself in front of Natasha and Yelena, shouting, "Stop, little Mo. Since it has rejected you, no amount of effort will change that." Yet little Mo retorted, "I refuse to believe it. I have inherited her bloodline. Why can't I pull it out? I won't accept this." The magic emanating from her intensified, shattering nearby glass. Observing her agitation, Xiao raised his right hand and invoked a command he had never used before. "Awaken." I commanded as Xiao. One of the 3 seals on his hand vanished. Little Mo's emotions settled, and she released her grip, kneeling before the sword, tears streaming down her cheeks. As Natasha and Yelena moved to console her, Xiao gestured for them to stop and shook his head. He approached and sat beside little Mo, speaking gently. "The fact that you cannot lift it signifies that you are not meant to be a king. Do not be disheartened. Perhaps only that noble Night King can wield it. You should know that I am familiar with much of the narrative from your world. Your father has never blamed you. Ultimately, You must realize that neither you nor your father is at fault. The real culprit is that era, that world, the embodiment of consciousness, Alea and Gaia, those two young girls. What you must do is grow stronger in this world alongside me, strong enough to traverse realms, and then deliver a proper reckoning to them, compensating your father by helping him establish the kingdom of his dreams. Little Mo lifted her gaze to Xiaoho, inquiring, "Is that even possible?" Xiaoho met her eyes, responding, "Why not? Your summoning here is the best evidence. Although my abilities may not be as formidable as those in other tales, we can strengthen ourselves. This world is filled with treasures. Moreover, my shop has many items. We only need to accumulate them gradually." With that, Xiaoho produced the Eternal Spirit Blade, the Turned Dragon Pot, and the notes of the Little Master, asking Little Mo, "Do you know what these are?" Little Mo hesitantly replied, "A kitchen knife?" Xiaoho shook his head and said, "No, this is the tool and knowledge you need to gain Artoria's approval." Noticing the confusion on Little Mo's face, Xiaoho elaborated, "Do you know how to win our king's favor? If you master the contents of this notebook, you can capture the king's heart through her stomach. Once you do that, her recognition will naturally follow. Would you like to learn?" At this moment, Xiaoho resembled a preacher, enticing an innocent and naive girl. Little Mo had completely forgotten about the sword and the stone beside her, her gaze fixated on the culinary tools and the notebook in Xiaoho's hands, an insatiable longing evident in her eyes. Natasha and Yelena exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief, their looks toward Xiaoho laden with disdain. Seeing that Little Mo was merely staring and remained silent, Xiaoho inquired again, "Little Mo, tell me, do you wish to learn?" Little Mo exclaimed, "I want to learn. I want to capture my father's heart and earn her approval. I aspire to be her personal chef." Upon hearing her response, Xiaoho handed the 3 items to Little Mo, saying, "I believe in you, go for it. Once we become powerful, we will traverse the worlds to find your father or summon her directly." Clutching the culinary tools, Little Mo nodded vigorously. Yelena, realizing that Little Mo had returned to her normal self, yet remained blissfully deceived, chose not to engage with them further. She approached the sword and the stone, contemplating whether she could pull it out. If she succeeded, wouldn't it signify her potential to become a queen? At that moment, she envisioned assigning her sister the role of a maid, serving her daily. However, as she grasped the sword's hilt, she found herself unable to draw it forth. Staring despondently at her hands, her dreams shattered. Natasha surveyed the chaotic hall and the shattered glass nearby, letting out a quiet sigh as she prepared to clean up the mess and offer some compensation to the neighboring residents. Thankfully, the funds for saving Tony had already arrived. Otherwise, she would have been uncertain whether the previous commissions would suffice. Xiaoho had accepted a commission to eradicate a gang, yet the remuneration had been minimal. Noticing Natasha's distressed expression, Xiaoho asked, "What's wrong? Why the grim visage?" Natasha replied, exasperated, "I'm contemplating how to clean up after you. Just look at the state of this place." Xiaoho and Little Mo turned to glance around, quickly lowering their heads, feigning ignorance. Natasha regarded the two, along with her unreliable sister, before pulling out her phone to contact a renovation company, making her way toward the door to discuss matters with the nearby neighbors. Meanwhile, Tony and Nick had received high-energy reports concerning the situation, but that tale would have to wait for the next chapter. Chapter 74. Would you like to be Stark's mistress? In the headquarters of SHIELD, within the director's office, a tall, curvaceous female agent with chestnut hair was reporting to the egghead about the recently detected unknown high-energy fluctuations. Nick gazed at the report before him and addressed the agent standing in front of him. "All right, Sharon, I understand. You need not concern yourself with this matter for the time being. Have you given any thought to my previous proposal?" Sharon's expression turned serious as she replied, "I have made my decision, sir. I am willing to undergo the modification to weaken the super serum." Nick's demeanor softened as he looked at Sharon, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for your willingness to assist me. As Carter's niece, you are one of the few individuals I can truly trust. Now, I require you to conduct a discreet investigation into the members of Hydra within our ranks. It is imperative that you maintain confidentiality. This information must remain between us." He continued, "Even in our discussions, you must confirm your identity with a special hand gesture before reporting any findings." Sharon appeared somewhat puzzled. "Why is it necessary to confirm your identity? Are you concerned that someone might impersonate you?" Nick shook his head, his expression serious. "For now, It is best that you remain unaware of too much. Otherwise, the risk of leaks increases. Execute the orders. Cher nodded. Understood, sir. I shall head to the laboratory now. Nick waved her off. Go ahead. I hope you can adapt swiftly and commence your work, but do ensure that you prioritize secrecy and safety. Of course, sir. Sharon replied before exiting the office. Nick returned his attention to the report, contemplating how he could scarcely find a moment's respite. The multitude of pressing matters, including Hydra and the Strucker issue, weighed heavily on his mind. He also pondered the possibility of enlisting them into the Avengers Initiative. Otherwise, he would have dispatched someone to deal with them already. Surely, they must have entered Hydra's radar by now. Meanwhile, having just concluded a press conference, Tony arrived home only to receive a report from Jarvis. Upon learning of an inexplicable shockwave emanating from the vicinity of Summer and his associates, he instructed Happy to take him and Pepper there immediately. In the car, Pepper expressed her discontent to Tony. You need a rest. Can't we visit them tomorrow instead? Tony looked at Pepper, suddenly struck by her beauty. Perhaps Summer was right. This woman, who seemed solely focused on her own interests, was indeed his true love. He abruptly asked, Pepper, would you consider becoming the mistress of Stark? Pepper, initially prepared to voice further objections, was taken aback by Tony's unexpected proposal. What did you just say? Did I hear that correctly? Tony reiterated. I asked if you would be willing to become the mistress of Stark. Is that clear now? Pepper covered her mouth in astonishment, staring at Tony in disbelief. She had never anticipated such a declaration from him, and found herself at a loss for words. Seeing her flustered state, Tony added, You may take your time to ponder this. I shall await your response. Happy, please escort Miss Pepper home. Driving the car, a similarly astonished Happy quickly replied, Of course, sir. Meanwhile, he mused to himself, We were merely colleagues, and yet you have ascended to such heights? After sending Pepper off, Tony arrived at the office to find Xiaoho and his companions preparing to leave in search of a temporary hotel. Observing the shards of glass scattered around, he quipped, Hey, did a supersonic jet just fly over your place? Xiaoho, visibly annoyed, retorted, You the notorious playboy, should be busy dealing with your own mess rather than prancing around here. I merely came after hearing the butler's report of high-energy fluctuations in your vicinity, Tony explained, gesturing at the chaos surrounding them. Xiaoho sighed. Some unexpected incidents occurred, and we will take responsibility. Do you have any urgent matters? If not, we shall seek accommodation. Tony continued to jest. It seems you are homeless now. Would you like to visit my seaside villa? Xiaoho, with a frown, replied, No, thank you. I prefer the presidential suite at a hotel. I just made 100 million. Tony's expression became more serious. Consider it an invitation from a friend. Moreover, I need to discuss some matters with you, or perhaps assign you another task. Faced with Tony's arrogance, Xiaoho reluctantly agreed, but inquired, Do you have enough rooms? There are 4 of us. Of course, even double the number would fit comfortably. Get in the car, Tony said, opening the door and signaling for everyone to enter. Observing the scene before him, Xiaoho contemplated how much Tony had changed compared to his cinematic portrayal. Inside the car, Tony refrained from directly addressing Xiaoho's concerns, instead sharing some recent experiences. Upon reaching Tony's seaside villa, he arranged accommodations for everyone before taking Xiaoho to his study. I just confessed my feelings to Pepper, but she hasn't responded yet, he began. Xiaoho was genuinely astonished. He had never anticipated such boldness from Tony. What prompted this sudden decision? He asked. When I saw her caring gaze and listened to her incessant chatter, I started to believe your words. And we will have a daughter in the future, right? Tony replied, pouring 2 glasses of red wine. Xiaoho took a sip and affirmed, Yes, you have a daughter named Morgan. Morgan? That's a lovely name. I wish to know my future. Since you've mentioned wanting to alter the final outcome, I hope that includes me as well. Could you elaborate? After contemplating, Xiaoho resolved to share his story, believing that as someone cursed by science, he might find some solace. Finishing his wine in one gulp, Xiaoho regarded the pensive Tony and asked, after hearing your original story, What insights have you gained? Tony took a sip and responded, What a brilliant life it has been. Yet, I feel particularly remorseful towards Pepper and Morgan. However, this time, I shall endeavor to do better. Xiaoho expressed his approval. Although you have yet to create your own suit of iron armor, it must be said that you are indeed a pillar of the Marvel films. Do you have a plan? Tony looked at Xiaoho and replied, The plan is to first handle my dear uncle properly. I need your assistance in obtaining evidence. Quest triggered. Assist Tony quest details. Help him find evidence of Obadiah, Stain's crimes, quest rewards, 5,000 energy points, 10 random lottery draws after accepting the task. Xiahou inwardly lamented that, as expected, the protagonist's rewards were indeed more lucrative. Merely stealing some information yielded such a bounty. He addressed Tony. I have accepted the task. But what about the compensation? You would expect to get this for free, would you? His inner thoughts were clear. Task rewards are one thing, and commission compensation is another. They must be kept separate. No one should benefit at my expense unless I willingly allow it. Chapter 75. Dining together. Tony raised an eyebrow. Hey, I thought we were friends. You're really hurting my feelings here. Xiahou retorted. No, this is a matter of principle. Do you really want a bounty hunter to work for you for nothing? That is simply impossible. You're not Tony. At most, I might give you a discount. Tony, puzzled, inquired. Who is Tony? Why could she get it for free? Xiahou grinned mischievously. She is your counterpart from a parallel universe. Only her pectoral muscles are more developed than yours. And she doesn't have a little kuin. What do you think? How about a little surgical enhancement in Thailand? Then I could offer you a complimentary service. Tony grimaced. I think I'll stick to paying. So how much is it? Xiahou held up a finger. This time, let us settle on 1 million. Shall we? Would you like me to also fetch him for you? Tony spoke to the air. Jarvis, transfer the funds. Certainly, sir. The transfer has been initiated. Seeing Tony's swift action, Xiahou internally cursed the wealthy elite. He then said, All right, boss. I'll go fetch him tomorrow. As my largest client, shall we celebrate with a fine meal? Tony asked, What shall we eat? I hardly believe there is anything delectable that I have not tried. Xiahou smiled mysteriously. You'll find out soon enough. You can invite Pepper over. This is something special. But let us skip Rhodey. I'm not particularly fond of him. Tony, puzzled, asked, So it seems you have some issues with Rhodey? What is the reason? Just consider it my current unwillingness to befriend him, unless he leaves the military and governmental circles. After saying this, Xiahou prepared to call over little Mo and Natasha. In the villa's dining room, Tony, Pepper, Xiahou, and the others were now seated together. All right, now that everyone is here, you may present the delightful surprise you mentioned. Tony concluded, whispering to Pepper the reason for her return. With a wave of his hand, Xiahou conjured 8 plates of varying sizes upon the grand dining table. He first addressed little Mo. Have you looked over the recipes I provided you? Mo nodded, saying, I have seen it. But will I truly earn my father's approval once I learn it? Xiahou replied confidently, Of course. You possess the royal special attack, and with your current studies focused on exploiting her weaknesses, you are certain to succeed. He gestured towards the plates on the table, addressing everyone, Behold, this is a dish that glows, although it may not possess the extraordinary abilities found in culinary captivation. Shout Mo, this features several recipes from that notebook. You may take a look. He first lifted the lids from 3 smaller plates, and a radiant golden light spread instantly. This is golden egg fried rice. With 6 of us present, let us have half a portion each. After saying this, he retrieved 6 plates, distributed them accordingly, and handed them to 5 others. Upon receiving their portions, they regained their composure from the earlier spectacle. Glowing rice? What could be the secret behind it? Tony had initially intended to investigate the phenomenon, but after tasting a bite, he completely forgot his thoughts. The more Mo ate, the brighter her eyes became. If she could create such a dish, her father would surely be captivated. The others continued indulging in their fried rice, their faces reflecting satisfaction. Xiahou had planned to introduce each dish one by one, but upon seeing Tony reaching for the lids of the other dishes, he relinquished that notion. He urged everyone to assist in uncovering the remaining lids, beginning to introduce them. This is golden open-mouthed laughter, golden buns. The dragon is merely decorative, not for eating. This is spherical crispy rice. This is panda mapo tofu. And this is phoenix crystal. Please don't eat so quickly. Leave some for me. Yet, as he spoke, the 5 were already eagerly sampling the various dishes, prompting him to join the fray. Once they finished, Mo retrieved the notebook, cradling it in her arms, her mind racing with visions of her father enjoying the dishes she had prepared, showering her with praise. Tony, who had just pilfered a substantial amount of food for Pepper, was now engaged in a tender moment with her. Natasha and Yelena were also engrossed in conversation, leaving Xiahou reclining in his chair, watching them. He mused, This isn't so bad. I'm beginning to blend into this world and have made many friends. Hannibal and Abigail still occasionally reach out to me, though it has been a while since I last saw them. Have they yet resolved their vampire and werewolf troubles? Should I offer my assistance? With the portal at my disposal, I can go wherever I please. Speaking of which, the last item drawn today felt oddly familiar. What could it be? The notion of inducing mutations in humans and mind control seemed perilous indeed. Yet, my curiosity is piqued. Should I take a look? Just as he contemplated this, a luminous circle suddenly appeared beneath his chair, causing him to tumble down. Tony, deeply engrossed in conversation with Pepper, witnessed this spectacle and rushed over. But the circle had already vanished. He turned to the composed Natasha and the others, unable to restrain his curiosity. Where has Xiaoho gone? He suddenly fell and vanished. Do you not worry about him at all? As he spoke, he gestured dramatically, illustrating the scene of Xiaoho's disappearance. Natasha, observing his anxious demeanor, explained, "It is likely that the Ancient One has summoned him. There is no need for concern. Their relationship is quite amicable." Upon hearing Natasha's explanation, Tony suppressed his lingering doubts. During his previous conversation with Xiaoho, he had only been aware of the existence of a sorcerer, but had not realized the extent of their capabilities. Assured that Xiaoho was in no peril, he returned to Pepper's side, showering his destined wife with sweet nothings, preparing to win her over that very day. After concluding her explanation, Natasha, accompanied by Yelena, approached the earnest young Mo, who was diligently studying his notes. "Mo, is the content of this notebook difficult? Shall we delve into it together?" she inquired, settling beside him to examine the notes. Yelena quickly nestled on the other side, equally intrigued by the culinary creations they had previously savored. It was undeniably fascinating. Mo glanced at the two girls closely huddled beside him, expressing his inner confusion. "It doesn't seem challenging, but it lacks explanations for why things glow. And I have never cooked before, so many technical terms elude my understanding." Hearing the conversation among the women, Pepper set aside her thoughts of Tony and approached them, contemplating that if she were truly with Tony, perhaps she could learn as well. Upon reaching the trio, she asked, "May I join you? We can learn and discuss together." They welcomed her eagerly, and soon the four were engaged in a lively discussion. Yet, being devoid of any Dragon Kingdom representatives, they struggled to arrive at a definitive conclusion. Ultimately, they agreed to visit Chinatown the following day to seek out a restaurant and learn the basics. Tony had intended to join them, but, glancing at the focused Mo, he could not forget the terrifying sword strike from earlier. Since this day offered no opportunity, he retreated to his workshop, eager to assemble the marked suit, as Xiaoho's words had ignited a wealth of inspiration within him. Chapter 76, summoned again by the Ancient One. Meanwhile, Xiaoho found himself seated in the Ancient One's tea room. He gazed at the bald figure before him, irritation evident on his face. "Old Dong, why did you suddenly bring me here?" The Ancient One, with a grave expression, replied, "To prevent you from retrieving that stone tablet. Such an object is ill-suited for this world, as it would unleash catastrophic calamities." Xiaoho, somewhat perplexed, inquired what calamities. "Isn't it merely a matter of triggering mutations and mental control? I can simply take a glance and then return it." The Ancient One's resolve to send him to another dimension intensified upon hearing this. What did he mean by merely taking a glance? He was undoubtedly looking to stir trouble. She fixed her gaze on Xiaoho. "You had better never, under any circumstances, bring that object into this world. My intervention is solely due to the fact that your earlier retrieval of the tablet caused a significant portion of New York's population to transform into unkillable monsters. The latest mutation manifests in those around you, Natasha and Tony, for instance. Only you and Mordred remain unaffected. I trust some memories are beginning to resurface." A chill enveloped Xiaoho at the thought of such peril. Concurrently, a long-buried memory began to surface in his mind. The Death Game, a solitary adventure game launched in 2008, featured a plethora of monsters reminiscent of those in the Resident Evil series. However, certain creatures were impervious to death, reviving no matter how many times they were vanquished. The source of these monsters was a stone tablet, also known as the God Seal, which emitted a virus capable of transforming individuals into monsters and generated waves that controlled both humans and beasts. Upon recollecting these details, Xiaoho resolved to let that memory gather dust in his backpack, wishing to avoid plunging this world into a scenario akin to the If series. Observing that Xiaoho had recalled everything, Ancient One spoke. "It seems you have completely remembered. Remember, do not bring that object out." Regardless of the chaos you may create in the future, its repercussions will far outweigh yours, understand? She thought to herself, I certainly do not wish to clean up your mess. A few more years of leisure before retirement sounds splendid. A little scare should suffice. Xiao nodded vigorously. I understand. I understand. Rest assured, I shall never bring it forth. By the way, why do you speak in riddles? Have I done something in the future? Ancient One, uninterested in further discussion, replied, enough questions. It has been a long time since you last visited. Wang and Kaiselius have missed you. Go and converse with them. Subsequently, she teleported him directly to Kaiselius' side. Kaiselius, surprised yet pleased to see Xiaoho appear suddenly, inquired, It has been quite a while, Xiaoho. What brings you here? Is there something you need my assistance with? Xiaoho, eyeing Kaiselius engrossed in a tome of magic, retorted with mild indignation, I was dragged here by that old fool. Ancient One, she speaks only in half-truths. What a riddle maker. I wonder if she is experiencing a late midlife crisis. Kaiselius looked at him with exasperation. You remain unchanged, devoid of respect for your teacher. So what has transpired? After finding a seat, Xiaoho began to explain. Nothing of great consequence. Merely acquired a perilous artifact. Ancient One instructed me to refrain from bringing it into this world. But enough of her. Where is Wang? Let us summon him for a drink. Wang was currently tasked with overseeing the library, and if they wished to drink, they would have to bring the alcohol to him, and he could not indulge excessively. Very well, let us go share a few drinks, Xiaoho replied, pulling Kaiselius toward the library. Upon entering, Xiaoho immediately spotted Wang, who was diligently studying a magical tome. He couldn't help but internally scoff at the two of them. Were they truly so enamored with learning? His inability to grasp magic had its reasons. He shouted, Wang, stop reading. What could possibly be so captivating? The next supreme sorcerer has already been predetermined by Ancient One. Unless we band together to eliminate her, you stand no chance. Wang, initially pleased to see Xiaoho, immediately synchronized his expression with Kaiselius'. At times, this individual truly proved to be insufferable. Did he never consider the repercussions of his words, irrespective of stance? Three individuals gathered briefly in the library, and as Xiaoho prepared to take his leave, Uncle Ba inquired, Where are you headed? Do you require my assistance in opening the door? No need, Xiaoho replied. I now possess an item akin to a teleportation device, the Anywhere door. Simply grasp the handle, and you can open a portal to any location, much like a teleportation gate. With that, Xiaoho produced the Anywhere door. Wang and Uncle Ba, intrigued, began to examine it, even attempting to sense its magical aura, yet they discerned no signs of magical fluctuations. Wang, filled with curiosity, queried, Why does it lack any magical energy? What powers it? Uncle Ba turned his gaze to Xiaoho as well. Xiaoho scratched his head, uncertain, and replied, I'm not entirely sure. It seems to belong to the realm of technology. In any case, as long as it works, that's all that matters. Upon hearing that it was technological, the two instantly lost interest, pondering their own struggles with magic. After bidding farewell to his companions, Xiaoho opened the Anywhere door, which led directly to the restaurant they had just vacated. Upon entering, he found that everyone had already departed. He stowed the Anywhere door away and returned to his room to rest. The following day, Xiaoho awoke at noon, and after a brief search, he found Tony in Stark's workshop, diligently designing his armor. Upon entering, he noticed Tony's pronounced dark circles and curiously asked, You didn't sleep at all last night, did you? Seeing that it was Xiaoho, Tony continued his work, but responded, I have coffee to keep my energy up, and I feel that I need to complete the armor as soon as possible. However, advancing in nanotechnology is proving more challenging than anticipated. Xiaoho remarked, Even if you tell me, I wouldn't know what to do. He then shifted the topic, asking, Where are Mo and Natasha? I haven't seen a soul around. Tony admitted he was unsure and then called upon his butler, Jarvis. Sir, Ms. Natasha and the others left this morning. They're going to a local restaurant to learn culinary skills. Jarvis's voice resonated from speakers. Once informed of their whereabouts, the two men dismissed the concern. Xiaoho declared, All right, I'll go gather evidence and apprehend Obadiah. You carry on with your work. Tony merely waved him off, urging him to leave quickly and not disrupt his focus. Leaving Tony's luxurious residence, Xiaoho stepped onto the open road. He was about to retrieve his vehicle when a sudden idea struck him. Hadn't he drawn the Conan trio? It seemed like it could be a good opportunity. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately dismissed the notion as it didn't align with his character. Wearing a suit and the like felt unsuitable for him, and he had no desire to part with his comfortable footwear. However, he did consider trying out the skateboard. He produced the solar-powered skateboard, mounted it, and glided towards the city. Standing atop the board, feeling the gentle breeze against his face, Xiahou began to hum a tune. With no movement, the road comes forth, dragging me to the west, assembling, rice, I am the foremost. As he journeyed onward, he left behind a fleeting yellow silhouette and the echoes of raucous laughter. It can only be said that out of 10 notes in his songs, 11 are out of tune. As for why there's an extra one, it is because he broke a note and added another. Chapter 77. Capturing Obadiah in advance. After gliding on a skateboard for nearly an hour, Xiahou finally arrived at Stark headquarters located at Hudson Plaza. He dismounted the skateboard with a scowl, muttering, "This thing is excruciatingly slow, akin to standing in detention." It was tolerable at first, but after a while, it truly becomes a torment. The random manipulation device he had drawn earlier was still to be utilized. He decided to have Stark assist him in crafting a magnificent sword from special materials. And he would also need him to install a guardrail, just as planned. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, he was promptly halted by a security guard. Staring at the guard who blocked his path, Xiahou felt a wave of confusion wash over him. How could he have forgotten this detail? He had encountered a similar situation during his visit to the vampire headquarters, thanks to Tony for not reminding him. "Hey, handsome, Tony sent me to pick something up." He attempted to deceive the guard. The sturdier of the two guards scrutinized him before responding, "I haven't seen you before. Please present your work ID or access pass." Xiahou replied earnestly, "I do not work here. I'm a friend of Tony's, and Pepper knows me too. I apologize. It should be Pepper Potts who is acquainted with me. Tony commissioned me to retrieve some items." Upon hearing this, the guard examined Xiahou from head to toe, noting his shirt, long shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, not to mention his Asian descent, particularly as a male. It was hard to imagine he would know their boss. So they resolved to adhere to protocol and continued to bar Xiahou from entry. No credentials, no entry. Xiahou was utterly flummoxed. What on earth was this? If he weren't wary of alerting Obadiah and causing him to flee, he would have charged in without hesitation. At that moment, a portly figure approached from a distance. Xiahou squinted and recognized him. It was Happy, the man who had nearly become their good neighbor's uncle. He immediately called out, "Happy, over here, come here for a moment." Originally just on a routine patrol, Happy turned upon hearing his name and walked over. Upon seeing the man he had met just yesterday, who was staying at the boss's residence, his curiosity piqued regarding Xiahou's purpose for being there. As Happy approached, Xiahou quickly explained, "Happy, I was entrusted by Tony with a task, but they won't let me in. Could you assist me?" The two guards noticed that Xiahou seemed to know Happy and glanced at him, awaiting confirmation. Happy gestured for the guards to allow Xiahou entry and then turned to him, inquiring, "What task has the boss entrusted you with? Why not have me do it directly?" Xiahou draped an arm over Happy's shoulder as they walked toward the elevator, replying, "I need to find Obadiah for a matter. By the way, which floor is he on?" Happy pressed the button for a floor and said to Xiahou, "Mr. Xiahou, thank you. You saved Tony, allowing me to keep my job and my friend. This was supposed to be my responsibility." Xiahou harbored a favorable impression of Happy. Upon hearing his expression of gratitude, he responded with a smile, saying, "It's nothing. I was merely fulfilling a commission, so there is no need for special thanks. However," he continued, "I do appreciate your gratitude. Yet, I must inquire what brings you here at the behest of the boss." Happy gazed at him with curiosity. "Well, it's about apprehending Obadiah and securing his criminal evidence," Xiahou replied as the elevator reached their floor. Stepping out, he surveyed his surroundings before striding towards the room marked as the president's office. Happy, initially taken aback by Xiahou's words, hurriedly followed him out. Upon reaching the door, Xiahou forcefully kicked it open. The sudden noise startled Obadiah, who had been engaged in a video conference. Recognizing the man who had rescued Tony, he hastily ended the call and exclaimed, "Invading someone else's office like this is rather impolite." Xiahou scoffed, "Enough with the pleasantries. Obadiah, your transgressions have come to light. You need to accompany me." Obadiah's pupils constricted, yet he feigned composure, retorting, "What are you insinuating? Please clarify." His hand moved toward the concealed firearm. Noticing the subtle movement, Xiahou disregarded it and advanced confidently. "You can explain everything to Tony later. Or do you intend to resist?" Obadiah, now convinced that Tony had acquired evidence against him, drew his gun, and attempted an American-style draw. Xiahou, however, effortlessly evaded the barrage of bullets, grateful that Happy remained at the doorway. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently caught the crossfire. Obadiah's expression shifted to one of terror as he witnessed this extraordinary display. He shouted, "How much did Tony offer you? I can give you 10 times that if you agree to assist me." Xiahou received a mission prompt but felt no inclination to even glance at it. He valued his integrity too highly. Seeing that Xiahou remained unfazed, Obadiah attempted to struggle, only to have his neck seized and lifted by Xiahou. Observing the flailing bald man in his grasp, Xiahou disdainfully remarked, "Enough of the struggle. I find your kind utterly detestable. Each one seems to have their own issues." He then proceeded to gather the computer and other items from the desk into his backpack. Taking out a portal device, he opened it and stepped inside, emerging directly into Tony's workspace. Happy, witnessing this, rushed forward but was taken aback by the scene beyond the door, feeling a sense of disbelief at how the world had transformed. While Xiahou's earlier evasiveness could be attributed to mutant or enhanced abilities, this portal device was beyond comprehension. Had technology in this world advanced to such an extent? Behind the door, Tony was equally perplexed by the sudden appearance of the portal. However, upon seeing Xiahou approach with Obadiah in tow, he felt a sense of relief. It was not surprising, given his involvement. Xiahou unceremoniously dropped Obadiah onto the ground and proceeded to set up a table and computer. He declared, "Well, the mission is accomplished, the evidence is on the computer, and the target has been apprehended. Would you like me to dispose of him for you?" Tony gestured for a moment of pause, gazing down at Obadiah. "I have always regarded you as family. Why would you do this?" Obadiah, realizing his defeat, recited a line from the original text, causing Tony to slump helplessly into a chair. Xiahou inquired once more, "Are you truly certain you do not want me to eliminate him? I believe that a villain who is dead is a good villain." Yet, Tony continued to shake his head in refusal. "I prefer to resolve this through legal means." Reluctantly, Xiahou consented to his wishes but still rendered Obadiah unconscious while claiming the mission rewards. He pondered to himself, "Indeed, these heroes are ensnared by various regulations. What if the villain escapes and causes trouble again? Should he perhaps consider adopting a Batman-like approach to containment?" Chapter 78. Finally meeting the village chief. After a while, Xiahou was finally greeted by the village chief of the novice village, accompanied by several agents to take charge of Obadiah. At this moment, Coulson's receding hairline was quite evident, yet he exuded an aura of approachability. Once Obadiah was taken away, Coulson was eager to engage in a serious conversation with Tony and Xiahou. He initiated, "I am Coulson from Homeland Logistics. We need to have a thorough discussion. Mr. Xiahou, you must be well aware of who I am, correct?" Xiahou nodded. "Indeed, the renowned village chief from Marvel. How can I not recognize you? However, when I first arrived in this world, why didn't you come and greet me?" Coulson looked at Xiahou in bewilderment, perplexed by his words. However, recalling the plethora of documents from the director indicating that this individual was somewhat eccentric, he understood. "Upon discovering your existence, we dispatched agents to locate you, but you vanished for 2.5 years. When you re-emerged, we sent Agent Natasha to find you." Coulson's voice faltered momentarily. Xiahou smugly interjected, only to find that I had successfully turned her to my side. "Correct?" Coulson strained to maintain his smile. "Indeed, but that was her choice, and we can understand that." Xiahou disdainfully retorted, "Understanding does little good. If a fool dares to withhold, I could easily obliterate your headquarters." The thought of Xiahou's formidable track record caused Coulson's brows to twitch involuntarily. This man certainly had a penchant for recklessness. Yet he continued, "We are well aware of the powers possessed by you and Ms. Mordred. We simply hope you might temper your approach a bit. Our director has been quite troubled over this matter, particularly concerning the aftermath of those gang-related affairs. He has certainly offended quite a number of individuals." Upon finishing his statement, he assumed an expression that conveyed the difficulties they faced. However, Xiahou nonchalantly replied, "Enough with the theatrics. You ought to know that I am not a part of your world. Therefore, do not expect me to be concerned about your government. Frankly, I hold your government in disdain, as I am well aware of their past actions. Much like the vampires that Blade and I eliminated, were they not allowed to thrive by your authorities?" Tony abruptly interjected, "Are you referring to vampires? The kind I know, like Dracula from the movies?" Xiahou turned to Tony to elucidate. "More or less. I'm uncertain if you encountered them during your days as a playboy. But do you realize, Tony, that your government tacitly acknowledges their existence, with some even aspiring to become like them? Furthermore, Blade and I previously dismantled one of their blood banks, which was filled with individuals they had abducted. They were sealed in bags, sustained by nutrient tubes, continuously producing blood. When I witnessed that scene, I contemplated whether it would be better to simply obliterate the White House. Tony, upon hearing this, felt incredulous. Although he was aware of those individuals' atrocious deeds, he had never fathomed they could stoop to such depths. It seems my decision to shut down the weapons department is indeed justified. I should not be complicit in their wickedness. After voicing this, Tony's gaze towards Coulson grew considerably colder. Coulson, internally cursing those responsible, still felt compelled to offer an explanation. After all, Nick had instructed him to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiahou before his arrival. With a sincere expression, he stated, "I sincerely apologize. However, those actions were perpetrated by a minority, and we were powerless to intervene. But trust me, our department was established with the purpose of safeguarding the world." Xiahou clicked his tongue dismissively. "Spare yourself the embellishments. Hasn't your department effectively become a Hydra division? What do you mean by protecting the world? Is it not merely the protection of the United States? Coulson, have you apprehended all the Hydra operatives in your agency? If not, perhaps you should focus on that first. Since I find you somewhat agreeable, I'll share another piece of information. Your previous director was also affiliated with Hydra." Coulson's face blanched in shock, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Is that true?" "So Nick is," Xiahou, anticipating his unspoken question, interjected to clarify, "He is not. However, he is hardly a reliable superior. You ought to consider seeking an exit strategy sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you will inevitably meet a grim fate at his hands." While Xiahou expressed this, he thought to himself that he was somewhat vindicating Nick, treating it as a remuneration for the assistance he had provided in tidying up the aftermath. As for Coulson, whether he heeded this warning was entirely up to him. Subsequently, noticing Tony deep in thought, Xiahou added, "All right then, if there's nothing else, Agent Coulson should return. By the way, could you deliver a message to Liu Dan, requesting him to send over the inheritance left to me by my father, rather than making us retrieve it ourselves?" Coulson remarked gravely before taking his leave. Tony, bewildered, inquired, "What did my father leave for me? Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Xiahou, somewhat exasperated, replied, "It's merely some videos and documents, along with a new element that can save your life. I had refrained from elaborating too much before, deeming some details unimportant." His reluctance was also due to the belief that discussing trivial matters was a waste of breath, especially as he lacked a fortune-telling system. Why indulge in such matters, he mused, when he could simply lead a laid-back existence? Tony's expression darkened, nearly dripping with frustration. However, considering Xiahou's formidable combat prowess, though he had yet to witness it firsthand, he abandoned the notion of delivering a punch. Recalling the portal Xiahou had previously manifested, and noting the absence of others around, he could not resist asking, "Was that portal you created a teleportation device? Is it a magical artifact?" "Oh, you mean the Anywhere door?" "Indeed, it is a teleportation device, but not of magical origin. It belongs to the realm of technology," Xiahou explained with pride. Upon hearing it was technological, Tony's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He simply had to investigate further. Rubbing his hands together, he proposed, "May I examine it? I can offer a fair compensation." Xiahou promptly refused. "No way. I possess only one. If it breaks, I wouldn't know where to have it repaired." Tony quickly asserted, "I assure you, I won't damage it. Moreover, I can offer payment. How does 100 million sound?" Xiahou, recalling his earlier intention to have Tony assist in crafting a grand sword, realized an opportunity had presented itself. "You promise not to break it? If you do, you'll be in trouble." Tony swore, "I only wish to study its principles." "All right then, but you must also forge a magnificent sword for me, one equipped with protective barriers," Xiahou declared, a knowing smile gracing his face. Although Tony remained puzzled about the peculiar sword's purpose, he hastily acquiesced to Xiahou's demands. After all, it was a teleportation device. Xiahou handed over the Anywhere door while elucidating its functionality. Chapter 79. The Indoor Fishing Pool and Game Creation upon acquiring the Anywhere door. Tony promptly ushered Xiahou out of the workshop and began to inspect the device with various tools. Xiahou made his way to the living room, reclining on the sofa. gazing vacantly at the ocean outside. After a brief moment, he sat up, boredom creeping in, and resolved to find something to occupy himself with. He recalled that he had seemingly drawn an indoor fishing pool. Perhaps he could give it a try? Yet, it appeared he lacked a fishing rod. Tentatively, he called out, "Ye arves." "Mr. Xiaoho, how may I assist you?" "Ye arves." His voice resonated unexpectedly. Xiaoho's spirits lifted. It truly had responded. He quickly stated, "I wish to go fishing. Does Tony have fishing rods and gear?" "Indeed, sir. Please follow the instructions to the warehouse to select your fishing equipment." With that, a guiding arrow projected onto the floor. As Xiaoho followed the arrow to retrieve the tools, he began conversing with Jarvis. Jarvis. "To what extent have you developed your intelligence?" "Sir, according to the prevailing international classification standards, there exists a 3-tier system: weak artificial intelligence, general artificial intelligence, and super artificial intelligence. I currently reside within the 2nd tier, general artificial intelligence. Can you create some games according to my specifications?" "Certainly, sir, but I require you to elaborate on the various settings and backgrounds of the games. I can then refine the details based on your descriptions." Upon hearing this, Xiaoho's eyes sparkled with bright enthusiasm, realizing he could transport various games from the world he knew. Wouldn't that provide a delightful diversion for his idle hours? After gathering his fishing gear, he returned to the hall, seeking a spacious area, and then he unfurled the indoor fishing pool, which resembled a poster rolled into a cylinder. Once laid out, it covered an area of approximately 56 square units, with a knob and several buttons adorning one edge. After some investigation, he grasped its operational methods. By rotating the knob and selecting a random marine locale, the vast screen transformed into a serene ocean surface. He placed a few bottles of beverages beside the sofa, prepared the bait, and reclined on the sofa to commence fishing, all the while engaging Jarvis in discussions about game design. "Jarvis, please assist me in creating Devil May Cry 45. The scene should depict Xiaoho seated on the sofa with a fishing rod, one end resting in a carpet-like pool on the floor, while he animatedly converses with you." As evening approached, when Xiao Mo and her 3 companions returned, they were greeted by the sight of Xiaoho in this peculiar scenario. Yelena rushed over, inquiring, "What are you doing? Fishing? When did this pool appear? Are there any fish in it?" She dashed to the edge of the pool, scrutinizing it closely, only to find it filled with water, devoid of any fish. Observing her inclination to lean in, Xiaoho quickly exclaimed, "Yelena, wait, that is actually the sea down there, and I have no idea whose ocean it is. Don't fall in." Natasha, hearing this, promptly grabbed her sister to halt her reckless curiosity. Xiao Mo and Pepper, intrigued, approached to take a look, though their interest waned quickly as they carried an assortment of items back toward the kitchen. Natasha followed suit. Meanwhile, Yelena sidled up to Xiaoho, asking, "Have you caught any fish?" Xiaoho, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, replied, "I haven't been fishing long. I haven't hooked anything yet." Internally, he mused, recalling videos where fishing appeared effortless. Why hadn't he managed to catch anything all afternoon? He then glanced at the fishing rod in his hand, convinced it must be Tony's equipment that was at fault, or perhaps the bait was inadequate. He couldn't admit that his inexperience was the reason for his lack of success, despite never having fished before and being oblivious to various fishing gear and bait. Yelena, wholly unconvinced by his excuses, retorted, "You don't really know how to fish, do you?" Xiaoho, indignant, replied, "How could that be possible? I am indeed a master. It is merely that the area I selected lacks fish." Yelena wore a skeptical expression, as if to say she believed him not. She seized Xiaoho's fishing rod and declared, "Step aside, let me give it a try." Unbeknownst to them, the hook on the line was intended for small river fish, while the area Xiaoho had chosen was already considered deep sea. Xiaoho moved to the nearby sofa, continuing his discussion about game settings with Jarvis. After a while, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing both individuals on the sofa to perk up their noses. At some point, Pepper had brought Tony from his workshop, calling for Xiaoho and Little Mo to join them for a meal. Upon arrival, Tony was intrigued by a new addition to his living room, a pond-like structure. Curiosity piqued, he approached it and inquired, "I don't recall this being in my home. What is this?" Xiaoho, now standing, casually explained, "It's an indoor fishing pond that connects to any fishable water body, allowing one to fish indoors." Upon hearing this, Tony exclaimed, "Ah, another piece of spatial equipment." He squatted down to examine it closely, even experimenting with the buttons, finding it more intuitive than the previous portal device. Pepper promptly pulled him up, stating, "All right, let us eat first. And you didn't sleep last night. You need to rest early today. I will keep watch over you." Tony glanced back at the pond, his appetite for dinner entirely absent. At the dining table, Pepper introduced the dishes and placed her own culinary creation in front of Tony, urging him to taste it. Xiaoho received special attention from little Mo, while Natasha focused her attention on Yelena. After tasting Pepper's dish, Tony's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Darling, this flavor is exquisite, better than any restaurant." A radiant smile spread across Pepper's face. Xiaoho sampled a dish prepared by little Mo, savoring each bite before expressing his surprise. "Little Mo, your culinary skills are commendable. With a bit more refinement, you could surely earn the king's approval." Little Mo blushed with joy, her mind racing with possibilities. Xiaoho thought to himself, "In truth, it's rather average. But I wouldn't want to dampen the enthusiasm of the young one." Yelena, eyeing Natasha's dish, provocatively took a bite, intending to criticize, but could not help but compliment. "I never expected you to possess such culinary prowess. This flavor is quite unique." Natasha's lips curled into a slight smile. "I follow the notes precisely, though it still lacks a certain brilliance, and the taste is somewhat inferior to yesterday's." As they dined, they exchanged culinary insights, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, Tony could not resist returning to investigate the indoor fishing pond, this time bringing some instruments to meticulously record data. Xiaoho said little, considering it merely compensation for lodging and the use of Jarvis, as he continued refining the game settings with Jarvis. Natasha and her companions tidied up the dining table and then retreated to the side to continue discussing their culinary experiences and insights. In a relaxed and joyous atmosphere, everyone savored this delightful moment. Chapter 80. The Railings and the Flying Sword. One morning, while enjoying a deep slumber, Xiaoho was abruptly awakened by Jarvis. Rubbing his disheveled hair and squinting his eyes, he inquired, "What time is it, Jarvis?" "Sir, the current time is precisely 8 o'clock in the morning." 8 o'clock? He pulled the covers closer around him, muttering, "Why wake me up so early? Do you not know that I usually sleep until noon?" "Sir, you instructed me to notify you at the earliest opportunity once the game was completed. It was finished last night, but considering you had just fallen asleep, I made it a point to awaken you now." Xiaoho sighed in resignation. "So, I should thank you for being so considerate?" "No need for thanks. It is my duty. However, there are no specialized gaming devices here for you to test the game. If you wish, I can assist you in ordering one." At that moment, Xiaoho felt no desire to play games. "Order it, and also store it for me. I do not wish to play right now. Notify me when I feel like playing." "Understood, sir. I have placed the order and backed it up. Is there anything else you require?" Having risen from his bed, Xiaoho decided not to return to sleep. He asked, "Has Tony gotten up yet?" "Yes, Mr. Stark has been in the workshop since last night." "Got it. That will be all. You may leave." He mused that Jarvis was indeed quite useful. Perhaps he should ask Tony to procure one for himself as well. After freshening up, Xiaoho made his way to Tony's workshop, where Tony had ceased his research on the portal and was now focused on creating a new reactor. Before him was a projection displaying a plethora of model frameworks and an array of intricate parameters. Upon seeing Xiaoho enter, Tony teased, "Is Jarvis proving useful? I certainly did not grant you permission to utilize it." After finding a seat, Xiaoho replied, "Well, even without permission, it will not heed my commands." "Why you stopped investigating the portal?" Tony glanced at the portal resting nearby and replied with a hint of exasperation, "I have already explored all that I can. I have grasped its principles, but the current technology requires further iteration before it can be realized. Since you are here, you may take it back." After hearing Tony's words, Xiaoho approached and retrieved the portal, then asked, "So, are you now preparing to create the armor?" Tony nodded and shifted the projection to display the completed design of Mark IV. He elaborated, "After our previous discussion, I have pushed the current capabilities to their limits. The arc reactor is now in its optimal state. Enhancing the armor's functionality will greatly amplify the reactor's impact, which could result in diminishing returns." "So, what was that new element you mentioned earlier?" Previously, Tony had not paid much attention to the matter of the dimensional door, nor had he delved deeply into the intricacies of his reactor. However, last night, While refining the reactor, he discovered that the element palladium inflicted severe harm upon him. With a clear vision of the future now, he had ceased to be reckless. He opted to gradually enhance himself in a more prudent manner. Last night, Pepper had consented to be with him. Upon hearing this, Xiaohou inquired with some confusion, "Has S.H.I.L.D. not yet delivered the items to you? I had assumed you had already received your father's legacy." Tony still harbored some resentment towards his father and replied, "So, what exactly are his relics and the new element?" Observing Tony's growing urgency, Xiaohou explained, "It consists of a collection of videotapes and a model of the new element." After studying the Tesseract, he discovered this element. It is a form of clean energy that can completely eliminate the adverse effects of your palladium poisoning. However, the limitations of his era confined him, and he left it for you. At this point, Xiaohou could not resist a jest. He even stated that you are his greatest creation. How does that make you feel? Quite touching, isn't it? Not at all. Tony expressed his discontent with Xiaohou's teasing. Moreover, you should have told me sooner. Do you have any idea how conflicted I felt upon realizing the harm from palladium? Even in designing my armor, I have to consider how to control the output. Observing Xiaohou's nonchalant expression, Tony's irritation immediately diminished. He called out Jarvis. "Please connect me with Carlson and have them expedite the delivery of my father's relics. Otherwise, I shall retrieve them myself." After saying this, he glanced at Xiaohou, who was engrossed in studying his projection, and gritted his teeth. "Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, kindly vacate my workshop. I must continue my research on my armor without interruption." "Actually, I do." Xiaohou retracted his hand and turned to him. "Did you not agree to help me forge a great sword yesterday? I have come today primarily to inquire how soon it can be completed, as I urgently need to conduct an experiment." Tony appeared somewhat puzzled. "Experiment with what? Isn't that merely a decorative artifact? I completed it in just over 10 minutes. For such things in the future, simply instruct Jarvis directly." As he spoke, he moved to a corner and pointed at a uniquely shaped weapon, stating, "It is right here. I use titanium alloy for the material, considering it is not intended for combat. I have yet to unseal it." Upon seeing it, Xiaohou beheld a massive sword measuring 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, complete with a guard linking the hilt to the blade's tip. Resembling an exquisitely designed flip-flop, he approached to examine it closely. The physical form seemed somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try, thinking, "Let me fulfill the wishes of Baba's song." He retrieved the dimensional manipulator, an object akin to a steering wheel, and directly attached it to the guard. As he lifted it upward, the enormous sword floated effortlessly. Xiaohou mused to himself, "This device is rather impressive. The controls are simple, quite akin to riding a balance bike." As his experiment progressed, the colossal sword began to soar around Tony's workshop. Tony, now entirely accustomed to his companion's ability to produce an array of extraordinary items, would remain unfazed even if he suddenly conjured a sphere, claiming it could create a black hole. Moreover, this object likely pertained to anti-gravity, which could warrant further exploration. If integrated into the armor, it might enhance mobility and flight speed. He addressed Xiaohou, saying, "Allow me to examine this device. You may stipulate your conditions." Xiaohou approached and halted beside him, responding, "I will relinquish it once I have had my fill of play. We can discuss terms later. For now, I shall test its flight capabilities." With that, he soared towards the exit, leaving Tony's villa and ascending into the sky. Observing Xiaohou's ascent, Tony instructed Jarvis, "Track and record his trajectory and data." "Understood, sir." Activating satellites for real-time tracking and documentation. In the air, Xiaohou felt the wind whip fiercely against his face. His body had grown entirely immune to such gusts, and instead of discomfort, he experienced a profound sense of freedom. Mankind has long aspired to soar through the skies, and many in his homeland have dreamt of becoming sword immortals. He was now living that dream. Chapter 81. A Missed Opportunity. Perched atop the giant sword, Xiaohou, reassured by his lack of acrophobia, began to experiment with various aerial maneuvers. He alternated between horizontal and vertical flight, attempting tricks akin to the Thomas spin, yet soon grew dissatisfied with these antics. From the assortment of seemingly useless items he had previously drawn, he retrieved a smoke bomb and began to create art with the fog. In no time, he crafted an image of overalls, complete with a basketball drawn affectionately beside it. After a brief period of amusement, he decided to accelerate, eager to ascertain just how fast the sword could fly. To his dismay, the outcome was far from exhilarating, based on his estimation. The sword's maximum velocity reached a mere 400 kilometers per hour, falling short of the speed of sound. For him, it held little practical value, serving only as a novelty. Bored, he piloted the flying sword back to Tony's residence, landing it in the workshop. He addressed Tony, saying, "I've had my fill. You can conduct your research now. It lacks any real excitement. I'm off to play video games." Tony merely nodded and began his examination of the arbitrary manipulation device. Xiaohou departed, making his way to the hall where the gaming equipment he had requested J.A.R.V.I.S. to order had just arrived. Following J.A.R.V.I.S.'s guidance, he set up the equipment and commenced playing Devil May Cry 4. As for Xiao Mao and Pepper, their absence was noted. Xiao Mao had ventured to Chinatown to learn culinary skills, while Pepper busied herself with various matters concerning Stark Industries, especially in light of Obadiah's recent capture, which had significantly increased her workload. She had already indulged in a day of leisure the previous day. After Natasha sent Yelena off to school, she returned to the office to check on the repair situation. In Tony's workshop, he was deeply engrossed in studying a manipulation device, whose technology bore a striking resemblance to that of the portals and fishing pools. However, this technology was even more extravagant. In addition to the gravity-defying tech he had previously speculated about, it seemed to encompass other elements as well. Its energy source was remarkably unscientific, seemingly requiring no charging whatsoever. "Jarvis, have you detected anything?" "Sir, I cannot discern any energy fluctuations." This left Tony perplexed. If he could comprehend the composition of this energy, why would he need to study the arc reactor? At that moment, Jarvis suddenly announced, "Sir, several agents from S.H. have arrived. They seem to be delivering something. Let them in, or better yet, just leave it at the door. I will retrieve it myself." Initially, Tony had intended to have them bring it inside, but considering the nature of the items, he changed his mind. He stepped outside to collect the delivered items and brought everything into the workshop. He had planned to begin examining the model right away, but was suddenly reminded of a phrase uttered by Xiaohou. His hand instinctively moved toward the videotape. He couldn't resist the urge to see if his father had indeed spoken those words. After watching, Tony's eyes began to brim with tears. In that moment, he thought of Insen and the coin Xiaohou had used. Could it also resurrect his parents if used on them? With this thought, Tony eagerly sought out Xiaohou, who was in the living room engrossed in a video game. He was dressed identically to a character in the game, complete with weapons that matched those on screen. Tony's initial excitement faltered, and he felt an overwhelming urge to critique Xiaohou's choice of attire for merely playing a game. Now, he was overwhelmed by countless thoughts that threatened to burst forth. Meanwhile, Xiaohou's fingers danced rapidly across the controls as Nero, with the aid of demonic hands and weapons, unleashed a relentless assault on a colossal monster. As a cutscene began, Tony hastened to stand between the television and Xiaohou. With a slightly trembling voice, he inquired, "Do you still have that coin you used to save Insen?" Upon finishing, he anxiously observed Xiaohou, dreading the response of none left. Xiaohou looked at Tony, perplexed by his sudden appearance, pondering, "Aren't you the research enthusiast? Why do you keep interrupting me?" Nevertheless, he retrieved a resurrection coin, twirling it between his fingers, and asked, "Are you referring to this resurrection coin? What do you intend to do with it? Did someone die? Please don't tell me Pepper was in an accident. Or is Killian causing trouble again?" Tony thought, "Why, as a discerning individual, have I suddenly become friends with someone so seemingly irrational?" Suppressing his annoyance, he replied, "It's not Pepper. It's my parents. Can your resurrection coin bring them back?" After hearing this, Xiaohou was left speechless. He had initially thought something had happened to little Pepper. It was hopeless. They were destined to perish. No, they were already dead. With that, he intended to return to his game. However, Tony's face was filled with disbelief as he struggled to maintain his composure, asking, "Why not? Why was Insen able to before?" Observing Tony's expression, Xiaohou surmised that he must have seen the footage, prompting him to seek him out. Sighing, he replied, "It's not that I don't wish to save them. It's that I cannot. The resurrection coin only revives those who have been deceased for less than 30 minutes. Your parents have been gone for over a decade. Haven't they? I currently lack the means to bring them back." Tony sank to the ground, his eyes reddening, yet he held back the tears. "Xiaohou, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of empathy and continued, "Although I cannot revive them, I can reveal to you who the murderer is." Upon hearing this, Tony immediately turned his gaze towards him, gritting his teeth and demanding, "Who is it? Didn't they die in a car accident? Tell me." After placing the controller on the table, Xiaoho disclosed, "Hydra. They sent the Winter Soldier to kill your parents." Upon hearing the name Hydra, Tony clenched his fists tightly, his face flushing crimson as veins bulged from his skin. He murmured, "Hydra, I will destroy you. I will avenge my parents." Tony had a high level of trust in Xiaoho. Since their acquaintance began, Xiaoho had never deceived him and had even saved him. Moreover, he sensed that Xiaoho genuinely regarded him as a friend without ulterior motives, aside from the occasional unreliability. Noticing Tony's demeanor, Xiaoho inquired, "Do you need assistance? I can offer you a discount. I'll charge you for just a minor target. You would surely profit. They are scattered all over the globe." Tony's expression darkened. Retracting his previous thoughts, this guy was merely after his money. He firmly refused. "No thanks, I want to take my revenge myself." Seeing Tony decline, Xiaoho hastily added, "Is it too expensive? I can lower it further. 50 million. It cannot go any lower. I want to avenge them myself," Tony asserted, rising to head to his workshop. He needed to expedite the creation of the new element reactor and his armor. Only then could he seek vengeance for his parents. As Tony departed, Xiaoho contemplated making one last attempt. This could trigger a side quest, and the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Are you really not considering it? The price is negotiable. Don't go. Chapter 82. Each their own daily life. Xiaoho, receiving no response, felt utterly dejected. This was a long-term side quest. His heart ached, and he could only console himself through gaming. He picked up the controller once more, resuming his crusade against demons. Meanwhile, Mo was diligently honing her culinary skills. Yesterday, they had merely covered the basics, but the dishes she prepared had already garnered Xiaoho's approval. Xiaoho. No, they were merely edible. Today, she aimed to learn even more techniques. Determined to become a qualified royal chef, she seemed to be engulfed in a blazing inferno, her hand wielding the kitchen knife with an accelerated fervor. With a sharp crack, the cutting board succumbed to her force, splintering into two halves. Unperturbed, she picked it up and cast it aside, where a graveyard of dozens of broken boards lay in waiting. She remarked, "These boards are utterly flimsy, a mere exertion of force, and they shatter. If only that conference table had met the same fate, it would surely be of great use." The head chef of the restaurant wiped the beads of sweat forming on his brow with a towel, were it not for the ample compensation they provided. He would genuinely hesitate to undertake this task. Even while instructing, he strained to maintain a cordial expression, his tone unwavering, lest he become yet another casualty among the cutting boards. At Central City High School, Yelena occupied the last row by the window, gazing out at the sky, entirely oblivious to the discourse of the balding teacher at the podium. For someone like her, who had grown up in the Red House, this was sheer torment. Moreover, she had to contend with an array of immature classmates. The boys here incessantly attempted to capture her attention with their clumsy antics. However, how could she possibly be interested in them? Meanwhile, the girls were preoccupied with discussing various makeup techniques and the latest exploits of the most handsome boys in school. Please, she was utterly indifferent. The life she longed for involved cruising around in a car with Xiao Mo, taking on the underworld, or embarking on other bounty missions. Unfortunately, Natasha entirely disregarded her aspirations, making her feel as if she might run away from home. At that moment, Natasha was engaged in fervent discussions with the contractors regarding renovation expenses. Occasionally, passing neighbors or acquaintances would greet her, exchanging a few pleasantries. She appeared quite content with her current existence, free from the burdens of task completion, managing only a few minor affairs each day, and then enjoying family dinners. Living as a normal person was the life she desired most. Yet, the absence of her uterus left her with a tinge of sorrow. She could never become a mother. Thus, she took Yelena under her wing as a daughter to care for, though her intentions toward Xiao Mo were similar. However, Xiao Mo was utterly unmanageable. Her strength was formidable, and she was truly rebellious. Gazing around at the now mostly restored streets, she contemplated whether she should return to live here in the coming days. She held a deep affection for this place, as it was her new home. In Tony's workshop, he was engrossed in studying a model. "Jarvis, remove the trees and flower beds." "Understood, sir." As he meticulously unraveled the details, The arrangement of atoms gradually revealed itself to him. In the final step, a brand new element was entirely mastered. Really, must you continue to instruct me even in death? He muttered, his eyes reddening once again as he clenched his teeth and whispered, soon, Hydra, I shall personally annihilate you. Having comprehended the construction of the new element, he was ready to embark on the endeavor of creating it. However, surveying his workspace left much to be desired. He spoke up, Jarvis, please assist me in devising a renovation plan. It is evident that this place requires a complete overhaul. Certainly, sir. I am currently drafting the proposal to project the designated areas, Jarvis responded. Tony grasped a hefty hammer and commenced the demolition, an undertaking of considerable magnitude. Meanwhile, Xiahou, who had been enjoying himself, was abruptly startled by the resounding thuds of the wall being struck. Curiosity piqued. He began to investigate the source of the noise. Upon discovering Tony wielding the hammer and relentlessly pounding the wall, he couldn't help but notice that Tony's physical condition seemed somewhat lacking. After a few strikes, Tony needed to pause for a breather. Xiahou couldn't resist the urge to mock him, exclaiming, oh, our charming playboy, have you perhaps spent too much time with cover models and become rather feeble? Tony, once brimming with vigor, felt the sting of the remark and retorted, that's not the case. My injuries haven't fully healed yet. Besides, I've long since ceased any reckless behavior. I'm not feeble. Pointing at the slightly cracked wall, Xiahou continued to tease, and yet you insist you're not feeble. Just look at this wall as proof. And your wounds are hardly significant. They've practically healed. Tony opened his mouth, poised to counter, but found himself at a loss for words, contemplating. Just wait until I forge the armor. I shall create an anti-Xiahou suit. Seeing that Tony was rendered speechless by his jibes, Xiahou approached, seized the hammer, and declared, let me show you what a real man can accomplish. Remember to pay up. With that, he swung the hammer towards the spot Jarvis had marked, exclaiming, 80. In a single blow, he created a sizable hole in the wall that Tony had been laboring over for quite some time. Xiahou smirked at Tony. Did you see that? This is what a real man does. One strike, and now what else needs to be demolished? Tony, gazing at the gaping hole, grimaced. Indeed, you are a real man. However, the hole you made is excessively large. It was unnecessary. Embarrassed, Xiahou set down the hammer. You didn't specify. Regardless, I shall not issue a refund. You must pay. Otherwise, I will publish those photos of you forging in the cave online. Tony, perplexed, inquired, what photos? I have no recollection of any pictures being taken. Xiahou triumphantly produced a few snapshots he had secretly taken earlier, showcasing them before Tony. These were captured when I went to rescue you, while I hid in a box. What do you think? I learned my photographic skills from Teacher Chun. Damn it, Tony exclaimed, exasperated as he gazed at the images. So you, that despicable scoundrel, found us long ago, and you just stood by while they killed Ensign. You made me promise to save him. He added, I believe I should retract my previous promise. This is nothing short of manipulative consumerism. With that, he raised his middle finger. Xiahou, unfazed, replied, I was merely looking out for you. Otherwise, how would you comprehend what you ought to do? You should express your gratitude to me. I have squandered a resurrection coin for this. I scarcely possess a few. You know, do not even think of resorting to tricks, or I shall cast you back into that cave. Tony was utterly exasperated by his shameless demeanor, feeling rather virtuous in comparison. Chapter 83. Returning to the office and shopping, do as you please. If you wish to give, then do so. In any case, I remain indifferent. This can only serve to accentuate my resilient image. Upon finishing his statement, Tony seized the hammer, preparing to tackle the walls himself. Best not to trouble me. Let me handle this on my own. You are better suited to continue playing your game. So be off. He had lost all hope in Xiahou. As long as he did not disturb him, that was sufficient. Noticing Tony, who clearly had no intention of engaging with him, Xiahou decided to leave and resume his gaming. After all, his original intention was merely to observe the situation. Once Xiahou departed, Tony also abandoned the idea of forcefully renovating the house, for he had an array of machinery at his disposal. Observing the mechanical arms, now under JARVISS control, commencing their work on the walls, Tony reflected on how overwhelming the past few days had been. The incessant stimuli and information had dulled even his astute mind. However, he primarily blamed Xiahou. It was no wonder that people advised against playing with fools. as it would drag one down to their level. As the machines continued their modifications, various holes appeared in the walls. Following JARVISS calculations, everything aligned perfectly with his requirements. Now, he merely awaited the delivery of materials to commence the construction of the new element reactor. Seizing the opportunity, Tony began to refine the armor he had previously designed, intending to integrate the anti-gravity mechanism within. Although it would only function for the armor, it would significantly enhance its combat capabilities. Time flowed into the evening, and Xiao Mo and the others returned to the villa. After dinner, Natasha sought out Xiaoho. Xiaoho, the office has been renovated. When shall we return? Is it completed? Xiaoho adjusted himself in the chair, sitting up straight. Then let us return now. I still prefer my own home. Natasha nodded in agreement, as she too favored the office slightly more. Subsequently, she informed Xiao Mo and Yelena to pack their belongings. Xiaoho approached Tony and Pepper, who were chatting on the balcony, and said, "Tony, we are heading back." Tony, who had been discussing with Pepper about her future role in managing Stark Industries, inquired upon hearing Xiaoho's words, "Has your office been repaired? Are you not staying a few more days?" "I wouldn't mind." Xiaoho gestured subtly towards Pepper beside him and replied, "We shall not intrude upon your little world. Besides, I still prefer my own territory. You should focus on your armor. Is Iron Man still Iron Man without his suit?" Pepper, upon hearing Xiaoho's words, felt a slight blush but chose to remain silent. It was indeed better for Tony to speak up. She had yet to embody the formidable woman she would later become, instead exuding a sense of delicate reliance. Tony, not wishing to further persuade Xiaoho, acknowledged that he needed to dedicate considerable time to his armor, and Xiaoho's presence could be a distraction. "Very well. However, you're always welcome to visit. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. After all, I am Tony Stark." Xiaoho gazed at the self-absorbed little mustache with exasperation and retorted, "All right, Tony Stark, you are indeed the greatest. Is that sufficient? Pepper, you must keep him in check. Do not allow him to challenge the cover girl who has been asleep for a year. He is already worn out." As he said this, he glanced at Tony's trousers. He then added with a mischievous grin, "Otherwise, you wouldn't have waited nearly a decade to have children. Who knows if it was only through technology that you conceived." Tony immediately sprang to his feet, pointing a finger at Xiaoho. "Don't spread nonsense. I am perfectly fine. Do not slander me. Beware of my defamation lawsuit." Once he finished speaking, he quickly turned to Pepper, grasping her arm. "Pepper, you must not believe him. He is defaming me. You experienced it yesterday. Please trust me." Pepper looked at Tony with a bemused expression, realizing he had once again fallen into a trap. After Xiaoho had finished his mischief, he slipped away, thinking, "This is what you get for not paying." Upon reaching the door of Natasha and the others' room, the three women emerged, their belongings in hand. Seeing Xiaoho's smug expression, they exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what he had done this time. Noticing that the three were ready, Xiaoho produced a portal and opened it, revealing the office lobby on the other side. Upon returning to the office, each of them sighed in relief, feeling most comfortable there. After tidying up a bit, they retreated to their respective rooms. The following day, while Xiaoho had intended to stay home and play video games, Natasha insisted on taking him shopping to purchase some new furniture, as much of the previous furniture had been damaged and replacements were yet to be acquired. As they walked down the street, Xiaoho complained to Natasha, "Why must you drag me out shopping? I was all set to play games for the entire day." Casting him a sidelong glance while observing the surrounding shops, Natasha replied, "You won't even cherish the opportunity to accompany me on a shopping trip? Siauskovd, ah? Woman, what are you thinking? Who would treasure such an opportunity? Games are far more enticing than you." Upon hearing this, Natasha stepped on his foot, glaring at him in discontent. She thought this man must be toxic. Xiaoho, however, smugly wiggled his foot, taunting, "Doesn't hurt. Are you annoyed? With your physical condition, how could you possibly hurt me? Do you think you're Lucy?" Natasha was ready to launch her exclusive female counterattack, but upon hearing a new name, curiously inquired, "Who is Lucy? Your ex-girlfriend?" Xiaoho chuckled. "She is your parallel counterpart from an alternate dimension. She has ascended to a status akin to that of a deity, unlike you, a mere weakling." After uttering these words, he took off running, leaving Natasha standing in place. As she watched him distance himself, realization dawned upon her. Had she been played for a fool once again? Initially intent on pursuing him, she hesitated for a mere second, then broke into a smile and chose to walk leisurely instead. After running a short distance, Xiaoho glanced back and, noticing that Natasha had not followed, returned, taunting. "Come after me. If you catch me, who knows what might happen?" Natasha merely cast him a sidelong glance, ignoring his antics. After several futile attempts to provoke her, Xiaoho abandoned the playful spirit, returning to Natasha's side. She regarded him and inquired, "Have you returned to your senses?" Xiaoho nodded, lamenting, "This is no fun at all. I had hoped to indulge in a little mischief, but you are utterly uncooperative." Suddenly, Natasha asked, "Is this how you jest with all women?" Xiaoho shook his head, replying, "Not at all. I only playfully tease you because I regard you as a friend. I wouldn't dare make such jokes with women. It could lead to complications. So, you don't see me as a woman?" Natasha glared at him. Realizing he had been too familiar, having grown accustomed to teasing him, Xiaoho quickly backtracked, "I misspoke. I meant no offense. Please don't misunderstand me or become overly attached. We cannot possibly have anything more. I see you purely as a friend." He finished, cautiously observing her expression, internally chastising himself for getting carried away and nearly forgetting Abigail's lesson. At that moment, a cacophony of explosions and gunfire erupted from a nearby street, causing both to turn their attention towards the commotion. Chapter 84. The sudden abomination. Natasha addressed Xiaoho. "I believe you have misunderstood something. Let's discuss it later. For now, we should investigate what's happening." Xiaoho sighed in resignation, chiding himself for his inability to control his impulses. He dismissed the previous matters, attributing his reckless jest to an overindulgence in short videos. As they drew closer, the source of the chaos became clear. In the distance, a grotesque creature, towering over 3 meters with a hideous visage and bony protrusions sprouting from its back and joints, rampaged through the streets, demolishing vehicles. Numerous soldiers and police officers were launching attacks against it, but to no avail. It seemed utterly unaffected. Xiaoho exclaimed, "Is that an abomination? Why does the plot feel increasingly convoluted? I thought these things only emerged at night." Natasha shot him a glance, contemplating. Clearly, he had many unspoken thoughts. Was it distrust toward her or something else? Suddenly, Xiaoho seized Natasha's arm and, with a powerful leap, they ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building. He found a prime vantage point and settled down, a bucket of popcorn materializing in his hands. Natasha, observing Xiaoho's demeanor, inquired, "What are you doing? Why aren't you intervening?" After popping a kernel into his mouth, Xiaoho replied, "No one has tasked me with this. ISNT depleting any health bars. And this situation was orchestrated by the U.S. military. Why should I assist them in mopping up their mess?" Upon hearing this, Natasha grasped his reluctance to act. He generally disregarded matters related to the government, unless approached by someone who had previously entrusted him with the task. She took a seat beside Xiaoho and, pulling out her phone, informed Clinton of the unfolding events. This was the only course of action available to her. After all, it was hardly feasible to expect her to confront such a monstrosity in battle. After concluding the call, she asked, "So we simply watch?" Xiaoho, having grabbed a handful of popcorn, offered the bucket to her. "You're right. How can we merely stand by?" He then retrieved the camera he had purchased earlier, found a suitable angle, and snapped a selfie with the monstrous abomination in the distance. Natasha frowned. This was hardly more engaging than continuing to eat popcorn. "Tone it down a bit. That creature is battling the military. Are you truly not going to save anyone?" Xiaoho continued to film the chaos below. "Save whom? He hasn't harmed any innocents yet, has he? It's their internal conflict. Why add to the chaos?" Natasha, upon closer inspection, noted the intensity of the battle. Abomination, impervious to bullets, charged forward, smashing an armored vehicle aside, sending it crashing into a storefront. Unconsciously, her hand reached into the bucket, retrieving a few kernels to munch on. Abomination unleashed havoc, hurling nearby vehicles and debris towards the distant troops, resembling a colossal catapult. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, and while no fatalities occurred among the civilians, many were injured and fell to the ground. The shrapnel, propelled by such immense force, bore the lethality of conventional firearms. Even a mere brush against an ordinary person could result in severe wounds, compelling them to flee for their lives. Xiaoho's previously indifferent expression shifted to one of seriousness. Although he held biases, he could occasionally extend a hand to others, provided it did not compromise his own safety, particularly As the military forces were swiftly dispatched by Abomination, and with no sign of Hulk arriving, his fury escalated. The moment he witnessed a boulder being tossed by Abomination, aimed at a young girl limping away due to a leg injury, Xiao's figure flickered. He positioned himself before the stone, his palm outstretched to catch it with unwavering steadiness. The young girl, having braced herself for the worst, found herself astonished when, after a few seconds, she felt no pain. She raised her head in confusion, gazing ahead, where she beheld a tall silhouette standing protectively before her. Had she been rescued? After placing the stone aside, Xiao turned to the girl and asked, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and run." Yet, upon noticing her injured foot, he frowned momentarily, then seemed to recall something. He produced a small vial of restorative potion and tossed it to her. The girl caught it, her expression one of perplexity. Xiao smiled. "It's a healing potion. Drink it, and your foot will be restored." "My dear girl, do you wish to seek revenge? If so, issue me a commission. I can aid you in avenging yourself." The girl glanced at the vial in her hand, then at the man before her, and quietly said, "But I have nothing to offer you. I only possess $5. As she spoke, she produced a crumpled $5 bill, clearly having carried it for a long time. Xiao snatched the bill and then retrieved a $20 note, handing it to her with a brighter smile. "Commission accepted. Consider this a gift. Now go. Don't hinder my efforts here. After all, it would be troublesome if the employer were to perish." His objective had been achieved, and a new task appeared in his list: to eliminate the Abomination, yielding a reward of 100,000 energy points and 50 chances for a random draw. As he looked into the distance and saw the health bar of the Abomination suddenly materializing, Xiao's joy intensified. The task was set, and the health bar was exposed. There was no one to blame but himself. He took a couple of steps forward, and his attire instantly transformed into a crimson trench coat, 2 saltwater fish appearing on his back and waist. The girl, clutching the potion and a handful of cash, stared in bewilderment at the man who had suddenly changed his outfit. Her young mind could not comprehend the unfolding situation. Natasha suddenly appeared by her side, observing Xiao as he advanced towards the Abomination, murmuring, "Not very forthright, is he?" She then picked up the girl and ran away, advising, "Drink it quickly. Once you do, your foot will be well." The girl, taken aback by the sudden embrace of the beautiful woman, obediently consumed the potion, which was not bitter but bore a faint medicinal fragrance. She felt a tingling sensation from the wound inflicted by the stone, and upon glancing down, she noticed the injury healing rapidly. Seeing the girl's wound had healed, Natasha urged, "All right, continue to run far away. Stay clear of this area, or you might get hurt again." Yet the girl shook her head, her gaze resolute as she replied, "I want to wait for that brother and properly thank him." Natasha initially intended to firmly refuse, but softened at the sight of the girl's earnest eyes. They resembled those of Yelena. Meanwhile, the Abomination, having awaited the arrival of its beloved green companion, was instead met by an unexpected visitor. Chapter 85. The Abomination and the unexpected arrival of the green blob Xiao came to a halt not far from the Abomination, gazing at the grotesque, stool-colored creature before him. He couldn't help but voice his disdain. "What on earth were you thinking? Transforming into such a ghastly form, and in such a repulsive color." The green blob, although slightly green, still possesses a hint of cuteness, whereas you are utterly inhumane. No wonder you need to alter your appearance to seek redemption. You've become a tyrant. Why not simply devote yourself to playing the piano? The Abomination, unable to comprehend Xiao's words, retorted with a swing of its massive fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, aiming a heavy blow at the audacious human who dared to mock it. Just as the fist was about to connect with that irritating mouth, it was thwarted by a salted fish, revealing its pale, lifeless eyes. Xiao, bracing himself with his weapon, was still forced to step back, leaving a mark on the ground. He mused to himself, "It appears there's a significant disparity in strength. I cannot afford to engage in a head-on clash." As he observed the Abomination's other fist coming toward him, he leaped back to evade the strike. He then drew his firearm and fired 2 bullets aimed at the creature's chest. The Abomination, noticing the human before it, unexpectedly produced a shorter salted fish. This particular fish, to its astonishment, suddenly shot out 2 bullets toward itself, causing its rage to escalate dramatically. Whose good guy fights with such weapons? It would be utterly humiliating to be killed by a salted fish. It intended to use its arm to block the incoming bullets. However, the first bullet struck its chest, jolting its upper body backward. Yet, its skin was remarkably resilient, causing the first bullet to ricochet, while the second merely grazed its skin, healing almost instantaneously. Xiahou keenly observed the abomination, realizing that his uncharged azure rose could not penetrate its defenses. Thus, he withdrew it, intending to showcase his skills against this creature. Meanwhile, in the distance, Natasha and the girl arrived on a rooftop, watching Xiahou engage in battle with the abomination. Natasha felt a sense of unease. Previously, Xiahou had swiftly dealt with any opponent, yet now he appeared somewhat suppressed. The girl clutched Natasha's clothing, anxiously watching the unfolding conflict. In the SHIELD headquarters, the director's office hosted a one-eyed black egg, intently observing the screen displaying the live combat between Xiahou and the abomination. Clinton stood nearby, quietly inquiring, "Director, do we really not need to assist? Little Natasha is down there." Nick waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Not for now. Let's assess the situation first. Besides, Ross is also there. Our presence might provoke a conflict with the military." Internally, he contemplated, "Let me closely observe your true capabilities." Ross, having already taken Banner away, received reports from his subordinates about the emergence of yet another monster. The remaining forces have been devastated, and chaos now reigns in the streets of Hailing District, with cries for the Hulk and Banner echoing through the air. Furrowing his brow in bewilderment, Banner speculates that this monstrous creation may be a consequence of his own blood. He exclaims, "It's Dr. Blue. He has replicated my blood sample. I must stop him." Upon hearing this, Ross realizes the blame has fallen on them and promptly orders a return. However, her daughter, concerned for Banner's safety, clasps his hand and pleads, "Banner, please don't go. It's far too dangerous, especially since you've injected the serum. You might not be able to transform." Banner, gazing into the desperate eyes of his former lover, feels a tug at his heart to acquiesce. Yet, the thought that another monster has emerged due to his existence solidifies his resolve to confront it. With unwavering determination, he looks at Betty and asserts, "I must go. Trust me." At that moment, Xiahou, leveraging his speed, activates the Scarlet Queen mode and launches a flurry of attacks on the abomination. He dodges a powerful punch with a swift sidestep, then executes an upward slash, igniting flames upon the creature's form and sending it soaring into the air. He swiftly leaps, positioning himself above the abomination, gripping its tail to deliver a downward strike that crashes heavily upon its chest, forcing it back to the ground. The impact creates a massive crater, with flames erupting skyward. Xiahou retreats from the pit, retrieves the azure rose, and unleashes a charged shot into the crater, triggering yet another explosive blast. He dismisses the flames from his sword with a flick of his wrist and blows gently at the barrel of the azure rose, an act that, viewed by others, appears as if he were blowing on the mouth of a fish, creating an amusing dissonance. With a nonchalant expression, he sheathes his sword and glances at the crater, scoffing, "Pathetic. That combo didn't he even hold up?" Yet, as soon as the words leave his lips, an arm emerges from the edge of the pit, and the abomination crawls forth. Xiahou, noticing the creature's health bar still intact, had mistakenly thought it was vanquished. This was a miscalculation. His demeanor shifts as he prepares to deliver another set of moves to finish it off. However, as the abomination climbs out, it unleashes a furious roar, rapidly regenerating its health, while bone spikes elongate from its form, and a layer of bony armor envelopes its body. Xiahou, taken aback, remarks, "What the? Has it entered phase 2? Surely, there isn't a third phase? I don't recall this from the movie." Suddenly, a heavy thud resonates behind him. Turning around, he is astonished to see the Hulk has joined the fray. However, Banner seems to have lost his composure. His eyes ablaze with fury as he glares at both Xiahou and the abomination, as if intent on tearing them apart. Xiahou unconsciously swallowed hard. "Hulk, do you believe me when I say I'm on your side?" The response came in the form of a green palm that sent him crashing into a building. Immediately after, Hulk charged at Abomination, throwing a punch at the second stage of Abomination, who simply raised his hand to catch it, saying, "You've finally arrived. Let's see who is truly the strongest this time." Thus, the two monsters, one yellow and one green, engaged in a fierce battle. Amidst the rubble of the building, Xiahou grimaced, "This is why I detest unruly children, especially when they greet me with such a blatant display." Rising from the debris, he declared, "What to do with disobedient children? A good thrashing should suffice. He raised his right hand and proclaimed, "By my command, I, Xiaoho, summon you to my side." A flash of red light enveloped the area, and in an instant, little Mo, donned in an apron and wielding a ladle, appeared before him. Little Mo looked at Xiaoho with confusion, asking, "I was cooking soup. Why did you call me?" A mischievous grin spread across Xiaoho's face as he gestured outside, saying, "There are two formidable opponents out there. Come and stretch your legs a bit. Is that so? Since you say so, they must indeed be worthy adversaries." Little Mo responded, and in an instant, her body was enveloped in armor. From a distance, Natasha and the girl watched, concerned when Xiaoho was struck by the suddenly appearing green giant and did not emerge for some time, fearing something had gone awry. However, when Xiaoho appeared from the wreckage, accompanied by the armored Little Mo, Natasha's worries dissipated. With Little Mo present, there was little to fear, for in close combat, Little Mo was far superior to Xiaoho. She had witnessed more than once Xiaoho's antics being swiftly dealt with by Little Mo. Xiaoho, observing the intense melee between the two muscular titans, shouted, "Hulk, you scoundrel! I haven't provoked you. Why are you attacking me? Prepare to meet your end." After his outburst, he turned to Little Mo and instructed, "Take care of that yellow one. Just eliminate him. Leave the green one to me." As Abomination and Hulk were engaged in their mutual brawl, they suddenly paused, perplexed by Xiaoho's voice. Hulk turned to see a red figure suddenly at his side, a hand resembling a chicken claw, which promptly struck him across the face, sending him tumbling back 4 or 5 meters. Meanwhile, Abomination was met with a kick to the chest from an armored figure, crashing into the building behind him, with Little Mo following him into the fray. Seeing Little Mo diverting Abomination away to fight, Xiaoho addressed the now standing Hulk. "Now, do you understand the taste of receiving an unexpected blow?" Hulk, however, merely glared at him and bellowed, "Hulk angry. Smash!" As Hulk charged at him once more, Xiaoho had the presence of mind to remark, "What do you do with unruly children? A good thrashing should suffice." Compared to hatred, Hulk's attacks can be described as utterly chaotic, relying solely on his brute strength and physique, making it considerably easier for Xiaoho to counter him. Seizing the opportunity to evade yet another assault, Xiaoho delivered a sharp slap to Hulk's face while playfully taunting, "Are you angry? I ask you, are you angry?" Hulk's physique swelled, and he flailed his fists wildly at the man before him, but Xiaoho's swiftness rendered him untouchable. Xiaoho mused to himself, "I have inherited all the skills of Siegfried. How could I possibly be struck by a simpleton such as you? Besides, your speed pales in comparison to mine." Yet, he continued to mock, "You can't hit me, you just can't." How frustrating. His insufferable expression only served to elevate Hulk's fury, reminiscent of the cinematic Hulk. Otherwise, he might have transformed into the Hulk of vengeance. Xiaoho felt a twinge of confusion as he noticed Hulk's health bar flickering erratically, akin to fluctuating between a hostile entity and a neutral one. It made it difficult for him to unleash his full power, as he bore no ill will towards Hulk, especially after witnessing his adorably foolish antics. Even when Banner merged with him, Xiaoho felt a hint of regret. However, teasing him was still permissible, especially since he had already repaid the earlier insult in kind. Hulk, frustrated by the elusive Xiaoho who danced around him, felt an insatiable surge of anger that could not be released. He roared with rage, finding the man before him utterly detestable. With every swing of his fists, the ground beneath him trembled, obliterating any remnants of the street that once lay there. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Xiao Mo faced off against the Abomination. The buildings in their vicinity lay in ruins, reduced to mere rubble. The Abomination's skeletal armor bore the scars of battle, as each of Xiao Mo's strikes effortlessly breached its seemingly formidable defenses. Yet, the Abomination's attacks were easily thwarted by Xiao Mo, igniting a deep sense of frustration within him. After all, he had undergone numerous modifications and had been injected with genes to enhance his strength. Xiao Mo eyed the grotesque creature before him and swung his sword once more. The Abomination hastily raised the bony spikes on his wrists to defend himself, sparks flying as bone met blade. "Not bad. You're quite resilient, but your attacks lack a bit of punch. Unleash your full strength. Let me truly savor the thrill of battle." Xiao Mo's voice, laced with delight, echoed from his helmet. This was one of the rare instances since arriving in this world where she encountered an opponent capable of engaging her in direct combat, fulfilling her desire for a contest of sheer strength, leading her to unconsciously hold back. The abomination's rage intensified. Was he being underestimated? His skeletal armor thickened, and elongated spikes sprouted from his fingertips, transforming him into an even more fearsome tyrant. He swung his newly sharpened claws with a whistling wind, aiming for the one who dared to belittle him. Xiao Mo swiftly sidestepped, deftly evading the malevolent claws that sought to ensnare her. With a graceful pivot, she unleashed a fierce strike, her sword connecting with the creature's armored arm, only to have the blow deflected by the thickened bone plating. The abomination, realizing that Xiao Mo could not penetrate its defenses, intensified its assault, claws slicing through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. Xiao Mo, gripping her sword firmly, continuously parried the relentless strikes, yet found herself gradually forced to retreat a few steps. It appeared that her ordinary attacks had ceased to inflict any damage. So, it was time to engage earnestly. As she proclaimed this, crimson magical energy began to emanate from her form, amplifying her presence. The abomination, initially buoyed by its perceived advantage, felt its smile freeze upon witnessing the surge of power radiating from Xiao Mo. Despite having entered its third transformation, it was perplexed by the burgeoning intensity of her aura. Unwilling to concede, it lashed out once more, only to find its claws effortlessly blocked by Xiao Mo. In the midst of the clash, Xiao Mo addressed the creature. As a reward for providing me with such a vigorous workout, allow me to elegantly dispatch you to your demise. This is, after all, the master's request. With a powerful upward swing, she deflected the abomination's claws and charged forward, executing an upward thrust that sent it soaring into the air. She then unleashed her noble phantasm. A crimson beam of energy surged forth, incinerating the abomination into ashes, leaving only a few bone shards scattered upon the ground. This was the finest fate for a warrior. No need for thanks, O monster. With that declaration, Xiao Mo rested her sword upon her shoulder and proceeded towards Xiaoho. Meanwhile, Xiaoho continued to toy with Hulk, whose stature had nearly swelled to 4 meters. A casual punch from him could create a massive crater, causing Xiaoho's eyelids to twitch in concern. It seemed he might have taken things too far. Should he make a hasty retreat? Suddenly, Xiao Mo's voice pierced through the chaos. Xiaoho, why are you still battling this green beast? Would you like me to lend a hand? Chapter 87. Is anger considered an abnormal state? Xiaoho glanced at Xiao Mo and explained, I have no intention of killing him. Yes, rather pleasant. I sentee that right, Hulk? Yet Hulk remained unresponsive, fixated on his frenzied assault. Xiao Mo retorted, this state is no different. He is merely a mindless monster. Let me take care of him. As she prepared to attack, Xiaoho quickly interjected, wait, Xiao Mo, his strength is formidable. But Xiao Mo had already lunged forward. The moment her sword collided with Hulk's fist, she was sent flying. Xiaoho smacked his forehead in exasperation. Had it been the previous Hulk, perhaps Xiao Mo could have held her ground, bolstered by her magical enhancement. However, this was an enraged Hulk, a being of unparalleled strength, far beyond the level of the previous abomination. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He still possessed a world device that he had yet to utilize. Anger could indeed be classified as an abnormal state, couldn't it? Perhaps it was time to give it a try. Acting on impulse, he swiftly dodged as the Hulk prepared to strike, then produced the world instrument, bringing it down forcefully onto the ground. Enveloped in a blinding white light, the Hulk's gaze gradually cleared, and his form began to diminish. Summer Home mused to himself, indeed. These extraordinary tools are remarkably effective. It seems that next time, I should certainly opt for consumables in the lottery. They prove invaluable at critical moments. He then regarded his magnificent, oversized shorts, clicking his tongue in disapproval. They can only expand but not contract. Utterly useless. Yet, they remain superior to mere trinkets. Though I have yet to test their resizing capabilities, the inability to remove them already constitutes a triumph. Xiao Montak, having emerged from the ruins of the house she had inadvertently collapsed, shouted furiously, Damn it, I will slay you. However, upon surveying her surroundings, she realized the green monster had vanished. She rushed to Summerho's side and inquired, Where is that monster? I want to kill him. Observing the cracks in Xiao Mo's armor, Summerho reflected that avoiding a direct confrontation with the Hulk had indeed been the wiser choice. Xiao Mo's attributes had doubled, and yet she still bore such damage. Had he engaged head-on, he would have emerged with at least a few broken limbs, if not worse. He didn't even consider whose fault it was that the Hulk had become so formidable. Pointing to the incapacitated fruit man on the ground, Summerho remarked, "P.S. lying right there. Why not wait until next time to fight him?" P.S. unable to do so now. Upon seeing the fallen figure, Xiao Mo instantly lost interest in combat. Retracting her armor and weapon, she stated, "So, that green monster is this person transformed? Is he similar to Spartacus?" Summerho pondered briefly before replying, "There are some differences, but overall, they are quite similar. Both are berserkers." Noticing the battle had concluded, Natasha approached with the girl in tow. Upon seeing them, Summerho struck a dashing pose and declared to the girl, "Your mission has been successfully accomplished." The girl gazed at him and Xiao Mo with admiration, saying, "Thank you. Are you superheroes?" With a proud smirk, Summerho responded, "Not at all. We are bounty hunters." Natasha interrupted, "Enough with the theatrics. It was primarily Xiao Mo's merit. Besides, we should first escort her home, right?" She gestured toward the girl, realizing the truth in her words. Summerho turned to the little girl and asked, "What is your name? Shall we take you home?" A hint of sorrow crossed the girl's face as she replied, "My name is Sky. I have no family nor a home." Just as Summerho was about to respond, Natasha interjected, "Sky, why do you have no family? Were you separated?" Sky looked at Natasha and explained, "No, I have never met my family. I grew up in an orphanage and later was adopted. But they treated me poorly, so I wandered alone." Upon hearing this, Natasha's maternal instincts surged forth. She embraced Sky and said, "Would you like to live with me? I can take care of you. I have a younger sister who is just a few years older than you." Summerho expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Hey, Natasha, while I have no objections to your decision to adopt a child, should you investigate first and consult my opinion if we are to live together." Natasha looked at him and asked, "So, do you intend to refuse?" Summerho sighed and replied, "It's up to you, but you must handle it yourself." In his heart, he thought, "The way this girl looks at me clearly indicates she is an infatuated admirer. And since I won't have to take care of her, what does it matter?" Natasha then extended her invitation to the girl once more. "So, Sky, would you like to live with us?" Sky looked at the three of them and said, "If possible, I would love to." She was filled with gratitude. First, she was inexplicably saved, then she was avenged and given a substantial amount of money. They didn't seem like bad people, and they were so strong. Living together would surely bring happiness, right? Xiao Mo bored, kicked a stone on the ground, and asked the three of them, "So now that everything is settled, when are we heading back? My suit must be cold by now." Summerho glanced around the environment and thought it best to leave quickly. On the ground, Banner, who had been awake for a while, looked at the four who had finished their conversation and quietly asked, "Hello, could you please lend me some clothes?" The four turned to him simultaneously. He was holding onto a pair of size 6 pants. Summerho casually tossed him a lab coat and pondered, "So, Dr. Banner, what are your plans now?" "Your father-in-law is on his way to catch you." He pointed to the helicopter that had been observing from a distance, which was now approaching and slowly descending. Upon seeing this, Banner instantly felt the urge to flee but still apologized to Summerho and the others, saying, "I'm sorry for earlier. I didn't mean it. And thank you. However, I think I should make a run for it now." Summerho, observing this polite individual, felt his earlier annoyance dissipate. Perhaps the fluctuation of Hulk's health bar was indeed a result of the mutual influence between Banner and him. He then asked, "If you were to travel, where would you like to go?" Banner looked at him in confusion, completely unaware that this was the appropriate moment for such a discussion. Summerho stared at Banner, thinking, "Is this really someone with multiple doctoral degrees?" He promptly pulled out a portal device, seized Banner's hand, and tossed him through it, saying, "Since you want to say, let us stick to the original narrative." He then shut the door, observing an approaching elderly man and several soldiers. The elderly man, initially prepared to assert his authority as he walked slowly, quickened his pace upon witnessing someone suddenly produce a door and throw Banner through it. Chapter 88. 2 Firecrackers Released. Ross approached Summerho and the others, loudly inquiring, "Where have you taken Banner? He belongs to the military, and you all must undergo an investigation. I suspect you are mutants." He had just witnessed the fierce battle between Xiaoho and Xiao Mo, particularly the soaring crimson glow. It was evident that the abomination had been vanquished. This warranted further investigation. Xiaoho observed the glaring health bar above his opponent's head, his fingers instinctively twitching, yet he restrained himself, with his objective set on the office. He activated the portal and addressed Natasha. "You and Sky should return first. I'll handle matters here." Natasha grasped his arm and whispered, "Be cautious not to go too far." We still have to live in this country. She then pulled Sky through the portal. Ross, seeing Xiaoho disregard him and permit those two seemingly insignificant women to enter, scowled. So, are you preparing to resist arrest? Xiao Mo cast a disdainful glance at Ross and inquired of Xiaoho, should we eliminate them? Xiaoho raised a hand to halt her, then turned to Ross, speaking with a tone of derision. So, the illustrious General Ross, what is your plan for apprehending us? Ross signaled for his soldiers to raise their weapons, aiming them at the duo. Xiaoho surveyed the soldiers present, noting the blood bars appearing above their heads. It seemed they were intent on stirring up a commotion. With a resigned tone, he remarked, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? I have been striving to be a benevolent player. If things turn hostile, I could obliterate your nation. It merely depends on the time required. Care to take a gamble? Ross scoffed. You can attempt to annihilate this country. You are but two individuals possessing a modicum of special abilities. What power do you hold to devastate this nation? Xiaoho, upon hearing this, turned to Xiao Mo and commanded, eliminate everyone except for this old man. A cruel smile graced Xiao Mo's lips as she replied, as you wish, master. In an instant, she vanished, leaving behind a series of afterimages, only to reappear behind Xiaoho. Suddenly, deep gashes appeared on the necks of all the soldiers, blood gushing forth as they collapsed to the ground. Ross was rendered speechless. He had never encountered anyone who would resort to lethal violence over a mere disagreement. Hulk lacked reason, but did they not fear for their country? His voice trembled with a mix of anger and disbelief. How dare you? Are you prepared to betray this nation and oppose it? Xiaoho smirked wickedly. Why would you assume we are Americans? Even if we were, there is no necessity for us to surrender, is there? Moreover, I previously mentioned that I could obliterate your nation. Would you care to witness how I would accomplish that? With that, he seized Ross by the collar and lifted him, stepping through the portal. They emerged atop a torii, with a Japanese shrine perched on a distant hill. Xiaoho turned to Ross, asking, do you know where this is? Ross, with a hint of disbelief, exclaimed, is this the Imperial Palace? How is that possible? How could we arrive in Tokyo so swiftly? Summer, infused with a spark of excitement, responded, I aim to demonstrate the veracity of my words. He gestured towards a nearby shrine, saying, although this world differs from your own, that shrine is etched vividly in my memory. I even took the time to research information about your world. Now, allow me to showcase the destructive power capable of annihilating your nation. Upon finishing his sentence, Summer snapped his fingers and a quantum bomb, expending 5,000 units of his magical energy, plummeted from the sky, landing directly at the shrine's heart. As a mushroom cloud ascended, Ross's pupils dilated in shock, his voice trembling. Is that a nuclear bomb? Summer released a fragment of his magic to withstand the impending shockwave. A smile gracing his face as he proclaimed, impressive, isn't it? I've longed to do this, and I can control its power, lest an old man comes seeking trouble. Clean and pollution-free. Speaking of which, it seems a bit unsightly down here. Should I unleash another? Ross, now filled with regret, looked at Summer and uttered, you madman, how could you do this? After a fleeting glance at him, Summer opened another portal, and they found themselves in an expansive desert. He gazed at the desolate expanse and remarked, since we've already unleashed a small one, why not a larger one? Art is explosion. The snap of his fingers echoed once more, and Ross witnessed a colossal bomb materialize, descending into the distant sands. A mushroom cloud, 20 times larger than the last, soared into the sky, the shockwave carrying swirling sands towards their position. Realizing the impending danger, Summer swiftly opened a portal, transporting himself and Ross 100 kilometers away. As they looked at the slowly dissipating mushroom cloud, Summer marveled, truly a spectacle. I wonder what it would feel like to drop one on your White House. Ross hasted interjected, no, I made a mistake. I can compensate. Moreover, I assure you, I will never trouble you again. Summer regarded the elderly man before him. So, only when the sword of Damocles hangs over you do you comprehend your insignificance. I rather enjoyed your previous demeanor. Perhaps you should return to it? Grinding his teeth, Ross demanded, what do you want? Stop belittling me with your meaningless taunts. Summer too felt a tinge of boredom. Indeed. Only when he indulged himself slightly could these individuals grasp the terror of the fourth calamity. I merely wish to convey a truth. Do not threaten others indiscriminately. I am not like that bald fellow from Xavier's. I could effortlessly erase you fools, yet you persist in your threats. I will say this only once more. Do not provoke me. Furthermore, pray that no one seeks me out with tasks, for if they do, you may await your doom. With great difficulty, Ross nodded in agreement, conceding to Summer's demands. Xiaoho once again opened the portal and returned to the previous neighborhood. After casually discarding the old man onto the ground, he walked towards the waiting Xiao Mo. Upon seeing Xiaoho's return, Xiao Mo inquired, "Where did you take that old man? Why not simply eliminate him?" The expression on Ross's face darkened. It seemed that none of them regarded him as a person. Xiaoho explained, "I didn't go anywhere. I merely took him to set off a couple of firecrackers before returning home. It would have been far better to spend the day playing video games." Just as the two were about to depart, Xiaoho suddenly remarked, "Oh, Ross, don't even think about assassinating me, for I cannot be killed, and do not contemplate harming my friends. Regardless of the reason, should they suffer in any way, I will unleash a barrage of firecrackers upon your country. Furthermore, you shall be responsible for the repairs and compensation. Do not place that burden upon me." Chapter 89. Nick and Ross. After Xiaoho finished speaking, he stepped into the portal. Ross gazed at the vanishing doorway, his eyes filled with a mix of fear and anger, tinged with a hint of madness and greed. He spoke into his communicator, "Bring the plane down and take me back." Meanwhile, in Nick's office at S.H.I.L.D., Nick had observed the entire battle through satellite and surveillance, his fingers rhythmically tapping the surface of his desk. Clint, also present, couldn't help but ask, "Director, shouldn't we take some action?" Nick, pulling his thoughts back, instructed Clint, "Take some personnel to document the scene and collect any remnants and blood samples from their skirmish." After Clint left, Nick dialed Ross's number. While he had just witnessed the footage, he was still curious about where they had gone and what had transpired. As Ross was returning to the base, deep in thought about his next steps, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing Nick's name on the caller ID, he answered, "What do you want?" "I want to know where you just went and what you discussed," Nick replied. "Why should I tell you? I'm not accountable to you. However, that individual we monitored for a long time. Don't you wish to know more information about him?" Nick said, waiting for Ross's response. He believed that Ross would divulge something, as Xiaoho was not particularly accommodating, especially toward officials. After a moment of silence, Ross finally said, "We went to Tokyo in a barren desert. He actually unleashed 2 bombs with power akin to nuclear weapons. One of them was even dropped in the city center. Do you know? He threatened me, stating that if I caused him trouble or harmed his friends, he would bomb the United States." Nick rubbed his forehead upon hearing Ross's words. "So, what did you do to provoke him?" "According to our records, aside from being a bit reckless, he shouldn't be this deranged." Instead of explaining, Ross retorted, "That is not important. Now, it is your turn to disclose his situation." Although Nick harbored some discontent towards Ross's secrecy, he shared certain fundamental details about Xiaoho, surmising much even without Ross's disclosure. Much like them, he likely sought to control Xiaoho and Xiao Mo upon witnessing their unique bond, only to see negotiations falter. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, he would have attempted to assert control over the two, yet the presence of Natasha deterred him, suggesting that Ross had indeed paved the way for him. Upon learning the basic details about Xiaoho, Ross inquired with a hint of confusion. "He claims he cannot die. Why is there no record of such on your end? Surely, you do not harbor any further secrets from me?" To which Nick, taken aback, replied, "Another unrecorded case. No, we have found no evidence of his demise since we began monitoring him. Thus we are equally in the dark. Let us leave it at that for now. I have other matters to attend to." Subsequently, the two ended their conversation, each contemplating the newly acquired intelligence. Ross pondered the veracity of Xiaoho's claim of immortality, yet resolved to refrain from provoking him for the time being, choosing to wait until he felt assured. Meanwhile, Nick scrutinized the document he had just retrieved from his drawer, labeled the Avengers Initiative. He reflected on his prior intention to involve Xiaoho in this scheme, but now felt compelled to reassess, sensing that it could introduce an element of instability. He annotated the document regarding Xiaoho with particularly dangerous, monitor closely, before securely locking it away in the drawer. Simultaneously, he contemplated that the previous minor nuclear explosion could be merely the beginning of what he could achieve. Whether it was due to his own capabilities or something beyond, warranted further investigation. On Xiaoho's side, he had just returned to the office with Xiao Mo, only to be cornered by Natasha and Sky. Observing that both had returned unscathed, Natasha inquired of Xiaoho, You did not do anything to them, did you? Xiaoho's spirits were high as he replied. I did nothing of the sort. I merely took that old man Ross out to set off a couple of firecrackers. He assured me he would cease to trouble us. Natasha's expression darkened upon hearing this. She was well aware of the nature of Xiaoho's firecrackers and hastily pressed. So, what exactly did you blow up? With a smug grin, Xiaoho boasted, I blew up a restroom in a desolate area. I've always wanted to blow that restroom up. Finally found the opportunity. Natasha glared at him menacingly. The desolate area is one thing, but where exactly is this restroom? Realizing that he could not evade the question, Xiaoho reluctantly confessed, it's the one at that place where life is rather pleasant. They even have a shrine dedicated to war criminals from World War II. I just happened to blow it up while I was there. Upon learning that it was the shrine dedicated to World War II war criminals, Natasha finally relaxed, relieved that it was nothing more alarming. Seeing Natasha's readiness to let him off the hook, Xiaoho prepared to recline on the sofa for a brief rest, all the while aware of the piercing gaze of the girl fixed upon him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Are you truly prepared to adopt this girl, Natasha? He inquired, turning to Sky. By the way, your name is Sky, isn't it? Quite a familiar name. How old are you? Upon hearing Xiaoho's question, Sky swiftly approached him and replied, I chose this name myself. I am nearly 15, and I promise I am easy to take care of. Please don't send me away. After speaking, she displayed a pitiful expression toward Xiaoho, as if to convey that a mere refusal would prompt her to burst into tears. Natasha chimed in, indeed. I adore her. She could keep company with Yelena and little Mo. How wonderful that would be. Little Mo immediately expressed her discontent. I have no desire to play with such a brat. I'll just continue practicing my cooking. Sky, don't take it to heart. Mo is simply like that, but she is actually quite amiable. Natasha hurriedly explained to Sky, fearing any misunderstanding. Little Mo scoffed and exited the office. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Xiaoho recognized her genuine fondness for the girl and conceded, all right, I agree. However, you must look after her. I am not fond of taking care of children. Upon hearing Xiaoho's agreement, Sky joyfully embraced him, exclaiming, don't worry, brother Xiaoho. I am very well behaved. After that, she planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving Xiaoho slightly flustered. Natasha teased, it seems Sky has taken quite a liking to you. What do you say about taking care of her? Sky gazed at Xiaoho with eager eyes, hoping for his consent. Xiaoho shook his head in refusal. No, spare me. I just had a tussle with Hulk, and I'm utterly exhausted. I need a nap. You can entertain this girl yourself. Chapter 90. Tony and Clint Xiaoho slept until evening, only to be roused by a cacophony of noise. Confused, he arose to investigate, noticing an increased number of people in the office. Tony was engaged in conversation with Sky, while little Mo was discussing new skills learned that day with Pepper and Natasha, and Happy was engrossed in his gaming console. Notably, there was an additional presence, Hawkeye Clint, who was chatting and laughing with Yelena, a bow in hand, seemingly imparting archery wisdom to her. Xiaoho shook his head, bewildered by the unexpected gathering. Upon spotting Xiaoho awake, Tony quipped, it appears our sleeping beauty has finally risen. Xiaoho instinctively responded, so, who is the prince that awakened me? No, it should be a princess. I certainly don't wish to be kissed by a man, especially not by you, you big turd. Tony wore a mischievous grin. You might be disappointed. I believe it was Adrian who gave you the kiss. Their banter amused everyone present. Why have you all suddenly come to find me? Aren't you busy researching the armor? Xiaoho inquired as he approached Tony. Primarily because of someone, the commotion you caused today was rather significant. I had no choice but to come and see what had transpired with my friend. As Tony spoke, he produced a mobile device that projected the scenes of the battle involving Xiaoho and others from earlier that day. He pointed at the Hulk and inquired, is this Banner? I sense he is somewhat uncontrollable. Will he truly become my ally, as you mentioned? Furthermore, where have you placed him? Fortunately, he will gradually learn to control himself. But I have altered certain circumstances. Perhaps I should engage him in conversation, Xiaoho began, only to suddenly recall that Natasha would not be inclined to communicate with the Hulk or Banner. The repercussions of his actions seemed rather significant. Hence, how should matters with Banner and the Hulk be addressed? Tony's demeanor grew serious. Do you require my assistance? Xiaoho pondered briefly before responding. Not for the time being. Let him cultivate himself in India for a while. We shall discuss it later. Turning to Sky, who had been eavesdropping, Tony smiled and said, all right, Sky, I need to discuss some adult matters with this gentleman. Could you please spend some time with Pepper? Initially reluctant, Sky eventually acquiesced. Understood, Uncle Tony. Brother Xiaoho. Tony's smile broadened with her agreement. Xiaoho could not resist teasing him. So, the illustrious playboy, what is the matter? Do not tell me you are planning to make advances on a young girl. If that is the case, I shall ensure your lower half is cleaved into 8 pieces. Tony bristled at the remark. What nonsense are you uttering? How could I ever entertain such thoughts? I merely realized that, knowing I will have a daughter in the future, I instinctively wish to look after these delightful girls. Besides, she is quite obedient and well-behaved, is she not? Will my daughter, when she reaches her age, be like her? Moreover, she is exceptionally intelligent, particularly in the realm of computers. Did you know? When I was chatting with her just now, she was nearly at my college level. Observing Tony's fatherly expression, Xiaoho suggested, why not adopt her? I believe you would take good care of her. I considered that. Tony replied, somewhat disheartened. But she prefers to stay with you all. So, how did you come upon this girl? Tony's tone betrayed a hint of displeasure. After all, he was Tony Stark, one of the wealthiest individuals in America, soon to become even wealthier. Xiaoho, wishing to shift the conversation, remarked, so, what is it that you truly wish to discuss with me? Speak quickly, or I shall take my leave. In response, Tony led him away from the crowd and inquired. Aside from battling the Hulk today, you also ventured to the island in Alaska, correct? Xiaoho readily admitted, indeed. What do you wish to say? Are you planning to stand up for the Islanders? Or perhaps you intend to apprehend me? Tony shook his head. I simply hope you do not harm innocent people. Furthermore, I shall negotiate with the military on your behalf. Xiaoho scoffed. Those individuals do not intimidate me. Were it not for Natasha, I would have already sent them packing to the White House. You may not fear them, but you ought to consider Natasha, Yelena, and Sky, correct? Are you prepared to let them wander the streets and be hunted alongside you? Tony remarked, casting a glance at Natasha and the others. Xiaoho also looked over, then coldly replied, enough. I am well aware of all this. As long as they do not provoke me, I would be quite content to live as a laid-back individual. Tony chose not to pursue the matter further and returned to Pepper's side. Clint, seeing that Tony had finished his conversation, approached Xiaoho. Upon reaching him, he extended his hand and introduced himself. Clint Barton, a friend of Natasha. Xiaoho shook his hand briefly and said, did the egg send you here? If so, you may return. I have no desire to forge a close connection with you. Clint waved his hand dismissively, no. I merely came to handle some tasks and took the opportunity to check in on Natasha and meet you. Thank you for allowing her to live the life she desires. He paused for a moment before continuing. We harbor no ill will towards you. The director only wishes to protect everyone. Xiaoho interrupted his subsequent remarks. All right, you're always welcome to visit me or see Natasha, but as for the egg, let us not mention him. He is no good, with a heart as black as his intentions. It is best I keep my distance, lest I find myself compelled to deal with him harshly. Clint was left with no choice but to shift the conversation back to Natasha. Very well, let's speak of Natasha. I can see she has been quite happy during this time, and whenever we communicate, she always mentions you. He then regarded Xiaoho with a scrutinizing gaze. I sincerely hope you are taking good care of her. Upon noticing the look in Clint's eyes, Xiaoho instantly realized a misunderstanding had occurred and quickly clarified. Wait, you seem to have misconstrued something. My relationship with them is purely platonic. Do not regard me with such eyes. Be cautious, or I might just give you a black eye. He raised his fist in demonstration. Clint paused, pondering whether he had indeed misinterpreted the situation. However, every time Natasha spoke with him, she consistently brought up Xiaoho, as well as Mo and Yelena. The joy in her words was unmistakable, akin to how one would discuss family. Was it merely a one-sided sentiment from Natasha? If so, he would need to have an earnest conversation with her. Chapter 91. Xiaoho, have I become a peacock? Is that truly how you perceive it? Clint saw confirmation once more. Indeed, Xiaoho affirmed, then added at most. We consider each other family. There are absolutely no ulterior motives, and I believe Natasha feels the same. After saying this, he thought to himself, even if I wish for more, I lack the capability. My prowess has been sealed, after all. Clint observed the seemingly genuine expression on Xiaoho's face and reluctantly chose to believe him. Very well, it seems I have misunderstood. I shall have a word with Natasha, he remarked before heading towards her. As he watched Hawkeye depart, Xiaoho let out a quiet sigh, then rallied himself to address the others. So, are you all gathered here for a celebration today? Upon hearing his inquiry, everyone affirmed. Tony chimed in with a teasing tone. You wouldn't dare to say you're not welcoming us, would you? After all, I am your most valued patron. I did let you stay here free of charge for several days. Xiaoho felt the urge to confront him, but, upon reflection, realized the truth in his words and replied. All right then, I shall order some takeout. What would you like to eat? Pepper, holding Little Mo's hand, interjected, No need for that. I brought along plenty of ingredients. Today, Mo and I will take charge of the cooking. Right, Mo? Little Mo, eager to showcase his culinary skills for evaluation, readily agreed. Xiaoho and the others opted not to comment further. Natasha had initially intended to join them, but was intercepted by Clint. Natasha, I need to speak with you, he said, guiding her to a secluded corner. With a hint of confusion, Natasha inquired, Clint, what is it you wish to discuss? Clint glanced over at Xiaoho and Yelena, who were engrossed in a tussle for a game controller, oblivious to their conversation. Lowering his voice, he said, I just asked Xiaoho, and he mentioned that he considers you all family, that he harbors no such intentions towards you. You understand what I'm implying, don't you? Unbeknownst to him, Xiaoho's ears perked up from a distance. Natasha's expression darkened as realization dawned on her. She quickly responded in a hushed tone. Why would you bring this up all of a sudden? And you actually asked Xiaoho about this? I have no such feelings for him either. I regard him as a brother and family. Why is it that both of you have misunderstood this? Clint's face flushed, if that were the case. It meant both of them had no romantic interest, and he had misinterpreted the situation. How embarrassing. Meanwhile, Xiaoho, eavesdropping, felt a surge of mortification. Did he really misread the signals? Why had she been captivated by him? Had he turned into a peacock for nothing? I wonder if any readers have experienced a similar situation, where one suddenly feels inexplicably confident that the other person harbors feelings, only to find out they are merely an audience member to the spectacle. A friend of mine often finds himself in such predicaments. Natasha scrutinized Clint and asked, Is there anything else? No, I'll head to the kitchen to assist. I fear little Mo might dismantle it. Clint quickly shook his head. He longed for a quiet place to collect his thoughts. Today felt as if he had lost face for the entire year. Xiaoho, equally preoccupied, remained troubled by the question of why Natasha didn't reciprocate his affections. Tony, why is it no part for me? Everyone has something to do. Am I the only one who has become invisible? Well, he simply does not enjoy playing games, so he busied himself on the side, continuing to design his armor on his phone. Dinner passed amidst the awkwardness of two men and the cheerful ambience of others. As Tony was leaving, he specifically addressed Sky, saying, Sky, your talent is remarkable. Tomorrow, I will gift you the finest laptop available. Should you have any queries, feel free to reach out to me directly through it. Pepper, standing beside him, smiled gently. Tony had become increasingly tender in nature. Upon hearing that Tony was giving her a computer, Sky first glanced at Xiaoho and Natasha, and upon seeing their nods of approval, she quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Tony. I will cherish it. Not at all. If it breaks, I will simply replace it. Your Uncle Tony is one of the wealthiest individuals in America, and soon enough, the one will be dropped. Tony remarked, brimming with pride. Pepper affectionately patted Sky's head. Don't listen to his nonsense. Have you truly considered living with us? We could take good care of you. Sky shook her head in refusal, clinging to Natasha's arm as she said, No, I prefer to stay with Natasha and Xiaoho. Thank you for your kindness. Hearing this, Natasha immediately embraced her, noting that this was far more endearing than Yelena. Xiaoho interjected with a tease. All right, Tony, stop trying to lure children to my place. If you want one of your own, I'm sure Pepper would be more than willing to cooperate. Upon hearing this, Tony's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of interest. However, Pepper, feeling a bit bashful, quickly stated, We should take our leave. Goodbye. With that, she dashed back to the car, leaving Tony with his hands open, looking at Xiaoho as if to say, It's not that I don't want to, it's just that she's unwilling. He then called happy and drove away from the scene. Once Natasha ushered Sky inside, she turned to Xiaoho and said, Now that we are alone, I believe we should discuss what happened earlier. Xiaoho feigned ignorance, replying, What happened earlier? Hulk? Natasha remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Xiaoho had no choice but to surrender, exclaiming, All right, I was being overly sentimental, but I was frightened by someone else. Curious, Natasha inquired. Can you elaborate on what transpired? Xiaoho recounted the incident involving Abigail, omitting her name. So, you refrained from pursuing a girlfriend out of fear of causing harm to others? Natasha's eyes held a glimmer of sympathy as she regarded Xiaoho. Indeed, I cannot provide happiness to anyone. Do you expect me to fulfill their dreams with my own hands? In response, Natasha unleashed her signature move, executing a 360-degree maneuver aimed at Xiaoho's waist, internally questioning what that woman found appealing about him. How could someone with such a personality possibly attract affection? Xiaoho's exaggerated wails were apparent to Natasha, yet she still released her grip. She inquired, "Is there truly no solution?" Xiaoho replied bluntly, "I don't know, but until I find a resolution, I shall not seek a girlfriend, unless I master Teacher Kato's extraordinary skills." This time, Natasha refrained from acting. Instead, she offered solace. "I am quite similar to you. My uterus has been removed, thus I, too, am an incomplete individual." Upon uttering these words, her expression dulled significantly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho suddenly recalled his magical beans, which seemed capable of regenerating severed limbs. Restoring a uterus should be feasible as well. Chapter 92. The Off-Track Tony. Having thought of this, he felt compelled to attempt it. He produced a green bean and remarked, "This is a magical bean. It can regenerate severed limbs. Perhaps it can aid you in your recovery. Would you care to try?" Natasha gazed intently at the bean in his hand, though a hint of hesitation lingered. She hesitantly replied, "This must be quite precious, right? Wouldn't it be a waste to use it on me?" Xiaoho conjured 2 additional beans into his hand, presenting all 3 to Natasha, saying, "They aren't particularly precious, at least not to me. If I can defeat an opponent, I have no need for them. If I cannot, they would be useless. Besides, I can be revived. I am bonded with little Mo, so they are of no use to me. I had intended to give them to you all along, but I simply forgot. Now here you go. Just as you said, we are family." Natasha looked at the 3 beans in her hand, her eyes glistening with emotion. After silently stowing them away, she beamed at Xiaoho, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right. We are family." She then enveloped him in a warm embrace. Xiaoho, taken aback by the sudden hug, paused for a moment, a smile creeping onto his lips as he gently patted her back and softly remarked, "All right, no need to be so sentimental. I don't quite understand why you foreigners are so fond of hugging." Natasha released him, stating, "Because it is an expression of familial closeness." Xiaoho interjected, "While I concede that I am the eldest in this family, I am certainly not the younger brother." He had not forgotten overhearing Natasha refer to him as the younger sibling. There was no way he could be the younger brother. That was utterly impossible. Natasha chuckled lightly, teasingly responding, yes, you're the boss, all right." Suddenly, Xiaoho recalled that the magical beans could only be utilized when one had an injury. Once healed, they would merely provide nourishment. He hurriedly called out to Natasha, who was preparing to leave, "When you use the magical beans, it is best to remove any healed wounds before utilizing them, or they may prove ineffective. Also, if it doesn't work, don't be disheartened. I may acquire other items or skills in the future that can surely heal you." Natasha flashed a tender smile, saying, "I understand. For now, I want to use them. I haven't even encountered someone I like yet, so I'm not quite ready to experience the feeling of being a relative." As Xiaoho spoke, he offered his reverence to the esteemed figure. Natasha embraced Xiaoho once more before returning to the office. Her affection for her younger brother deepened. Despite his erratic nature and his indifference towards those he disliked or strangers, he exhibited unexpected tenderness and tolerance towards those he acknowledged. Moreover, she sensed his profound solitude, often finding him lost in thought, seated alone. Thus, days passed in tranquil succession. One day, while Xiaoho was engrossed in a game with Sky, Natasha interrupted their revelry. She pulled Xiaoho to the front desk, gesturing at a news article on the computer screen. "Look at this. Isn't it Tony who has crafted the armor?" The news depicted a suit of armor, adorned in shades of crimson and gold, ruthlessly vanquishing terrorists. While traces of the Mark series were evident, significant differences emerged. The lines were no longer as smooth as in the films. Rather, they bore a striking resemblance to Little Mo's armor, appearing considerably heftier. Except for the face retaining its eel-like visage, the reactor at the chest remained unchanged. Xiaoho quipped to Natasha, "It must be him, otherwise I can't fathom who else would be so fond of that ghastly mask." Natasha concurred. "Indeed, compared to Little Mo's armor, it is rather unsightly. But why is he in Afghanistan?" Xiaoho pondered momentarily and replied, "Perhaps Ensign sought him out, or he went to find Ensign." He mentioned wanting to establish a charity company. For instance, these terrorists have clearly stumbled into a hornet's nest. How unfortunate. At that moment, Tony suddenly removed the battle skirt from his waist, which transformed into a colossal sword. He brandished the sword and charged at a tank, cleaving it in two. Xiaoho's expression was one of utter astonishment. What in the world? A giant, sword-wielding Iron Man? Are you serious? What happened to your repulsor beams and various missiles? Don't ist with mistrzostw from Europa. Natasha, however, watched with rapt fascination. Unbeknownst to them, Sky had also positioned himself behind them, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he observed the screen. Xiaoho slapped his forehead in disbelief. The narrative had veered entirely off course. After witnessing Tony vanquish the last of the terrorists and ascend into the sky, he eagerly dialed Tony's number. After a brief wait, Tony answered. Xiaoho, what do you need? His voice was slightly hurried, as if he had just engaged in vigorous activity. Xiaoho retorted, I merely wanted to inquire if you had obtained Little Mo's consent for your imitation. Be wary. She might dismantle your armor. You saw that? Tony responded, a hint of confusion in his tone, which quickly shifted to pride. What do you think? Is it impressive? I spent a considerable time designing it, especially my sword, which features a multi-module combination and incorporates a small amount of Edmund alloy. Xiaoho, filled with confusion, inquired Adamantium. How could you possibly possess such a material? Why shouldn't I have it? For heaven's sake, I was once the world's largest weapons manufacturer. How could I possibly lack the synthesis formula for this substance? Upon reflection, Xiaoho realized that in a world where mutants existed, it was hardly surprising that Tony knew the formula for adamantium. He had simply forgotten amidst his myriad encounters. Well, you do possess remarkable skills. However, I'm still curious as to why you would consider engaging in close combat. What are your palm repulsor? And all your various high-tech weaponry? How did you develop such a suit of armor? Tony, slightly embarrassed, responded, do you not think that close combat embodies the essence of a man's romance? The visceral thrill of striking flesh and wielding a colossal sword is simply addictive once experienced. Xiaoho retorted vehemently, romance, you say? With your frail physique, encountering a moderately strong opponent could easily dismantle your armor and end your life. Not at all. This armor has been meticulously integrated with a small amount of adamantium. Even against the Hulk you previously faced, I cannot claim victory. But withstanding him for a time would pose no issue, Tony proclaimed, his expression brimming with pride. This assertion was calculated with J.A.R.V.I.S. Although it did not entirely consist of adamantium, its defensive capabilities were assured. If only there were a bit more vibranium incorporated, he was prepared to confront the Hulk head-on. Xiaoho suddenly felt a wave of exasperation. Was I the fool, or were you the fool? Never mind. Let's return to the matter at hand. I wish to contemplate in solitude for the time being. Chapter 93. The night after terminating the communication, Xiaoho anticipated a lengthy wait for Tony's return, having forgotten that he could simply summon him with the portal. To his astonishment, Tony appeared at the office door in merely 2 hours. Upon entering, his armor opened at the front, allowing him to step out, after which the suit automatically reverted to its original form. Xiaoho was genuinely astonished by the display. Regardless of its appearance, this method of donning the armor seemed to have emerged only after Mark 7. Observing Xiaoho's astonished expression, Tony smugly declared, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Having grasped your notion of the future, I bypassed numerous stages to arrive at this optimal version. Though your proposed anti-Tony armor, with its modular assembly, is commendable, I believe it unnecessary to complicate matters. With a bit of time, I will surely master nanotechnology, allowing for a seamless transition to nanotech armor. Xiaoho, eyeing the conceited Tony, critiqued, is this truly the reason for your pivot to close combat? Aside from excelling in one-on-one encounters, you are woefully lacking in ranged group engagements. Tony dismissively replied, who said this is merely a close combat suit? By the way, this is the night too. It is utterly absurd that I have been crafting armor from titanium alloy all along. Based on your vision of the future, I possess superior materials, such as Edmund alloy, which, although not the original version, surpasses titanium alloy in both hardness and strength. I cannot fathom why I acted in such a manner. Furthermore, whoever suggested that knights lack range combat capabilities? As he spoke, he maneuvered his armor, revealing an array of concealed micro-missiles beneath his shoulder guards. The heavily fortified armor partially opened, exposing an assortment of unfamiliar weaponry. With a gleeful grin, he continued, "Do you truly believe I made this armor so robust without reason? Knowing that an alien invasion looms, I specifically crafted it into a war machine. The various weapons it carries are more than sufficient for a large-scale conflict. Therefore, refrain from employing your meager intellect to question my capabilities. I am undoubtedly the most intelligent individual in this world." Xiahou gazed at the knight's armor, feeling somewhat bewildered. Is this truly real? He felt as though he had stepped into a fabricated Marvel universe. Tony, reveling in Xiahou's astonishment, chuckled with delight and added, "Moreover, my modifications extend far beyond this." He once again manipulated the armor, which began to levitate without the aid of any engines. "I studied your arbitrary manipulation device and learned the principles of anti-gravity technology, which I have incorporated. Thus, its maneuverability has been significantly enhanced." Tony pointed to the palm of the armor while elaborating, "I amplified the power of the propulsion device originally designed for the palm, allowing it to generate a more formidable attack. Meanwhile, I relocated the thrusters to the back." As he spoke, the armor turned to reveal 6 jet ports on its rear. "Due to the increased thickness of the armor, I also enhanced the internal shock absorption and pressure resistance. With the assistance of 6 primary thrusters and small auxiliary thrusters at each joint, its cruising speed can reach Mach 3 with a maximum velocity of 15-20 Mach. Moreover, its force is even greater. 100 tons of power is merely its standard. At peak output, it can double that. How does that make you feel? Do you comprehend my greatness now, you dim-witted brute?" Upon finishing, Tony displayed a mocking grin, his eyes gleaming with superiority. Xiahou, unable to retort, chose to take matters into his own hands. He grasped Tony by the shoulders and lifted him, stating, "I concede, your armor is impressive. But do not forget, you stand before me unarmored." He revealed a wicked smile. "What audacity do you possess to mock me face to face, especially in your vulnerable state? A coward, perhaps?" Tony's expression stiffened. Realizing his blunder, having labeled him a brute, he had overlooked this critical detail. He forced a smile and said, "Is it too late for me to apologize now?" "What do you think?" Xiahou replied, applying a slight pressure, causing Tony to wince in pain. "Wait," he hurriedly exclaimed, attempting to halt Xiahou's actions. "Did I not promise to craft armor for you? If I am injured, I shall be unable to fulfill that promise." Xiahou had initially been jesting with him, but upon hearing the response, he promptly released him and smoothed out the wrinkled clothing. With a beaming smile, he said, "I was merely joking with you. Come, let's sit and converse." He then unceremoniously pulled Tony onto the sofa and eagerly fetched beverages and snacks, placing them on a coffee table. Tony, observing Xiahou's sudden shift in demeanor, felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth. How fickle indeed. Unperturbed by Tony's thoughts, Xiahou immediately commenced articulating his demands. "I can use any alloy, even Edelman. All I require is for it to be transformed into a golden hue. Defense is inconsequential. It simply needs to look impressive. Have you ever watched Saint Seiya?" Upon Tony's shake of the head, he hastily sketched the Virgo cloth from memory, exclaiming, "Constructed according to this design, and please add wings." As he spoke, he illustrated the wings of the Virgo gold cloth, continuing, "It should resemble this closely. Just install the thrusters on the wings. Ideally, they should retract when not in use. And as for weapons, I won't need them, as I have no intention of using any. Oh, and do not forget the cape. A cape is essential for completeness." Tony quickly interrupted him, thinking, "Am I here to grant wishes? What is all this nonsense?" However, having already voiced his thoughts, he felt compelled to comply. "All right, enough with the requests. If you keep this up, I shall take my leave. Besides, this design appears quite impractical." Xiahou retorted, "What do you know? This is the Virgo gold cloth, the battle attire of the man closest to divinity. How could it be useless? If it proves ineffective, that would be your fault." Tony regretted boasting about his armor here, pondering the absurdity of it all. "Fine, I understand. I shall do my utmost to create it. But now I must take my leave." With that, he rose without even sipping his drink and headed towards the armor. He had no desire to linger, fearing his intelligence might diminish in such company. After donning the armor, he swiftly departed for his villa. Xiahou called out from the doorway, "Remember, it must be crafted as per the image I sketched. Otherwise, I shall refuse to accept it." Yet, Tony had no intention of responding, rapidly shrinking into a mere speck on the horizon. Xiahou returned to his game, his mind occupied with visions of showcasing his divine attire to the world. He was determined to alter society's perverse aesthetic of mere spandex. Lost in thought, he sat upon the sofa, bursting into laughter, resembling a fool. In the midst of his mirth, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Chapter 94. Nick's arrangements in the sacred armor in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters within the director's office. Nick was attentively listening to Clint and Coulson as they reported the current situation. Clint placed the documents he was holding before Nick, stating, "I have been tracking Alexander Pierce for quite some time and have currently identified high-ranking agents in close contact with him, namely Crossbones and Sitwell. It is also nearly confirmed that over half of the lower-tier agents are affiliated with Hydra. Currently, the number of individuals we can confirm on our side is exceedingly limited. The intelligence provided by Xiahou has proven to be authentic." After Clinton concluded his report, Coulson presented a document to Nick, suppressing his excitement as he declared, "Director, this is the captain's medical examination report. His health is entirely normal, and he should regain consciousness soon." Following his return from Tony, he had been assigned to excavate a suspected crash site of Captain America in the Arctic, and unexpectedly, he had indeed unearthed it. Upon hearing this, a plan suddenly crystallized in Nick's mind. He had been troubled about how to deal with the Hydra agents, and now the most suitable candidate had conveniently presented himself. Once the Hydra situation was resolved, he would need to address the Skrulls. However, the mere thought of the Skrulls caused him considerable distress. He had been reluctant to return home, having tested everyone around him after discovering the Skrull issue. To his dismay, he found that even his wife had been replaced. He could only concoct various excuses to avoid going home, fearing that his memories might be replicated. Presently, he found himself without a solution. He also preferred to keep Carol away for the time being. There were far too many Skrulls that had arrived on Earth over the years, and he feared that Carol might inadvertently alert them. He addressed the two individuals. "You may leave now. Refrain from any unnecessary actions to avoid alarming the enemy. Coulson, keep a close watch on the captain's condition." Coulson promptly replied, "Understood, Director. I will ensure the captain is well guarded." With that, he departed the office alongside Hawkeye. Once they had exited, Nick once again retrieved the Avengers Initiative document. He meticulously examined the contents, which included individuals such as Storm and Wolverine, alongside Tony and Banner. Even Johnny had a file, albeit marked as extremely uncontrollable. In Tony's workshop, he gazed at the suit crafted per Xiahou's specifications. Suddenly, he pondered whether he should also create a similar suit. While it might not be entirely practical, it certainly looked impressive. After some contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. However, the wings inspired him. Perhaps his series could incorporate some external devices to enhance firepower. He instructed Jarvis to record this notion before reaching out to Xiahou. Xiahou, languishing at the office, promptly answered Tony's call. "Tony, has my suit been completed? Why would I be contacting you for any other reason? What could you possibly need from me, aside from a suit?" he asserted confidently. Tony reflected on this and realized the validity of his statement, replying, "Indeed, the suit is ready. Should I arrange for it to be delivered, or will you come to collect it yourself?" Just as he finished speaking, a wooden door appeared in the workshop, and Xiahou stepped through it. Upon entering, Xiahou immediately began surveying the workshop and, upon spotting the suit, dashed toward it with enthusiasm. Gently caressing the exquisite suit of armor that radiated wealth, he could hardly contain his eagerness to don it. He swiftly turned to Tony and inquired, "How do I put this on?" Tony had initially intended to provide a detailed introduction. However, observing Xiahou's fervent demeanor, he surmised an elaborate explanation was unnecessary. "Simply turn your back to it and lean in. It will automatically dress you." Upon hearing this, Xiahou promptly turned and leaned against the armor. As the suit detected his proximity, it unfurled and enveloped him, adjusting itself to fit his physique perfectly. Once adorned, Xiahou hurried to the floor-to-ceiling glass, using the reflection to admire his new appearance. Though his face remained unremarkable, the armor imparted an air of sanctity, particularly with the wing-like embellishments on his back, akin to a halo, which bestowed upon him an ethereal quality. He gazed at his transformed self with considerable satisfaction, though he felt something was amiss. With a snap of his fingers, inspiration struck. He accessed the system's marketplace and found a golden, waist-length wig, expending 100 energy points to procure it. He promptly placed it atop his head and, upon gazing into the glass, wore a look of contentment. Now, this is it. A perfect replica of Saga. He began to strike various poses and then closed his eyes, hands clasped together, proclaiming, "Heavenly demon subjugation. 6 paths of reincarnation." Tony, observing Xiaoho's inexplicable antics, wore an expression of bewilderment, silently pondering what on earth he was up to. Xiaoho had been awaiting Tony's cooperation, but after a prolonged silence, he discreetly opened his eyes a crack to see what Tony was doing. To his dismay, he found Tony regarding him with an incredulous gaze. Xiaoho's face flushed red. Had he miscalculated his performance? How embarrassing. Seeing that Xiaoho seemed to have regained his composure, Tony teased, "Are you performing in a stage play? What's the next act? Don't tell me this is the finale?" Xiaoho felt increasingly awkward and uncertainly asked, "So, you really haven't seen Saint Seiya?" "Never. But if that's what you're like, I doubt I want to watch it," Tony replied, his distaste evident. Xiaoho retorted, "That's only because you haven't watched it. It was a cherished memory from my childhood. How could someone like you, who only thinks about women, appreciate the greatness of Saint Seiya? Don't make me unleash my small universe. Otherwise, you'll truly understand what it means to ignite my small universe." With that, he tossed his head aside, expressing his annoyance, as he chose to disregard Tony for the moment. "Are you throwing a tantrum like a child now? Do you need Uncle Tony to buy you a toy to cheer you up?" Tony continued to jab. Xiaoho, feeling disgruntled, replied, "No. Do you have something to say? If not, I shall take my leave." Tony interjected, "Wait a moment. I believe I need to give you an overview of this armor's capabilities, and I have a few questions I wish to pose as well." After Xiaoho took a seat beside him, he gestured for Tony to commence his introduction. Tony, without hesitation, began, "Let's discuss this suit of armor first. Although you mentioned that defense is not a concern, I have still integrated some adamantium alloy. As there is no visor display, I have installed a brainwave sensor within the helmet to assist you in activating certain functions, such as the anti-gravity system and flight propulsion control. In terms of energy, I have embedded 2 of the latest arc reactors within the wings, providing sufficient power for your regular use over the course of a year. As per your request, I have refrained from adding any weapons, yet the suit will still enhance your strength, much like my knight armor." Chapter 95. First encounter with the Fantastic Four. Upon concluding his overview, Xiaoho acknowledged his understanding. Tony, feeling somewhat conflicted, inquired, "I wish to know about Hydra's intelligence. You mentioned that there are many of their operatives within S.H.I.E.L.D. Could you specify who they are? Additionally, where's their base located?" He felt a twinge of embarrassment as he spoke, having previously declined Xiaoho's offer for assistance, yet now seeking his help once more. However, it was not entirely his fault. Hydra's agents concealed themselves too effectively, and without evidence, he was reluctant to make any arrests, especially concerning the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., whom Xiaoho had mentioned. His investigation revealed that Alexander Pierce was now a member of the council. Lacking proof, he feared the repercussions of acting rashly, and after exhausting his inquiries, he found himself relying on Xiaoho. Xiaoho displayed a somewhat clueless expression and replied, "I honestly don't know. The only names I recall are Pierce, Crossbones, and a white bald man whose name escapes me. My memory isn't great. Having been in this world for nearly 3 years, I've forgotten many details." Tony was taken aback, having anticipated numerous scenarios and prepared for significant expenditures. Yet he never envisioned Xiaoho would admit to forgetting. A sense of exhaustion washed over him, as if he were ready to embrace destruction. Thus, he found little enjoyment in associating with such dimwits, as it significantly lowered his own standards. Observing Tony's reaction, Xiaoho quickly added, "There's no need to rush in searching for them. Hasn't T-Black Egg already started an investigation? Once he has results, can't you simply use that information?" Tony, somewhat resigned, nodded in agreement before issuing a dismissal to Xiaoho. "All right. There's nothing more to discuss. You may leave now. I need to continue my research, so please do not disturb me." Xiaoho retorted, "What a heartless man. When you need something, you call me sweetie, but when you don't, I am cow lady." Unable to contain his irritation, Tony shouted, "Get out! Leave my workshop!" Having thoroughly vexed Tony, Xiaoho departed with satisfaction. Clad in his newly acquired sacred attire, he soared through the sky, relishing yet another exhilarating flight experience. This one far more comfortable than the previous cumbersome sword. With the aid of the anti-gravity system and the wing-mounted thrusters, his speed swiftly exceeded Mach 3, though the absence of helmet protection rendered him somewhat uncomfortable under the pressure of the wind. despite his already formidable physical prowess. Far exceeding that of an ordinary individual, he was capable of soaring at remarkable speeds. He slightly reduced his velocity, beginning to glide gracefully above the skyline of New York. The agents of S.H.I.L.D. and military personnel soon took notice of him. However, before they could react, they received a communication from Jarvis. It turned out that Tony, aware of Xiaoho's leisurely flight over New York, had instructed Jarvis to inform the military in S.H.I.L.D., indicating that he was testing a new flying apparatus. He genuinely feared that either faction might provoke Xiaoho, potentially resulting in chaos in New York or even at the White House. Thus, he could only extend a protective cover for him, acknowledging the privileges that wealth and power afforded in America. Suddenly, Xiaoho spotted a commotion on the Brooklyn Bridge below, where a vehicular accident had occurred. He promptly descended, initially intending to assist, but upon observing the stone figure at the scene, he decided to withhold his intervention for the moment and watch the unfolding spectacle. Perched upon the steel beams of the bridge, he beheld the chaotic scene below, where a multitude of vehicles had collided due to the stone figure. A group of police officers stood in confrontation with him, and upon recognizing the stone figure, Xiaoho quietly remarked, "Is this the Fantastic Four? Could this world be the parallel universe that Wanda visited in Doctor Strange 2? Does that imply Black Bolt is also present?" At that moment, a blonde woman in the crowd suddenly became invisible, though her attire remained visible. She began to remove her clothing. Xiaoho, observing from above, couldn't help but notice her, instinctively taking out his camera and snapping photos incessantly. Just as she was left in her undergarments, she unexpectedly reappeared, captivating the onlookers who erupted in gasps and whistles. While continuing to click the shutter, Xiaoho joined the crowd in whistling and showering praise upon the woman, showcasing her lingerie in public. Captain America's counterpart, Jonathan, witnessing his sister's embarrassment, quickly turned away to avoid the scene. Meanwhile, Reed, gazing at the suddenly visible Susan, exclaimed, "Wow, it seems you've been hitting the gym." Flushed with indignation, Susan retorted, "Shut up," hastily retrieving her outer garment to shield her modesty while chastising Reed. "Why don't you take off your clothes and let several hundred people stare at you?" In her heightened emotional state, she once again became invisible. Reed, noticing this, called out her name to interrupt her, his eyes wide with astonishment at her sudden disappearance. As Susan observed Reed's expression, she looked down and realized she had indeed vanished again. In a bold move, she discarded her outer jacket and removed her remaining undergarments. Jonathan, witnessing the absurdity of the situation, couldn't help but comment to Reed, "I feel I should seek a psychologist. This is utterly mortifying." Nevertheless, he did not forget to assist his sister in gathering her discarded clothing. Reed directly led them to a secluded, abandoned RV, instructing Susan to hide inside and change her clothes. Xiaoho sat on the bridge, thoroughly entertained. The unfolding scene was truly captivating. Simultaneously, he couldn't resist checking the footage captured by his camera, reveling in the thought of having obtained yet another scandal involving a superhero, all while admiring Susan's commendable physique. Once Susan was dressed, the trio embarked on a quest to locate the concealed stone man. Suddenly, an oxygen tank exploded, and a little girl in a red dress happened to be nearby, the spreading flames threatening to engulf her. Jonathan rushed over, embracing the girl and shielding her from the flames with his back. The explosion triggered a chain reaction, causing nearby damaged vehicles to detonate, sending flames surging towards the crowd. Observing the encroaching fire, Susan activated her force field, enveloping and containing the flames to protect the onlookers in her vicinity. However, on the opposite side, no one intervened as a vehicle, propelled by the explosion, careened directly towards an approaching fire truck. The driver, in a desperate attempt to evade the impending disaster, swerved sharply, causing the vehicle to tilt sideways, with its front and rear smashing through the guardrail and beginning to descend slowly off the bridge. Xiaoho, savoring a lollipop, continued filming the dramatic scene below, exclaiming, "This is Death's arrival, Marvel style? What a coincidence. If someone claims this isn't staged, I shan't believe it." Observing the fire truck's front lifting, Ben rushed to grab hold of it, striving to mitigate its descent. Reed and the others, having confirmed that no further explosions would occur, hurried over to assist. Chapter 96. You wouldn't abandon your responsibilities, would you? Although Ben managed to stabilize the vehicle, the control arm of the ladder unexpectedly snapped. causing the firefighters who were poised to rescue their comrades to plummet alongside it. Reed entwined his lower body around the bridge's structure while extending his upper body downward to catch the falling firefighter. Xiao, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but provide commentary, cradling the sister. Jonathan, who had been hesitating below about whether to lend a hand, looked up at Xiao, adorned in glimmering gold, as he continued to capture the moment on camera. Suddenly, Xiao retracted his camera and leaped from above towards the bridge's lower section. As Reed was retracting the firefighter towards the bridge, another firefighter fell. By the time Xiao attempted to reach for him, it was already too late. Realizing that he must intervene, Xiao, holding a deep respect for firefighters who dedicate themselves to saving lives and extinguishing flames, decided to help. Empowered by his battle armor, he swiftly pursued the falling firefighter, grasped his foot, and soared back towards the bridge. Upon reaching the fire truck's undercarriage, he lent a hand, pushing it back towards the bridge as well. Originally, the burden of the heavy object felt quite strenuous, but suddenly, I sensed a significant alleviation of pressure in my hands. I quickly grasped the bumper and pulled the fire truck onto the bridge until it was fully secured. Meanwhile, Xiao had soared up as well, casually placing the firefighter on the ground. Reed and his companions, along with the gathered onlookers and police officers, now converge around them, applauding their heroic actions with shouts of praise and occasional cheers from the crowd. The four of them were eager to meet this unknown yet valiant individual who had joined in their rescue. Reed extended his hand towards Xiao and said, "I am Reed Richards. I sincerely thank you for your assistance." Xiao, however, refrained from shaking his hand, gazing at him instead, and replied, "No need for a handshake. I fear you may deceive me. My name is Xiao." Reed felt a twinge of awkwardness upon hearing Xiao's response, momentarily at a loss for words. Jonathan stepped forward, embracing Xiao's shoulder, and introduced himself. "I am Jonathan Johnstone. You may call me Jonathan. This is my sister, Susan Stone." He gestured towards Susan and then pointed to Ben. "This rock man is Ben Grimm." After the introductions, Jonathan's eyes fell upon Xiao's armor, exclaiming, "Xiao, your armor is simply magnificent. It exudes wealth. Are you also a superhuman, or is it a feature of your armor?" He quickly added, "Please don't take offense. I'm merely curious, not prying into your secrets. You see, we have also gained superpowers. I can transform into a fireman and conjure flames." As he spoke, he gathered a ball of fire in his palm, and without waiting for Reed and the others to respond, he began to elaborate on their abilities. Reed can stretch his body like rubber, extending any part of himself to remarkable lengths. As he spoke, he tugged on Reed's arm to demonstrate for Xiao. "My sister can become invisible and create force fields, while Ben here turns into a rock man, gaining immense strength. What about your ability?" After his inquiries, Jonathan fixed his gaze on Xiao, his strategy quite audacious. Having disclosed their powers, he assumed Xiao would reciprocate. Therefore, Reed and the others refrained from intervening. Xiao had never been particularly secretive about his abilities. Although Jonathan had not explicitly asked, he had an inkling. However, since the question had been posed, he felt no need to withhold his response. "I possess the power of infinite resurrection, and my ability to fly is a feature of my armor, custom-made by Tony." As he spoke, he began to showcase the various aspects of his armor. The four of them expressed astonishment at Xiao's capabilities, with Jonathan inquiring further, "Infinite resurrection? Is it as I imagine?" "Indeed, it means I cannot die, no matter the circumstances. I have even committed suicide hundreds of times." Xiao responded with a carefree attitude towards death, clearly more interested in flaunting his armor. At this moment, Susan could no longer contain her curiosity. "Why would you want to commit suicide? Hundreds of times?" Reed and Jonathan also shared her intrigue. After all, what sane person would contemplate such actions without reason? There's no particular reason. I was just bored, so I thought I'd give it a try. It's not like anything significant happens. In a casual conversation, one might inquire whether anyone is curious about the name of my battle armor. Xiao, eager to boast about his own, captivates the attention of Reed and his companions with his rationale, leaving them astounded. Is this individual truly sane? He has apparently committed suicide hundreds of times merely out of boredom. Noticing Xiao's incessant bragging about his armor, Jonathan finally asks, "So what is its name?" Seizing the opportunity to showcase his pride, Xiao enthusiastically replies, "This is Balabala. Isn't it magnificent?" The four of them nod in agreement. though Reed expresses particular interest in the anti-gravity device. He inquires, so, has Tony Stark already developed an anti-gravity device? Do you know the principle behind it? Not a clue. You should directly ask him. Who would waste time on such trivial matters? Xiaoho retorts, his curiosity piqued. Despite the narrative's inconsistencies, he notices that these individuals resemble the actors he has seen before, yet he has yet to encounter any extraordinary people or items as depicted in comics. Reed, somewhat disheartened, responds, then I shall seek Stark for a discussion myself. By the way, may I study you? I'm quite intrigued by your abilities. Rest assured, I would merely use some instruments to record data. Xiaoho's expression darkens. He thinks to himself, indeed, a fool like Reed. Having just met, he is already intent on studying him, claiming it would be mere documentation, something that even Tony has never suggested. He directly tells Reed, you should focus on studying yourself. Only a fool would allow you to research them. You haven't even mastered your own abilities, yet you dare to investigate mine? I know someone with a similar power who is on the verge of becoming the Pirate King. Their rubber powers allow for both offense and defense, unlike you, who is deemed too weak even for support. Having said this, Xiaoho dismisses Reed and instead presents 3 business cards to Jonathan, Susan, and Ben. He informs them, I have established a bounty agency. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. As long as it does not target innocents, murders, arson, or even blowing up the White House is permissible. With that, he prepares to leave but pauses, turning to the 4 of them, particularly addressing Ben, by the way. The troubles here were instigated by you. Surely, you will not neglect to provide compensation, will you? I hope not. If anyone approaches me with a commission due to this, I will not hesitate to eliminate you as well. With that, he soars into the sky, departing from the scene. Jonathan watches Xiaoho fly away and remarks, I quite like this guy. He is simply delightful. Chapter 97. Natasha, can I learn magic? After Xiaoho's departure, he returns to the agency. Natasha, glancing at the battle armor he has just removed and the news playing on the computer, comments, so you just saved someone on the Brooklyn Bridge? Xiaoho finds a spot to rest and, as he removes the armor, counters her question, how did you know? This truly is one of the finest collectibles I have ever received. He gazed at the battle armor, contemplated for a moment, and then summoned a portal, arriving at Kamartaj without waiting for Natasha's response. Just as she was about to reply, she witnessed him step directly into the portal, igniting her irritation. This fellow was clearly intent on causing a stir today. She promptly followed him inside, and upon witnessing the scene beyond the door, she felt a flicker of surprise. This place was unfamiliar to her. She had only seen the robes of the sorcerers worn by passers-by, reminiscent of the ones she had previously encountered with the Ancient One. She grasped the arm of the advancing Xiaoho and whispered, is this truly the Kamartaj you mentioned? Xiaoho merely nodded, his gaze scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. Natasha, harboring a deep respect for the Ancient One she had met before, stifled her earlier frustration and began to observe her surroundings like Xiaoho. Suddenly, she inquired, do you think I could learn magic? Xiaoho, taken aback, responded with a hint of skepticism. What makes you wish to learn magic? I find the sorcery here rather ineffective. It's akin to borrowing at exorbitant interest. The Ancient One has overextended himself and is now contemplating escape. Just as Natasha was about to retort, her vision blurred, and they found themselves in a tea room. The Ancient One greeted her with a warm smile, saying, please have a seat, Natasha. Natasha suppressed her astonishment and obediently sat down. The Ancient One gestured toward the teacup before her and said, enjoy some tea. Thank you, Natasha replied, lifting the cup and taking a sip. The Ancient One chuckled softly before adopting a serious demeanor, addressing Xiaoho. I believe I mentioned not to speak ill of me behind my back, did I not? Xiaoho, unfazed, wore a nonchalant expression, casually picking his nose as he replied. Did I? I must have forgotten. No sooner had he uttered these words than a portal appeared beneath him, causing him to plummet, and it promptly closed behind him. Natasha observed this spectacle while quietly sipping her tea. The Ancient One resumed her gentle demeanor, stating, I just heard that you wish to learn magic, correct? Natasha eagerly nodded. Yes, may I learn? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the Ancient One. The Ancient One subtly activated the power of the Time Stone, beginning to glimpse Natasha's future. To Natasha, it appeared as though the Ancient One merely closed her eyes in contemplation for a few seconds before responding. However, she had already surveyed countless possibilities. While you can indeed learn the magic of Kamartage, the enhancement to your future abilities would be minimal. Your magical aptitude is, shall we say, average. Do you still wish to pursue this? Upon hearing that her talent was merely average, Natasha felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet she was grateful for the opportunity to learn. She declared, even if it's average, I still wish to learn magic. Please, teach me. The Ancient One regarded her with a satisfied smile. Though her talent was ordinary, her resolute character pleased her greatly. Indeed, I shall teach you with great care. Upon finishing her statement, she struck a palm towards Natasha. Instantly, Natasha's soul soared from her corporeal form. With another gesture, the Ancient One felt her begin to traverse through various dimensions. The astral projection spell allows one to explore different realms while simultaneously enhancing one's mental prowess. The Ancient One's explanation resonated directly within Natasha's ears. She perceived the surrounding space contorting and morphing, teeming with an array of peculiar creatures flitting past her. As the scene grew increasingly surreal, she suddenly felt the weight of countless eyes upon her. Yet, with another flicker of imagery, her soul returned to her body. Observing Natasha slowly awakening, the Ancient One presented her with a cup of tea, saying, "Drink this. You will feel better afterward." Still somewhat dazed, Natasha lifted the cup and consumed it in one swift motion. Subsequently, she respectfully expressed her gratitude to the Ancient One. "Thank you, Master. I feel my understanding of this world has become much clearer." The Ancient One was greatly pleased with her demeanor, replying, "You need not thank me. This place exists to facilitate the learning of magic for aspiring sorcerers. You are merely a novice, and I have only provided a modest initiation." However, Natasha insisted earnestly, "No, this is immensely significant. You have aided me before, and now you have taught me. Thank you." Hearing this, the Ancient One joyfully retrieved her folding fan, idly twirling in her hand, and then thought of Xiaoho. With a wave, a portal materialized, through which Xiaoho tumbled, landing with a thud. He looked up at the Ancient One with annoyance, exclaiming, "Old dang. At least give me a warning when you release me." That hurt, though I must admit, it was more thrilling than a roller coaster. Next time, when boredom strikes, I shall seek you out for amusement. The Ancient One's previously buoyant mood dissipated, for he possessed an uncanny talent for ruining the atmosphere. She addressed Xiaoho, "Enough. Natasha has resolved to study magic here, so take her to find Hannibal. Oh, I meant to say, find Caecilius and have him make the necessary arrangements." Xiaoho smirked at the Ancient One, teasing, "Old dang. I knew you weren't as innocent as you seem. Uncle Ba would be heartbroken to hear you refer to him in such a manner. Are you not secretly spying on others? Is there really a universe where Uncle Ba consumes human flesh? Take me for a tour." The Ancient One promptly teleported both of them away, contemplating her previous curiosity about Xiaoho's incessant references to Uncle Ba. She could no longer maintain her previous composure regarding Caecilius. Indeed, he was quite the menace, rivaling that troublesome Wade. Thankfully, this universe lacked Wade. Yet, perhaps she ought to retire sooner rather than later, otherwise she might find it challenging to cope should Wade ever arrive. It would be best to leave such matters to Strange. Xiaoho and Natasha materialized in the library, where Xiaoho immediately voiced his discontent. "That old dang has truly overstepped the bounds, allowing me to free fall for such an extended period. I bore no resentment towards her and was reluctant to let her take me for a leisurely jaunt." Natasha gazed at him in silence, simultaneously expressing her respect for Ancient One, who had refrained from ending his life, truly embodying the magnanimity of a supreme sorcerer. Suddenly, the voice of Caecilius interrupted. "Xiaoho, what brings you here? Have you once again offended the teacher? Were you not instructed to maintain respect and courtesy towards her?" Wang, seated at the management desk near the entrance, chimed in. "Indeed, it seems that every time you visit, you provoke the teacher's ire. Your behavior is utterly excessive." Chapter 98. Magic? Not even a dog would learn it. Xiaoho glanced at the two with discontent. "This is not my fault. I merely came here seeking something, and she seized me without hesitation. Moreover, she is not a good person." Before he could articulate further, a fan struck him on the head, knocking him to the ground, and then it soared into Natasha's hands. Ancient One's voice echoed alongside. "I have already said, do not conspire against me from behind. Natasha, this fan is a gift for you." Natasha expressed her delight upon receiving the gift. playing with the wooden fan in her hands. The gazes of Uncle Ba and Wong were drawn to it as well, although it was not a treasure. It was an item that the Supreme Sorcerer had carried for a considerable time, and she had directly bestowed it upon the woman before her. They looked to Xiaoho, anticipating an explanation. After rising, Xiaoho addressed Uncle Ba. Old Deng mentioned that Natasha intends to learn magic here, and asked me to bring her to you. Caecilius nodded in understanding, and then said to Natasha, "Come with me. I will arrange accommodations for you." Natasha hesitated and inquired, "Does learning magic mean I must stay here?" Uncle Ba affirmed, "Indeed. We require novice sorcerers to remain in Kamar Taj for easier instruction and to mitigate dangers, as magic can indeed be perilous." Upon hearing this, Natasha acquiesced, telling Xiaoho, "Then I shall study here for a time. I leave the affairs of the agency in your hands. Please take care of Xiao Mo and Yelena." Xiaoho, upon hearing this, retorted, "Do they really need my care? Come now. The youngest among them is already over 15. What is there to care for? If it comes to it, I could easily deal with that blonde brat. Moreover, I doubt any blonde would dare approach them. They're all fierce women. Even Sky has been led astray by Xiao Mo and Yelena." Natasha considered his words and realized their validity, thus refraining from further comment. Xiaoho, along with Uncle Ba and Natasha, departed from the library. After parting ways with the two, he resumed his exploration, not forgetting the primary purpose of his visit. After traversing a considerable distance, he finally discovered what he sought outside Ancient One's dwelling, a square piece of bluish stone embedded in the steps leading to her door. Xiaoho promptly pried it loose and stowed it in his backpack, then took out a portal and made his escape. Upon returning to the office, he placed the stone beside the sacred armor, finding a suitable angle to extract the sword of invincibility. Once the sword was drawn, it was thrust firmly into the center of the stone. Xiaoho surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction as he remarked, "Indeed. How could the sword and the stone exist without the stone itself? The stone acquired from Kamar Taj is quite befitting of your stature." After casting a glance at the sacred armor with approval, he seated himself at the front desk, usually occupied by Natasha, and began to scrutinize the office. However, it was not long before he succumbed to slumber, his head resting on the desk. In the afternoon, upon returning from school, Yelena and Sky entered to behold the resplendent sacred armor and the sword in the stone. They rushed over to examine them, with Yelena drawn more toward the armor, while Sky, after a brief observation of the armor, began to investigate the sword. She tugged at it, but it resisted her effort. She then leaned down to inspect the connection point, seeking to determine if it was a singular piece. Having previously encountered it, Yelena began to recount its history to her. After a brief period of study, they approached the front desk, curiosity piqued as they wondered why Natasha was absent, for she typically greeted them upon their return. Upon reaching the front desk, they beheld Xiaoho, who had drooled over the table, and exchanged looks of disdain. Yelena slapped the desk, startling Xiaoho awake as he blinked in confusion at his surroundings. Yelena promptly inquired, "Where's my sister? Why are you seated here?" Xiaoho wiped his mouth and replied, "You mean Natasha? She is studying magic at Kamar Taj and likely won't be back for some time." The two gasped in unison, "Studying magic? Why weren't we invited to join?" Xiaoho, taken aback by their exclamation, hastily covered his ears and exclaimed, "Please quiet down. You're going to deafen me." Once they ceased their clamoring, he explained, "I had no idea. When I went to Kamar Taj today, I was unaware of what she discussed with the Ancient One, but she decided to remain there to study magic. If you wish to go, I can certainly open a portal to take you, but whether they will teach you remains uncertain. Besides, what is so worthwhile about learning magic? Warriors are the true mightiest." He failed to notice the tinge of bitterness that laced his words. The two quickly responded, "Want to go? Please take us." Reluctantly, Xiaoho opened the portal once more, transporting them while calling out to Natasha on the other side, "Natasha, your sister is looking for you." He then closed the portal, secretly relieved to be free from two burdensome companions. What a relief. In the evening, Xiao Mo returned to the office, observing Xiaoho engrossed in a game on the sofa. She approached him and asked, "Where is everyone?" Xiaoho, noticing her return, replied, "You're back. How was your day?" "They all went to Kamar Taj to study magic. Do you wish to join them?" Little Mo first responded regarding today's learning results, then disdainfully remarked, "Magic? Even dogs don't learn that." Xiaoho gave a thumbs up to Little Mo, agreeing indeed. "Truly, you are my kindred spirit." Little Mo was quite pleased with Xiaoho's response, asserting, "Of course. I find those magicians most irksome. Real men should engage in genuine combat with real weapons." Xiaoho eagerly concurred, "Absolutely right." At that moment, little Mo suddenly noticed the additional holy armor and the sword in the stone in the hall. She approached the armor and then fixed her gaze upon the sword in the stone. Xiaoho joined her side, saying, "When I displayed the holy armor today, I suddenly had this idea. What do you think? I even found a stone specifically for it. You can try pulling it out whenever you have the time." Little Mo reached out to caress the sword's blade, and she seemed to envision the ethereal figure of her father standing there, hands gripping the hilt, gazing at her. Unconsciously, she murmured, "Father, it won't be long before I master the finest culinary skills. By then, you should be able to recognize me, right?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoho quietly retreated to the sofa, pretending to be inconspicuous so that little Mo could have a moment of solitude. The next day arrived, and Xiaoho, feeling bored, watched the television screen where a reporter was interviewing Jonathan. On screen, Jonathan proudly showcased his abilities. However, when the reporter inquired about Xiaoho, he hesitated momentarily and ultimately chose not to mention him. Xiaoho, observing this, quipped, "I've been meaning to comment on this. This guy actually shares a face with Captain America. But in this world, Captain America can't possibly be Peggy Carter, right?" Chapter 99, The Deported Sky. As Xiaoho watched Jonathan boast incessantly, a portal appeared beside him, and Uncle Bob brought Sky through. The moment Sky spotted Xiaoho, she rushed forward and embraced him. Starting to complain, "Xiaoho, they say I can't learn magic. Yet Yelena can. Why can't I?" Xiaoho, somewhat flustered by the girl clinging to him, offered comfort. "It's all right, Sky. It's merely magic. Even dogs don't learn it. I'll have little Mo teach you swordsmanship instead." He gestured toward Uncle Ba, adding, "Ask Uncle Ba, and you'll see. I don't know magic either, but in Kamartage, aside from that old hag ancient one, who doesn't give me face." Sky looked up at him, questioning, "Really? How come I can't tell?" Uncle Ba internally scoffed, wondering who would bother arguing with a lunatic. Furthermore, who doesn't give him face? If it weren't for Ancient One's intervention, and if he weren't so hard to kill, countless individuals would relish the chance to eliminate him. Nevertheless, he reluctantly explained. The teacher stated that this little girl possesses other powers within her, and studying magic would cause conflicts. Hence, she was sent back. Also, Natasha asked me to inform you to grant Yelena a long leave and to take good care of Sky. Don't just keep playing with her. At last, the teacher instructed me to convey to you that it would be prudent to find a suitable stone to fill that pit, lest she cast you into a place you would undoubtedly prefer to avoid. After delivering this message, Uncle Ba swiftly returned to the portal and promptly closed it, eager to evade any further words from Xiaoho. Xiaoho, visibly displeased, shouted at the spot where the portal had vanished. "I earned it through my own merit. Why should I fill it? If you disagree, come in me. Do not presume I am afraid." He pondered, where could this place be that I would dread? Sky, shaking Xiaoho's hand, interrupted his reverie with a query. "They say I possess other powers within me. Do you know what they are? Surely, it cannot be that I am a mutant." Xiaoho gazed at Sky, delving into the recesses of his memory. He had found the name somewhat familiar, and upon her mention of mutants and internal powers, it became even more so. After a brief moment of contemplation, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I remember now. No wonder it seems so familiar. Isn't this the character known as Quake from the S.H. The agents?" Sky hastily inquired, "What is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Quake, are you referring to me? Is my ability seismic in nature?" The more Xiaoho observed Sky, the more she resembled a character from a television show he had previously watched, albeit with slight differences due to her youth. Her face still bore the softness of girlhood, and her hair was merely shoulder length. Instead of answering, he countered, "The details of S.H.I.E.L.D. are inconsequential. First, you must answer me. Have you been searching for your biological parents all along?" Sky nodded, then shook her head, saying, "I did wish to find them previously, but after meeting you all, I no longer feel the same urge. I wish to be with you." With that, she embraced Xiaoho once more, whispering, "Being with you brings me immense joy. Since my parents abandoned me, I have no desire to seek them. Are you wishing to cast me away because I might be a mutant?" She was acutely aware that many in America harbored disdain for mutants, especially following the events in San Francisco, after which the outcry had diminished considerably, She feared Xiaoho might share such sentiments. Sensing Sky's body tremble slightly, Xiaoho quickly patted her back, reassuringly stating, "When did I ever suggest I would drive you away? I merely sought clarification. You are not a mutant. If anything, you could be classified as inhuman. Although it shares similarities with mutants, the origins differ. Mutants arise from genetic mutations, while inhumans are transformed by the Kree." At this juncture, Xiaoho placed his hands on Sky's shoulders, gently guiding her to look into his eyes as he continued, "You need not worry. We will not distance ourselves from you because of your uniqueness. After all, none among us can be deemed entirely normal. Presently, the most normal here is likely you, who has yet to awaken your powers. Besides, if I were to disdain you, Natasha and the others would surely take my life upon their return, wouldn't they?" Upon hearing this, tears of gratitude welled in Sky's eyes, and she once again enveloped Xiaoho in a heartfelt embrace. As Sky once again nestled into his embrace, Xiaoho found himself pondering whether this little girl was seizing the opportunity to take advantage of him. After all, why else would she cling to him so persistently? He attempted to divert the conversation, asking, "Forget those matters for now. Don't you truly wish to seek your parents? Although they seem rather unwell and appear to be plotting something." Sky, intrigued, inquired, "What are they planning to do?" Xiaoho summarized his limited memories, stating, "Your mother, having endured torment at the hands of Hydra, is preparing to exact revenge, intending to eliminate all ordinary humans and leave only the Inhumans in this world." He paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and remarked, "What an ambitious vision. However, once everyone is dead, there won't be many Inhumans left. Won't she find it rather dull?" Sky was taken aback, questioning the implications. Was her mother truly becoming a villain? Was it necessary to be so dramatic? Did this not make her the daughter of a nefarious figure? Furthermore, was he genuinely praising her? Shouldn't he be contemplating how to thwart her plans? She felt the idealized image she had of Xiaoho beginning to shatter. Noticing Sky's silence, Xiaoho was puzzled and speculated that perhaps she was merely in shock. He decided to give her some space while also contemplating Sky's abilities. While reading the original story, he had mused about her potential to generate shockwaves. Wasn't he that akin to her father's powers? Unrestrained and formidable. Yet, her development seemed rather lackluster. Where was the world's strongest man he had heard of? With this thought, he addressed Sky, saying, "Sky, once you awaken your abilities, please refrain from reckless experimentation. When the time comes, I shall guide you on how to harness them. If you wish to create shockwaves, let them ripple through space and time rather than indulging in trivialities." Sky, listening intently to Xiaoho discuss her powers, couldn't he help but ask, "How do I awaken them? Are my abilities strong? I believe awakening requires some kind of crystal, doesn't it? The SHIELD has them, but I'm not on good terms with them. They probably won't hand one over easily. As for the power itself, it must be quite formidable." After Xiaoho spoke, he began to ponder how to assist Sky in acquiring a crystal. Was there one referred to as the obelisk in SHIELD? Should he consider raiding it directly? Upon hearing that her awakening item would be difficult to obtain, Sky felt a twinge of disappointment, but reassured Xiaoho, "There's no need to rush. We can wait for an opportunity to acquire it later." "Very well, but I shall think of a way. If necessary, I could assist them with some tasks in exchange for it," Xiaoho replied. Sky nodded vigorously, adding, "Thank you. Once my abilities are awakened, I'll help you with tasks as well." Xiaoho affectionately ruffled her hair, grinning mischievously. "Don't think that this means you can skip school. You didn't attend this morning, did you? Let it slide today, but you must behave and return to school tomorrow." Chapter 100, An Encounter with the Stone Man. Sky, somewhat disgruntled by Xiaoho's words, retorted, "But I wish to spend more time with you. I can learn what the school teaches on my own." Xiaoho lightly tapped her forehead. "No excuses. You're already quite happy. They didn't even send you to a private school. Remember, I endured various torments at school myself. You are already enjoying a joyful education." As he spoke, he unconsciously recalled the overwhelming flood of questions he faced during his school days. He shook his head vigorously, attempting to cast aside those memories. After all, even if he were considered a poor student, it wouldn't change the fact that he was indeed a poor student. Sky pondered how his strategy could have been so easily discerned. This was unexpected. When had Xiaoho become so astute? Xiaoho led Sky outside, locking the door of the office behind him, and then retrieved his long-unused motorcycle. Once seated, he gestured to the back seat, saying, "Hop on. Today we shall take a leisurely ride." He also handed Sky a helmet to ensure his safety. Sky settled behind Xiaoho, wrapping his arms around his waist, and cheered as they sped through the streets, the earlier troubles forgotten in the exhilaration of the moment. They weaved through the bustling streets of New York until Xiaoho spotted a yellow stone figure and gradually came to a halt. Sky inquired, "Why have we stopped? Aren't we continuing our exploration?" Xiaoho pointed at the stone figure, saying, "I just spotted someone I know. I'll go say hi." Following Xiaoho's direction, Sky looked and, seeing a stranger, obediently dismounted the motorcycle and accompanied Xiaoho. Initially, he felt a twinge of annoyance at Reed for being preoccupied with flirting with Susan instead of focusing on how to revert to his original self. Moreover, his fiancée had abandoned him, prompting him to seek solace in a drink. However, the murmurs and pointed fingers of the crowd only deepened his discontent. When another person approached him, he stated bluntly, "I won't give autographs, nor will I participate in interviews." Xiao paused for a moment before teasing, "Oh, you've become famous. I'm not here for an autograph. We met just yesterday." Looking up at Xiaoho, he uncertainly asked, "Are you the Golden Flash from yesterday?" Xiaoho retorted, somewhat displeased, "Who is the Golden Flash? I'm not a streetlight." He quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. It was unintentional. Your name is Xiaoho, right? Is there something you need?" "Nothing at all. I brought my sister out for a ride and saw you here, so I thought I'd say hello. By the way, this is my sister, Sky." Xiaoho introduced, gesturing toward her. The stranger looked at the girl who was curiously observing him and forced a smile. "Hello, Sky. Ben." He initially reached out a hand, but retracted it upon seeing it. Sky promptly greeted, "Hello, Ben." Noticing that Sky did not show any fear toward him lifted Ben's spirits considerably. Xiaoho interjected, "By the way, what brings you here? Shopping or patrolling?" Ben's mood, which had brightened slightly, soured again at the mention of patrolling. Was this a jest at his expense? Nevertheless, maintaining his good-natured demeanor, he replied, "I'm feeling a bit down, just out for some fresh air and planning to grab a drink." Upon hearing about drinking, Xiaoho remarked, "Perfect. I'm a bit tired from shopping too. Let's find a place to have a drink together." Upon observing Xiaoho and Sky, Ben hesitantly remarked, "Minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol." Xiaoho, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "Drinking should start from a young age. Are you not aware? Otherwise, one might easily be intoxicated by others later on. If one hones their tolerance, the chances for those little rascals will diminish, won't they?" Ben was momentarily taken aback by Xiaoho's words, contemplating their validity. It indeed seemed to hold some merit. Sky's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had previously refrained from drinking, but today, were they about to indulge in the experience? Both were led by Xiaoho to a Western restaurant, where he immediately began ordering an array of dishes, simultaneously requesting several glasses of chilled fruit juice. Noticing the disappointment on the faces of the two, he teased, "Surely, you didn't think I would bring children here to drink, did you?" Sky, miffed, kicked him lightly, while Ben displayed a hint of embarrassment, realizing that was indeed his assumption. Xiaoho disregarded Sky's reaction and turned to Ben, "You haven't eaten either, have you?" "Neither have Sky and I. When feeling down, food can lift one's spirits. By the way, let me check if Xiao and Mo is coming. You don't mind, do you?" Ben quickly shook his head, indicating he had no objections. Xiaoho retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Mo's number, intending to inquire if she would join them. However, she disdainfully declined, expressing her desire not to be distracted from her cooking studies. Xiaoho awkwardly stated, "Since Xiao and Mo is not coming, it shall be just the three of us." In an effort to ease Xiaoho's discomfort, Sky turned to Ben and asked, "Ben, are you a mutant? How did you become this way? You exude such a sense of security. Unlike the two Hulks I encountered previously, they were quite intimidating." Initially, Ben felt a twinge of displeasure, but Sky's subsequent compliment about his aura of safety shifted his perspective, lifting his spirits considerably amidst his recent gloom. He then began to elucidate the reasons behind his transformation. After listening, Sky comforted him, saying, "Do not be disheartened. You will surely revert to your former self. Besides, even if you cannot, you can utilize your newfound abilities to assist others, just like Xiaoho." Xiaoho promptly interjected, "I do not offer assistance without compensation. Do not forget about my agency. Moreover, I'm not a good person." Sky playfully stuck out her tongue. "Who said that? You are indeed a wonderful person. However, could you assist Ben? You are knowledgeable about many things, including peculiarities." Xiao pondered for a moment before producing a pink vial, elegantly shaped like a slender hand. He uncertainly remarked, Remy's aid primarily restores injuries and magical energy, and it can eliminate all abnormal conditions. However, I am unsure if your situation qualifies as such. This is the only one I possess. Do you wish to try it? Xiao, preparing to test the vial's efficacy on Ben's mutation, contemplated whether it constituted an abnormal condition. If it did, he could procure a multitude of such consumables, prompting mutants and other beings to turn away upon witnessing their own reflections. Previously, Banner's transformation had been reverted without him investigating the circumstances. It seems I should find some time to visit, though it feels rather cumbersome. Observing the potion in Xiao's hand, I felt a flicker of intrigue mixed with a hint of skepticism. This person approached me inexplicably. Although we had met once before, something about it felt unsettling. Xiao, noticing my prolonged silence, placed the potion directly before me and inquired, What are you pondering? Go ahead and get a try. I rarely offer anything to unfamiliar faces, but you caught my eye. By the way, how about joining me instead? Chapter 101. It would be quite embarrassing to socialize with others without a formidable companion in our team. I questioned in bewilderment. Join you? Indeed, Xiao replied. His gaze towards me ignited with fervor. You have no future mingling with that incompetent. Come along with me. I will ensure you enjoy the finest delicacies. And if anyone displeases you, I will stand by your side. All you need to do is chant 666 along with me. In his heart, he mused, this is a stone man. While not invincible, having him as a subordinate would certainly be impressive. His honest and simple nature would make for pleasant company. And most importantly, he is male. Upon hearing Xiao's proposal, I hesitated for a moment before declining. Thank you, but I think I will pass for now. I'm not looking to change jobs, so please take back the potion. With that, I cautiously pushed the potion back toward Xiao. Though slightly disheartened by my refusal, Xiao insisted, no worries. Consider the potion a token of our first meeting. Just try it and see how it works. I contemplated refusing again, but my hand unconsciously reached for the potion. After carefully lifting it, I steeled myself and swallowed it whole after a few chews. Xiao and Sky fixed their gaze on me, eager to witness the effects. As seconds ticked by without any change, I looked down at my unchanged hands and expressed my disappointment. It appears to be ineffective, but thank you nonetheless, Xiao. Xiao, feeling a tinge of disappointment himself, had hoped to procure something to counter the mutants. No problem, he replied, noticing my crestfallen expression. Cheer up. I recall that will soon develop a remedy to revert you back, so just hang in there. Upon hearing this news, I sprang to my feet and asked, Is that true? I must return quickly. Although I'm uncertain how you know this, I appreciate you sharing this information with me. Indeed, but sit down first. Returning now would serve no purpose. Xiao gestured for me to take a seat again. Watching me comply, he continued, Let's dine first and engage in conversation. Yet, he could not resist the allure of the stone man. Do you truly not wish to join me? The benefits are exceptional. How does a monthly salary of 100,000 sound? Once a task is assigned, you'll receive a commission. Trust me, mingling with leads to nowhere. Curious about Xiao's relentless recruitment efforts, could not help but ask, why are you so insistent on having me join you? I don't believe I possess anything of value to contribute. Sky also gazed at Xiao with curiosity, eager to hear his response. Xiao, feeling a tad embarrassed under their scrutiny, finally voiced his thoughts. It's because I play as a stone man exceptionally well. No, let me rephrase that. Who could possibly refuse a stone man in their team? Thor already has stone man allies. Why shouldn't I, who am here solely for the sake of play, have one as well? Just the presence of such a character would undoubtedly intimidate our opponents. Equally equipped were Zygiangian and Star-Lord, accompanied by Iron Man, a Tree Man, and Drax. I would feel quite ashamed to befriend them without a formidable ally in our ranks. Ben and Sky had anticipated that Xiao would provide a more compelling reason. To their surprise, his explanation was rather frivolous, causing Ben, who had initially been tempted, to abandon the notion altogether. He silently vowed never to work alongside this joker, lest he find it intolerable. He politely reiterated his refusal. I see, but I prefer to focus on regaining my strength first. I will consider it in the future. Xiao, slightly disheartened by the rejection, wondered why this encounter differed from when he recruited Black Widow, who had joined him without hesitation. At that moment, the food Xiao had ordered finally arrived, and the trio began to eat. After swiftly finishing a piece of steak, Ben couldn't help but inquire, Xiaoho, why do you keep calling Reed a scammer? Did he cross you? While munching on pasta, Xiaoho replied vaguely, not exactly. He is just incredibly incompetent. Hardly anyone around him has escaped his pitfalls, including you, who ended up as a stone man. Moreover, while others invest in him, he nearly bankrupts them. He is probably flirting with his fiancée, right now. Doesn't that seem quite deceitful? Ben appeared to have an epiphany, realizing the truth in Xiaoho's words. Setting aside other issues, it was indeed questionable for Reed to entice his ex-fiancée, after having already drained others financially. Sensing that he was making headway, Xiaoho eagerly urged, so Ben, come join me. I promise I won't betray my teammates or friends. Everyone I've teamed with has positive things to say. Ben hesitated once more, inadvertently biting his fork in half, producing a startling sound as he chewed. Both Xiaoho and Sky were captivated by his antics, thinking to themselves, what strong teeth this young man possesses. Noticing the odd texture in his mouth, Ben swallowed it down without further ado and replied to Xiaoho, let us wait a while longer. Once I've thought it through, I'll give you an answer. Xiaoho understood the importance of patience and replied, all right, but do remember to give me your answer. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. I'll show you my abilities when the time comes. After exchanging a few more words, the trio finished their meal and parted ways. Upon returning to the office, Xiaoho summoned Sky and presented her with a gold coin. She accepted it. Her curiosity piqued as she began to examine it closely, asking, what is this? A commemorative coin? Is it truly made of gold? Xiaoho elucidated, no, this is a resurrection coin. When worn, it grants the ability to revive oneself if death occurs within 30 minutes. I offer it to you as a precaution, should any unfortunate incident transpire. It could very well save your life. Upon hearing this, Sky tightly grasped the resurrection coin, fearful of its accidental loss. Can it truly revive someone? Is it applicable to others? Xiao nodded but cautioned, yes, it is possible, but I advise against using it indiscriminately on others. I only have 3 remaining, and after giving you 1, I will possess but 2. It is uncertain whether I can procure more in the future, so safeguard it well. Understand? Sky nodded earnestly, carefully placing the resurrection coin in her pocket. After a moment of contemplation, feeling it insufficiently secure, she hurried back to her room. She found a small pouch, filled it with gold coins, and suspended it around her neck with a fine string. After tucking the pouch into her bosom, she felt at ease. She then approached Xiaoho, showcasing her thoughtful arrangement. Observing her gesture of patting her chest proudly, Xiaoho scoffed dismissively. It was nothing to boast about. Thus, the days passed by in tranquil succession. One evening, while Xiaoho was engrossed in a game at the office, he received a call from an unfamiliar number. Answering, he inquired, whom do you seek? A somewhat familiar voice replied from the other end, Xiaoho, I believe I require your assistance. Upon recognizing the voice, Xiaoho queried, is that you, Ben? What do you need help with? Speak. Ben, from the Reed laboratory, quickly articulated, Reed has been captured by Victor. Jonathan diverted a missile, and Susan has gone to rescue Reed. I have transformed back. However, I need to revert again. Otherwise, I lack the strength to aid them. Can you assist in protecting Susan and the others? Just as he finished speaking, a door unexpectedly materialized before him, and Xiaoho stepped through. He glanced at his phone, then at the Xiaoho in front of him, wearing a bewildered expression akin to that of an elderly subway passenger. Are you intending to commission me to rescue someone or to eliminate Victor? Xiaoho remarked while surveying the somewhat chaotic laboratory. Ben, disregarding his astonishment, promptly responded, rescue. Then stop Victor. Following Ben's proclamation, Xiaoho received a notification for a side quest. Side quest. Assist Ben quest details. Rescue Reed, capture or eliminate Victor quest rewards. 100. 000 energy points. 20 designated lottery draws after accepting the quest. Xiaoho declared to Ben, I accept your task. This time, it shall be complimentary, but you must seriously consider joining me. Very well, I shall ponder it earnestly. Ben replied, indicating a nearby building rooftop. Victor should be there. He then gestured to the laboratory equipment. Allow me to study how to operate this machine to revert my form, and then I shall return to support you. However, the power supply is a bit problematic, he concluded, staring at the apparatus, seemingly at a loss for where to begin. Xiaoho glanced at the instrument and shrugged, exclaiming, I'm at a loss here. The intricacies of high technology elude me. However, I can summon someone knowledgeable to assist. As he spoke, he activated the portal once more. On the other side, Tony was engrossed in the study of various models of the Mark suit. Upon being alerted by Jarvis, he turned to the door that had materialized in his workshop. "Hey, Tony, have you missed me? Could you lend a hand?" Xiao called out. Tony, upon hearing this, reluctantly set aside his work and approached, surveying the surroundings before inquiring, "What do you need help with? And did you really make this mess?" "Not me. I need you to assist in figuring out this machine. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave," Xiao replied before utilizing the portal again, vanishing to the rooftop apartment pointed out by Ben. Tony, left momentarily speechless, pondered, "He calls me for help and then just takes off?" He turned to the bald, muscular man who was staring at him. "So you must be Ben? Could you elucidate the situation for me?" Ben promptly recounted the events that had transpired during this period. After listening, Tony regarded the instrument and said, "So, you intend to use this device again to revert to your monstrous form and assist your friend. Is that correct?" Ben nodded vigorously. "Exactly. I attempted it just now, but it failed. When Victor transformed me back, he mentioned insufficient power. I am exploring solutions, and Xiao enlisted your help." Tony scrutinized the instrument once more, then fixed his gaze on Ben's eyes. "By your own words, Haven T, you always wish to revert? Moreover, having sought Xiao's assistance, why the insistence on changing back?" Ben met Tony's gaze, replying earnestly, "In comparison to returning to a normal life, I yearn far more to assist my friends. I cannot simply shift the burden onto others." A smile blossomed on Tony's face. He was quite pleased with this response. "All right, I understand. I will assist you, Ben. Furthermore, I believe we can forge a friendship in the process." He then moved to the instrument for further examination, instructing Jarvis, "Have my suit delivered, and ensure to bring an additional arc reactor." Believing Tony was addressing him, Ben glanced over, only to find Tony engrossed in his computer, clearly not speaking to him. He returned his focus to inspecting the wiring for any damage. Within a couple of minutes, a suit soared through the window and landed beside Tony. Ben, gazing at the suit, recalled having seen it on the news, having assumed it was new military equipment, unaware that it belonged to the very man before him. Tony swiftly donned the suit, then activated the spherical device, modifying it with precision. The energy field conversion device is quite an impressive invention, though it still has its shortcomings. With the arc reactor supplying power, it is now operational. "Step inside, Ben." Upon hearing this, Ben hurried into the conversion chamber. Tony looked at him, reaffirming one last time, "Ben, are you truly prepared?" With a resolute nod, Ben declared, "Let us go." Tony, no longer hesitating, closed the hatch and activated the machine, simultaneously instructing Jarvis to document the data for thorough examination upon their return. The laboratory was illuminated as if it were day by the radiance emanating from the transformation chamber. As the light faded, a figure, resembling a humanoid made of stone and adorned in a vibrant yellow hue, emerged from the chamber. Tony inquired, "Are you feeling any discomfort?" "No, I need to get over there to assist." "Thank you, Mr. Stark," Ben replied, stretching his limbs before heading toward the corridor. Tony interjected, "Allow me to escort you. You'll take too long on foot." He approached Ben, grasped his hand, and lifted him into the air, soaring toward a location not far away that was resonating with various combat energies. Meanwhile, Xiao, having traversed through a portal, found himself outside the penthouse window of Victor. There, he beheld a cloaked figure with a metallic mask, seemingly grasping at thin air. After crashing through the glass doors, he jested, "Is this a masquerade ball? Are you performing some avant-garde art? Grasping at nothingness?" Victor, taken aback by the sudden intruder, questioned, "Who are you?" As he spoke, the figure of Susan became visible. Her complexion flushed. Xiao brandished the salted fish sword, the Scarlet Queen, and declared, "I am a bounty hunter sent to capture or eliminate you. Show some mercy. Cease tormenting the woman, and let us engage in a true contest of manhood." Victor, however, did not relent, instead fixating on the enormous salted fish that had appeared in Xiao's possession. "A bounty hunter? You cannot possibly intend to battle me with a dead fish. I must admit, you amuse me." Unperturbed by Victor's derision, Xiao surged forward, accelerating and striking his sword against Victor's chest, sending him sprawling. In the midst of being knocked back, Victor loosened his grip, causing Susan to tumble to the ground. After coughing a few times, she addressed Xiao. "Thank you. You are the Xiao from that day, aren't you?" Xiao nodded in affirmation while teasing, "Indeed, that would be me. However, your taste leaves much to be desired." an ex-boyfriend who is a research fanatic, and a fiancé who is an abuser. TSK. Susan, Reed, Victor, remaining silent, unleashed a palm thunder. Chapter 103 Xiaoho. I report you. You certainly initiated it. Just as Xiaoho, with a playful glint in his eye directed at Susan, was struck by Victor's palm thunder. He was propelled backward, crashing into an office desk before coming to a halt. Rising from the wreckage, he rubbed his chest where his clothing had been singed by the lightning, revealing skin that was red and blistered but gradually healing. Xiaoho glared at Victor in discontent. That's excessive. Who starts with a heavy attack right off the bat? Victor, observing Xiaoho, who had withstood the lightning with minimal damage, felt arcs of electricity crackling around him, and unleashed another formidable bolt aimed directly at Xiaoho. As Xiaoho perceived the electric arc hurtling towards him, he instinctively began to evade. Yet his speed proved insufficient. The arc swept across his leg, instantly obliterating a pant leg. After rolling to the side, he rose to his feet, casting a disgruntled glare at Victor, questioning his lack of martial ethics. Observing that Xiaoho had sustained no severe injuries, Victor continued to gather electric arcs in his hands, launching a fresh wave of attacks. Hey, that's excessive, Xiaoho exclaimed while deftly dodging. Your turn should be over. It's my time to strike. Victor remained silent, concentrating on manifesting 5 bolts of lightning that targeted every conceivable location Xiaoho could occupy. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoho gasped, "Goodness, the lightning whip quintet. Master Ma, is that you?" This time, he could not evade entirely. 3 bolts struck him directly, transforming him into a being of electricity, his bones visibly exposed. As the lightning dissipated, his hair erupted into a frizzy mass, his body turned pitch black, with only his shorts remaining intact, revealing a stark white. He coughed out a plume of black smoke, trembling as he leaned against his sword, the salted fish sword, struggling to remain upright. Seizing the opportunity during their skirmish, Susan had managed to rescue Reed, who, however, remained ensconced in frost, his combat capabilities still hindered. Both she and Reed tensed upon seeing Xiaoho struck by lightning. Susan quickly erected a force field shield to protect him from any potential follow-up attacks by Victor. At that moment, 2 figures soared into the fray, one clad in armor, who immediately unleashed a palm cannon at Victor, forcing him to retreat several paces. Tony, observing Victor bracing against the palm cannon, could not refrain from raising both hands to amplify his power, releasing a sustained barrage of energy blasts. Victor likewise raised his hands to shield himself from the laser onslaught, yet his body was gradually pushed backward, his hands beginning to glow red from the intense heat. Tony could not help but scoff. What on earth is that? I think he is the real Iron Man. Xiaoho, regaining his composure, chimed in, indeed. And this is the villain, ruthless and reticent. When he can strike, he surely doesn't prattle. As he charged his weapon, the Scarlet Queen, Xiaoho propelled himself toward Victor, calling out to Tony, "Let me handle this." Upon reaching Victor, he unleashed a flurry of strikes with his blazing greatsword, each swing slicing through the air with fiery red afterimages. Once Victor was forced out of the sword's reach, Xiaoho transitioned seamlessly into a charging slash, 3 massive arcs of fiery energy crashing into Victor, lifting him off the ground. Xiaoho showed no signs of halting. As he surged forward, he executed 3 upward slashes against the airborne Victor. Just as it appeared Victor might plummet out of the window, Xiaoho bellowed, "Taste my salted fish thrust." His great sword, imbued with immense fiery energy, lunged directly toward Victor's chest. Victor was sent flying by the final blow, soaring far into the air before plummeting toward the ground. However, Xiaoho was not prepared to let him escape. Wielding the fully charged Azure Rose, he unleashed a level 3 energy strike against Victor in midair. The bullet, imbued with intense energy, struck Victor directly, yet failed to penetrate his skin. Thwarted by his formidable metallic exterior, the bullet, unable to breach his body, could not unleash its full potential for harm, merely leaving a multitude of scars upon the surface of Victor's form. Xiaoho stared in disbelief at the aftermath of his attack and could not help but exclaim, "I must report this. He is definitely cheating. What kind of defense is this? I've never struggled so much against a demon." The 4 onlookers were left stunned by Xiaoho's recent barrage, the scars etched into the walls and floor bearing witness to the brutality of his assault. Upon hearing Xiaoho's words, Susan inquired incredulously, "What did you say?" He is still alive? How is that possible? Xiaoho, fixated on the descending Victor, responded, no, he is just too tough. After all that hacking, I've only managed to break the surface. Moreover, the energy accompanying my strikes seems to have been diminished, absorbed by him. Tony, who had been meticulously analyzing and recording Xiaoho's attacks, quipped, it seems your salty fish sword and salty fish gun are not quite up to par. He then continued with a serious tone, I've analyzed it. The energy within his body has weakened your energy and impact, and his physical resilience is nearly on par with that of adamantium, as long as the energy within him remains unspent. To completely eradicate him with such attacks would likely require a continuous onslaught throughout the entire day. Xiaoho darkly replied to Tony, thank you for your analysis. I feel somewhat comforted. Just then, Victor crashed heavily onto the street below, shattering the ground upon impact. Tony addressed the group, saying, all right, let us devise a way to stop or eliminate him. He seems to be getting a bit agitated. He gestured toward the now chaotic street below, where Victor stood at its center, absorbing the surrounding electricity to replenish his expended energy. Countless arcs of electricity surged from streetlights and various appliances toward Victor. Xiaoho leaped from the shattered window, using the wall to propel himself several times before landing directly in front of Victor. Tony followed suit, leaving Reed and the others behind. Susan glanced out the window and then returned, stating, I can't jump down. I'll take the elevator. Reed, initially poised to jump due to his rubbery physique, which rendered him impervious to impact, reluctantly followed Susan toward the elevator. After contemplating his own weight, he steeled himself and jumped down, his startled scream echoing through the air. Just as Tony was nearing the ground, he looked up to see a yellow mass hurtling toward him. With urgency, he soared upwards to catch him, and after securing him, he descended a short distance to dissipate the impact entirely. He expressed his dissatisfaction to the stone figure in his grasp, exclaiming, my friend, are you truly a human bomb? Do you intend to create another large crater in the street? Surely, you wouldn't want to receive a fine, would you? Chapter 104. The mighty Doctor of Destruction Xiaoho paid no heed to Tony and the others. Instead, he focused on Victor, whose body began to recover after absorbing electrical energy. The slight blood loss from his head was gradually mending. As he fired a shot from the azure rose to interrupt Victor, he could not help but declare, forget the rest. Let's engage in battle. Do not afford him a moment to recover. I shall lead. You provide cover for me. With those words, Xiaoho charged forward, sword in hand, and engaged Victor in close combat. This skirmish finally imbued Xiaoho with the exhilarating sensation reminiscent of gaming. However, Victor's defenses were rather absurd, despite Xiaoho's numerous assaults. The blood meter above Victor's head only diminished slowly, barely outpaced by his recovery. Tony began to seek opportunities, relentlessly bombarding Victor with his palm repulsor. The stone figure advanced, coordinating close-range attacks alongside Xiaoho, though he lacked combat skills, possessing only strength and defense. Fortunately, Victor had only recently grasped his powers and had not learned specialized techniques, relying instead on instinct in battle, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange with the trio. Irritated by the trio's relentless assault, Victor unleashed a flurry of arcs of electricity from his body, forcing Xiaoho to retreat. He then concentrated a thick arc of electricity in his palm and directed it toward Tony. The arc left a distinct mark on Tony's armor before being absorbed by his reactor, momentarily leaving Tony in astonishment. Observing that the armor's energy had restored to 5, he felt a surge of confidence. His armor appeared capable of countering Victor's lightning. Tony swiftly assembled a great sword, charging toward Victor and striking down upon his shoulder. Though it merely caused Victor to slightly crouch, Victor pressed the sword against his shoulder with one hand while extending the other toward Tony's chest, where torrents of electricity surged from Tony's reactor into Victor's palm. Tony heard J-A-R-V-I-S-S voice in his ear, Sir, energy is being extracted. Current remaining energy, 50, 45, 40. Tony quickly replied, I understand. I am devising a solution. Fortunately, Xiaoho rushed in just in time, striking Victor back and rescuing Tony, seizing the opportunity to re-engage Victor once more. Irritated, Xiaoho remarked to Tony, I told you that melee combat is not your forte, yet you persisted, rushing in recklessly. The health you just lost has returned fully. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tony had initially believed he could counter Victor. It turned out to be a two-way street. He abandoned the desire for close combat, opting instead to maintain distance and provide fire support. Victor exuded an air of confidence, as the individuals before him posed no real threat. He relinquished his defenses, opting instead to unleash arcs of electricity upon Xiahou and his companions, deliberately steering clear of Tony. Once Victor commenced his electric onslaught, Xiahou had no choice but to evade continuously. Although his speed could be deemed commendable, it was all relative. His bursts of speed barely approached the sound barrier. The velocity of those electric arcs far surpassed his current capabilities, compelling him to rely on keen observation to narrowly avoid the majority of the attacks. Yet he still sustained numerous hits, while he remained largely immune to the damage. The force of the impacts was undeniably tangible, preventing him from closing the distance to Victor. Observing the two being effectively suppressed and pushed away from Victor, Tony launched over a dozen small missiles toward him, while simultaneously channeling energy in preparation for a concentrated laser assault. After intercepting the missiles with his electric arcs, Victor amalgamated the energy in his hands and released an energy pulse aimed at the laser Tony had fired. The two beams of energy converged in the air, their intersection resulting in a dazzling display of dissipating energy. Just as Xiahou managed to catch his breath, he couldn't help but comment, "Are we really starting a beam battle now? This is a bit excessive." He subtly shifted his position, making it appear as though Tony was stationed to his left. Meanwhile, Reed and Susan, who had taken the elevator, arrived at the scene just in time to witness the ongoing confrontation and rushed forward to assist. Susan concentrated her force field into a shockwave, striking Victor and causing his body to shudder, rendering the energy wave in his grasp unstable. Seizing the moment, Tony's laser surged past and impacted Victor's chest, leaving it scorched and glowing red. Reed elongated his form to firmly bind Victor's feet, immobilizing him. The thing, initially poised to attack, was halted by Xiahou's intervention. "What are you doing? Are you seeking to sacrifice yourself? Let us assess the situation first." From a distance, a fiery figure soared toward them, having spotted the assault on Victor, and quickly approached to lend a hand. As Xiahou observed this unfolding scene, fragments of memory began to resurface, reminding him of how they had captured Victor in the original narrative. Just as he was about to speak, Reed preempted him, addressing Jonathan. "Johnny, encircle him with your strongest flames. Create a firestorm." Without hesitation, Jonathan soared toward Victor, spiraling around him at high speed. Taking advantage of the distraction, Reed distanced himself from Victor, summoning a fiery tornado that ascended skyward. Reed called out to Susan. Susan quickly encased them in a force field. Without delay, Susan exerted her utmost effort, forming a protective force field that enveloped both Jonathan and Victor. Once enclosed, the temperature of the flames surged rapidly, shifting from a deep red to a brilliant yellow. Meanwhile, Xiahou seized the opportunity to document this extraordinary spectacle with his camera, capturing every moment in its entirety. As he turned to Tony, who had ceased his assault on Jonathan, he exclaimed, "Tony, behold the grandeur of this scene. Your previous energy attacks were utterly feeble." Tony, without sparing a glance at Xiahou, retorted, "At least it's more potent than your salted fish sword attack. By the way, why resort to using a fish as a weapon?" Upon hearing this, Xiahou brandished his sword with a flourish and replied, "Do you not find it rather dashing? It can inflict psychological damage on the opponent." "How splendid." Tony conceded, "That does hold true. If I were struck with a salted fish, I dare say I would never wish to see one again." Blood began to trickle from Susan's nose, and she faltered before collapsing onto the ground, her force field dissipating as well. Reed hurried to assess her condition, while Jonathan, having fallen to the ground after the shield's disappearance, gasped for breath. The fiery whirlwind gradually faded away, leaving behind a scorched earth that had melted into lava. Victor's body glowed a fierce red, and his health bar diminished by a third. Yet he persevered, slowly approaching the group. With disdain, he declared, "Reed, is this your strategy for dealing with me? It appears to be of little use." Chapter 105. This is nothing like the movies. Reed gazed at Victor, who appeared as if he had emerged from the depths of hell, and shouted, "Ben, use the fire hydrant." The rocky figure of Ben immediately grasped the hydrant's cover and yanked it off, unleashing a torrent of water that soared skyward. He planted his feet upon it, directing the stream toward Victor. As a scientist, Victor quickly comprehended their intent, but he had no time to evade the onslaught. The water rapidly cooled his body. He felt himself becoming rigid, unable to move. Observing Victor, now devoid of steam, Ben promptly squeezed the hydrant to halt the flow of water. Tony, witnessing the spectacle, clapped in approval. What a splendid idea. Utilizing high temperatures followed by rapid cooling has rendered his metallic form solid. It seems you are not merely adept at deceiving investors. Reed Richards. Although Tony's words were a compliment, Reed felt no joy, his displeasure evident at the investor remark. Just as he prepared to counter, Victor suddenly erupted with electric sparks. As the electricity coursed through his body, the rigidity that had enveloped him began to dissipate, and it seemed he would soon regain his full mobility. Tony could not help but exclaim, "Damn, I forgot that electricity can generate high temperatures too." Just as he was poised to launch an attack, Xiaoho sheathed his camera and stepped forward, declaring, "Leave the next phase to me and Xiao Mo. We cannot abandon a task once entrusted to us." With that, he invoked a spell, summoning Xiao Mo to their side. The Fantastic Four, unfamiliar with Xiao Mo, gazed at the suddenly appeared girl with confusion. At this moment, Xiao Mo donned a set of kitten pajamas, gazing curiously at Xiaoho and the surrounding scene. Xiaoho spoke, "Xiao Mo, prepare for battle. Our target is that metallic figure over there. He is indeed formidable. We must exert our utmost strength this time." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo revealed her tiger-like teeth, exclaiming, "A strong adversary, you say? Then let us proceed." With that, she was enveloped in armor, a magnificent great sword materializing in her hands. Leaving Reed and the others momentarily stunned, Xiaoho, wielding a great sword, charged towards Victor alongside Xiao Mo, denying him any opportunity to retaliate. The blades of both warriors carved out a vast curtain of light, enveloping Victor within. Silently enduring their assault, Victor thought to himself, "Once I recover, I shall rid you all of your gaming addiction, to the point of death." Xiaoho observed the blood gauge above Victor's head, noticing it was descending at a painfully slow pace, and couldn't help but exclaim by the command of the incantation, "Arise." Siegfried. A radiant glow enveloped his form, transforming him into Siegfried, clad in an all-encompassing suit of silver-black armor adorned with crimson dragon blood patterns. The fish in his hand morphed into an illusionary greatsword. His overall attributes doubled, matching those of Xiao Mo. He declared, "Let us transcend your limits." As he invoked the final incantation, Xiao Mo's attributes surged, increasing by more than half. "Let us strike together, Xiao Mo. Unleash a devastating blow to annihilate him." Xiaoho exclaimed, propelling the still incapacitated Victor high into the air. Magic surged from his body into the illusionary great sword, a column of blue light shooting skyward. Xiao Mo similarly activated her noble phantasm, a red beam ascending alongside the blue. As their magical energies reached a zenith, they simultaneously launched their assault upon the descending Victor. "Fallen angel of the fantasy greatsword, rise against my resplendent father." With their synchronized battle cries, the two beams converged into a more robust purple column of light, striking Victor. Under the onslaught of this magic-infused beam, Victor's form gradually melted away, unleashing a cry of defiance. No. The colossal purple beam bathed nighttime New York in its hue, extending beyond the earth before slowly dissipating. Alongside Xiaoho and Xiao Mo's full-force strike, Victor was vanquished. A shattered metallic mask plummeted from the sky, landing before the group. Xiaoho picked it up and confirmed the task completion in his list, finally feeling relief wash over him. He was genuinely frightened. This Dr. Destruction was far beyond expectations. The threat was on an entirely different level than what he had witnessed in the films. If he were still alive, the complications would be immense. Xiao Mo glanced at the swiftly eliminated Victor, somewhat dissatisfied, having anticipated a more formidable challenge. A single strike had dispatched him so effortlessly. She gazed at the now-reverted Xiaoho and remarked, "Xiaoho, he is not all that impressive. Like a statue, he doesn't even fight back when struck. You are far too weak. However, you surprisingly managed to transform into Siegfried. Isn't that akin to that little artificial boy?" After stowing the mask in his backpack, Xiaoho explained, "I hadn't had the chance to use this transformation before. And besides, that Dr. Doom was incredibly powerful. If he hadn't been injured, it wouldn't have been so effortless." Xiao Mo scoffed, "Ultimately, you're just too feeble. Bring out the portal. I wish to return and sleep." Tomorrow, I must continue my studies. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho obediently produced the portal, and Xiao Mo stepped through it, heading back. Tony, initially intending to converse with Xiao Mo, found himself turning to Xiaoho instead. Observing Xiaoho's shorts, he inquired, "While I have no qualms about you showcasing your physique, I am curious. What material are your shorts made of?" After such a lengthy battle, they remain unscathed, despite witnessing you getting electrocuted numerous times. Xiaoho glanced at his sealed attire, and couldn't help but retort, "Don't mention these shorts. They're a seal. When I break it, this world shall tremble at my might." Tony dismissed him, saying, "All right, enough boasting. Are you certain you don't need to find some clothing to wear?" The crowd has gathered. Upon surveying the area, Xiao noticed that those who had previously sought cover during the fight had now encircled them, many brandishing their phones and incessantly recording. Unlike before, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. These people were not simply innocent bystanders. He opened the portal and stepped inside, turning back to Tony and asking, "Tony, will you linger a bit longer, or will you accompany me?" Tony surveyed the surroundings before responding, "I'll stay a while longer. I believe it's only right for me to bear the responsibility for the damage done here. You all don't seem like the type to take accountability." He glanced at Reed and the others, who appeared somewhat sheepish upon hearing this. They were still gathering funds for the damages at the bridge. And now, with this new disaster, they truly had no more money left. Chapter 106. Random Lottery. I'm back again. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho promptly closed the door. He did not wish to be the scapegoat. Better to leave that to Tony. The others regarded Xiaoho's decisiveness with a mix of amusement and reluctance to comment further, as he had come to assist them. Tony, observing the encroaching crowd, removed the armor from his helmet and approached them. As people recognized his face, gasps of astonishment erupted. "Tony Stark! It's Tony Stark! Oh my goodness!" Raising his hand to calm them, he declared, "Yes, indeed. It is I, Tony Stark. However, folks, have you seen this suit? I would prefer you to call me Iron Man." At that moment, several police officers approached Tony and inquired, "Mr. Stark, could we ask what exactly has transpired here?" Tony regarded them with a nonchalant demeanor and replied, "Nothing of great consequence. Merely a villain we collectively dealt with. The commotion was somewhat excessive, yet I shall take responsibility for the repairs and compensation." Upon hearing Tony's willingness to assume accountability, Reed felt a sense of relief, as they were genuinely concerned about incurring an unwelcome debt. However, Jonathan, eager for the limelight, felt an irresistible urge to step forward, relishing the attention. Just as he prepared to advance, he was restrained by Susan. Puzzled, he cast a questioning glance at his sister, silently conveying his confusion over her reluctance to let him approach. Susan whispered, "Since he is willing to be the scapegoat, it would be unwise for you to complicate matters." Jonathan begrudgingly suppressed his ambitions, yet he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, knowing he had contributed significantly to the effort. After returning to the office, Xiaoho hurried to the bathroom for a shower. Having been thoroughly electrified earlier, he was not fond of his current appearance. Upon emerging, he noticed that all his burns had miraculously healed and could not help but exclaim, while it is merely a rudimentary self-healing ability, it proves remarkably useful. If only I could enhance it to the level of Deadpool or Wolverine, I would be invincible, save for a few supermodels. His thoughts then drifted to the recently encountered Dr. Doom, a mere watered-down version from the film, which had nearly overwhelmed him. Clearly, he needed to devise a means of strengthening himself further. After claiming the rewards from his recent mission, his energy reserves swelled to 435,300 points, with 61 random draws and 20 specified draws available. Currently, he found no useful items to purchase with his energy, opting to conserve it for now. However, he resolved to utilize all his draw attempts, hoping to uncover something of value. After offering fervent prayers to various deities, he commenced the lottery. In his first 10 consecutive random draws, he obtained 1 basketball god amulet and 1 stun brick. The basketball god amulet accessory attributes: hit rate 10, critical rate 3. Special mechanism: must invoke the basketball god to activate, generating a basketball effect attack based on volume and sincerity, lasting 10 seconds. The stun brick, a special item that, when struck against a creature's head, guarantees a 3-second stun, with a maximum of 10 activations on the same target per day. Indestructible. Delighted by his initial success, Xiaoho felt a mix of joy and confusion. While the stun brick was easily understood, with a brick in hand, I am invincible. The special mechanism of the basketball god amulet eluded him. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it excessively, intending to experiment with it once everything was settled. During the second round of random 10 consecutive draws, he obtained merely a single upgrade scroll, which upon utilization would elevate his level by 5. This realization struck him rather unexpectedly. He had nearly forgotten that he was eligible for an upgrade, especially after having vanquished so many foes without any significant advancement in his level. He had believed that reaching level 26 signified the pinnacle of his progression. Upon immediate use, his level soared to 30, yet the more he scrutinized the numbers, the more he sensed a discrepancy. Just moments ago, he had been at level 26, and adding 5 should have equated to level 31, should it not? Xiaohu lamented, "What a pathetic game system. Did it consume my missing level?" Yet, he received no retort, compelling him to abandon the thought and resume his lottery endeavors. In the third random 10 draws, the items procured included a voice-modifying bow tie from Conan, quantity 1, and Moses staff, quantity 1. The staff was said to part water into 2 halves, but one must heed the warning that its effect would dissipate once the battery was exhausted. Wonderful. Conan is nearly stripped bare. Is this a targeted action against me? Parting water with Moses' staff seems rather futile, he mused. Nevertheless, he decided to press on with the draws. The fourth round of random 10 draws yielded a short-distance teleportation device, quantity 1, and 3 sweet honey-glazed chickens. The teleportation device allowed for countless instantaneous relocations. However, the total distance traversed in a 24-hour period could not exceed 0.5 meters. The sweet honey-glazed chicken promised immediate restoration, 30. Expecting to unveil a remarkable skill, Xiaohu was disheartened to read the teleportation's limitations. A mere 0.5 meters of teleportation per day. What use is that? He sighed. Never mind. I shall consider it a mere stepping stone. Surely the good items lie ahead. The fifth and sixth rounds of 10 draws revealed a tuft of hair from Artoria, quantity 1, a trainee suspenders, quantity 1, and a horror world module, quantity 1. The tuft of hair belonged to the Hair King, who was currently on the lookout for the individual daring enough to pluck it, intending to treat them to curry sticks. The trainee suspenders, leg armor, boasted attributes of defense 38 and a critical hit rate of 3, with a unique mechanism requiring the invocation of the god of basketball to trigger, generating a basketball effect attack upon a successful volume and sincerity check, doubled when carried with the god of basketball talisman. The horror world module facilitated entry into the terrifying realm, though was limited to 1 use due to the inactive dungeon function. Xiaohu found himself utterly speechless. Fantastic. The essence of the Hair King has been taken, and now I'm left with what seems to be a bizarre chicken ensemble. Yet, the horror world module piques my interest. How might one activate the dungeon function? He began to ponder. Previously, upon acquiring Siegfried's heart, he had gained magical power and activated the magical attributes. But how could he activate the dungeon? The answers eluded him entirely. Forget it. I shall discover it in due time. Having accumulated so many draws, surely the next lottery will yield something worthwhile. Let the games commence. In the designated first 10 draws, Xiaohu opted for bloodlines and skills. He realized he needed to enhance himself or those around him. Otherwise, he feared he might falter in the subsequent plot, especially with formidable challenges looming ahead. If he did not seize the opportunity to strengthen himself now, he felt he would soon lag behind the evolving version. As the visuals froze, he was astonished to discover that he had directly obtained 4 useful items. Xiaohu leapt with excitement upon seeing the items on screen. I knew it. I knew it. I am certainly not a cursed soul. My luck has not been in vain. Ha ha ha. Chapter 107. A direct hit. The 4 items were as follows. 1. Replication. Allows the user to replicate the ability or bloodline of the individual in front of them. After use, there's a 365-day cooldown period, which cannot be shortened. 2. Crumbling Jade. Semi-finished product can manifest the innermost desires of a person according to their thoughts. As it is a semi-finished product, it has limitations. Each use drains soul fragments to replenish energy. 3. Thunderfruit. Upon consumption, one can transform into lightning, unaffected by seawater due to the differing nature of the world. 4. Spirit Sight. Enables the user to perceive souls, ghosts, negative energies, and malevolent forces. Xiaohu surveyed the 4 newly drawn items, aside from the last, which was optional. The first 3 would significantly enhance his own abilities as well as those of his companions. especially the first item, which could directly replicate others' abilities and bloodlines. Though it bore a year-long cooldown, its overpowering effects were undeniable. He could directly replicate the abilities of the strongest individuals and boldly declare, "I no longer consume beef." This was a direct path to invincibility. Crumbling Jade would allow him to manifest his aspirations. If he wished to emulate the prowess of Saitama, could he not also transform into a one-punch man? The Thunder Fruit held similar potential, granting him the ability to embody lightning. After all, he had just been thoroughly educated by Dr. Struction using lightning. Was the opportunity presenting itself now? After contemplating for a moment, he summoned Xiao Mo to the training room on the second floor. Xiao Mo glared at Xiaoho with an unfriendly expression, contemplating that if he failed to provide her with a satisfactory reason, she would expedite his demise. Xiaoho paid no heed to her hostile demeanor and flaunted the Thunder Fruit before her. "Xiao Mo, do you know what this is? Guess correctly, and I shall let you have it." Xiao Mo, unimpressed by the peculiar fruit Xiaoho brandished, had no desire to indulge in a guessing game. With a swift kick, she sent him sprawling to the ground and seized the fruit adorned with lightning patterns. Looking down at the fallen Xiaoho with disdain, she remarked, "Why guess? It's far simpler to just take it." With that, she split open the fruit and bit into the flesh within. However, as soon as the fruit's essence touched her tongue, her expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively sought to expel it. Xiaoho, quick on his feet, covered her mouth, forcing her to swallow it. Once Xiao Mo broke free from Xiaoho's grasp, her colossal sword materialized in her hand, and she swung it toward him with lethal intent. Xiaoho gazed at the blade that had materialized before him and swiftly began to evade, exclaiming, "Xiao Mo, wait, allow me to explain." Yet, Xiao Mo paid him no heed, continuing her relentless assault, declaring, "I shan't listen. Xiaoho, today you are doomed. How dare you serve me such filth? No one could save you now. Prepare to meet your end." As her emotions surged, tiny arcs of electricity began to emanate from her, and in an instant, her form transformed into lightning, appearing directly in Xiaoho's path of escape. Her sword abruptly halted at his throat, and she sensed a profound change within herself. Had she truly just become lightning? Observing Xiao Mo's momentary daze, Xiaoho hurriedly explained, "That was the Thunder Fruit. Consuming it grants one the ability to transform into and manipulate lightning to strike others. The taste, however, is rather unpalatable. You seize it for yourself. I merely wished to prevent waste." He wore an expression that conveyed, "This is your own doing." As Xiao Mo began to experiment with channeling lightning through her palm, he continued, "I realize now that we are still too weak in this world. Acquiring such a powerful artifact has brought you directly to me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo sheathed her sword, genuinely feeling the surge of extraordinary power within her, something entirely distinct from magic. If she could master it, she would undoubtedly grow stronger. Noticing that Xiao Mo had regained her composure, Xiaoho produced the collapsed jade, intent on enhancing her spiritual foundation, thinking fortify her essence, empower her further, enabling her to evolve. Initially engrossed in her new abilities, Xiao Mo mistook Xiaoho's action of retrieving a stone as preparation to bestow her another gift, extending her hand to accept it. However, Xiaoho retracted the stone, observing the collapsed jade had transformed into a version requiring charging. With a gleeful expression, he announced, "That was the collapsed jade. Albeit a semi-finished product, it can still amplify your powers. Have you sensed any changes?" Listening intently, Xiao Mo contemplated her transformation. Unlike the Thunder Fruit, she felt as though the shackles binding her had been lifted, granting her the potential to grow stronger through training. With a hint of pride, she declared, "Given that you are striving to make me stronger, I shall spare you today. Is there anything else? If not, I shall commence my training with these newfound abilities." Xiaoho hesitated, deliberating whether to replicate the Thunder Fruit's power or pursue another ability. The year-long cooldown was rather lengthy for him. There were simply too many abilities he wished to acquire. How he wished the cooldown period were shorter. After a moment's reflection, he resolved to first replicate the Thunder Fruit's powers. After all, possessing its abilities would allow him to fly. Moreover, it would indirectly bestow upon him the capability to perceive others' innermost thoughts. How exhilarating. Just like before with constantly reading his own heart had been immensely vexing. As his abilities awakened, An inexplicable energy surged within him, and it seemed as though he intuitively grasped the rudimentary methods of control. He raised his hand, and arcs of electricity began to emerge from his palm. With a mere thought, the arcs shot towards the contemplative Xiao Mo, who was seated nearby. The sudden jolt of electricity interrupted her train of thought, and she cast a disapproving glance at Xiaoho. With a nervous chuckle, Xiaoho remarked, "I assure you, it was unintentional. Do you believe me?" However, Xiao Mo did not afford him the opportunity to defend himself. Her body transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly appearing beside him, delivering a powerful punch to his head. Xiaoho's head was pierced by her fist, and upon her withdrawal, he smugly proclaimed, "I just replicated your fruit ability. I can also transform into lightning, so you cannot land a hit on me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mo, her fist imbued with magical energy, struck Xiaoho again, this time leaving him with panda-like eyes. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, he looked at her retracted fist and inquired, "This shouldn't be possible. How did you accomplish that? Have you secretly mastered the armament hockey?" Xiao Mo proudly raised her fist and replied, "I know not of this armament hockey you speak of. However, transforming into lightning is merely a form of energy, and a fist imbued with magical power can certainly strike you." Xiaoho stared blankly at Xiao Mo, bewildered. Is it truly possible? Does this imply that there are numerous abilities and methods in this world that can harm us? I had thought we were invincible. Xiao Montak, disinterested in the unreliable master before her, pondered how he had survived this long with such intellect. Perhaps he ought to be sent to a hospital for a mental evaluation. Chapter 108. The Marvelous Four Heroes pay a visit to express gratitude as Xiao Mo ceased to engage with him. Xiaoho reluctantly began to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. After using his replication, a cooldown timer appeared. 364 days, 23 hours, and 45 minutes. Following the broken jade, another figure emerged, 010086, indicating that he needed to absorb over 10,000 soul fragments to utilize it again. Xiaoho hesitated, pondering whether he could bring himself to kill merely to collect soul fragments. While he held no significant aversion to the idea, his moral compass restrained him. Well, I shall deal with that later. The world is chaotic. It won't be long before I can gather enough. He muttered to himself. Xiao Montag, posit, inquirit. What do you mean by collecting enough? Xiaoho dismissively replied, It's nothing. Continue your training. I'm off to sleep. Noting that Xiaoho had offered no further explanation, Xiao Mo chose not to dwell on it, resuming her meditation to familiarize herself with the newfound power within her. The next day arrived. Xiaoho reclined on the sofa, watching the news on television, where Tony was excitedly discussing his aspirations to become a superhero. The Fantastic Four served as a backdrop, supporting Tony's declarations. After taking a sip of his delightful beverage, Xiaoho murmured, "The plot has undergone a complete transformation." The moment when Tony was supposed to make his entrance has passed without him, while the opportunity for the Fantastic Four to showcase their prowess has been seized by him. It's all so chaotic. I wonder how this world will unfold. Speaking of the Fantastic Four, does this imply that in just a few years, Uncle Galactus will be visiting Earth? That could pose quite a challenge. What was the storyline in the film again? If I recall correctly, it involved Susan seducing Silver Surfer, prompting him to rebel and join forces against Galactus. Well, ludicrous plot. Before Xiaoho could sort through his thoughts, several individuals entered the establishment. Upon seeing Xiaoho seated on the couch, they greeted him, "Hi Xiaoho, we've come specifically to express our gratitude." Xiaoho's train of thought was interrupted, and he turned to face the newcomers, who were none other than the Fantastic Four. He gestured towards the couch, saying, "Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Coffee or beer?" The four made themselves comfortable on the couch, with Jonathan speaking first. "I'll have a beer." The other three opted for coffee, and with a wave of his hand, Xiaoho summoned 3 cans of coffee and 1 beer to the table. The four were not surprised by this spectacle, merely attributing it to some special ability. Jonathan took a sip of his beer and began to survey the office, observing the numerous display cases and photo walls. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "May I take a look around?" "Feel free," Xiaoho replied, then turned his attention to the other 3, asking, "So, have you come solely to thank me?" The trio nodded eagerly, with Reed stating, "We truly appreciate your help yesterday. Without your assistance, we may not have been able to confront Victor." Xiaoho retorted, "I only agreed to help Ben. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. He was practically forced out." To be honest, I would have preferred to stand by his side. Reed felt somewhat embarrassed by Xiaoho's words, creating an awkward atmosphere. Unsure how to ease the tension, Susan glanced around before changing the subject. What happened to that lady from yesterday? We haven't seen her, and we'd like to express our thanks to her as well. Xiaoho regarded the woman who had performed a lingerie show, thinking that while love is free, her relationship with Reed was indeed a bit excessive. He then coldly responded, "You mean Mo?" She is off learning culinary skills. Afterward, he turned to Ben and asked, "So, have you made a decision? How about considering teaming up with me? The benefits are quite generous." Ben felt a bit awkward, but still declined. "I think I prefer to stay with Reed and the others. However, if you need help, I'm always available." Xiaoho felt a twinge of disappointment, but understood. After all, they had known each other for a long time, making it quite difficult to sway his allegiance. At that moment, Jonathan had finished exploring the first floor of the office. He now stood beside the armor and the sword and the stone, gazing at the two artifacts. Suddenly, he asked, "Could I try on your battle armor?" Xiaoho turned to him and firmly rejected. "No, the battle armor and the chariot are not for lending. I painstakingly had Tony craft these for me. Their purpose is solely for my own display of grandeur. How could I possibly lend them to another?" Jonathan, persistent as ever, pleaded, "Come on, just let me try. It won't hurt anything. I just want to experience it. I promise I won't damage it." "Absolutely not," Xiaoho replied without hesitation. Seeing that Xiaoho was truly unwilling to lend him the armor, Jonathan reluctantly set aside his desires and shifted his gaze to a magnificent longsword nearby. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "What is the name of this sword? Is it merely a decorative piece?" As he spoke, he felt an urge to reach out and touch it, yet hesitated, aware of its apparent value and fearing any repercussions. Noticing Jonathan's distraction from his earlier pleas regarding the armor, Xiaoho sighed in relief and proceeded to introduce, "That is the Sword of Victory, a name you may not be familiar with, but its other name should ring a bell. The sword and the stone." The four turned their attention to the illustrious sword, and Jonathan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Is it the one I know?" Xiaoho, with a sense of pride, affirmed, "Indeed, the very one of King Arthur. Whoever can draw it shall ascend to the throne. You may certainly give a try." As soon as Jonathan heard he could attempt to draw the sword, he instinctively placed his hands on the hilt and began to pull upward with all his might. Yet, the sword remained firmly embedded in the stone, as if both were anchored to the earth, resisting his every effort. Watching his face flush with exertion, Xiaoho could not help but tease, "Though you bear the visage of Captain America, it seems you lack the qualifications to be king." Jonathan made several more attempts, but to no avail. Flames of frustration began to flicker within him, and the sword and the stone seemed to respond with an irate pulse, sending him flying backward. Xiaoho quickly caught him, preventing a collision with his shop, which had only recently been repaired and could not afford further damage. Reed and the others gathered around, examining the sword, pondering why it resisted Jonathan's efforts. Xiaoho guided Jonathan over, saying, "What do you think? This is my finest collection." Just as they were about to converse further, another figure entered from outside. It was Tony. Observing the group gathered around the sword, he quipped, "It seems you're hosting a party. Is it a king selection ceremony?" Xiaoho retorted, "Indeed. What brings you here? Aren't you busy continuing your work on the armor at home? Or perhaps dancing awkwardly on stage in it?" Tony, with a hint of dissatisfaction, replied, "I would rather not be here. However, the incident from last night caused quite a stir, and the town officials require a report. So I had to come and inquire your opinion." Xiaoho scoffed. "Do those fools intend to arrest me? What gives them the confidence to think I would comply with their demands?" Chapter 109. Tony remarked, "You seem to have spoken without saying anything at all." With a resigned tone, Tony added, "Precisely because I understand your temperament, I came to advise you not to act impulsively. For the next few days, simply stay put. I will assist in managing the aftermath." Xiaoho, feeling discontented, exclaimed, "Why should I remain here in peace? Should they dare to approach, I shall eliminate them one by one. It is fortuitous, for I have recently acquired something new, and I am in need of souls." Tony, somewhat bewildered by his demeanor, sought to persuade him further, inquiring, "Do you not wish to venture out for a bit of travel? It seems you are perpetually confined to this office." He added, "Besides, there appears to be little business here, does there not?" Xiaoho retorted, "Who says there is no business? It is merely that I have been rather ruthless of late, having dispatched the surrounding gangs. I have no desire for mundane tasks, which is why things seem a tad quiet." He continued, "Moreover, traveling is hardly enjoyable. I've already explored a bit, and I would rather remain at home like a salted fish. Observing Xiaoho's obstinacy, Tony realized further attempts would be futile and decided to abandon the conversation, contemplating a discussion with the politicians upon his return. He then gazed at the sword that had captivated the crowd and could not resist asking, "So, what you all engaged in? You just mentioned it yourself. The Selection King Party. What? Do you wish to try your hand at it as well?" Xiaoho replied, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Ignoring Xiaoho's sarcasm, Tony intently scrutinized the stone sword and, after a moment, remarked, "This sword bears a striking resemblance to the one belonging to Xiao Mo." Xiaoho, pleased that only Tony had noticed, responded, "Indeed, your discernment is remarkable. One sword is the sword of selection, while the other is the sword of succession. Of course they bear similarities." Tony nodded in understanding, fully aware of Xiao Mo's identity. Thus his surprise was minimal. Reed and the others, puzzled by the conversation, were quick to respond, with Reed asking, "And what about the identity of that lady from yesterday?" Although he harbored a rough idea, he sought confirmation. Just as Xiaoho was about to speak, Tony interjected, shaking his head, signaling him to refrain from explaining. Xiaoho regarded him and said, "Very well, it matters not. Allow me to clarify. Xiao Mo's true name is Mordred Pendragon. I believe this name should be familiar to you." Reed, incredulous, exclaimed, "How can this be? If what you say is true, she must be nearly 2,000 years old. And how could she possibly be a woman?" The other three were equally astonished by this revelation, realizing that the ally who fought alongside them yesterday was none other than the legendary traitorous knight. This was indeed astonishing. Xiaoho scoffed, "Is it so strange? If King Arthur were a woman, why should it be surprising that her son became female?" The others retorted, "This is indeed quite peculiar." Tony hastily diverted the conversation, asking, "What of Natasha? Why is she not present?" Xiaoho gestured for everyone to return to their seats on the sofa and replied, "She has gone to Kamartaj for further training, along with Yelena." While Tony was familiar with Kamartaj, he refrained from probing further in the presence of Reed and the others. He then fixed his gaze upon Xiaoho, stating earnestly, "I am aware of your disdain for this government. Therefore, I shall assist you with the subsequent matters. I hope you will refrain from any reckless actions in the near future." Agreed? Xiaoho gazed at the suddenly serious Tony, hesitating before he spoke. "As long as they do not provoke me, I would much prefer to remain a salted fish. Moreover, I have suddenly recalled that the events to come may prove rather troublesome." He paused momentarily before continuing, "It was only upon seeing Reed and the others that I realized. With the existence of the Fantastic Four in this world, the future calamities will extend far beyond those I previously mentioned to you. In a few years, one of the 5 cosmic deities, the planet Devourer, may descend upon Earth with the intent to consume it. Since you all are present, you must contemplate potential solutions." The 5 individuals were taken aback by the startling revelation from Xiaoho. What did it mean that the planet Devourer intended to engulf the Earth? "Are you certain you are not jesting with us?" Xiaoho regarded them and added, "I am uncertain whether it is good or ill to convey this directly. Yet I believe that some matters are better expressed openly, allowing us to devise a plan together. The variables in this world are manifold. Although the Ancient One advised me to refrain from speaking recklessly, perhaps fearing that my words might alter the outcome, changes have already manifested since my arrival. Just as you, Tony, were prematurely discovered in the cave, Dr. Doom is even more formidable than depicted in the original narrative. If we were to adhere strictly to the predetermined course, perhaps due to a single deviation, the world could be annihilated." Tony gazed at Xiaoho in disbelief, unable to fathom that these words had escaped his lips. They were utterly divergent from the impression he had of him. He actually engaged in critical thinking. It seemed as though the world was genuinely on the brink of destruction. After a moment of contemplation, Tony stated, "Please elaborate on the planet Devourer. I require further understanding." Xiaoho recounted all that he recalled. The planet Devourer, colloquially known as Uncle Devourer, is one of the 5 cosmic deities whose purpose is to consume various planets. He is said to be a remnant from the previous universe's destruction. He is referred to as the shame of the 5 gods, as it appears anyone can defeat him. However, I remain uncertain of his true weakness. He embodies the balance of the universe, a concept of monumental significance. In the original tale, he was defeated by the Silver Surfer, one of his own creations, through self-detonation. I find that utterly implausible. How could he have been vanquished by one he himself birthed? I can understand a retreat, but overall, I believe you all must prepare diligently, researching weaponry specifically designed to counter him. Otherwise, when he arrives, it may spell doom for Earth. Tony clapped his hands in exasperation, retorting, "Splendid. Aside from detailing his origins, you have provided us with nothing of substance. Truly invaluable information." Reed and the others concurred with Tony's critique, despite Xiaoho's lengthy discourse. It ultimately amounted to little more than a revelation of the existence of this future adversary. Xiaoho, dissatisfied, replied, "Do not blame me. His notoriety lies in the fact that anyone can defeat him. In the films, he merely serves as a backdrop. How am I to know his capabilities?" Tony dismissed him, turning to Reed and stating, "I believe we may need to collaborate. Shall we return and discuss this further?" Reed readily agreed. "All right, I have some ideas." As they spoke, the two strolled towards the door. After bidding farewell to Susan and Ben, they hastily followed. However, Jonathan remained seated on the sofa, unperturbed. Summer, perplexed, inquired, "Why aren't you coming along?" Jonathan replied, "My presence would be of little consequence. Besides, I find your company far more intriguing. Would you care to befriend me?" Summer regarded Jonathan's visage, reminiscent of Captain America, feeling slightly exasperated, yet responded, "Very well." Observing Summer's demeanor, Jonathan smirked mischievously. "Don't appear so reluctant. This evening, I shall escort you to a splendid locale." With that, he flashed a meaningful expression. Chapter 110. Two Jonathans? Upon hearing this, Summer's mind began to whirl. Could it truly be a remarkable place? Anticipation surged within him as he returned to the sofa with Jonathan, eager to share his gaming console. This is a game crafted exclusively by Jarvis, a one-of-a-kind experience. I have decided to share it with you, my brother. I rarely extend this invitation to others. So come give it a try, Summer exclaimed, handing over a game controller as the title Left 4 Dead illuminated the screen. Jonathan accepted the controller and commenced his gaming endeavor while Summer enthusiastically provided commentary. The afternoon gradually slipping away. Xiao Mo and Sky returned to the office. Xiao Mo dashed upstairs to train, while Sky approached the duo, observing their gaming session and occasionally offering her 2 cents. After finishing their takeout, Jonathan prepared to venture out with Summer. Noticing the pair readying to leave, Sky queried, "Summer, are you two heading out? Where to? Can I join?" Summer felt a twinge of awkwardness, unsure of how to respond, but Jonathan interjected, "We are off to a place meant for adults. It wouldn't be appropriate for a young lady like you." Summer, noticing Sky's displeased expression, reassured her, "Sky, Jonathan and I need to attend to some business. You stay home like a good girl. I promise to take you out for some fun this weekend. All right?" Sky cast a disdainful glance his way, retorting, "Business? It wouldn't be to any unsavory places, would it? And don't use childish rhetoric to placate me. I am 15. When Natasha returns, I will certainly inform her." Taken aback by Sky's fortitude, Summer decided to abandon pretense, declaring, "Indeed, I am going out for fun. Feel free to tell on me. I have nothing to fear. Furthermore, I am a boss. What can Natasha do about it?" With that, he dashed out of the office alongside Jonathan. Sky watched the departing duo, pouting in dissatisfaction, and retrieved her phone. Once outside, Jonathan teased Summer, "Who is Natasha? Is she your girlfriend?" "No." Summer exhaled deeply, continuing, "She is my assistant, responsible for all office affairs, and we are merely good friends." Jonathan felt a twinge of disbelief, yet chose not to press further. Instead, he exclaimed, "I must tell you, the place I'm about to take you is the most renowned club in New York, and today is a costume party." Upon hearing this, Xiaoho was instantly exhilarated. He had never ventured into such an establishment before. His previous experiences had been limited to a few domestic entertainment venues, and he seldom frequented them. Today, he was determined to fully immerse himself in this new experience. Under Jonathan's guidance, the two ascended to the top of a towering building and entered a nightclub named. As soon as they crossed the threshold, a powerful wave of sound enveloped them, prompting Xiaoho to instinctively cover his ears. However, Jonathan seemed to have returned home, greeting both acquaintances and strangers alike as he made his way to the bar. After a moment of adjustment, Xiaoho began to survey his surroundings. The venue was an expansive 2-story space, featuring a grand central stage and several smaller platforms encircling it, with the second floor designed around the main stage. The nightclub was teeming with young men and women clad in various professional attires, making Xiaoho feel decidedly ordinary in comparison. Jonathan, on the other hand, had boldly revealed his combat attire upon entering and was already surrounded by several beautiful women. As Xiaoho reached the bar, Jonathan handed him a drink while introducing him to the nearby women, saying, "This is my friend, Xiaoho. He also fought yesterday." That brilliant beam of light was his doing. The women gasped in astonishment, and a few gravitated towards Xiaoho. One striking blonde, leaning against him, said, "Hey there, handsome. Marta. Could you share your heroic tales with me?" Another young woman in a cheerleader outfit chimed in, "I'm Kelly, and I'm curious to know too." Xiaoho felt somewhat flustered. Although he had longed to experience such attention, he found himself unprepared for the reality of it. While it was undeniably exhilarating, the pace was rather overwhelming. After suppressing his discomfort, he began recounting his experiences since arriving in this world. The two women listened intently, showering him with ample emotional support, which only fueled his enthusiasm. Gradually, however, their hands began to wander, exploring him in ways that left him momentarily speechless. Noticing his sudden pause, the women urged, "Continue. Why did you stop? We want to hear more. Or perhaps you'd prefer to share in a quieter setting," Martha suggested, biting her lip and caressing his chest more insistently. Xiaoho brushed their hands away and replied, "All right, that's enough for today. I'll tell you more next time." With that, he swiftly departed, leaving the two women perplexed, wondering why he had abruptly walked away when they were eager to delve deeper into conversation. Jonathan was thoroughly enjoying himself when he noticed Xiaoho suddenly leaving. He hurriedly pursued him and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something going on? I thought you were having a delightful conversation." After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoho replied, "It's just that something has come up unexpectedly, and I need to head back. You carry on with your fun." Although Jonathan found it peculiar, he expressed his understanding. "All right then, I'll bring you along next time. I'll introduce you to a few models." Xiao managed a faint smile, saying, "Sure, let us do it next time. I must take my leave now." After parting ways with Jonathan, Xiaoho began to wander aimlessly through the streets. However, he felt somewhat disoriented. He had come to experience life, yet reality reminded him that he was unable to truly engage with it. He cursed inwardly, "Damn this game, damn the restrictive system." Although he wouldn't have done much anyway, the feeling of being forcibly restrained was intolerable. As he roamed, he found himself in a park, where he settled onto a bench facing the lake, gazing blankly at the starry sky. It wasn't long before someone sat beside him and offered him a cup of coffee. Startled by the sudden gesture, Xiaoho turned to the person, and upon recognizing his features, he couldn't help but ask, "Jonathan, what brings you here? Weren't you supposed to go back and continue your revelry?" The individual paused before responding, "I'm not Jonathan. You must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Steve. I noticed you seemed a bit down, so I thought I'd introduce myself and chat." Xiaoho, suspecting he had been tricked, scrutinized the stranger carefully and decided he was not being deceived after all. Chapter 111. Xiaoho, how would you choose, Captain? After taking a sip of the coffee, Xiaoho remarked, "Coffee delivered by Captain America himself. Your fans would surely envy you if they knew." Steve, surprised that Xiaoho had discerned his true identity, asked, "You know me? Are you also with S.H.I.E.L.D.?" Xiaoho fiddled with a coffee cup. "Not exactly, but I'm aware of who you are. Judging by your demeanor, it seems you didn't come here just to engage with me out of the blue. So what is your true intention?" Steve leaned back in his chair, mimicking Xiaoho's posture, and replied, "I simply woke up to find that 70 years had passed, and upon seeing someone who resembled myself, I felt compelled to come over and chat." Xiaoho murmured, "Someone like me?" Hearing his soft words, Steve affirmed, "Yes," feeling alienated and unable to integrate into the world, as if one were extraneous. "Is that so?" Xiaoho pondered, his gaze fixated on the coffee cup, his fingers absently tracing its surface. "It seems that way indeed. A relic frozen for 70 years and a player imprisoned in this world, both separated from the familiar." Though Steve did not fully grasp the meaning behind Xiaoho's words, he encouraged, "Would you share your story with me? Perhaps I could offer you some guidance." Xiaoho cast a glance at him, then set aside the coffee, revealing 2 bottles of aged liquor, handing one to Steve. "To hear a story, one must partake of this." Steve accepted the bottle, took a sip, and exclaimed, "What a delightful flavor. The taste is rich." Xiaoho also took a sip, but refrained from recounting his tale, instead posing a counter question. "Before I share my own story, I must first inquire of you 2 things. Your responses will guide my decision on whether to befriend you and narrate my tale. Although Steve found this peculiar, he acquiesced, saying, "Ask away, and I shall respond earnestly." Xiahou set down the bottle, gazing intently into his eyes, and asked, "First question, when the oppressed become the oppressors. As a beneficiary of the oppressors, will you lend your support to them, or will you align with the oppressed? As a veteran of World War II, what choice would you make?" Steve, somewhat perplexed, nonetheless believed he would never side with those who oppress others. He asserted, "I would stand with the oppressed. As long as they are innocent, I will aid them." Xiahou fixed his gaze upon him. "Would you betray your own country without hesitation?" Steve responded unflinchingly, "Even if it meant betraying my homeland." Xiahou could not help but burst into laughter. What a splendid answer. Perhaps from now on, you should not be called Captain America? Although Steve had gleaned some implications from that statement, he could not resist seeking clarity. "So, you imply that America is currently among the oppressors?" Xiahou raised the bottle, gesturing before taking a sip himself, then remarked, "These truths are for you to uncover. Now, prepare to answer my next question. If a friend of yours were to kill a relative of another friend, whom would you choose to assist?" Steve found this question even more baffling, pondering the absurdity of it all. After some contemplation, he replied, "I would first seek to understand the reasons before deciding whom to help, or perhaps facilitate a reconciliation." Xiahou was far from satisfied with this answer. "Have you considered whether the friend grieving their lost kin could ever accept this? In my homeland, there's an old saying, the feud of a father's murder cannot coexist under the same sky. This means one must either vanquish the enemy or perish oneself. You wish for them to relinquish their hatred. Do you not find that comical?" Steve struggled to respond, but managed. Perhaps there were reasons behind their actions. For instance, they may have been coerced or influenced by other factors. Xiahou began to suspect that Steve was aware of Bucky's situation. Else why would he defend him so fiercely? He pressed on. "Even if one acted under duress, the hand that strikes remains theirs. If killing one person could save 10, would you truly be willing to commit that act? Ultimately, it is still your hand that delivers the blow. Are you truly absolved of responsibility for that person's demise?" Upon uttering these words, he felt a surge of self-satisfaction, standing triumphantly on the moral high ground, relishing the moment. As for his own morality, did he possess any? Steve was utterly taken aback. As if, echoing what Xiahou had stated, he pondered whether one could truly evade accountability, even against their own volition. Observing Steve's silence, Xiahou felt his earlier frustration dissipate in an instant. Indeed, diverting one's suffering is the swiftest path to personal joy. He felt an urge to burst into song, relishing the sight of the tormented Steve, who had arrived with the airs of a life coach. Now, he was suffering, wasn't he? Suddenly, Steve looked up at him and inquired, "Do you know something? According to the logic of your first question, the second must surely pertain to me, right?" Xiahou, caught off guard, replied, "No. How did you connect those dots? How am I supposed to answer that?" Observing Xiahou's astonished expression, Steve confirmed his suspicions. Yet this only intensified his dilemma. Just as Xiahou had suggested, could he truly persuade his friend to relinquish his hatred? Perhaps he could manage it. But how could others be expected to do so easily? If it were under his coercion that they abandoned their quest for vengeance, would he not then become the oppressor? After a moment's hesitation, Xiahou decided to voice his thoughts. "Do you recall Howard Stark?" Upon hearing that familiar name, Steve inquired, "Is he one of the individuals you mentioned?" Xiahou nodded. "Indeed, but he was the one who was murdered, and the perpetrator was your dear friend, Bucky Barnes. You have yet to meet Tony Stark, I believe. In the future, I know, you become friends, yet you betray him because of Bucky. Now, knowing what lies ahead, what would you choose to do? Would you betray him once more, or opt to be a mere bystander?" Steve retorted, "That's not true. Bucky is dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Therefore, you are deceiving me. He is not dead. He was merely captured by Hydra and transformed into the Winter Soldier, responsible for the deaths of many innocents. His hands are stained with the blood of the innocent," Xiahou asserted boldly. Steve was profoundly shaken by this revelation. Bucky was alive. He needed to find him and rescue him. He turned to Xiahou and asked, "Where is he? You must know." Xiahou, sipping his drink, replied, "Why should I tell you? I am quite the good friend of Tony. I had almost forgotten to inform him. Should I tell him now?" Steve, in a fit of urgency, exclaimed, "No. Do not inform Tony just yet. Once I locate Bucky, I will provide him with an explanation." Chapter 112. Steve, I detest Riddlers. Xiahou observed the captain's fervor, initially contemplating further teasing him. However, recalling that Steve's primary objective was to guide him, and that he had even treated him to a cup of coffee. He decided to refrain from jesting. I do not know where he is, but one person undoubtedly does. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and a member of Hydra. Steve gasped in disbelief. How is that possible? Could it be that Nick Fury is also affiliated with Hydra? A hint of uncertainty clouded Xiaoho's expression. It seems that fellow hasn't informed you yet. Or perhaps, upon your awakening, he chose to remain silent? I have only just regained consciousness 3 days ago. Who exactly is this fellow? Steve inquired, his curiosity piqued by Xiaoho's constant references to this obscure character. Ah, that would be Nick, Xiaoho exclaimed, retrieving his phone to display an image of the individual in question. Take a look for yourself. Do you not find a resemblance uncanny? Upon viewing the image, Steve couldn't deny the likeness. Yet he quickly realized that pondering such matters was not his priority at the moment. What else do you know? Please share. At that moment, Xiaoho received a notification regarding a side quest, instructing him to disclose everything he knew about S.H.I.L.D. and the Winter Soldier to Captain America. The reward consisted of 10,000 energy points and 10 random draws. After accepting the task, he couldn't help but express his surprise. It has been ages since I encountered a quest that offered rewards simply for sharing information. I thought such opportunities had vanished. It appears those individuals harbor doubts about my trustworthiness, or perhaps they're not genuinely inquiring, he mused. After relaying the information he could recall, Steve offered his heartfelt gratitude, assuring Xiaoho that he would express his appreciation once the matter was resolved. Although Xiaoho felt a twinge of disdain, he reminded him, Captain, while I stand with Tony, I still hold you in a favorable light. As a token of gratitude for the coffee you treated me to today, when you locate Bucky, do bring him to me. I can assist in lifting his hypnosis. Steve, visibly grateful, replied, Thank you. Once I rescue Bucky, I will bring him to you. With that, he took his leave. As Xiaoho watched him depart, he raised his bottle for another sip and resumed gazing at the moon, lost in thought. It seems the storyline has shifted once again. I wonder how much of a headache this will cause for the Ancient One. Yet, I cannot be blamed for my loose tongue. It's manageable when I encounter those I find displeasing, but with those I admire, I always yearn to alter their destinies. He pondered. It seems I should also visit Tony soon. He cannot be left in the dark until the very end. Perhaps I shall address it tomorrow. The moon is particularly resplendent tonight. Meanwhile, Steve began to contemplate strategies for rescuing Bucky. Xiaoho had provided him with a glimpse of the future. Yet he remained wary of those within S.H.I.E.L.D. without any other allies in sight, and considering the formidable influence of Hydra, he resolved to ally with Nick first, intending to confront Hydra before addressing other matters. He returned to the apartment Nick had arranged for him, finding Nick seated on the sofa, awaiting his arrival. Unfazed, Steve took a seat opposite him. Nick regarded Steve intently, remarking, It seems you are now in the know. Steve couldn't help but recall the image he had just seen, but he quickly suppressed the thought and responded, Indeed, upon learning that Hydra, which we had painstakingly eradicated, has resurfaced, I was filled with rage. However, once I regained my composure, I realized that you are the only one capable of aiding me. What have you uncovered? I hope you are not concealing anything from me, especially if you wish for us to confront Hydra together. Nick produced an encrypted tablet and handed it to Steve. This is the information I have gathered. Our situation is dire. The only silver lining is that the Insight program has only just commenced, and I have deliberately slowed its progress. Currently, we have only identified a few high-ranking members of Hydra, and the majority of the agents below them remain unverified. We have far too few allies we can trust. After perusing the contents, Steve remarked, The memories of Dr. Zola are stored in a computer in New Jersey. If we can gain control over him, we should be able to extract more information. Upon reclaiming the tablet, Nick replied, It seems he has divulged a great deal of information to you. I had initially planned to delay sharing this until I was more certain. Steve, intrigued, inquired, Who is he? How does he possess such extensive knowledge of future events? Nick hesitated, taken aback. He had assumed that Xiaoho held a favorable view of Steve, or else he would not have revealed such matters to him. Through others, he was aware that Xiaoho did not harbor fond feelings for him, which was why he had refrained from seeking him out. He jested, It appears he has not disclosed everything to you. The specifics are unclear to me as well. Many who have interacted with him have concealed his true circumstances. Currently, we only know he might be an extraterrestrial or some other entity named Xiaoho, age unknown, who prefers to stay indoors. Whenever someone seeks his aid or issues a request, if he accepts, he fulfills it in its entirety. His recorded abilities include superhuman strength, super speed, precognition, and the capacity to summon or create powerful explosives. He harbors animosity towards the U.S. government and has repeatedly expressed a desire to blow up the White House. However, he has yet to act on these threats, likely due to not receiving a specific commission. We have also managed to monitor his surroundings and eliminate some ill-intentioned individuals to prevent him from receiving excessive requests. After hearing Nick's introduction of Xiaoho, Steve grasped the essence of his earlier question, yet he did not attribute the issue to Xiaoho. From their prior conversation, he did not perceive Xiaoho as someone who would easily harbor animosity towards others. However, his focus must now shift to Hydra and Bucky. Understanding Xiaoho would have to wait for another time. He turned to Nick and asked, "Tell me about your original plan. How did you intend to deal with Hydra?" Nick sighed. "The plan is essentially non-existent. Initially, I thought I could root them out one by one, but I have come to realize that S-H-L-D can no longer be referred to as S-H-I-E-L-D. Perhaps Serpent Shield would be a more fitting name. If Charles were still alive, he might have been able to assist us, but he perished during previous events." Steve chuckled in resignation. "Serpent Shield is a clever name. Who is Charles? Therefore, you have no plans," Nick remarked. "The identity of Charles is of little consequence at this moment. Our strategy is to maintain the status quo temporarily. Only by uncovering the core secrets can we decisively eliminate Hydra. Otherwise, once they conceal themselves, dealing with them will become increasingly troublesome." Steve interjected, "That Riddler is truly insufferable." Previously, Xiaoho only provided a general overview, and when pressed for details, he claimed to have forgotten, leaving me at a loss. Having only recently awakened, I'm still quite unfamiliar with this world, and thus unable to take any action. Chapter 113 Sky exclaimed, "Xiaoho, how could you play such tricks?" Observing Steve's silence, Nick continued, "Captain, during this period, it would be prudent for you to recuperate and familiarize yourself with modern life. Once I am prepared, we shall initiate our operations." Steve agreed, saying, "I believe I should indeed take the time to better understand this world." Nick retrieved his phone and dialed a number, stating, "You may come in now." Upon his words, a woman entered the room. Nick introduced Agent Sharon, my capable subordinate. "Should you require anything, you may contact her." Steve recognized her as his neighbor, with whom he had exchanged a few words previously. He expressed his displeasure to Nick. "It seems you have been monitoring me. This hardly aligns with the principles of freedom and democracy." Nick chose not to elaborate and departed the room. Sharon approached Steve and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Captain. I apologize for our formal introduction occurring in such a manner, but I bear no ill intent." Steve, gazing at the striking blonde before him, took her hand, replying, "Very well. I am Steve Rogers. I believe no further introduction is necessary." After exchanging a few casual remarks, Sharon took her leave, but not before handing him an old mobile phone, stating, "This contains the contact numbers of myself and a few trustworthy individuals. Should you need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Steve pocketed the phone, then turned his gaze out the window, lost in thought. The information he had absorbed over the past few days was overwhelming, and he needed a moment to contemplate. The following day, Xiaoho, who had fallen asleep on a park bench, was roused by someone tapping him. As he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a striking woman with flowing red waves. Feeling somewhat disoriented and unsure of what was happening, the beautiful woman, noticing Xiaoho's lingering drowsiness, inquired, "Hello, I work in the local community, and it appears you have spent the night here. Is there anything I can assist you with?" Xiaoho scratched his head, recalling that he had been gazing at the moon the previous night, eventually succumbing to slumber. Observing the woman awaiting his response, he replied, "I apologize. I fell asleep while admiring the moon. I do not require assistance, but thank you." Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the woman looked familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had seen her before. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. Upon realizing the misunderstanding, the woman bid him farewell, leaving with the thought that she had unnecessarily worried, having initially believed he was a runaway youth. After stretching lazily, Xiaoho rose to his feet, retrieved a portal, and promptly made his way to Tony's residence. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of Xiaoho, Tony, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Didn't we just part ways yesterday? What brings you here?" "I have numerous experiments to attend to." Xiaoho, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "Tony, I inadvertently omitted a crucial detail earlier. The one who attempted to kill your father, Winter Soldier, is none other than Bucky. It only dawned on me when I encountered Captain America yesterday, and I neglected to mention it." Tony paused his coding, his demeanor becoming flat as he asked, "Are you certain this was not a deliberate concealment?" Xiaoho, placing a hand on his chest in assurance, insisted, "Absolutely not. I swear, I genuinely forgot. If you wish, I can assist you in eliminating him free of charge." Tony tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, stating, "You encountered Captain America yesterday? The one I am familiar with? There must be more to this story." Reluctantly, Xiaoho recounted everything he knew, this time sharing all the details that lingered in his memory. After listening, Tony hesitated for a moment, sighed, and remarked, "If another version of me chose to forgive him, perhaps he is justified. Bucky is merely a weapon, and the true perpetrator is the one who wields that weapon. Just like my past self, I merely created the weapon, and when it was used to harm the innocent, I too felt a profound sense of guilt. Perhaps allowing him to live with that guilt is the best punishment." Xiaoho, observing Tony, could not help but tease, "Tony, you truly possess a warm heart." After saying this, he wiped his hands, which were covered in goosebumps. Tony, with a frown, inquired, "Do you have anything else?" "I have much research to pursue, particularly concerning the planet Devourer you mentioned yesterday. I need to contemplate effective strategies against him." Noticing Tony's dissatisfaction, Xiaoho quickly made his exit, deciding to return home for a much-needed nap, as he felt sore from the previous night's lack of sleep. Once Xiaoho departed, Tony did not immediately return to his work. Instead, he played a videotape left by his father. Watching the video of his father speaking, he murmured, "You would support me in this, wouldn't you?" Meanwhile, Xiaoho returned to the empty office, lying on the sofa and lamenting, "Alas, I have become a solitary old man. There is not a soul in sight." After a few moments of reflection, he launched into a game, Left 4 Dead, which Jarvis had enhanced with numerous additional levels, eager to immerse himself in the experience. As for sleep, why sleep when one could indulge in gaming? In the afternoon, upon returning, Sky rushed to Xiaoho's side, demanding, "Tell me, where were you last night? Why didn't you come back all night?" Xiaoho, glancing at the boisterous girl, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing much. I chatted with Captain America for a bit, and then fell asleep while gazing at the moon." Sky exclaimed, "You actually enjoy that? With so much at home, you chose to dine out. And with Captain America, I have to tell Natasha." Xiaoho was utterly perplexed by her words and exclaimed, "What are you talking about? I merely spent the night in the park yesterday." Sky was taken aback, pointing at Xiaoho and stammering, "The park? You truly indulge in such frivolity. I misjudged you." With that, she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Xiaoho, bewildered, pondered how he had become so extravagant. It was all rather strange. Just as he was about to resume his gaming, a sudden flash of lightning appeared beside him, followed by the abrupt arrival of Xiao Mo, who gazed at him with surprise. "Xiao Montak, have you already mastered elemental travel? How did you achieve that so swiftly?" Xiao Montak exasperated, replied, "It's your own fault for being lazy and neglecting your training. It's quite simple. With earnest reflection, you'll soon become proficient. I'm off to train now. Do you wish to join me? Don't say I haven't taught you." Xiaoho tossed aside his controller and declared, "Yes. Coach, I wish to learn this. Please, ensure I grasp it." The two made their way to the training room on the second floor, where Xiao Mo commenced her teaching. However, Xiaoho's learning pace left her feeling a tad embarrassed. How could someone be so dull? Xiaoho, oblivious to any shortcomings, reasoned that his slow progress was due to the teacher's methods. While the two trained, Sky incessantly reported to Natasha, stating that Xiaoho had been gallivanting, even in the park. Upon hearing this, Natasha was filled with disbelief. She knew Xiaoho was incapable of such antics, and she was merely curious as to how so much trouble could arise in just a few days of her absence. Chapter 114, Xiaoho, Sky. Consider it a remedial class. After Natasha ended her call with Sky, Yelena eagerly inquired, "What did Sky say? Did anything amusing occur?" Natasha recounted the essence of Sky's report, which promptly drained Yelena's interest, leading her to return to her spellbook. She lamented, "This magic is so tedious. There's so much to learn. It feels more exhausting than school. I'm beginning to lose my enthusiasm. Natasha gently stroked her head, saying, "Didn't you come here to study? Now you're complaining again. Focus on your studies. At the very least, master the fundamentals to enhance your self-defense capabilities." After reassuring Yelena, Natasha also devoted her attention to the book titled From Learning Magic to Mastery, notably authored by Ancient One. Under Xiao Mo's guidance, Xiaoho took 2 days to grasp the elemental travel and the rudimentary skill of magnetic field perception. Although his range was limited to a mere 20 meters and required intense concentration. Unlike Enel, who could envelop an entire island passively, Xiaoho had much to critique. Xiao Mo pointed out that this was entirely his own issue. She could effortlessly use her perception abilities passively, with a range extending to 200 meters, clearly a testament to individual capability. After acquiring a general understanding of these matters, Xiaoho found himself once again devoid of motivation. For reasons unknown, he often contemplated becoming a mere idle soul, utterly disinterested in exerting any effort. Thus, he resumed his leisurely pursuits. Just as he was preparing to continue his journey and left for dead, an unexpected visitor sought him out. Upon entering, Steve surveyed the office until his gaze fell upon Xiaoho lounging on the sofa, at which point he exhaled in relief, evidently having arrived at the correct destination. Xiaoho regarded Steve's entrance with a hint of resignation. He had no desire for entanglements at that moment. With a hint of frustration, he inquired, "What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be with Bucky?" After taking a seat beside Xiaoho, Steve replied, "Nick mentioned that now is not the right time. I believe he's correct. Moreover, in this era, I find myself without friends. You suddenly came to mind, and after confirming your address, I thought I would come over for a chat. Perhaps you could help me acclimate to this time. You haven't yet shared your story." Upon hearing this, Xiaoho retrieved 2 bottles of soda, handing one to Steve as he remarked, "Feeling alienated and ill at ease in this world? With a bit more time, it will get better." Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could take Steve to truly experience the realities of this nation. If possible, he might even persuade him to run for President of the United States, transforming him into Comrade Steve. Based on his portrayal in films, it seemed quite promising. Having concluded his thoughts, he looked at Steve and said, "I can share my story gradually. Instead, how about I show you this era?" Steve did not decline, finding solace in Xiaoho's company. Xiaoho first made a call to little Mo, inquiring if she wished to join him for an outing. Her response was direct, "Not at this time. I have much to learn, and I cannot spare the time." Xiaoho couldn't help but reflect. Little Mo is indeed resolute once she sets her sights on a goal. Despite her rebellious nature, she is capable of tempering it for the sake of her ambitions. Steve then asked, "Who is little Mo? A friend of yours?" "She is my sister. I will introduce you to her later, though I doubt you two would get along. Or perhaps you might surprise me." Xiaoho replied, his voice trailing off with uncertainty. He swiftly decided to change the subject, turning his thoughts to Sky. Should he invite her along? After some deliberation, he resolved against bringing Sky, but recognized the need for a suitable guardian. Fortunately, he had just the right candidate in mind. He produced a portal and, together with Steve, stepped through. Upon their arrival, Tony, noticing the two before him, expressed his displeasure. "Xiaoho, what brings you here again? And you've brought Jonathan along. Are you planning to drag me into a party? Didn't I just tell you days ago that I'm extraordinarily busy?" Steve, still in awe of the portal's sudden appearance, turned to regard Tony. Xiaoho first offered a sly smile, then remarked, "He is Steve, not Jonathan. I have matters to discuss with you." Upon hearing Steve's name, Tony paused for a moment, his expression growing noticeably colder. Although he had recently conversed with Xiaoho about their affairs and had chosen to spare Bucky, it was impossible for him to display any semblance of goodwill. "You don't expect me to assist this Captain America in finding someone, do you?" This was the only conclusion Tony could draw. Xiaoho shook his head repeatedly, stating, "No, it's not that. I need to be away for a while, and was hoping you could look after Sky for me. After all, you have always been quite fond of her. Consider it an opportunity to experience the joys of fatherhood." Tony arched an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you up to? How long will you be gone?" "I'm quite busy as well. I'm planning to take the captain out for a bit, and the duration is uncertain. You only need to keep her company in the evenings. Moreover, you could teach her a few things. She often speaks highly of you." As Xiaoho spoke, he internally mused, "Sky, please don't blame me. Just think of this as an extended tutoring session." After some contemplation, Tony ultimately acquiesced to Xiaoho's request, genuinely fond of the well-mannered girl. All right, I agree, but can't be for too long. You know, I have a plethora of research to attend to, along with a mountain of tasks awaiting my attention. Xiaoho nodded eagerly. Rest assured, I will not be away for long. I'll return in due time, and please keep an eye on little Mo as well. If anything arises, reach out, and I shall come back directly. Tony nodded and resumed his work. Xiaoho glanced at him before leading Steve out of his workspace. Just as they were about to leave, Steve suddenly spoke. I am truly sorry about your parents. Once I find Bucky, we will return together to apologize to you. All I ask is that you spare his life. I would gladly offer my own in compensation. Tony regarded him for a moment, but refrained from responding, continuing with his work. Xiaoho tugged at Steve, signaling him to follow. The two made their way to Tony's garage, where Xiaoho surveyed the surroundings before stowing away a Shelby Cobra in his backpack. One cannot embark on an adventure without proper transportation. He then admired the luxury vehicles around, his gaze lingering on a 1932 Ford for quite some time. Although he was tempted to make off with it, he feared Tony's wrath and ultimately chose to abandon the idea. Chapter 115. Do not emulate the Black Egg. He is unworthy of the stage. Xiaoho produced a portal once more, this time intending to reach the outskirts of New York. They materialized by the roadside, where Xiaoho retrieved a pair of glasses and handed them to Steve. He explained, "These are superhuman glasses. Wearing them will conceal your true identity. Your visage is quite renowned, and this will spare us considerable trouble." He took out Conan's glasses to wear, and, after a moment's thought, he also retrieved the watch and voice changer. Though he deemed the bow tie somewhat effeminate and decided against it, he then brought forth 2 sets of beach attire, handing one to Steve, declaring, "If we're going to disguise ourselves, let us do it thoroughly. No one will notice us at all." Steve gazed at the vibrant beach outfit in his hands, puzzled. "Are you sure this won't attract attention?" However, Xiao paid him no heed, swiftly changing into his own attire, a mirror appearing in his hand as he admired his appearance. He remarked, "Not bad. Now, let us grab the water gun, and I'll be just like Leonardo." Observing his appearance, Steve reluctantly changed into the outfit, but was uncertain where to stow his original clothes. After a glance at him, Xiaoho retrieved the recently acquired vehicle and thoughtfully handed a backpack to the captain. Steve packed his clothes into the backpack and placed it in the trunk, then turned to Xiaoho, inquiring, "Your abilities are quite convenient. Is it a spatial power?" Xiaoho nodded, saying, "Indeed, but it's not a power. It's a game backpack." With that, he dashed to the passenger's seat, signaling for Steve to drive. Without much thought, Steve took the driver's seat and asked, "Where are we headed? Also, thanks for earlier." Now somewhat clearer-headed, he realized his previous comments were ill-conceived and expressed gratitude to Xiaoho. Xiaoho defended Tony, stating, "I spoke with him a few days ago. He is prepared to forgive Bucky. Thus, your earlier words were ill-timed. It would be best to apologize to him when the opportunity arises." Steve was taken aback, not anticipating such a response. Though he had hoped for this outcome, Xiaoho's earlier remarks had dampened his expectations. The sudden revelation that Tony had forgiven them did not bring him joy. Instead, it filled him with guilt and remorse, which he suppressed. Resolving to repay Tony when the chance arose, Xiaoho casually pointed in a direction away from New York, saying, "Let us head that way. We have no particular destination. Wherever we end up will be fine. This is how one truly gets to know America." Steve concurred, steering the vehicle in the direction Xiaoho indicated. The two drove along the road, engaging in sporadic conversation. Xiaoho extended his hand out of the window, relishing the sensation of the breeze, and asked Steve, "How much have you learned about this era in the past few days?" Steve, hands firmly on the steering wheel and eyes fixed ahead, replied, "I've only seen a bit on television. It seems to be developing rapidly, mostly with praise for this nation. I also noticed reports regarding the potential dangers posed by superpowered individuals." He glanced at Xiaoho as he spoke. Xiaoho, unimpressed, retorted, "A splendid entertainment narrative, truly laughable. Do you know about mutants?" Steve replied simply no. Xiaoho pondered for a moment before inquiring again, "Are you acquainted with Logan?" This time, Steve nodded. "If you're referring to my comrade from World War II, I indeed know him. His combat prowess is exceptional, complemented by a beast-like sense of awareness." "Why do you bring him up?" Xiaoho retrieved his phone, manipulating it as he spoke. "To provide you with a sense of immersion. He is a mutant. The version you know might have concealed his abilities. The genes he possesses endow him with remarkable regenerative capabilities. To put it simply, he is virtually immortal, having endured a nuclear explosion. Found it. Please stop the car, he added. Upon hearing this, Steve pulled over to the roadside. Xiaoho shared the information he had found on his phone, presenting it to Steve for review. He continued, mutants are a group of genetically unique humans, each endowed with various extraordinary abilities. Yet, they have faced persecution from this nation's government for decades. Just as you can see in the information, there are numerous discriminatory legislations. The most infamous being the Mutant Registration Act, which mandates that every mutant must be registered or else they risk losing their citizenship. And those who comply, if their abilities pique interest, may even be captured for inhumane experimentation. How absurd is that? Steve gazed at the information on the phone, listening to Xiaoho's words, and exclaimed with anger. They have no right to do this. Although they are unique, as long as they have not committed any crimes, mutants deserve protection. Yet, Xiaoho chuckled. But they're indeed doing it, and it goes beyond that. Do you know what I encountered when I first arrived in this world? What? Steve glared at Xiaoho, his fury not directed at him personally, but rather at the revelations that ignited his rage. I encountered vampires. They prey on humans at night and have captured many, constructing a human warehouse they call a blood bank. Your government, fully aware of this, still allows them to operate, all in the pursuit of becoming similar monsters to achieve immortality. I believe if I hadn't been detained by the Ancient One for 2.5 years, given my mindset at the time, upon learning of mutants' existence, I might have obliterated this nation. Recently, I assisted in dealing with a creature that your military had unleashed. Do you know what the outcome was? They sought to capture me for research rather than express gratitude. Thus, my disdain for them is entirely justified. At this moment, an inexhaustible fury surged within Steve. The nation he had devoted his life to protect had devolved into this. Would it not be better to allow Hydra to annihilate it? Xiaoho remarked softly. The warrior, upon vanquishing the Demon King, transforms into the next tyrant, quite fitting for the ethos of your nation. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Steve instinctively clenched his hand tightly, crushing Xiaoho's phone into fragments. Xiaoho glanced at the remnants of his device and remarked, "You owe me for that." It was a custom piece from Tony, impossible to find on the market. Steve's anger dissipated in an instant as he stared blankly at his palm, then realized he seemed to be out of funds. That black-hearted fellow had never paid him a salary. He awkwardly remarked, "I will earn the money to compensate you, but it will take some time." Xiaoho produced 2 bottles of soda, handing one to him while saying, "All right, let's call it even this time, but don't recklessly damage others' belongings in the future." Observing Steve take the drink without consuming it, he continued, "You're quite angry, aren't you? Then find a way to change that. Unlike that unscrupulous scoundrel, he is not worth your time." Chapter 116. Xiaoho, Captain, run for president. He could be an agent without issue, but his methods, transform this nation. If you desire change, there is only one way. Become president and eradicate all the pests. Those politicians who crave immortality and power, just send them to meet eternity in death. At this, Xiaoho clapped his hand on Steve's shoulder and proclaimed loudly, "Steve, you are no longer suited to be Captain America. Go run for president and transform this country. Stop invading and oppressing others." Steve murmured, "Run for president? Change this country? Absolutely. Tony and I will stand by your side. Besides, you have a significant number of supporters among the populace." Xiaoho encouraged him further. However, Steve suddenly regained his composure, downing the soda in one go without even burping, and said, "I need to ponder this decision carefully, and I also want to see the mutants you mentioned." Xiaoho fixated on his mouth and neck, pondered why he and T burped, and blurted out, "How can you chug a bottle of soda without burping? Is that the main concern now?" Xiaoho quickly realized and responded, "No worries. I'll take you to the Mutant Academy. Although that bald-headed fellow just met his demise, it's not a big deal." Steve was confused, asking, "What do you mean he just met his demise?" The two got back into the car, this time with Xiaoho at the wheel. After settling in, he pulled out another phone and dialed Tony. "Hey, Tony, I need Jarvis to help me navigate and plan the route to the Mutant Academy." Tony remained silent, abruptly hanging up the call. Yet, Jarvis's voice soon came through Xiaoho's phone. "Mr. Xiaoho, I am preparing to navigate for you. Proceed straight at the upcoming intersection. Estimated arrival time is 8 hours." Steve, sitting beside him, inquired, "Why don't you use that portal of yours? If I'm not mistaken, it should lead directly there, right?" Xiaoho replied matter-of-factly, Why do we come out? To explore this era. The portal doesn't belong to this time, so we must use transportation suitable for it. Steve mused, I know so little, don't deceive me. Thus, the two set off once more, and as night fell, they were captivated by an ambulance parked in the distance. Beside it, they spotted Chong Wei engaging in a fight with an elderly man. Though it appeared more like a masked man was assaulting the old man. Xiao could not help but scoff. Captain, your country truly embodies freedom. Just look around. People are venting their abundant energy everywhere. This must be what they call punching the old folks' home at Nanshan. Steve paid no heed to Xiaoho's remarks. He had already leaped from a vehicle and charged forward, colliding with the masked man. He turned to the elderly man on the ground and inquired, Are you all right? What happened? Before the old man could respond, the masked figure lunged at Steve, brandishing a large knife. Steve had no choice but to engage in combat, opting not to unleash his full force, intending to first subdue this frenzied individual. Upon recognizing the mask, Xiaoho couldn't suppress his exclamation, Goodness, is that Jason? Aren't you supposed to be at Crystal Lake, making a cameo here? Both Steve and Jason turned their gazes towards him, with Steve asking, Do you know him? Xiaoho shook his head. I don't, but I've heard tales of his heroic exploits. The 100-Man Slayer, no less. He's quite renowned. Steve had managed to pin Jason to the ground, in the realm of horror films, where he was depicted as a merciless killer. He now appeared merely as a slightly stronger-than-average foe in Steve's presence. Xiaoho observed the health bar above Jason's head, unable to resist a few clicks of astonishment, pondering whether he could indeed finish him off if he intervened. Inside the ambulance, a male and female paramedic, alerted by the commotion, exited to assess the situation. Upon spotting the unexpected trio, they inquired, Who are you? Xiaoho pointed to himself and Steve, stating, We were just passing by. The old man on the ground added, They just saved me. That person is Jason. Upon hearing Jason's name, the paramedics instantly turned cautious of the subdued figure, carefully assisting the old man into the back of the vehicle. Noticing that everyone recognized the man on the ground, Steve could not help but exclaim, So, no one is going to fill me in on the specifics? Xiaoho produced a cerulean rose, which to others appeared as nothing more than a salted fish, and approached Jason, aiming at his head before firing. Jason's head exploded, reducing his health to a fifth, with the shattered remnants slowly coalescing, indicating he would soon heal. Steve and the others were momentarily taken aback by Xiaoho's sudden action, particularly Steve, who couldn't believe his eyes. A salted fish had just fired a bullet. He turned to Xiaoho and asked, Why did you suddenly shoot him? Xiaoho gestured towards the scattered flesh. He is not dead yet. Steve, now gazing at the gradually reforming bits of flesh, couldn't suppress his expletive. What the hell is that? The female paramedic swiftly pulled Steve closer, whispering an explanation. He is a notorious murderer who has haunted our region for ages. I can't believe he has resurfaced. Meanwhile, Xiaoho began charging his weapon. As Jason's head healed, a level 2 energy bullet erupted upon him, igniting him in flames. After a wail of anguish, Jason was reduced to ashes, his health bar vanishing entirely. Xiaoho lifted the gun and remarked, This isn't too impressive. It's all taken care of. I doubt it will resurrect next time. Come on, Steve, step on it. We should still be able to find lodging at the academy for the night. Steve glanced at the medical personnel, confirming there were no significant issues, then returned to the vehicle. Xiaoho pressed the accelerator, departing without a thought for the ordinary people left behind. The group exchanged glances at the ashes of Jason and the direction in which the two had departed, shivering involuntarily before hastily getting into their car and heading toward the town. Inside the vehicle, Steve inquired of Xiaoho, What exactly was that thing? And what was up with your fish? Xiaoho, steering with one hand, extended the other outside, explaining, Just a dead child, transformed into a malevolent spirit after death, hunting down anyone who enters its territory. Ordinary people can't kill it. However, it should be thoroughly dead this time. My Azure Rose specializes in dealing with demons and dark creatures. He then produced a salted fish, idly toying with it. Steve stared at the fish, utterly perplexed. The name and appearance seemed incongruous. And why, in this world, were there malevolent spirits? Had he awoken from a dream, only to find himself in a realm of superpowers? Portals, mutants, Hydra, and now a malevolent spirit? Perhaps he had not truly awakened and was still lost in slumber. Chapter 117. Arrival at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters after more than 2 hours of driving. They finally arrived at the entrance of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters just before midnight. Xiao gazed at the gate, identical to that in the films, and pulled out his phone to take a selfie, insisting on including Steve in the shot. After snapping over 10 pictures from various angles, the gate suddenly swung open. He glanced back and said to Steve, "It seems they are inviting us in." Once inside, they navigated through a narrow passageway, eventually entering a vast garden. Xiaoho admired the meticulously maintained flowers and lawns, unable to suppress his admiration. They must be quite wealthy. "I could find a place to buy land and build a grand villa, anytime, anywhere." Steve nodded in agreement. He too hailed from humble beginnings and had never encountered such a place outside of military barracks and battlefields. Upon reaching the enormous castle, Storm, Aurora Monroe, and Beast, Hank McCoy, awaited their arrival. After Xiaoho and Steve exited the vehicle, the two approached them. Aurora regarded them curiously. "What brings you two to visit at such a late hour?" Xiaoho removed his glasses and gestured for Steve to do the same before responding. "I am Xiaoho, and this is Steve Rogers. We came to explore the place and seek lodging for the night." Though the pair recognized Steve's name and appearance somewhat, they did not dwell on it and instead asked, "If you are here to visit, you must know what this place is, correct?" Xiao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the school for mutants. We came specially to visit. Rest assured, we mean no harm. Although we lack genes, we can still be considered individuals of extraordinary abilities." With that, he unleashed bolts of lightning from his hand, beckoning Steve to showcase his own talents. Puzzled, Steve responded, "I can't do that. Am I supposed to perform with my shield? I don't even have it with me." It was Hank, the Beast, who recognized him, tentatively inquiring, "Mr. Rogers, you seem quite familiar. Could you possibly be Captain America?" Steve nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of kinship. Though somewhat disheveled, he was undoubtedly a good soul. After Aurora returned with several others to the headmasteress office, she offered them cups of coffee and inquired about the purpose of their visit. "Mr. Xiaoho and Captain Rogers, might I ask what brings you here?" Before Xiaoho could respond, Steve spoke up first. "I have only recently awakened from my slumber, and Xiaoho has brought me here to familiarize myself with this era. He has shared some information about you, and I wish to verify it personally." After exchanging glances with Hank, Aurora turned to Steve and asked, "What is it that you wish to confer, Captain?" With a serious expression, Steve replied, "I wish to ascertain whether your experiences align with what Xiaoho has described, that you endure unjust treatment. Furthermore, I need to understand if your true circumstances pose a threat to others." Seeing that the two remained perplexed, Xiaoho intervened. "Hank, I recall you were recently appointed as a United Nations ambassador. What are you doing here?" Hank's expression darkened as he said, "That was merely a temporary measure to placate us. I held that position for less than a month before they removed me upon realizing our diminished combat capabilities." Upon hearing this, Xiao gestured to Steve. "See, they are beyond saving. Thus, you should heed my advice. Only your ascendants can rescue this nation. Save these innocent lives." Steve ignored Xiaoho and turned his attention to Hank. "Could you share the specifics of your situation with me?" Aurora spoke on Hank's behalf. "The incident at Alcatraz instilled fear in them regarding our powers, resulting in a period of quietude. However, once they thoroughly investigated our circumstances and learned of Professor and Jean's demise, as well as Magneto's loss of abilities, they began to intensify their persecution, aggressively capturing mutants. Currently, we can only remain at the Academy to protect the children. We lack the capacity to rescue our comrades outside. Yet recently, the number of children able to reach the Academy has dwindled, and we are uncertain how much longer we can endure." Steve clenched his fists upon hearing this. Yet a sliver of hope lingered within him as he had yet to witness the situation firsthand. He softly asked, "May I see the children? I simply wish to see them with my own eyes." Aurora and Hank exchanged glances once more, before Aurora explained, "It's quite late. They should all be asleep by now. You will be able to see them tomorrow. How about I lead you to a room to rest for the night?" However, Steve shook his head, looking at the two. "I cannot sleep right now. May I stay here for a while?" Upon hearing this, the two individuals acquiesced, reasoning that it was merely a matter of enduring a night together, nothing of great consequence. Xiaoho expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "I wish to sleep. Could you arrange a room for me?" Steve turned to him, retorting, "I believe you need to accompany me. Why? You are merely a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, not a woman." Why should I accompany you? Surely, you aren't gay? Xiao bantered. Indeed, you are undoubtedly gay. I knew it. You and Bucky must have something going on. As Xiao spoke, he distanced himself from Steve, as if fleeing from a perilous beast. After gaining some space, he continued to taunt. You have unconditionally supported him despite his numerous misdeeds. It seems it is out of love. I have misjudged you. Aurora and Hank exchanged glances filled with newfound understanding, as if they had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Steve's face flushed crimson with anger as he glared at Xiao, feeling as if he were Jonathan, on the verge of igniting the sun and incinerating the earth. He attempted to clarify, I do not. Bucky and I are merely brothers. It is not as you suggest. My affections lie with Carter. However, Xiao retreated even further, declaring, I do not believe you. She is merely a fade to conceal the truth. Do not attempt to evade, Rogers. You insufferable gay. Rogers was taken aback, charging at Xiao, prepared to confront him. Yet, the moment he collided with Xiao, the latter dissipated into a flurry of sparks, reappearing at his previous position. Xiao jeered, look. Are you attempting to silence me? You cannot succeed. I am the embodiment of lightning, having consumed the thunder fruit. You weaklings, devoid of hockey, cannot touch me. With hands on his hips, he erupted into boisterous laughter. Steve, disregarding all caution, lunged towards him once more, relentlessly striking at Xiao. Yet each punch merely passed through his form, leaving Steve himself tingling from the electric discharge. Ignoring the sensation, he continued his assault until Hank intervened, embracing him to prevent him from being thoroughly electrocuted. Xiao scoffed, It's 50-50, and you are no match. I expected more from you. Do you think you can perform the rubber gold spinning punch? Chapter 118. It's all Charles' fault. Aurora and Hank regarded Xiao with disbelief. This individual was truly insufferable. Initially, he seemed quite reasonable, yet he suddenly resorted to such childish antics. Steve gradually regained his composure, reflecting on how he had lost control of himself. This was not his usual demeanor. Observing that the three had chosen to ignore him, Xiao sought out a comfortable single sofa, reclining and promptly closing his eyes to sleep. Hank, noticing Steve's slightly burned skin, inquired, Captain, do you require treatment? Steve waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just let me rest for a while. The three sat facing each other, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Aware of the uncomfortable silence, Steve broke it, saying, May I hear your stories? Regarding this academy and the past of mutants, Aurora and Hank began to recount the captain's words, while Steve listened intently. Hank narrated the founding principles and the journey of the academy, the establishment of the X-Men, and the subsequent divergence of the two founders. He spoke of Charles's disillusionment and, after regaining his resolve, his efforts to provide sanctuary for mutant children. He also recounted several past incidents, including the military's inhumane experiments on captured mutants. Listening alone sent shivers down Steve's spine, even though he himself had undergone the super soldier transformation to become Captain America. His participation had been voluntary, and he was unaware of the deeper machinations behind it. Previously, he had merely been a soldier. Yet, upon awakening, he felt he could no longer remain a mere pawn. He questioned whether the orders he received were truly just, and feared that his actions might inadvertently harm innocent civilians. Suddenly, the previously slumbering Xiao interjected, asserting that Charles's choices were erroneous. Although Magneto posed significant issues, Xiao believed that Charles was the principal architect of the mutants' plight. The three turned to him, and Steve, perplexed, urged him to elaborate. Aurora and Hank glared at him, prepared to teach him a lesson should he fail to provide a cogent explanation. Xiao sat up, stating that he had not intended to speak, but their incessant conversation had prevented him from sleeping. He acknowledged that Charles's commitment to peaceful coexistence was commendable, but deemed him too weak, allowing others to perceive him as easily manipulated. His vulnerabilities were glaringly apparent. He cited a proverb from his homeland. A gentleman can be deceived by virtue, suggesting that one could exploit his kindness and ideals for personal gain. He paused momentarily before continuing. Another saying goes, a weak nation has no diplomacy. Just as a feeble state lacks foreign relations, so too do weak individuals. He noted that while others feared Magneto, how much fear did they hold for Charles and his companions? At this, he glanced at Hank and Aurora, who began to reflect on how soldiers reacted differently upon encountering them compared to when they faced the Brotherhood of Mutants. Aurora interjected, that is because we stand for justice. Xiaoho scoffed, retorting, and thus you allow yourselves to be manipulated by a sense of righteousness. Not long ago, a general from America attempted to capture me for experimentation. Do you know what I did? The three of them turned to him, eagerly awaiting his revelation. Steve recalled that Xiaoho had hinted at this before, but had not elaborated. With calm assurance, Xiaoho recounted, I took him to experience my abilities firsthand by blowing up a restroom on an island in a deserted area in America. After that, he dared not approach me again. Even if he wished to, he would only do so with absolute certainty of victory. What is this called? It is known as the truth existing within the range of cannon fire and dignity residing upon the edge of a sword. He fixed his gaze intensely upon the three. So I ask, is it wrong to say that Charles is the true mastermind behind all this? Pleading does not usher in peace. Only by wielding equal power can we establish a foundation for equitable dialogue. The burden of the atrocities suffered by mutants over the years lies squarely upon your shoulders, does it not, Charles? Both Aurora and Steve were momentarily taken aback. Yet Hank suddenly interjected, I merely wish to achieve everything through more peaceful means. Xiaoho retorted with derision, so you stand there, watching your countless kin being harmed and slain? How many of your students leave this place only to lead tranquil lives? You have been at the helm of this academy for quite some time. How well do you truly know your graduates? Hank fell into silence, and Aurora gazed at him in disbelief. Professor, are you still alive? Xiaoho answered for him. He is alive, merely hiding for the time being, transforming into a turtle unwilling to face the consequences. Hank then queried, so, do you share the same ideology as Eric? Xiaoho shook his head. No, I have already stated that holding absolute power instills fear, and only then can your vision of peace be enacted. But it is certainly not achieved through supplication. My target has never been ordinary individuals, but rather the capitalists and rulers who dominate and deceive them. They do not represent everyone. Yet, you have been skillfully manipulated by them, your abilities squandered. As Xiaoho concluded, a flash of lightning danced around his head before subsiding. He turned to Hank. What is this? Did you not claim to refrain from prying into others' minds? Why the sudden urge to invade mine? You may have had that opportunity before, but now that I have transformed into lightning, your kind can no longer invade my thoughts. Hank replied, I merely wish to confirm whether your words align with your thoughts. What if they align, and what if they do not? Xiaoho regarded him. Surely you do not believe I aspire to take over your faction? I would never engage in such a cumbersome endeavor. At most, I would simply add a bit of annoyance to this nation. Moreover, you've been occupying another body to converse with me. Do you not find that rather impolite? Do come and speak to me in your own form. Upon finishing, Xiaoho enveloped the room in a field of crackling lightning, and Hank instantly regained his clarity. Yet, he remained silent, pondering the dialogue between Xiaoho and Charles. As it seemed they had never contemplated this issue. Aurora, too, was deep in thought, her expression betraying her discomfort. Meanwhile, Steve felt as though his head might explode. The day's revelations had been overwhelming, pushing the limits of his capacity as a senior from the previous century. After casting a glance at the three, Xiaoho closed his eyes once more, preparing for a brief respite while reminding them, do not rouse me again. Chapter 119. Abundant sighed, Quest the dawn pierced the mist like shards of gold, casting a warm orange hue over the ancient castle, while the dewdrops on the lawn reflected a spectrum of colors. Within the academy, a few early risers began to appear. Steve stood by the window, observing the figures below. The children were either playfully wrestling with one another, engaging in cheerful conversations, or honing their unique abilities. It was only upon witnessing this scene that Steve confirmed they were indeed different from ordinary children, yet they shared the same innocence that is characteristic of youth. Aurora and Hank joined him, with Aurora stating, I may not discern right from wrong, but the headmaster has ensured these children have a space that belongs to them, where no one will maliciously harm them. This is also why I choose to remain here. Steve glanced at her before turning his gaze back to the children below. May I interact with them? Of course. I believe they would be delighted to meet you. After all, you are the renowned Captain America. Aurora smiled gently. At that moment, Xiaoho awakened, glanced at the trio, and then at the sunlight streaming through the window. You all are up quite early. The three of them tidied themselves and ventured into the garden, where the mutant children were curiously observing the two newcomers. A delicate little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, clung to Aurora's leg and asked, Headmaster Aurora, are they new teachers? No, Aurora replied, picking her up. They are uncles visiting the academy, for fun. Why are you awake so early, Isha? Isha pointed to a young boy nearby and said, said he could create rainbows, so I came to see. Aurora, upon hearing this, set her down. Then go and play. Just be safe. Isha cheerfully responded, all right, Headmaster Aurora, before running off to join the boy. Xiaoho and Steve continued to observe the children. Xiaoho was curious about their abilities, while Steve pondered more broadly. After a while, Xiaoho finally spotted a few familiar faces: Mischief, Phantom Cat, and Iceman. Those three entangled in a love triangle. And trailing behind them was Steelman. He contemplated whether to intercept Deadpool's good buddy early. However, he quickly imagined the rigid dynamics of living together. He envisioned himself gaming while Steelman lectured him incessantly, or being on a mission with Steelman forbidding him from harming others. He promptly dismissed this thought. He certainly did not need a babysitter as a teammate. Perhaps he would rather pursue Star-Lord's camaraderie. Both Rocket and Drax seemed quite entertaining. The Tree Man was also a good option. Meanwhile, Steve had already gathered with some older children, engaging in conversation. Xiaoho took a glance before transforming into a bolt of lightning, appearing on a rooftop to bask in the sun and catch up on some much-needed rest, as he had not slept comfortably the previous night. Having keenly observed both Aurora and Hank, he took note of his movements but refrained from voicing his thoughts, pondering instead whether he truly was non-mutant. His abilities were strikingly similar, particularly those of Aurora, who possessed the innate ability to manipulate the weather and emit electrical discharges from her body. In her perception, Xianghao was nothing short of a confluence of lightning. As noon approached, a vehicle entered the academy grounds, and a physician clad in a white coat opened the door to assist Charles into his wheelchair. The mutants within the academy, witnessing the return of their deceased former headmaster, who had even been honored with a memorial service, immediately gathered around him. They bombarded Charles with inquiries about his condition, their faces brimming with joy. Only in Charles's presence could they find the solace they so desperately craved. Aurora, along with several key members of the X-Men, converged beside him, and she exclaimed with delight, "Welcome back, Headmaster." Charles smiled at her and replied, "You are the Headmaster now. You are doing splendidly. I shall remain a professor." He then gently reassured the gathered mutant children, saying, "All right, my dear children, I have a few matters to discuss with our visiting friends. May I request a moment of solitude?" The children obediently dispersed, though they engaged in fervent speculation about the nature of the conversation that lay ahead. Charles and the others returned to the headmaster's office, where Steve, gazing at the kindly elderly figure before him, felt somewhat at a loss, despite the fact that Charles was likely his senior by a fair margin. Aurora flew to the rooftop to rouse Xianghao and brought him back. Xianghao, feeling quite irritable from being disturbed yet again, regarded Charles with an unfriendly gaze. Charles, in his gentle manner, addressed him, "Mr. Xianghao, allow me to formally introduce Captain Rogers. I am Charles." Steve likewise introduced himself, but Xianghao showed him no courtesy. Instead, he retorted, "Enough of this superfluous chatter. All the bald heads in your world are full of schemes. If there is something to discuss, let us get to the point." Charles, undeterred by his demeanor, continued in his amiable tone, "I would like to further explore yesterday's topic. Could you elaborate on your thoughts and ideas?" No sooner had he spoken than Xianghao triggered a side quest. Side quest? Assist Charles' quest content. Propose reasonable solutions or strategies for mutants in relation to the U.S. Government quest reward. 500,000 energy points. 30 designated lottery draws. Xianghao glanced at the generous rewards, but chose not to accept the quest at that moment. He looked at Charles and asked, "Must I speak simply because you inquire? That would be quite undignified for me, wouldn't it? I owe you nothing, and I have no desire to share." Steve nudged him with his wrist, signaling him not to be petulant. Xianghao retorted, "Captain, why did you hit me? Do you truly believe your prestige will compel me to speak? I assure you it will not. No one's prestige holds any weight here. I run a bounty agency. I shall not allow anyone to take advantage of me. Moreover, has not much been articulated yesterday?" The astute Charles immediately interjected, inquiring, "What is the price? Or what do you require? Speak plainly, as long as it is reasonable and your proposition is feasible." His words effectively alleviated Steve's discomfort. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho displayed a hint of disdain and replied, "I am not lacking in wealth, nor do I have any particular needs. Your terms do not entice me." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "However, I am open to discussion. You will need to assist me unconditionally with 3 matters in the future. Rest assured, they will not endanger ordinary lives. Furthermore, I do not wish for you to pry into the thoughts of any of my friends. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to sever ties. I warn you, my wrath can be quite formidable. Charles nodded in agreement. Very well. I will not invade the thoughts of your companions, and I consent to the 3 requests, provided they do not contravene justice. Only then did Xiahou choose to accept the task, while reminding, remember your words. Violating me is far more perilous than crossing unscrupulous politicians. Chapter 120. Xiahou, establish your nation. Xiahou engaged his long-dormant intellect, swiftly processing old knowledge. He organized his thoughts and proclaimed, I believe that if mutants desire equality, they must establish their own nation. A realm governed by mutants, free from subjugation, a domain ruled by their own kind. The others regarded him with astonishment, and Charles queried, what leads you to this conclusion? Xiahou gazed back. Is it not evident? Mutants and humans can be considered 2 distinct races. To simplify, it is akin to the difference between humans and monkeys. When monkeys evolve into humans, they no longer identify as monkeys. Meanwhile, the monkeys harbor envy, questioning why the evolution did not include them. Yet, only a minority evolves, while the world remains under the dominion of monkeys, who will inevitably grow fearful of the evolved, seeking to reclaim their power. When superiority and jealousy coexist, conflict is inevitable. Figures like Magneto and Stryker will continually emerge. Xiahou distributed beverages to the group and took a sip himself before continuing, thus to address the root of the issue. The most effective solution is to extricate oneself. However, it is not a complete severance. Establishing an autonomous region becomes the optimal resolution. Much like the Inhumans on the moon, they are quite similar to you, yet they retreated to the moon early on to create their own space, fundamentally eliminating the problem. Charles appeared puzzled. Inhumans? Similar to us? Xiahou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are merely products of Kree genetic experimentation, while you are the result of celestial experimentation. Essentially, you are both human, differing only in the advancement of your evolutionary journey. The group found themselves grappling with the increasingly convoluted discourse. Xiahou observed their expressions and felt compelled to elucidate. The Kree, whom you may regard as extraterrestrial beings, arrived on Earth thousands of years ago and conducted genetic experiments on humanity, resulting in the emergence of the Inhumans. You may consider the Inhumans as a variant of your kind, albeit devoid of genes, their abilities closely resembling yours. The Celestial Group represents the cosmic sowers of life and judges, serving merely as a divine backdrop. They're not prone to aimless wandering. Interestingly, your origins appear to be even more impressive. But let us not dwell on them any longer, as it serves little purpose. Instead, let us discuss the matter of nation building. However, noticing that the others seemed lost in thought, Xiahou could not help but clap his hands to regain their attention. Once they focused on him, he continued, the most effective approach is to establish a nation. Subsequently, employ military force to intimidate several rogue nations into acknowledging your legitimate status, while also gathering the Inhumans, and if their families are willing, they may join you as well. As for governance, that is for you to contemplate. Do not seek my counsel. I merely offer a suggestion. Managing Inhumans necessitates stringent laws, for those endowed with superhuman abilities are not easily governed, particularly those who harbor disruptive intentions. Such individuals are of little use. It would be wise to confine or eliminate them. Then, cultivate your expertise by providing ethical education regarding their abilities. I believe it will not take long before you achieve stability, transforming your realm into a utopia for Inhumans. Naturally, many details require your careful consideration. Finally, I must emphasize that the convergence of your ideology with Old One's would yield the best results. Externally, you must exhibit both formidable military strength and a conciliatory attitude. Moreover, the capabilities of Inhumans, whether harnessed for technological advancement, medical progress, or agricultural development, can sustain your nation. Airolo and Hank were deeply moved by Xiahou's words, their gazes fixed intently on Charles, awaiting his decision. After a moment of careful contemplation, Charles replied, while your arguments are compelling and enticing, we lack the land to establish a nation. Xiahou looked at him, speechless. It seemed he was preparing to shift the burden of resolution onto him. Yet, with the mission unfulfilled, he had no choice but to continue seeking a solution. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Had he not previously acquired an ecological sphere, vast in area? However, it appeared to be usable only in space, which posed a challenge. He stated, I do possess a cosmic ecological sphere spanning 1,000 square kilometers, which should suffice for your temporary needs. But it can only function in the cosmos. How do you wish to proceed? Charles, already intrigued by Xiaoho's earlier mention of the Inhumans venturing to the moon, realized this could serve as a splendid ideal haven. He looked at Xiaoho and inquired, May I have the opportunity to see its interior? Xiaoho scratched his head, replying with a hint of exasperation. Not at this moment. It resides in my backpack, and its size makes it cumbersome to extract. Furthermore, while I can ascend to the skies, I am not yet able to traverse the cosmos. Hank promptly declared, Leave this to us. My newly crafted device will elevate us. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho readily agreed, eager to witness the cosmos and to ascertain whether the Earth truly appeared as round and beautiful as it was said to be. Steve, who had remained largely unnoticed, silently trailed behind the group towards the hangar, also wishing to gaze upon the wonders of space. Before their departure, Ororo specifically instructed Iceman and the others to keep an eye on the academy. As they boarded the technologically advanced aircraft, Xiaoho could not help but inquire of Steve, Do you have any lingering fears of flying? After all, you have just awakened from that harrowing plane crash. Steve cast a disapproving glance at him, retorting, If you cannot refrain from speaking, it would be best to remain silent. Your incessant chatter can indeed be rather vexing at times. After fastening his seatbelt, Xiaoho jested. Just yesterday, you had someone accompany you, and today you find them intolerable. Perhaps you should seek out your dear Bucky instead, you miserable sod. A multitude of veins appeared on Steve's forehead as he glared at Xiaoho. Ororo and Hank struggled to suppress their laughter while Charles merely smiled, leaving Steve feeling quite aggrieved. After some time, they found themselves amidst the vastness of space, where Hank inquired, How far must we venture from Earth? Xiaoho replied, Don't ask me. I'm a science novice. You all can figure it out. Charles suggested, Let us position ourselves near the moon. If possible, I would also like to pay a visit to the Inhumans. Hank obediently steered the aircraft towards the moon, while Xiaoho remarked, What is so fascinating about that bunch? Apart from their large dog, there's not much to admire. Charles, puzzled, asked, Why do you say that? Xiaoho elaborated, They adhere to a caste system, much like the country on Earth known for its affinity for curry. The aristocracy remains forever noble, while the commoners remain forever common. Not to mention the presence of slavery. I advise against emulating their nation-building practices. They seem to be on the verge of self-destruction. It's astonishing that such outdated customs still persist. It's downright disgusting. Why haven't they implemented something like the rite of the first night? Chapter 121. The Ecological Sphere. Upon hearing Xiaoho's words, Charles and the others lost interest in the Inhumans, as their upbringing centered around the ideals of freedom made such a system intolerable to them. Charles contemplated whether they should seek another destination, but Hank had already brought the aircraft to a halt. He announced, We have arrived. This position is optimal. According to my calculations, getting any closer would subject us to the moon's gravitational interference. Xiaoho approached the cockpit window and gazed at the distant moon, then decided to produce the ecological sphere. A colossal glass orb materialized before the aircraft, rendering the already sizable plane akin to an ant in its presence. The base of the sphere was composed of an unknown metal, while the upper half was enveloped in a vast circular glass, allowing a direct view of the interior. Within, a lush array of greenery, meadows, streams, and lakes flourished. Xiaoho then summoned a portal and linked it to the internal space, stepping through without hesitation. Ororo pushed Charles forward, with Steve and Hank following closely behind. Xiaoho inhaled the air around him, exclaiming, The atmosphere here is splendid, far superior to that of Earth. I regret ever handing it over to you. No, you must reserve a place for me. I shall return here for vacation in the future. After experiencing the ambience, Charles and the others expressed their contentment. Upon hearing Xiaoho's words, Charles smiled and replied, Of course, this place rightfully belongs to you, and we shall always welcome your return. Feeling somewhat reassured, Xiaoho produced an ecological sphere and handed Charles a control tablet that accompanied it. This is the control tablet for this environment. Feel free to explore it. Moreover, you can investigate further to construct additional structures, thereby expanding your living space. Charles nodded vigorously, cradling the tablet closely. It represented their future sanctuary. After a moment's contemplation, Xiahou retrieved some metal and, using lightning to forge it into an irregularly shaped steel plate, he found a suitable location to plant it firmly in the ground. Next, he took out a portal gun, which had remained in use since its acquisition, and shot at the steel plate, creating a blue circular portal. Subsequently, he utilized a random door to return to Charles's office, shooting at a wall to manifest an orange portal. Stowing away the random door, he stepped through the orange portal and reappeared in the ecological sphere. Charles and the others, initially perplexed, were astonished to witness him emerge from the portal, also able to glimpse their own office through it, thus comprehending its function. Xiahou proudly showcased the gun in his hand, declaring, "Portal gun. It can create 2 portals for traversing." Hank inquired, "How long can they exist?" Xiahou glanced at the description, uncertainly responding, "I'm not sure. It only states that 2 portals can exist simultaneously, without mentioning the duration. I suppose as long as new ones aren't created, they will remain." After a moment's thought, he handed the gun over, stating, "Consider it a gift. If it closes, you can simply open it again. It's of little use to me now." Hank quickly accepted it, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. We will cherish it." Xiahou waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Just remember to assist me in times of trouble." Charles assured him, "Rest assured, regardless of our success, you will always be our best friend." At that moment, Xiahou noticed a notification indicating the completion of his task, reflecting inwardly on the inconvenience. Realizing this was the true completion. However, he couldn't deny the rewards were indeed substantial. After claiming his task rewards, a new side quest promptly emerged. Side quest: assist Charles the second task content. Aid Charles in establishing a nation and accommodate at least 10,000 mutants. Task rewards: 500,000 energy points, 30 designated lottery draws. Xiahou gazed at the newly presented side quest, feeling somewhat bewildered. He had not even accepted it, yet it was already marked as in progress. Was this a continuous task? Surely, they wouldn't expect him to play the role of a caretaker indefinitely. He was resolute in his refusal. He intends to hang back for a while before making any decisions. No one can compel him, not even the game has tasks. Although he does not plan to take action himself, he still offers some suggestions. You all can handle it from here. However, I advise you to gather some mutants first, and it would be prudent to bring Old One along, as his abilities should be recoverable. Once you have amassed enough personnel, you can declare your independence. Do inform me at that time, and I may lend my assistance. In the worst-case scenario, I could plant a few mushrooms at the White House, Mount Fuji, or Buckingham Palace, and they would soon be subdued. At that moment, Hank recalled a piece of intelligence he had received earlier about someone who had tossed a small mushroom bomb in Tokyo, and he swallowed hard. Cautiously, he inquired, "The mushrooms you mentioned, they're not the kind I am thinking of, are they?" Xiahou suddenly turned to him, asking, "How do you know? Have you studied it too? It seems we are kindred spirits. Shall we collaborate another day?" Hank hastily declined. "No, I have not studied it, nor do I plan to." Xiahou scoffed. "Those who lack an appreciation for art are unworthy of my friendship. Farewell." As he prepared to leave, he noticed Steve still lost in thought and called out, "Steve, are you coming or not? I plan to explore elsewhere. This place has become dull." Steve quickly followed in his footsteps, bidding farewell to Charles and the others. Charles and the group then returned to the academy. After seeing the two off, he summoned the core members to his office. He looked at Iceman, Colossus, Gambit, Shadowcat, Storm, and Beast. These were the remaining pillars of his team. After briefly recounting the earlier conversation to Iceman and the others, he began assigning tasks. Hank would take some students to help build their new homeland. Iceman, Colossus, Gambit, Shadowcat, you will join me in retrieving some of our companions. He turned to Aurora. Once we depart, the safety of the academy will be entrusted to you. Take good care of the children. Aurora stepped forward and embraced him. I will safeguard the academy diligently. Thank you for returning. The others joined in the embrace. It was fortunate that Xiahou was not present. Otherwise, he would have started his critiques again. At that moment, he was driving swiftly down the road. Steve suddenly asked, "Is there truly no other path for them to take?" Xiahou glanced at him and replied, "Indeed, this is their best option at present. Since the latter part of World War II, they have been attempting to integrate. But you are aware of the outcome. You interacted with those mutant children today. What are your thoughts? Steve pondered for a moment before responding. Aside from being a bit different, they are no different from ordinary children. Then let us provide them with a better living environment. What have you thought about my previous proposal? Xiao said as he looked at him. Chapter 122. Sky and Little Mo have arrived. Steve contemplated for a moment and replied, "Let us wait and see. If I truly intend to proceed with this, I must ponder it further, for I am uncertain of the outcome. Xiao should not exert too much pressure. He plans to take his time, as there is no rush, and he can leisurely explore the surroundings." However, after wandering about for an entire day, Sky called him. "Xiao, you have gone too far. You ran off to play by yourself. I want to join. You must bring me along. Where are you now?" "I've already arranged with Xiao Mo, and she will bring me to find you." Xiao recognized that he had indeed been somewhat inconsiderate, so he replied, "All right then, but I am not entirely sure of our exact location. Perhaps you could have Tony use Jarvis to locate us. Isn't Xiao Mo supposed to be training?" Upon hearing Xiao's acquiescence, Sky's voice brimmed with joy. She said she has basically mastered it. The remaining training can be done gradually. "We'll come to find you shortly." With that, Sky hung up, leaving Xiao staring at his phone in bemusement. What was meant to be a solo escapade had swiftly transformed into a group outing after just a few days. Steve slowed the vehicle. "Is your sister coming? Should we stop and wait for them? Also, why not simply use that door of yours?" Xiao replied, "No need. Just drive slowly. They will find us. If Xiao Mo is driving, it won't take them long." Steve nodded, but felt a twinge of concern, as they had encountered a few robberies and shootings in recent days. Unable to contain himself, he asked, "Are you not worried about their safety?" "Safety?" Xiao looked at him quizzically. "Shouldn't we be concerned for others instead?" Just imagine the thrill of provoking Xiao Mo. As he spoke, Xiao envisioned a scenario where some thugs or ruffians might block Xiao Mo's car, leading to two possible outcomes. One, they would be completely disregarded, as she sped past them without a second thought. The other, Xiao Mo would stop the car, they would approach to tease or rob her, only to be left in disarray by her swift retaliation before she continued on her way. The thought made Xiao chuckle. What kind of misfortune would befall anyone who dared to trouble them? Steve looked at him in confusion, wondering if Xiao had lost his mind again. Over the past few days, he had noticed that Xiao occasionally exhibited eccentric behavior. After nearly 2 hours of driving along the highway, a red sports car suddenly approached at an exaggerated speed. Xiao immediately recognized the vehicle and said to Steve, "They have arrived. Let us pull over for a moment." Steve complied and steered towards the roadside. Just as they came to a stop, the red sports car executed a dramatic drift, coming to a halt right in front of them. Two similarly tall blonde girls emerged from the car, with one sporting pure golden hair and dressed in red, leaning against the vehicle with an air of arrogance. The other, with chestnut-colored hair, dashed over to Xiao as passenger door and began to scold him. "You've gone too far. Natasha entrusted you with my care. You had the audacity to run off and play without informing me. Even Xiao Mo knows. You cannot fathom the speechlessness I experienced upon returning home to find Tony. I had assumed you were preparing to abandon me and flee." As she spoke, her eyes began to redden. Steve regarded him with the gaze reserved for a scoundrel, while Xiao remarked flatly, "Enough of the theatrics, Sky. If you have something to say, just say it." Realizing she had been unmasked, Sky declared, "I want you to grant me leave and take me along for some fun. Otherwise, I shall spread rumors that you have an affinity for men." With a self-satisfied glance at Xiao and a look of disbelief from Steve, she continued. Steve sighed, utterly perplexed as to why both of them felt compelled to fabricate tales regarding his sexual orientation. He truly had no interest in men. Xiao, feeling a twinge of guilt, promptly vanished. "No way. If you wish to take leave, speak to your Natasha about it. If she agrees, I will take you along." Then, he turned to Little Mo and said, "Little Mo, stop being aloof. Didn't you say you didn't want to come?" Little Mo strolled over with his hands in his pockets, stating, "I originally didn't want to, but Sky has been incessantly pestering me. I had no choice but to bring her along. It's been ages since I enjoyed a proper ride." Xiao concurred indeed. "You used to be incredibly fond of joyrides. You've worked hard during this period, and I'm sure Liao will be pleased to know." However, Little Mo abruptly lifted him with one hand, disgruntled. "Who permitted you to address me in such a manner regarding my father? Do you wish to tempt fate once more?" Xiao raised his hands in surrender. "My apologies. I thought it was affectionate. I shall be honest, Please spare me. Little Mo huffed and released him. Next time, maintain respect for my father. Understood? Got it. Xiaoho replied as he began introducing the others. This is Steve Rogers, Captain America. This is Little Mo, and this is Sky. They're all my family. Steve flashed a radiant smile, while Sky curiously assessed him. Little Mo nodded before growing bored and began to kick at the pebbles beneath his feet. After a moment's thought, Xiaoho addressed Sky. You and the captain will share a vehicle. I'll ride with Little Mo. Once we reach Las Vegas, we will procure a larger vehicle. Sky expressed her discontent. Why are you and Little Mo together? I want to be with her too. Xiaoho, exasperated, explained, I need to discuss certain matters with her. Didn't you once buy merchandise related to the captain? The real deal is right here. Why not engage in a proper conversation with him? After contemplating, Sky acquiesced. The two vehicles resumed their journey. As Xiaoho and Little Mo led the way, he inquired, how is your ability development coming along? Little Mo, steering with one hand, raised her other hand as lightning began to coalesce above. The color transitioned from its initial white to a deep crimson. I have discovered that its power is determined by my physical strength. Currently, my body can only wield 100 million volts. To enhance it further would merely augment the intensity, but I have infused my magical energy into it. As she spoke, the red lightning began to morph into various shapes, and she concentrated on compressing more lightning, filling the vehicle with a sound akin to birdsong. Xiaoho could not help but exclaim, 1,000 birds? Seeing that increasing the electrocharge would soon damage his beloved vehicle, Xiaomo hastily retracted the lightning. What 1,000 birds? I merely harnessed and compressed my magical energy to enhance its cutting and penetrating power. Xiaoho thought of Cannon's sister and could not resist asking, have you considered using electricity to create a magnetic field to launch weapons? Xiaomo regarded him with a look of incredulity. Lightning is already formidable. Why complicate matters? While it may conserve energy, the control involved is far too cumbersome. Haven't you developed your skills at all in these past few days? Xiaoho felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing he had been preoccupied with deceiving the captain and the mutants, neglecting any serious contemplation. His understanding was limited to the anime he had previously watched. Chapter 123. Mjolnir, seeing his expression, Xiaomo inferred that he had not conducted much research and chose not to elaborate further, continuing to drive. Xiaoho began to ponder the direction of his own development. Inside the car with Sky and Steve, Sky incessantly inquired about his past exploits and gossip. Steve could only respond repeatedly, feeling a mild headache. This girl was rather inquisitive. He somewhat regretted sharing a vehicle with her. Upon arriving in Las Vegas, Xiaoho led them to the largest casino. Steve glanced at Sky and Xiaomo before turning to Xiaoho. You're not planning to take them inside to play, are you? Upon hearing this, Xiaoho looked at them and realized it truly wasn't suitable. Xiaomo was one thing, but Sky was only 15. It seemed his plan would have to be abandoned. He had intended to propose a proper suggestion, as he often played the lottery and slots. Yet he had never engaged in such a casino experience. After inquiring with a few individuals, they arrived at a nearby car dealership, intending to purchase a larger vehicle. Xiaoho had initially contemplated acquiring an RV, but after surveying the options, he found nothing to his liking. Ultimately, they settled on a Wrangler. As Xiaoho completed the payment, he turned to the owner and asked, Sir, are there any interesting places nearby? After introducing several local attractions, the owner suddenly recalled something. My friend mentioned this morning that a hammer fell from the sky in the wilderness of a nearby small town yesterday, and no one has been able to lift it. You might want to check it out. He then produced a map of New Mexico, marking the location of the town. After expressing his gratitude, Xiaoho took the map, pondering whether this was connected to the tale of Thor. Should they go and investigate? He returned to Steve and the others, stating, I just received a tip that Thor's hammer fell nearby yesterday. Shall we go take a look? Steve looked puzzled, while Xiaomo seemed indifferent. Sky excitedly grasped Xiaoho's arm, exclaiming, Of course we must go. That's Thor's hammer. Xiaoho glanced at her and replied, All right, let us go see it, and perhaps catch a glimpse of the most unfortunate Thor in history. Sky was increasingly excited, exclaiming, Is Thor also here? Then what are we hesitating for? Let us set off. Little Mo promptly took the driver's seat of the Mustang, while Sky climbed into the passenger seat. Xiaoho and Steve had no choice but to settle in the back. Once everyone was seated, Little Mo slammed the accelerator and sped off. However, after a short while, she began to express her dissatisfaction with the new vehicle. Why is this car so slow? It may be larger, but it's not as easy to drive. And the speed is lacking. Sky agreed from the side, indeed. It's nothing compared to that little red one. Xiaoho interjected, they're not even in the same league. So of course it's different. Besides, the 20 has been heavily modified. Let us make do with it. At least it accommodates all of us. Little Mo retorted. It would be better to drive 2 cars. Xiaoho recalled the arbitrary manipulator. Stop complaining. Once we return, I'll ask Tony to retrieve the manipulator. You can install it on your 20, and then it will be able to fly. By then, let Tony help you modify the 20 to make it faster. Reluctantly, Little Mo agreed to continue driving after hearing Xiaoho's promise. The four began to chat about various topics as they leisurely made their way toward the small town. Before reaching the town, they encountered a gathering of vehicles around a meteorite crater. A crowd was gathered, with some attempting to pull a hammer from a pit, while others had set up a grill, distributing beer to their companions, creating a scene reminiscent of an outdoor party. After Little Mo parked the car, the four approached the group. Their arrival elicited no special reaction. A friendly older gentleman grilling even handed each of them a hot dog. They gratefully accepted and began to observe the people attempting to extract the hammer. Xiaoho remarked to Little Mo, "Don't they resemble those trying to pull the sword from the stone? Only it's a hammer instead." Little Mo shot him a dissatisfied glance, then looked at the hammer with a hint of disdain, wondering who would want to play with a hammer. At that moment, Sky had already moved closer to the hammer, cheering on the men who were straining to pull it out. Steve watched the harmonious scene unfold with a smile, realizing that this country still had its good side. At least the people here were friendly. As Sky observed the strong men struggling without success, she couldn't help but join in and give a try. The men cheered her on, amused by the sight of a young girl joining the fray. Sky grasped the hammer's handle with both hands, exerting all her strength. Yet it wouldn't budge, leaving her disheartened as she returned to Xiaoho and the others. The men did not mock her. After all, it was quite normal for a young girl not to be able to lift it. However, when others failed in their attempts, they would laugh in a good-natured way. The atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy. Xiaoho, glancing at Steve beside him, couldn't help but say, "Steve, aren't you going to give it a try? With your strength, you should be able to pull it out." Odin once proclaimed that whosoever can lift it shall obtain the power of the Thunder God. Upon hearing this, Sky felt an irresistible urge to attempt it once more, while Steve also appeared eager to try his hand. Gradually, he approached Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. As the onlookers were drawn to the sight of yet another formidable figure preparing to make an attempt, Steve's hands gently clasped the handle of the hammer. As he exerted a subtle force, the hammer began to tremble. The once radiant sky was suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds, and a gust of wind swept through the vicinity. The gathered crowd looked on in astonishment at the unfolding events. Atop the mountain, Coulson, who had just arrived, was also observing everything below. He spoke into his earpiece, saying, "Director, I have reached the target location, but there's a slight complication. Xiaoho and his team are here as well." As Steve continued to exert his strength, he managed to lift the hammer, and a bolt of lightning erupted from the heavens, striking the hammer without inflicting any harm upon him. The crowd erupted in cheers upon witnessing someone finally lift the hammer. As the sky cleared, their excitement grew even more fervent. Yet within Steve's ears, a voice suddenly resonated. "Your heart is pure and deserving, but this is a test reserved for my son. I shall compensate you with a weapon. Can you relinquish it?" Upon hearing this unexpected voice and recalling Xiaoho's earlier words, Steve placed the hammer back down and softly replied, "I have no intention of claiming it. I merely wish to try it out. There is no need for compensation." Only Xiaoho and Little Mo heard his words. They both glanced at the hammer, and Xiaoho quietly remarked to Little Mo that old man Odin said that whoever can lift it can claim it. Now that someone has lifted it, he seems to be retracting his words. Chapter 124. The Thunder God and His Earthly Friends. Little Mo chimed in, "No matter the realm, deities are all the same, just some immensely powerful beings." She then gestured toward Coulson's direction and continued, "There are eyes watching us from over there." Xiaoho followed her gaze and spotted Coulson observing the scene, dismissively stating, "Let them watch if they wish. It matters not. By the way, would you care to try?" Little Mo glanced at the hammer and replied, "It's too ugly. I shan't attempt it." At that moment, Steve approached, receiving accolades from the crowd that made him feel as if he had returned to the days when he was similarly revered. Noticing that everyone had gathered back together, Xiahou declared. Now that we have seen the hammer, let us depart and seek our thunder god. The group promptly returned to their vehicle, heading toward a nearby town. Coulson silently watched their departure, instructing his subordinates, secure this area. A team of agents began to clear the site, disregarding the opinions of those present. Upon arriving in the town, Xiahou and his companions found the only restaurant, entered, and ordered some food to eat. Sky inquired, Didn't we intend to find the thunder god? Why are we here dining? Xiahou chuckled softly, Let's first satiate our hunger. Besides, this town is so small that finding our way around will be effortless. No need to panic. Upon hearing this, Sky began to tackle the food before him, while Xiao, munching away, remarked, These dishes may have once been delectable, but now they are merely sufficient to fill the stomach. Xiahou, as he dined, responded, Of course. How much have you learned by now? You are nearly on the brink of becoming a qualified royal chef. Xiao, brimming with pride, declared, I've nearly mastered all the contents in my notes. Master Chin from the restaurant has even said my culinary skills have surpassed his. I just need to continue practicing. Xiahou, with a mischievous glint in his eye, suggested, Then the future cooking task shall be entrusted to you. Instinctively sensing something amiss, Xiao nonetheless replied, No problem. Leave it to me. Steve, somewhat puzzled by their conversation, refrained from interjecting. He rather enjoyed this dynamic, always gleaning something new, even if some parts eluded his understanding. At that moment, 4 individuals entered the restaurant. Xiahou glanced at them and quietly remarked, Look, there's no need to search. The god of thunder has come to us. That burly blonde man. Upon hearing this, the others shifted their attention to the newcomers, observing them closely. Jane and her companions also noticed Xiahou's group, primarily because this town was so small that the arrival of strangers was easily noted. The 4 women found a spot to sit, ordered a plethora of food for Thor, and then began to chat. Jane turned to Thor and inquired, How did you manage to come from that cloud? Daisy, watching him relish his meal, could not resist teasing. How is it that after devouring a box of pastries, you still appear so ravenous? Thor paid them no mind, engrossed in his meal, his divine pride rendering him somewhat disdainful towards their inquiries. It was not until he took a sip of his drink, which delighted his palate, that he exclaimed, This beverage is splendid. Another, please. He then carelessly smashed the cup onto the floor, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Xiahou whispered to Steve and the others, How barbaric. A noble god, smashing his cup in delight. Selling cups in Asgard would surely be quite profitable. Although his voice was low, the restaurant was small enough for Jane and her companions at the next table to overhear him. They exchanged puzzled glances towards Xiahou, while Thor, equally bewildered, asked, Do you know me, Midgardian? Xiahou, unperturbed, jested back at Thor, of course. Su Jinjiang, I particularly adore your portrayal of the moon-worshipping master. Realizing that no one grasped his jest, he reiterated, All right. You are Thor Odinson, son of Odin, champion of the northern gods. Is that satisfactory? Thor, exhilarated, grasped Xiahou's shoulder. Splendid. You know me. I have been stripped of my divine powers and cast here by my father. I feared you had forgotten this god. Several people watched as Xiahou and Thor interacted, pondering whether they had encountered a fellow comrade in misfortune. Xiahou, taken aback, shook off Thor's hand and retorted, You are not currency. Who would remember you? I merely know you by chance. At that moment, 2 burly men entered, one of whom was animatedly telling the other, It's such a pity you didn't go. That hammer, which descended from the heavens and could not be lifted by anyone, was raised by someone. But soon after, they sealed off the area. Upon hearing this, Thor disregarded Xiahou and the others and directly inquired, How do I get there? The burly man, surprisingly amiable, replied, Head west for 50 miles and you'll arrive. Thor did not even offer thanks before striding out. Xiahou couldn't help but comment, These gods have no sense of courtesy. Someone helped you. At least acknowledge them with a thank you. This is why he ends up so miserable. Steve and the others nodded in agreement, observing that Thor indeed lacked manners and exuded an air of superiority. Jane had already dashed out, while Daisy and Eric exchanged glances with Xiahou, asking, You seem to know a lot. Is he really a god? Xiahou looked at them, particularly at Daisy, and couldn't resist saying, My dear, pursuing this line of inquiry is futile. I suggest you pursue a career in television. With your looks, you would undoubtedly become a sensation. Daisy glanced at him and pointed to herself. Are you referring to me? Really? Xiahou, affirming with a nod as he admired her striking figure, replied, "Absolutely. I can even invest in you. Together, we shall rise to prominence and conquer Hollywood." Upon hearing Xiaoho's offer of investment, Daisy instantly adopted a skeptical expression. "You're not planning to ask me out tonight to discuss scripts, are you?" Xiaoho instinctively responded, "How did you know?" "I was planning to draft a script for Two Broke Girls." Daisy, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Are you a screenwriter?" "You don't seem like one." "Not quite." Xiao handed her a business card, declaring, "I am a bounty hunter." As Daisy examined the card, which bore the phrase player's oath alongside his contact number, she quipped, "Has the bounty hunter business expanded so much that you're now venturing into television?" Eric and the others exchanged exasperated glances, wondering why the conversation had shifted from Thor to television production. Sky interjected, nudging Xiaoho. "They've already moved on. Are we not going to follow them?" Realizing the truth in Sky's words, Xiaoho exclaimed, "Let us go, follow them, and witness how the god is bested by mere mortals." Chapter 125, Xiaoho, Coulson. "Do me a favor." The six of them rushed out, but Jane had already returned, informing Eric, "Someone has moved my equipment. We must hurry back." Xiaoho pondered briefly before deciding to follow, whispering to the captain, "Let me show you how this government deals with ordinary folks." When they arrived at Jane's residence, a group of agents was busily transporting her belongings. Jane hurriedly approached them, demanding, "What are you doing?" "These are my possessions." Coulson merely gazed at her and replied, "We are from SHIELD, investigating a security threat. We must requisition everything here. Please cooperate with us." As he spoke, he handed Jane a check, stating, "This should sufficiently compensate for your equipment." Holding the check, Jane retorted with dissatisfaction, "This is not requisition. This is outright robbery and theft. Moreover, much of my equipment is homemade and unavailable for purchase. This amount is insufficient." Steve observed the scene, his perception of SHIELD plummeting, which was already rather unfavorable. Xiaoho, fanning the flames, remarked, "See, this is the government's way of doing things. This is the least they could do, offering some compensation instead of outright seizing everything." He then approached Coulson, teasingly saying, "Oh, Coulson, your hairline has receded again. It seems the boiled egg has been working you hard." He gestured towards Jane, adding, "She knows me. Show some courtesy and return her belongings. At most, let her make a copy for you, and that would suffice. Otherwise, if she seeks my assistance, it will end poorly for you." Although Coulson had recognized Xiaoho earlier, he couldn't resist asking, "What are you doing here?" "You all need a pause." Jane, Eric, and the others looked at Xiaoho as if he were a savior, speculating about his identity, while Daisy gazed at him with excitement, feeling he radiated an aura of brilliance despite his average appearance. Xiaoho pointed to Mo and Sky, saying, "I brought them out for a team-building trip. Tony told me to tone it down, so I thought I'd take a stroll." Coulson stepped closer to Xiaoho and whispered, "Do you know anything about this situation?" Xiaoho pushed him away, saying, "Keep your distance. I don't want anyone to misinterpret my orientation. I do know something, but why should I share it with you?" Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he continued, "I might tell you, but you must lend me the obelisk from your 084 items. Don't worry, I'll return it once I'm done." Coulson, initially irritated, softened at Xiaoho's request and said, "I need to discuss this with the director. Please wait a moment." He then hurried to a corner to call Nick. After a moment of contemplation, Nick agreed, but instructed Coulson to extract the obelisk's intended use. Upon receiving the directive, Coulson returned to Xiaoho, stating, "The director has consented. Can you explain what you intend to do with the obelisk?" Xiaoho, uninterested in playing games, replied directly, "It's to activate abilities in specific individuals, telling you 1 TB of any use. And have you forgotten what I mentioned before?" He gestured towards the items on the vehicles, and then to Jane and her group. Coulson understood the implication, return the items to their rightful place, and bring back what was taken. Xiaoho nodded in satisfaction and subsequently led Coulson aside, revealing that Odin had exiled his son Thor to Earth for training. "It will be prudent for you not to involve yourselves too deeply. That hammer is none other than the hammer of the Thunder God." Coulson, struggling to suppress his astonishment. "Confirmed, are you serious?" Xiaoho replied with a hint of irritation. "Why would I deceive you? Just remember to deliver the items to me promptly." "Understood." Coulson turned to the group of agents, commanding, "Fall back. Let us head to the scene." He then addressed Jane, Dr. Foster. I hope you can expedite the copying of the data for us. Here is my card. I will arrange for someone to collect it once it's ready. He handed her his business card and then departed. Daisy approached Xiaoho and playfully patted him, inquiring, Are you really a bounty hunter? Why does he seem so intimidated by you? Xiaoho, brimming with pride, replied, Because I am formidable. He knows better than to cross me. Steve observed the spectacle. At a loss for words, Jane and Eric joined Xiaoho, expressing their gratitude, stating that without him, they would not have retrieved their data. Xiaoho merely offered a perfunctory acknowledgement. They were far less entertaining than Daisy, who had a knack for witty banter and a penchant for gossip. Sky, uninterested in the exchange, interjected, Aren't we supposed to see Thor get beaten? Should we go find him? Xiaoho nodded vigorously, retrieving a camera. Indeed. Let's go capture this memorable scene. He led a small group, including Mo, in search of Thor. Daisy, hearing this, eagerly followed. It promised to be quite entertaining. Although Thor was undeniably handsome, it did not deter her from enjoying the gossip. Jane, watching the departing group, felt compelled to follow. Still concerned for Thor, he embodied her ideal. Eric glanced at her and remarked, If you wish to go, then by all means. I can manage things here. Jane hugged him. Thank you, Eric, and hurried after the others. Eric sighed in resignation, realizing that his old friend's daughter was about to embark on a wild adventure. Xiaoho and the others soon found Thor at a pet store, attempting to purchase a mount. The store owner regarded him with a bemused expression. Xiaoho, camera in hand, captured the unfolding scenes. Mo, understanding the concept of mounts, inquired, Is there a problem with this? Xiaoho pondered and concluded that there was indeed no issue. Horses were simply uncommon. However, the location was somewhat problematic. Thor, having been unable to acquire a mount, stepped outside and spotted Xiaoho and the others, greeting them with a smile. Despite his air of arrogance, he was quite amiable. Xiaoho approached him, eager to offer, It seems you are in search of a mount. How about I lend you one? He then produced a skateboard, introducing it with enthusiasm. Solar-powered skateboard. Speeds of up to 80. You can reach your destination in an hour. It's yours to borrow. Thor gazed at the object resembling a surfboard, unable to resist trying it out. To his delight, it proved quite useful. He expressed his gratitude to Xiaoho, saying, Thank you. Do tell me your name. From now on, you shall be my friend. Xiaoho smiled and replied, I am Xiaoho. Let us set off swiftly. Otherwise, as darkness falls, it will only last half an hour, or you'll have to rely on your own legs to glide. Thor laughed heartily, giving Xiaoho a friendly pat on the shoulder. Very well, my friend. Once I retrieve my hammer, I shall return to share a drink with you. With that, he merrily stepped onto the skateboard, gliding westward, leaving behind a long silhouette in the gradually setting sun. Chapter 126. Natasha and Yelena return. Jian watched Thor skate away, her expression somewhat displeased. She turned to Xiaoho and inquired, Why didn't you simply drive him there? Instead, you gave him a skateboard, making him appear foolish? After snapping a few photos, Xiaoho looked at her and said, What is the matter? Are you feeling sympathy? Isn't happy? What's wrong with that? Of course not. I just think it's inappropriate. He trusts you so much. Jian retorted, All right, I do have fondness for him. Initially, Jian had intended to argue, but upon noticing the teasing gazes from Xiaoho and the others, she decided to generously concede. Daisy patted her on the back. It seems my mentor is preparing for second spring. I support you. Xiao chimed in indeed. Support for free love. Don't mind that old man Odin. Isn't he thousands of years apart from his wife? Yet they're still together? As he spoke, a spark-laden portal appeared nearby, from which Natasha and Yelena emerged. The moment Sky spotted Natasha, she rushed forward to embrace her, simultaneously recounting Xiaoho's recent exploits. After calming her for a moment, Natasha approached Xiaoho. The teacher instructed me to tell you not to go too far. Otherwise, Odin will deal with you, and she won't intervene. Xiaoho scoffed, as if she ever intervened. She spent her days scrutinizing me. What is wrong with stirring things up? Previously, she led me astray. As a player traversing worlds, how can I not create some excitement? Besides, I haven't done anything outrageous. What is the point of a monotonous future? You didn't come over just to say this, did you? Natasha glanced at the people present, hesitating briefly before stating, The teacher asked me to keep an eye on you. Also, she wants you to visit Kamar Taj after this incident concludes. She has something to discuss with you. Understood, Xiaoho replied, then walked toward the parking area, intending to join in the unfolding excitement. Natasha watched his retreating figure, feeling somewhat helpless. After offering the others a polite smile of apology, she hurried after him. Daisy held back Steve, who was about to follow, and whispered, "Hey, handsome, is she a sorceress?" "I'm not sure. It's my first time seeing her too," Steve explained, glancing at Daisy, who had grasped his arm. As they observed Xiaoho and the others boarding their vehicle, Daisy invited Steve. "Their car is full. Why don't you join us?" Steve cast a glance, and indeed, he acquiesced. Daisy's heart began to swell with joy. Previously, Soul had caught Jane's eye. Yet this man was not significantly inferior in physique or attractiveness. She must seize this opportunity. As for why she did not choose Xiaoho, please. While he was amusing, he was utterly unsuitable as a boyfriend. Moreover, he was already encircled by 4 women. Jane surveyed her students without uttering much, instead granting them ample space before she went off to drive. Observing Jane's graciousness, Daisy swiftly launched an assault on Steve, causing the somewhat reserved man to become flustered. Daisy, noticing the glasses that concealed much of Steve's good looks, could not help but inquire, "Steve, are you nearsighted as well? However, those glasses do not suit you at all. Allow me to take you to select a pair that better complements you." Steve touched the frame of his glasses and replied, "These are given to me by Xiaoho. I quite like them. Do not misunderstand. We are merely friends. Besides, these glasses spare me quite a bit of trouble." At that moment, Jane drove up and parked beside them. Daisy promptly pulled Steve into the back seat to sit together. After casting a glance at them, Jane pursued Xiaoho's vehicle. In the car, Daisy took the opportunity to feel Steve's muscles, exclaiming, "Your physique is truly impressive. Are you an athlete or a fitness instructor?" Steve, taken aback by her enthusiasm, shyly rubbed his nose and replied, "I suppose I can be considered a soldier." Daisy exaggeratedly responded, "Oh, you're a soldier? Which unit do you belong to?" "Never mind, perhaps you should not disclose that. Do you have a girlfriend?" Steve's thoughts instantly drifted to Carter, and his expression darkened slightly. "I once did, but I missed my chance with her." Upon hearing this, Daisy seized the opportunity. She embraced Steve, offering comfort. "It's all right. This merely indicates that your fates were not aligned. I believe we could give it a try." Steve, taken aback by her sudden embrace, felt a bit flustered, pondering. "Have we not just met? Is she truly this forward? How long did it take for me and Carter to reach this point?" Meanwhile, Jane, through the rearview mirror, observed Daisy's maneuver with astonishment. Could it truly be done this way? It seemed she, too, needed to be more proactive, for she could sense that Soul harbored some interest in her. While Steve grappled with his mix of happiness and confusion, a conversation unfolded within Xiaoho's vehicle ahead. "My teacher spoke to me extensively about timelines, and I have come to realize how significant the impact of altering certain events can be." "Thank you." Natasha gazed at Xiaoho with tenderness. Xiaoho smoothed down the goosebumps that had arisen on his arm and replied, "What do you intend? Speaking such sentimental words while looking at me like that? I merely assisted you for amusement with my subordinates. Let us not dwell on such trivialities." Xiao Mo and the others quietly munched on snacks, striving to minimize their presence. After Natasha's emotions were interrupted, she reluctantly remarked, "Very well. But the teacher has warned that carelessly disrupting the timeline can lead to dire consequences. You should exercise some restraint." Xiaoho, displaying a hint of pride, replied, "I have come to a realization. In the past, I was concerned about the Time Management Bureau, but I have discovered that Loki has likely become the anchor point of time, the god of stories. Otherwise, someone would have apprehended me by now. Therefore, this can be disregarded. As for the 5 deities, aside from Uncle Swallow, the others can hardly be bothered with me. That is even less to fear. The only matters of concern are the existing villains, and I have confidence in overcoming them. Moreover, altering events in advance might bring about a better outcome for this world. Do not heed Ancient One's nonsensical ramblings. She merely fears complications. Just like you and Yelena, you would not sacrifice yourself for the Soul Stone. Yelena has already been rescued ahead of time. Uncle Ben will not fall into darkness. Tony, having foreseen the future, is diligently developing new weapons and equipment, and I am also preparing to change Thor's fate. ISNT, everything progressing towards a more favorable outcome. Do not assume I lack intellect. As long as I refrain from provoking those I cannot afford to, am I not free to pursue my desires?" The others in the vehicle were momentarily stunned by Xiaoho's assertions. Upon reflection, it seemed as if he might indeed be correct. Could it be that Ancient One simply wished to avoid trouble? Xiaoho concluded, "Let the unchanging future perish. Let us alter the future together." Chapter 127. Loki and Loki, they followed Thor from a distance, ultimately arriving at the location of the enchanted hammer before sunset. Knowing the hammer's origins, Coulson and the others could not resist the urge to examine it, for it was the legendary Mjolnir. Thor had stealthily entered the camp when suddenly, rain began to fall from the sky. Xiaoho and the others stood on a nearby hill, observing below. Natasha employed a small spell to shield the group from view. Xiaoho took out his camera to capture the scene beneath, but upon a glance, he found it too distant, and with a flash of electricity, he vanished from sight. This astonished the others, except for little M.O. and Steve. Daisy tugged at Steve's arm, asking, "Is he a mutant?" "No," Steve replied, gazing below. "He merely possesses some unique abilities." Natasha, observing little M.O., who had also vanished in a flash of electricity, thought to herself that he had indeed grown stronger. She addressed the group. "Let us remain here. It will minimize complications." The others acquiesced to her suggestion, though Sky felt a tinge of discontent, although Xiaoho had mentioned that she too would possess special abilities. Witnessing those around her grow ever stronger while she remained an ordinary person felt rather disheartening. Natasha sensed her thoughts and gently took her hand, offering silent comfort. Xiaoho appeared above the temporary command center of S.H.I.L.D., observing Thor, who had already engaged in combat with the guards, snapping photographs while munching on sunflower seeds. Xiao Mo also arrived at his side, gazing down at the battle with little interest. "What is the point of this?" she mused. "I don't understand why you had to come." Xiaoho offered her a cup of soda, saying, "It's merely a nostalgic visit to experience the scene firsthand. Otherwise, what else is there to do?" Accepting the drink, Xiao Mo sat cross-legged, sipping her soda while her complaints faded as she continued watching the conflict below. After incapacitating 5 or 6 guards, Thor finally approached Mjolnir, caked in mud, and a confident smile spread across his face as he beheld the hammer. Clint leaned against the railing, observing Thor below. Coulson had informed him that the figure was likely the legendary god of thunder, and he was curious to discern what set him apart. As Thor grasped the hammer's handle, the rain intensified from the heavens. He exerted force upon the hammer, yet it remained immovable. With his other hand engaged, veins bulged from his forehead. After several futile attempts, he let out a frustrated roar toward the sky. Kneeling down, he could not accept that his father had tossed the hammer to him, yet forbade him from lifting it. This anguish surpassed even the thought of death. Xiaoho continued to click away with his camera, narrating dramatically, "No, Autumn, this question is too difficult. I can't solve it." Xiao Mo glanced at him, muttering a curse, then resumed her gaze downward, regretting her decision to join. She would have preferred practicing cooking and exercising at home. Noticing Thor's failure, Coulson ordered the guards to confine him in a separate room, though he refrained from being overly harsh, remembering Xiaoho's words that this was Odin's lesson for his son, and thus it would not be easily overcome. Xiaoho appeared at Coulson's side, who, after a brief glance at him, signaled the surrounding agents to remain calm. He then inquired, "What brings you here?" Xiaoho pointed to the monitors, saying, "I came to witness how the god of thunder is forsaken by his hammer. Moreover, I intend to meet another deity." On the screen, Thor was seen speaking to the air, though there was no one before him. Xiaoho moved to the stand beside Mjolnir, awaiting Loki's arrival. After deceiving his foolish brother, Loki smugly approached Mjolnir, attempting to lift it before preparing to depart. Xiaoho called out from below, "Loki, don't leave just yet. Let's have a chat." Loki looked up at Xiaoho and asked, "How did you find me?" In an instant, Xiaoho appeared beside him, grasping his shoulder and transforming into a flash of lightning, vanishing from the scene. He transported Loki directly to the rooftop of the Stark residence, where he produced 2 chairs and a table, setting out drinks. After gesturing for Loki to take a seat, he settled down himself. Surprised by his sudden relocation, Loki questioned, "How do you wield the power of thunder? Who are you?" Xiaoho, after picking up a bottle of beer, inquired, "You possess a magic that can obscure others' knowledge. Do you not? Utilize it. I wish to engage in a sincere conversation with you." Loki pondered for a moment before casting an enchantment, enveloping them in an invisible barrier. "What is it that you wish to discuss? I'm most curious about your thoughts." Xiaoho handed him the beer, stating, I wish to converse about how one becomes the king of Asgard. You're already aware of your lineage, are you not? In response, Loki conjured the eternal spear, directing it menacingly towards Xiaoho's throat. You would do well to provide me with a compelling reason not to end your life. Xiaoho, observing the health bar hovering above Loki's head, suppressed any inclination to strike. You cannot defeat me. Moreover, I am not your adversary. As he spoke, he materialized behind Loki, gripping him firmly by the neck. Do not entertain notions of using your magic to deceive me. I have surrounded us with an electromagnetic field, rendering your tricks ineffective. Loki's pupils constricted, and he raised his hands in surrender. You have won. Speak your mind. What is it that you desire? Xiaoho, dismissing Loki's hostile intent, retorted. Refrain from harboring murderous thoughts. Had it not been for my respect for the deeds of another Loki, daring to reveal your health bar would have sealed your fate. Loki, perplexed, queried another Loki. What do you mean? Xiaoho reclined in his chair, taking a sip of beer. Parallel universes. You must be aware of them, yes? Another version of you ascended to the throne of time, embodying solitude, to save all parallel universes. No sooner had Xiaoho spoken than a green apparition materialized beside them, halting the world as if time itself had been suspended, even the gentle breeze crystallizing into tangible form. Xiaoho gazed at this scene, astonished, realizing that the true entity had been summoned. The apparition spoke slowly. Xiaoho, an interdimensional player, I have been exceedingly lenient with you. Why must you disclose my existence? Xiaoho, addressing the apparition, replied, the deeds you have undertaken deserve to be known by a greater audience. Furthermore, is it not rather amusing? You must have been monitoring my actions closely, or else you would not have appeared so promptly. The apparition remarked, indeed, it is quite intriguing, compared to other realms. You have indeed provided me with fresh amusement. However, you are not the only one observing. Exercise caution. Some matters are best left unsaid. Unfazed, Xiaoho responded, very well. I shall be more mindful henceforth. Is there anything else? If not, feel free to continue enjoying the spectacle. I shall ensure that this world's version of you attains a more favorable conclusion. The apparition emitted a beam of green energy towards Xiaoho, leading him to believe his end was nigh. However, upon inspection, he found himself unscathed. Chapter 128. Xiaoho, I merely offer you an opportunity for change. Xiaoho gazed quizzically at the deity of stories. The apparition, having cast its green light, appeared even more ethereal. I have merely lifted a burden from you, allowing you to integrate more seamlessly into this world. I shall continue to observe the tale you weave when the time comes. You are most welcome to seek me out for a drink. Furthermore, do not divulge my matters to others, especially my family. This solitude shall be borne by me alone. Upon concluding his statement, the phantom vanished, and time began to reverse, with everything around them retreating. Loki raised his hands, declaring, you have triumphed. Speak your mind. What is it that you desire? Xiaoho disregarded him, focusing instead on assessing his own physical condition, finding no discernible differences. He then turned to examine his panel, discovering no alterations there either. A sense of perplexity washed over him. Was it not agreed that a certain shackle would be lifted? Why was there no change? Could it be a limiter? Was he destined to become Saitama? Loki gazed at him in confusion, questioning the man's sudden peculiar behavior. Should he make a discreet exit? Yet, curiosity about what Xiaoho wished to convey kept him anchored. After a fruitless examination, Xiaoho dismissed further contemplation, pondering if this was merely a prank orchestrated by Loki and himself. He regarded Loki across from him and inquired, what was I saying earlier? Loki felt an impulse to rise and depart, gritting his teeth as he replied, how to become the king of Asgard. Xiaoho slapped his forehead. Very well, let's continue this discourse. If you wish to ascend as king and gain your father's approval, you cannot be overt about it. You are aware of your identity. Being direct is not an option. The last one to confront Odin openly was Hela, your sister, who was promptly imprisoned in Helheim by Odin himself. Therefore, you must shift your perspective. Loki, perplexed, responded Hela, I do not recall such a sister. Xiaoho pulled a chair closer and conjured an abstract stick figure with lightning. Odin's first child, the goddess of death, Hela. She fought alongside your father, waging wars across the 9 realms. The stick figure multiplied, and the one representing Hela continued to annihilate the other figures. Her feats were legendary. and her ambitions grew ever more insatiable. Following the unification of the Nine Realms, she was not content and sought further expansion. At this pivotal moment, Xiahou paused, leisurely sipping his beer. Loki observed him as the eternal spear reappeared in his grasp. After finishing a bottle, Xiahou continued. Suddenly, Odin lost the desire to continue battling. He opposed Hela's proposition. Discontent with Odin's decision, Hela deemed him old and devoid of ambition, thus instigating a rebellion. Upon witnessing this defiance, Odin, incensed, dispatched the Valkyrie Legion to apprehend her. Hela, however, showed no mercy, obliterating the Valkyries entirely. A multitude of stick figures surged forth, charging toward the figure adorned with 4 or 5 horns, swiftly vanquished by a barrage of miniature swords. Ultimately, it was Odin himself who intervened, subduing Hela and binding her within a seal that would ensure her eternal confinement as long as he remained alive. Concurrently, he erased all records of Hela from Asgard's history. Loki, skeptical yet intrigued, found Xiahou's narrative compelling, grappling with the realization that if such a sister truly existed, her power must be formidable. Do you possess any evidence for your claims? And what relevance does this have to my ascension as king? The murals in your main hall possess 2 layers. The hidden one contains records of Hela, remarked Xiahou with a hint of disdain. How can you claim to be the wisest of Asgard? Hela is merely sealed away. She shall return. Furthermore, her experiences have taught us that brute force is futile, unless you can best Odin, which, given your current capabilities, seems implausible. Thus, we must adopt a different approach. Have you heard of a regent? Loki shook his head, and Xiahou sighed in exasperation. You don't even know this? Surely, aside from tormenting Thor, you must read something. Loki felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that outside of teasing Thor, his reading material consisted mainly of tomes on magic. Xiahou clarified, a regent is one who manages state affairs. You know Thor's temperament well. Does he seem like someone capable of governance? You need only to distract him, and the actual governance would still fall upon you. In due time, you can render him a mere figurehead, sending him off to battle while you preside over the kingdom. Your father will observe and think, he is more responsible. Isn't that what he desires in a ruler? You must align with his wishes. Moreover, you could also rally the frost giants under your command, and then you would possess both power and allies, while simultaneously neutralizing the threat they pose. A little persuasion with Thor, and he would willingly relinquish the throne to you. I'll let you in on a secret. Thor has been quite enamored with a woman lately. With your support, he wouldn't even wish to return to Asgard. Loki's eyes sparkled with newfound possibilities as Xiahou spoke. Perhaps this plan was indeed superior to his initial thoughts. Yet, the weight of his identity cast a shadow of self-doubt upon him. He was not a pure-blooded Asgardian. But what of my identity? He questioned. Xiahou regarded him as if he were a simpleton. Who would know if you don't disclose it? After all this time, if Odin wished to reveal it, he would have done so by now. The matter of the throne is one he prefers to bestow upon Thor, which is quite natural. To be frank, they have treated you rather well. Additionally, you must contemplate how to manage your sister after Odin passes. He has not many years left. Loki leapt to his feet. Agitated, what did you say? How could father have only a few years to live? Xiahou gestured for him to sit. Is there not a portent? Your mother, a sorceress, foresaw her own demise. Her time is also limited, so it would be prudent for you to prepare. She was slain by the Dark Elves. Upon hearing that his mother too was destined to die, Loki could no longer remain seated. He grasped Xiahou's shoulders, but the Dark Elves were exterminated long ago. You must be deceiving me. Xiahou gazed at him. The remnants of his health long faded, and sighed. No, it is true. She foretold it herself, embracing her fate. Furthermore, you too shall perish in your efforts to aid Thor, leading to the ruin of Asgard. Thor, overwhelmed by grief from your demise, even abandoned his iconic physique, becoming a rotund figure, spending his life in sorrow. Upon hearing of his own demise, Loki found himself collapsing to the ground, grappling with disbelief. If this were indeed true, how profoundly sorrowful Thor must be. He fixed his gaze intently on Xiahou and demanded, Are you certain you speak the truth? You must know the dire consequences of deceiving a deity. A deity? Xiahou scoffed. Do not delude yourself. You are merely a more powerful being. What benefit would I gain from misleading you? Am I to play tricks on the god of mischief? I merely offer you an opportunity to alter your fate. Chapter 129. Xiahou, I seek to integrate into this world. Loki fell into a contemplative silence, pondering Xiaoho's words. Indeed, as he stated, self-deception served no purpose. He raised a bottle of beer and drank deeply. Then he inquired, "What do you hope to gain from sharing this with me?" After a moment's reflection, Xiaoho replied, "At present, I desire nothing much. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Should I require assistance in the future, I trust you would not refuse me." Upon hearing this, Loki's lips curled into a slight smile. Friends? In Asgard, apart from his mother and Thor, it seemed no one was inclined to befriend him. Only brutish beings filled with muscle. He grinned mischievously. "Very well. If what you say is true, then you have gained the friendship of the god of mischief." Xiaoho returned the smile, lifting a new bottle of beer. "To friendship. I believe we shall keep in touch, for I too relish a good prank." Loki's spirits lifted further at this, and he raised his own bottle. "To friendship. I foresee our companionship being quite delightful." After finishing their drinks, Loki dispelled the magic and declared, "My friend, I must take my leave. There are matters I need to investigate." Xiaoho pondered briefly before producing a resurrection coin and handing it over. "As a parting gift, I present you with this. The resurrection coin can revive someone who has been dead for no longer than 30 minutes. I hope you never find the need to use it." As the god of mischief, Loki had never anticipated receiving such a precious gift from someone he had just met. He sensed the enigmatic power imbued in the coin, as if it held the essence of some cosmic rule, particularly one related to life. After securing the coin, he earnestly asked, "I still do not know your name?" Xiaoho realized this was indeed the case. "I am called Xiaoho." Loki etched this name into his memory, his expression transforming into one of genuine warmth. "I shall remember. You will be my first true friend recognized by Loki Odinson." Xiaoho patted his arm. "Now, aren't you supposed to be on your way? Let Thor be for now. Take this time as an opportunity to shine." Loki nodded and summoned the Bifrost, returning to Asgard. Xiaoho settled back into his chair, gazing at the starry sky, lost in thought. Before long, Natasha, Jane, and others returned, bringing Thor along with them. At this moment, Thor was still engulfed in the sorrow of his father's demise, a visage marked by profound grief. They also noticed Xiaoho on the rooftop, and Yelena's voice echoed with dissatisfaction. "Xiaoho, you scoundrel, how could you return on your own? We were foolishly waiting for you." Xiaoho offered a perfunctory apology. "My apologies. I lost my way in the journey of life." The others regarded him in silence, bewildered by such a preposterous excuse. Only Natasha and little Mo discerned that Loki had made an earlier appearance, yet neither chose to voice it. With so many individuals present, it was impossible for them to accommodate themselves comfortably in Jian's place. They could only take a few rooms at an inn in town to settle down. As night fell, Natasha sought out Xiaoho, who was alone on the terrace gazing at the stars. Approaching him, she inquired, "You seemed lost in thought just now. Is there something troubling you?" Upon seeing her, Xiaoho offered her a chair. "I was merely pondering certain matters. As I previously mentioned, I'm not from this world. Since my arrival, I have altered many things, and I'm contemplating how to navigate the days ahead. Today, I conversed with someone, and a particular statement resonated with me, prompting me to consider how I might better integrate into this world. Can I truly belong here?" Natasha settled beside him. "Haven't you already integrated? You have me, little Mo, Yelena, and Skaya's family, along with many friends. These are all testaments to your integration. Stop fixating on your identity as a player. View it as your unique ability. It is merely your nostalgia for the past that you cannot relinquish. But isn't life meant to be lived looking forward? Since you are here, embrace it." Xiaoho gazed at her, murmuring, "Since I am here indeed?" Internally, he pondered the truth in her words. Perhaps it was indeed time to fully embrace life in this world and release his inner turmoil. A smile of understanding spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Since I am here, I shall henceforth be a part of this world." He enveloped Natasha in a warm embrace. "Thank you. Let us cherish our time together. Not as a player, but as a person named Xiaoho." Natasha patted his back, releasing him as she spoke. "All right then, tell me what you were up to before. Sky came to me with complaints, saying you were off gallivanting." Xiaoho's expression soured. "I merely went to experience the local flavor." "What of it? Besides, why do you have to monitor me? I merely indulged in what every man might desire." Natasha chuckled. "So, did you find someone you fancy? You don't actually prefer men, do you?" "How could that be?" Xiaoho quickly asserted his innocence. I am indeed attracted to women. It's just that I haven't encountered anyone who truly satisfies me yet. Moreover, I do not wish to burden anyone. Shifting the conversation, he asked, what about you? Have you used the celestial beings I gave you last time? Are you not seeking someone? Haven't you always longed for a real family? Upon hearing Xiaoho's words, Natasha contemplated. Like you, I have yet to find someone satisfactory. I shall wait to use them until then. As Xiaoho listened to her words, he could not help but exclaim, just don't go seeking out peculiar types, like the Hulk. Natasha regarded him with a look of incredulity. Why would you assume that I have an affinity for the Hulk? Is it merely because of his endowment? Upon uttering those words, Xiaoho instinctively sensed his blunder and, like a flash of lightning, vanished from the scene. Just as Natasha prepared to take action, he had already disappeared, leaving her flushed with anger. What did he mean by that? What kind of nonsense was swirling in his mind? After leaving the rooftop, Xiaoho sought refuge and stumbled upon a local bar, stepping inside. However, as soon as he entered, his eyes fell upon Daisy and Steve in a corner. He quickly tiptoed closer, striving to diminish his presence, eager to observe what they were up to. He was certain that these two were entangled in an affair. He would stake his younger brother's oath on it. Steve was sipping whiskey, recounting his recent experiences, while Daisy listened, gasping in awe, gazing at him with the fervor of an adoring fan, occasionally providing him with explanations of common knowledge. Their atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious, and Xiaoho, watching them, felt as though he were enveloped in a bubble of pink romance. Unable to resist, he stealthily retrieved his camera to capture the moment, envisioning how he would show it to Bucky, his close friend, who had seemingly found himself in a twilight romance. He could already picture Bucky's astonished expression. It would surely be a sight to behold. Chapter 130, after observing the two leaning into each other, they eventually exited the bar, heading towards Daisy's residence. Xiaoho couldn't help but lament silently, what a cad. He was just thinking of Peggy. The moment she approached, he simply followed her away. Your character arc is crumbling. With no entertainment left to witness, Xiaoho found himself at a loss for what to do next. Returning to the hotel was not an option, so where to go? After pondering for a while, he could not conjure a better destination. Hesitating momentarily, he found a rooftop, unfolded a beach chair, and reclined. He considered that his supplies were running low. He had 40 chances for a designated draw, which could yield some consumables. Upon initiating the designated draw, he embarked on his first 10 draws. Excluding everyday items like masks, cotton swabs, and toilet paper, he acquired useful items, 2 Remy assists, and 1 magic bean. Gazing at the surplus of useless items in his backpack, Xiaoho felt somewhat exasperated. This seemed rather disappointing. Perhaps he should just purchase directly from the store? However, upon discovering that even the most basic small recovery potions were priced at 2,000 each, he quickly abandoned that thought. Who said it was a scam? The lottery was truly generous. A Remy sold for 20,000, and a magic bean reached a staggering 50,000 each. In total, he had made a profit of 60,000. He proceeded with his second 10 draws, obtaining the following items: 1 corpse suppression talisman, 1 freezing potion, and 10 youth-preserving pills. The corpse suppression talisman, produced by Lin Zhengying, could suppress zombies. The freezing potion would freeze enemies within a 20-meter radius for 5 seconds. Zhu Yandan, once consumed, it promises eternal youth, albeit without extending one's lifespan. Upon glancing at the newly acquired item, Xiaoho felt an overwhelming surge of frustration, akin to 1,000 galloping steeds surging through his mind, as he deemed it utterly useless. With hesitation, he pressed the lottery button once more, silently praying for something akin to revival coins. As the screen stilled, he engaged in his third 10-fold draw, acquiring 1 world instrument, 1 substitute scarecrow, and 2 revival coins. Substitute scarecrow. When faced with a lethal attack, it takes the blow on behalf of the bearer, simultaneously teleporting them to a safe zone. Observing that he had finally drawn something desirable, Xiaoho wavered, contemplating whether to continue. It seemed an inauspicious day for lotteries. Yet the solitary 10 chances left irked him. Resolving that he had already drawn so many times, he might as well complete the endeavor. He pressed the lottery button once more. In the final 10-fold draw, he procured 30 fasting pills, 1 true damage potion, and 1 item labeled 4 fasting pills. Each pill allows one to forego food and water for an entire month. True damage potion. Upon consumption, All damage inflicted within a minute is considered true damage, disregarding defensive rules. The item 4, a substance secreted by pregnant women in their 6th week, providing energy necessary for fetal bone growth. For adults, however, inhaling even a small amount of for can prove fatal. Xiaohou gazed at the final items with a sense of resignation. The fasting pills were undeniably useful, yet for him, they were of little benefit. The true damage potion seemed promising, though it was of no immediate use. The last item struck him as oddly familiar, particularly the description, evoking a sense of déjà vu that he couldn't quite place. He took it in hand to examine further. It was a packet of blue granules, resembling dyed sugar. Unable to resist, he opened it and tossed a granule into his mouth. The blue granule burst instantly, flooding his mind with a euphoric, hallucinogenic sensation, while saliva flowed profusely. Xiaohou's eyes rolled back, experiencing a high akin to a drug-induced state. It took about 3 minutes for him to return to his senses, at which point he recognized what it was. Wasn't this akin to the substance from Lucy? He had previously teased Natasha about it in jest. However, this drug was indeed potent, leaving him with a negative status effect. On his personal panel, a new notification appeared: mild persistent mental confusion due to poisoning. Xiaohou regarded this information with a bemused expression. It seemed to imply that he was unworthy of such a substance. He pondered whether Natasha could utilize it. In the film, she had consumed 4 packets, equating to 4 kilograms, and ascended to godhood. Yet, it seemed once one began, there was no turning back. And this quantity was insufficient. Wait, it appeared that he could use the collapsed jade to halt her. 1 packet potentially unlocking her mind to 5,070. In the film's portrayal, she had become a fusion of Doctor Strange and Professor X, surpassing even that. Emotions, indeed, tend to fade away gradually. This predicament poses a challenge that remains unresolved. Summerhill pondered, and then suddenly remarked, by the way, why am I suddenly so sharp-witted? Wasn't I in a state of mental disarray? I feel absolutely nothing. Yet, he soon dismissed this thought, tucking the potion into his backpack, contemplating whether to have Tony examine it later to see if replication were possible. After the lottery draw, he found himself without any pressing matters, gazing at the night sky as it gradually succumbed to slumber. The following morning, he was roused by the incessant pecking of a raven upon his head. As he stirred, it took flight. Rubbing his eyes, Summerhill gazed at the rising sun in the distance, his head feeling particularly heavy, reminiscent of having battled in an internet's AF for 3 consecutive days and nights. Groggily, he made his way onto the street, moving like a zombie, causing passers-by to steer clear of him. From a distance, Natasha and her companions, out for breakfast, spotted Summerhill's disheveled appearance. Yelena quipped, "He hasn't taken to snorting flour, has he?" Natasha furrowed her brow and approached him directly, shaking the dazed Summerhill vigorously. It was only then that he regained a semblance of clarity, looking at Natasha, who held him, and inquired, "What are you doing here? Wait, it should be... How'd I end up here?" Noticing his state, Natasha frowned and asked, "What did you get up to last night? You haven't gotten into flour, have you?" Summerhill, confused, replied, "What flour? Last night, I watched Steve get flirted with by a girl, and then I found a rooftop to sleep on." Natasha, perplexed, remarked, "Then why do you look like this? You resemble one of those addicts." Summerhill swayed his head. "Really? I feel rather lethargic. Could the adverse effects be that potent?" "What adverse effects?" Natasha said, guiding him into a restaurant, finding a seat for him, and pouring him a glass of water. Summerhill promptly drank it all and handed the empty glass back to Natasha, requesting, "Another, please." "Was this water sweetened with honey?" "It's remarkably sweet." Natasha refilled his glass. "You still haven't answered my question." Summerhill took another gulp, feeling slightly more alert, before finally saying, "I drew something new yesterday, the one I mentioned before. Lucy, she attained divinity through this. I only sampled a bit. I never anticipated the side effects would be this severe." Chapter 131. The Arena of Steve and Thor. As Summerhill spoke, he produced a package labeled 4 and handed it to Natasha. She accepted it, scrutinizing its contents without noticing anything particularly extraordinary, while Yelena and Sky also took a glance. Yelena questioned, "Can it truly confer divinity? It appears rather ordinary." Summerhill explained, "Indeed it can. It has the potential to unlock the human brain. If developed to its utmost potential, one can attain godhood. However, only Lucy has succeeded. For others, It is merely an enhanced form of flour and poison. My own physical constitution could not endure it. Upon hearing this, Natasha returned the item to Xiaoho, suggesting, "You might as well keep it. We probably won't need it. It's best if this doesn't circulate." Xiaoho accepted it back, stowing it in his backpack. "For now, I'll hold on to it, but there remains a chance for you to utilize it successfully. We just need to wait a while longer until I'm adequately prepared." Natasha nodded, then began to gossip. "So, Steve has caught the attention of a girl? Is it Daisy?" The mention of this piqued everyone's interest, except for little M.O., who remained indifferent, playing with her straw. Xiaoho took out his camera, showcasing the content he had captured the previous day, providing an overview of the events, and thus the breakfast hour was spent. After finishing their meal, the group headed towards Jane's house. Upon entering, they were greeted by two couples engaged in public displays of affection and a scowling old man. Xiaoho couldn't resist teasing. It seems spring has arrived. The season of courtship is upon us, whether it's the old popsicle or a god. Everyone has found their mate. Steve's face flushed crimson, while Daisy clung tightly to his arm. Last night, upon discovering that her new partner was Captain America, she had been so thrilled that she hardly slept a wink. Thor, wearing a hearty grin, remarked, "She is a wise and resolute explorer, deserving of Asgard's respect." And indeed, she is quite charming. Daisy, encouraged by Thor's words, looked expectantly at Steve. After a moment of contemplation, he assured her, "I will always be by your side, no matter what happens." In response, Daisy bestowed upon him a sweet kiss. Xiaoho immediately regretted his earlier jest, lamenting not only having to endure their show of affection, but also feeling as if salt had been rubbed into his own wounds. Deciding to stir the pot a little, he quipped, "Steve, what about your Carter? It seems she is still alive. And Thor, I heard your father is seeking a bride for you. Sif, no less. Aren't you over 1,000 years old? I recall that Asgardians can live for thousands of years, right?" The atmosphere shifted abruptly, enveloped in awkwardness and tension. Xiaoho reveled in their discomfort, relishing the chaos of their love display. Natasha, who had been smiling like a proud aunt, was abruptly interrupted. She reached out to Xiaoho, aiming to strike, but her hand passed right through him. Xiaoho looked at her disdainfully. "Thinking of taking action? I have undergone significant evolution. How could you possibly succeed?" With a flick of her wrist, Natasha conjured a spark of magic and delivered a punch to the top of Xiaoho's head. With a thud, he immediately crouched down, cradling his head. Natasha's expression brightened with triumph. "Gotcha. Can't handle me, can you?" However, the predicament of Steve and Thor remained unchanged. Steve was somewhat better off, as the museum had records of his past, and Daisy was somewhat aware of his history. Thor, on the other hand, found himself in a more precarious situation, as Jane's piercing gaze bore into him, as if ready to strike should he fail to provide an adequate explanation. Thor hastily exclaimed, "I know nothing. Moreover, I have feelings for you. Sif is merely my comrade and friend. I have never harbored any other thoughts about her." Upon hearing this, Jian's complexion improved slightly, but she was soon reminded of what Xiaoho had just said and could not help but inquire, "Can you truly live for several thousand more years?" Sol promptly embraced her, reassuringly stating, "Though I possess several thousand years of life ahead of me, I will always be by your side and will find a way to resolve this issue." Jian held him tightly, her worry evident as she asked, "Really? How will you solve it?" Sol scratched his head, uncertain of the solution himself. He glared at the instigator of this predicament. Xiaoho, engrossed in his gossip, remarked upon receiving Sol's gaze, "What are you looking at me for? I'm merely speaking the truth. Is there a problem with that?" Sol reluctantly averted his gaze, continuously showering sweet words of comfort upon the person in his arms. Daisy quietly asked Steve, "What will you do about Carter? If I were to leave, at least I once had you. That in itself is a gain." She offered a forced smile, prompting Steve to embrace her swiftly, saying, "I will take you to explain everything to Carter. Trust me." Xiaoho observed them with a smug grin, thinking, "Let them flaunt their affection. They deserve it." Yelena, Sky, and little M.O. were conversing softly nearby. Yelena said, "It's quite explosive this early in the morning. That person is Captain America, isn't he? I never imagined he would be like this." Sky chimed in, "Exactly. How could he be entangled with two women? I must tell my classmates." Little M.O. scoffed. "What is so interesting about love? It's utterly meaningless. I'd rather find someone to spar with." Yelena asked, "Little M.O., haven't you ever liked anyone? Why are you always thinking about fighting? Liking someone?" Little Mo shook his head. How could that be? I aim to become like my father. Women only hinder my speed in drawing my sword. Yelena and Sky retorted. Aren't you a woman yourself? After some time, Steve and Sol managed to soothe Daisy and Jian, who cast displeased glances at Xiaoho. Xiaoho, still unsatisfied, attempted to shift the topic. Sol, it seems your father wishes for you to experience the meaning of being a king before he restores your powers and allows you to return. Confused, Sol replied, but my father has already passed away, hasn't he? Just yesterday, my brother Loki informed me that I am eternally exiled. As he spoke, the sorrow on his face was uncontainable, prompting Jian to clutch his arm. Xiaoho looked at them, exasperated. Enough with the displays. Have you never questioned whether Loki might be deceiving you? He spoke with me for quite some time yesterday. What did you say? Sol exclaimed, looking at Xiaoho with excitement. My father is still alive? That's wonderful. He is safe. That's marvelous. Therefore, shouldn't your concern be about whether Loki is lying to you? Xiaoho facepalmed. Sol, un concerned, chakid, no worries. As long as my father is fine, Loki just enjoys playing pranks. Well then, Xiaoho confirmed that if Loki were a woman, she would indeed be Sol's perfect match. Such matters would never have escalated. Xiaoho sighed, saying, it's entirely up to you. If you wish to wield Mjolnir, you must first understand mercy and sacrifice. Enjoy yourself. I recommend you delve into the ancient texts and writings of the East. The Western ones are of little use. Furthermore, Chapter 132, Arrangements and Journey to Kamartaj. I have already spoken with Loki. He should not target you specifically anymore. However, if you remain ensnared in the comforts of affection, I cannot guarantee what Odin might do. After all, it seems he has been keeping a watchful eye on you. Having concluded his conversation with Thor, he turned to Steve. Steve, what say you? Will you stay here with your new girlfriend, or shall we return? Observing the couple's tender display, he decided against being the villain. Very well. You should accompany your girlfriend for now. I must take my leave. It appears that Ancient One has matters requiring my attention. I no longer have time for games. Steve replied, all right, you go ahead. I will return on my own. I will also give thoughtful consideration to what you mentioned. Xiaoho nodded, producing a substantial sum of cash and offering it to Steve. I've had a splendid time these past few days. Consider this your compensation for companionship. There is no need to refuse. Initially reluctant, Steve accepted the money upon seeing Xiaoho's persistent gestures. Thank you, my friend. Once I receive my rightful wages, let's travel together. Xiaoho waved dismissively. Let's discuss that once you have it. Farewell. With that, he stepped through a portal. After bidding farewell to Natasha and the others, they too entered, and the portal vanished thereafter. Thor gazed at the portal, inquiring of Jane. Has Midgard's technology advanced to such a degree? It seems as convenient as the Bifrost. Jane, uncertain, replied, perhaps. I study astrophysics, so I'm not entirely sure. Xiaoho and his companions returned directly to the office, where Natasha asked, didn't you intend to find her teacher? Why have you returned here? Xiaoho flopped onto the sofa and replied, I've been away for several days. I needed a moment to rest. Moreover, I suddenly recalled something. What is it? Natasha inquired. Puzzled. Do you still have contact with the widows you rescued from the Red Room? Yes. Do you need to reach them for something? I merely wish to know what they are currently doing. I recently visited the Mutant Academy and discussed the mutant issue with Charles. Xiaoho recounted his persuasive efforts to encourage Charles to establish a nation. He continued, I was considering suggesting that they join the Eco-Dome to live alongside the mutants. Perhaps as teachers or coordinators, given their vast knowledge. I believe Charles would welcome them. Furthermore, their safety would be assured. Please contemplate this. Natasha pondered for a moment before responding, I would prefer to communicate with Charles first before making a decision. Moreover, I am eager to ascertain their thoughts. Xiaoho concurred with this sentiment and promptly stood up, producing a portal and accompanying several individuals to the Mutant Academy. They directly arrived at the principal's office, where Charles and Eric were engaged in discussion when they noticed Xiaoho's arrival. Charles, upon seeing Xiaoho, inquired with delight, what brings you here? I thought it would be some time before we met again. Xiaoho responded with a smile, finding the old man's presence quite amiable. I came to discuss a few matters with you. Have you managed to locate Old Juan? He regarded the man with a sense of anticipation, reflecting on the fact that he was finally meeting the real deal. The splendid ability of magnetic field manipulation had been reduced to mere magnet control. Magneto glanced at Xiaoho, then at Charles, who quickly communicated through telepathy, causing Eric's expression towards Xiaoho to soften considerably. You are Xiaoho. Your ideas are commendable. Furthermore, I appreciate your contributions. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Xiaoho, unable to resist a playful jab, queried Old Wan. Do you possess the ability to illuminate? Eric, perplexed, responded, Illuminate? I do not possess that skill. Xiaoho chose not to continue teasing and adopted a serious tone. I have come primarily to inquire whether you require talent. I have a group of agents trained in the Red Room who may be of assistance. However, you must ensure their safety. Charles, taken aback, asked agents. Xiaoho recounted their circumstances and continued. They could teach here, manage administrative duties, and undertake various other responsibilities. All you need to provide is a stable environment and protection for them. I trust you would not refuse. Charles replied, that would indeed be a tremendous help. Recently, we have located numerous mutant allies, but managing them has become somewhat cumbersome, especially with the number of children. We are struggling to care for them all. After exchanging a few words in hushed tones with Natasha, Xiaoho introduced, this is Natasha, my family. She will discuss matters with you, as she has a deeper understanding of these issues. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He turned to Xiao Mo and Yelena, inquiring, I am heading to find Gu Yi. Will you accompany me or remain here with Natasha? The three expressed their preference to stay, showing no interest in Gu Yi. Thus, Xiaoho ventured alone to Kamartaj. Upon arriving, he encountered an unexpected presence in the training grounds, Stephen Strange. Curiously, he approached Uncle Ben, who was in charge of instruction, and whispered, Uncle, what brings him here? The timing seems off. Uncle Ben looked at him, puzzled. Xiaoho gestured toward Strange. Strange. He shouldn't be here for many more years. At that moment, Strange, lacking his distinctive beard and not yet resembling a middle-aged man, was trembling as he attempted to draw circles with his hand, but not a single spark had emerged. Xiaoho gazed at him, as if he were witnessing a reflection of his former self, a self that had failed to learn. While Strange would excel and become a supreme sorcerer in the shortest tenure. Uncle Ba glanced at Strange and remarked, he is someone the teacher has sent over, though he may be somewhat difficult to get along with. Xiaoho pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps he is just a bit rigid. Once I have a chance to mentor him, things will improve. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ba cast a sympathetic glance at Strange and asked, did you come here for something specific? Xiaoho retorted, Old Dong had Natasha summon me. I was actually planning to continue teasing Thor, the god of thunder. I wondered if she had something urgent, which is why I arrived so promptly. Uncle Ba immediately responded, since the teacher has called for you, you should hurry over. Don't keep her waiting too long. Xiaoho scoffed, what is there to fear? That old Dong summoned me. It surely won't be anything pleasant. The last time he saw me out, I was confined for 2.5 years. Just thinking about it still irks me. I haven't even met Jean and Cyclops. They exited the scene too soon. It's all that Ancient One's fault. The power of the Phoenix. I haven't even experienced what that feels like. Chapter 133. The Ancient One's instructions, however. Before Xiaoho could finish his statement, a portal appeared beneath his feet, abruptly whisking him away. Uncle Ba observed this scene, somewhat speechless, wondering why Xiaoho could never learn. As Xiaoho descended, he quickly regained his composure, finding himself suspended in the Ancient One's tea room, facing the bald figure seated across from him. Irksome old Dong, must you always play these games? He complained. Once or twice is fine, but more than that loses its charm. The Ancient One regarded him, reflecting on how rapidly he had grown, and noted that his newfound abilities were quite extraordinary. Fortunately, his character remained intact, alleviating any fears of impending world destruction. She gestured toward the seat opposite her. Please sit down and let us converse. Despite her expression retaining a veneer of calm, it was tinged with an air of melancholy, prompting Xiaoho to inquire, is something troubling you? You seem off. And shouldn't T Strange still be absent? The Ancient One replied nonchalantly, there is nothing amiss, merely that I am preparing for retirement. I have summoned you to discuss a few matters. Xiaoho, puzzled, responded, if you're retiring, then so be it. What do you wish to impart to me? You're not considering passing your position to me, are you? The Ancient One looked at him, internally resolving not to lose her temper. Soon, she would no longer have to manage these affairs. Once she regained her composure, she continued, please let me finish. Seeing her demeanor, Xiaoho complied and took a seat, sipping the tea that had been prepared in advance, ready to hear what the Ancient One had to say. I anticipate remaining in Camartage for another year, after which I will seek an opportunity to pass the mantle to Strange. I need your assurance that you will not allow him to recklessly disrupt the timelines of the multiverse." As she spoke, her gaze bore into Xiaoho's with an intensity that felt reminiscent of a jilted lover, making him shiver. Xiahou Gong protested feebly, "Do not slander me. How could I possibly be the one to disturb the timeline, especially when a multiverse? I had no idea I possessed such prowess." Ancient One replied with a serene tone, "Let us not discuss other universes, as they remain untouched. Instead, let us focus on this universe. I recall having advised you against recklessly revealing too much or altering significant events. Surely, you have heard my warnings? My only request is for you to exercise caution. This world is far more intricate than you perceive. Within the realm of parallel universes, numerous entities exist that are not to be trifled with. Only when you have fully matured will you possess the freedom to pursue your desires. Until that time, it would be prudent to temper your actions." After her admonition, Ancient One disregarded Xiao's expression and opened her chest to reveal the Eye of Agamotto, from which the Time Stone emerged into her grasp. After observing it for a moment, she handed it to Xiahou, stating, "The energy of the Time Stone can assist you, though it is merely to absorb some energy for your use. Ultimately, it must be passed on to Stephen." Xiahou, taken aback, accepted the stone, but as soon as it was in his possession, a prompt appeared before him. "Special item detected. Energy absorption possible. Upgrade game system. Do you wish to absorb?" Without hesitation, he selected yes. Upon confirming, his body began to voraciously draw energy from the Time Stone, halting only upon reaching a critical threshold, causing the stone's brilliance to dim significantly. A new prompt materialized before him. System upgrade complete. Upgraded feature, revival mechanism. Cooldown time reduced to 30 seconds. Choose between respawning at the same location or at a designated point. Note, daily limit of 3 revivals. Exceeding this limit will result in resurrection the following day. Xiao had anticipated some grand upgrade, but it appeared to be merely an adjustment to the revival mechanism, though it did allow for a more reckless approach. Ancient One, observing that he had finished absorbing the energy, summoned the Time Stone back into her hand. Gazing at the now dim gem, she could not help but feel astonished. Theoretically, the energy of the Infinity Stones was limitless, yet it had been depleted to this extent. Although it remained functional, its full restoration would evidently require time. Once she secured the Time Stone, she stated, "I have no further business here. You may now meet Stephen. However, you must also account for Odin, as you have disrupted his plans. Had I not intervened, he would likely have sought you out for retribution. Consider how you might resolve this matter." With that, Ancient One conjured a portal that enveloped Xiahou, transporting him to the control room of the Bifrost. Xiahou felt a flash before his eyes, only to find himself under the gaze of a towering black man, inwardly lamenting. Do they not allow even a moment's respite? At least give me time to formulate my response. Heimdall gazed at Xiahou and spoke. "I have discerned your intentions. The All-Father shall receive you in his chamber. Follow me." With that, he turned and began to lead the way. Xiahou had no choice but to follow him slowly across the seemingly endless rainbow bridge. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Are we truly to traverse this expanse on foot? Is there no means of transport? Or perhaps, could we simply fly?" Heimdall offered no response, silently guiding ahead. Observing his reticence, Xiahou fell silent, preoccupied with thoughts on how to address Odin upon their meeting. Concurrently, a question began to form in his mind. If the Time Stone could upgrade the system, could the other stones also do the same? What enhancements might they offer? Whether by Heimdall's design or Odin's own orchestration, they encountered not a single soul on their journey to Odin's chamber. Xiahou couldn't help but wonder if Odin harbored intentions of discreetly orchestrating his demise. Or perhaps he had learned of Xiahou's exchanges with Loki. That seemed implausible. Surely, Loki was not so unreliable. Upon entering Odin's chamber, Xiahou beheld an elderly figure with a mane of white hair. One eye concealed beneath a patch, while the other radiated wisdom and a captivating brilliance, clad in a flowing white robe. It was none other than Odin himself. Heimdall approached him and declared, "Your Majesty, I have brought the visitor." Odin responded, "Thank you, Heimdall. Kindly guard the door and ensure we are not disturbed." "As you wish, my liege," Heimdall replied with a bow before stepping outside and closing the door with care. Odin then revealed a gentle smile. "Xiahou, the Ancient One has spoken of you. She described you as a variable, yet a good child. I have observed your interactions with Thor. You possess the ability to foresee the future, do you not? Flattered yet slightly embarrassed by being called a good child, Xiahou pondered. So, the Ancient One perceives me in such a light? I had assumed she merely regarded me as an unstable element. I shall refrain from misjudging her perspective in the future. Chapter 134. Xiahou. When will my seal be lifted? Xiahou explained, I possess only limited knowledge of certain events along the original timeline and cannot foresee the future, especially concerning that which I have altered. Is there something specific you wish to know? Odin nodded, then shook his head. I have made predictions regarding the future and have some understanding, though the details remain elusive. May I inquire about your discussions with Loki? Xiahou realized that Odin had been closely monitoring his two sons and had come to extract information from him. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, What is your true opinion of Loki? I seek your honest answer, as it will shape my stance. Odin regarded him with a solitary eye for a moment before responding, He is my son. My original plan was to have him become the king of Jotunheim, thereby ensuring enduring peace between our two races. Xiahou then inquired, So you have never considered allowing him to inherit Asgard, have you? Odin nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. He is unfit, and his lineage lacks purity, he stated. Hearing this, Xiahou retorted with a hint of derision. And did you foresee that Thor would later bestow the throne upon a Valkyrie? Under his reign, Asgard nearly met its demise. Odin, upon hearing this, fixed his one eye on Xiahou, scrutinizing him for any deceit. However, the calm demeanor of Xiahou left him feeling somewhat burdened. Are you suggesting that Thor is unworthy of ruling Asgard? I only foresaw Ragnarok. I did not anticipate such severity, Odin mused. Xiahou nodded in affirmation. Thor is far better suited to be a valiant general on the battlefield rather than a ruler. Even if he were to endure numerous trials and emerge stronger, he would still fail to govern the remaining Asgardians effectively. I hold greater faith in Loki. A king need not wield strength, for wisdom can guide a nation more adeptly. If Thor were to ally with Loki, Asgard's future might indeed brighten. After a moment's reflection, Xiahou continued, In truth, the most suitable candidate is the one you have sealed away, Hela. Her political acumen and assertive stance towards external affairs would have made her the ideal heir had you taken the time to clarify matters with her. Odin murmured, Hela, you say? Memories of his daughter flooded his mind. At that time, he had been preoccupied with conquering the 9 realms while Hela, his firstborn, had been groomed as his vanguard. Observing Odin's contemplative expression, Xiahou quipped, Old Odin, have you ever been told that you lack the ability to educate your children? Do you not see the striking resemblance between Thor and Hela? You merely exhibit more leniency towards Thor. Surely you do not harbor a preference for males over females? With a scrutinizing gaze, Xiahou cast a judgmental look at Odin. Both have committed similar transgressions, and Thor's errors were even graver. You dispatched the Valkyrie Legion to deal with Hela, while Thor was merely exiled to Earth. At this point, Xiahou confirmed his suspicions. You are undoubtedly biased towards males. Hela has been shaped by your actions. Now, upon her release, she seeks to rule Asgard, eliminating those who oppose her. Ultimately, she perished to prevent Asgard's destruction. Thor, in his attempt to eradicate her, unleashed Surtur, leading to Asgard's annihilation. In this light, she emerges as the true victim. Odin began to doubt himself, pondering whether he had indeed contributed to this situation. According to Xiahou's assertions, it seemed he had treated the two siblings unequally. With a conflicted heart, he inquired, Is there still hope for Hela's redemption? What must I do? Xiahou, uncertain of Hela's potential for change, replied, I cannot say for certain, but it is conceivable. Could you seal her powers, as you did with Thor? Perhaps arrange for her to experience life as a mortal? Odin contemplated this. It is feasible, yet the cost of sealing her powers would be substantial. I would fall into a deep Odin sleep, unable to watch over her. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiahou, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his single eye. After all, this was a figure deemed a good child by the Ancient One. Perhaps it would be prudent to entrust Hela's reformation to him. As Xiahou caught sight of Odin's gaze, an ominous premonition washed over him. It seemed as though the elder was contemplating something nefarious. He hastily inquired, What kind of look is that? What are you scheming? Odin replied, You're not yet married. Are you? Have you considered coming to Asgard and becoming a prince? Xiaoho's fears were confirmed, and he quickly retorted, I have been kindly engaging in conversation with you, analyzing familial matters, and here you are, old man, plotting against me. Moreover, I cannot even get married. I cannot remove my trousers. In an effort to prove his point, he tugged at his trousers, plunging the atmosphere into an awkward silence. Odin surveyed the scene with a single eye, exclaiming, not a bad foundation. However, the implications are unfavorable. Put your trousers back on. Xiaoho stared blankly at his younger brother, his mind momentarily blank. When had he shed his defenses? How had he not realized? Was it so sudden? Trembling, he reached out to touch, the sensation feeling all too real. Yet, before he could proceed with further testing, a cough interrupted him. While your foundation is commendable, do not overstep, Odin's discontented voice echoed. Xiaoho snapped back to reality, realizing he was exposing himself before an elder. His face flushed crimson as he hastily donned his trousers in a fraction of a second. His toes incessantly tapped against the ground, as if he could carve out a galaxy with his anxiety. Let us discuss something, Xiaoho awkwardly addressed Odin. Please do not speak of this incident. Odin, feigning confusion, asked, what has transpired? Were we not discussing Hela? Yet the sly glimmer in his single eye betrayed his amusement. Xiaoho glared back, displeased. Do not think to threaten me with this. At most, I can persuade or correct her. I will never become a prince. Odin countered, if you agree, I could offer you several divine ranks to assist in sealing. These could enhance your essence. Xiaoho found himself tempted by Odin's words, his mind embroiled in conflict. Was he truly the type to be lured by divine status? He proclaimed loudly, no. Women merely distract me from enjoying life. You cannot tempt me. Seeing Xiaoho's refusal, Odin persisted, the Valkyrie by your side, I could grant her a divine rank as well. Is she not currently bound by her Valkyrie form? With a divine rank, she would possess boundless potential. Was he referring to Xiao Mo? Though he had previously alleviated some of her constraints with the broken jade, it had merely doubled her limits. Odin seemed poised to elevate Xiao Mo to divinity. Despite Asgard's somewhat lackluster portrayal in the Marvel Universe, divine ranks were recognized across the cosmos. What a powerful allure. Perhaps compromising for Xiao Mo would not be so bad. He shook his head, dismissing the thought that had just surfaced. Odin, do not think you can sway me. My heart's resolve is unyielding. I shall never acquiesce. Chapter 135. The first encounter with Hela, observing the unwavering determination in Xiaoho's demeanor. Odin reluctantly suppressed his initial thoughts and inquired, would you be willing to care for and mentor Hela for a time? I am prepared to offer compensation. Xiaoho regarded him with a puzzled expression. Why the sudden urgency? Your attitude has shifted remarkably. With a heavy sigh, Odin's commanding presence faded, revealing the frailty of old age and a sense of impending mortality. My time is limited. The energy within me is relentlessly assaulting my body. As one ages, emotions tend to intensify, leading to a heightened concern for family and descendants. You may indeed be right. Should the future unfold as you suggest, I ought to consider alternative paths for Asgard. For now, let's allow Loki a chance to prove himself. I will observe and deliberate on the actions of the three of them. After contemplating Odin's words, Xiaoho replied, allow me to assess Hela's situation first. As for compensation, let it be that young Mo earns a divine position. Additionally, you might consider sharing these developments with Loki. He may offer valuable insights. Odin, though initially perplexed, pondered Xiaoho's suggestion and ultimately agreed. Since he was prepared to grant Loki an opportunity, certain matters indeed warranted disclosure. He opened the grand door and called out to Heimdall, summon Loki. Before long, Loki entered, adorned in golden regalia, his golden horns eliciting a bemused reaction from Xiaoho. Upon noticing Xiaoho's presence, Loki appeared momentarily perplexed but greeted Odin first. Father, you summoned me? I apologize for my previous actions. Odin approached Loki, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I bear no ill will. You are my son. Do not allow bloodline to cloud your judgment. My previous actions were meant to protect you. After a brief hesitation, Odin recounted the situation regarding Hela, stating, I intend to release her and subsequently seal her powers. But this will plunge me into a profound Odin sleep. During my slumber, Asgard will be entrusted to you. I hope you will govern it wisely and not disappoint my expectations. Raising his hand, the eternal spear materialized, which he then offered to Loki. The latter, with palpable excitement, accepted the weapon with both hands and knelt, proclaiming, rest assured, Father, I shall safeguard Asgard in the name of Loki Odinson. Xiao stepped forward to assist him, exclaiming, Congratulations, Loki. You have achieved your aspiration. Odin looked at Loki, adding, This is merely temporary. Should you fail, I will reclaim it. Furthermore, you are merely acting as regent. You are not yet the new king. With a serious countenance, Loki replied, I understand. I shall not let you down. Odin nodded in satisfaction and turned to Xiao, saying, Let us proceed. We must first check on my daughter. The two traversed the Rainbow Bridge, arriving at the shores of Norway, where lush cliffs adorned the landscape. Xiao gazed at the enchanting scenery before him and could not help but inquire, why not traverse directly from Asgard? Odin found a rock to perch upon, casting his gaze towards the distant ocean. Hela's power is overwhelmingly potent. I once sealed the entire realm of Hell, and Midgard serves as the most optimal location for such a seal. I believe I even discarded the space stone here. Xiao, taking a seat beside him, retorted, So, you've turned Earth into a dumping ground? Just tossing everything here. If I were the leader, I would certainly give you a taste of your own medicine. Odin assessed his energy and remarked, You are still too weak. You have yet to reach even the level of a demigod. You need further training. The lightning within you would grow stronger if you attained the title of God of Thunder. But that position has already been bestowed upon Thor. Xiao scoffed. I couldn't care less. If I were to encounter the Eternal, I would surpass you in no time. Odin disregarded his words and asked, Shall I release Hela directly? Or would you prefer to enter first for a glimpse? Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, Let me in first. It would also give me a chance to battle her and gauge my current abilities. Besides, it would be beneficial for fostering some rapport. Upon hearing this, Odin enveloped him in divine power and transported him to Hell. Upon his arrival in Hell, Xiao's initial impression was one of desolation and emptiness. There were no celestial bodies, only a faint glow filtering through the thick fog in a realm shrouded in perpetual night. An icy mist enveloped him, as if the cold were seeping into his very soul, while the ground was cloaked in frost and cracked black soil. Rivers flowed with a viscous black liquid, exuding a putrid stench. As Xiao surveyed his surroundings, he could not help but exclaim, Odin truly deserved condemnation. If I were imprisoned here for millennia, my first act upon escape would undoubtedly be to eliminate him. Suddenly, applause echoed behind him, accompanied by a commanding voice, Oh, an insignificant insect, lesser than the dust of the 9 realms, dares to judge the father of the gods? Xiao swiftly turned to face the speaker, a woman with long emerald green hair. Her eyes adorned with smoky makeup, sharp and piercing, her tall figure clad in a tattered black and green bodysuit, exuding an aura of royalty. He is indeed a hypocritical old fool, masking his bloodthirsty conquests with the facade of a benevolent ruler while imprisoning his own daughter in the abyss for a millennium. No sooner had she spoken than she seized Xiao by the throat, her hand radiating deathly energy that corroded his skin and stifled his power. But does this vile political maneuver grant you the right to mock? As she spoke, several swords of the night sky materialized above Xiao's head. Now, die with your reverence for the God King. With that, the swords of the night sky descended, piercing Xiao like a hedgehog. He was abruptly taken away, but this time, he did not succumb to darkness and revive. Instead, a prompt appeared. Would you like to resurrect at your current location? Hua Xiong decisively chose yes, then awaited the countdown to resurrection, contemplating that indeed, some individuals are ruthless and speak little, far more ferocious than Xiao Mo. After slaying Hua Xiong, Hela disdainfully remarked, Indeed, merely an insect, easily crushed. She then prepared to depart, continuing her patrol of the Helheim. However, before she could turn away, a flash of light enveloped Hua Xiong's body, and he reappeared and scathed at the original spot. Hua Xiong immediately erupted in anger. Are you insane? You strike upon meeting? At least give a heads up. This is not how martial ethics work. Upon finishing his words, he conjured a bolt of lightning to attack Hela, simultaneously brandishing the Scarlet Queen. Reappearing behind her in a swift motion, the sword glimmered with electric energy as it aimed for her back, creating a pincer assault alongside the earlier lightning strike. Hela extended one hand towards the lightning while conjuring the sword of the night sky with the other to counter Hua Xiong's strike. The lightning bolt aimed at Hela dissipated in her grasp, and the massive strike was effortlessly blocked by her night sky sword, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. She turned to Hua Xiong and remarked, You are quite peculiar. You have died, yet appear unscathed. How intriguing. Is this a special ability? Hela began to scrutinize Hua Xiong closely, and soon expressed her astonishment. No soul, or rather, a mere manifestation of soul. A heroic spirit? Yet not quite. What exactly are you? Hua Xiong swiftly distanced himself, observing Hela's relaxed demeanor, inwardly marveling at her strength. Is this the prowess of a heavenly father? Even after being suppressed for millennia, she now stands in her most vulnerable state. Considering Hela's words, Hua Xiong found himself curious about his own condition. Ancient One had mentioned he was a soul entity, or perhaps a collection of data. Yet Hela claimed he lacked a soul. Could it be that he had transformed into a being of data? Pondering this, Hua Xiong decided to maintain an air of superiority and declared, I am a noble player. I exist in a dimension distinct from yours. Moreover, I cannot die. Impressive. I assent it. Hela, entirely perplexed by Hua Xiong's statement, responded, if you are reluctant to speak, then allow me to strike you down once more and see if you truly cannot die. With that, she waved her sword toward Hua Xiong, summoning countless night sky swords that appeared out of thin air, raining down upon him like a tempest. Seeing Hela initiate her attack again, Hua Xiong swiftly transformed into lightning. Evading to the side, the very spot he had occupied was immediately riddled with the night sky swords, reducing everything, including stones, to mere nothingness under the energy imbued in the blades. As Hela witnessed Hua Xiong evading her assault, she relentlessly swung her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword rain in pursuit of him, reminiscent of Black Dough's infinite barrage of curry sticks. Hua Xiong was compelled to keep moving and dodging, inwardly cursing, wondering why they were so devoid of martial ethics. Moreover, using their ultimate moves so casually was rather excessive. At the moment when Hela's offensive revealed a gap, Xiahou appeared directly behind her, swinging his sword toward her shoulder, boasting, out of mana, are we? You had your chance to unleash your ultimate, and now it's my turn to strike. With her back turned to him, Hela's lips curled into a sly smile, and a night sky sword materialized in her other hand. While her right hand deflected Xiahou's attack, her left hand swiftly aimed at his waist. By the time Xiahou reacted, it was too late. The night sky sword, imbued with the essence of death, cleaved him in two, his upper body gradually sliding to the ground. Hela turned to him and remarked, your speed is commendable, but alas, it has yet to reach the point where I am caught off guard. Your attack power falls short, and your use of that lightning ability is rather abysmal. Xiahou coughed twice, but did not spit blood, pondering why one did not cough up blood from non-fatal wounds. He contemplated making a more dramatic exit. Gazing at Hela, he declared, I shall return. With that, he breathed his last, his form dissipating into nothingness under the weight of death's power. Hela scoffed at the spot where he had vanished, saying that strike was laden with profound death energy. Even if you are a heroic spirit, your soul shall be utterly consumed. Just as she finished her sentence, Xiahou coalesced once more. Upon his revival, he taunted, who said that? Am I not back again? Hela, taken aback by Xiahou's unexpected reappearance, was genuinely surprised. She had been keenly sensing his condition, and he had seemed completely corroded. How could he possibly return? She swung her night sky sword towards Xiahou again, but only struck at an empty space. He had already distanced himself while speaking, leaving her to slice through mere afterimages. Nevertheless, a smile graced her lips. An intriguing little ant. My interest in you grows. Odin sent you here, did he not? Speak, what is his intention? Seeing Hela's willingness to converse, Xiahou halted at a distance and replied, indeed, it was the old man Odin who sent me. He wishes to mend relations with you, and has sent me to assess the situation first. Hela scoffed. Mend relations? The All-Father resorts to such feeble lies? Did he ever consider paternal bonds when he transformed me into a Valkyrie? Did he utter a single plea as he imprisoned me in Helheim? As she spoke, she swung her sword down, cleaving the ground and creating a vast chasm from which the wails of the undead emerged. He is old now, fearful, seeking peace through forgiveness? It is too late. The throne of Asgard belongs only to conquerors, and I shall ascend upon his fallen corpse. Let your death be the clarion call for my revenge. With that, Hela unleashed a torrent of night sky swords, and the surrounding space filled with countless spectral figures of the undead, howling as they surged toward Xiahou. The sight sent shivers down his spine. The prior attack had already been terrifying, and now she was employing psychological warfare as well. While evading, He summoned a multitude of lightning bolts to retaliate. However, the lightning inflicted harm solely upon the undead, and upon contact with the night sky sword, it was instantaneously obliterated into nothingness. Hela mocked, "You possess power, yet lack the ability to solidify it. Your quality is insufficient. How could you possibly thwart my night sky sword? You are no more than a mere flea." Upon hearing Hela's derision, Xiahou cursed under his breath while contemplating a strategy to break the deadlock. Hela was correct. His strength was utterly inadequate for cohesion, and he had hardly developed the thunder fruit. Indeed, he felt woefully inferior compared to Hela. As he evaded her, he scanned his possessions, hoping to find something of use. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the brick he had drawn earlier. Examining its accompanying attributes, a solution dawned upon him. He accelerated to his utmost speed, instantly appearing before Hela and slashing at her with his sword. Hela regarded Xiahou with disdain, taunting, "Are you ready to concede? Weren't you just the one who resorted to stealthy ambushes?" As she swung both hands toward him, Xiahou once again transported to her rear, brandishing the brick and bringing it crashing down upon her head. Caught completely off guard, Hela was struck squarely, and 3 little stars appeared, circling around her. Xiahou fervently gathered lightning, and suddenly, a massive dark cloud loomed over the realm of Helheim, shrouding them in its ominous presence. The cloud crackled with dense arcs of electricity, exuding an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire realm, rendering the air seemingly solid. The brick reappeared above Hela's head, extending her dazed state once more. The thundercloud above them swelled larger, and after stunning Hela for the 5th time, Xiahou finally amassed all his power. Chapter 137. Xiahou, I shall return. Thunder descends. A colossal plasma sphere plummeted from the heavens, enveloping both Xiahou and Hela in an overwhelming might. Their surroundings transformed into a tempestuous sea of lightning, with countless currents battering their bodies and generating intense heat. It was not until a minute had passed that the plasma sphere gradually dissipated, leaving behind a vast circular crater, intermittently flickering with electricity. At the bottom of the pit, drained of both magical and physical strength, Xiahou beheld Hela before him, her attire tattered, revealing vast expanses of her alabaster skin. He sighed, realizing that his full-force assault had ultimately failed. Hela's health bar had barely diminished by 1/10. Ignoring her damaged clothing, Hela regarded Xiahou with a hint of admiration. "Though I'm unaware of the underhanded means you employed to render me unconscious, I must admit, this final strike has shown some promise." She approached him slowly, positioning the night sky sword against his neck. "Without divine power, yet you have achieved this. I acknowledge your potential. Would you care to become my enforcer?" Xiahou scoffed, "Do not harbor such thoughts. Orcs shall never be enslaved. I will return." Upon speaking, he forcefully drew his neck across the blade of Hela's sword, a torrent of blood erupting forth. His gaze bore no trace of fear, only an unwavering focus on Hela. Observing the self-sacrifice of Xiahou, Hela's eyes shimmered with increased admiration. Disregarding his ability to resurrect, it was his indomitable spirit and attitude during battle that earned her respect. Having been killed by her twice, he acknowledged the disparity between them, yet chose not to flee. Instead, he launched a fierce attack against her, showcasing the courage of the weak to confront the strong. She silently awaited his resurrection. When Xiahou revived, he looked at Hela, who was observing him, and inquired, "Why are you not attacking this time? Are you afraid?" Hela replied, "Is your fearlessness derived from knowing you cannot die?" Xiahou answered nonchalantly, "Indeed. If I cannot die, why fear death? Soon enough, I shall rise again." He added, "Even if you cannot die, you must realize you cannot defeat me. So why do you not flee?" Hela regarded him with curiosity. During battle, how could one possibly escape? That would be an affront to a player. Unless one is merely kiting, it is either to conquer or to restart. As he spoke, Xiahou drew forth the Crimson Queen once more, this time shedding the fish skin to reveal the true form of the blade. Hela, observing the transformed weapon, noted with a hint of calmness, "It seems your resurrection limit has been reached. Are you prepared to show due respect for this battle?" Xiahou smiled. "Indeed, this is my final life today. If I cannot prevail, I shall take my leave. For your earlier restraint, I must extend to you the respect you deserve." Hearing this, Hela swept her hair back, revealing her signature helmet, and brandished a sword in each hand. "Then, I shall grant you an appropriately grand exit." No sooner had she spoken than Hela vanished. darting toward Xiaoho like a specter, her twin swords poised to unleash the force of death upon him. Xiaoho transformed into a flash of lightning to evade her strike, swiftly maneuvering behind her to deliver a powerful blow with the Crimson Queen. Hela, without turning, parried with one sword while delivering a kick toward Xiaoho. He again became a streak of lightning, narrowly avoiding her attack as he concentrated, channeling his magical energy in a desperate bid to surpass his limits. Suddenly, radiant lightning flickered around him, enhancing his speed. He charged towards Hela like a shooting star, the Crimson Queen erupting with formidable electrical energy as he thrust it toward her. Sensing the imminent threat, Hela swiftly raised her night sky blade to defend, and as their swords clashed, a tremendous surge of energy radiated outward, distorting the air around them. Hela's divine power coalesced into her night sky blade, gradually slicing through Xiaoho's Crimson Queen. By the time he realized, it was too late. The Crimson Queen was cleaved in two, and the night sky blade followed through, leaving a massive gash across his chest, nearly splitting him asunder. Hela stepped back 2 paces, gazing at Xiaoho, and inquired, "Speak your name. Your name merits a place in my chronicles." Xiaoho, looking at the fragmented blade in his hand, felt a pang of regret. Having wielded it for so long, it was now destined for oblivion. Alas, it seemed it could not escape the fate of destruction. He turned to Hela and declared, "I'm Xiaoho. Before I meet my end, allow me to bestow upon you a magnificent treasure." With that, he snapped his fingers, summoning a colossal bomb imbued with all his magical essence to descend from the heavens, landing beside them. Xiaoho regarded Hela and proclaimed, "I shall return. And by the way, your helmet is quite unsightly." At that moment, the quantum bomb erupted in a brilliant white light, illuminating the dim skies of Heim with a glimmer of brightness. A gigantic mushroom cloud enveloped the surrounding area for hundreds of miles. The commotion caused by the quantum bomb was far more immense than the lightning strike he had previously unleashed. A fierce shockwave swept through, stirring up a whirlwind that scattered countless particles of dust and deadwood. When everything settled, Hela emerged slowly, her battle-worn attire now even more tattered. The peculiar helmet atop her head vanished, and a trace of blood stained her lips. Had Xiaoho still been present, he would have observed that her health had diminished by half, the explosion's power surpassing even that of his own lightning strike. She surveyed the once desolate realm of Heim, now transformed into a vast plain, and instead of displaying anger, she chuckled softly and murmured, "Will you truly return? How intriguing." As for the deceased Xiaoho, instead of fading into darkness, he found himself transported to a peculiar realm the following day. This place was more desolate than Heim's underworld, devoid of anything but an expanse of nothingness, in which he floated aimlessly. Xiaoho scrutinized his surroundings, perplexed. What is the purpose of this? A resurrection penalty? I've never encountered this before. Has the system been revamped after my upgrade? At that moment, a voluptuous figure enveloped him from behind, and he instantly felt the soft sensation pressing against his back, accompanied by a voice whispering in his ear. "I have observed you for quite some time, Xiaoho. You managed to escape my grasp, yet you continue to provide others with means of escape. How shall I punish you?" Xiaoho was taken aback, puzzled. "Who are you? If you have the audacity to seduce me, reveal your face. Spare me the theatrics. Though your physique is commendable, if you dare not show your face. You must be quite hideous, no? And where exactly is this place?" Upon uttering these words, the figure behind him shifted to stand before him. Xiaoho was momentarily stunned, not comprehending why he had drawn the attention of this individual. It should not have been the case. Chapter 138, The Sealed Hela. Before Xiaoho stood a figure clad in a black cloak, the hood obscuring her features, her form accentuated by a tight-fitting black suit that highlighted her curvaceous silhouette. Yet, her head was that of a skull. Xiaoho, gazing intently at the skull mere inches away, could distinctly feel her hollow eye sockets fixed upon him, truly devoid of any pupils. He could not help but push her away, remarking, "Do you not think your appearance is rather abstinent? Moreover, why are you here instead of accompanying Thanos and Deadpool? I have no affinity for skulls." Death let out a melodious laugh. "Oh, visitor from another realm. You have yet to answer my query. Pray tell, how shall I deal with you?" Xiaoho displayed an expression of indifference, aside from having children with you. "You may do as you please. In any case, I am unable to resist now. Whatever will be, will be." Death caressed his face and asked, "Are you not afraid of me at all?" Xiaoho swatted her hand away, Not in the slightest. Furthermore, do not stand so close to me. You disgust me. Perhaps you could change your appearance? I cannot fathom how Thanos and Deadpool could be fond of you. Those two deviants. Ignoring Xiaoho's demeanor, Death transformed her visage into one he recognized well and leaned against him. Do you fancy this look? Xiaoho forcefully pushed her away, exclaiming, Are you out of your mind? Do not besmirch my king's face. And I do not engage in affairs, especially with those sullied by the likes of purple sweet potato and avocado. Death reclined in the void, gazing at him with a look of melancholy. You are heartless. Is it that you disdain a being wrought from tears? My affection for you is as enduring as the sun and moon, and I have stolen glances at you countless times. Should you detest those individuals, I would sever ties with them immediately. All I desire is for you to cease breaking my heart. Xiaoho stared at the dramatics before him, exasperated. Stop speaking in such a theatrical manner. You've lost the plot. What is it that you truly want? Spare me the frivolities and get to the point. Death sat up in the void. I simply wish to meet you upon discovering your existence. After all, individuals as intriguing as you are rare. Have you truly not considered my proposal? How about we remain together? I shall not see them again. No need for consideration. Xiaoho crossed his arms defiantly. You have met me. Now you may return me home? Yes? Surely. You creators of worlds have far more pressing matters to attend to. Death once again caressed his face. You are indeed a hard-hearted man. Very well. I shall send you back. But allow me to impart a piece of intelligence. The avatar of Devourer of Worlds will arrive on Earth in 2 years. Xiaoho inquired with suspicion. Why reveal this to me? Is there some conspiracy at play? Death distanced herself, stating, I merely wish to observe the extent of your capabilities. For this universe can hardly be considered powerful. The avatar of Devourer in this realm is among the weakest. Is it not a unit of measurement? With that, Death waved her hand, sending Xiaoho from her domain. As his consciousness faded, he faintly heard her voice, We shall meet again. Upon awakening, he found himself in the room of Kamartaj. Rubbing his temples, he began to ponder Death's intentions. But after much contemplation, he remained perplexed. He could not fathom why Death would take an interest in him, especially when it was evident that the likes of the cunning and the sweet potato were her true affections. As he prepared to depart, a portal materialized before him, revealing the rugged cliffs by the sea in Norway. Without hesitation, he stepped through, finding Dr. Strange and Odin seated at a table, sipping tea. Dr. Strange gestured toward an empty cup, inviting him to sit. He complied, taking a sip from the cup, and inquired, Have you been waiting for me? Dr. Strange nodded. Indeed, Odin requested my assistance to aid you. Odin, with an expression of resignation, remarked, I witnessed the events between you and Hela yesterday. The seal merely weakened some of her powers. Once released, she will gradually regain her strength. It is imperative that she does not return to Asgard. We must seal her before that. I can sense her deep resentment. He cast a glance at Odin and retorted, having never been there before. How could I have known the situation? You truly lack understanding. I believed she was merely in slumber. It seems she has been freely roaming. I think it's remarkable she hasn't gone mad. She is already formidable. Odin refrained from retorting and instead stated, I will do my utmost to make amends with her. If I can gain her understanding, even if she does not forgive me, it shall suffice. Summer, observing him in silence, found himself at a loss for words, his mind preoccupied with the pressing issue of devouring stars. Odin and Dr. Strange exchanged words, and soon mysterious runes began to manifest before them. Suddenly, a rift cloaked in black mist appeared in the space ahead. Moments later, Hela emerged from the rift, clad in tattered garments. Upon her arrival, she fixed her furious gaze upon Odin, her eyes ablaze with wrath. In an unsettlingly calm tone, she asked, Are you prepared to face your own demise, father? The final word, father, was uttered through clenched teeth, revealing the depth of her resentment. Odin trembled as he replied, Hela, my daughter, I can accept my death and am willing to sacrifice it to quell the fury within you. But not now. I am sorry. With that, countless runes enveloped Hela, immobilizing her in place. Dr. Strange stood nearby, using the time stone to restore Odin's strength, enabling him to exert greater power. One by one, the runes merged with Hela's being, gradually diminishing her intensity until she became an ordinary person. Only then did Odin exhale a deep sigh of relief. Hela shouted in fury, You hypocritical coward! Can't you devise a better approach? Odin gazed at her with a touch of sorrow in his solitary eye. My daughter, this is merely to grant you peace. Once you have fully calmed or learned how to be a worthy ruler, your seal will be lifted. At that time, you shall ascend as the new monarch of Asgard. Suddenly, Summer interjected. You are bestowing a throne upon 3 individuals. You, old man, harbor ill intentions. Odin looked at him in confusion. Didn't you suggest I do this? After a moment's reflection, he realized that indeed it was so. Upon hearing Summer's voice, Hela finally shifted her gaze from Odin, glancing at Summer with an inner thought. Indeed, he has not perished. He has returned. Turning her attention back to Odin, she mockingly remarked, You remain as hypocritical as ever. Is a throne meant for 3? In that case, I shall eliminate the other 2. This way, you need not be troubled any longer, correct? Odin, upon hearing Hela's words, cast a mournful gaze towards Summer and deflected, as the prince I selected for Hela. It falls upon you to pacify her. Just as Odin finished his statement, both Hela and Ancient One fixed their eyes on Summer, who was left utterly astonished by the implications of Odin's words. He had never consented to such an arrangement. Within the span of a heartbeat, he regained his composure and yelled, Odin, old man, do not slander me. I offered you my counsel out of goodwill, and you dare to frame me. Do you believe I would immediately align myself with Hela and turn against you? Or perhaps directly confront your foolish son? Hela, upon hearing Summer's words, was struck by a brilliant idea, a wise proposition. If you are willing to ally with me, the position of prince is not beyond your reach. Summer, with a furious expression, responded, Who wishes to ally with you? Are all you death goddesses mentally unhinged? You all seem to covet my person. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Odin promptly made his exit, stating, Thus the matter is settled. And as for your little spirit, she shall make her way to Asgard, where I will guide her to a suitable divine position. With that, he summoned the Rainbow Bridge and vanished from the scene. Ancient One watched with a grin, eyeing Summer and Hela, wishing for some peanuts and watermelon seeds to accompany the unfolding drama. Hela continued, Do you truly not wish to ally with me? Once I vanquish Odin, you shall be the queen of Asgard. Summer, face-palming in exasperation, retorted, Who desires to be a queen? Moreover, I am male. If anything, I will be a king. Hela pondered for a moment before declaring, That is not an impossibility. You shall guard Asgard while I expand our influence. It is settled. Now, let's find a way to lift my seal. As Hela approached to grasp his arm, Summer shouted, What do you mean it is settled? Did I agree to this? Do not speak so recklessly. Just yesterday, you were calling me an ant and a flea. Now you expect me to comply with such absurd demands. Hela replied, I have come to recognize your abilities. Though you may not yet reach the level of the All-Father, I see potential in you, and your immortality compensates for certain shortcomings. Summer sighed in resignation, But I do not like you. Though you resemble the Elven Queen, I prefer gentleness. Furthermore, I abhor arranged marriages. Hela dismissed his concerns. Preference is the most useless of sentiments. As long as we achieve our goals, that is what matters. Now, let us devise a plan to lift my seal and together confront Odin. She seized Summer's hand, preparing to depart. Meanwhile, Ancient One stood aside, struggling to suppress the smile that threatened to escape her lips. Xiahou stood firm, unaffected by Hela's strenuous efforts to move him. Gazing at the sky, he sighed inwardly, feeling weary. Let be annihilated. Hela, noticing Xiahou's reluctance to budge, grew frustrated and grasped his collar, attempting to lift him, only to find him immovable. Observing her furious expression, Xiahou mockingly remarked, You have been sealed as a mere mortal. Do you still wish to retain your former prowess? You might not even be able to defeat Thor now. Hela swiftly acknowledged the reality of her situation and released her grip, yet her regal demeanor remained intact. She composed herself and inquired, Who is Thor? Xiahou ignored her question and summoned Little Mo back with a command. Upon her arrival, Little Mo demanded, Where have you been? I was engaged in an arm wrestling match with Steel Titan when I was suddenly pulled back to this realm. Xiahou scratched his head awkwardly and pointed at Hela, explaining, I fought her yesterday, lost, and was slain. Upon hearing this, Little Mo immediately donned her armor and weapons, positioning herself protectively in front of Xiahou while glaring at Hela. Hela regarded Little Mo and asked, A heroic spirit? Which pantheon do you belong to? Do you not bow before the goddess of death? Little Mo glanced at her before quietly asking Xiahou, Are you certain she was the one who killed you? Why does she appear so weak? Xiahou patted her shoulder. Put away your weapons. She is Odin's daughter, sealed like Thor, now merely an ordinary person. Upon this revelation, little Mo reverted to her casual attire, casting a disdainful glance at Hela. A sealed deity, and yet so arrogant. What a waste of my energy. Hela, incensed by this, began to summon the sword of the night sky to strike down little Mo, astonished that such a minor heroic spirit dared to look down upon her. However, no divine power manifested within her, and her resentment towards Odin surged. Being sealed for millennia was one thing, but now her own strength was imprisoned, subjecting her to the scorn of an ordinary heroic spirit. She resolved to calm herself, reminding herself that impulsiveness would lead to ruin. She must wait until her power was restored for revenge. She could not perish now. Xiahou explained the situation to little Mo, eager to gauge her willingness to accept divine status. Little Mo, this is the gist of it. If you accept the divine position, you might attain your father's ultimate form, the Lion King transformation. He elaborated on the Lion King concept to provide her with clarity. After some contemplation, little Mo replied, if it means becoming stronger, I am willing to give a try. Turning to the ever-observant Ancient One, Xiahou proposed, Old Dong, could you escort little Mo? Please keep an eye on her for me. I will try to refrain from causing disturbances in Kamar Taj moving forward. What do you say? The Ancient One chuckled. No problem. Consider it a reward for watching the spectacle. Xiahou gazed at her with discontent, remarking, have you begun to indulge yourself simply because you summoned strange ahead of time? The Devourer of Worlds is set to arrive in 2 years to annihilate Earth. Gu Yi, unfazed, replied, that is strange concern. I shall be dead within a year. Xiahou glared at her, asserting, do you believe I cannot prevent your demise? I have just encountered death. Perhaps she could intervene for you. Eternity would not object, would she? Gu Yi's expression turned rigid. When did you become acquainted with her? Xiahou, unwilling to divulge the details of his meeting with death, fixated on Gu Yi. Just answer whether you believe it or not. I have meticulously noted everything you have done to me. Gu Yi promptly conjured a portal, dragging little Mo into it. Hela, upon seeing her long for Asgard on the other side, dashed towards it, only for the portal to close before she could reach it. Frustrated, she kicked the grass several times to vent her anger. Xiahou pondered for a moment and resolved to communicate with Hela, hoping to sway her thoughts. For it would not be wise to abandon her. He produced 2 lounge chairs and addressed Hela. Shall we talk? Hela turned, an imposing aura enveloping Xiahou. What shall we discuss? Do you intend to assist me in dealing with Odin? If not, I see no point in our conversation. Chapter 140. A dialogue with Hela. Xiahou retrieved a table and set out a bottle of potent liquor, pouring 2 glasses. Do you Asgardians not enjoy a drink? Give it a try. He then reclined on a beach chair, sipping from his glass while gazing at the sea. Hela approached, took a glass, and drank it down, feeling a fiery sensation travel down her throat to her stomach, igniting a warmth within her. Her eyes brightened, and she poured herself another generous glass, consuming it in one go. Yet, having been sealed, her body felt ordinary. After 2 glasses, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Xiahou swiftly halted her from pouring more, instead offering her some roasted chicken and marinated meats. Sensing Hela's rising anger, he quickly said, this liquor has quite an after effect. You are now an ordinary person. Take a moment to eat something. Surely, there is little to feast on in Helheim. Hearing this, Hela relaxed somewhat and tore into a chicken leg. Xiahou observed her even while eating, exuding an air of wild abandon and aloofness, reminiscent of the character played by Bridget Lynn in a film he once watched. Suppressing his thoughts, he spoke, let's have a proper conversation. Hela, munching on her chicken leg and gazing at the scenery starkly different from Helheim, coldly replied, what shall we discuss? You do not intend to act as Odin's envoy, do you? Xiahou rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the ocean's surface. I am not here to be Odin's advocate, but rather to engage in a meaningful conversation with you and perhaps offer some guidance, he declared, without awaiting Hela's response. He continued, do you know why Odin suddenly ceased his external conquests? Hela scoffed, a sudden moral awakening, aspiring to be a benevolent ruler, while simultaneously fearing my usurpation of his power. He is nothing but a hypocritical and selfish individual. Xiahou did not counter her words, but remarked, there may be some truth to that. However, the fundamental reason lies in his defeat at the hands of the Celestial Assembly. Hela nonchalantly discaded buna. The Celestial Assembly? So, this so-called compassion is merely his cowardice after having his spine shattered by them. Xiahou turned to her. It cannot be entirely dismissed. He did resist, though ultimately he failed. Are you aware of the destroyer armor? That was his creation in defiance, yet he could only contend with one opponent at a time. Unfortunately, 9 arrived, and he was overwhelmed. Moreover, the celestial race boasts thousands, each possessing power on par with or exceeding that of the Allfather. Odin had no choice but to yield. Hela sneered. The most lamentable aspect is not the defeat, but the cowardice. The Asgardians shall never compromise. Mark my words. I will reconstruct the throne of Asgard with the bones of the Celestial Assembly. Xiahou regarded Hela, pondering. No way. Sister, are you really that bold? If you cannot even defeat Odin, how do you plan to confront the Celestial Assembly? What gives you such courage? Liang Jingru? Upon noticing Xiahou's expression, Hela retorted angrily. Do you doubt me? I am Hela, the goddess of death, the future queen of Asgard. Indeed, the sealed deity. Xiahou filled his cup once more. I do not know the source of your confidence, but I must reiterate, if you cannot defeat Odin, do not speak of the Celestial Assembly. Wait until you possess singular or multiversal power. As it stands, you and I are both mere fledglings, insignificant before true powerhouses. Hela, incensed by Xiahou's words, stepped closer. What did you say? Do you wish to meet death once more? How dare you insult the goddess of death? Xiahou, unperturbed and gazing down at her, replied, What of it? I was never afraid of you, even when you possessed strength. How much less so now that you are powerless? Furthermore, did you not suffer an injury at my hands yesterday? You have yet to recover. What confidence do you possess? As he spoke, he observed the 2/3 blood bar appearing above Hela's head, contemplating that his spell, Thunder's Embrace, was merely a forceful manifestation of magical energy, and realizing that its efficiency paled in comparison to the quantum bomb. The damage output seemed to lag several times behind. Hela retaliated with a kick directed at Xiahou, but her foot passed through his form, striking the chair instead. A surge of pain coursed through her, furrowing her brow and intensifying her resentment towards Odin. Xiahou, unfazed, jested, The goddess of death, stripped of her divine power, cannot even land a blow on me. How do you intend to confront Odin and the Celestial Assembly? Heimdall, however, had calmed down, seizing the bottle of white liquor and drinking directly from it, as if attempting to suppress the surging flames of anger within her. Xiahou ceased his teasing and remarked, I actually find Odin's approach quite commendable. When one lacks strength, it is prudent to safeguard oneself. Yet, he ultimately lost the motivation to advance. Rather than secretly bolstering his own power with thoughts of future retribution, he chose to recline in complacency. This is something I disdain in him. Your choice diverges from his. You have opted to throw yourself into the flames. Have you not considered that death would thwart your objectives? While I too appreciate boldness, recklessness does not equate to self-destruction. Once your strength has risen to a level where you can disregard them, there will be no need to act recklessly. I would even forego beef if necessary. What you must do now is not mindless revenge, but rather find ways to enhance your power. Only with absolute strength can you do as you wish. At that point, not only will you rule Asgard, but becoming the sovereign of the cosmos will also be within your grasp. The prerequisite is strength. Upon hearing Xiahou's words, Hela became remarkably composed and inquired, What should I do? Xiahou pondered briefly. First, adhere to Odin's intentions. Once your seal is lifted, we shall seek to sever your bond with Asgard, for that is merely a shackle for you. Hela looked at him quizzically. A shackle? That is the source of my power. Xiahou dismissively replied, Yet it also constrains your potential. Relying on it will prevent you from ever achieving singular or multiversal status. Thor and Loki did not depend on it to reach greater heights. Ultimately, they both ascended to multiversal levels. Do you truly believe you cannot achieve this on your own? Surely you jest. You are the goddess of death, after all. Hela crushed the bottle in her hand, exclaiming, Who dares to say I cannot? I will accomplish this by my own strength. Then I shall personally send Odin to Valhalla and annihilate the Pantheon. Xiahou observed her, internally contemplating, Who claims my intelligence is inferior? Look at this. Isn't it just a matter of persuasion? Who else? I asked who else. He voiced aloud, Indeed, I support you. Just like that. When the time comes, I shall document your valorous deeds and spread the word. so all shall know the magnificent achievements of the goddess of death. Chapter 141. Little Mo inherits the divine position. Hela gazed at Xiahou with satisfaction and stated, "Very well. You shall serve as my advisor. Once I reclaim my throne, the position of queen shall be yours." Xiahou's expression darkened. Why could this woman not let go of him? Clearly, boys must take care of themselves while out in the world. Before he could respond, Hela pressed on, "As my queen, what should we do now?" "Do not call me queen," Xiahou retorted, deeply averse to the title. After a moment's reflection, he suggested, "Shall we visit your brother?" Hela scoffed, "What is there to see? Should we not prioritize restoring my strength? Your strength will take time to resolve, and besides, Thor has also been sealed by Odin. It will be beneficial for you to meet him, and then we shall head to the Mutant Academy. They are in the midst of establishing their nation." Xiahou tidied up the furniture and continued, "You might also want to observe how they establish their nations, while contemplating how you would govern a country. The reign of a tyrant cannot endure." Hela pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to heed Xiahou's guidance, for his reasoning seemed to possess considerable merit. Xiahou produced a portal and accompanied Hela to the town where Thor resided. Meanwhile, Gu Yi and Little Mo found Odin. Odin regarded them, particularly Little Mo, and said, "I understand your intentions. Please follow me." He led the two away from the Golden Palace to the Hall of the Gods. "This is the Hall of the Aesir, the very cradle of divine legacies," he introduced. Turning to Little Mo, he continued, "To attain divinity, you must first resonate with one of the statues here. Only through their acknowledgement can you harness their power." He smiled and encouraged, "Go, feel, and communicate with your heart, and see who will choose you." Little Mo bowed to Odin before slowly making her way to the center of the hall, closing her eyes to begin her contemplation. Suddenly, two extraordinary sensations surged within her, both beckoning her closer. With a hint of confusion, Little Mo inquired, "I feel two distinct forces drawing me. It seems they both wish for my approach." Odin gazed at her quizzically. "Two? Which are they?" After a moment of reflection, Little Mo pointed to two statues. One, a figure wielding a sword and shield, emanating a palpable aura of martial spirit. The other, a cloaked statue exuding a dark essence. Odin observed the two statues and elucidated, the god of war and courage, also the guardian of contracts. The dark god symbolizes the winter night and blindness. It appears both resonate with you quite well. However, you must choose but one. Little Mo contemplated the two figures, her resolve solidifying as she approached the statue of the god of war. Standing before it, she asked, "What must I do?" Odin watched as Little Mo made her decision and instructed, "Place your hand upon the statue." Little Mo extended her right hand toward the statue, and at the moment of contact, an overwhelming torrent of energy surged from the statue into her being, relentlessly transforming her. As she was engulfed by this force, she lost all perception of the outside world, feeling as though she were being torn apart and reassembled. Yet, she emitted no sound, silently enduring the experience. In her heart, she resolved, the guardian of contracts indeed. This time, I shall safeguard my father and Xiahou. I will transform the rebellious knight into a guardian knight. Odin observed Little Mo as she stabilized and turned to Gu Yi, stating, "She will require at least 12 years to fully embrace the transformation of divinity. After all, she is but a spirit without a corporeal form." Gu Yi, utilizing the time stone to assess the situation, nodded, "I will inform Xiahou. By the way, is this truly without consequence?" Odin's singular eye regarded Gu Yi with trust. "I have faith in you, my friend. Have you not also made your own choices and transformations? Consider this an advanced withdrawal. The outcome could hardly be worse, could it?" Ancient One chuckled, remarking that indeed, circumstances could not deteriorate further, and that stagnation was rather dull. At the very least, everything at present was progressing toward a more favorable outcome. "I intend to relinquish my position within a year. Do you have any plans?" "A year?" Odin mused. "You are quite willful. I shall endeavor to extend my tenure as long as possible. They have yet to mature. My presence may instill a modicum of apprehension in some, allowing them more time. Then I shall leave it to you," Ancient One declared, stepping into the portal and returning to Kamartaj. Odin continued to observe young Mordo, murmuring, "I truly hope the future of this universe can culminate in a splendid conclusion." After watching for a while and confirming that all was well, he departed, instructing several guards to remain vigilant outside. Upon returning to his chambers, Loki approached, gazing at his frail father. He could not contain his concern, asking, "Is this truly appropriate?" Odin regarded his suddenly more mature younger son, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder before reclining upon the bed. "For this duration, Asgard shall be entrusted to you, my son." With that, he succumbed to Odin's sleep. He had already been significantly weakened after sealing Hela, the energy within him surging tumultuously. It was only with Ancient One's assistance that he had managed to endure until now. Should he neglect to regulate his internal energies, he might soon find himself preceding Ancient One. Loki, gazing at his slumbering father, softly vowed, "I shall safeguard this realm." During this period, Loki ventured to the Sea of Sight, where he confirmed many revelations, and upon learning of his mother's demise due to his actions, he was engulfed by profound guilt. Preparing himself for transformation, Asgard would be protected by him, while Thor could indulge in the joys of life. He exited Odin's chambers and made his way to the Bifrost, needing to address the trouble posed by the frost giants. Meanwhile, in another realm, he found Hela with Thor, who was blissfully tending to Jane and Eric, serving the meals with a beaming smile, utterly carefree. Loki entered with Hela, pulling out a chair for her to sit, gesturing for her to take a seat. Once seated, Hela surveyed her surroundings, frowning slightly, but refraining from commenting, her gaze fixed on Thor. Thor and his companions, noticing Loki had brought a woman clad in a form-fitting outfit, turned their attention to him. Thor queried, "Loki, my friend, did you not return home? Or is there something you wish to discuss?" Loki pointed to Hela, saying, "I brought your sister to visit. Where are Steve and Daisy?" "Sister?" The trio gaped at Hela, then shifted their astonished gazes to Thor. Jane quietly inquired, "What surprises you?" "Isn't she your sister?" Thor replied candidly, "I had no idea I had a sister." "Loki, are you jesting with me?" Xiaoho directly moved the plate in front of him to his own, eating while saying, "I am not jesting with the fool. She is indeed your sister, the goddess of death, Hela." Chapter 142. Thor and Hela. Thor gazed at Hela in disbelief, denying, "You must be deceiving me. Is this part of Loki's scheme?" "Fine. I admit, this prank is rather clever. Loki, come out. I see you." Thor displayed a naive smile, scanning the surroundings as if searching for the hidden Loki who was enjoying his misfortune. Xiaoho looked at him with exasperation, while Hela disdainfully remarked, "Is this truly the heir chosen by Odin? How laughable that Odin bestowed the might of thunder upon your muscles, yet neglected to electrify your mind." Thor instantly bristled, glaring at Hela. "Silence. How dare you blaspheme in Odin's name, you woman of unknown origin? How could you possibly comprehend the mercy of a king?" Upon hearing Thor's words, Hela sneered, "Oh really? It seems he has erased my existence. How fitting for his hypocritical nature." This time, instead of growing angry, Thor asked with curiosity, "Are you truly my sister? How can you prove that?" Hela fixed him with a cold stare. "I owe you no proof. At this moment, I would rather kill you." Odin's expression should be quite amusing, don't you think? "Xiaoho, my queen, assist me in eliminating him." Xiaoho looked at her in silence. "I already said, I did not agree. If you wish to kill him, do it yourself. After all, you are both sealed by Odin. Your strength should be quite comparable, no?" With that, he disregarded their exchange and focused on his meal, thinking it wiser to let them fight it out. Perhaps the outcome would be more favorable. Hela, displeased with Xiaoho's response, regarded him with discontent, pondering that perhaps this queen showed a lack of discipline. Perhaps it was time for a change. Thor, however, seized upon the crux of the matter, questioning Xiaoho, "Is she truly my sister? Why have I never known of her? Why was she sealed away?" Xiaoho, observing Hela's lack of intent to attack, sighed and explained, "I have already stated, she is your sister. Before your birth, she revolted against Odin and, after vanquishing the Valkyrie Legion, was imprisoned in Helheim. Just yesterday, after conversing with Odin, he released her and sealed her powers. As for why you were unaware, it is because Odin concealed her existence." Hela scoffed. He fears that others will learn of his deeds and the impact on his reign. He is also afraid I might usurp his throne. Xiaoho shot her a glance. "Do we not just have a conversation? You should temper your ambitions, at least until you reclaim your powers." Hela who fed, simultaneously seizing Xiaoho's plate to indulge in the food within. Having been sealed away, she had begun to feel hunger, especially after consuming a copious amount of wine. She needed sustenance to fortify herself. Thor appeared to be engulfed in existential doubt, unaware that he had a sister. The revelation that the Valkyrie Corps he had long aspired to join was, in fact, obliterated by his own sister left him speechless, unsure of how to respond or what actions to take. Compared to her, his own accomplishments seemed trivial. Meanwhile, Jane and Eric quietly indulged in the unfolding drama, reveling in the continuous stream of revelations since meeting Thor. Eric eagerly extracted a notebook to document the newly acquired information. Having resolved to abandon his studies in astrophysics for the intriguing realm of theology, deeming these secrets worthy of meticulous record, Xiahou retrieved some food from his backpack and placed it before Hela before turning to Thor with a question. You haven't yet answered me about Steve and the others. Upon hearing Xiahou's inquiry, Thor replied, not long after you departed, he left, stating he would take Daisy to see Carter and resolve their emotional entanglements. Xiahou paused, contemplating Steve's audacity. After all, he was directly bringing his mistress to confront his legitimate partner. Yet, it appeared that Carter had been unfaithful first, having borne 2 children. However, according to the films he had previously watched, it was Steve who had betrayed himself. But that also seemed incorrect. They were traversing a parallel universe, meaning it was another universe S. Steve who had deceived this universe S. Steve. Thus, one betrayal begot another in an infinite loop. A wave of discomfort washed over him. Was he truly betraying himself? He suddenly recalled a film involving a cosmic bounty hunter, where the protagonist relentlessly eliminated parallel versions of himself, ultimately becoming inhuman. Could such a concept exist within a Marvel universe? The notion of his own interdimensional travel appeared promising. He pondered whether he possessed an isotopic counterpart, which warranted exploration. Alas, he lacked a means of traversal. Loki, too, had failed to provide him with a device for such journeys. This universe had been rather dull in recent years. Perhaps he should enlist Tony's help for some research? Xiahou, a voice called, interrupting his mental whirlwind. He looked up to find everyone gazing at him, puzzled. What is the matter? Why is everyone staring at me? Thor, observing Xiahou's bewilderment, reiterated. I just inquired if there was something in particular you wished to discuss with me. Surely, you did not merely bring my sister to see me? Xiahou, meeting his gaze, articulated his thoughts. I was wondering if you would like to accompany us to the Mutant Academy. I intend to take Hela there, as they are in the process of establishing a nation. This could be beneficial for you, considering Odin never taught you how to govern and manage a kingdom effectively. It might be wise for you to learn. Thor contemplated for a moment before responding. However, I do not wish to leave Jane. Moreover, my father is still alive. The affairs of Asgard are not pressing, and I am not in haste to reclaim my powers. Hela regarded him with disdain, retorting, chosen heir of Odin. Is it truly laughable that one would consider relinquishing their honor for the sake of a woman? Thor glared at her in discontent. If Asgard requires my presence, I would return at once, even at the cost of my life. But is it not true that my father and Loki are here? Moreover, I am engaged in my studies. Studying? Hela pointed at the towel draped over his shoulder. Are you learning how to serve these insignificant creatures? Perhaps I should simply end your life. You tarnish the glory that belongs to the gods. Xiahou tugged at her. Enough. You are merely immortal now. Do not indulge in such futile talk. You are no longer the exalted goddess of death. Since Thor will not go, we shall. And do temper your attitude. Cease your incessant thoughts of violence. Hela seized a dining knife and thrust it towards Xiahou, only for it to pass through his body effortlessly. This time, Xiahou did not coddle her. He allowed electricity to surge through her hand, causing her to convulse. He paused only when he deemed it sufficient, and Hela was rendered unconscious. He scoffed. Really, do you take me for a fool? Offer a modicum of respect, and you presume upon my patience. Chapter 143. Krakoan Thor observed his unconscious sister and inquired, perplexed, how is it that you wield lightning? Are you of the Midgardian pantheon? Xiahou raised a hand, lightning coiling and reshaping in his palm until it ultimately formed the likeness of Mjolnir. He regarded Thor with a smirk. Do you assume everyone is akin to you? Without a hammer, can you even summon lightning? Especially a thunder god who fears electricity? You ought to be dubbed the hammer god instead. He glanced at Jane and Eric, declaring, I shall leave her in your care. Be sure to seek remuneration from Odin later. I must depart. Without waiting for a response, he opened a portal and stepped through, dragging Hela along. Thor turned to Jane and Eric, who were both looking at him, and explained, I truly am the god of thunder. He is slandering me. I have merely lost my powers. My resistance has waned. Jane, with a calming demeanor, reassured him. It's all right. You are who you are. Do not heed the words of others. Reassured, Thor settled beside her. Thank you, Jane. It is my fortune to have encountered you. Eric, with a notebook in hand, recorded, The thunder god fears electricity, and his intellect seems lacking. The goddess of death possesses a proud demeanor, yet also fears electricity. The status of other deities remains unknown. Perhaps further research into electric weaponry is warranted. Xiaoho arrived at Charles' office, only to find Aurora seated alone. Xiaoho, puzzled, asked, Where are Natasha and the professor? Why are you the only one here? Aurora, gazing at the suddenly appeared Xiaoho, replied, They have gone to the ecological sphere. Natasha brought many individuals to assist with the construction there. Is something amiss? Do we need to visit the infirmary? She gestured towards Hela in Xiaoho's grasp, her expression uncertain regarding Hela's identity. Xiaoho waved Hela dismissively. No need to concern yourself with her. I shall seek out Natasha and the others. Would you care to join me? Aurora shook his head, expressing his need to remain here. The professor had informed numerous mutants about the situation through his abilities, and he felt it was his duty to receive and protect the newcomers. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Farewell. With that, he activated a portal and arrived at the ecological sphere. Upon his arrival, he immediately noticed the transformation of the ecological sphere. It was no longer a lush green expanse. Instead, it had integrated various structures amidst the greenery, harmoniously blending without entirely disrupting the environment. Additionally, a pile of metallic blocks outside the sphere was continuously morphing in shape, reminiscent of the base of the ecological sphere, with a shadowy figure faintly discernible within the mass of iron. As he marveled at the rapid changes, Natasha approached, pushing the professor along. She turned to Xiaoho and inquired, Did you die once yesterday? Little Mo suddenly vanished. She glanced around, failing to spot little Mo. Where's she? Why didn't she come along? And who is this? Xiaoho casually dropped Hela to the ground. Little Mo has gone to Asgard to assume her divine position. I have no idea when she'll return. This is Hela, Odin's daughter. Odin traded his divine status for our assistance in educating her, so I brought her along. Xiaoho subtly shifted the blame, intending to cast Hela's troublesome presence upon Natasha. He thought to himself, I certainly don't want to play the role of a babysitter. With so many people here, it's best to hand over this significant burden to someone else. This way, I can roam freely without dragging along a liability. Truly, I am a genius. Natasha regarded Hela with curiosity. What happened to her? Xiaoho replied with a hint of sarcasm. She had a royal fit. After I reprimanded her a bit, she resorted to violence, and I had to stun her. You all should exercise caution around her. She remains quite dangerous, even though her powers, like Thor's, are sealed. Yet, one must remain wary of her breaking that seal. She is only slightly weaker than Odin. Natasha nodded, confident in her ability to handle unruly children. Dealing with this domineering lady should prove to be manageable. She gazed uncertainly at the unconscious Hela. After explaining the situations regarding Hela and little Mo, Xiaoho turned to Charles. Professor, is your infrastructure capability truly this formidable? You've transformed this place remarkably fast. He pointed towards the slightly enlarged base. Is that old man? Are you planning to expand? Have you thoroughly researched this area? Charles smiled and nodded. We've nearly completed our research. Initially, we hadn't considered these modifications, yet we've already met many technological standards. Eric mentioned that this place feels too small. A bit of expansion would be beneficial. Moreover, we've contacted over 100,000 mutants eager to join us. Expanding will certainly enhance comfort for everyone. Xiao gave an approving thumbs up. You all are impressive. By the way, have you decided on a name yet? Charles nodded affirmatively. Krakoa. This will be our free nation, and we will also welcome those who wish to coexist peacefully with us. Xiaoho seated himself upon the verdant lawn, surveying his surroundings. So, when do you intend to make an announcement to the outside world? Only by doing so can we inform those who wish to join us, he inquired. Charles sighed. We have yet to reach a decision. I wish to select an opportune moment. I do not desire a direct confrontation with the government, as that could incite undesirable conflict. Xiaoho retorted, Do we not discuss this previously? Your inclination towards compassion is overflowing once again. Natasha tugged at him, but Xiaoho remained undeterred, continuing, If you cannot find a right moment, then create one. Your abilities allow you to effortlessly discern the thoughts and memories of others. Utilize your powers to compile a comprehensive list of all Hydra agents and Strucker's followers, and then reveal it to the world. Charles, perplexed, queried, Hydra? Strucker? Wasn't Hydra eradicated during World War II? And Strucker, are they extraterrestrial? Xiao briefly elucidated their circumstances before proceeding. Exposing them could eliminate potential threats, draw global attention, and elevate you to heroic status, ensuring that your contributions are remembered. Though I harbor no fondness for politics, their methods are sound. Winning the hearts of the populace and positioning oneself as a savior will fundamentally alter public perception. Xiao paused, gazing up at the starry sky. This world harbors numerous dangers: extraterrestrials, supervillains, deities, or monsters intent on destruction. You must swiftly eliminate obstacles. When you make your announcement, present it as information garnered from your investigations, ensuring that the general populace remains unaware of the details, merely obscuring the truth. Prepare for backlash from those politicians, regardless of their words. It will be prudent to gather some of their dark secrets. Do not tell me there are none, especially on this side of the ocean. Their scandals are countless. When the time comes, should anyone dance too exuberantly, expose their misdeeds. Chapter 144. The Hydra Purge Plan. Without allowing Charles an opportunity to refute or accept, Xiao continued. Let chaos reign. It would be best to cleanse the world. Then, together, we shall embark upon a new era, an era forged by you and other like-minded individuals. He further incited, without persecution and oppression, civilization can advance. Our gaze shall no longer be confined to Earth, but shall instead encompass the stars and the vast oceans. Only once internal discord is resolved can we behold a broader horizon. He gestured towards the celestial expanse. Imagine a time when ordinary humans and mutants coexist harmoniously, devoid of discrimination, each fulfilling their roles, collectively exploring the cosmos. Children shall no longer fear being captured for experimentation, transformed into mere lab rats. Let Earth ascend to a divine realm, reminiscent of the once glorious Asgard. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted, accompanied by a cool, yet appreciative voice, a commendable philosophy and plan. Indeed, you are well suited to be my advisor and consort. I have forgiven you for your previous transgressions. The trio turned to the source of the voice, realizing that Hela had awakened, her gaze towards Xiao brimming with possessiveness. She continued, let me guide you. Let Midgard become a new divine realm. My glory shall illuminate your paths. The souls of those who perish shall enter the realm of hell, where I shall prepare a dedicated hall of heroes for you. Xiao interrupted her incantation, stating, while I hesitate to interrupt, as a mere mortal, your words lack persuasive power. Let us speak again when you have regained your divine strength. Moreover, this world ought not to be governed by so-called deities. Democracy should reign supreme. At this moment, Xiao turned to Charles, expressing, I hope that the future of Krakow will embody a democratic nation, rather than a place where power is seized by a select few. Of course, some individuals are unworthy of democracy. Is this not akin to the democracy and freedom in the United States? The elite should strive for the populace while being held accountable to prevent the exploitation or concealment of others for their own gain. As for those who commit evil, mere imprisonment is futile. Death is the most fitting punishment. Let us not be like those who, while proclaiming freedom, engage in robbery. He noticed Charles preparing to counter his argument, but did not allow him to speak. Do not rush to refute me. Those who choose to do wrong must face the consequences. I trust that the nation you aspire to build will not impose undue burdens on ordinary people. They should be free to pursue their desires, provided they do not harm others to satiate their own appetites. Basic protections must be ensured. For those who seek more, let them strive to achieve greater endeavors. Furthermore, the strength of one's abilities is not a cause for self-pity. Whatever one chooses to do, there is always a suitable path to follow. Some mutants may find that their powers do not enhance their lives, but rather complicate them. At such times, the purpose of a mutant nation becomes evident. I believe you would not mind providing them with a comfortable living environment, would you? At the very least, basic protections should be available, correct? Charles replied, of course. This is the very essence behind our naming of Krakow. It is our utopia. Xiao smiled and responded, so, is there a flaw in my reasoning? Evildoers are not deserving of forgiveness. The world requires cleansing. They are not worthy of sympathy, especially when their actions are driven by malice. Both Charles and Natasha nodded in agreement. Magneto had been informed by Charles of Xiao's arrival and had been receiving real-time updates. Upon hearing Xiao mention creating conditions, he hurried back and was now present. He patted Charles on the shoulder, affirming, "What he says is true. Evildoers indeed do not merit sympathy. Once this nation is established and you possess the means to protect it, I shall accept my own judgment." Xiao greeted him, saying, "Hello, old friend. Are you not engaged in your iron pursuits? What brings you here?" After the greeting, he turned to Hela, stating, "A god is merely a more powerful being. To govern others requires the acceptance of the responsibilities that come with such power. If you cannot bear these burdens, perhaps it is better to remain an independent, formidable individual. Alternatively, continue to rule your Asgard. To speak candidly, among the three siblings, my utmost admiration lies with Loki." After comprehending the weight of his responsibilities, he ascended to that solitary throne alone. Indeed, hatred should not be forgotten, yet one must not allow it to obscure one's vision. Once you reach a sufficient height, you shall behold a different panorama. At that moment, you may find yourself liberated from the trivialities that currently ensnare you. Hyla gazed at him, inquiring, "And what of you? What are your aspirations or desires?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao replied, "My purpose is to return to my own world. My cat is unaware of its current circumstances. If I cannot return, then I shall explore the myriad people and things, experiencing diverse vistas. Should I encounter matters that displease me, I shall intervene. For those I find agreeable, I shall offer assistance. In the meantime, I shall embrace the life of a lethargic bystander." Hyla observed him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Have you never considered harnessing your abilities to acquire power and everything that comes with it?" Xiao scoffed. "Only a fool would aspire to possess it all. I cannot bear such burdens. Everyone insists that I abstain from beef. I wish to pursue my own desires. But will that truly lead to happiness? Gradually, all one gains may only amount to emptiness. Why not embrace the life of a lethargic bystander sooner rather than later?" Hyla pondered his words, reflecting on her own life and what she might ultimately attain. Meanwhile, Xiao secretly mused that, thankfully, his extensive viewing of videos and various public accounts had filled his mind with knowledge, allowing him to successfully deceive them. Should they inquire further, he would find himself at a loss for words. Was this not a display of brilliance before others? Who would dare to claim my intellect was lacking now? Natasha regarded him with the gaze of a stranger, contemplating whether he had suddenly attained enlightenment. This was not in alignment with his established persona. After an exchange of thoughts between Charles and Eric, Charles asked, "Your assertions are indeed valid. When shall we commence this plan?" Xiao, with a blade of grass between his teeth, replied, "First, gather intelligence. It would be prudent to control a few high-ranking officials, copy their data, and then publish it directly online. If feasible, hack into some television stations for a global broadcast. I will reach out to Tony. He will assist us. At that point, we shall demonstrate our capabilities. This endeavor appears quite feasible. Your force is poised to take action. Moreover, you might gather capable mutants to expand the scale of your team, presenting yourselves as guardians of the Earth, assisting in the eradication of Hydra and the Strucker. This is an excellent opportunity for redemption. Additionally, remember to broadcast the operations during combat and reveal their human experimentation to the world." Chapter 145, Loki is indeed my friend. Charles nodded. "Very well. Grant me a few days to collect and organize the information. I shall notify you when it is ready." Xiao smiled. "No problem. Just keep me informed, and I will contact Tony." Suddenly, Xiao recalled that Charles had mentioned he had already reached out to over 100,000 mutants. Upon checking his tasks, he discovered they were not yet completed. He could not help but inquire, "How many mutants are currently present here?" A proud smile spread across Charles's face as he replied, "There are over 3,000 individuals here, and many more are discreetly making their way here. I estimate that in a few days, the number will surpass 10,000. After speaking, he hesitated and asked, "If you are acquainted with Stark, could you perhaps ask him to provide us with some supplies, especially food? My savings have nearly been depleted due to the construction here." Fearing that Xiao might refuse, he quickly added, "We will compensate him in the future, and he can request anything he needs from us." Xiahou pondered for a moment before responding. I can inquire with him, but this is not a sustainable solution. You will ultimately need to rely on your own resources. Charles quickly explained, there are numerous tasks at hand during this initial phase. Once we have a larger population, I will assign suitable individuals to cultivate crops. This plan has unfolded rather unexpectedly, and we were not adequately prepared. He did not shy away from responsibility. Instead, he took it all upon himself, which made Xiahou feel somewhat guilty, as it was he who had persuaded them. After some contemplation, Xiahou suddenly thought of enlisting Odin's support, realizing it might actually yield positive results. He said to Charles, please wait a moment while I consult with Odin. If he is willing to assist, you should be able to navigate this situation smoothly. Previously, Charles had heard Xiahou mention Odin while he was explaining things to Natasha, but he had not given it much thought until now. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he asked, is he the God King I know? Xiahou nodded, stealing a glance at Hela, who was gazing vacantly at the night sky, seemingly unaware of their conversation. He whispered, indeed. Keep an eye on her while I check on the situation. He gestured towards Hela with a subtle glance. Understanding the unspoken message, Charles nodded in agreement. Eric inquired, do you need me to accompany you? I might be able to assist. Charles replied, let Eric accompany you. He can make decisions regarding any conditions that may arise. Xiahou nodded and turned to Natasha, asking, what about you? Would you like to join us for a stroll? Natasha shook her head, saying, although I would love to experience this, my presence is required here for the time being. The widows came here because of me, and I must stay with them until things stabilize. Very well. I will return directly to New York. You have learned to use the portal. When the time comes, you can come back on your own. Let us go, Old Juan. After saying this, Xiahou produced the portal and spoke to Old Juan, then stepped inside. Eric nodded at Charles and Natasha before following suit. The two arrived at the vast lawn of the Mutant Academy, and Xiahou looked up at the sky, calling out, Heimdall, please transport us. I have matters to discuss with Odin. Eric looked at him, puzzled, unsure of what Xiahou was doing. A multicolored beam of light enveloped the two, and they vanished, leaving behind a circle of mysterious runes on the ground. Two individuals were enveloped in a spectrum of radiant beams, swiftly making their way toward Asgard. Summerho explained to Eric, this is the Rainbow Bridge, a means of transportation, and indeed, a planetary weapon capable of obliterating an entire world. Before Eric could respond, they materialized before Heimdall. After casting a glance at Eric, Heimdall addressed Summerho. The All-Father has succumbed to slumber. Currently, it is Loki who manages the affairs of state. He awaits you in the Golden Palace, and I have already informed him of your arrival. You may proceed directly. With a playful grin, Summerho replied, very well. I shall seek him out. You continue to guard the gate, and do refrain from peeking at others while they bathe. Heimdall disregarded his jest, remaining vigilant over the happenings of the Nine Realms. Observing Heimdall's stoic demeanor, Summerho lost his inclination to tease further. Grasping Magneto's shoulder, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring toward the Golden Palace. In a mere instant, they arrived at the entrance, and Summerho ushered Magneto inside, not missing the chance to comment, look at this opulence. It's a veritable treasure trove. Let me tell you, Loki is my friend. He will certainly grant me favor. Eric merely nodded, silently following him. Yet his presence exuded an aura of authority, suggesting that he was the true protagonist, with Summerho merely playing the role of a sidekick. Upon reaching the main hall, they saw Loki seated upon the throne, adorned in golden armor but without his helmet. Upon spotting Summerho, a smile graced his lips. Summerho, my friend, what brings you here? Summerho dashed to his side, taking a seat beside him in the position of honor. Loki offered no objection, patiently awaiting his response. Summerho placed an arm around his shoulder and stated, I require your assistance in supplying some resources. He gestured toward Magneto below. They intend to establish a nation, but are lacking essential supplies, food being particularly scarce. Surely, Asgard has an abundance of grain? A little sponsorship would go a long way, and we could forge an alliance. Their capabilities are formidable. In times of need, we could support each other. Loki readily acquiesced, certainly, as my friend who has previously aided me. I see no issue in this. Summerho patted his shoulder, reliable. My dear brother, when you find some leisure, come visit me on Earth. I shall show you a world of wonders, and together we can have some fun at Thor's expense. Loki chuckled, of course, but you may need to be patient. I have many matters to attend to. Before Summerho could respond, Magneto interjected, "Is there any assistance we can offer? As a gesture of gratitude, we are willing to undertake tasks within our capabilities." His voice resonated with confidence. He was not inclined to accept favors without reciprocation. Summerho inquired, "Is it concerning the Frost Giants?" Loki nodded, "Indeed, but I wish to resolve this issue through peaceful means. Just as you suggested, I aspire to bring them under my banner and turn them into allies." After hearing this, Xiaoho opened his backpack and, after searching for a moment, produced a scarecrow and a vial of celestial healing potion, which he handed to Loki. This is a substitute scarecrow capable of withstanding a lethal strike, and a heavenly healing potion that can completely restore your injuries and magical energy. I present them to you. Loki did not refuse, but instead tucked them away close to himself, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Once I have managed the affairs here, I shall come to visit you for a bit of fun. By the way, the spirit you sent has ascended to the position of the god of war, requiring 12 years to transform her divine form and achieve fusion." Chapter 146. Tony, get out. Xiaoho was astonished. I had thought Odin would grant her some lesser divine position, but to my surprise, he directly bestowed upon her the title of God of War. He truly is willing to invest significantly. Rising to his feet, he continued, "Since she is fine, I shall not go over. You will take care of her, and we shall return now. I have matters to attend to, and you should focus on your own affairs as well. Should you require assistance, simply reach out to me." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Loki mentioned that supplies would arrive the following day before seeing them off. When departing, Xiaoho chose not to fly directly back with Old Juan, but instead leisurely walked, taking in the scenery around him. The passers-by, observing the two in their distinctive attire, merely paused to glance and did not approach to intrude upon them. Old Juan gazed at his surroundings and could not help but exclaim, "Is this the Celestial Palace in Asgard? Truly splendid. Klako will also transform into something like this." Xiaoho regarded the elder thoughtfully, reflecting that Old Juan's life seemed to have been a tireless quest for mutants, albeit with consistently misguided intentions. He was then reminded of his scattered offspring and felt compelled to inquire, "Old Juan, are you aware that you have children who are lost?" Old Juan, puzzled, responded, "Children? I was unaware." Xiaoho ultimately decided to inform him, "You are likely to have 2 daughters and a son wandering out there." Old Juan looked at him with excitement. "Is what you say true? Were they?" He had believed himself to be without kin and had resolved to dedicate his remaining years to the mutant nation. But the sudden revelation of 3 children filled him with hope for the future. He yearned to bring them back. Seeing his enthusiasm, Xiaoho could not resist teasing. "Not to mention, Old Juan, you are quite remarkable. At your age, you still have 3 children under 20. Old Juan disregarded the jest and pressed, "How can you tell me who they are and where they are located?" Xiaoho, noticing the seriousness of the matter, ceased his teasing. "All right, one is named Wanda Maximoff, and the other is Pietro Maximoff. They are likely wandering in Sokovia. As for your youngest daughter, I believe her name is Lorna, and she seems to be in New York, though I cannot recall the details. Perhaps you should ask Charles for assistance." Old Juan sincerely thanked him. "Thank you. I will find them, and if you ever require help or have requests, I will risk my life to assist you." The spirit of Xiaoho, reckless and daring, stirred once more. "Then perhaps you should marry them off to me." Surprisingly, Lao Wan did not outright reject or attack this suggestion. Instead, he pondered before responding, "If they are willing, but only one." Xiaoho was taken aback by his words and hurriedly exclaimed, "No, I was joking. You actually agreed? Shouldn't you be plotting my demise instead?" Lao Wan chuckled softly. "No, I find you to be quite amiable. You would make a fine companion." Xiaoho stepped back, distancing himself from Lao Wan. "You are not Lao Wan. Who are you? A strider or a shapeshifter? Transform back to your original form. A master of ceremonies would never behave this way. You've revealed your true self." Lao Wan regarded the playful Xiaoho in silence, choosing not to engage further, and made his way towards the Rainbow Bridge, eager to reunite with his child. Xiaoho watched Lao Wan retreat and sighed, "You all take yourselves far too seriously. It's utterly dull." He then seized Lao Wan's arm, guiding him to Heimdall's side. "Take us back. Thanks a lot, Brother Black." Heimdall disregarded the jest and activated the Rainbow Bridge, transporting the two back. Upon landing, Xiaoho remarked, "I'll go find Tony. You do as you please. But once you locate Wanda and Pietro, do inform me. There has been some misunderstanding between them and Tony." Lao Wan nodded, "I will." before heading directly towards the teleportation portal within the academy. Xiaoho produced a door of all possibilities and arrived at Tony's workshop, observing Tony diligently designing battle armor. He couldn't help but tease, spending all day at home crafting armor. If Pepper isn't having an affair, you're quite fortunate. Tony's expression darkened. Yet he completed his task before turning to Xiaoho. It's been a while. What brings you here? After taking a seat, Xiaoho recounted recent events. Tony inquired, so, you come to seek my support for them? Xiaoho nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. That is only part of it. We are preparing to confront Hydra. Charles will investigate their personnel and bases. Haven't you always sought revenge? The opportunity has arrived. Tony glanced at the 3 suits of armor nearby. Indeed. It's time I did something for my parents. Xiaoho hesitated, but decided to share the matters concerning Wanda and her brother. Tony's face darkened, his hands clenched tightly. I should have killed Obadiah. Rest assured, I will bear the responsibility. When the time comes, I will accompany you to face them, allowing them to decide whether to forgive me. What if they choose not to forgive you and wish for your death? Xiaoho asked, and I shall die once. Tony replied without a hint of hesitation. Xiaoho was taken aback, pondering if this was the broader perspective he had heard of. Yet, Tony's subsequent remark made Xiaoho contemplate ending his life right then and there. Tony grinned mischievously. Aren't you capable of resurrecting others? When the time comes, just bring me back to life. You and T want to lose a friend and a benefactor, would you? Xiaoho, suppressing his desire to either eliminate him or engage in banter, remarked, it is not entirely impossible, but you must render compensation. Tony nonchalantly replied, no problem at all. Pepper has successfully transformed Stark Industries, and now I am in the business of selling energy. Money is no object. Initially, Xiaoho intended merely to request 2 additional sets of armor for his collection, but upon observing Tony's smug demeanor, he decided to take a more audacious approach. With a beaming smile, he said, then craft 12 more suits for me. I shall sketch the blueprints shortly. Tony's expression froze. What on earth do you need so many for? What about the set I previously gifted you? Xiaoho answered matter-of-factly, what for? Naturally, to collect them. I aim to gather all the armors. Besides the golden 12 palaces, I want the 5 small warriors, the underworld fighters, and the divine armors. As he spoke, he counted on his fingers the number of suits required. Tony's countenance darkened further as he roared at Xiaoho. What do you take me for? What do you consider my armors? Xiaoho feebly responded, a figurine master, and also figurines. His tone grew increasingly timid, as he could sense Tony's palpable murderous intent. Yet, he remained resolute. So, will you do it or not? Let's not forget, it was you who sought my assistance. Tony enunciated each word with deliberation. I will do it. Now kindly leave. Chapter 147. Xiaoho. This melon is truly delicious. Very well, I shall take my leave. Should there be any updates, I shall reach out. Upon concluding his statement, Xiaoho utilized a portal to return to his office, collapsing onto the sofa with a nagging feeling of having forgotten something. Dismissing it, he retrieved his phone and dialed Steve's number. After a few seconds, the call connected, and Steve's voice came through. Xiaoho, is there something you need? Lazily reclining on the sofa, Xiaoho replied, indeed. Did we not discuss dealing with Hydra? I had Charles assist in uncovering their identities and wanted to inquire if you would like to join the venture. Of course. However, it may take a day or two, as Daisy and I have just arrived in Washington to visit Carter. Xiaoho's interest piqued. He asked, what is your exact location? I shall come to you. Without a second thought, Steve provided his location. Upon hearing it, Xiaoho opened a portal to find him. They were currently seated in a hospital corridor, and upon seeing Xiaoho's arrival, they ended the call. The corridor was nearly deserted, save for the entrance of a patient room, guarded by 2 men in black, unmistakably agents. They merely observed Xiaoho without uttering a word until he approached Steve, at which point their gaze shifted. Xiaoho inquired, aren't you here to see your ex-girlfriend? What are you doing just sitting here? Have you become timid? Steve nodded in affirmation. I do not know how to face her. After speaking, he cast a glance at Daisy, who leaned against him in silence, though Xiaoho could sense her unease. Xiaoho could not help but remark, enough with the petty complaints. Who's to blame for your inability to manage your younger brother? Unlike you, I have learned to say no to women. He boasted over the past few days. I have successfully rejected 2 goddesses who preside over death. Impressive, isn't it? After his display of pride, he turned to Daisy and added, I truly wonder what you see in him. He is nothing but a scoundrel. If you ever decide to part ways with him, feel free to come to me for assistance. I can arrange for his demise at a discount. Just 25,000 for the elimination of Captain. How's that sound? Am I not a good friend? Daisy nodded in agreement, while Steve stood by, rendered speechless by their banter, his internal conflict momentarily subdued. Let us go. It is time to meet Carter. I will clarify everything with her, Steve declared as he took the lead towards the guarded hospital room. The two did not hinder his progress. Instead, they opened the door for them. The room was modestly sized, its decor simple, imparting a homely ambience. An elderly woman with graying hair lay in bed, gazing vacantly out the window, oblivious to the arrival of the three. As Steve observed the woman, he discerned traces of the youthful Carter in her facial features, though her silver hair and myriad wrinkles took him aback. He stepped forward and softly called, "Peggy, I'm back." Carter turned her head towards him, teasingly remarking, "I thought you would linger outside a bit longer, yet here you are so soon." Steve lowered his gaze, unable to meet her eyes, and murmured, "I am truly sorry." Carter propped herself up with her hands, and Daisy swiftly moved to assist her, ensuring her comfort. Carter accepted the support graciously and, once settled, patted Daisy's hand. "Thank you," she said. Daisy, feeling a bit shy, replied, "It's nothing, I apologize." Carter shook her head. "You need not apologize to me. I should be the one expressing gratitude." Before Daisy could respond, Carter turned to Steve, saying, "The world has changed, and we cannot return to the past. The best choice is to begin anew, and I'm glad you have found a new partner." During her speech, she grasped Daisy's hand, soothing her anxious spirit. Steve, filled with shame, confessed, "I still owe you a dance." Carter beckoned him closer, then placed Daisy's hand into his. "Let her take my place and fulfill our promise." She then glanced at the photograph on the bedside table. "I have nearly lived my life and have my own family and children. You two deserve your happiness." Steve turned his attention to the framed pictures, all depicting Carter with her two children, where she appeared blissfully joyful. He gazed at Carter and said, "Thank you, Peggy." Carter shook her head. "You saved the world. Yet we have left it in disarray. Now that you have returned, I hope you will save it once more." Steve grasped her hand with his other one and said, "You should take pride in yourself, Peggy. Your life is filled with meaning." Xiao, on the side, munched on watermelon, observing the performance of the trio, reflecting on how Peggy had initially outshone him, then displayed magnanimity, leaving them in gratitude. He chose to remain silent, continuing to enjoy the spectacle. As he watched Steve and Daisy, their noses appeared as if adorned with bright red balls. Carter incessantly inundated the two with lofty rhetoric, her words flowing like a river. Xiao was astonished and thought to himself, "Women are truly formidable. Perhaps I should refrain from seeking a girlfriend in the future, lest I be deceived and end up counting her money." After a prolonged conversation, Carter suddenly turned to Xiao and asked, "Mr. Xiao, what brings you to see Steve this time?" Without hesitation, Xiao retorted, "What business is it of yours? I came to observe the performance. Do you think I would disclose that to you?" The trio was left speechless by his response. At that moment, a nurse entered, stating, "Ms. Carter, you need to rest." Steve, along with Daisy and Xiao, departed from the premises, and once outside the hospital, Xiao promptly produced a portal and transported them back to his office. It was then that he addressed Steve, saying, "Enough of overthinking. Let us focus on our plan." He produced some beverages for the two and continued, "What have you considered? Are you interested in running for president? If so, this is an opportunity." Steve glanced at Daisy before responding, "I've made my decision. I will run for president." "What opportunity do you speak of?" Xiao pondered briefly before leading them to Tony, subsequently guiding them into the ecological sphere where they found Charles and located a conference room. Amidst the curious gazes of everyone present, Xiao articulated his plan. "This time, we are targeting Hydra and the Strucker forces. After careful consideration, I believe this is the course of action we should take." Charles was tasked with gathering information, allowing Steve to voice his stance, while also acknowledging the assistance they provided him. Given his esteem and popularity in America, public acceptance would be significantly elevated. Furthermore, his presidential candidacy could bolster his popularity and garner votes. Ascending to the presidency would undoubtedly surpass the capabilities of those currently in power. Chapter 148. Two-side missions. Xiao continued. Following the announcement, "We shall collectively eradicate Hydra and the Strucker forces, as I previously suggested. It would be best to live stream the entire process. This will also help you gain popularity. He turned to Tony. Tony, you need to assist in developing a device to distinguish between struckers and ordinary individuals. They can assess the situation accordingly. After all, there's an ominous figure backing them. That woman is somewhat troublesome to deal with. If one were to label her a good person, she continually aids extraterrestrials, remaining indifferent to the chaos on Earth. Conversely, if deemed a villain, she, like Charles, is a self-righteous do-gooder. Charles, caught in the crossfire, expressed his reluctance to speak. Tony nodded. I will investigate. But it would be best to procure a sample for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to differentiate. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? Xiao inquired, glancing at the group. After each individual expressed their thoughts and opinions, a consensus was reached, and Xiao ultimately received 2 new side quests. Side quest: eliminate Hydra objective. Annihilate the Hydra members on Earth reward. 10, 100 universal energy points, a chance to draw rewards 50, 500 times, contingent upon effort. Side quest: the threat of the Skrull objective. Exterminate or expel the Skrull from Earth reward. 20, 100 universal energy points, a designated draw of rewards 20, 100 times. Based on the completion of the task, without hesitation, Xiao accepted both quests. After all, regardless of the effort exerted, there would be rewards to reap. Following a brief conversation with Tony, Hank accompanied him back to his workspace, as they intended to collaborate on some equipment. Steve and Daisy chose to remain, for they had nowhere else to go. Xiao returned to the office with Hela, who insisted on accompanying him, expressing her displeasure at being left behind previously. Upon their return, Hela curiously surveyed the surroundings before settling into Xiao's favorite couch. Xiao took a seat on another sofa, observing Hela as he queried, "Why must you follow me?" Hela tapped the table. "Bring out a few bottles of the wine we had last time, and prepare some food." "Very well, Your Majesty. I wonder whose household this is." Xiao muttered, yet still procured an assortment of food and drink. Hela made no pretense, indulging in both wine and food with gusto. Xiao watched her with curiosity. "You seem to have changed somewhat?" Hela took a generous swig from the bottle. "I am currently quite lost, so I have decided to follow you. You are distinctly different. Perhaps from you, I may find the answers I seek." "Different? In what way am I different?" Xiao asked, taking a swig from a bottle of soda, consuming half of it in one go, and subsequently burping. Hela regarded him with disdain. "I can sense that your lifespan is remarkably short, at most 2 to 3 years. In comparison to our divine lineage, you are merely an infant. Yet, your strength and understanding surpass what one of your age should possess. Moreover, I am intrigued by your thoughts and methods. You assist many, yet seek neither reward nor power. You are quite the enigma." After pondering her words, Xiao replied, "I come from another world, and considering my time here, I should be 26, not merely 2 or 3. My desire to help others is simply because I wish to, and I have already received rewards, though you may not be aware of them. At 26, you are still in your infancy. You truly are peculiar," Hela remarked before continuing to eat. Xiao retorted, "By your lifespan calculations, very few humans manage to survive past infancy. And please, do not be so curious about me. I fear you may become overly attached. I harbor no fondness for aged women, particularly those who have existed for millennia." He had initially anticipated that Hela would take action against him, yet she remained motionless, wholly engrossed in the delectable feast before her, losing the inclination to further tease her. He reclined on the sofa, feigning a state of lifelessness. Once satiated, Hela began to meander aimlessly, but after a brief circuit, finding nothing of interest, she returned to the sofa, imitating Xiao's posture and lying down. In her mind, she ruminated over all of Xiao's words, especially those concerning herself, the burdens of responsibility and the emptiness following vengeance. If the ultimate outcome is merely emptiness, should she persist in this endeavor? Thus, the two remained sprawled on the sofa throughout the night, until dawn's light streamed through the window the next morning. Xiao was roused by the blinding sunlight, rubbing his eyes as he sat up, only to find Hela still in slumber, resembling a sleeping beauty, tranquil and serene. Her previous coldness and domineering demeanor vanished. He couldn't help but exclaim, "From this perspective, it isn't so bad." Truly, Odin lacks the ability to educate his offspring. Hela, awakened by his movements, scanned her surroundings with vigilance, but upon seeing Xiao, she regained her composure. "Awake? Then, let us freshen up." And do remove that makeup, Xiaoho declared, guiding her to the bathroom and instructing her on its use. Meanwhile, he tidied the litter on the table and took out his phone to surf the web, searching for any noteworthy intelligence. When Hela reappeared before him, he was utterly astonished. Although he had always found her beautiful, now, aside from the change in hair color, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the Elven Queen. Xiaoho could not restrain himself from saying, "You look far more pleasing this way. Your previous makeup was truly unflattering. Come, let me introduce you to the life of an ordinary person." As they strolled down the street, passers-by occasionally cast glances in their direction. Xiaoho felt puzzled, as he was accustomed to anonymity except during moments of chaos. Inspecting his own attire, he found nothing amiss, but when he glanced at Hela, he discerned the root of the issue. She was still clad in that black bodysuit. Promptly, he led her into a nearby clothing store, purchasing a white dress for her to wear before they emerged. Hela's demeanor today was even more peculiar than yesterday. She exhibited no resistance to Xiaoho's guidance, obediently following his lead, which led him to suspect she might harbor some ulterior motive. As they walked, he inquired, "What is amiss? Why are you even stranger today than yesterday?" Hela gazed at the throngs of people bustling about and replied, "I simply wish to experience your life. I pondered this at length yesterday. It seems I have been perpetually engaged in battle or sealed away. Without power now, I find myself oddly tranquil." She continued to observe the surrounding crowd, and then glanced at Xiaoho before advancing onward. Xiaoho hurried to catch up with her, walking alongside her. "Then let us fully immerse ourselves in the life of an ordinary person. Life is not merely about battles. The tranquility of simplicity is equally delightful." Chapter 149. A chance encounter with a little spider. The two strolled to the park where Xiaoho had previously encountered Steve. It was a weekend, and the park was bustling with families bringing their children to play. Some were enjoying picnics on blankets, while others engaged in games of frisbee, filling the air with laughter and joy. They found a long bench to sit on, and as they observed the lively scene before them, their spirits were considerably lifted. Noticing Hela scanning the surrounding children, Xiaoho inquired, "Do you like kids?" Hela turned to him, "Not particularly. I ponder why human life is so fleeting, yet so many choose to squander it on trivial pursuits." "Not quite." Xiaoho leaned back against the bench, gazing at a boy playing frisbee with his father. "Take that father-son duo, for instance. Their game might seem juvenile to you, but for them, it is a vital means of nurturing their bond. The frisbee itself is inconsequential. What matters is the companionship. They both lead busy lives with school and work, yet when they find time to play together, it is truly a form of happiness. Wouldn't you agree?" Hela scoffed, "But they are wasting their precious lives." "That is not waste. Spending life in the company of loved ones should not be condemned. I envy them, as I cannot even see my own family." After rebutting Hela, Xiaoho fell silent and noticed an ice cream stand nearby, making his way over. Hela contemplated for a moment and decided to follow him. Xiaoho purchased 2 ice creams and, upon seeing Hela approach, handed one to her. After accepting it, Hela remarked, "I thought you were angry." Xiaoho took a bite, savoring the ice cream before replying, "Not at all. There's nothing to be angry about, merely a difference in perspective." Imitating him, Hela took a bite of her ice cream and exclaimed, "The food in Midgard is quite delightful." Just as they were about to leave, a woman with cascading red waves approached, accompanied by a boy of 6 or 7. It seemed she too was there to buy ice cream. As she neared, she suddenly looked at Xiaoho and exclaimed, "Ah, it's you, young man. Are you here with your girlfriend today?" Xiaoho, somewhat perplexed, gazed at her and recalled, "You're not my girlfriend. I didn't even catch your name last time." "Is this your child?" The woman, embracing the boy, replied, "I am May Parker, and this is my nephew, Peter Parker. You may call me Aunt May. Despite appearances, I'm nearly 50. Xiaoho was taken aback by her introduction, realizing she was Spider-Man's aunt. Now it made sense why she seemed so familiar. She was indeed the youngest Aunt May. He quickly introduced himself and Hela. "I am Xiaoho, and this is Hela Odinson. We are merely wandering about out of boredom." "We are not a couple." With a smile, May inquired, "Is that so? Would you like to join us for a picnic? I have brought an abundance of food, but with just Peter and myself, we might not be able to consume it all." After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoho agreed, eager to familiarize himself with the future little spider. "Thank you," he replied. "It's nothing. You could try my homemade apple pie later." "Peter's favorite," May announced, leading the group towards the picnic blanket she had laid out. Peter's gaze remained fixated on the two, particularly on Hela, and, even after sitting down, His eyes lingered on her for most of the time. Hela, sensing his attention, cast a dispassionate glance in his direction, causing the little spider to shyly hide behind May. Observing this, Xiaoho, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, "How did you two prepare such an abundance of food? Isn't your husband joining us?" May paused in her task, a shadow of sorrow crossing her face as she explained. "He passed away 3 years ago." Xiaoho quickly apologized. "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to bring it up." May waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right. I have mostly come to terms with it." Xiaoho found himself at a loss. Having assumed that Parker was still alive, he hadn't anticipated such a premature demise in this universe. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he retrieved a small vial from his backpack, pouring out a white pill and extending it towards May. "This is a potion from the East, capable of preserving a woman's youth. Consider it a beauty pill, a token of my apology for my earlier misstep." May accepted the pill. Its aroma, a delightful blend of medicinal herbs and flowers, subtly refreshing rather than overpowering. She hesitated. "Isn't this inappropriate? It seems far too precious." Xiaoho shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I have plenty more. Just 1 pill per person, and it holds no value for me." May glanced at Hela, who was nearly finished with her ice cream. Hela, noticing May's gaze, scoffed, "I have no need for such a thing. My divine powers can maintain my youth." Intrigued, May asked, "Divine powers?" After a moment's hesitation, Xiaoho replied, "She is the goddess of death, Odin's eldest daughter. Pay her no mind. This pill can help you retain your beauty. Considering you mentioned you're nearly 50, it is perhaps the most fitting gift for you." As May reflected on her previous encounter with Xiaoho, where he had been sleeping alone in the park, she found it curious that he now accompanied a woman claiming to be a goddess. Would they perhaps escape patients from some institution? Holding the white pill in her hand, she began to waver on whether to consume it. Xiaoho, noticing her uncertainty, reassured her, "Rest assured, I'm not deceiving you, nor do I have a need to. This is given as an apology for my earlier faux pas and also for Peter." May, increasingly puzzled, could not help but inquire, "For Peter? I forgot to ask last time, what is it that you do?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoho extended his hand, producing a business card. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I'm a bounty hunter, the kind who undertakes any task for the right price." Peter suddenly inquired, "Are you a magician? How did you conjure the previous bottle and this card?" May gazed at him with equal curiosity, and Xiaoho chuckled with pride. "This is no magic. I'm a man of many surprises." As he spoke, an array of objects materialized in his hand, dazzling the 2 onlookers, while Hela sat nearby, unimpressed, observing silently. Eventually, Xiaoho presented Peter with a bow tie. "This is a voice-changing bow tie, a gift for you, future Spider-Man." After a moment's hesitation, Peter accepted it, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Xiaoho brother." Upon hearing his voice, reminiscent of a young creature, Xiaoho mused, "Why does this young Spider-Man appear so easy to tease? Should I perhaps gift him a youth-preserving elixir to maintain his youthful visage forever?" Chapter 150. A mentor's proposal. This thought flitted through his mind briefly before being dismissed as too devilish. He had endured the torment of those white shorts for far too long to subject young Spider-Man to such a fate. What if he were to transform into a spider demon? That would be quite the moral transgression. Yet almost immediately, a new idea emerged. He turned to Peter and asked, "How would you feel about having a wealthy godfather?" Both May and Peter looked at him in confusion. Peter pondered before asking, "What is a godfather? Like a mentor?" Xiao nodded. "Precisely. How about I arrange for you to have a godfather who can look after you and provide a sense of paternal affection?" May interjected promptly, "Thank you, Xiaoho, but perhaps we should reconsider this. We have only just met, and it seems rather inappropriate." "Not at all," Xiaoho exclaimed, pulling out his phone to call Tony while explaining, "These two are destined to connect. I am merely facilitating their meeting a bit earlier." Before long, the call was connected, and Tony's irritated voice resonated. "Xiaoho, you know I'm incredibly busy. What do you want?" Feeling a bit awkward, Xiaoho scratched his head and replied, "Tony, I have found your long-lost mentee. Would you like to come and meet him?" Tony, who was currently engrossed in tinkering with various small parts alongside Hank, expressed his confusion. "Mentee? I don't recall ever having one. Just tell me if you're coming or not. He is your destined mentee, much like Pepper." After a brief moment of perplexity, Tony agreed. "All right, where are you?" Xiaoho promptly activated a portal and urged Tony, "Hurry over." Tony set down the components in his hands and made his way over, while Hank hesitated but ultimately resumed his work. May and Peter, still intrigued, watched as Xiaoho revealed a doorway, and Tony stepped through it. Peter Parker exclaimed with excitement, "Iron Man! It's Iron Man! May, am I dreaming?" May, not faring much better than him, possessed even more knowledge and gazed at both Xiaoho and the newly arrived Tony, unable to suppress her thoughts. Who exactly is he? Why has he sought me and Peter? She no longer believed today was merely a coincidence. Everything hinted at an underlying conspiracy. Tony surveyed the few individuals present, his gaze lingering on Peter for a moment longer before he inquired of Xiaoho, "Is this charming young boy the one you mentioned?" Xiaoho nodded. "Indeed, this is Peter Parker. He is perhaps the person you worry most about aside from Pepper and Morgan. He has allowed you to experience the sentiments and responsibilities of a father." Tony settled onto the picnic blanket, looking at Peter with an overwhelming sense of affection, and beckoned him over. Peter rushed to him, standing before his idol, filled with excitement. "Could I get your autograph? I'm a huge fan. I've watched the news about your battle with that metal man countless times." After ruffling Peter's hair, Tony pulled him down to sit beside him, asking, "Xiaoho mentioned that you and I are destined to be connected. I wish to confirm. Would you like to be my godson?" May interjected quickly, "Mr. Stark, perhaps we should consider this further." Tony looked at her, puzzled. "And you are?" "I am his aunt and guardian," May replied, throwing Peter a series of glances urging him to return to her side. However, Peter was oblivious, fixated on his idol, rendering her attempts futile. Tony noticed her concern and turned to Xiaoho, unable to restrain himself. "You didn't discuss this with them before summoning me?" "Xianggo Chakil." "No. I happened upon them while wandering with Hela today. Since fate has brought us together, I thought it would be perfect for you to meet your future godson. I'm doing you a solid, right?" Tony remained silent, instead addressing May. "Aunt May, Xiangho is correct. I felt an immediate connection with Peter upon first sight. I would gladly accept the role of his godfather and provide him guidance. Furthermore, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Will you allow him to become my godson? I shall mentor him as if he were my own child." May was moved by Tony's sincere words, reflecting on his recent transformation, abandoning his reckless lifestyle, shutting down his weapons division, and embracing the mantle of a superhero. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "If Peter is willing." Peter immediately exclaimed, "I am willing. Am willing." Tony laughed, tousling his hair. "Then it is settled. I shall be your godfather." Peter embraced him. "Yes, godfather. Can you show me your armor?" "Of course. And I will even create a suit for you, though it will be one without weapons." Tony promised. Xiaoho, standing nearby, remarked, "I have found you such an excellent mentor for your child. Should you consider crafting a few more figurines for me?" Tony's expression darkened immediately, and he retorted sharply, "Get lost." Xiaoho feigned a heartbroken look, exclaiming, "How could you be so cruel? You heartless wretch." The exaggerated display amused the others, while Tony pondered that he must limit Peter's interactions with Xiaoho to prevent him from becoming like that. Otherwise, this mentorship would be for naught. After sitting for a little over 10 minutes, Tony announced his departure, saying, "I have quite a few matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any longer." He then squatted in front of Peter and added, "Once I finish my tasks, I will take you to tour my workplace. Be sure to listen to your aunt." Peter embraced him, responding, "All right, godfather. I will be good." Tony addressed Xiaoho, "Please take me back. Charles mentioned that we can commence our operations tomorrow, so prepare accordingly." Xiaoho produced a portal device. "Very well. Let us proceed together. Farewell, Peter, May." May and Peter watched as the three figures stepped into the portal and vanished. May felt somewhat lightheaded. The day's events were hard for her grasp. Suddenly, Peter had a godfather, and the extraordinary abilities they possessed, along with that portal, made her question if she were dreaming. She recalled the pill Xiaoho had given her, which she had placed in her pocket earlier. Rushing to retrieve it, she found it still there and sighed in relief. Gazing at the white pill in her palm, she hesitated but ultimately decided to consume it. Once ingested, the pill transformed into a liquid that flowed smoothly down her throat into her stomach, leaving her surprised that she did not need to chew or swallow. She began to feel enveloped by a warm sensation, as if her pores were opening and her entire body was breathing. However, when she raised her hands to inspect them, she noticed no discernible changes, merely a sense of considerable relaxation. She chose not to dwell on it further and engaged Peter in conversation. Chapter 151. Presenting the Three Kingdoms to Hela. Upon returning to Tony's workshop, he approached Hank and resumed tinkering with the array of components. Xiaoho, curious, inquired. What are you two working on? What are these? Without pausing in his task, Tony began to explain, this is a portable camera equipped with a bloody scene filtering system. Since we are to broadcast globally, some things are best kept from the eyes of children. Additionally, there are several useful gadgets, such as a code breaker that can automatically crack the passwords of security doors. I believe this will come in handy. There is also a lightweight combat suit. Mutants are still human, and this can help shield them from medium caliber weaponry. With it on, you will be impervious to any weapon under caliber 11. He continued to introduce the various preparations, leaving Xiaoho in awe, contemplating that for ordinary items, particularly those of a technological nature, there is no need to purchase them from a marketplace. One could simply approach Tony directly. Best of all, it required no expenditure of energy points. Though it seemed these items held little significance for him, it resembled the previous armor, merely serving as a fade, as he scarcely utilized it thereafter. Particularly after he attained the ability to wield lightning, he was incapable of transforming those special metals into lightning, though ordinary garments were not beyond his reach. After a brief observation, Xiaoho lost interest and departed with Hela, retreating to the living room where he reclined upon Tony's plush sofa. Hela scanned the surroundings, then retrieved several bottles of wine from Tony's bar, settling beside him. Xiaoho regarded her thoughtfully before issuing a command. Jarvis, play the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Hela, puzzled by his conversation, was taken aback when a male voice responded, Certainly, Mr. Xiaoho, now playing the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Xiaoho seized the wine from Hela's grasp, pouring 2 glasses. Jarvis, please order records of the Grand Historian, comprehensive mirror for aid in government, and how the steel was tempered. Confirmed. Your order has been placed. Do you have any additional requests? None. He handed a glass to Hela, saying, You might find these enlightening. Hela, intrigued by the content on the screen, inquired, What are these? Xiaoho took a sip of his wine, explaining, They explore the essence of kingship and the responsibilities that accompany it. Merely fascinating material. Upon hearing his words, Hela began to watch the program attentively. Xiaoho, however, succumbed to slumber after barely an episode, while Hela cast a glance at him before returning her focus to the television. Although the characters were ordinary, their strategies and the unfolding plot captivated her. As evening descended, Pepper entered the living room and spotted an unfamiliar woman engrossed in the television. Curiously, she asked, Who are you? Hela glanced at her briefly before resuming her viewing. She was currently watching episode 19, The White Gate Tower, wherein Cao Cao flooded Xiao Pai. Lu Bu was captured and executed, and Liu Bei hinted at the necessity for Cao Cao to eliminate Lu Bu. The series enchanted her deeply, rendering her indifferent to any distractions. Noticing Hela's disinterest after her fleeting glance, Pepper felt a twinge of annoyance, pondering whether Tony had once again entangled himself with someone. Approaching closer, she finally spotted Xiaoho sleeping on the sofa, which relieved her. Yet she couldn't help but wonder where he had found such a striking beauty, one who exuded an aura of royalty. Hela's gaze had been quite imposing, akin to being scrutinized by a queen. As Hela continued to ignore her, Pepper decided to make her way to Tony's workshop. Upon entering, she could not restrain her curiosity. Tony, who is that woman? Tony, puzzled, replied, What woman? The one watching television in the living room. She is stunning, but seems rather haughty. She wouldn't even acknowledge me. Pepper exclaimed, moving behind Tony to massage his shoulders. Only then did Tony grasp her meaning. That is Hela, the goddess of death. Aside from Xiaoho, she seems to exhibit a similar demeanor towards everyone, perhaps a manifestation of the unique arrogance inherent to deities. Pepper gasped softly, The goddess of death? Do gods truly exist in this world? Yet, she bore a striking resemblance to your former self. Equally conceited, Tony retorted, I've changed significantly. Furthermore, with aliens already in existence, is it so astonishing to consider the presence of deities as well? Pepper continued to massage him. Indeed, you have transformed into someone who considers others. However, you must also heed your own well-being. You have been occupied since last night. Tony completed the final component he was assembling, turned, and lifted her onto his lap, nuzzling her cheek with his face. All right, it's nearly finished. I have something to discuss with you. Pepper did not resist his affectionate gesture, wrapping her arms around his waist and leaning against him, inquiring, What is it? I have taken on a mentee today, and I need to tell you about him. His name is Peter Parker, a little boy who makes me feel quite connected. Tony recounted the events to Pepper in their entirety. She caressed his face. Does this mean I shall become his godmother? When shall we have a child of our own? Tony replied softly, we will have a daughter in the future. I did not wish to hastily alter things, lest we lose her. Nevertheless, I am already planning our wedding, and I apologize. No, you are right. I too eagerly await her arrival. Pepper exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him and initiating a passionate kiss. Hank could no longer contain himself and interjected, while I don't mind witnessing your live performance, common sense compels me to remind you that there are others present. He concluded with a burp, signifying that their display of affection had quite overwhelmed him. In his heart, he pondered that although he was nicknamed the Beast, he was certainly no dog. Was it necessary to flaunt their romance in front of him? Did they not consider the feelings of a single man in his 50s witnessing such a spectacle? Pepper promptly pushed Tony away, saying, I apologize. We got a bit carried away. Tony glared at Hank. Perhaps you should have kept your reminders to yourself and discreetly exited instead. Hank set down what he was holding. I shall leave now. How soundproof is this room? Astoundingly effective, far beyond your expectations. Tony quipped, noticing Hank's back was turned. He couldn't resist teasing. Would you like me to find you a few companions who wouldn't mind spending a delightful evening with you? Hank left without turning back, resolving never to collaborate with Tony on research again. If there was to be cooperation, it would be Tony visiting him instead. Under Jarvis's guidance, he arrived at a guest room, contemplating that upon his return, he too must delve into the creation of an artificial intelligence, as its utility in research was undeniably significant. How had he not considered this before? Chapter 152, Pre-Battle Preparations and Assembly in a Haze. Xiaoho sensed someone nudging him awake. He opened his eyes to find Tony clad in battle armor, standing before him. Upon seeing that Xiaoho had awakened, Tony jested, You seem remarkably at ease. Prepare yourself. Steve and the others will arrive shortly. What preparations? Xiaoho inquired, gazing at him with confusion. Tony tossed him a Bluetooth earpiece, saying, This has been crafted according to your specifications. It can stream everything you see and hear while also facilitating normal team voice communication. Moreover, Hank and I have equipped it with electromagnetic interference resistance. Even in the event of an electromagnetic pulse attack, it will retain its signal and remain undamaged. Regardless of your location on Earth, you can communicate in real time. As for the other gear, I want to provide it, since you evidently want to make use of it. Initially absorbed in examining the earpiece, Xiaoho bristled at Tony's concluding remarks. What do you mean? Am I unworthy of more equipment? Who claims I wouldn't need it? My Crimson Queen is broken. At the mention of the Crimson Queen, Xiaoho cast an irritable glance at Hela. Despite having evidently pulled an all-nighter, was still engrossed in the television, where the scene of borrowing arrows with straw boats was playing. Hela, fixated on the screen, pondered, So this is how battles are fought. I see. There are so many cunning individuals here. On average, each has 800 schemes. Xiaoho averted his gaze and asked Tony, Can you help me repair it? I have no usable weapons left. As he spoke, he placed the severed Crimson Queen on the table. Tony scrutinized the blade and, with a conflicted expression, replied, Repairing this sword will be quite troublesome. I cannot guarantee success, and time is of the essence, particularly since we are about to commence our operation. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Xiaoho tucked it away, realizing he could not leave it with Tony for an extended period of analysis due to its binding. Observing Xiaoho's expression, Tony retreated to his workshop and soon emerged with a large sword he had previously used. Why not try this instead? Tony offered the sword to Xiaoho. While it lacks any special effects, I assure you, it is exceptionally sturdy. Xiaoho took it, swung it a few times to gauge its feel, then returned it to Tony, stating, Forget it. It doesn't feel right. I possess other abilities, and I still have the Azure Rose. When it comes to dealing with Hydra and such, a sword is unnecessary. Tony listened to him without further persuasion, saying, Let us go. Steve and Charles will arrive imminently. We need to distribute the gear. Xiaoho nodded and turned to Hela, asking, Are you planning to stay here, or will you join us? Hela glanced at him before turning back, replying, I shall not accompany you. Devoid of my divine powers, I can accomplish little. I wish to finish watching this 3 Kingdom series. Respecting her wishes, Xiaoho acknowledged, Very well. The book I had Jarvis order yesterday is also available for you to peruse. It contains even more information. Should you require anything, feel free to summon Jarvis directly. Without turning her head, Hela responded, Understood. Do not disturb me. Reluctantly, Xiaoho followed Tony out of the villa. Upon reaching the exterior, they found Hank already waiting beside a stack of boxes. While waiting for Steve and the others, Tony jested, Xiaoho, you are rather inconsiderate. It seems this is my home. Yet you casually leave a goddess here without so much as consulting me. Xiaoho, squatting on the ground, examined the contents of a box, not bothering to lift his gaze. You wouldn't mind, would you? What are these? He pulled out some objects resembling ghost stones, with the distinction that they seemed to be traceable. Without a second thought, he pressed one down. Tony, initially poised to explain, snatched it away just as Xiaoho pressed it, flinging it aside. The black stone landed over 30 meters away. And 2 seconds later, a powerful energy coalesced into a spherical form, enveloping that spot. When the energy dissipated, a circular pit 5 meters in diameter remained. Tony could not help but complain to Xiaoho. That was an energy annihilation bomb. Can you please refrain from causing chaos? Why do you press random buttons? Xiaoho chuckled awkwardly. Who can resist a button? Moreover, you didn't even install a safety mechanism. What if it were accidentally triggered? It was prepared specifically for this mission. Besides, I equipped it with a designated container. This is a spare. I believe no one besides you would recklessly press an unknown button. Tony explained helplessly. Hank, observing the sudden appearance overhead, remarked to both of them, all right, they have arrived. As the aircraft landed, Steve and his companions disembarked. Apart from the leading Steve, they were followed by Charles, Old Man, Iceman, Storm, Steelman, Fireman, and Red Tank. Xiaoho turned to Charles and inquired, where's Wolverine? And why are there so few of you? Charles sighed. The previous battles have significantly weakened our combat power, and we need to leave enough personnel at the academy. Moreover, most of our members are not suited for combat. Logan is in the island nation, dealing with some matters. He'll join us once he's finished there, he added. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho retorted, so you intend for us 11 to confront a global organization and a host of extraterrestrials? While I am not particularly averse. How long will this take? Tony patted him on the back. Enough with the complaints, quality over quantity. Our current combat strength is sufficient. Xiaoho replied resignedly. All right, but this will consume a lot of time. I fear they might retreat elsewhere after we engage. We can't expect Charles to continuously scan everyone's minds, can we? Charles, nearly fainting at the thought of such a task, quickly interjected, calm down. According to my information, Hydra has a total of 13 bases. If we split into 34 groups, we can expedite the process and eliminate them all. Our primary focus will be on the leaders. As for the lower ranks, once we disseminate the information, I believe no country will allow them to operate freely. Xiaoho pondered for a moment, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. After a brief interval, a youthful voice emerged. Xiaoho, are you inviting me out? I've come to find you several times, but you were never home. A mischievous grin spread across Xiaoho's face. Indeed, Jonathan, we are about to embark on a significant venture. Will you join us? Never mind bringing that unreliable fellow. Just you and Ben will suffice. What are we doing? Please elaborate. You'll discover it upon your arrival. Where are you? I will come to fetch you. I am at Reed's laboratory. Everyone is gathered here. No sooner had Jonathan spoken than a portal materialized before him. Xiaoho leaned halfway out, exclaiming, all right, there's no time to waste. Hurry over. Ben, my dear stone man, come quickly. We are about to commence. Chapter 153. Global live broadcast. Upon hearing Xiaoho's voice, Ben approached in confusion and, sidestepping, passed through the portal. Jonathan, who had arrived a moment earlier, curiously gazed at Steve. Once both were present, Xiaoho promptly closed the portal, leaving Reed and Susan in the laboratory, bewildered. Xiaoho observed Steve and Jonathan, both staring blankly at one another, as a camera materialized in his hand, capturing their images in rapid succession. Steve looked at Jonathan, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Wait, have we met somewhere before? Your face bears an uncanny familiarity. Jonathan immediately adopted his signature confident smile, even tilting his head to showcase his profile, mimicking Steve's classic pose, but with a pronounced air of nonchalance. Wow, it's perfectly normal for you to recognize this handsome face. I am a fiery man who has graced countless headlines. He snapped his fingers, and a small flame flickered at his fingertips. It seems my fan base spans all age groups. Even a legendary Captain America knows me. One honor. Steve's brow furrowed deeper, his eyes scanning Johnny's face as if comparing it to a blurred photograph. He shook his head, unable to shake the strange sense of familiarity. This sensation felt profoundly personal, akin to catching a glimpse of oneself in a mirror. Yet not quite oneself. Your demeanor, your features, evoke a strong sense of DJVU, particularly around your mouth. I apologize, this may sound peculiar. I am Steve Rogers. Jonathan stifled a laugh and circled Steve in a playful manner. I am Jonathan Johnstone. You may call me Jonathan. I have visited your museum. I never imagined I would encounter the real deal. Just look at us. We are both blonde, blue-eyed handsome templates, sharing the same heroic profession, both saving the world. He suddenly struck an exaggerated pose of contemplation, imitating Steve's serious expression. America needs you. Be serious, soldier. Buddy, your old-fashioned seriousness is overwhelming. Watch this. In an instant, he erupted into a magnificent blaze, flames engulfing him, yet causing no harm, resembling a dazzling display rather than a destructive force, illuminating the surroundings. Steve was left utterly speechless, his gaze fixated on Jonathan's flamboyant performance. Xiaoho was already laughing heartily, his camera incessantly capturing the interactions between the two. Tony, equally elated, found that any lingering feelings of animosity towards Steve had notably diminished. He playfully nudged Xiaoho. Buddy, your pre-battle show is quite impressive. Just look at his bewildered expression. I could cherish this scene for a year. However, we ought to expedite our preparations. Upon hearing this, Xiaoho stepped between them and addressed Jonathan. All right, Jonathan. Enough teasing the captain. Let us get down to business. We are gearing up to eradicate Hydra, and could you and Ben lend us your support? Jonathan immediately responded. I thought you summoned me just to meet the captain, but hasn't T-Hydra already been eliminated? Beside them, Ben looked equally puzzled, glancing at the others present. After surveying the group, Xiaoho decided to clarify the situation himself, elaborating on the details, which prompted a serious demeanor from both men. Once he finished explaining, he pondered for a moment and resolved not to call Johnny and Blade. The current team was sufficient. Turning to Charles, he said, All right, we've brought in 2 additional allies. You can assign the teams. I can manage 1 squad on my own. Charles nodded, scanning the group before stating, Then you and Eric will operate independently. Iceman, Colossus, and Tony will form 1 team, while Storm, Beast, Human Torch, and Red Hulk will make up another. Captain, you will team with Jonathan and Ben. Does anyone have any objections? The group shook their heads in unison, indicating their agreement, as Tony and Beast began distributing equipment. He first provided tactical suits to those with weaker defenses, explaining their functions. Next, he presented a metal satchel, holding 2 chess pieces, 1 black and 1 white. This is the tactical satchel. The black piece contains a nullification bomb capable of obliterating most objects within a 5-meter radius. Use it judiciously. The white piece is an energy pulse bomb with a 1-kilometer range, designed to disrupt most electronic machinery. There are 10 of each type in the satchel. He then produced various other items, such as portable shields and portable decryption devices, culminating in the unveiling of 10 bombs resembling thermoses. Pointing at them, he remarked, I initially hesitated to create such powerful weapons, yet I forged them nonetheless. The core is an arc reactor. The explosion is non-polluting, with a 5-kilometer blast radius. Let us call it the Purifier. I hope you and T need to use it. After each person selected equipment suited to their needs, Xiaoho inquired, Are we ready? The group simultaneously roared, of course. Tony nodded at Steve. Then let us commence. Captain, it's time for your speech. Jarvis broadcast this footage. The images of them appeared simultaneously on television screens, computers, and billboards worldwide, leaving everyone perplexed. Just as the audience grappled with their confusion, the focus shifted to Steve. Taking a deep breath, he began, I am Steve Rogers. Today, I do not stand before you as a soldier, nor as a hero. Today, I stand as a deceived individual, one who has just witnessed the most trusted bastion crumble from within. As I awakened to this era, the world had transformed. Yet some things I believed to be immutable have proven otherwise. I was under the impression that we had triumphed in that war, that we had vanquished the Nazis and obliterated Hydra. I was mistaken. Today, I must unveil a harsh truth. Hydra has never been eradicated. They lurk in the shadows like venomous serpents, insidiously eroding what we presumed to be our most formidable defenses, our government. They have infiltrated the institutions we hold dear, usurping power and distorting the very intent of safeguarding you, transforming it into an apparatus of control, fear, and oppression. They have exploited our trust. They have manipulated our yearning for peace. They have weaponized the power of S-H-I-E-L-D, twisting it to fulfill their ancient, distorted ambitions, a so-called orderly world constructed upon fear, obedience, and the sacrifice of freedom. This is not conjecture, nor a conspiracy theory. I have witnessed it firsthand. I have heard it with my own ears. The evidence is irrefutable. Those we believed were protecting us. Those who wield authority. Many of their loyalties have long since been pledged to the serpent's emblem of Hydra. This betrayal runs deep. It pierces the hearts of all who have ever placed their faith in government, who have believed in our shared ideals. It tarnishes the legacy of countless heroes, like Peggy Carter, who sacrificed themselves in genuine protection of the world. But I must tell you, and I must convey this to Hydra, did you think you have triumphed? No, you have merely revealed your true selves. Do you believe that by hiding in darkness, cloaked in the guise of allies, you can act with impunity? Do you think that by corroding our shield, you can force our submission? You are mistaken. Hydra's ancient adage is, sever one head, and two shall rise in its place. Very well then, if you wish to play this game, prepare for a battle unlike any you have ever faced. I, Steve Rogers, have confronted your Red Skull, have faced overwhelming darkness. I have never faltered, and I shall not do so today. I stand here not as a representative of a corrupted institution, but as an embodiment of an ideal of freedom, of choice, and of the inherent dignity that belongs to every individual. This ideal is mightier than any organization, any weapon. I declare war upon you, Hydra, not a clandestine conflict, but an open declaration of war for the sake of light, a war to reclaim our future, to safeguard every innocent soul from the malevolent designs of your machinations. This struggle shall not be facile. It will unfold both in the shadows and in the glaring light of day. It demands the courage and resolve of us all. Therefore, I implore you, do not allow fear to consume you. Do not let their lies blind you. Open your eyes wide and discern who the true enemy is. They conceal themselves behind masks of deceit and treachery. Trust your neighbors. Trust your instincts. Unite together. True strength does not lie in power, but in the collective resolve of the people, defending all that we hold dear. I shall not promise an easy path. What I pledge is to fight. I vow to stand at the forefront, raising my shield not for an institution, but for each and every one of you, for the essence of freedom itself. The Hydra believes that by severing the head of the old world, two new ones will sprout to dominate it. Let them come forth. We are prepared. Chapter 154. The battle commences. Steve paused for a moment before continuing. Next, we shall publish the entire list of Hydra operatives we have uncovered online. Here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Charles, whose assistance has been invaluable in this endeavor. Moreover, the mutants he leads will join me in this fight. However, the term mutant should not be imposed upon them. Much like racial discrimination, it is a form of prejudice against them. They are, like us, an integral part of humanity. This is born out of envy from those in power, deliberately designed to instill bias against them in your hearts. Since being excavated from a glacier, I have traversed this nation. I have also sought to understand them. They are merely different, yet deprived of the rights of citizenship. There have always been government entities and corporate conglomerates hunting them down, placing them upon cold operating tables for dissection and study. Yet, the majority of them have committed no wrongdoing. They do not blame the ordinary people for their plight. Instead, they are willing to assist me, to aid you in combating those who genuinely seek to rule the world and enslave you. I implore you to open your eyes, and do not let yourselves be deceived by false information. Use your hearts to feel and comprehend the truth. Now, it is time for us to cleanse Hydra. The entire operation will be broadcast live for all to witness. After Steve concluded, the crowd began to move according to their assigned teams, making their way to Hydra's various bases. They did not utilize any transportation, but rather arrived at the vicinity of the bases via the portals created by Summer. After the last individual departed, Summer also traversed through the portal to the Hydra base near Sokovia. The live broadcast transformed into multiple split screens, presenting all their perspectives on the screen, allowing people the choice to watch or withdraw. Simultaneously, governments around the world convened emergency meetings to discuss this unexpected event. Within S.H.I.L.D., Nick violently swept everything off the table, repeatedly cursing under his breath. He could hear the incessant gunfire echoing throughout the building. Yet, He found himself powerless. Everything was too sudden, and they had received no prior warning, especially as the list released online had detonated chaos within SHIELD. The captain's charisma was undeniably potent, especially in the face of the ironclad truth. While other places might be more manageable, here it was a veritable den of vipers. Aware of the exposed Hydra, he did not hesitate to launch an attack on his former colleagues nearby. Many agents, caught off guard, met their demise before they could fully comprehend the situation. Suddenly, Neil's office was forcefully entered, and in came Hawkeye, Coulson, Sharon, and Hill. Upon their arrival, they promptly shut the door behind them. Coulson turned to Nick and declared, "Director, we must organize a counterattack. Otherwise, SHIELD will be no more." Nick, suppressing his fury, retrieved a handgun and responded, "First, we must cleanse SHIELD of Hydra. Let's proceed. Anyone who raises a weapon against us is an enemy." As a base concentrated with a significant number of Hydra operatives, Steve and his team arrived at the entrance of SHIELD. Upon reaching there, Steve addressed Ben, saying, "Ben, you stay here and intercept any Hydra members attempting to flee, regardless of their fate." Ben nodded and began scanning his surroundings vigilantly. He then instructed Jonathan, "We will enter to eliminate the threats inside. You take the rooftop approach. Be cautious and do not incinerate the headset." "Understood, Captain." Jonathan controlled the flames to avoid harming his head and charged into the top of the building. Following the cues from his headset, he incinerated every Hydra agent he encountered, though he struggled to contain the fires, which consumed much of his focus, leading him to mutter, "This headset is not fireproof. I am being targeted." Seeing Jonathan fly up to the roof, where flames began to flicker from the topmost level, Steve couldn't help but sigh. This individual, bearing a visage akin to his own, was indeed impulsive and decisive. He plunged into the hall, which had descended into chaos, with everyone attacking one another. Thanks to YRVES prompts in his earpiece, he swiftly identified the Hydra members and hurled the shield that Tony had specially given him. The shield traced an extraordinary arc through the air, incapacitating 7 foes before returning to his grasp. The unexpected spectacle momentarily stunned the combatants, halting the gunfire for several seconds. Some agents, not affiliated with Hydra, began to cheer. "Captain, the captain has come to aid us. Brothers, follow the captain and eliminate these Hydra scum." After approximately a minute, the Hydra presence in the hall was eradicated. Steve addressed the remaining agents, saying, "You all go outside and establish a defensive line with Ben. Coordinate with him. He can distinguish who is Hydra. I will continue to clear the upper floors." The agents promptly responded, "Understood, sir," as they exited, ensuring to carry their injured comrades with them. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Steve encountered Nick, who rushed towards him, exclaiming loudly, "I saved you, yet you have disrupted my plan. SHIELD will be destroyed." With a hint of remorse, Steve replied, "I apologize, but this was the quickest way to resolve the situation. Moreover, it was he who rescued me," he said, pointing at Coulson, momentarily causing Nick's fury to falter. Nick, regaining his composure, remarked, "You should have informed me earlier, allowing for better preparation. The casualties are too severe." No sooner had he spoken than Jonathan arrived, carrying a brutish figure, and boasted, "Captain, you are too slow. I have already cleared 17 floors while you've only reached the 3rd. The professor asked me to bring him back for a final resolution. We must hurry. No one will escort us back, unless the situation with Xiaoho is resolved. But why is he taking so long? He insists on going alone. You take the person back. I will proceed with Ben." Steve responded to Jonathan before turning to Nick and the others, saying, "Isn't this satisfactory? The casualties are not as dire as we feared." With that, he promptly descended the stairs, leaving Nick, who was beginning to transform into a black hole, absorbing light and shadow. Clinton could not help but inquire, "Director, what should we do next?" Nick, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Gather the remaining agents and commence site clearance." After saying this, he glanced outside, where the captain had already reunited with Ben, lost in thought. Clinton and the others dispersed to summon the agents. As the battle was about to commence, Charles returned to the academy and entered his brainwave amplifier. Through the device, he managed to control most of Hydra's high-ranking officials, sparing their lives solely for the purpose of a public trial in the end. Simultaneously, He connected with those engaged in battle to relay critical information. Chapter 155. Strat Fortress and Old One in comparison to Captain America and his team. The other bases were fortified with significantly greater defensive capabilities and an array of advanced technological weaponry. For instance, the Strat Fortress, which Eric arrived at, was nestled deep within the snowy embrace of the Alps, in the depths of an abandoned silver mine. The entrance was equipped with thermal imaging and sonic recognition systems, permitting only Hydra members possessing a specialized sonic key to gain entry. The base extended 3 subterranean levels, covering an area equivalent to 3 football fields, resembling the core of a meticulously crafted war machine. Around the perimeter, Hydra agents disguised as patrols wielded modified shockwave rifles capable of reducing targets to a molecular state. Concealed at the mine's entrance were rotating gun turrets equipped with infrared tracking and intelligent ballistic computation systems, enabling precise interception of low-flying targets. Every 20 meters within the cavern, electromagnetic traps were installed, which, upon activation, released high-voltage currents to disable intruders' electronic devices while simultaneously triggering the base's internal alarm system. Eric was placed not far from the base, gazing at the mine's entrance, initially contemplating the direct use of his abilities to obliterate it. However, Charles's voice resonated within his mind. "Do not act impulsively, Eric. The child you asked me to locate is inside, along with many mutants, the majority of whom have been captured for experimentation. You would do well to proceed with caution, as rescuing them all would be the ideal outcome. I shall assist you in subduing our brainwashed mutant comrades." Upon hearing this, Eric became increasingly agitated, and he inquired within his mind, "What is their condition? Are they unharmed? I must eradicate every last one of these Nazi scum." "Remain calm. They are unharmed, merely confined. But you must act swiftly. I have managed to gain control over the leader of this base. The responsibility for the others lies with you, as I still need to attend to other matters." Eric levitated and soared toward the base, responding in his mind, "That is sufficient." As he approached, the patrolling guards noticed him and immediately launched an assault, unleashing waves of concussive energy that rippled the air around him. Observing the incoming attack, Old One swiftly extracted iron from the surrounding earth, forming multiple metallic barriers to shield himself from the onslaught. Just as he intended to retaliate, he realized the barriers were being relentlessly destroyed by the shockwaves, compelling him to forge thicker shields. Simultaneously, he siphoned the concussive rifles from those attacking him. A cold smile crept across his face as he aimed their own weapons back at the patrol. "Why not give your own arms a try?" The rifles under his control fired, sending waves of concussive energy toward the guards. Except for a few who managed to evade, the others were engulfed in the shockwaves, disintegrating into molecules and vanishing from existence. Those who attempted to flee were not spared either. He redirected his aim and continued his assault, and within moments, they were all obliterated. With a disdainful huff, he crumpled the pile of rifles into a mass and cast them aside, continuing his approach to the base. As he drew nearer, the concealed rotating gun turrets trained their sights on him, but before they could fire, they were reduced to scrap metal. For one who specializes in the manipulation of iron, this metal-laden base had become his domain. Within it, no one could rival his power. Inside the base, the Hydra operatives were in disarray. They sought out the base's commander, Baron Strucker, with an indifferent expression, instructed them to disregard the situation. They longed to voice their outrage. After all, the enemy had breached their defenses. How could he expect them to remain passive? "We wish to resist." Yet, the indoctrination and hierarchy of Hydra prevented any action from being taken, forcing them back to their posts, their inner curses known only to themselves. Eric advanced as if traversing an unchallenged realm, effortlessly dismantling every obstacle and trap that crossed his path with a mere flick of his hand. Weapons Development Room, Basement Level 1. Here lies a plethora of modified conventional weapons. Workers are diligently outfitting rifles with specialized barrels capable of launching freezing projectiles, as well as equipping handguns with devices designed to ensnare foes in webs. On the walls hang rudimentary designs for mechanical exoskeletons, which, although not utilizing cutting-edge technology, could enhance the strength of an ordinary soldier threefold. In a corner, a safe contains several incomplete nerve gas projectiles. Once detonated, they would plunge all living beings within a 100-meter radius into a state of perpetual unconsciousness. Eric surveyed these items, showing no inclination to take them. Instead, with a mere wave of his hand, he fused the workers along with all the weapons into a grotesque mass of twisted metal, from which droplets of blood oozed through the crevices. He proceeded to the next level, descending to the second basement, where the laboratory and holding cells awaited. The laboratory was cluttered with rusted metal workstations, and incubators were submerged with dissected biological cells, predominantly those of mutants, with a few being failed specimens from their modifications. Scrawled experimental records adorned the walls, interspersed with distorted photographs of unsuccessful samples, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde. The scenes he beheld were broadcasted worldwide, leaving people from all nations astonished. Their previous reluctance to accept Eric's brutality dissipated as they witnessed the unfolding horror. Sympathy for those he had ruthlessly slain evaporated, and they began to believe those victims had met an undeservedly gentle fate. This was nothing short of inhumane. Eric wreaked further havoc, dismantling every instrument and item in sight. As he traversed the base, he had nearly eradicated most of the Hydra personnel. He made his way directly to the holding cells, his heart racing with anticipation. He was on the verge of seeing his children. Within the holding area were dozens of reinforced cells made of steel and concrete, housing captured mutants and ordinary human test subjects. A torture chamber was also present, equipped with an electric chair and a polygraph, while the walls displayed various instruments of cruelty and the floor bore remnants of dry bloodstains. As Eric passed by each cell, the steel doors swung open effortlessly. He did not pause and walked straight to the innermost section. Upon reaching the last two cells, he instinctively adjusted his attire, a gentle smile gracing his face. With a wave of his hand, the doors to the two cells opened softly. From within emerged a young man and woman. The man, with a shock of white hair, bore a hint of youthful innocence on his face, his clothing stained and disheveled. As he instinctively positioned himself protectively in front of the woman, her long brown hair matted with grime, stood trembling behind her brother, her brown eyes filled with anxiety and fear, clutching his garment tightly. Chapter 156. Self-destruct sequence. Pietro gazed at Eric with trepidation, his voice quivering. "Who are you? What are you planning to do?" He and Wanda were both captured by Hydra, along with many others, most of whom have since perished. Gazing at the smiling elder before him, he feared he was the one come to subject him and his sister to experiments. Eric suppressed his tumultuous emotions and spoke in a tender tone. "Do not be afraid. I shall not harm you. I am your father. I have come to bring you home." However, Pietro did not believe his words. He tightly shielded his sister and retorted, "Who are you? Our father has long been deceased." At that moment, several Hydra agents burst forth from the entrance on the third underground level. Upon seeing Eric and the others, they immediately launched an attack with their weapons. Eric's expression hardened. He commanded the surrounding metal to form a barrier, deflecting their assault while extending numerous metallic spikes that pierced through their ranks like a swarm of wasps. After neutralizing the threats, his countenance returned to a benevolent demeanor as he explained to Pietro and Wanda, "I truly am your father. Your mother secretly left me after conceiving you. I only recently discovered your existence. Come with me. We are about to establish a realm of our own, where you can live in true happiness." However, before Pietro and Wanda could respond, the metal barrier he had conjured was suddenly encrusted with frost, and with a thunderous crash, it shattered into countless fragments. Another squad of Hydra soldiers surged forward, attacking them after breaching the wall. Eric confronted two of them, his expression severe. "You wretches. I had intended to deal with you later, but since you were so eager to meet your demise, let us conclude this matter now. Wait here for me. Once I have cleansed this Hydra base, we shall continue our conversation. I truly am your father." With that, Eric turned to Pietro and Wanda before making his way to the third level. He was determined to swiftly eradicate the remnants of this base and return his two children to Krakoa, while also searching for his other daughter who had been lost. The soldiers that had disturbed him were now ensnared within the metal wall. As Eric stood upon a metallic disc, he soared downward to the third level. After he departed, Wanda quietly inquired of Pietro, "Is he truly our father? I feel a sense of warmth from him." Pietro, uncertain, replied, "I do not know, but I too sense a familiarity. Should we wait for him here?" Wanda asked, glancing at the entrance to the third level and then at the other cells from which people were emerging. Fear etched upon her face. Pietro surveyed the crowd, grasped her hand, and declared, "We shall not remain here. We must follow him." If he is indeed our father, he will protect us. With that, he led his sister in pursuit, feeling that staying behind would be far more perilous, as those who watched were not to be trifled with. The subterranean third level serves as a vast operational command center, now largely deserted, inhabited only by a handful of clerical staff and scientists who remain hidden within its confines. Their reluctance to depart stems not from a lack of desire, but from the grim reality that those who attempted to flee have all been ruthlessly eliminated by Eric. Their leader, Baron Strack, appears as if brainwashed, sitting in silence, unresponsive, while all combat personnel have ventured out, only to meet a brutal demise captured on surveillance. No one had forewarned them of the formidable adversaries they would face this time from Hydra. Now, their surrender seems futile. Amidst their turmoil, a researcher stealthily approached the main control computer, initiating operations upon it. When Eric descended, he encountered no resistance as he had anticipated, but rather a group of trembling scientists. One stepped forward, pleading, "We surrender. Please do not harm us." Eric dismissed their pleas with a mere gesture, summoning a metallic entity that enveloped Strack and levitated beside him. He then turned his gaze towards the scientists, hesitating over whether to terminate their lives. At that moment, the entire facility was engulfed by the blaring of red alarm lights, causing panic to ripple through the room. How could this happen? Who activated the self-destruct sequence? It's over. We're doomed. I don't want to die. Why did I ever join Hydra? The researcher approached him, a glint of madness in his eyes. You are powerful, yet even you cannot withstand a nuclear blast. Sever one head, and two shall rise in its place. Long live Hydra. Eric cast a glance at him before turning away, ascending to the second level. Along the way, he encountered Pietro and another individual who had followed him down. What are you doing here? No matter. Let us get out first. Eric carefully encased the two in metal, propelling them onward. Upon reaching the second level holding cells, he surveyed the bewildered faces of dozens of captives. He similarly enveloped them in metal, but instead of continuing down the corridor, he broke through the ceiling, soaring upward. Before departing, he made sure to seal the passage leading to the third level. Emerging from the Hydra base, he did not pause, carrying the group further away. Just a few kilometers from their escape, a mushroom cloud erupted behind them, followed by an approaching shockwave. Without hesitation, he gathered everyone close, leaving only a minimal amount of metal to support their bodies, while the rest coalesced behind them, propelling them skyward. After flying several more kilometers, a shockwave caught up with them. Fortunately, they were far enough away, and the aerial shockwave was weaker than its ground counterpart, compounded by the protective metal barrier behind them, thus sparing them from disaster. Beads of sweat formed on Eric's brow as he guided the group to safety before finally landing. Except for Strack, he released the others from their confines and sat down, panting, contemplating the toll of age upon him, especially after having had his abilities suppressed, still not fully recovered. Wanda and Pietro hurried to his side, their faces etched with concern. "Are you all right?" they inquired. Eric offered a reassuring smile. "I'm fine, just aging. My stamina is somewhat lacking." He surveyed the others around him and declared, "I am Eric. Alternatively, you may refer to me as Magneto. You now face two choices. One is to accompany me back to Krakoa, a realm of peace for mutants. The other is to depart on your own accord. And I shall not impede your decision. Now make your choice." Upon hearing this, the mutants gathered closer, while several ordinary individuals opted to leave. A few approached him cautiously, asking, "We are ordinary people. Can we join?" Had it been the former Eric, he would have surely declined, but now he smiled and replied, "Of course. We welcome all who wish to coexist peacefully with us." Chapter 157. Castle of Skulls in Wisconsin, USA. The Castle of Skulls loomed like a Gothic edifice transported from the Middle Ages. Its towering spires pierced the clouds, casting twisted shadows beneath the overcast sky. The castle's exterior was constructed from massive black stones, their surfaces marred by the ravages of time and adorned with enigmatic carvings, some resembling clawed demons, others depicting distorted human forms, as if narrating the countless atrocities concealed within the castle's walls. Tony, along with Iceman and Colossus, arrived at this eerie stronghold, spotting it from a distance. Unable to contain his sarcasm, Tony remarked, "I've lived in America all this time and had no idea such a place existed. More astonishing is that no one has publicized it. Goodness, it's clearly abnormal. Are journalists and paranormal enthusiasts not intrigued by this site?" Iceman and Colossus merely exchanged glances with him before resuming their scrutiny of the castle, contemplating how to obliterate it. The professor had scanned the premises. There were no ordinary citizens inside, only Hydra operatives. Noticing his teammates' stoic expressions, Tony smirked slightly, deciding not to press further. Heaven knows why his companions were so humorless. Incapable of lightening the mood, his demeanor grew more serious. This is primarily their conference venue. Due to time constraints, Charles did not compile the data. Our objectives are twofold. I will extract the information, then we will annihilate this place and launch a direct assault. Iceman and Colossus nodded in agreement and charged toward the castle. Tony ascended into the air, his shoulder armor deploying to reveal a multitude of miniature missiles, which, with SS assistance, targeted various foes. The castle's guards were taken by surprise and swiftly decimated. Tony communicated via the team's comms. I'm heading in first. You all provide backup. With that, he plunged into the castle's interior. As the Iceman and the Steel Hero beheld the castle, now a disheveled ruin, doubts regarding their own abilities began to creep into their minds. It seemed that their presence was perhaps unnecessary here. Nevertheless, they pressed onward, occasionally dispatching a few lingering guards with ease. Upon entering the castle's interior, they were greeted by a spacious yet eerie hall. The ceiling soared high above, adorned with a massive chandelier crafted from human bones and dark iron, where ghostly green flames flickered within, casting a surreal light and shadow throughout the chamber. The walls were draped with banners of the Hydra and portraits of the Red Skull, whose menacing visage and coldly glimmering eyes seemed to scrutinize every intruder. To one side of the hall lay the entrance to the underground facilities. Tony stood at the threshold, diligently attempting to crack the code. Without turning his head, he acknowledged the arrival of his companions, his voice echoing through the team's communication. You two are rather slow, aren't you? Unable to contain himself, the Iceman retorted. We can't fly. Why not try running on foot yourself? Realizing the jest, Tony responded, Apologies, next time I shall equip you with some flight assistance. With the code successfully breached, the entrance gradually opened to reveal a substantial elevator, and the trio stepped inside with measured strides. Tony turned to the two men, initiating a conversation. I saw you both on the news previously. What is it like to possess superpowers? Care to elaborate? Noticing Iceman's reluctance to speak, Steel Hero interjected. It feels instinctual, as if our abilities manifest naturally. To be honest, I don't find it something to boast about. Tony, unable to resist, tapped on Steel Hero's body, producing a dull metallic sound. He mused, well, you might be more suited to the moniker of Iron Man. You are the second metal person I have encountered. They bypassed the first underground level, ascending directly to the second, where important documents were stored. The computers here were isolated from external networks, safeguarding numerous vital Hydra files. Tony approached the main console, inserting a disk and commencing his operations. Meanwhile, Iceman and Steel Hero stood guard at the elevator entrance. While working, Tony remarked, the security at this base is surprisingly lax. It seems Hydra believes they are well concealed, requiring no special protection here. Iceman replied, perhaps this place holds greater symbolic significance. As Tony perused a wealth of information, he speculated, perhaps they have yet to select a new leader to inhabit this place. Let us move. The copying is complete. He then produced a purifier, placing it on the desk, and setting a detonation timer for 3 minutes. The three swiftly rode the elevator back to the first floor, where a swarm of Hydra soldiers awaited outside. Tony turned back, tossing an energy-dissipating bomb into the elevator. Seizing the hands of the two individuals, he shattered the window and soared into the air, arriving 5 kilometers away to gaze upon the ominous Skull Castle. The Iceman could not contain his curiosity and inquired, why not continue to eradicate them? Tony shook his head, responding, I have already deployed the purifiers. There is no need for a deliberate resolution. Moreover, this base must be utterly annihilated. The contents within are far too perilous to be disseminated. What exactly lies within? The Iceman and Steelman regarded him, hoping for clarification. After a moment's contemplation, Tony elucidated, in addition to a plethora of classified documents concerning Hydra, which include their operational plans, personnel lists, research on superheroes, and evidence of collusion with various factions. There are also their serum samples and records of genetic modifications. This information is profoundly inhumane, and I do not wish for it to circulate. allowing others to obtain it and perpetuate their research. As for the personnel lists and collusion evidence, I shall upload them online. However, I do not possess copies of the research records. Should anyone doubt me, they are welcome to seek me out. I shall consider you one of them. Tony's final statement was evidently directed at the viewers of a live broadcast. In the White House, an elderly white man struck the conference table with his palm, erupting in fury. He is committing treason. He ought to bring back those documents and deliver them to us. In a corner stood Colonel Rhodes, Tony's military ally, his face etched with conflict. While he resonated with the president's sentiments, he was also torn by his loyalty to Tony. Ultimately, he chose silence, aligning himself with the president. He found Tony's decisions perplexing, especially since he had previously requested several suits of armor from him, only to be met with excuses. While Tony had custom-made one for that Asian individual, offering it for display rather than providing one for himself or his country. Chapter 158. Miami headquarters as the technological branch of Hydra. Its cutting-edge facilities are scattered across the globe, camouflaged as experimental laboratories in various cities. Resembling insidious tumors, quietly conducting malevolent research activities. The Miami headquarters is a modern skyscraper, its glass facade reflecting sunlight, blending seamlessly with the surrounding urban landscape. However, this facade is merely a meticulously crafted disguise. At the entrance, what appears to be ordinary security personnel are, in fact, agents rigorously trained. They operate advanced scanning equipment, conducting comprehensive biometric identification and weapon detection on every individual entering or exiting. Should any anomalies be detected, concealed defensive weaponry would be activated instantaneously. Storm, Beast, Human Torch, and Red Hulk arrived at this location, surveying the imposing edifice before them. Storm, Aurora, proceeded to devise a battle strategy. The materials investigated by the professor revealed the presence of an energy shield for protection. Shortly, I shall mount an assault on the entire building while the Beast seeks an opportunity to infiltrate and dismantle their defensive system. She gazed at the fireman, her former student, and the enormous red tank, instructing, once I have compromised their shield, you must launch a direct attack. Remember, our objective is to obliterate this Hydra base. Do not engage in unnecessary actions. The three nodded in agreement to her strategy. Storm Woman hesitated no longer, gracefully ascending to a height of 100 meters. She hovered in the air, her eyes flashing with electric light, and with a vigorous sweep of her hands, summoned a tempest. In an instant, dark clouds swirled above, and bolts of lightning, as thick as a bull's rim, descended like enraged dragons. Suddenly, an energy shield manifested around the headquarters, and the fierce currents of lightning relentlessly struck the barrier. At the moment of contact, the surface of the shield rippled violently, its blue glow flickering ominously. As more lightning struck, the shield could no longer withstand the onslaught and erupted into countless blue light particles that dissipated into the air. The headquarters, now bereft of its protective barrier, was as exposed as a turtle without its shell, entirely vulnerable to attack. The Beast stealthily circled to a surveillance blind spot at the rear of the headquarters, discovering a ventilation duct on the wall, covered with a dense mesh of barbed wire and equipped with electrical defenses. Taking a deep breath, his muscles bulged instantly as he leaped, seizing the barbed wire with powerful hands. With a sharp tearing sound, the wire was forcibly ripped apart, and the electrical current merely caused a slight numbness to his enhanced physique. Entering the duct, he deftly evaded the embedded miniature laser alarms, silently infiltrating the interior. As he emerged from the vent into the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered two patrolling agents. Like a swift Black Panther, the Beast pounced upon them, swiftly incapacitating both with a few precise strikes, and effortlessly dismantled the alarm on the wall, rendering the internal surveillance inoperative. The red tank charged towards the main entrance like a heavy tank on a rampage. An aura of dark red energy radiated from him, and with each step, spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground. Upon colliding with the front door, the tremendous force shattered the bulletproof glass and caused the door frame, along with nearby walls, to collapse. The concealed automated gun array within immediately activated, unleashing a hail of bullets towards the red tank. Yet, these projectiles merely ricocheted off his hardened skin like pebbles striking steel, creating only a shower of sparks. With a furious roar, the red tank swung his arms in a sweeping motion, obliterating the gun array along with the walls. thus creating an opening for the subsequent assault. The fireman transformed into a blazing inferno, following closely behind the red tank as he surged into the hall. He unleashed flames that engulfed the surrounding agents, turning them into fiery beings before they could even retaliate. The hall was soon filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, and a triumphant expression adorned the fireman's face. This time, he stood firmly on the side of justice. No one could dare to accuse him, granting him the audacity to wield his powers without restraint. As the defensive systems crumbled, alarms blared throughout the headquarters, and red warning lights flickered frantically. The remnants of the security forces, akin to cornered beasts, surged from every nook and cranny, attempting to impede the advance of the four super warriors. The beast encountered newly developed mechanical sentinels in the corridor. These steel constructs, emanating a cold luminescence, towered at nearly 3 meters in height, their Gatling guns whirring into action, unleashing a torrential downpour of bullets. "I loathe these contraptions," he muttered in disdain. With extraordinary agility, he maneuvered through the hail of gunfire, seizing the opportune moment to leap against the wall, propelling himself toward the nearest mechanical sentinel. His claws sank deeply into its neck, severing its circuitry, and amidst a shower of sparks, the sentinel collapsed to the ground. The remaining sentinels pivoted their gun barrels, yet the beast had vanished into the shadows, reappearing in an instant from behind, his claws tearing through the mechanical exterior, dismantling its core components. In mere minutes, over a dozen mechanical sentinels lay incapacitated. The red tank barreled forward, careening toward the command control center. Along the way, he encountered an elite squad's blockade, clad in specialized energy armor and wielding rifles capable of firing plasma beams. The soldiers unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles that erupted into searing sparks upon impact with the red tank. Unfazed, he roared as he charged into the throng, his massive frame akin to a runaway train, scattering soldiers in disarray. The armor crumbled under the brute force of the red tank, who effortlessly seized a soldier and hurled him like a sandbag into his comrades, toppling them in a heap. Upon reaching the entrance of the command control center, the heavy alloy doors yielded to his might as if made of paper. With a single punch, the doors in their frame were obliterated, leaving the terrified researchers and commanders within to gaze in horror at this unstoppable behemoth. The inferno ignited by the fireman had spiraled out of control, flames surging through the ventilation shafts to envelop the entire floor. The fire suppression system activated, releasing vast amounts of flame-retardant foam, only to be vaporized upon contact with the raging fire. The fireman became a torrent of flames racing through the corridor, where the fire danced as if imbued with life. He encountered a squad of soldiers equipped with freezing guns, their icy mist attempting to subdue his flames. "Do you truly believe such devices can save you?" he scoffed, channeling the full force of his flames into a colossal fireball. The clash of scorching heat and frigid cold generated a powerful shockwave in the air. The fireball swiftly consumed the freezing assault, engulfing the soldiers in an inferno, forcing them to abandon their armor and flee in disarray. The Storm Woman hovered above the headquarters, utilizing her ability to perceive the vibrations and energy fluctuations in the air to provide support to her allies. Upon detecting the activation of the ultimate weapon, a tremor missile capable of inducing an earthquake within the underground armory, she sprang into action. With her arms raised high, the skies swirled ominously with dark clouds, forming a colossal tornado. A tornado descended upon the ground, precisely tearing open the entrance to the armory. The Storm Mistress wielded the might of the Tempest, lifting the imminent missiles along with their launchers into the sky. Moments later, several bolts of lightning struck down, igniting the missiles in mid-air, the violent explosions sending shockwaves that rippled outward, obliterating the remaining structures of the armory. Through the seamless collaboration of the four, the resistance within the headquarters was gradually eradicated, with the core facilities nearly annihilated, leaving only ruins and billowing smoke in their wake. "Professor, the headquarters has been destroyed. What is our next target?" Aurora communicated through her earpiece. Chapter 159. Old Man announces the establishment of a mutant nation. Sokovia Castle, the ancestral fortress of the Zemo family, one of the high command centers of Hydra. This site had previously hosted the Winter Soldier program, where Bucky and other warriors were imprisoned and brainwashed. It was also the base that was obliterated at the outset of Avengers: Age of Ultron. Xiaoho gazed at the distant castle, exclaiming, "What a magnificent sight! Hydra truly possesses great wealth. By the way, this is Sokovia. I wonder if Wanda and Pietro are here. Should we go search for them?" After speaking, he soared towards the castle, effortlessly obliterating all secret fortifications along his path with bolts of lightning. The Hydra operatives became aware of his approach as he neared the castle, unleashing a barrage of bullets and shells upon him. Yet they passed right through his form, leaving him utterly unscathed. The natural system is indeed advantageous. These mundane attacks are utterly ineffective against me. To me, ordinary villains are scarcely more than mere fodder. Xiaoho mused, then initiated a merciless assault around him, enveloping everything in a tempest of lightning. The sounds of gunfire abruptly ceased, and the surveillance systems within the castle fell silent. As he advanced, he found himself inside the fortress, where the Hydra soldiers who dared to resist lay defeated, their bodies charred and emanating the scent of charred flesh. He had anticipated encountering some of the abducted test subjects here. Yet, upon reaching the innermost chamber, he found Baron Zemo in a state of stupor, and not a single captive in sight. Unable to contain his curiosity, he queried through his earpiece, "Isn't this their experimental base? Why is there not a single captive present?" Jarvis's voice responded, "Mr. Xiaoho, the test subjects have likely been relocated to Mr. Eric's facility. Wanda and Pietro, whom you just mentioned, are also there. Mr. Eric and his team are awaiting your arrival." Xiaoho procured a length of rope, binding Zemo in a turtle shell tie, and then produced a portal, carrying him through. After casually discarding Zemo onto the ground, he addressed Eric, "Old man, your speed is truly remarkable. Over on my end, there was nothing of interest, just ordinary people and weaklings. I felt nothing at all." As he prepared to take a moment's respite, the others turned to him upon hearing his voice, particularly Wanda and Pietro, who immediately noticed his presence the moment he arrived. Curiosity lingered in his heart regarding the identity of the man before him. From the words he spoke, it appeared he was aligned with their cause. Eric, upon seeing Xiaoho, greeted him with a radiant smile, proclaiming, "Your speed is commendable. I have just resolved matters here, and you have already arrived. Could you escort us to Klako?" Xiaoho nodded. Reopening the portal, "We can proceed directly. Shall we bring everyone along?" Eric affirmed with a nod and turned to the onlookers, saying, "My compatriots, step inside. Beyond this door lies our realm." Those he had rescued gathered around, hesitant and apprehensive, reluctant to be the first to enter. Sensing their trepidation, Eric led Wanda and another companion through the portal, prompting the others to follow suit. Once the last individual had crossed the threshold, Xiaoho ushered Zemo inside and casually closed the door behind them. Eric positioned himself to one side, elucidating the situation to the gathered crowd while simultaneously announcing to those watching the live broadcast, "Welcome to Klako. This is our sanctuary as mutants." Furthermore, he declared to the world, "From this moment forth, anyone wishing to join us shall be deemed our citizens. No one shall inflict harm upon them without cause. We are not mere subjects for experimentation or research. We are citizens of Klako. In times past, no one spoke for us. Now, we raise our voices, becoming our own advocates. Should we discover any attempts to apprehend our citizens, we shall retaliate or wage war. I invite more of our kin to join us in the construction of this newly established nation." He paused briefly before continuing, "To the existing governments on Earth, rest assured, we harbor no unfounded animosity towards you, nor shall we recklessly invade your nations. Klako is a realm that yearns for peace. We have not seized any territory on Earth." Turning his gaze outward, he directed attention to the ecological sphere, allowing the blue planet to feature prominently in the broadcast. He pointed to Earth, stating, "Most nations on this planet do not welcome us. Thus we have established this cosmic colony. This is our utopia." As his words resonated, the world was left in shock, grappling with the revelation that while they were embroiled in their own conflicts, mutants had embarked on cosmic colonization. The 5 major powers swiftly convened emergency meetings. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, this was unlike the eradication of Hydra. Given the technology exhibited by the mutants, a 6th major power was poised to emerge. Meanwhile, the general populace maintained a stance of observation and curiosity towards the mutants' nation-building endeavors, with some contemplating the possibility of visiting this extraordinary realm. A nation established in the vastness of space, not merely a space station, but an immense country. The scale depicted in the live broadcast was already monumental. Indeed, the live stream had become so captivating that comments could no longer be displayed. Otherwise, the entire screen would have been obscured by an avalanche of messages. Xiao, after hearing Wan's words, glanced at his own tasks and remarked, "All right, Wan, you can arrange them as you see fit. I shall continue dealing with Hydra. This individual is under your watch." Upon finishing his statement, he tossed the captured Zemo into Wan's direction. Eric nodded in response, "Very well. Once I have sorted out matters here, I shall come to assist you." However, Xiao shook his head. "You should spend time with your children instead. I initially thought Hydra posed a significant threat, but at this level, I can manage it alone. Your assistance is unnecessary." Without awaiting Eric's reply, he produced a portal and stepped through it. At that moment, Eric removed his headphones and switched them off. Since he was no longer going into battle and had said all that needed to be said, it was prudent to keep certain matters confidential. He led the others to a city that was nearly constructed, allowing the remaining individuals to settle in, and subsequently found a quiet spot with Wanda and Pietro. He looked at them and inquired, "What do you think of this place? Would you like to stay here with me?" The two hesitated, and after a moment, Wanda looked at him and asked, "Are you truly our father?" Eric longed to caress her face, but restrained himself. "Indeed, I am your father. If you doubt my word, I can arrange for a test." Pietro then spoke up, "If you are our father, why have we not inherited your special abilities, such as your power to manipulate metal?" As he spoke, he mimicked the gesture of their father controlling metal. Chapter 160. The 5 major meetings and the abrupt conclusion of Hydra in a conference room. 5 figures were seated. The silver-haired president of the United States was vociferously declaring, "Who consented to their nation building? We must wage war against them immediately. The world cannot harbor uncontrollable nations." A middle-aged man with Eastern features countered, "I believe it could be a beneficial endeavor. Perhaps we should establish diplomatic relations with them." The president, visibly displeased, shot him a disapproving look. "What are you suggesting? Their emergence will dilute our power. They must be eradicated. What do the 3 of you think? Just like in this incident, they initiated a war against Hydra without our consent. They have invaded global networks and television. They have infringed upon our interests. This time it is Hydra. What if next time it is us? They are a destabilizing factor that must be completely eliminated." The British and Gallic representatives exchanged glances, somewhat swayed by the president's rhetoric. The representative from Russia observed the Chinese representative, bowing his head in contemplation. The Chinese representative quietly remarked, "Wasn't this operation against Hydra initiated by your Captain America? I find his speech quite commendable. He is a symbol of your nation." The president retorted angrily, "He is not Captain America. Even if he once was, he no longer represents us. He is a traitor." The representative from the Huan nation jested. "He must be heartbroken upon learning that. Indeed, a hero of World War II, who saved the world, only to be frozen in time. Upon his revival, he discovers that all his valiant efforts were in vain. Yet, rather than succumbing to despair, he continues to confront his old adversaries. How curious it is that his own country betrayed him." The American president glared at him in dissatisfaction. "What did you say? Are you suggesting we engage in battle first?" The Hua representative retorted with a touch of sarcasm. "I merely expressed a personal opinion. I have no desire to fight you. Who doesn't recognize your status as the world's foremost power? Perhaps you should first address your own troubles. It appears you are the ones most severely infiltrated by Hydra. Isn't that so? I wonder if you two are affiliated with Hydra? How unfortunate that my nation lacks any such individuals. Quite peculiar, isn't it? Do they look down upon my country? After all, we are merely a developing nation." The American president, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "I will impose sanctions on you. A 100 increase in tariffs. Unless you apologize." The Hua representative cast a disdainful glance his way. "Oh, I am truly terrified. It seems this meeting has lost its purpose. I shall take my leave. You may continue your discussions." With those words, he flickered and vanished from the conference room. The representative from the Bear Nation, witnessing his departure, also stood up and declared, "We too have Hydra within our borders. I must attend to them. Farewell." His form similarly flickered and disappeared. This left 3 individuals, staring at one another in bewilderment. The American president, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Damn it! Damn it! Damn! I will sanction them. I must sanction them." After a full quarter of an hour, he finally calmed down, noticing that the representatives from Britain and Gallia had not departed. A smile crept across his face. He addressed the two. Indeed, it is only you who steadfastly stand by my side. What do you think of my earlier proposal? Shall we unite against those wretched monstrosities? Having earlier discovered the ecological sphere, he had assumed it belonged to one of their nations, merely observing without intervention. Little did he know it was a creation of mutants. They were confined to laboratories, treated as mere guinea pigs. How dare they aspire to establish a nation? I plan to obliterate them with missiles. Will you join me? With that, he fixed his gaze intently on the two. The representatives from Britain and Gallia found themselves in a precarious position. After a moment of deliberation, they finally nodded in agreement. Very well. We hope you are correct. The American president then displayed a look of satisfaction. Rest assured, once I bring them down, I will share with you the findings from our research over the years. Their genes have provided us with ample material. With that, he too vanished from the conference room. The representatives from Britain and Gallia exchanged glances before also disappearing. Unbeknownst to them, the entirety of their conversation had been meticulously recorded by Jarvis. Having just obliterated the skeletal castle, Tony was admiring his handiwork when he received a report from Jarvis. Sir, there's a meeting record that you may wish to review. After perusing the document, Tony struck the stone beside him with a powerful fist, shattering the half-man-high rock into fragments. Iceman and Steelman exchanged puzzled glances. After a moment's hesitation, Tony switched the team communication to all hands. I have just received a meeting record indicating that the United States, Britain, and Gaul are preparing to launch an assault on Klako. We may be in serious trouble. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden revelation, particularly Steve, who incredulously exclaimed, "How dare they? Why would they do such a thing?" Xiaoho suggested, "Perhaps they have lost their minds? Should we halt our operations against Hydra for the time being?" Charles replied calmly, "No need to pause for now. The primary base has already been destroyed by you. Xiaoho, send them back to Klako first. Then you can continue dismantling the remaining bases, as your speed and mobility are unparalleled. We will handle these nations. I have gathered some information on government officials. Perhaps we can finally set them free together." Upon hearing this, Xiaoho promptly transported everyone to Klako via a portal. Grumbling inwardly about Ancient One's overreach in apprehending Natasha and Yelena, preventing them from participating in this operation, claiming that sorcerers should not meddle in the affairs of mortals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so exhausted. She ought to retire sooner rather than later. Suddenly, he thought that perhaps Strange would make a better Sorcerer Supreme, as he was adaptable. Wasn't he? All the live broadcasts had ceased except for Xiaoho's, as Tony had deliberately blocked certain content to prevent information from leaking. Xiaoho continuously appeared at the remaining Hydra bases, this time eschewing a gradual approach. Upon arrival, he unleashed quantum bombs, annihilating them without hesitation. The Siberian Training Base, Zola's Algorithm Data Center, the Arctic Valkyrie Base, the Underwater Base Heidelberg, the Wildlands Laboratory, and the Hydramatum Strongholds, luxury cruise ships, South American rainforest fortresses, and Eastern European castles were obliterated in 8 colossal explosions, vanishing from existence. Viewers of the live stream were left in awe of his audacity. Previously, there had been a methodical assault. Now, he unleashed nuclear devastation indiscriminately, with the source of those nuclear bombs remaining a mystery. With merely a snap of his fingers, a nuclear bomb would materialize above those bases. Chapter 161. The Meeting. After destroying the last few Hydra bases, Xiaoho promptly returned to Klako. In an expansive conference room, he found Tony, Charles, and others engaged in a discussion on how to respond to the impending assault. It was evident they had been conversing for quite some time. As he entered to hear Tony emphatically declaring, "This is unacceptable. We cannot directly wage war against the United States. This would inflict harm upon countless innocent lives. It contradicts the very principles we once held dear. If you insist on pursuing this course of action, I shall be compelled to intervene." Eric scoffed. "Intervene? With what? This worthless scrap of metal on your person?" As he spoke, he effortlessly lifted Tony, manipulating him like a marionette, leaving Tony utterly powerless. "Damn it. Next time, I shall opt for different materials or devise an anti-magnetic suit." Tony grumbled from midair, expressing his dissatisfaction. Charles regarded Eric and remarked, "Let us not resort to such tactics. He is our ally, and we are merely discussing potential solutions." Xiaoho observed the scene with a teasing grin. "Tony, you are utterly outmatched. How dare you bristle in such a predicament? Moreover, openly declaring your intentions to develop an anti-magnetic suit. Are you seeking trouble? The attention of those in the conference room shifted from Tony to Xiao. Jonathan approached, lamenting, "Buddy, I should have joined you in continuing the fight against Hydra. Can you believe it? They have been squabbling for an entire hour. Goodness, I am at a loss as to what could possibly warrant such a dispute." Once Xiao settled into his seat, he looked around and inquired, "Could you enlighten me on what you have been discussing?" Tony was the first to elaborate. As previously mentioned, the United States, Britain, and Gaul are preparing to launch an attack here. My proposal is to first thwart this assault, issue a condemnation, and then seek alternative solutions to navigate this crisis smoothly. Ideally, we should gather evidence of their misdeeds and scandals to oust them from power, thereby shielding the common populace from harm. Eric's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Tony. I have already stated, since they wish to initiate war, we must retaliate. Condemnation is a jest. They are attacking us. We cannot refrain from striking back. Such an action would only portray us as weak. What significance would our nation-building hold then? After exchanging their views, both turned to Xiao, who nodded in understanding, declaring, "I comprehend. I stand with Old Juan. Tony, you must not allow your national allegiance to cloud your judgment." He glanced at the silently contemplative Steve and continued, "Regardless of perspective, this is their fault. When we faced Hydra, they offered no assistance. Instead, they sought to attack us. I harbor deep suspicions that they are either affiliated with Hydra or impersonated by the Strontians. This is beyond mere folly. What rational individual would choose such a path? I firmly believe that launching a counterattack is the best course of action. Tony, if you cannot reconcile this internally, I advise you to refrain from taking any action that might hinder others. Your nation is in dire need of rejuvenation. It has transformed into a realm reminiscent of another dictator." With that, Xiao rose, approached Tony, and said, I am privy to many matters, yet many disasters and events have been orchestrated by your government. Do you realize? In other parallel worlds, you are indeed the catalyst for numerous heroic civil wars." Xiao turned to Steve, saying, "Of course, you are also one of the sparks that ignited the Civil War. Because of you, countless innocent heroes and ordinary people have perished." Jonathan could not help but exclaim, "Civil war among heroes? Are we referring to ourselves? That sounds incredibly thrilling. Just hearing about it sets my blood ablaze. I believe I shall stand with the captain." As he spoke, he moved behind Steve, casting glances at the others as if to challenge. "I wonder who among you will be my adversary." Xiao shot him an exasperated look. "I have yet to stir up trouble, and you are already starting? Enough with the theatrics. That is my persona." After addressing Jonathan, he turned to the others. "Do you recall our previous plan? To elevate Steve to power. He shall be the one to transform this nation. Since they can hardly wait, let us commence ahead of schedule. You are responsible for ensuring the safety of this place. Captain, prepare for a live broadcast. Then, I shall ascertain whether that so-called president is indeed an alien. If so, splendid. If not, let us remove him from his position. A person capable of such decisions must not remain in power." Xiao paused, a broad smile gracing his face. "I believe it is time for me to indulge myself. Since arriving in this world, it seems I have yet to engage in any outrageous deeds. This does not align with the identity of a player. Tony, I hope you will refrain from actions you might later regret. I had forgotten to mention earlier, the Planet Eater will arrive in 2 years and annihilate Earth. You were previously researching how to address this issue, were you not? Focus your efforts on this matter." Tony sprang to his feet in excitement. "What did you just say? Guarantee you unaware of the timeline before? A person told me, but I believe she would not deceive me. At least, there is no need for her to do so." Tony looked at him in confusion. "She? Who is she?" Xiao sighed, death. Tony's confusion deepened. "Hela? How would she know?" Charles and the others, although unaware of the context of their conversation, listened intently as it pertained to the annihilation of Earth. Xiao scoffed, "Not Hela. She is the goddess of death from Asgard. I am referring to death. Among the 5 original gods, she is the source of all life and souls, the creator and manipulator." Tony looked at him in bewilderment. "I recall you mentioning that the Planet Eater is also one of the 5 original gods, correct? Death should be of a similar nature. Then why would she inform you?" Xiao replied with pride, "She has taken a liking to me and even expressed a desire to be with me, which I declined. Moreover, they are distinct. Uncle Devourer has a manifestation in every universe. However, death exists as a singular entity across all multiverses, unless it is the true form of Uncle Devourer. The power of his manifestations is limited, and this universe's manifestation is comparatively weak, as she conveyed to me. Without waiting for others to speak, Jonathan began to voice his grievances. Why would she choose you? Clearly, I am more handsome. Why is it that no goddess has ever taken an interest in me? Everyone cast him disapproving glances, and Tony remarked, perhaps you lack the uniqueness of Xiaoho, though your chattiness is quite similar. Nevertheless, we have at least gleaned some useful information. He turned to Xiaoho and continued, next time you receive such intel, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 162. To the White House, Xiaoho nodded. Very well. You may continue your research. As for the follow-up on this matter, you need not concern yourself. Just lend your support to Steve when the time comes. Tony hesitated for a moment before sighing. All right, but you must ensure no innocent individuals are harmed. I assure you, aside from certain countries. When have I ever harmed innocents? Xiaoho replied earnestly. Tony then glanced at the others, and after receiving their responses, he allowed Xiaoho to escort him back to his villa. After seeing Tony off, Xiaoho turned to Jonathan and Ben and inquired, would you like me to take you home first? I appreciate your assistance with this matter. However, it would be best for you to refrain from getting involved in what follows. Jonathan protested, no way. I must be part of such an exciting event. Besides, I believe I would be quite suited for a presidential run. How about I take charge of the speeches? Xiaoho looked at him, recalling a scene from Deadpool 3, particularly the moment when Deadpool was flayed by Charles' sister, leaving him a mere puddle. He retorted, I can hardly imagine what the country would become under your leadership. You should stick to being a superhero, and please, refrain from speaking ill of others behind their backs. Jonathan, puzzled, asked why not. I believe I'm quite suitable. Just imagine. We could replace the Statue of Liberty with my likeness. How do you know I enjoy gossiping about others? Ignoring him, Xiaoho turned to Charles and asked, Professor, do you have a sister? Charles, taken aback by Xiaoho's sudden question, replied, No, I only have a brother, and he was born without consciousness. The body I currently inhabit is his. Xiaoho quipped, Well, you two must be quite fond of each other. After his jest, he became serious. Now let's discuss business. As I mentioned before, Professor, your responsibility is to guard this place. Steve, you will live stream the contents of their meeting, exposing their crimes. Additionally, reveal the Strulin situation. I had intended to handle it gradually, but time is of the essence. The world must be made aware of their existence. It's all Nick's fault for his foolishness. What difference is there between such aliens and Judas? Steve adjusted his attire, understood, I am ready. Xiaoho regarded him with satisfaction. Indeed, a veteran of World War II. He showed no hesitation in critical moments. Washington, inside the White House. The current president of the United States, known for his reliability, passionately addressed his senior staff and the Secretary of Defense, his expression animated. I have previously asserted that mutants should not exist, yet there have been persistent dissenters. Behold the consequences of allowing their existence. They're preparing to establish their own nation. He opened a box on the table, his finger poised over a crimson button. Now, I must rectify our mistakes and send those damned monstrosities straight to hell. Several officials could not contain themselves, exclaiming, Mr. President, I believe we should reconsider. The president paid them no heed, decisively pressing the red button. At that moment, several concealed military bases across the country received the command. Generals, who had been briefed beforehand, shouted, We have received the order. Launch missiles at the target. Numerous missiles armed with nuclear warheads were fired from various military installations, soaring into space. Aimed directly at the vicinity of the moon, specifically targeting Klako. Do not question the feasibility. Simply accept that it is advanced technology. And I believe it is possible. After pressing the button, the president turned to the individuals who urged him to reconsider. What did you say? I was not paying attention. As he spoke, he nonchalantly dug into his ears and then blew air to clear them. Before the others could respond, a flippant voice interjected. They're suggesting you consider whether you can bear the consequences. Who? The president inquired, scanning the room for the source of the voice. Sitting by the window was Xiaoho, observing him, already donning a live-streaming headset. Behold, our esteemed president, treating the heroes who confront Hydra in such a manner. He proclaimed, swiftly appearing before the president. gripping his neck and lifting him off the ground, the headset aimed directly at him. Previously, I merely harbored suspicions, but upon facing you, I can sense your distinct nature. The currents that emanate from you are unlike those of any human. Strillion. Without waiting for a response, Xiaoho summoned electrical currents in his hand, directing them towards the elderly man. The president was enveloped in electricity, emitting agonizing screams until he eventually lost consciousness. As he succumbed to his fainting state, his form began to transform. He grew taller, reaching 9 meters, his skin turning green and his ears sharpening. The onlookers within the White House finally grasped the situation, gasping in shock while the guard soldiers drew their weapons, aiming at the two figures. Xiaoho disregarded their presence and began to elucidate this individual before me. The President of the United States is now revealing his true form. Do not be deceived by his goblin-like appearance. He is, in fact, a renowned Strillion, one of the most infamous extraterrestrials in the cosmos. Even if he were not a disguised alien, he would likely still engage in such actions. However, since he is indeed an alien, perhaps you will find it easier to accept this reality. Moreover, due to a certain square-faced lady and a certain African-American egg-headed director, there are many of such aliens on Earth. They can transform into anyone, perhaps the very green-skinned goblin who shares your bed. Initially, I intended to handle the Hydra situation before gradually revealing this information. However, since they have come knocking, I shall disclose it to you ahead of schedule. Furthermore, they are plotting to conquer the Earth. This attack on Klako can certainly be attributed to them. He grasped the headset, pointed at his face, and continued with a grin. I am now employed by the mutants. If you choose to launch an attack, I cannot guarantee they want to initiate a mission to annihilate you. He granted you 3 days to liberate all mutants captured in the laboratory and deliver them to Xavier's Academy for gifted youngsters. After 3 days, we shall begin to deal with the disobedient in our own manner, ensuring their release. After speaking, Xiaoho donned the headset once more and declared to the encircling crowd, having come this far, I shall grant you 30 minutes to depart, for I intend to set off a firework here. When the time is up, do not blame me for the consequences if you remain. A sinister smile crept across his face. The Minister of Defense immediately surmised his intentions. He had watched the entire previous broadcast. He looked at Xiaoho and exclaimed, "You cannot do this. Do you wish to declare war on the United States? You cannot bear the repercussions." Chapter 163. The White House is no more. Xiaoho smiled at him. You have 29 minutes and 34 seconds remaining. I wouldn't mind if you stayed for a little chat. Madman, you will regret this. The Minister of Defense cursed before hastily fleeing with his companions. Xiaoho watched their retreating figures, lightning dancing between his fingers. After some contemplation, he decided against immediately eliminating them. He believed there would be another opportunity. After all, he represented the mutants and preferred not to stir up trouble. Once this mission was completed, he would seek them out for a proper discussion. Xiaoho, carrying the president of the Stroll, soared to the rooftop of the White House. After casually tossing him aside, he retrieved his camera to capture a final memento of himself and the White House. His actions had already sparked a tremendous uproar online. Social media was ablaze with discussions about him and the mutants. Everyone was sharing their opinions, previously filled with posts about eradicating Hydra, now inundated with speculations about his intention to blow up the White House, the use president being an alien, and whether there were indeed individuals replaced by extraterrestrials. Even the sorcerers in Kamartaj were glued to his live stream. Wong remarked to Uncle Ba, he has gained notoriety instantly. He was already reckless. But who would have thought that shortly after his departure, he would confront the United States? Before Uncle Ba could respond, Mordo's expression turned icy as he interjected. He has no authority to act in such a manner. Why does the Ancient One allow him such freedom? He should be sent to the depths of hell. Wong and Uncle Ba turned their gazes toward him, with Uncle Ba saying, Mordo, your emotions seem off-kilter. Perhaps you need to recalibrate your state of mind and not let external influences sway you. Modu cast a fleeting glance at him before rising and departing. Wong hesitated momentarily, saying, his aura seems to carry a hint of darkness. Perhaps we should inform the Supreme Mage. Uncle Ba gazed in the direction of Modu's exit and remarked, I share that sentiment. Yet our teacher is likely more discerning than we are. If he has indeed succumbed to darkness, our teacher should handle it. Within the tea room of Ancient One, Natasha, Yelena, and Strange were seated. Natasha occasionally stole glances at the Ancient One, who in a calm tone asked, "Do you have something to say? Or are you concerned about what I might do to him? Rest assured, that is his affair, and I shall not interfere." Yelena, without directing her gaze at them, mischievously added peculiar substances to Strange's teacup, delighting in his surprised reaction as he spluttered. Both Ancient One and Natasha noticed her antics, while Strange, engrossed in his book, remained oblivious to her mischief. They exchanged curious glances. After setting his teacup down in resignation, Strange glanced at Yelena before resuming his reading, puzzled by why this junior, who was over a decade younger than him, took such pleasure in teasing him. In a modest dwelling, Jane and Thor nestled together. Captivated by the live broadcast, Thor kissed Jane and lamented, "I regret not accompanying him. He can indeed wield thunder. I wonder how my sister is faring." Surrounding them were numerous books from the East, such as the Analects, the Emperor's Studies, and Essentials of Jingguan Governance. At his feet lay his cherished Mjolnir. Jane wrapped her arms around his waist, tracing circles on his chest, and asked, "Are you planning to leave?" Thor chuckled, replying, "No, they do not require me at present. I wish to spend more time with you. Perhaps I am not suited to be a king." In a clandestine underground chamber, Nick was also engrossed in the live broadcast. Holding an activated pager in his hand, his face contorted with hatred as he watched the unfolding scenes. "You won't revel for long. When she returns, it will be your reckoning." In the vastness of space beyond Earth, Eric sat, his gaze fixed upon a cluster of approaching red dots, a cold smirk gracing his lips. With a wave of his hand, countless fragments of satellite debris hurtled toward them, obliterating them before they could escape Earth's grasp, leaving no opportunity for detonation. "Charles, it's resolved. I must express gratitude for the space debris they have created. Here, I am in no shortage of control." At the White House, where the majority of Earth's populace directed their attention, Xiaoho perched at the edge of the rooftop, pen in hand, incessantly sketching on a piece of paper. The strew man he had previously incapacitated regained consciousness, and, upon surveying his surroundings, glared at Xiaoho with animosity. Sensing the man's gaze, Xiaoho looked up and presented his drawing, which depicted a group of goblins expelled from Earth, accompanied by the words, "Next time, I'll end you." However, this artwork is as abstract as that produced by a 3- or 4-year-old child. Upon observing the painting, the scroll remarked, "Who do you think you are? We have come here with the consent of Captain Marvel. You have no authority to expel us." Xiaoho clicked his tongue in disbelief. "And who is she? What power does she possess to represent this planet and accept you? Not to mention Agamotto, this planet is ostensibly under the protection of Asgard, a woman who, upon gaining abilities, neglects to safeguard this world while striving to uphold peace and justice for extraterrestrials, even attempting to rescue an ungrateful race like yours. Who can she truly represent?" Xiaoho glanced at the time and declared, "The moment has arrived. This place is destined to vanish." With that, he seized the scroll and ascended into the air, gauging the scale of the surroundings before snapping his fingers, unleashing a quantum bomb that struck the White House directly at its center. Xiaoho retreated a bit, observing the White House as he proclaimed, "Art is an explosion." As the mushroom cloud ascended, this emblem of American power was utterly obliterated. Countless viewers watching the live broadcast were left in shock. They had believed Xiaoho was merely issuing a threat, never anticipating that he would actually detonate the site. Watching the dissipating mushroom cloud, Xiaoho stated, "The destruction of this place was my own volition, and it has nothing to do with mutants. I am not a mutant. Those who harbor grievances against me can seek me out at any time. I am Xiaoho, a player, a bounty hunter. As long as you are willing to pay, I shall risk my life to fulfill your tasks. It's that simple, and if you're up to no good, don't come to me. I am, after all, a good person." Seizing the moment, Xiaoho promoted himself, yet the viewers remained skeptical. Who could be a good person while dropping so many bombs in a single day? Holding the scroll, Xiaoho announced, "That concludes today's broadcast. Once we have developed a device to identify scrolls, we shall conduct another live session, and those who have captured mutants should promptly deliver them to the designated locations." With that, he switched off his headset and turned to the captive. "Now, it is time for you to meet Tony and the others." After once more rendering the scroll unconscious, he transported him to Tony's workshop. Chapter 164, Xiaoho, Coulson. "Do you wish to assist the captain? You shouldn't have detonated that place. Such actions will only incite greater hatred. They will not let this matter rest," Tony said calmly upon Xiaoho's arrival. Xiaoho tossed the scroll aside, found a chair, and produced 2 bottles of beer, tossing one to Tony. After taking a hearty swig, he replied, "This is also a demonstration of our stance, even if it was led by him intentionally." He gestured toward the scroll. But in such a vast nation, it is astonishing that no one intervened. When I arrived, only a handful of individuals dared to confront him. Xiaoho crushed the beer bottle in his hand, shards of glass and liquor scattering across the ground. He casually tossed the remnants aside, his tone laced with a hint of coldness. "Tell me, Tony, do they bear no responsibility whatsoever? Or does this nation truly believe that no one can stand against them, that they can act with impunity? We have just demonstrated our prowess by annihilating numerous Hydra bases. Surely, any rational individual would contemplate the repercussions of provoking us, wouldn't they?" Xiaoho retrieved another bottle of beer, suppressing his rising anger. "Sometimes, I genuinely question whether the fault lies with me or with this world. Never mind. Let's not delve into this topic any further. Quickly develop a device to identify them. I need to retrieve something from Egghead, as he promised me." With that, Xiaoho took a swig of his drink and faded into Tony's workshop. Tony, clutching the beer bottle, fell into silence, his gaze fixated on the structure. After a few minutes, he activated his armor, securing the figure to a device. Xiaoho arrived at the SHIELD headquarters, where several agents were still cleaning up the battlefield. Most of them wore expressions of confusion. The events of the day had been overwhelming. Even while tidying up, they maintained a considerable distance from one another, uncertain of their teammates' trustworthiness. Were they Hydra or aliens? Upon seeing Xiaoho, they all looked at him with a mixture of wariness and admiration, yet none dared to approach. As Xiaoho drew near, they parted to clear a path. Just as he was about to enter the building for a brief tour, Coulson emerged with Clint. Coulson regarded him with a complex expression. "Do you have business here?" "Apologies, but I cannot offer you a coffee." Xiaoho casually tossed 2 bottles of beer their way. "Then let me treat you to some drinks. I am here to collect the obelisk you previously promised me." Coulson glanced at the beer in his hand, contemplated for a moment, then opened one and took a sip. Exhaling deeply, "We were preparing to give it to you earlier. We just couldn't locate you. Allow me to take you to it. I am responsible for this area now." Xiaoho inquired, "What about Egghead? Was he eliminated?" After a brief hesitation, Coulson replied, "He was dismissed after you released that list. Someone had to take responsibility, didn't they?" With that, he led Xiaoho outside. Xiaoho questioned, "Aren't we supposed to retrieve the obelisk? Why not go inside?" Coulson explained, "The storage for special items is not located here." Pressing the key fob in his hand, he activated the vehicle. The atmosphere among the 3 in the car grew somewhat tense. Xiaoho gazed out at the chaotic streets of New York, where individuals were indulging in various acts of petty theft, yet he felt no inclination to intervene. Clint, unable to endure the silence, spoke up. "Does anyone want to stop them?" Neither of the others responded, leaving him to awkwardly scratch his nose. The voice of Xiaoho resonated from the back row. "Are you all still planning to linger at SHIELD? It has devolved into a complete mess, devoid of any necessity to persist." Clint, with a resigned gesture, spread his hands. "I have long grown weary of this life. Yet I must earn a living to support my family. My son is just over a year old, and my wife is expecting another child." Xiaoho gazed at him with a hint of sympathy. "You must be in dire need of funds. Would you consider changing jobs? Perhaps to become an archery instructor?" A friend of mine was preparing to pursue that career. Speaking of her, it has been ages since I last reached out. The last time I contacted her, she mentioned dealing with vampires. "Do you have any information on them?" Coulson interjected. "Are you referring to Blade and his team? They should be in London. The situation there is rather complex, with a tighter connection between the vampires and the government than here in the United States." Xiaoho pondered, stroking his chin. "It seems I should pay them a visit. After all, vampires are as loathsome as the green-skinned goblins." "Coulson, would you like to accompany some personnel to assist the captain? I recall you hold him in high regard. He is preparing to run for president to enact change in America. I believe he would be particularly delighted by your presence." Upon hearing Xiaoho's words, Coulson inadvertently pressed the brake, feeling slightly embarrassed. "I apologize, this news has taken me by surprise." The vehicle resumed its smooth journey, and Coulson remarked, "I will certainly give your suggestion serious consideration. As for the Strucker matter, I am truly sorry. I had no idea the director would handle it in this manner." Xiaoho dismissively replied, "You need not apologize. The issue lies with that incompetent and the square-faced captain." One is an ordinary man attempting to control everything, while the other recklessly doles out sympathy for strangers. Ultimately, the repercussions of their actions fall upon others to bear. Xiaoho's words cast a pall over the car, plunging it back into silence. Feeling somewhat awkward, he sought to shift the topic. Do you know where the Tesseract is? I believe it would be safer in my custody. Coulson hesitated. That is national property. I lack the authority to grant it to you. Xiaoho scoffed. National property? That artifact originally belongs to Odin. It merely resides on Earth now. You can only claim to have stumbled upon it. I am quite familiar with Odin, as well as his 3 heirs. If you refuse to hand it over, I shall have them come to retrieve it. Although, I am uncertain if they will be as accommodating as I am. Moreover, with that object in your possession, it will only serve as a threat. I would rather not awaken one day to find extraterrestrials hovering above me, with a purple being poised to use it to snap his fingers. Purple being? Both Coulson and Clint appeared perplexed. Xiaoho elucidated. The director of the Cosmic Population Control Office. Wherever he travels, he randomly eliminates half of the population. Finding it troublesome, he seeks to collect the 6 Infinity Stones. As Xiaoho spoke, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Just like that, once sufficient life is collected, with a snap, half of the existence in the universe shall perish. He certainly made a considerable contribution to the Cosmic Family Planning Initiative. One wonders, was he attempting to appease the Grim Reaper, or was he striving to prevent the birth of children from celestial beings? Chapter 165. Acquiring the obelisk, Xiaoho grinned mischievously and remarked, Coulson, since you cannot harness the power of the cosmic cube, you might as well relinquish it to me. I have been rallying forces to combat that purple sweet potato essence, and Uncle Devourer. Yet, in his mind, he pondered what functions the space gem might unlock. Being related to space, it should prove somewhat useful, wouldn't it? Coulson contemplated for a moment before subtly gesturing with his eyes. Xiaoho regarded him with curiosity. What is wrong? Did something in your eyes? Coulson instantly revealed an expression of incredulity, simultaneously gesturing discreetly toward his ear. Finally grasping his meaning, Xiaoho retorted. You mean that the egghead is eavesdropping, right? Just ignore him. He should just hide quietly. It would be best if he doesn't emerge to cause trouble. Or I shall send him to a cotton field. At that moment, the eavesdropping egghead erupted with curses, filling the narrow basement with an array of expletives of the highest caliber. Suddenly, Xiaoho remarked, Egghead, you should have called Carol back, right? A voice from the car broke the silence. What? Are you afraid? How could that be? Xiaoho denied vehemently, continuing to mock. It's better if that old lady returns. Let her witness how she betrayed her own country and planet. I refuse to believe that after gallivanting outside for so long, she hasn't heard a single rumor about the Strulans. Nick fell in his silence, though he possessed limited knowledge on Earth. He was certain that Carol knew far more than he did. He had already harbored doubts about the Strulans. Today, upon witnessing the president transform into a Strulan, he felt a surge of murderous intent. While he generally leaned towards supporting the United States, he deeply regretted inviting an alien race. Perhaps Tarlos genuinely sought a homeland, but his kin and intentions diverged significantly. He suddenly recalled an ancient saying from Hua country. Those not of my clan must have different hearts. On Earth, even differing skin colors are regarded as alien. How much more so for extraterrestrials? Nick collected his thoughts and stated, allowing the Strulans to remain on Earth is indeed a dilemma for both me and Carol. I will discuss with her how to manage this. Coulson, hand over the cosmic cube to him. Consider an investment we are making for the impending calamities. Coulson promptly replied, understood, Director. After receiving Coulson's affirmation, Nick continued, Xiaoho, I want to reiterate, at times I may act out of self-interest, but my primary motivation is to protect this world. Xiaoho scoffed. Are you certain that your desire to protect the world is not merely a pretext to achieve your own ends? Honestly, without your protection, the world might very well improve. What I detest the most are those politicians who wield morality as a weapon to bind and persecute others. They speak more sweetly than they act, and their deeds are few and far between. Nick interjected, how virtuous are you then? Have you ever considered the plight of ordinary people? Just today, do you have any idea how many innocent lives have been affected? Xiaoho smugly replied, I have no idea. I'm not a superhero, nor am I a paragon of virtue. So why should I care? Aside from my friends, Why should I concern myself with the lives of others? The fact that I haven't actively harmed anyone is already a testament to my moral standing. Moreover, I have assisted many and resolved numerous troubles for them. Nick found himself at a loss for words in response to Xiaoho's statement and finally said, regarding the Strull incident, I hope you can wait a couple of days to address it. Once Carol returns, we may need to have a serious discussion. Xiaoho raised an eyebrow. What is this? Are you planning to have her coerce me with force? I might not stand a chance against her, but I do have powerful allies, not to mention the Supreme Mage is no insignificant figure. Odin has been eager for me to become his son-in-law. If necessary, I could simply acquiesce and have him and Hela team up against you. Carol wouldn't stand a chance against them. Xiaoho felt a slight unease at the thought of Carol's combat prowess. While she may have appeared lackluster in films, this was not the realm of cinema. Those capable of moving faster than light are not figures he could contend with at present. Coulson, Clint, and Nick exchanged glances of incredulity. What utter nonsense. The strongest words were uttered in the most cowardly manner. It felt as if he was saying, if I can't handle it, I'll call my parents, which, ironically, was quite similar to Nick's own predicament. Nick ultimately remarked, I will reach out to you later, and fell silent, the vehicle enveloped in an atmosphere of quietude. It was Clint who finally shattered the silence. Are you serious? Xiaoho, puzzled, inquired, serious about what? Clint turned to him, a mischievous grin gracing his face. About Odin wanting you to be his son-in-law. Is Hela the bride in question? That name is reminiscent of the legendary goddess of death. Could it possibly be her? Is she beautiful? I've never encountered goddess. Xiaoho replied with pride. Indeed, it's true. Hela has been keen on having me join her in rebellion. Unfortunately, I have no romantic interest in her. Asgard is hardly an entertaining place. Clint, curiosity piqued, asked, is that so? Could you elaborate on it? What is the realm of the gods like? Xiaoho began to recount tales of the divine realm, both of them listening intently, with a certain egg also eavesdropping. At a military base on the outskirts of New York, Coulson gradually brought the vehicle to a halt. He led the two into a warehouse marked 084. After traversing the interior for a while, they stopped before a safe. Pointing at the box, he stated, inside lies the obelisk you seek. However, do not touch it with your hands, or you'll be turned to stone. Xiaoho opened the box and, disregarding his words, placed his hand upon it. At the moment of contact, his hand turned to stone, the petrification rapidly ascending his arm. Coulson shouted, did I not expressly state that direct contact is forbidden? What are you doing? Barton swiftly severed his arm. As Barton drew his pistol, preparing to intervene, Xiaoho halted him, saying, no need for alarm. I merely wish to inspect the goods. The two observed as the petrification spread to his shoulder, exchanging exasperated glances. Are you certain you haven't gone too far? You're nearly finished, aren't you? Xiaoho then began to transmute the unaffected portion of his body into lightning, intent on testing his immunity to the petrification process. And to his surprise, it proved effective. As he transformed into a bolt of lightning, the petrification ceased at his shoulder. He stepped back, leaving a solitary hand behind, still gripping the obelisk. Coulson and Barton were rendered speechless by his display. They gazed at the detached hand and then at Xiaoho, who stood nonchalantly beside them, conveniently ignoring the fact that he was now missing an arm. Xiaoho remarked, the effect is truly formidable. Without a bloodline certification, even my physical prowess could not withstand it. He then produced a deep blue rose and aimed it at his forehead, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 166. Absorbing the space gem, Coulson and Barton were momentarily bewildered by a series of actions. As Barton watched Xiaoho's body slowly collapse, he rushed forward to catch him. Turning to Coulson, he asked, is there any hope for him? Coulson, observing the vanishing head, grimaced slightly. I doubt he can be saved. He has lost his head. However, before they could continue their discussion, Xiaoho's form transformed into motes of light, reconstituting itself nearby. He flexed his hands and declared, indeed, losing limbs is merely a trivial matter. A single death allows for a swift revival. No need to regenerate like Deadpool. Coulson and Barton stared at him in astonishment. With Barton glancing between his own hands and Xiaoho, a look of existential doubt crossing his face. After stowing the obelisk along with the box in his backpack, Xiaoho explained, as a player, reviving upon death is quite normal. Do not regard me with such incredulity. Let us proceed to acquire the Tesseract. Reluctantly, Coulson continued to lead the way. though he frequently cast furtive glances in Xiaoho's direction. Barton, unabashed, continuously scrutinized him, inquiring, "Can you truly revive? Does this mean you will never die?" Xiaoho, stroking his chin, replied, "Of course I can revive. Did I not just demonstrate that? As for never dying, I cannot say for certain. I have attempted to end my life hundreds of times and have yet to succeed. Moreover, having resided in this world for over 3 years, I seem not to have aged. This presents a dilemma for future matrimonial pursuits. Alas, who needs a wife? I am, after all, a solitary noble known as the Lone Wolf." Both men were taken aback by his nonchalant remarks, abruptly losing their desire to engage further in conversation. The warehouse echoed with the solitary sound of their footsteps. The trio arrived at a metallic cube and came to a halt. After Carlson input a sequence of codes into the nearby controller, the cube split apart, releasing a cloud of smoke. Subsequently, a blue cube emerged from within. Carlson turned to Xianghao and remarked, "The Tesseract. I hope you will refrain from using it for nefarious purposes." Xianghao reached for the Tesseract once more, but this time, neither Carlson nor the other individual intervened. They merely observed in silence, contemplating whether he intended to risk another encounter to authenticate its nature. Upon Xianghao's touch on the Tesseract, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Instead, he grasped the cube firmly in his hand, tossing it playfully after retracting his grip. Carlson exclaimed, "How is this possible? How did you manage that? No one can make direct contact." Seizing the opportunity, Xianghao replied, "It's quite simple. With sufficient physical strength, and if it chooses to accept you, you can wield it directly. Previous users were merely too weak." After speaking, Xianghao gazed at the prompt that appeared before him, promptly selecting Confirm, initiating the absorption of the Tesseract's energy. As he began, the casing enveloping the space stone transformed into energy, flowing into his palms, followed by the internal energy. Carlson and his companion watched in awe as the true form of the space stone was revealed. They had possessed the Tesseract for so long without realizing that its interior held a gem. The absorption process was swift, taking less than a minute for the system to gather an adequate amount of energy, causing the space stone to dim in brilliance. Once the energy was absorbed, Xianghao gained 2 new abilities. The first allowed him to teleport back to a safe point at any time, with a 5-second transfer duration. The second was a dungeon feature, permitting him to enter specific dungeons with an entry ticket or module, devoid of task requirements. However, defeating the monsters within could yield special items or equipment. Additionally, there was a random dungeon entry opportunity once a month, enabling entry into a random dungeon, contingent upon completing specific tasks. Reflecting on this, Xianghao mused that there was finally a semblance of gaming to it. It seemed he had previously drawn a dungeon module. Perhaps he could try it out in a couple of days. As he toyed with the space stone, he contemplated its potential uses. Should he seek out Loki to borrow the Infinity Gauntlet from Odin's vault for a little amusement? It seemed worth a try, though the gauntlet was rather unattractive. At that moment, Carlson interrupted, "You've secured the item. We must take our leave. I have matters to attend to." As he spoke, he removed his earpiece, muttering softly, "Inform the captain that I will join him once I conclude my business here." Afterward, he reattached the earpiece and said, "Let us go. I will escort you out." Astonished by his display of efficiency, Xianghao produced a portal and replied, "No need for your escort. I'm off. Goodbye." He promptly appeared in Krakoa, where he found Sky frolicking with Fanicat. Upon spotting him, Sky rushed over, exclaiming, "Xianghao, you look incredibly dashing today. Next time, you must accompany me. I yearn to witness your prowess firsthand." The phantom cat greeted Xiaoho politely. "Good day, Mr. Xiaoho." After setting Sky aside, Xiaoho replied, "Greetings. You must be Katie, correct?" Katie nodded. "Indeed, I apologize for not joining you." Xiaoho chuckled, "No worries. This battle isn't suited for you, and at your age, it is best to focus on your studies." He then turned to Sky, saying, "Sky, I have brought the item that can activate your abilities. Would you like it? If you help me wash my socks for a month, it's yours." Sky exclaimed excitedly, "Really? Hurry and give it to me. I would wash them for a lifetime." Xiaoho produced a box containing the obelisk. Then it settled, "Henceforth, you shall wash my socks. Katie, keep your distance." It's a lethal weapon for those who are not of the inhuman race. Katie quickly scurried away as Sky eagerly placed her hand on the obelisk. Upon contact, the hidden patterns began to illuminate. A surge of energy flowed from Sky's hand throughout her body, and she expressed a hint of confusion. I don't feel any different. As she spoke, the light from the obelisk began to slowly fade, ultimately returning to its original state. Xiaohou observed and concluded that the transformation was complete. Closing the box and advising Sky, "It should be done. Now you must introspect and train your abilities." At that moment, Katie approached, keenly observing her newly acquainted friend for any changes. Sky looked at Xiaohou in bewilderment, but I seemed to feel nothing. In her excitement, a wave of energy emanated from her, though it was not intense. It merely caused the leaves of the grass nearby to quiver slightly. Xiaohou pointed at the trembling grass. "You have activated your ability. Yours is the power of vibration. Charles and the others are quite adept at teaching this. Just ensure you do not squander it. Remember, vibrating hearts is trivial. You must vibrate the air, vibrate everything, and ultimately vibrate space itself. Like that venerable old man with a white beard, who can shatter space with a mere punch." Chapter 167. Lottery and Gundam. Sky gazed at the now still grass, uncertainly asking, "Is that true? Can such a weak ability truly function as you say?" Xiao flashed a bright smile. "Absolutely. It is never the ability that is weak, but rather the individual who develops it." At that moment, a boy with a long nose approached. "Is that true? My mutant ability is my long nose. How shall I develop it?" Xiao glanced at him, captivated by his nose. "Can your nose elongate if you lie?" The boy replied defiantly, "No. I am merely a physical mutation with no other special abilities." "Then it's hopeless. You might as well give up," Xiao quipped, only to notice the tears in the boy's eyes and the disdainful expressions from Sky and the others, quickly adding, "I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. You might consider attempting the role of a sharpshooter. Whether wielding a firearm, a bow, or even a slingshot, mastering these skills can undoubtedly become part of your prowess. I happen to know several individuals skilled with a bow. Ultimately, it is the individual who possesses strength. Abilities are of little consequence. Just like Tony, an ordinary man who, through his own ingenuity in creating armor, ascended to the status of a superhero." The boy, visibly excited by these words, earnestly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I aspire to become a superhero like Tony. I shall embark on my studies." Watching the boy dash away, Xiaohou wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have deceived him. He had forgotten that most mutants possess rather limited abilities. He was always preoccupied with thoughts of devil fruits, believing that with enough imagination, one could unlock any potential. Xiaohou turned to Sky and said, "Practice at your own pace. Should you have any questions, consult Professor Charles and the others. I must take my leave. There are numerous matters to attend to." Upon finishing his words, Xiaohou vanished from their sight. Sky, feeling disgruntled, exclaimed, "Humph. You clearly have no intention of teaching me. Who would believe such an excuse? Once I become powerful, I shall bind you to my side, ensuring your constant companionship." Katie quietly inquired, "Why are you so insistent on clinging to him? He must have a plethora of responsibilities. After all, he is so formidable and has to interact with many people. This is a gift he has bestowed upon us." Sky clasped her friend's wrist and replied, "I merely wish for him not to overlook my presence, especially with that woman named Hela around, attempting to entice him away. I do not want Xiaohou to seek companionship elsewhere." Katie gazed at her in confusion. "Why? Isn't he your brother? Shouldn't he also find a partner? Just as I admire Bobby?" Sky retorted, "I was adopted by them, and there are already 4 women in the household. Why must he look beyond us to find someone else?" Katie was taken aback by her sentiments, never having considered that her new friend harbored such thoughts. Xiaohou arrived at Charles and the others' office, where they were engaged in a live broadcast discussing the establishment of a mutant nation and Steve's presidential campaign, while simultaneously condemning the unwarranted attacks by the government. Xiaohou sat quietly until they completed the broadcast before speaking. "I have entrusted that Strucker individual to Tony. He should require some time to develop the necessary identification instruments." Charles rubbed his temples and replied, "Understood. You can send Hank over shortly. He will be able to assist and expedite the research progress. We must also ensure the safety of this location, making it inconvenient for us to leave. By the way, we receive a message from Huagua indicating their intention to establish diplomatic relations. We need to send someone over." Xiaohou responded, "That is splendid news. Although Huagua in this world is somewhat peculiar, it remains trustworthy. Moreover, with their leadership, it will undoubtedly facilitate matters for you." Charles smiled and said, "Indeed. Therefore, I plan to visit personally. Previously, you mentioned the matter of releasing our compatriots, and I may trouble you for assistance when the time comes." Xiahou nodded. "Very well. Please let me know what needs my attention, and I shall instruct them on the ways of humanity." Observing that their discussion was nearing conclusion, Steve interjected, "Soon, I will accompany you to Tony's place. It is time for me to take action. At the very least, amidst the current chaos, I can gather some individuals." "Absolutely. Let us proceed," Xiahou replied, producing a portal and transporting Stephen and Hank back to Tony's workshop. After ensuring the two were settled, he activated the portal once more, returning directly to his office. Hela had finished perusing the Three Kingdoms and was now engrossed in the books that Xiahou had instructed Jarvis to order. Taking a seat nearby, Xiahou began to assess his achievements. The Hydra mission had reached completion, yielding him 400,000 energy points and 200 opportunities for random draws. While numerous lower-tier Hydra operatives had managed to escape, the completion of the mission indicated their inability to alter the overarching situation. The task of assisting Charles had also been fulfilled, granting him an additional 500,000 energy points and 30 designated draw opportunities. Remarkably, this task had spawned a third one, to rescue all mutants imprisoned within the laboratory, which similarly rewarded 500,000 energy points and 30 designated draws. This was the very reason Xiahou had articulated his sentiments during the live broadcast. Now, Xiahou possessed 201 chances for random draws and 30 designated draws. With his energy points soaring to 1,805,300, he was prepared to engage in another round of draws, opting to exhaust all available opportunities before considering his remaining energy for unforeseen circumstances. After utilizing all random draw chances, he acquired a multitude of potions and several unique items, notably including 5 resurrection coins, 3 Senza beans, 3 dance bombs, Thor's hammer, a moon prism, an enlarging lamp, and the Wing Zero Gundam, Snow White. Dance bomb. Upon being thrown, it emits dazzling light, compelling individuals within a 5-meter radius to dance until the brilliance fades, lasting for 3 minutes. Thor's hammer. A golden hammer that can repair any damaged object by striking it. It can mend anything that is broken, including the human body. Moon prism. By invoking the power of the moon, one can transform into a formidable magical girl, capable of evolution when combined with special items. Enlarging lamp. By illuminating objects, it can magnify their volume and weight up to 100 times, featuring switches for both enlargement and restoration modes. Wing Zero Gundam, Snow White, powered by a miniature fusion reactor. This custom-built Gundam is crafted from Gundanium alloy, featuring a brain-controlled system that allows for seamless interaction between the pilot and the machine. My mother need no longer worry about my ability to pilot a Gundam. Equipped with 2 beam sabers, a double-barreled explosive rifle, which compresses the surrounding air into a vortex of high temperature that engulfs objects. And 7 dwarfs, capable of launching 7 distinct energy attacks, which can also be affixed to the explosive rifle to amplify its power. Chapter 168. Test driving Snow White. Xiahou had initially prepared himself for a lackluster experience, hardly glancing at the lottery results as he drew his prizes. It was only at the end that he chose to inspect the items he had acquired. Observing the contents before him, he displayed little reaction. After all, many of these items held little significance for him, until that as his eyes fell upon the icon of the towering Gundam, he slapped his own face, seeking confirmation that he had not misread. Feeling the sting on his cheek, he turned to the item description, which expanded before him with a wealth of information, including 3 models. He struck himself again, questioning whether he was dreaming. Instantly, both sides of his face burned with pain, yet he paid it no mind. This was the Wing Zero Snow White. Without even considering other factors, it was undeniably one of the most aesthetically pleasing Gundams. Composed of silver, white, and gold, its design did not diminish its allure. Rather, it enhanced it. Especially striking were its immense wings and the 7 diminutive star cannons, which imbued it with an air of sanctity. He was eager to pilot this conceptual Gundam, to experience firsthand the thrill of being a Gundam pilot. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiahou transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from the office, leaving Hela bewildered. Hela watched as Xiahou disappeared, then picked up her book to continue reading. She could sense her seal beginning to loosen, and the contents of the book revealed to her truths she had never before comprehended. Xiaoho materialized on a coastal shore near New York, impatiently summoning Snow White. At that moment, he received another notification. Would you like to bind Wing Zero Snow White as your exclusive unit? Once bound, others will be unable to seize control or pilot it. Without hesitation, Xiaoho chose to bind it. Snow White manifested before him, its colossal form and mechanically imposing wings, with green mechanical eyes seemingly gazing at him. Xiaoho looked up in awe, his hand instinctively reaching out to touch its foot. A chilling sensation coursed through him as the cockpit sprang forth from his chest. He wasted no time and entered without hesitation. The cockpit of Snow White was unlike that of ordinary Gundams. It resembled something from Pacific Rim, with a connecting support structure suspended in midair alongside a set of white combat gear. Xiaoho contemplated the combat suit for a moment, but ultimately decided against wearing it. It was unnecessary. His physical prowess was sufficient to tear apart an ordinary Gundam without aid. He approached the connecting support and leaned against it, feeling a strong adhesive force secure him in place. The cockpit retracted, and Snow White's eyes glowed with a golden light. Within the cockpit, the surroundings were projected, making Xiaoho feel as though he were outside, albeit with a slightly elevated perspective. Simultaneously, a plethora of information flooded into Xiaoho's mind, momentarily rendering him dazed. Once he assimilated the knowledge, he comprehended fully how to wield it. He slowly raised his right hand, and by Shueji mirrored the motion. After exhaling deeply, Xiaoho gently propelled himself off the ground, and by Shueji soared into the sky. It felt as if he had truly acquired wings. He merely needed to envision the act of flight for by Shueji to replicate it. Delicate feathers drifted around him, shimmering and dissipating into specks of light after a brief distance. Xiaoho commanded by Shueji to ascend further, breaking through the atmosphere and emerging into the vastness of space. Was this the sensation of piloting a Gundam? It was absolutely exhilarating. I, Xiaoho, have finally become a Gundam pilot. Just then, a fragment of a derelict satellite hurtled towards him. Xiaoho reacted without hesitation, as a prompt appeared in his mind along with over 10 potential responses. He opted for the simplest, sidestepping the debris with ease. Was this the Zero system? An ordinary individual would surely succumb to the overwhelming influx of information in no time. Yet for me, it has no adverse effects whatsoever, and these scattered feathers, they transcend the realm of physics. However, they do possess a certain aesthetic charm. Let me observe your capabilities closely. Having said that, Xiaoho maneuvered by Shueji away from Earth, embarking on a quest for experimental targets. As by Shueji swiftly soared into the cosmos. The speed approached sublight levels, yet the energy reserves plummeted rapidly. After merely 10 minutes of full throttle, energy levels had diminished by 20%. Xiaoho furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "This energy supply is rather inadequate. At this rate, full combat would deplete our reserves in half an hour. It certainly requires enhancement. If it could absorb my energy for sustenance, that would be even better." As he gazed into the distance, a meteorite of several hundred meters in size appeared. Xiaoho drew 2 explosive rifles from behind him, merging them into one, and began to aim at the meteorite. "Let me experience the true extent of your firepower." As his words fell, a laser beam, over 100 meters wide, shot towards the meteorite. In the vacuum of space, the absence of air prevented any contraction, yet the immense energy penetrated the meteorite. When the beam faded, a colossal cavity was left in its wake, sending the meteorite hurtling away. Xiaoho marveled for a moment before converging 7 dwarf cannons onto the rifle, unleashing a vibrant laser, over 200 meters in width, towards the meteorite. This time, rather than completing the discharge, he maintained the assault while maneuvering the rifle, allowing the laser to shift, cleaving the meteorite in twain. Only then did Xiaoho cease firing, observing the energy levels drop to 40%. Impressive power, he mused. Yet it consumes energy at an alarming rate. It feels comparable to the destructive force of my full-strength attacks. However, this exhibits a stronger continuity and a more concentrated energy. Next, let us experiment with the dwarf star cannon and the lightsabers. He then maneuvered the dwarf star cannon to commence an assault on the fragments of the meteorite. Beams of laser, several meters in diameter, surged forth, shattering the debris into even smaller pieces. He subsequently drew 2 lightsabers and soared directly towards the fragments. wielding the 10-meter-long blades with an array of dazzling techniques, slicing the meteorite shards into minuscule bits akin to fruits in a game of Fruit Ninja. After reducing the meteorite to mere dust, Xiao, with a look of satisfaction, sheathed his lightsabers and began his return to Earth. This time, he opted for a cruising speed rather than full throttle. Nonetheless, he achieved a remarkable velocity of 60 Mach in the vastness of space. Additionally, he was gradually absorbing energy to recuperate from the recent expenditure. In just over 10 minutes, he restored 50% of his energy, which greatly pleased Xiao. Now, this is more like it. Otherwise, in a more intense battle, it would be akin to facing Ultraman. Chapter 169, Xiao. Tony, assist me with an upgrade. Upon realizing that the energy of the Snow White could regenerate, Xiao propelled himself towards Earth with full force. After roughly 10 minutes, he drew closer to the planet, confirming New York's location through Snow White before descending from the cosmos. The friction with the atmosphere tinged Snow White with a hint of red, prompting Xiao to ponder, should I alter its livery? Perhaps a cherry blossom design would be visually delightful, or maybe a rugged masculine pink. However, he was not permitted to muse for long, as the vast expanse of New York City gradually loomed larger before him. Contemplating briefly, he directly headed for Tony's abode. He was eager to flaunt his new toy, which far surpassed his Iron Man suit in prowess. As he approached, Tony emerged clad in his armor, initiating communication from a distance. Within the panoramic cockpit, a communication request materialized, which Xiao readily accepted. A magnified video frame appeared before him, showcasing Tony's enlarged visage. Xiao remarked, "Tony, I was just about to seek you out. Yet here you are, coming to greet me." Tony gazed at the colossal mech and inquired, "Where did you acquire this? You just piloted it into space and back, correct?" Xiao, brimming with pride, responded, "It seems you have indeed seen it. Did you witness my experimental process?" Tony's expression turned serious. "Of course. The moment JARVIS detected it, I was alerted. Upon observing your movements, I immediately mobilized satellites to monitor you. However, the distance was somewhat far, so many details were not entirely clear. As they conversed, they landed in front of Tony's villa. Once on solid ground, Xiao exited the cockpit and alighted before Tony. Likewise, Tony removed his armor, his gaze continually fixed upon Snow White. Xiao threw an arm around his shoulders, exclaiming, "What do you think? Isn't it stunning? It's called the Wing Zero Gundam Snow White. Can you assist me in modifying it so that it can harness energy for me? Otherwise, the energy consumption is far too rapid." Tony stepped forward, gently caressing its surface. "It truly is magnificent. Is it named Snow White? A most fitting name, akin to its snowy appearance. However, it could also be called Angel. Just look at those wings, quite extravagant." Xiao beamed with pride. "Indeed, you might consider studying it to enhance your armor. Although I am uncertain whether its adamantium alloy is superior to your own, further investigation would certainly bear fruit. Wouldn't you agree?" Tony inquired, "May I see its cockpit? If possible, I would appreciate access to its data, as it would expedite my research." Without hesitation, Xiao grasped his shoulder and propelled him into the cockpit. After surveying the interior, Tony asked, "How do you pilot it? There seems to be no conventional controls." Xiao explained the operation method of Snow White, leaving Tony utterly astounded. "I never imagined it could be piloted in such a manner. However, that must impose a significant burden on the mind, doesn't it?" Xiao nodded. "Indeed, for an ordinary person, it is quite challenging to operate. But for me, it poses no issue. I have granted you access. You may modify it and retrieve its data at your convenience." Tony gazed at the emerging data interface and said, "Very well. I shall first extract its data for thorough examination. For now, it shall remain with me. I need to complete the device for detecting the Strulans." He rubbed his temples, exclaiming, "Damn it, I had no idea I had so many tasks to accomplish. I haven't had a good night's sleep in days." After a moment's contemplation, Xiao produced a rejuvenation pill, several small recovery potions, and 30 fasting pills, handing them to Tony. "The rejuvenation pill will prevent Pepper from aging. The recovery potions are for restoration, and each fasting pill allows one to forego food and water for a month. Consider these as your reward." Tony accepted the offerings and promptly ingested one of the fasting pills, experiencing an instant sensation of fullness. "Excellent. This will save me time on meals. However, it feels as though my work hours have merely prolonged." You provided me with these to better exploit my efforts, didn't you? Xiao chuckled. Not at all. I merely believe these items will aid you. Tony smiled. All right, I shall commence my research now. Feel free to entertain yourself. As Xiao observed him begin to copy the data with his armor, he chose not to disturb him further and departed, returning to the office. Spotting Hela quietly engrossed in a book, Xiao reclined on another sofa. Hela glanced up momentarily before resuming her reading, inquiring, "What happened earlier? Where did you go?" Xiao shot her a sidelong glance. "I acquired some intriguing items and went out to conduct some research." Hela furrowed her brow briefly before relaxing. "Is that so? It appears you have stumbled upon something quite fascinating." In her heart, she mused, "Damn it, he is concealing his true self. It seems I must first subdue him before anything else." Yet, the contents of the book appear to be of no use to him. Gazing at the lethargic Xiao, who lay there feigning death, it seemed that all her threats and enticements bore no fruit. She had previously promised him the role of queen, but he had outright rejected her. What was she to do? She picked up the television remote, aimlessly channel surfing, most of which revolved around Xiao, with only a few channels showcasing films and short dramas. She found herself growing weary of this place. In Tony's apartment, she could simply voice her needs, and Jarvis would provide, but here, Xiao lacked any artificial intelligence to assist her. At that moment, Xiao had succumbed to a drowsy slumber. The earlier exertion of controlling Snow White had taken its toll on him, albeit slightly, leaving him feeling fatigued and justified in seeking rest. After Hela switched off the television, she returned to her book, but Xiao's occasional snores disrupted her concentration, rendering it impossible to focus. Ultimately, she closed her book and gazed out at the street, lost in thought. In recent days, she had learned much, and her animosity towards Odin had diminished significantly, especially when she recalled Odin's wrinkled visage. She hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue revenge against him. The values of filial piety in Huagua stood in stark contrast to her upbringing. Odin had raised her to be a warrior, neglecting to impart these lessons. His betrayal had directed all her hatred towards him. Reflecting on it now, it seemed she had failed to consider the reasons behind his actions. Her thoughts drifted to the Valkyries who had perished at her hands. They seemed to have died quite innocently, having become mere pawns in her struggle against Odin. Clearly, Odin was unfit for his position, yet she found herself reluctant to assume his mantle. Chapter 170. Extracting equipment. Xiao did not sleep for long, awakening before dusk. Noticing Hela still quietly engrossed in her book, he began to meticulously examine his previous acquisitions. Apart from Snow White, both Thor's hammer and the magnifying lamp proved to be immensely beneficial to him. The hammer could repair anything, while the lamp could magnify objects up to 100 times. 100-fold. A handgun could transform into an Italian cannon. If used on Snow White, that means she could grow from 17 meters to an astonishing 700 meters? With a single shot, one could part the earth itself. The thought of such a scenario brought a mischievous smile to Xiao's face. With these tools, he could confidently traverse the world. Ironically, his physical prowess had now become his Achilles heel. Soon, he recalled the block-faced woman and realized he needed to prepare himself, lest he be unprepared for the confrontation ahead. Observing the remaining 30 specified draws, he resolved to complete them, as his Scarlet Empress had malfunctioned. Thus, he decided to draw for weapons first. In his initial 10 draw for specified equipment, he received the rare cloning headgear, the pure order of nature, belt, and a rusty katana. The rare cloning headgear. When worn, it does not alter one's appearance, yet allows for the cloning of equipment in the same slot while retaining the cloned attributes. Selectable attributes. Intelligence 55, health recovery of 45 per minute, or casting speed 14. Only one may be chosen. The pure order of nature, belt increases strength, agility, and intelligence by 110 points, skill damage by 20, overall attribute enhancement by 20, attack speed by 10, and casting speed by 15. The rusty katana adds 1 to real damage, increases attack speed by 12, a battered katana, which may break with use. Xiao opted for the intelligence enhancement on the cloning headgear, then equipped it alongside the belt in his gear slots. After feeling the augmentation of his physique, he proceeded with the next 10 draws. The items acquired included the Dustbringer wristbands, the Errant Thought, and the trendy mushroom hat, a decorative hat. Dustbringer wristbands. boost strength by 430, critical hit chance by 5, defense by 249, magic power by 1300, and skill damage by 12, crafted for those unholy souls who cannot seek refuge in Yina's embrace. Errant Thought. Necklace increases intelligence by 650. Reduces cooldown time for all skills by 5, boosts magic power by 2000, enhances skill damage by 15, and grants 30 points of resistance to all elements. A myriad of desires subtly surface upon the serpentine pendant. Trendy Mushroom Hat. A hat-style outfit that allows the mushroom head to replace one's own head, changing expressions in tandem with the wearer's emotions. Sue. Xiaoho donned the two attribute-enhancing outfits, replacing the basketball god amulet, as the errant thought occupied the same equipment slot. Yet, gazing at the mushroom head, he hesitated to wear it, considering the lack of attribute bonuses. After contemplation, he resolved to wear it only during battles or mischief. Meanwhile, he began to pray, "For this final 10 draw, may the longevity of Thor bless him with a formidable weapon. Hallelujah!" In the last 10 draws, he obtained the Crossblade Wielder, the Snowman's Pure White Coat, and the Oath of Victory Sword. Crossblade Wielder adds 10 to real damage, strength 40, intelligence 60, attack speed 8, casting speed 5. Critical hit 2, and upon attacking an enemy, there is a 3 chance to reduce the enemy's strength by 10, a slight debuff. Snowman's Pure White Coat, a clothing outfit that allows the selection of one skill to increase by 1 level. Oath of Victory Sword, the radiant holy sword destined to save planets, forged to vanquish foes that threaten destruction, capable of repelling all evil with its golden blade. Xiaoho gazed at the final items drawn, silently apologizing to Thor before eagerly retrieving both weapons. The Crossblade, a sword with a golden blade and a crimson hilt adorned with a white tassel, is a warrior's weapon of remarkable elegance. It measures 80 in length and, despite its stature, is surprisingly lightweight. Upon merely glancing at it, Xiaoho swiftly equipped it into his weapon slot, subsequently grasping the sword of oath and victory. This time, it felt effortless in his hands, devoid of any disdain. Unable to resist, Xiaoho wielded it a few times, the blade slicing through the air, leaving trails of golden luminescence. To his astonishment, this sword appeared more resplendent than he remembered. The juncture between the blade and hilt was embellished with a cruciform ornament, and the blade bore a dense pattern of golden cubes. At that moment, Hela suddenly interjected, "An impressive weapon. I can sense the sealed power within. It surpasses even my night sky sword." As she spoke, she conjured a night sky sword in her hand. "Have you broken a seal? So swiftly? How did you manage that?" Xiaoho was taken aback by her sudden display. He mused internally, Odin is utterly unreliable. It's only been a few days, and Hela has already dispelled the seal. Surely, she must be jesting. However, Hela simply stowed her night sky sword away, reaching for the sword of oath and victory from Xiaoho's grasp. Using her divine power, she began to probe its interior. After a moment of sensing, she returned the sword to Xiaoho, stating, "Its seal is akin to Odin's, though it possesses more layers. There are 13 seals in total. Only by fulfilling certain conditions can its full power be unleashed." Xiaoho stood dumbfounded as he received the sword, a sudden epiphany striking him. Although it was the same sword of oath and victory, its sheath had not been lost. Rather, it had transformed into 13 bindings, restraining the sacred sword. Only by meeting the conditions of the 13 Knights of the Round Table could its true might be realized. The conditions were as follows. Bedivere. It may only be wielded against those stronger than oneself. Lancelot. The target must not be an elf. Mordred. It may only be used against the wicked. Arthur. It must be employed in battles to save the world. Having contemplated this, Xiaoho caressed the holy sword and addressed Hela. "I believe I have conceived a method to unlock its seal. Yet, you have yet to answer my question. How did you so swiftly break Odin's seal?" Hela crossed her legs nonchalantly, more or less. After coming to terms with certain matters, the seal was automatically dispelled. "And what are your intentions? Will you head directly to Asgard to claim the throne?" Xiaoho inquired, tightening his grip on the holy sword, wary of Hela's potential intentions. Observing his anxious demeanor, Hela donned a mischievous smile. "What? Is my queen prepared to thwart my plans?" Xiaoho quickly shook his head. "Of course not. Do as you wish. I would never impede you. Just, please refrain from harming Loki." "Oh, is that my frosty giant brother? It seems you have a good rapport with him." I might consider that, Hela replied, casting a playful glance at Xiaoho. Chapter 171. Untitled Xiaoho, with a serious expression, declared, "Indeed, Loki is my friend. As for Odin and the others, I care not. Just ensure that Loki remains unharmed. Otherwise, we shall need to engage in battle once more." As he spoke, he raised his holy sword, pointing it menacingly at Hela. The recent enhancements he had acquired instilled within him sufficient confidence to vanquish her. After all, the wielder of the crossblade was not one to adhere to reason, directly cleaving through life percentages. His speed slightly surpassed Hela's, and by leveraging this advantage, he could exhaust her to death. Furthermore, his newfound equipment had significantly augmented his power. However, Hela suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How amusing! For his sake, you are willing to confront me again. But you may sheath your weapon. I have no desire to contest the throne at present. I wish to observe this world, to see what the 9 realms under Odin's dominion truly resemble. Would you accompany your queen on this journey?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoho sheathed his holy sword and returned to his seat on the sofa, saying, "You startled me. I have no time at present. There are many matters to attend to in the coming days. You may have to go alone." A hint of disappointment flickered in Hela's eyes, but she quickly masked it, replying, "Very well, I shall go alone then." Curious, Xiaoho inquired, "Have you decided where to begin your journey?" "Certainly," Hela responded, picking up a copy of the Ziji Tongjian from the table. "I intend to first visit Huagua, to witness the nation capable of producing such a remarkable work." Xiaoho nodded in agreement, a commendable goal. "The cuisine there is exquisite. You should certainly give it a try. When do you plan to depart?" Hela cast him a scrutinizing glance. "Are you particularly eager to see me leave?" Feeling the intensity of her gaze, Xiaoho's hair stood on end, and he hastily replied, "No, I was merely inquiring about your plans." "It is best to be so," Hela remarked, her mood lifting slightly. Xiaoho internally grumbled, "Why must both of them be so troublesome? Once I resolve these matters, I too shall embark on my own adventures, unaccompanied, just for myself. Perhaps I shall explore random dungeons." The following day arrived. Steve stood upon a makeshift podium in Times Square, holding a square flashlight, and addressed the crowd with fervor. "I am Steve Rogers. You all should be familiar with me. These past few days have brought our nation to its darkest hour. First, there was Hydra and now the Strulans. Moreover, many in our upper echelons have succumbed to the corruption of power. They no longer aspire to serve the public. Their thoughts dwell solely on the pursuit of power and other impractical endeavors. Particularly yesterday, while my friends and I confronted Hydra, they audaciously attacked us. Officials within the White House did not intervene. Here, I wish to make my stance clear. The president has been replaced by extraterrestrials, and a new president must rise to the occasion." He paused momentarily, then proclaimed with righteous fervor, "I, Steve Rogers, Captain America, am prepared to run for the office of the new president." The spectators below, along with those watching the news broadcast, were left momentarily stunned by his declaration. Steve, undeterred by their astonishment, continued, "Here, I assure you, I will never, for my own selfish gain, infringe upon anyone. The very first action I will undertake upon assuming office is to thoroughly investigate all government officials. I shall eradicate those vermin entirely. No more senseless wars. No more cruel human experiments." He raised the flashlight in his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Do you see this? This is the device developed by Tony and Hank that allows us to identify who among us is a Skrull." He activated the flashlight, and a blue beam illuminated him. "Anyone caught in this beam will revert to their true form." As he spoke, he swept the flashlight across the crowd. Instantly, 3 individuals transformed into green-skinned goblins. Those nearby recoiled, creating 3 empty spaces. Just as the 3 were preparing to flee, Coulson, accompanied by several agents, surrounded them. Coulson stepped forward and said, "Surrender now. Any resistance will result in immediate termination." The 3, faced with the dark muzzles of the guns, quickly huddled down, hands clasped over their heads. This scene did not deter Steve. He continued to speak fervently. "Do you see? We are already in the process of mass-producing this device. Trust me, I will lead this nation back to glory. Let everyone achieve true freedom. Democracy." As his words resonated, the venue erupted in waves of cheers. Occasionally, someone shouted, "Captain, I support you. Keep it up." Steve beamed a radiant smile. Then let us strive together. In Washington, within the Capitol building, the middle-aged vice president from the Mediterranean, along with his fellow lawmakers and military officers, watched Steve's speech in a grand conference hall. After viewing the entirety of the presentation, he asked aloud, "What are your thoughts on this, everyone?" The Secretary of Defense was the first to respond. "I think he is commendable, at the very least. For a long time, he has been our symbol of hope. Wouldn't you agree?" A sharp-featured, middle-aged congressman retorted, "No, he is merely a soldier, and an elderly one at that. Now, he dares to run for president. I absolutely disagree. Minister, do not assume that just because he comes from the military, he will favor you once in office. He is entirely unfit for that position." Upon hearing this, a majority of the lawmakers hastily concurred. Exactly. He is just a soldier, utterly ignorant of how to govern a nation. Did you not hear his speech? His primary objective upon taking office is to purge us officials. I do not believe that among those present, many are without fault. This was stated by a frail, elderly man with a head full of gray hair and a remarkably rosy complexion. General Ross, accompanied by Colonel Rhodes, stood silently in a corner, observing the chaotic assembly. Rhodes commented, "What a disgraceful display. Perhaps if the captain ascends, things might improve somewhat. However, he is too closely associated with the likes of Hawkeye and the mutants." Ross glanced at him, but said nothing, instead contemplating whether he should seize the opportunity to retire outright, reflecting on the numerous misdeeds he had committed, and considering the implications of handing power over to Steve. Would he show leniency and spare himself? Since the last encounter with Xiaoho's threat, it seems as though his heart has succumbed to despair. Even if he possesses the ability to transform into the Hulk, what does it matter? This world is increasingly populated by aberrant individuals. Is power truly that paramount? His daughter has not exchanged a word with him in ages, all because of Banner. Rod looked at Ross, who seemed lost in thought, and chose to remain silent, contemplating his own path forward. It appeared he hadn't been in touch with Tony for quite some time either. It all seemed to have begun when he resumed his research on the armor. When he sought assistance from Tony, he was met with refusal, leading to their dwindling communication. Perhaps he should bring a bottle of red wine in the evening to mend their relationship? Meanwhile, a peculiar figure resembling a black egg and a square-faced woman entered Xiaoho's office. Chapter 172, Xiaoho and Carol, Part 1. Inside the office, Xiaoho and Hela were engrossed in watching the Ming Dynasty 1566. As the plot unfolded, the account book of Shun Yishur revealed 2 decades of corruption within the Zhejiang government, involving millions of bolts of silk. Hela fumed with rage, saying if it were me, I would eliminate them all. How could they treat their own citizens this way? We as guardians would never act so despicably. Xiaoho gazed at her in disbelief, responding, "Not everyone possesses your level of martial prowess. They can only deal with matters gradually." While they engaged in this banter, Nick entered, escorting Carol. Both Xiaoho and Hela turned their attention toward them, with Hela fixating on Carol, sensing the power within her. She was a match for Hela's strength. Xiaoho scowled and remarked, "I believe there was a sign at the entrance. No dogs or Nick allowed. Are you blind, Egg?" Nick disregarded Xiaoho's words, finding a seat with Carol before saying, "We need to have a serious discussion." Xiaoho scoffed, "What is there to discuss? Do you think you have the right to command me just because you've consumed a fruit of power?" Carol glared at him, and Xiao shot back. "What are you staring at? Is your large face something to be proud of, you buffoon?" Infuriated, Carol launched a punch, only to have Hela effortlessly block it with one hand, a glint of battle spirit in her eyes as she said, "You are quite formidable. Would you consider aligning with me? I will re-establish a Valkyrie army, and you could become their leader." Carol regarded her and inquired, "Who are you?" Hela conjured her battle attire with magic, this time omitting the helmet but adding a cloak. "I am Hela Odinson, the goddess of death and the first heir to Asgard. Aligning with me would not bring you disgrace." While traversing the cosmos, Carol had heard tales of Asgard, her expression turning serious. "Why do you wish to involve yourself with affairs on Earth?" Hela declared with authority. "Are you referring to Midgard? This realm falls under Asgardian dominion. Do you question my involvement?" At this moment, Xiaoho interjected, "The egg must have spoken with you already, so do you not wish to share anything? Are you truly ensnared by those goblins?" He scoffed. "But then again, considering your intellect compared to mine, perhaps you are less astute. Otherwise, you wouldn't have fallen prey to the Cleary, only to become a caretaker for the Stru." Carol glared at him, indignation evident in her voice. "What do you know? I act for the sake of justice. Xiahou retorted with disdain. Justice of the extraterrestrials? You've been a lackey to two of the most infamous races in the universe. After all these years, you must have heard the notorious reputation of the Shrew. He continued to mock her, or do you find those green-skinned goblins endearing? Perhaps their ability to transform into anyone caters to your peculiar tastes? Indeed, having a partner capable of shape-shifting is quite enviable. However, the thought of their true forms is likely repugnant. The three were captivated by Xiahou's remarks, especially Nick. The realization that his longtime wife was, in fact, a green goblin made him feel as though his masculinity had been utterly compromised. Hela began to contemplate that this individual might not be suited as a subordinate. Carol, incensed, radiated vibrant energy, her eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of hues, triggering her dual-star transformation. Xiahou challenged her, "What is this? Do you wish to fight? If so, let us take it outside. Don't ruin my home." With that, he produced a portal, gesturing for them to follow. Upon stepping through, they arrived at the rear of a volcano. Xiahou drew forth his formidable blade, addressing Carol. "Come now. Let me witness the strength of the woman who sold Earth to goblins. Let us see what you can truly do." Without hesitation, Carol unleashed a powerful punch in his direction. Hela, seated upon a throne crafted from her night sky sword, observed their clash intently. Nick glanced between the combatants, and Hela, seated regally, feeling a twinge of apprehension. He had inadvertently entered a high-stakes scenario. After a brief exchange of probing attacks, the battlefield shifted from the ground to the skies. Carol unleashed a barrage of light projectiles, targeting Xiahou with relentless ferocity. In evasion, Xiahou reciprocated with a tempest of lightning strikes aimed at her, igniting the volcanic landscape with a symphony of thunder. Nearby townsfolk were drawn to the spectacle. One balding man with a wispy mustache leeringly inquired of a young girl beside him, "What is happening?" She replied, "It seems a storm is brewing." The lecherous man dismissed the volcanic commotion, attributing it to a sudden change in weather, and led the girl into a nearby establishment. Meanwhile, Xiahou and Carol were becoming increasingly reckless. He had secretly amassed electrical energy in preparation for battle. With an acceleration of casting speed, he unleashed a colossal plasma sphere, measuring hundreds of meters, plummeting towards the ground. Carol, enveloped in energy, charged directly toward the plasma sphere. The lightning and the energy surrounding her began to counteract each other. Upon reaching the center of the plasma sphere, she clapped her hands together, causing her energy to radiate even more fiercely outward. The already colossal electric sphere expanded further in an instant and then gradually contracted towards the center before slowly dissipating. Nick, witnessing this astonishing spectacle, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his body hair standing on end. Had he possessed hair, he might have transformed into a super scion. He glanced at Hela, seated calmly and unaffected by the chaos, and noticed even more perspiration forming. This goddess of death appeared remarkably formidable. If she were to intervene, Carol might not withstand the pressure. Nick approached Hela slightly and said, "Esteemed goddess of death, will you not intervene? We could sit down and discuss this matter amicably." Hela cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, "A powerless mortal dares to instruct me?" Several swords of the night sky materialized, pinning Nick in place. Any movement on his part would result in a painful wound. Hela scoffed, "Cowardly mortal. Had it been the old me, you would already be dead. This is a sacred battle, and no one else should interfere. You, with your filthy heart, must not disrupt it. Moreover, my queen shall bring me victory." Although Nick's mind brimmed with countless retorts, he chose to remain silent. At the very least, his objective had been achieved. He confirmed that Hela would not intervene, ensuring Carol's triumph. This was the impression she had left during the last Kree invasion. She was a force capable of driving away an entire fleet single-handedly. Chapter 173, Xiahou Carol, Part 2. As the lightning sphere dissipated, Carol's form re-emerged, radiating like a 10,000-watt light bulb, rendering it difficult to gaze upon her. Xiahou clicked his tongue, observing the health bar above her head, which showed no signs of decline. A deep sigh escaped him. It seemed that energy attacks posed no threat to her unless one could wield power exceeding hers. However, that was utterly impossible, at least not for himself at the moment. She was a cosmic energy absorber, Much of the energy from his prior attacks had either been neutralized or directly absorbed by her. Unlike her portrayal in films, where she possessed the power to move stars, he would have stood no chance otherwise. Moreover, the Earth's limitations hindered her speed. The mere thought of it was enough to induce a headache. As Carol prepared to charge at him once more, Xiahou retrieved a brick with his left hand while grasping a katana with his right. It appeared time to showcase his true skills. Upon reaching Xiahou, Carol unleashed a punch aimed at his face, but he deftly dodged. In response, his left hand brought the brick crashing toward her head. Carol smirked disdainfully. What did she see? A mere brick. Did he truly believe he could defeat her with such a trivial weapon? Surely, he was not attempting to be humorous. Xiahou gazed at her, a wicked smile of triumph spreading across his face as she did not even attempt to evade. Indeed, Ironhead was true to her name. She showed no sign of pressure when bullied. The moment the brick made contact with her head, Carol lost consciousness. Xiahou's right hand transformed into a blur, unleashing a flurry of over 100 strikes in a mere second. In the 3 seconds of her days, he landed 400 to 500 blows. Although the blood deduction effect activated only once, it was sufficient, for that blade had real damage added to it. Carol's health bar plummeted by a third. Yet Xiahou was not inclined to spare her. Another brick struck her head, followed by a series of fluid combos. This time, the effect was even more formidable, triggering 3 instances of blood deduction. Carol's health bar dwindled to below 20%. Xiahou refrained from delivering further blows, instead lifting the nearly lifeless Carol and bringing her back to the ground. Nick, witnessing Carol, bloodied and battered, would have charged forth had it not been for the night sky sword at his side. Xiahou taunted, "Egghead, your support has vanished. What do you intend to do now?" Nick, deflated like a punctured balloon, weakly replied, "What do you want? Speak. You didn't kill us directly, so there must be something you need us to do, right?" "Ah, quite perceptive. I commend your understanding of retreat," Xiahou remarked, but then dismissed him, saying, "You are of no use to me. I spare your life solely to avoid complicating matters for Natasha and Steve. However, since you mentioned it, I shall assign you a task. I will acquire a manor, and you will assist me in planting and harvesting cotton." Nick's face flushed crimson with anger as he bellowed, "You preach democracy and non-discrimination. Yet you asked me to cultivate cotton? This is discrimination." Xiahou nodded. "Precisely. I do discriminate against you. So what? Just tell me if you will do it. For if you refuse, I will unceremoniously toss you into space to join Red Skull." Through gritted teeth, Nick conceded, "I will do it." Xiahou ignored him and turned to Carol, whose health bar had remarkably recovered to a third within those few exchanged words. She glared at Xiahou with hatred, prompting him to scoff. "What are you staring at? Now, let us address your predicament. You didn't think that after a fight, you would be off scot-free, did you? Because of you, Earth is being invaded by the Strulans, with their replacements numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Where do you think those individuals will go?" Carol's pupils constricted, but Xiahou pressed on. "Moreover, they're aware of Hydra, yet concealed their information while impersonating high officials. I suspect many wars or incidents over the years have borne their influence. How many have perished here? Especially that individual who impersonated the U.S. president and launched an attack on mutants yesterday. His intent was to plunge Earth into utter chaos, draining its strength, thereby granting them greater opportunity to directly dominate or seize this planet. These matters seem to rest heavily upon your shoulders, do they not?" Xiahou quipped, squatting beside her. "So, the valiant cosmic hero, Captain Marvel, do you have anything to say regarding the chaos you have instigated? You return only to trouble me instead of addressing the consequences." Carol struggled to sit upright and, taking a deep breath, declared, "I shall investigate. If these allegations are indeed true, I will personally ensure their departure." Xiahou retorted, "Ensure their departure? What are their deeds? Should they not be held accountable? Is it merely to indulge your vanity that you wish to show them mercy? Instead of making them bear the weight of their transgressions, you wish to spare their lives, allowing them to wreak havoc upon other worlds." Carol quickly protested, "No, it is not like that. Among them are many innocents, individuals who cherish peace." Xiahou then remarked, "We have no intention of harming those individuals. Remember, Charles possesses psychic abilities. He can discern whether they have committed any misdeeds with a mere glance. Our original plan was to deal with the troublemakers and expel the innocent from Earth. Yet, you choose to come to me, seeking to coerce me by force." Xiahou retrieved 2 bottles of beer, handing one to Hela while he took a hearty swig himself. The recent skirmish had left him fatigued, and he felt parched after all this talk. Carol began to defend her position. No, we simply wish for you to grant us more time, allowing us sufficient opportunity to investigate and persuade them to leave. Xiaohou regarded her with an incredulous expression. You truly are amusing. You remind me of a certain breed of dog. They believe that anything foreigners do is inherently good. Even a pile of refuse they would chase after to extol its virtues. While some things are indeed commendable, others are not. And you, do you believe all extraterrestrials are benevolent? With that, Xiaohou flung the beer bottle into the volcano's maw, addressing Hela. Let us depart. The more I converse with her, the more nauseated I feel. As the two entered the portal, Xiaohou turned back to Carol and warned, whatever you intend to do not involve us. Otherwise, you shall accompany your goblins to the depths of hell. Oh, but wait, Strulans are not subject to hell's jurisdiction. However, the old ones will surely take a liking to you, given that you are, after all, a human. He concluded, I have heard it said that in times of chaos, the virtuous must be vanquished. Yet, in times of peace, the harm caused by the self-righteous can be particularly detrimental, especially those self-righteous with power. With those words, the portal vanished from their sight, leaving Nick and Carol silently gazing at one another.